Was it you who laid hands on that worthless son of mine? Heavy footsteps came with the shrill scrape of metal against the ground, sparks bursting where a giant axe dragged across the rough stone road. A burly man with a massive iron jaw and an axe for an arm advanced step by step like a moving mountain of iron. His bloodshot eyes swept over the two figures his son had named as the culprits. Behind him, over 100 soldiers in matching naval uniforms shouldered flintlock rifles and gripped long sabers, forming an impenetrable wall of men that sealed off the entire street. The residents of Shell's Town cowered in terror deep within the alleys or hid behind doors and windows, daring only to peer through narrow cracks at the towering man. No one dared make the slightest sound, afraid of drawing the attention of the Axan Morgan. In that death-like silence, two figures still stood out of place in the middle of the street. One stood with his back to the setting sun, his striking short green hair stirring in the sea breeze, three coldly gleaming swords at his waist, his expression as frigid as an iceberg that had never known thaw. The other was a girl of almost impossible beauty. She wore a magnificent deep blue formal dress, its hem embroidered with fine silver patterns that shimmered faintly in the afterglow of sunset. A distinctive little top hat rested upon her head, and beneath its brim shone a pair of heterochromatic eyes, clear and profound as lake water. Yet on that exquisite face, refined as a work of art, there was not the slightest fear before danger. Instead, it was filled with irritation. It's over. Everything is a mess. My script. Has it truly veered so completely off course? Furina murmured under her breath, her small fists clenched so tightly that her fingertips turned pale. She was Furina, the former Hydro Archon of Fontaine. Having just ended 500 years of perilous performance, she was exhausted in body and soul. All she wanted was to find a quiet place, lay down every mask and responsibility, take a long vacation, and taste true freedom and peace. But after dozing for only a moment on her own sofa, she awoke to find herself stepping into empty air and falling onto this unfamiliar stage called the pirate world. Even stranger, a script had inexplicably appeared in her mind, laying out the future course of this world. The method for regaining divine power was absurdly bound to peculiar things called attention and dramatic tension. In simple terms, she had to treat this world as one enormous stage and herself as an actress. The more brilliant her performance, the larger the audience, and the more dramatic the plot, the more divine power she could gain, until she finally returned to the state of a Hydro Archon. It was practically forcing this theater-obsessed soul onto the grand stage. So to reclaim my former glory as soon as possible, I must join the protagonists, follow them in staging the world-shaking drama known as One Piece, and harvest a vast tide of attention. To find this world's chosen protagonist, the straw-hatted boy named Luffy, she followed the strange memories in her mind and came to Shell's Town. Her original plan was to find Luffy first, then use her singular charisma, with just the slightest guidance, to recruit him under her banner. Instead, before she found him, she ran into the second figure of the protagonist's crew ahead of schedule, that future world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Worse still, the butterfly effect of the plot had already begun to beat its wings, and in the most outrageous direction possible. In the original story, the pet wolf that should have attacked a little girl had, for reasons unknown, charged madly toward her instead, as if drawn by some peculiar aura around her. Zoro protected her, perhaps simply because the wolf irritated him. With one slash, he struck down the wolf. With another, he badly wounded the wolf's owner, Helmeppo, the worthless son of the naval captain before them. Now the final boss, Axan Morgan himself, had finally made his grand entrance with his vast troops in tow. And Furina's carefully imagined script for her first encounter with the protagonist had been torn to pieces by this sudden turn of events before it could even begin. How could someone who pursued the perfect performance as both director and actress possibly endure that? Hey you've been muttering nonsense since earlier. What exactly are you afraid of? Zoro turned his head, a trace of confusion and wariness in his green eyes. He had noticed the speechless irritation on Furina's face. It was not the expression a normal person should wear when threatened by a naval captain. He frowned at the ornate, almost unreal woman before him, feeling more and more that something about her was abnormal. They're only some Marines. What's there to be afraid of? Once I cut down that iron-jawed man, we can just run. Zoro's tone carried disdain. To him, dealing with such corrupt Marines was no harder than slicing through melons and vegetables. Run? No. Absolutely not. Furina snapped back to herself. She stamped her foot hard, the heel striking the ground with a crisp sound. If we run, how am I supposed to wait for the protagonist's entrance? My first act will be ruined. Without the protagonist, what kind of world-shaking epic would this even be? Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable stubbornness. Protagonist? What protagonist? Can't you say something a normal person can understand? A vein twitched on Zoro's forehead as he felt his patience rapidly bottoming out. Communicating with this woman, he thought, was harder than speaking to a sea king. Humph. So it was you who injured my son. Naval Captain Morgan gave them no chance to continue arguing. His bell-like eyes swept back and forth over Zoro and Furina before finally locking onto that offending head of green hair. You foreign vermin dare run wild on my territory. Today neither of you will leave alive. Morgan roared in fury. Before the words had even faded, he sprang upward. His enormous body cut a black arc through the air, and the giant axe tore through the wind with a shrill howl, descending toward Zoro and Furina with crushing force. That axe seemed ready to split the two of them and the ground beneath their feet apart, grinding everything to dust. Three-sword. Zoro's eyes sharpened as he felt the immense pressure rushing toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew one sword with his right hand, and another with his left, while the third slid precisely between his teeth. In a flash, the stance of the three-sword style formed in a single breath. He took up the battle stance most familiar to him, muscles taut, and veins rising ready to meet the heavy blow head-on. He was confident that even in such a narrow space he could cut through Morgan's axe with his blades, and win a slim chance of survival for himself and Furina behind him. Yet someone moved faster than him. Honestly, you have no sense of stage aesthetics at all. When the villainous boss appears, how can he be so impatient to start fighting? At the very least, there should be a stirring monologue or a signature entrance pose. How could such a plain attack possibly set off the greatness of the protagonist? As Furina complained, her voice full of dissatisfaction with the plot rhythm and the villain's performance, she stepped forward like an elegant dancer, and as if in an instant lightly placed herself before Zoro. She drew no sword and took no fighting stance. Instead, unhurriedly lifting the hem of her magnificent dress, she offered Morgan's massive body an impeccable theatrical curtsy. The gesture was like that of a prima donna taking her curtain call in a theater, noble and composed. Then she raised her head. In her azure and wine-red eyes there was not a trace of fear, only queenly authority and contempt for an incompetent actor. Her magnetic, ornate voice carried a strange, penetrating power, ringing clearly across the field, and even drowning out the sound of Morgan's giant axe tearing through the air. Silence. Insolent mortal, now is the time of judgment. As her words faded, the moisture in the surrounding air seemed to answer an unseen command and began gathering with astonishing force. Before the eyes could fully comprehend it, the once transparent air warped around her as tiny beads of vapor converged into flowing shapes. Three peculiar creatures made entirely of pure water appeared at her side, each carrying a distinct presence, and slowly floated around her. One was plump and gentle, swaying its tail like a seahorse and radiating pure vitality. Another was graceful, its 8 tentacles rippling through the water with octopus-like agility. The last was imposing, its body covered in heavy water armor like a land crab, its enormous pincers opening and closing with overwhelming pressure. With a faint smile, she announced the grand entrance of the Salon Members and ordered them to teach the impolite gentleman a small lesson. Furina pointed delicately toward the enormous axe descending like a mountain upon its target. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an unquestionable command. The heavily armored water crab Mademoiselle Craboletta erupted with astonishing speed the instant it received the command. Like an arrow released from a bow, it fearlessly rushed toward the giant axe, carrying an aura of destruction. Its enormous pincers opened in midair, charged with pure hydro-elemental power, and met the unstoppable axe blade in a thunderous collision. A deafening crash rang throughout the entire town of Shell's Town. The giant axe failed to cleave through the pure water defense. Instead, a tremendous counterforce sent it flying from Monka's grasp. The iron axe that had accompanied Monka through years of battle spun rapidly through the air before embedding itself deep in a distant wall, its handle trembling without rest. Monka's fierce face filled with disbelief. His treasured strength and beloved axe had actually been repelled by a crab made of water. The humiliation was unbearable. His massive body lurched in midair after losing the support of the axe, exposing an opening. The elegant Lord Usher seized the opportunity with graceful precision. Its tentacles, both adhesive and supple, like flowing water, traced a perfect arc through the air, wrapped precisely around Monka's ankle and yanked downward. The impact thundered through the street. Monka's towering body traced an arc through the air as though seized by gravity magic, then slammed headfirst into the ground with a thunderous crash, leaving a deep crater and a cloud of dust. His head was stuck in the crater, leaving only his legs thrashing outside. It was not over yet. The plump and gentle Lady Seaview floated over and opened her seemingly clumsy mouth. High-pressure droplets carrying tremendous impact struck the half-exposed body in rapid succession like a stream of bullets. The droplets were not fatal, but their impact made Monka's entire body tremble and cry out in pain. Under the sustained force of the pure water barrage, Monka was thoroughly subdued and finally fell unconscious, lying limp and unable to move in the crater. From Monka's leap to his complete defeat, the entire process had taken less than 10 seconds. The whole scene fell into absolute silence. More than 100 Marines stared in terror as their once feared axe-wielding colonel was effortlessly defeated by an elegant young woman and her water creatures. The flintlock pistols in their hands clicked and slipped uselessly to the ground, the small sounds unnaturally sharp in the silence. Furina watched her handiwork with satisfaction, her smile growing more confident. She clearly felt a warm and powerful current of energy flowing inward from every direction like a gentle stream, filling her limbs and bones. It was the power transformed from attention. The power pleased her and strengthened her resolve to pursue her path as a director. She turned toward Roronoa Zoro, who still stood frozen beside her, mouth slightly open and face filled with astonishment. As Zoro remained dazed, Furina slowly lowered her hand and looked directly into his eyes, speaking with a sense of release. She had finally made up her mind. Her voice was gentle, yet carried unquestionable strength. Since the plot had already changed, she would let it go completely off course. Only when the axe came crashing down did Furina truly understand she was not merely a passerby traveling between worlds, but a participant capable of changing the course of the story herself. Did Zoro and Luffy truly have to meet in Shell's town? Did Zoro truly have to endure 9 days of imprisonment? No, absolutely not. They could defeat Helmeppo, overcome Monka, and then set out to find Luffy on the open sea. A sentence from the mysterious script in her mind came back to her: the sea was vast, but only one route led to the legendary Grand Line. Then with a flawless smile, Furina addressed the green-haired swordsman and performed an elegant curtsy. Would he, the green-haired swordsman, be willing to become the first knight upon her grand stage and witness with her the birth of a king? The afterglow of sunset stretched her silhouette into a long shadow, making her look like a theater queen receiving the gaze of an entire audience at center stage. Several minutes later, the harbor of Shell's town had descended into chaos. Marines hurriedly pulled their once arrogant Colonel Monka from the enormous crater in the ground. The remaining Marines raised their flintlocks with sweat running down their faces, weakly aiming at the two figures in the center of the street, yet none dared take even one step forward. At last Zoro recovered from his shock and addressed the woman. His emerald eyes held an unprecedented gravity as he stared at the woman before him, a figure radiating trouble, yet possessing astonishing strength. The unbelievable scene of water taking shape as weapons and effortlessly subduing a Marine colonel had exceeded everything he understood about devil fruit users. Those little animals made of water seemed to possess independent awareness, releasing astonishing power with every simple movement. For a swordsman who believed strength was everything, the sight was an unprecedented shock. He wondered what kind of person she truly was. Furina's lips curved upward, a spark of brilliance lighting her expression as she prepared to reveal who she was. She savored this moment of being the center of attention. With her right hand resting on her hip and her left index finger pointing resolutely toward the azure sky, her expression bore a solemnity bordering on sacredness, yet laced with an inexplicable theatrical exaggeration. She struck a pose both profoundly dramatic and strangely fitting, a stance as if declaring her identity upon a grand stage. I am the queen of all waters, all realms, all peoples, and all laws, the embodiment of justice and former Hydro-Archon of Fontaine, Furina de Fontaine. You may address me as Lady Furina. Her voice carried a distinctive rhythmic cadence. Zoro. A sharp pulsing ache throbbed at his temples. That baffling title, those flamboyant gestures, thrust him instantly back into memories of battling deranged pirates. In that instant he realized this woman before him was far more incomprehensible than any brute who merely roared and swung a blade. Do you not understand? Oh my, how utterly devoid of artistic sensibility. Seeing his constipated grimace, Furina stamped her foot in mild indignation, the delicate tap-tap of her little leather shoes echoing softly against the ground. The 3 Salon members hovering beside her swayed in unison. Lord Usser's tentacles rippled gracefully. Madame Haeva sprayed fine droplets of water, and Mademoiselle Chebaretta's pincers clicked sharply, startling the nearby Marines who had only just begun to relax into retreating several paces further, fearing an attack from these aquatic aberrations. In simple terms, she set aside her earlier theatricality and adopted a gently instructive tone, folding her hands behind her back as she paced with elegant deliberation. I am an artist devoted to the pursuit of ultimate drama. I have descended here to direct a monumental epic titled The Pirate King, and this world is my grandest stage. And you? She halted, abruptly pivoted, and pointed directly at Zoro. Her heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire blue, one deep wine red, glowed with uncanny perception as though gazing straight into his soul. Those eyes now shimmered with unmistakable approval. Roronoa Zoro, you possess extraordinary potential. Your unwavering resolve, your profound uncertainty, your fierce tenacity, and even your occasional, navigational eccentricities imbue you with irresistible dramatic tension. You are perfectly suited to serve as the lead swordsman of this production, my knight. Her tone brooked no dissent, as if Zoro's destiny had already been inscribed in indelible ink. Zoro drew a slow, steadying breath, feeling as though heaven itself were punishing him. His rational mind faced its most severe trial yet. 90% of his impulse surged toward drawing his blade and cleaving down this delusional woman. Whether you're mad or merely unhinged, I don't care, Zoro gritted out through clenched teeth, his voice low and thick with suppressed fury. What do you want? And this so-called pirate king? Oh, already entering the QA phase. How admirable. Truly the knight I selected, brimming with curiosity. Furina paid no heed to Zoro's simmering rage. Instead, a satisfied smile curved her lips. She glided to the edge of the crater where Mont Blanc had been smashed into the earth and knelt with poised grace, as if studying a rare artifact worthy of scholarly contemplation. I intervened because your fall from grace marks a pivotal narrative turning point, the climax of Act 1. As director, it is my duty to safeguard principal cast members and skillfully advance the plot, preventing any narrative stagnation. She paused, then added with quiet assurance, naturally your formidable strength and striking appearance align flawlessly with the role of lead swordsman. Only thus can the audience become fully immersed. Yet inwardly she thought, of course, if you were captured by Mont Blanc or fled entirely, how could I possibly locate Luffy through you? How else would I assemble my ensemble? How else would I accumulate the vital attention required for my power to recover? Truly, the moment this script collapses, my restoration will falter. As for the Pirate King, she rose, returning to stand before Zoro. A veil of mystique and subtle allure draped her features, her heterochromatic gaze shimmered faintly, as though glimpsing destinies yet unwritten. It shall be the greatest adventure tale of this age. A world yearning for a new pirate king embodied by a young man wearing a straw hat, innocent and radiant, yet anchored by unshakable conviction. He will soon make his entrance upon this very island. And I, she spread her arms wide, embracing the horizon, as if receiving the spotlight of 1,000 adoring eyes, her ornate gown billowed like a curtain rising on destiny. Shall assemble the finest performers into the straw hat grand troupe, sailing alongside him, to carry this drama to its thunderous, transcendent crescendo. And in doing so, as both director and leading heroine, I shall claim boundless glory and power. Zoro felt utterly silent. He was now certain, beyond doubt, that this woman's mind was profoundly fractured, and gravely so. Such a creature living wholly within her own delusion he had never encountered in all his 30 years. Yet the undeniable truth remained, she was terrifyingly powerful. So, you seek someone called the Pirate King, and intend to join him. Zoro attempted to parse Furina's surreal dramaturgical theory through logic, hoping to find some fragile bridge of mutual understanding. No, not the Pirate King, Furina corrected, wagging her index finger like a stern instructor, her mismatched eyes narrowing with gentle disapproval. Rather, the man destined to become the Pirate King. He remains green, raw, unformed. I shall witness his metamorphosis firsthand, and direct his ascent. That is where true drama resides. Do you comprehend, my knight? Cease calling me knight. Zoro finally erupted, a low, guttural growl tearing from his throat. He felt his ears might blister from the sheer repetition of that title. Furina ignored his protest, glancing instead toward Belmere, who lay motionless in the distance, barely clinging to life, and a flicker of disdain crossed her face. These two antagonists have completed their function in Act 1. Retaining them serves no narrative purpose. With a casual flick of her wrist, as if shooing away a fly, she dismissed them with utter contempt for minor characters. Still, in gratitude for their contribution to my performance's attention metrics, their execution is spared. Clearing her throat, she seamlessly resumed her solemn magisterial arbiter persona. Her voice soared, resonating with absolute, unassailable authority. By the name of justice, I decree Mont Blanc and his son shall be imprisoned, awaiting judgment from Marine headquarters. Until then, you must ensure their narrative continuity remains undisturbed. She paused, sweeping her gaze across every Marine present, her tone sharpening with command. And you, all of you, are hereby entrusted with safeguarding this town's peace beginning this day. Do you understand, audience? Yes, understood. Over 100 Marines snapped rigidly to attention, shouting in unison, a thunderous, relieved chorus born of deliverance from imminent doom. They had no desire to provoke this monster, who had effortlessly bested a Commodore, for Mont Blanc's sake. Watching this absurd, surreal spectacle unfold, Zoro quietly covered his face with both hands. Suddenly, he felt those past 15 years of his life paled in comparison to the sheer staggering lunacy of the last 2 days. A chilling premonition settled over him. Entanglement with this woman would plunge his future into unrelenting shadow. He even began to question whether setting sail upon this vast sea, chasing the dream of becoming the world's strongest swordsman, had been a grievous mistake. Otherwise, how could he possibly have encountered such an anomaly? The last remnants of the setting sun tinged the sky above Shell's town with crimson. Furina's resplendent silhouette appeared particularly dazzling against this blood-red sunset. At the port of Shell's town, golden sunlight spilled across the glittering sea surface. A gentle sea breeze carried a faint salty tang. An old fishing boat moored by the dock swayed, its sails flapping in the wind. Occasionally a few seabirds skimmed the water, their cries crisp and clear. It should have been a tranquil afternoon, yet in one corner of the wharf a peculiar scene unfolded. Furina, clad in her magnificent deep blue gown, sat gracefully upon an overturned wooden crate. Her legs, encased in white silk stockings, were crossed, and gently swinging the tips of her shoes, tracing elegant arcs in the air. In her right hand, she casually held a small twig picked up from the beach. In her left, she cradled a transparent script condensed from water elements. Her heterochromatic eyes were fixed intently on the water characters in the script, her lips moving as if in solemn ritual. According to the script's precise cues, the protagonist Luffy and his temporary partner Kobe should arrive at this exact time today. As the appointed chief director and lead actress of the Straw Hat Grand Troupe, I must leave a stunning, magnificent, and unforgettable first impression on this chosen protagonist. She sketched a crude stage design on the sandy ground with her twig. The location is here, the port dock with the azure sea and the old lighthouse as the backdrop. Use natural light, preferably backlit by the setting sun, to highlight the protagonist's mystery and grandeur. As for the lines, how about the gears of fate begin to turn, a chosen youth, you have finally arrived at my stage. No, too blunt, lacking artistic connotation and depth. She frowned, sinking into deep thought, tapping her chin lightly, like a true master of drama, deliberating every detail. Meanwhile, Zoro sat cross-legged on a reef by the port, his back to Furina. His 3 famous swords were arranged neatly before him. He was meticulously polishing the blade of the Wado Ikemanji with a whetstone, producing a soft scraping sound. But his keen hearing still clearly caught Furina's delirious mutterings. A flicker of helplessness passed through his green eyes, and a vein on his temple pulsed uncontrollably. Over the past 2 days he had fully experienced this woman's abnormality. Ever since Furina judged and imprisoned Morgan and his son, the entire Shell's town navy and residents treated her with utmost respect. The Marines even voluntarily provided them with food, lodging, and a small sailboat, fearing to provoke this strange, beautiful young powerhouse. Yet Furina, under the pretext of the director needs to inspect the set, toured the entire naval base, critiquing their drills, saying their steps lacked rhythm, their formations had no compositional beauty, and even criticizing their uniforms for insufficient color contrast to highlight character individuality. If not for her ability to summon those water monsters at the slightest provocation, the exasperated Marines would have knocked her out long ago. Now she was indulging in her artistic creation again. Hey, Zoro finally couldn't hold back, pausing his work with a tone of impatience and fatigue. Who exactly are you waiting for? If that guy doesn't show up after 2 days, is your script going to be rewritten? He felt that being with this woman had improved his temper. At least he could now ask this calmly instead of drawing his sword. How could he not come? Furina didn't even look up, her heterochromatic eyes still fixed on the water characters of the script, her tone matter-of-fact, filled with absolute trust in fate. The protagonist's arrival is inevitable. That's the iron law of the script. My knight, you must have faith in the director's professionalism and the script's rigor. Stop calling me a knight. Zoro stood up abruptly, voice tinged with anger. He hated these random titles, especially ones that sounded like a servant's. Very well, Chief Swordsman. Furina changed the address smoothly, her tone light, as if the quarrel had never happened. Then she returned to her water-formed script, continuing to design her first encounter grand scene, humming contentedly to herself. Zoro looked at her, utterly absorbed in her own world, and finally let out a long sigh, sitting back down on the reef. He had resigned himself to the fact that until he found this so-called protagonist, he would never shake off this troublesome woman. After all, she had treated him to meals for 2 days, though he paid for the ingredients. She was merely the director of the cooking process. She also claimed to help him become the world's greatest swordsman because a strong character setting enhances the dramatic appeal of the whole performance. This, as a swordsman pursuing his dream, left a faint glimmer of hope in his heart, even if she was mad. Just as Zoro picked up the whetstone again, producing a scraping sound, a sudden commotion arose from the distant harbor. Stop! You 2 pirates! Don't think you can run. Get them! You've disgraced the Marines. The voices were filled with anger, accompanied by chaotic footsteps, as if a large group was chasing something. Zoro's ears twitched. He immediately stopped his work, furrowed his brow, and his green eyes snapped toward the direction of the noise. Oh, the show begins. Furina's eyes lit up instantly. She sprang up from the crate. She carefully adjusted her hat and skirt, cleared her throat, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation, ready to commence her perfect performance. This was the only chance, the first meeting with the protagonist. It had to be flawless. She calculated Luffy's running route, and with a perfectly graceful posture stood on the port path he was about to pass. She spread her arms as if welcoming a hero about to take the stage. Her face formed the most solemn, most sacred, yet warmly perfect smile, ready to deliver the long-prepared line with her most resonant voice. Now, the gears of fate begin to turn. O chosen youth, you have finally arrived before my stage. Yet her words had scarcely left her lips when Luffy's voice swept past her ear like a gale. The boy sprinting ahead wore an iconic straw hat and bore a carefree, untroubled grin. His rubber-like body stretched and recoiled with astonishing speed as he bounced between the towering port buildings. He did not even glance at her, nor notice her resplendent presence. With one rubbery arm, he seized a distant mast, swung his body forward in a sudden acrobatic arc, and shot straight over Fina's head with a sharp whistling rush. Oh! A piercing shriek followed, and right behind Luffy came Kobe, a diminutive boy with pink hair and spectacles who, propelled by momentum and unable to halt, nearly collided headlong into Fina's arm. Caught completely off guard, Fina flinched. Her foot struck a loose stone. In thud, heavy muffled thud echoed. Our water god stumbled over that modest stone and tumbled headlong onto the rigid wooden crate where she had just been seated. The crate splintered instantly with a grating, brittle crack. Fina vanished beneath a cascade of shattered timber, leaving only her feet flailing helplessly in midair. In silence descended upon the entire harbor. Not a whisper stirred, not even from Luffy, still in pursuit, or the navy officers chasing him. Zoro's katana Wado Ikemanji clattered to the ground. He didn't even stoop to retrieve it. His emerald eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaping open, frozen wide for what felt like an eternity. And meanwhile, Luffy had already vaulted aboard a commandeered speedboat. Scratching his head, he glanced back, and saw Fina clutching her skull, seated on the ground with an expression of raw pain. And sorry. Luffy's voice carried a guileless, innocent apology. Did my friend bump into you? I'll apologize for him. Then, spotting the navy officers panting and scrambling ashore, he pivoted sharply and shouted down to Kobe, still sprawled on the dock. Kobe, hurry aboard. We're making our escape. Fina clutched her throbbing scalp, dazed and disoriented, stars dancing before her eyes. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain, she slowly pushed herself upright. Her tiny top hat had tilted askew, her meticulously styled hair was utterly disheveled, damp strands clinging to her forehead. Her flawless smile had frozen, rigid, unnatural. In her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red. One reflected sheer agony, the other pure bewilderment. The script? In my opening scene. In 2 days' worth of meticulously rehearsed, dazzling dialogue, Naviri nuance of character design, lighting, and staging, and all gone. Just like that. Why you? Trembling fingers pointed first toward the straw-hatted boy aboard the distant vessel, then toward Kobe, who scrambled frantically up the gangplank. Her lips quivered with incandescent fury. A nameless rage blazed fiercely within her chest, threatening to consume her entirely. Unforgivable. How dare you ignore me? Zoro watched Fina's tousled hair, and those shimmering, tear-brightened heterochromatic eyes, anger and wounded pride mingling, and suddenly found himself thinking this haughty, seemingly invincible water god might just be a little endearing. Tension hung thick over the harbor, yet laced with absurdity. Startled by Fina's aggrieved cry, Luffy had already leapt onto the Navy's impounded speedboat. He scratched his head, peering at Fina still seated on the shore, cradling her head, trembling with fury, and offered an awkward, sheepish remark, "And hey, are you okay?" She looked absolutely furious. In beside him, Kobe gripped the boat's mast, pale-faced and shaken, murmuring in, "Mr. Luffy, did we just commit a terrible blunder? That woman, she's terrifying. And that collision had surely ranked among the gravest transgressions of his young life. And probably, ha." Luffy laughed heartily, utterly oblivious to the magnitude of his offense, until his laughter died abruptly. For there stood the man he'd dubbed green-haired old man, now fixing him with a glare sharp enough to cleave flesh. "Kid," and Zoro spoke slowly, his voice low and taut, as if each word were forced through clenched teeth. "When you knock someone down, don't you owe them an apology?" Watching Fina's bedraggled state, a strange surge of irritation and indignation rose within him. And he knew Fina was unconventional, but that granted no license for such brazen disrespect. "Huh, yeah, sure," Luffy replied, disarmingly innocent, wholly unaware of his misstep. "Did you know she rehearsed for 2 full days just to meet you here?" Zoro's tone grew heavier. Rehearsed? For what? Some kind of play?" Luffy's curiosity flared. He adored spectacle above all else. "Do you even know who she is?" Zoro's voice held a curious, layered inflection. Nope, but she's stunning." And she let out the loudest scream I've ever heard. So impressive. And Luffy's attention always fixated on the most delightfully unexpected details. And Zoro drew a deep, steadying breath, the last vestiges of his patience evaporating before his eyes. Conversing with this straw-hatted boy felt more exhausting than speaking with the delightfully unhinged Fina herself. At least Fina's mad ramblings possessed a certain internal logic. "Listen closely, kid." And Zoro stepped forward, hands settling firmly upon his sword hilt, his voice icy and edged with unmistakable threat. "I don't care who you are, or where you're bound. Go to her, now, and apologize. Or I cannot guarantee your head won't be crushed by the crab she's just summoned." Crab. Wow, cool. And Luffy's eyes sparkled like constellations. He was instantly captivated by this extraordinary ability. He even leaned forward, trying to peer past Zoro's broad frame to examine the translucent crustacean more closely. At that moment, Fina regained her composure. She was a consummate director, an actor. How could a minor mishap shatter her resolve? And absolutely not. When actors deviate from the script, it's called improvisation. Yes, improvisation. It tested a director's adaptability and quick-witted command under pressure, more than any scripted rehearsal ever could. That realization instantly dissolved her anger. And even better, her humiliating tumble lent her performance an unexpected authenticity, a grounded human warmth. She straightened her askew top hat with delicate fingers, smoothed dust from her skirts, and reasserted her regal, elegant bearing. Confidence reignited in her heterochromatic gaze. "It matters not, my knight." She waved gently toward Zoro, her voice soft and unruffled, as though the collision had never occurred. A minor stage mishap only heightens dramatic realism and charm. After all, protagonists are defined by their unpredictability. It magnifies their singular allure. As director, I embrace and honor his improvisation. With poised grace, she advanced one step forward, her gaze locking precisely upon the straw-hatted youth aboard the vessel, still studying her with unabashed curiosity. Luffy. She even calmly smoothed a few stray damp strands of hair behind her ear, instantly reasserting an aura impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, Luffy's gaze was utterly captivated by 3 water elemental beings that had materialized beside her. Mademoiselle Nouvelette, the seahorse Marquis, Obvious the octopus, and Mademoiselle Craboletta, the armored crab. They hovered gracefully around Furina, shimmering with liquid light. "Whoa. Shug." Luffy pointed at them in pure exhilaration, eyes wide as Saucer's mouth agape enough to swallow an apple whole. What are these? So amazing. How did you do it? You're incredible. Will you join my crew? A rapid-fire barrage of exclamations and blunt, heartfelt invitations instantly drowned out Furina's meticulously prepared second script for guiding the encounter. She had expected Luffy to first inquire about her identity, or perhaps question her abilities, yet instead this protagonist operated with astonishing, unfiltered directness. Huh. Furina froze, her heterochromatic eyes flashing with genuine astonishment. He'd invited her outright. Wasn't there supposed to be some ritual? A display of royal charisma perhaps, a fiery impassioned speech, or a dialogue steeped in philosophical depth. This bore no resemblance whatsoever to the first meeting script she'd envisioned for a true protagonist. Will you join my crew? Luffy asked again, his face radiant with unadulterated anticipation, his dark eyes gleaming with fervent longing for a new comrade. Furina gazed into those clear, guileless eyes, and felt the singular, unwavering charm of his childlike sincerity. In that moment she realized this protagonist might well prove far more intriguing than she'd imagined. Perhaps this was the very allure of improvisation. A faint knowing smile, equal parts triumphant and wry, curved her lips. Since the script had already derailed, why not ride the current? Unexpected delights might yet await. Agreed. She nodded, her tone imbued with solemnity. But I have conditions. What conditions? As long as there's meat. Luffy replied without hesitation, the word food ever his compass. First. Furina raised her slender index finger toward the blazing sun overhead, her voice swelling once more, resonant, commanding, and piercing. From this day forth our pirate crew shall officially bear the name Straw Hat Grand Theater Company, and my Salon Members shall become its honored guest audience. Awesome. Sounds impressive, Straw Hat Grand Theater Company. Luffy accepted instantly, his eyes alight with unrestrained excitement. He thought the name utterly cool. Second. She extended her second finger pointing directly at Luffy, her azure and wine-red eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. You are the lead actor of the Straw Hat Grand Theater Company, and I your chief director and leading lady. This means every action must follow my direction, drama's highest perfection being our supreme objective. Everyone must comply with my performance. Director, what does that do? Is it edible? Luffy asked again, his expression thoroughly bewildered. We'll clarify that later. A bead of cold sweat slid down Furina's temple. She realized her lead actor's comprehension skills were uniquely challenged. In short, you obey me. Third. She raised her third finger, gesturing toward Zoro, who stood nearby, having long since abandoned thought and now strained silently to suppress his rising fury. Hirorinoa, Zoro must join our theater company as our chief swordsman. He is our martial pillar and our charismatic centerpiece. No problem, Luffy declared, turning instantly to Zoro with a broad grin. Green-haired guy, come on board too. Join our Straw Hat Grand Theater Company. Who's guy? Zoro roared, veins pulsing violently across his forehead, the title an outright affront to his dignity. Yet when he met Furina's heterochromatic gaze, sharp with silent, unmistakable warning, and saw Mademoiselle Crabaletta clicking her massive pincers threateningly beside her, he wisely chose silence. Excellent. Luffy clapped his hands together, his smile radiant as summer sunlight. Then, the Straw Hat Theater Company is officially founded. The Straw Hat Grand Theater Company. Furina corrected immediately, her devotion to artistic precision absolute. All right, Straw Hat Grand Theater Company. Luffy repeated cheerfully, though he likely retained little of it. On shore, the Marines pursuing Luffy and Kobe stood frozen, like statues, motionless and slack-jawed. They stared blankly at one another, faces etched with shock and bewilderment. Sir, are we still chasing them? One Marine whispered timidly, voice trembling. Chase what? The Marine officer slammed his fist onto the subordinate's helmet, bellowing in exasperation. That woman could obliterate us all with a single fingertip. Didn't you see Commodore Morgan lying unconscious in the infirmary? Hurry, report to headquarters. The bounty hunter, Zoro, and the enigmatic water god, Furina, have allied with the Straw Hat Boy. Issue new bounty posters, immediately, listing their titles and abilities. For the townsfolk and Marines of Shell's Town, the following days were sheer torment. The newly formed Straw Hat Grand Theater Company did not depart, but instead transformed the town into their open-air rehearsal ground. Lead actor, sir. Furina stood arms akimbo in the town square, directing Luffy, who was heading toward the restaurant in search of meat, her voice ringing clear and authoritative. Luffy halted, scratching his head with a grimace. But Captain, I'm starving. This is art, and art demands sacrifice. Furina declared with righteous fervor. As the protagonist, you must always uphold your image. Now, follow my command. Chin high, chest proud, gaze lifted 45 degrees toward the heavens. Embody boundless hope for the future. Luffy complied, only to inhale the irresistible aroma drifting from a nearby barbecue stall, causing an involuntary stream of saliva to escape. Sigh. Furina pressed her palm to her forehead, feeling the profound exhaustion of a director stretched beyond endurance. Elsewhere, Zoro leaned against a wall, napping, until a colossal armored crab gently tapped him with a pincer. Click. Zoro snapped awake. only to lock eyes with Furina's silent, unmistakable threat, "Slack off again, and I'll loosen your joints." He rose reluctantly. "Martial Pillar, your stance is incorrect." Furina pivoted her critique toward him. "You must stand precisely 3 paces behind the protagonist, arms crossed, gaze stern and aloof, projecting the essence of, I may be supporting cast, but I am formidable." "Annoying woman," Zoro muttered under his breath, but complied nonetheless. The townsfolk peered from behind their windows, whispering among themselves as the 3 peculiar figures enacted their daily theatrical absurdities. Are they pirates, or a traveling circus? No one knows, but they're far more entertaining than Captain Morgan ever was. Shortly after the Straw Hat Theater troupe had reigned over the town for several days, their wanted posters finally arrived. A nervous Navy recruit clutched a fresh stack of wanted posters and a bucket of paste approaching the bulletin board. But the moment he withdrew his brush, a clear, commanding female voice rang out from nearby. "Hold. Let actor, your stride, your gaze, that expression. You've just unearthed a legendary treasure, not stumbled upon lunch." The soldier froze mid-motion, his neck cracking audibly as he turned. There stood Furina, hands on her hips, delivering her customary performance critique to Luffy. Luffy wore the dazed, hollow-eyed look of someone who had forgotten his own name, whereabouts, and urgent need for meat. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned against a distant wall, eyes closed, as if his soul had already departed. The soldier hadn't expected to encounter the fugitives themselves. Weren't they supposed to be feasting lavishly somewhere on the island? Why were they rehearsing here? With a loud clang, the paste bucket crashed to the ground, splattering white sludge across the cobblestones. The posters slipped from his grasp and scattered into the sea breeze, fluttering wildly through the air. The soldier himself bolted like a man whose backside had burst into flame, vanishing around the nearest street corner without a backward glance. Just as Furina prepared to resume her artistic instruction, a single sheet drifted gently onto her face. She plucked it off with mild irritation, only for another to land precisely at Luffy's feet. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he read its contents, his eyes bulged wide, and his grin stretched ear to ear. "Wah!" A deafening cry of elation startled even Zoro into opening his eyes. Luffy thrust the poster high overhead. The image showed his grinning face, captured with reasonable clarity, though undeniably foolish. There, vivid and unmistakable upon the parchment, were Luffy's trademark grin, Zoro's stern visage, and Furina's opulent, haughty countenance. Straw Hat Theater Troupe, Monkey D. Luffy, Bounty 500 berries. Luffy snatched his own poster, eyes blazing with exhilaration, mouth stretching impossibly wide. "Wow, 5 million. Zoro, look, I've got a bounty now." Straw Hat Theater Troupe, Rorinoa Zoro, Bounty 100 berries. Zoro glanced once, then dismissed it with a disinterested grunt. Furina, however, elegantly retrieved the largest poster, its portrait exquisitely rendered, capturing her regal flamboyance and imperious grace in full measure. "Furina, Bounty 150 berries." She smiled, satisfied, her fingertips tracing her name and that newly minted title with quiet reverence. Excellent. My recognition is rising steadily, and my strength has recovered significantly." Luffy leaned in for a closer look and promptly frowned. Hey, why's your bounty higher than mine? I'm the lead actor." "Foolish lead actor." Furina tapped his forehead lightly with her knuckles. "A director's worth naturally eclipses that of every performer. After all, wasn't it I who discovered your latent potential?" "Probably because you dismantled Morgan in a single move," Zoro remarked dryly from the side. After the commotion settled, Furina composed herself anew, carefully folding her poster and tucking it into her bodice. She drew a deep breath and stepped onto the plaza's stone steps, as though ascending the center stage beneath a celestial spotlight. "Then let us declare the first act. First encounter in formation, officially concluded." With a sweeping, commanding gesture, like a general marshalling legions, her voice soared across the entire town of Shell's Town. "Set sail, all actors of the Straw Hat Theater Troupe. Our destination, the Grand Line. To seek ever more fascinating characters, and to script ever more dazzling narratives." Her impassioned proclamation echoed across the salt-laced air. Villagers leaned from their windows, watching this woman whose vitality never waned. Zoro stood leaning against the wall, 3 swords cradled in his arms, waiting patiently until her fervor subsided, then sighed slowly. "Director-san, we don't even own a proper ship." Luffy rubbed his belly, adding weakly, "Director-san, we spent all our money these past few days. We don't even know where our next meal will come from." Furina paused, silence hanging in the air, then delicately pressed 2 fingers to her temple, a flicker of weary resignation crossing her features, before her confident smile returned brighter than before. Indeed, constructing a stage inevitably confronts one with pragmatic challenges. Yet precisely this proves our troupe is destined to become an epic, a saga woven from trials and triumphs alike. And I relish such dramatic tension above all else." Clapping her gloved hands once, she declared with renewed vigor, "Now, let us procure new props, a suitably majestic vessel, and sufficient production funds to carry us through the next act." At Shell's Town's harbor, Furina, employing both her singular theatrical authority and unfathomable prowess, borrowed a compact yet impeccably crafted sloop from the Navy. Though modest in size, the vessel boasted a reinforced hull and fully rigged sails, more than adequate for their immediate voyage. Simultaneously, she requisitioned Morgan's ill-gotten gains, including confiscated treasures and the immensely valuable beast core harvested from a Sea King, as the official launch capital for the Straw Hat Theater troupe. Luffy voiced no objection. His sole concern remained the availability of meat. Zoro, though privately dismayed by Furina's brigand-like methods, conceded that the solution was timely and effective. Thus, under Furina's visionary direction and Zoro's dual role as chief swordsman and indispensable laborer, the Straw Hat Theater troupe at last set sail, steering toward the boundless ocean guided by Furina's water divination. Yet on the third day at sea, a stark pressing question descended upon their small vessel like a gathering storm. Say, exactly where are we? This stretch of ocean doesn't even have a single navigational marker. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing holding a crude sea chart he had somehow acquired, his brows knitted tightly together. The chart flapped noisily in the sea breeze, yet offered him no useful guidance. He gazed across the boundless, monotonously azure expanse of ocean. No seabirds in sight, not even the faintest silhouette of an island on the horizon. That fathomless sea stretched endlessly as if without beginning or end. Meanwhile, Luffy lay listlessly sprawled across the deck in a sprawling X shape, like a lifeless puddle of mud. His signature straw hat tilted askew, his face pale, he clutched his hollow stomach and emitted feeble plaintive cries. I'm starving. Furina, do we have any meat left? Silence, lead actor. Furina's voice rang out from the bow, sharp, commanding, unwavering. Her heterochromatic eyes gleamed with unyielding devotion to discipline. Rations are strictly measured. Per the script, this is the designated hunger trial phase. No overeating until we locate our next supply point. Otherwise, your burst strength in upcoming scenes will be compromised. Furina stood tall at the bow, facing the vast open sea. Her slender right hand rested on her hip, her left cradled a crystalline sphere of condensed water, slowly rotating in her palm, reflecting her intense, solemn expression. By observing the flow patterns of aqueous energy, listening to the deep breath of the ocean, sensing the call from the abyssal depths, I, Furina, water god, now divine, through hydrology. This potent narrative resonance guides us. Yes, it signifies a path rich in wealth and adventure, heralding imminent, dramatic events. Just there. She snapped, her eyes wide open, her azure and wine-red irises blazing with resolve, her slender finger pointing decisively toward the northeast. That way. All troop members, full speed ahead. I sense an overwhelming narrative omen. Zoro's face was etched with profound skepticism. Recalling the past 3 days, he couldn't help but grumble. Are you certain, director? You've pointed in the wrong direction 8 times already. Yesterday you confidently declared a seaweed-covered reef to be the legendary treasure island concealing ruins of a lost civilization, and nearly capsized the ship. That was merely location scouting. Furina's cheeks flushed faintly as she stamped her foot in flustered indignation, raising her voice to mask her embarrassment. It was a test of the vessel's durability and your actors' improvisational capacity. This is a specialized directorial technique. This time is absolutely correct. I feel an unprecedented narrative resonance. A pivotal character or event awaits us ahead, a summons from fate itself. At the word event, Luffy instantly sprang upright from the deck, his eyes lighting up with sudden electric vitality. He slammed his palm onto the planks and shouted exhilarated, oh, a new adventure. Something fun is coming. Let's go, let's go. Furina, you're incredible. Zoro sighed, deeply weary beyond words. His eyebrows seemed ready to knot themselves into a permanent tangle. Gazing into Furina's eyes brimming with unshakable confidence and Luffy's guileless radiant excitement, he ultimately chose, whether willingly or by necessity, to trust her. Shaking his head resignedly, he rose and strode toward the helm to adjust the sails. Ever since this woman assumed the role of director, he, the chief swordsman, had been reduced entirely to sole manual laborer and universal utility man. Meanwhile, Luffy, the lead actor, did little beyond eating and sleeping, occasionally unleashing his abilities. Furina, the director, spent each day immersed in her cryptic hydro divination and script extrapolation. This pirate crew would surely collapse before long. He even began to wonder whether his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman might dissolve into ridicule within this Straw Hat Grand Theater. Under Furina's resolute, artistically charged command, the small sailboat pressed onward toward the northeast for nearly half a day. The sun sank low, staining the sea from azure to deep somber emerald. Gradually the wind faded. The sails drooped limply, the vessel's pace slowed, then halted entirely upon the glassy surface. The surrounding air grew damp and oppressive, heavy as lead, making every breath feel labored. The sea lay perfectly still, a colossal mirror reflecting the leaden sky, its eerie calm suffocating, unnerving. Hey, something's off. Zoro's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze turned keen, vigilant. His hand closed firmly around the hilt of his sword, sensing the ominous stillness in the air. Furina paused, startled. Her expression flickered with disbelief before she forced composure. Hastily she summoned another water sphere. This time it hung heavily in her palm, turbulent and unstable. Within it currents churned violently, like molten lava, emitting an unprecedented warning. Strange. The aqueous energy flows chaotically. This immense life force signature, is it? Her voice held uncertainty tension, and above all exhilarated anticipation for the unknown plot development. Before she could finish speaking, the mirror-smooth sea erupted, as if struck by a falling meteor, with a thunderous boom. A monstrous grotesque shadow surged upward from the depths, thrusting forth a colossal mountainous skull, tens of times larger than their tiny vessel, accompanied by a deafening roar, torrents of mist, and a reek of brine and decay. Its eyes glowed like lanterns burning with bloodlust, its jaws bristled with jagged razor-sharp fangs, gazing upon their toy-like ship with the curious greedy scrutiny of a predator eyeing dessert. A colossal sea king, its mere visible tip dwarfing hope itself. Waya! Luffy and Zoro screamed in unison, terrified yet electrified with thrill. Whoa, what a huge fish! Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with starlight, brimming with curiosity and exhilaration at the sight of this colossal creature. Yet in the next breath his expression twisted into sheer terror. It looks like it's going to devour us. No kidding. Zoro roared, his face etched with exasperation. His twin blades were already drawn, their cold razor-sharp edges glinting ominously in the sea breeze, while beads of sweat traced paths down his temples. Furina too recoiled in shock at the sudden emergence of this gargantuan leviathan. Its massive skull and bloodthirsty gaze bleached the delicate hue from her porcelain complexion, leaving her lips utterly drained of color. Her heart hammered violently within her chest, as though striving to shatter its confines. Yet as chief director and lead performer of the Straw Hat Grand Theater, and once the revered water god, she could never falter in crisis. She drew a deep, steadying breath, striving to quell the tremor within. Clearing her throat, her voice, though taut with tension, was deliberately sharpened into an unassailable command. Ahem. Stay calm, lead performer and chief swordsman. She planted her hands firmly on her hips and lifted her chin with regal pride, her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, blazed with unwavering resolve. Pointing boldly at the monstrous sea beast looming before them, she declared aloud, as if issuing the final cue to her troop, "This is the first trial scripted for us by destiny. It is a golden opportunity to showcase the strength and courage of our Straw Hat Grand Theater. Treat it as the guardian boss of our opening act. It is merely a formidable supporting character, designed solely to magnify the brilliance of our protagonists. But this boss is way too huge." Luffy bellowed, his voice raw from shouting. The Leviathan, seemingly enraged by the clamor of these insignificant humans, flashed a cruel, bestial gleam in its enormous lantern-like eyes, then gaped open, a maw wide enough to swallow a warship whole, revealing rows of jagged, glistening fangs as it lunged downward with crushing force upon their tiny vessel. A fetid, salt-laced gale slammed into them like a physical wall, thick with the stench of brine and blood, engulfing the entire ship in an instant. Its colossal shadow swallowed the vessel whole. Oh, death in that moment became terrifyingly tangible, suffocating, inescapable. We're done for. Zoro's heart sank. Gripping his blades tighter, he braced for a final stand. He knew full well their fragile craft stood no chance against such a cataclysmic blow. Gomu Gomu. Luffy had already launched himself forward, arms stretching backward like coiled springs, every muscle taut with explosive potential. Rocket cannon. Boom. His fist struck the Leviathan's hardest tooth with thunderous impact. Yet the result was devastatingly futile. His blow only forced the beast's colossal jaws to close slightly. A muffled thud barely audible beneath the roar of the sea. Then nothing more. Damn it. It's completely useless. Luffy cried out desperately midair, overwhelmed by a despair unlike any he'd ever known. At that hairbreadth moment, when death's shadow loomed mere inches away, Furina took a sharp, decisive breath. A flash of ironclad determination ignited in her eyes, and a power hitherto dormant surged awake within her. Honestly, must I, the director herself, step onto the stage to rescue my lead performer and chief swordsman? This was never part of my script. She thrust both arms high above her head, palms upturned, and light blazed forth from her being like kindling catching fire. All performers, attention. Silence falls across the theater. Now, behold the solo performance of Chief Director Furina. Her voice rang with newfound confidence and sovereign authority, as though she truly stood center stage before a rapt global audience. Curtain, rise. At the very instant the Leviathan's maw closed in to obliterate all, a radiant crystalline torrent of pure water erupted from Furina's slender frame, brighter than the most luminous star in the cosmos. The radiance was not blinding but suffused with a soft, resilient sapphire hue, enveloping her entirely in its tranquil yet unyielding glow. Then countless translucent bubbles, like living sprites breathed into existence, surged upward from beneath her feet. They swelled rapidly, merging seamlessly until they formed a vast, flawless, transparent dome. This dome resembled a colossal soap bubble, yet possessed the unbreakable solidity of flawless crystal. At the last possible second it sealed the entire vessel, and everyone aboard, within its perfect, impenetrable embrace. Kaorikeoum. The Leviathan's steel-shattering teeth crashed against the aqueous dome with unimaginable force. The resilient sphere shuddered violently, its surface rippling outward in concentric waves like disturbed water, while internal currents surged and reconfigured at lightning speed, hissing and surging with the sound of churning tides under unbearable pressure. It held. Zoro's emerald eyes widened in disbelief. Staring up at that transparent, unyielding ceiling, he felt his entire worldview shift anew. He had witnessed defenses hard as tempered steel, but never one so supple, so profoundly powerful, woven from water alone. Whoa, so pretty. Luffy's attention remained delightfully singular, his eyes shimmered with childlike wonder, and he reached out instinctively, trying to touch that dazzling, untouchable wall of liquid glass hovering just beyond his fingertips. Phew, that was close. Furina exhaled, feeling a fierce backlash drain a significant portion of her remaining energy. Sustaining such a vast aqueous barrier taxed her depleted reserves severely. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her brow, and a faint pallor tinged her cheeks. Yet the moment she sensed the surge of awe and reverence, the palpable audience attention, flowing from her two stunned performers, her spirit reignited. All performers, attention. She planted her hands on her hips and called out sharply to the two still frozen in astonishment, her voice resonating with absolute directorial command. Your stage is set. The lighting, sunlight, is ready. The set, the comm belt, is prepared. Now, it is your turn to perform. This is the perfect climax. With a graceful flick of her wrist, two shimmering crystalline platforms rose smoothly from the dome's surface, each gleaming like polished sapphire. They now stood face to face with those immense, ancient eyes. Luffy, you're the protagonist. Channel the commanding presence befitting a hero, strike its eyes. That is its most vulnerable point, and the one most certain to stir the audience's emotions. Zoro, as our chief swordsman, your duty is to restrain and deliver decisive cuts. Display the awe-inspiring might of your three-sword style. Your blade must gleam with both ferocity and grace. Only then will the crowd erupt in thunderous applause. And I, Furina, your director and lead actress, shall provide flawless stage support from the rear. She lifted her chin with regal pride, her expression radiating unshakable confidence. At that moment, her three water elemental companions, the Salon Members, reappeared: the plump seahorse Madame Nouvellette, the elegant octopus Lord Obvious, and the imposing armored crab Mademoiselle Crabaletta. This time their forms had swelled several times larger than before, their aqueous luminescence blazing with renewed vitality, as if infused with fresh life force. Mademoiselle Crabaletta charged forth like an intrepid warrior, her colossal pincers clamping fiercely onto the Sea King's jaw with astonishing strength, prying open its massive maw just as it began to close, holding it wide against all resistance. Lord Obvious, graceful and precise, lashed out with countless watery whips, supple yet unyielding, swiftly coiling around the Sea King's body and anchoring its immense frame motionless in place. Meanwhile, Madame Nouvellette, under Furina's command, hovered along the rim of the aqueous dome, steadily gathering potent hydro energy for long-range support. Oh ho ho ho, I'm fired up. Luffy's battle spirit ignited, instantly stoked by the electrifying atmosphere. He pushed off powerfully from the water platform, with both feet launching himself like a cannonball toward the Sea King's eye, his gaze alight with exhilaration. Goma Gomu no Gatling gun. His fists rained down in rapid succession, each strike bearing tremendous kinetic force, hammering relentlessly upon the Sea King's fragile eye. Now this is interesting. Zoro grinned fiercely, sensing an unprecedented challenge, and thrill surging through his veins. With all three swords drawn, he channeled his full strength into their blades, then driving hard with his legs, he shot forward like a phantom, aiming straight for the Sea King's other colossal eye. Santoriu Onigiri. Thus began a breathtaking spectacle, a mortal duel against a Leviathan, staged upon the windless sea's natural amphitheater, masterfully orchestrated by Furina, the consummate director. The battle raged for nearly half an hour. Violent fluctuations of energy pulsed within the aqueous dome, punctuated by the Sea King's roars and the defiant shouts of Luffy and Zoro. Furina stood at the dome's center like a true battlefield conductor, calm, composed, issuing commands with unwavering clarity, her voice imbued with an artist's devotion to perfection. Luffy, grimace more intensely. Convey the pent-up fury burning within you. Facial close-ups are vital. Zoro, amplify your movements. When you spin, make it elegant. Imbue every motion with cinematic presence. Only then can you manifest the swordsman's sublime fusion of grace and power. Madame Nouvellette, prepare the water cannon. Aim for its gills. 3, 2, 1, fire. Obeying Furina's command, Madame Nouvellette unleashed a high-pressure water jet from her mouth, laser-precise, striking the Sea King's gills, its most delicate vulnerability. The torrential impact inflicted secondary damage, sending waves of agony through the beast, Its colossal form thrashed violently in the water as deafening roars tore from its throat. Though Luffy and Zoro found Furina's directorial directives utterly absurd, they could not deny that under her exacting guidance and formidable assistance, this seemingly impossible battle unfolded with astonishing reciprocity. Despite its immense size, the Sea King moved with sluggish clumsiness beneath Furina's hydrokinetic control, utterly defenseless, reduced to enduring relentless assault. Now deliver the final blow. Make it dazzling. Make it monumental. This is the triumphant crescendo, the apotheosis of the finale. Furina seized the decisive moment, her voice soaring with commanding fervor. Oh! Without hesitation, Luffy stretched both arms to their absolute limit, twin cables of resilient rubber, wrapping them tightly around the Sea King's gargantuan neck before yanking inward with explosive force. His muscles swelled, tendons standing out like braided steel, locking the Leviathan's massive head in an iron grip. Gomu Gomu no big tornado, he roared, and hurled the Sea King's colossal cranium into a blinding aerial whirlwind, centrifugal force wrenching agonized cries from the wounded titan. Zoro fused his three blades into a single weapon, channeling his entire being into its edge, then became a vortex of emerald wind, carving a razor-sharp, unrelenting arc through the air. That slash cleaved through all resistance, unstoppable, inevitable, hurtling straight for the Sea King's rotating neck. Santorio Ugi Sanzen Sekai. Boom! Under the synchronized impact of their ultimate techniques, the Sea King, already grievously wounded and immobilized within the aqueous dome, let loose a final desolate wail. Its colossal head was severed clean, erupting skyward in a crimson geyser, its titanic corpse crashing down with cataclysmic force, unleashing towering waves across the tranquil sea. The vast aqueous dome, having fulfilled its role as stage and shield, dissolved silently into shimmering droplets, its mission complete. Huff, huff. Exhausted and drenched, Luffy and Zoro collapsed into ragged breaths, gently lowered back aboard ship by the remnants of Furina's aqueous cushion. We did it. Luffy dropped onto the deck, his face flushed with exhilaration and fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with the pure radiant light of triumph. What a preposterous monster. Zoro slumped onto the deck, his twin blades planted upright in the wood, barely propping up his weary frame. Though weariness shadowed his features, his gaze burned with deep, unadulterated satisfaction, the kind born only from facing one of the fiercest adversaries of his life. Bravo! Furina clapped vigorously, her smile radiant and brimming with profound artistic fulfillment. An outstanding performance from both actors. Flawless synergy, masterful execution, truly embodying the indomitable strength and courage expected of the protagonist and the chief swordsman. As a reward, she snapped her fingers, whereupon Lord Obvious deftly extended a tentacle into the Sea King's colossal carcass and retrieved a luminous crystalline object gleaming with inner fire. It pulsed with potent energy, an unmistakably rare and extraordinary artifact. This is the Sea King's beast core, a reservoir of refined essence, a treasure beyond price. We can exchange it for a fortune. This shall be the first grand capital fund for our Straw Hat Grand Theater troupe. Furina's voice shimmered with palpable avarice. Zoro's eyes lit up instantly. Fixated on the core, his gaze glittered with visions of gold coins and fine rum. How many bottles of premium rum could this buy? Luffy pointed eagerly at the mountainous corpse, drool pooling at his lips, his eyes ablaze with singular hunger. Can we eat this? How many days' worth? Furina stared at her two incorrigible performers and sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead in resigned exasperation. She knew full well these two would never align their priorities with her artistic vision. Eat as much as you can stomach, she retorted, though a faint affectionate smile tugged at her lips. These were her actors, authentic, endearing, irreplaceable. Now, celebration time. Furina raised both hands, high voice ringing with jubilant authority. All cast members, to our troupe's inaugural triumph, cheers. This crisis yielded not only precious spoils, but also a significant restoration of Furina's power and a deeper mutual understanding of each other's formidable capabilities between Luffy and Zoro. Thus the drama concluded with resounding, harmonious resolution. After feasting upon a sumptuous Sea King roast, most devoured by Luffy's bottomless appetite, a few choice cuts snatched by Zoro, and Furina sampling only a few delicate slices, modestly declaring it experiential immersion, the Straw Hat Grand Theater troupe's vessel set sail once more, guided by Furina's delightfully unreliable hydro-scrying, drifting ever deeper into the boundless azure expanse. Life aboard the ship had grown markedly more harmonious since the battle against the Sea Kings. Luffy remained his carefree self, the ever-hungry, perpetually drowsy protagonist. Meanwhile, Furina continued fulfilling her role as director, daily poring over her aquascript, meticulously charting narrative trajectories, and occasionally assigning Luffy and Zoro impromptu role-playing tasks that left them equal parts exasperated and amused. Director, where exactly are we headed? How much longer until we spot land? Luffy asked, lazily sprawled across the deck with a round, contented belly. His deep black eyes gazed upward at the azure sky, searching for something unseen. Patience, protagonist. A true hero must possess unwavering resolve. Furina sat serenely at the bow of the water sphere in her palm, rotating slowly, her expression deliberately enigmatic. According to the script's precise narrative arc, new events and new characters will soon unfold. A fresh chapter awaits, brimming with rising tension and dramatic climax. Zoro sat cross-legged at the stern, eyes gently closed, hand resting upon Wado Ikamanji. So still he seemed detached from the world around him. Yet his keen hearing caught every theatrical flourish of Furina's words, though he had long since grown immune to her director theory, treating it as mere background noise, provided she spared him from absurd role-play assignments. Suddenly Luffy's eyes lit up. He sprang upright from the deck and pointed eagerly toward the horizon. Hey, look, 3 people flailing in the water. They're in trouble. The crew followed his gaze to see 3 men clad in garish pirate attire clinging desperately to a splintered plank, their faces etched with despair as they screamed for salvation. Their vessel had clearly sunk, leaving only this fragile raft as their lifeline. Help us! Our ship sank. Someone save us! Save us! Kind souls, save us! Their voices cracked with raw, trembling hope. Let's pull them aboard, Luffy declared without hesitation, his innocent face radiating compassion for the vulnerable. Wait! Zoro raised a hand, halting him. His brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of wariness gleamed in his emerald eyes, his instincts whispering these men were no ordinary castaways. Look closely. Those 3 are pirates, he said, gesturing toward the tattered but unmistakable Jolly Roger stitched onto their ragged coats. Pirates! Upon hearing this, Furina turned her gaze toward the drowning trio. Her heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire, one burgundy, glinted with predatory acuity like a hunter locking onto prey. Her mental script surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly aligning with reality. 3 minor clowns from the buggy pirates. This indeed promised intrigue. A mischievous, knowing smile curved her lips, a look of exquisite control over unfolding drama. Pirates are far more entertaining. These self-delivered fools will add rich texture to our narrative and amplify our troops' visibility and dramatic resonance. Furina planted her hands on her hips and swept an imperious arm through the air. Attention, all performers. This is the director's command, rescue them. At Furina's decree, Luffy instantly dismissed Zoro's warning. He stretched his rubbery arm like a fishing net and effortlessly hauled the 3 bedraggled men one by one onto the deck. Gasping and retching salt water, the trio collapsed onto the planks, spent and shivering after their near drowning. But when they lifted their heads and beheld Furina standing before them in her opulent gown, ethereal as a celestial maiden, their eyes widened in stunned fixation. Desperation vanished, replaced by lecherous greed. She's absolutely stunning. Boss, we've struck gold. This woman's worth more than any treasure hoard. They exchanged glances, identical intent blazing in each pair of eyes. Seizing the moment while Luffy and Zoro looked away, they drew knives from their belts, cold steel flashing under the sun, as they encircled the 3 aboard with vicious intent. Ha ha ha, you miserable wretches just stumbled into our hands today. The scarred leader bared a cruel grin, his rasping voice thick with triumph. We serve none other than the legendary Captain Buggy himself. Hand over your ship and all your riches, without resistance. And you. He jabbed his chipped blade toward Furina, his gaze burning with naked lust. Come with us. Serve Captain Buggy well, and perhaps we'll let you live. Oh, Furina did not flinch, not even a tremor. Instead, she studied them with genuine fascination, her mismatched eyes gleaming like those of a connoisseur appraising fine art. A faint mocking smile touched her lips, playful, incisive. Your lines are classic, boasting the arrogance and folly of every archetypal villain. Your expressions are flawless, perfectly capturing the petty greed and base desire of minor antagonists. Excellent work. As supporting villains, your performance possesses genuine artistic tension. She even offered a thoughtful critique. What nonsense is this woman spouting? Who cares? Grab her first. That kind of beauty will surely please the boss. Roaring, they charged forward, blades raised, convinced she was bluffing. You want to steal my director? Did you ask the protagonist first? Luffy clenched his fists, fury igniting across his face at their insolence. Even scum like you dare seek death. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, his icy gaze sharpening, danger coiling around him like storm-warmed air. Stand down. Furina extended a slender hand, gently barring both. Her smile remained, wry poised, utterly assured. To have our lead actor and chief swordsman intervene against such low-tier caricatures would diminish our troops' artistic dignity and cheapen our entire production. Her voice lowered, laced with quiet authority. Allow me, the director, to deliver them a masterclass in performance. A vivid lesson in how villains meet their end. No sooner had the words left her lips than she snapped her fingers lightly. Beneath the 3 pirates' feet, the deck instantly transformed into a mirror-smooth surface overlaid with an almost imperceptible gossamer-thin film of transparent water. This aqueous layer rendered the deck treacherously slick and imbued it with an uncanny viscous resistance, rendering every step impossible. What in blazes is this? Their feet shot out from under them as if they'd stepped onto polished ice. Their centers of gravity collapsed instantly, leaving them utterly unable to regain their footing. Before they could even cry out, they tumbled head over heels, clattering to the deck in a chaotic heap, their swords clattering noisily onto the wood. They rolled about like absurd puppets, bumping heads, tangling limbs, humiliated beyond measure. Lesson 1: Stage blocking. A villain who cannot master the most fundamental elements of performance, the simple act of standing, the precise art of movement, has no place upon any stage. Such incompetence is nothing short of farcical. A deeper, more radiant smile curved Funiana's lips as she snapped her fingers once more. The ragged pirate garb clinging to their bodies shimmered, then surged with liquid force, drenched, constricting, hardening into supple, yet unyielding cords that bound them tight, as though woven from living water. Their limbs twisted into grotesque, comical contortions. Immobilized utterly, they resembled 3 tightly wrapped zongzi dumplings. Lesson 2: Costume and prop. Ill-fitting costumes and crude props severely hinder an actor's expressiveness. Now, this is the only attire truly befitting your roles. MMPH, what have you done? Release us. Terror now flooded their eyes, wide, disbelieving, paralyzed not just by bonds, but by awe before an unfathomable power. Their mouths gaped open, yet only muffled guttural sounds escaped. Finally Funiana summoned her Salon Members. This time, however, she commanded no assault. Instead, Mademoiselle Nouvelette exhaled countless iridescent sweet-scented bubbles that burst across their skin, leaving behind fragrant sugary droplets. Marquis Obvious extended his 8 sinuous dexterous tentacles to paint riotous clown makeup upon their faces. Oversized red noses, lopsided grins, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta resplendent in her armored shell wrapped their foreheads with her massive pincers. Clang, 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 producing a percussive theatrical rhythm, as if performing a fool's overture. The entire spectacle was profoundly absurd. Tears of utter humiliation welled in the pirates' eyes, but they remained frozen, passive canvases for these aquatic performers' whimsical artistry and impromptu symphony. Luffy doubled over with laughter beside them, clutching his belly, tears streaming down his cheeks. To him, this director was endlessly entertaining, her methods of punishment delightfully inventive. Zoro's jaw twitched, he turned sharply away, unable to bear witness. In his estimation, Funiana's brand of humiliation was crueler than any blade. Then Lesson 3: Character embodiment. A fool must look the part. Funiana clapped her gloved hands, once her smile radiant with quiet satisfaction as she surveyed her handiwork, regarding the trio not as captives, but as a flawless living tableau. Now tell me, where does your captain the Clown Buggy perform his vulgar circus act? Should your answer please me, I may consider granting your scene an early merciful conclusion. At the name Clown Buggy, fear flickered in their eyes, but when they glanced at their own pitiful, bedazzled state, they realized this woman before them was infinitely more terrifying than their captain. They scrambled to speak, blurting out in garbled, breathless syllables the location of Orange Town and Buggy's current reign of chaos, there sparing no detail. Funiana nodded, satisfied. Very well, the fool's scene ends here. Having extracted every pertinent intelligence from the 3 fools of the Buggy pirates, Funiana swept her arm outward and hurled them along with their splintered plank back into the vast, indifferent sea. May your immersion in seawater serve as profound self-reflection on the true essence of villainy. The small vessel resumed its course, cutting swiftly toward Orange Town, the destination revealed by the fools. Funiana stood alone at the narrow bow, arms outstretched, hair billowing in the wind, like a prima donna poised to ascend the grandest stage. Listen well, my 2 lead actors. Her voice rang clear and commanding, effortlessly piercing the rhythmic crash of waves. The next act unfolds upon the stage of Orange Town, a name evoking harvest and joy, now usurped by a tasteless clown. How quintessentially tragic and perfect. Luffy sat cross-legged on the deck, idly picking at his shirt where the sweet-scented bubbles had landed, sniffing it curiously, then licking his fingertip. Sweet. At Funiana's words, his eyes lit up like twin stars. A play. Orange Town. Are there delicious oranges there? How fun is it? Oh, immensely. Funiana snapped her fingers, pivoted to face them, turning her back on the endless ocean, and strode forward with deliberate theatrical grace. It shall be the grand premiere of our Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe upon the vast sun-drenched stage of the East Blue. I've already chosen the title, The Redemption of Orange Town. Zoro leaned against the railing, 3 swords cradled in his arms, eyes closed in feigned repose, yet his brow twitched involuntarily at the florid proclamation. A dull throb pulsed behind his temples. Unfazed, Funiana paced slowly, her gaze sweeping over Luffy and Zoro like a director appraising her most prized performers. First, the casting. She halted, one hand resting firmly on her hip, the other pointing decisively at Luffy. You Monkey D. Luffy. Your indomitable optimism and staggering unstoppable strength make you the undisputed heart of this troupe, the absolute protagonist. Protagonist? Luffy scratched his head. Does that mean I'm the strongest on the ship? Can I eat the most meat? The protagonist commands all the spotlight. You shall vanquish darkness, and earn thunderous cheers and roaring applause. Naturally, the victory feast will feature the largest portion of meat, by far. Funiana coaxed with practiced charm. Oh, okay, I'll be the protagonist. Luffy shot both fists skyward, accepting the role without hesitation. Then Funiana's gaze shifted to Zoro. And you? She drew out the pause, her eyes traveling slowly up and down Zoro's imposing frame. Mr. Roronoa Zoro. Your austere presence and formidable prowess are indispensable to our troupe, not merely as a warrior, but as our chief sword choreographer and the protagonist's sworn guardian knight. Zoro opened one eye, cold, unimpressed. Huh, your blade must transcend mere slaughter. It is too crude for such purpose. Furina ignored his skepticism, entirely gesturing vividly with her gloved hands. Each slash must become a dynamic, breathtaking performance, precise in angle, controlled in force, suspended in stillness at the final moment, captivating the audience utterly. This is the art of sword dance. A vein pulsed sharply at Zoro's temple. Let me repeat, I wield my sword to cut men, not to dance. Oh, don't be so stubborn, mister. Zoro, she waved a dismissive hand. Art knows no boundaries. Once you grasp this truth, your swordsmanship will ascend to an entirely new realm. Zoro turned his head resolutely away, resolving to cease conversation with this woman whose mind operated on incomprehensible logic. Luffy snickered beside him. Sword dance. Zoro, that sounds awesome. Do one now. Shut up. The little boat sailed on for several days through that clamor and bustle. That afternoon, Salon lingered at the stern, meticulously polishing his Hidao Iwinzi with a scrap of cloth. Under the sunlight, the blade flashed with an austere chill. Furina at some point had crept over, her hands were clasped behind her back as she leaned in to peer like a teacher inspecting a pupil. The quality of this blade is indeed extraordinary. A superior prop, she pronounced with mock solemnity. Salon paused in his motion and ignored her. Yet your maintenance is far too plain. Furina circled him and then said, you should coordinate certain movements and breathing so your aura and the blade become one. Thus, even before the performance begins, the mere act of drawing the sword would intimidate every spectator. Salon jerked his head up, his gaze cold and hostile. Furina seemed oblivious. She even extended a finger as if to touch his blade. Look at this curve, under the stage lights. I advise you not to touch it. Salon's voice was deep. Before she could finish, he flicked his wrist, and Hidao Iwinzi slid back into its sheath with a sharp metallic sound. His movement was so swift it left a trailing afterimage. A cutting gust from the blade tousled the fringe on Furina's brow. She blinked, stepped back half a pace. Her smile stiffened briefly, then resumed its theatrical perfection. Excellent. That is the presence, full of explosive force, and the art of refusal. Progress indeed. Salon. He inhaled deeply, feeling his temper fray the longer he remained with this woman. At last, at dusk on another day, an orange silhouette slowly rose from the horizon where sea met sky. We've arrived. Luffy leapt up first, pressing hard against the rail to peer ahead. As the little boat drew nearer, the town's features became progressively clearer. It was a quaint town, and most roofs were painted a warm orange that in the glow of the sunset made the whole place seem as if steeped in sweet orange soda. A faint scent of citrus mingled with sea salt on the air. Yet where one would expect the bustling return of fishing boats and curling smoke from hearths, that orange harbor lay unnervingly still. There were no fisherfolk hawking their catch, no children's laughter. Even the cry of gulls sounded piercing against such a deathly silence. The boat eased toward the dock. Luffy's excitement ebbed and was replaced by a puzzled look. Salon was already upright, his right hand unconsciously resting on the hilt at his waist as his keen gaze swept the empty street. Furina folded away her exaggerated smile. Standing at the bow, she regarded the silent stage before them and tilted her head gently appraisingly. She made a soft nasal sound threaded with scrutiny and amusement. What a truly unexpected opening. Luffy sniffed and called out loudly, hey, why is there not a single soul in this town? This post-apocalyptic forsaken atmosphere is perfect as the opening for Act 2, Furina murmured. She hopped off the boat, lifting her skirt with a dainty hand, and glided across the empty, slightly dilapidated street. Her gaze swept every shuttered door and window, as if evaluating stage scenery. I smell gunpowder and trouble, Salon warned, his hand poised on the hilt, his single green eye scanning every corner with vigilant intensity. His instincts told him great danger lurked here. Luffy, by contrast, pondered little. He only thought the town was far too quiet to be any fun. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from deep within an alley. An orange-haired girl in simple dust-streaked clothes burst forth, frantic and exhausted. She kept her head down and ran blindly, not seeing Luffy charging toward her. She collided with him with a dull thud. Ouch, she cried, clutching her brow as she sank to the ground. Luffy rubbed his belly and looked down at her. Are you all right? The girl apologized hastily. Oh, I'm sorry. Her tone was urgent as she scrambled to her feet. She looked up quickly, her eyes darting over Luffy and Salon before coming to rest on Furina's ornate gown, which stood out jarringly against the surroundings. You outsiders, right? Go, leave this place at once. It's not safe. Her voice was low but desperate. The Baji pirate crew is coming. They're ruthless killers. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Furina's eyes flashed with excitement at the sight of the girl's heterochromatic gaze. One blue, one wine red. Ah, the prima donna supporting role has arrived. Wonderful. Look at that perfectly timed disarray that looked brimming with backstory. Perfect. Furina smiled and asked in a soft, affable voice, behaving with the poise of genuine nobility, what is your name, little one? My name is Name. The girl froze for a moment. She had not expected such a ridiculously beautiful woman to ask her name in a moment of crisis. She snapped back to herself and urged urgently, "Don't ask that. Go. If you don't leave," boom. A deafening blast ripped through the nearby district. The ground trembled, a searing shockwave laced with scorching heat rolled toward them and nearly knocked them off their feet. A two-story house not far off disintegrated under everyone's eyes. Its roof was torn away, walls split, and it collapsed in a thunderous gouge of dust and debris. That was a Baji bomb. Name went pale. They're destroying the town again. Luffy stretched his neck to watch the billowing black smoke and gaped, stars lighting his eyes. Wow, what amazing fireworks. Sualong's brows knitted tighter. His hand had already closed on Hidao Iwenzi's hilt. Not an ordinary shell, he said. Fu Ningna pressed a handkerchief theatrically to her mouth, eyes shining with delighted curiosity as she appraised the blast. Beautiful, she declared. This explosion is grand. A dramatic thrust that propels the plot into its first crescendo. The audience's emotions must be stirred. Name stared dumbfounded at these three odd reactions. These three people, were they all mad? Leave? Why should we leave? Luffy lowered his gaze, bewildered, his face alight with innocence. We're here to find that Baji. What a... Name was utterly stunned. She looked from Luffy's naive grin to Sualong's steely glare, and then to Fu Ningna, whose finery seemed absurdly out of place in this world. Are you idiots? To provoke them on purpose. That's the Baji pirate crew. At that moment Name's eyes shifted. Her gaze swept past Luffy to the small boat moored at the harbor, and to the crate on board slightly ajar from which a faint glint of gold treasure could be seen. Her heart skipped. These people might be insane, but they looked capable, and it seemed rather wealthy. If she could make use of them. Nami's panic instantly subsided, replaced by a faint cunning curve at the corner of her lips. She let out a feigned weary sigh, her voice heavy with resignation. Very well. If you're determined to throw your lives away, I won't stop you. Luffy replied with unshakable conviction, and a palpable, almost childlike pride. Of course we'll defeat him. We must complete our Straw Hat Grand Theater's signature production, Redemption of Orange Town, and save Orange Town. Huh. Nami froze, utterly speechless. Straw Hat Grand Theater. Redemption of Orange Town. What on earth was that? Would they really confront a notorious pirate, whose bounty stood at a staggering 15 million berry, all for the sake of some baffling nonsensical play? What kind of mind did this straw-hatted boy possess? Gazing at Luffy's expectant, self-satisfied grin, the very expression that silently demanded praise, Nami felt the decades of patience she'd painstakingly accumulated slowly crumbling beneath these utterly bizarre individuals. She drew in a deep breath, then released it slowly, her chest rising and falling sharply. She couldn't keep up the act. Pleading for sympathy was utterly useless against minds wired so differently. The fear and helplessness vanished from Nami's face, supplanted by a fierce, unyielding resolve. A flash of genuine hatred flickered across her beautiful tangerine eyes. I possess a navigational chart for the Grand Line. Her voice dropped to a hushed whisper, each word weighted like stone. The air itself seemed to freeze. Zoro, who had been leaning lazily against the wall, yawning indifferently as if nothing mattered, jolted upright, his half-lidded eyes snapping wide open. Oh, the Grand Line. Luffy's eyes blazed with brilliance, far surpassing even the flash of an explosion. That sounds incredible. Indeed, we're headed there. Meanwhile, Fu Ningna elegantly pressed a delicate handkerchief to her lips, murmuring softly, but just loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear, her offstage commentary. A pivotal prop enters the stage, the essential artifact that propels the narrative into its next arc. Miss Nami, bravo. Your role is indispensable. Nami deliberately ignored the woman who kept rambling nonsense. She knew she had gambled correctly. Witnessing Luffy's and Zoro's reactions, she clenched her fists until her nails bit deep into her palms, the sharp sting sharpening her focus. It took me 8 long years, stealing, scavenging, accumulating, from countless pirates, to assemble this one-of-a-kind chart. And before I could even savor it, that clown Buggy snatched it away. Her gaze locked onto Luffy, intense, feral, like a wildcat backed against a cliff, ready to launch one final desperate counterattack. Well, would you consider striking a deal? A deal, eh? Luffy repeated, tilting his head. His earlier excitement dimmed, replaced once more by guileless innocence. Exactly. Nami seized the moment. You seem formidable, and besides, aren't you already seeking trouble with Buggy? Her eyes darted swiftly over Luffy, then lingered briefly on the green-haired swordsman behind him, a figure radiating unmistakable danger. If you retrieve the chart from Buggy, I'll lend it to you for duplication. This is the key to entering the Grand Line. Without it you won't even clear Cape Moby. This was her ultimate bargaining chip, and she believed no pirate with ambitions for the Grand Line could possibly refuse. Yet no. Luffy's reply was swift and absolute. WIA. Nami could scarcely believe her ears. Luffy declared matter-of-factly, we're going to knock that clown out anyway, so once he's down the chart will be ours. Why bother with a deal? Nami's mouth fell open in a perfect, her entire body turning to stone. That logic somehow made sense. No, this wasn't about whether it made sense. Who in the world operated like this? But it's priceless. Nami nearly leapt in desperation. If you help me, I'll reward you. Besides the chart, I'll give you gold. Plenty of it. She expected their eyes to gleam, but Luffy merely scratched his belly. I'd rather have meat than money. Nami felt herself teetering on the edge of madness. She seized Luffy's collar and shook him violently. I truly need it. Stop. A cool, detached voice cut through the chaos. Zoro had straightened up without a sound, hand resting firmly on his sword hilt, his calm gaze fixed upon her. Don't shake him. He's just built that way. Zoro's words severed Nami's spiraling thoughts. She released Luffy's collar, her body trembling with agitation. Nami stepped back 2 paces, staring at these 3 utterly unconventional figures who defied all logic. Her gaze finally settled on Furina. From beginning to end, this woman had maintained an aloof theatrical elegance, as though everything unfolding before her were but a stage performance for her amusement. Yet instinct whispered to Nami that she was the true center. The straw-hatted boy and the green-haired swordsman appeared unconsciously to follow her lead. And she looked wealthy. A new plan crystallized in Nami's mind. Since force and persuasion had failed, she would resort to performance. She would perform, not for them, but for this director. In the next instant, her defiance and frustration melted away. Her eyes reddened swiftly, a glistening mist veiled her tangerine irises. Her shoulders slumped, and her whole being exuded the raw, suffocating helplessness of someone pushed to the brink. In a voice trembling with suppressed tears, she addressed Luffy and Zoro. I'm sorry. I was too hasty. You're absolutely right. That chart belongs to me. Her voice was soft, yet carried clearly to all 3. I'm just so afraid. She lowered her head, fingers twisting tightly together, her voice growing increasingly choked. That clown Buggy stole everything. My life savings, and that chart. The chart I staked my entire future upon. She lifted her face, tears slid perfectly from her lashes, tracing clean paths down her dust-streaked cheeks. I have no other recourse. I thought, if I offered it to someone strong, perhaps they'd help me. But I never imagined. Her gaze met Luffy's, desperate, hollow, yet humbly beseeching. If you truly defeat Buggy, please return the chart to me. I beg you. With that she bowed deeply, her frame shuddering with quiet, controlled sobs. Luffy gazed at her, scratching his head awkwardly. Don't cry. We already promised we'd get it back for you. Zoro turned his face aside, deliberately avoiding the woman's tears. Nami kept her head lowered, a faint, almost imperceptible curve tugging at the corner of her lips. She was certain her performance was flawless. These simple-minded, brawny fools had surely been moved by her pitiful guise. All that remained was a subtle nudge, and they would willingly become her instruments of vengeance, without her paying a single coin in return. Yet a voice laced with quiet amusement drifted down from above her. My dear, your acting is quite commendable. Nami's heart leapt. She believed her performance had just earned approval. A pity, however. You've chosen the wrong opponent. Furina's tone remained gentle, yet it struck Nami like a cascade of glacial water, freezing her to the marrow. Nami's pulse jolted. She jerked her head up sharply, the sorrowful mask on her face nearly slipping. There before her were Furina's extraordinary heterochromatic eyes. One eye gleamed like a translucent sapphire, the other shimmered like aged burgundy wine. Now they regarded her with keen, unhurried fascination, as though a seasoned hunter observed prey ensnared within its own trap. Within those irises dwelled no sympathy, no compassion, only a detached, knowing amusement. What do you mean? I don't understand. Nami forced composure, her gaze flickering away. Don't understand. Furina did not expose her outright. Instead, she offered a smile rich with implication. With deliberate grace, she stepped forward until she stood before Nami, and with slender fingers gently lifted Nami's chin. A masterful actor serves the role through every detail, the eyes, micro-expressions, bodily language, even the rhythm of one's breath. Furina's voice dropped low, imbued with a hypnotic, almost seductive resonance. Your recent performance was exquisite in its emotional progression, from resolute determination to utter helplessness, culminating in a final desperate plea. Each layer unfolded with perfect clarity. She paused, then shifted tone. Alas, when you sought pity in that final moment, your breathing faltered, for just an instant. That was the faint telltale thrill of triumph anticipated before the plan had even borne fruit. Nami's pupils contracted violently. Her blood turned to ice. Is this woman a monster? How could she possibly? Furina, observing Nami's ashen face, released her chin with serene satisfaction, as if what had just transpired were nothing more than a harmless, playful jest. No matter, it's promising, and promise is always welcome. She stepped back, reclaiming her lofty directorial bearing, and issued an offer Nami could not refuse. I shall retrieve your navigational chart. Nami froze. Furina watched her reaction, her smile deepening. But in exchange, Miss Nami, you must perform alongside us. She extended her hand toward Nami, a formal theatrical invitation. From this day forth you shall serve as Chief Financial Officer and Navigator of our Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe. You will oversee all financial affairs of our troupe, and chart the course for our future touring performances. Chief Financial Officer. Navigator. Was this not precisely what she had long dreamed of? A chance to wield her talents, and command the purse strings with full legitimacy. Her heartbeat thundered, threatening to burst from her throat. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was a golden ingot fallen from heaven. Yet she dare not show it. Years of thievery had forged in her an instinctive wariness, and the wisdom to conceal desire behind a veil of skepticism. Suppressing her elation, she furrowed her brow and feigned hesitation. The Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe. What kind of absurd name is that? And why should I trust you? Because I see through your performance, and because I can grant you everything you seek. Funiana's voice brooked no dissent. Nami muttered under her breath, "What nonsense of a troop, sounds utterly ridiculous, and I'd rather have nothing to do with you oddballs," while inwardly her mind raced through lavish fantasies of how she'd spend that colossal fortune. Her eyes shimmered with golden berry symbols. Even Luffy's tattered straw hat perched atop his head now seemed oddly endearing. Funiana watched Nami's classic case of saying no while meaning yes, and found her brimming with comedic potential. Night descended upon Orangetown's harbor, deepening its silence. Salt-laced sea wind swept across the dock, rustling the small sailboat moored there. Inside its cramped cabin, a dim oil lamp flickered, its fragile light trembling over 4 distinct faces. Nami sat curled in the corner, knees drawn close, her wary gaze darting between Luffy, Zoro, and the elegantly attired woman who called herself Funiana. Funiana sat poised at the table, unfurling a crude map salvaged from a derelict house in town. Its haphazard lines sketched Orangetown's layout, resembling nothing so much as a child's scribble. This set prop is dreadfully unsophisticated. With delicate disdain, she pinched one corner of the map between thumb and forefinger, and shook her head. In the next breath, she raised her other palm open and upward. Beneath the lamplight, moisture in the air answered an invisible summons, swirling, converging toward her outstretched hand. 1 droplet, 2. Then countless glistening pearls of water coalesced midair above her pale palm, spiraling, merging, until they formed a luminous, ever-shifting orb of pure water the size of a clenched fist. Nami's eyes widened in shock, her mouth parted soundlessly. What is this? A devil fruit ability. Zoro, who had been resting against the hull with eyes closed, snapped them open, his sharp gaze locking onto the living, undulating sphere of water. Whoa, water! It's flying. Luffy leaned forward, eyes alight with wonder, and poked the orb with curiosity. It's cool. Funiana, can I eat it? Absolutely not. That is a vital stage prop. Funiana shot him a reproachful glance, then pressed the water orb squarely onto the center of the worn map. The orb dispersed silently, not soaking the paper, but forming a thin, shimmering film of water across its surface. Then something astonishing unfolded. The water membrane rippled, swelled, and beneath the lamplight, a 3-dimensional, glowing topographical model of Orangetown materialized, houses and streets sculpted entirely from liquid, complete with a towering clock tower at the town's heart. Water-formed buildings, water-carved lanes. Even the central clock tower stood in flawless, fluid detail. Funiana paid no heed to the stunned silence around her, treating the feat as little more than a casual flourish. Clearing her throat, she produced an exquisitely slender silver baton from nowhere and tapped the watery tavern model in the center of the diorama. Thus began her pre-performance briefing. Attention, lead actors and supporting cast. The premiere performance of our Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe, titled The Redemption of Orangetown, is about to commence. Her silver baton tapped the tavern's aqueous facade, sending ripples cascading across its surface. According to our intelligence, antagonist number 1, the clown buggy, and his principal lieutenants are currently entrenched here. Oh, right here. Luffy instantly leaned in, poking the water-built tavern with his finger, whereupon the entire structure dissolved into a splash, only to reform instantly beneath Funiana's disapproving glance. Let's charge him now and knock him flying. No, the timing is not yet ripe. Funiana wagged a finger, her posture as graceful as a conductor guiding a symphony. A perfect performance demands narrative architecture, rising tension, layered emotion, and cathartic release. To rush in blindly is not theater. It is mere brawling devoid of artistry or elegance. Zoro stood silent, arms crossed, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering water diorama. Furina remained utterly absorbed in her own world, continuing her artistic direction. Thus I have devised for you an exquisitely precise choreography. Every entrance, every step meticulously calibrated. Her silver rod traced intricate watercurrent patterns across the sand table. Luffy, as our lead performer, your task is to ignite the greatest dramatic conflict. She manipulated a single droplet of water, shaping it into a matchstick figure that charged headlong from one end of the sand table, then crashed with a resonant boom into the miniature tavern model, sending out a wider ripple. You shall breach head-on, employing your most dazzling and forceful technique to seize the full attention of all audience members, namely the buggy pirates. Her gaze locked onto Luffy, burning with intensity. Remember, your emotions must be rich and vivid. Convey righteous fury against evil, unwavering devotion to your comrades. And yes, the fervent yearning for the celebratory barbecue awaiting victory. Barbecue. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, saliva nearly dripped from his lips. Leave it to me. I'll send that clown flying, and then devour mountains of meat. Furina nodded in satisfaction, then pivoted her silver rod toward Zoro. Zoro, the chief swordsman. Your role is that of a mysterious, overwhelming strike force. This time Zoro did not close his eyes. He stared intently at the sand table, deep in thought. Your entrance must be nothing short of breathtaking. Furina's voice rose slightly as she guided another water-formed figure to materialize silently beside the tavern model, then instantly transformed it into a streaking water line that flashed across the sand table, vanishing between several tiny water droplets representing underlings. Those droplets scattered instantly, When Luffy becomes embroiled in the scripted, grueling battle, you will strike from the flank, unleashing your most incisive swordsmanship to dismantle the enemy formation in a single stroke. Be swift, be magnificent. Let no one discern your movement. Only a legendary silhouette shall remain. All flash, no substance. Zoro finally spoke, terse as ever. Just cut them down. Why waste time? Art. This is the art of performance. Furina rapped her silver rod sharply against the table, her expression one of profound exasperation. You simply don't understand. This battle must not only be won, it must be won splendidly. Won so triumphantly that every native inhabitant, the very audience of this world, will erupt in exhilaration, granting our Straw Hat Grand Theater troupe its first wave of rapturous attention. Watching one man obsessed solely with meat, and another fixated purely on cleaving through foes, Furina sighed helplessly. These actors were truly impossible to direct. Not a shred of artistic sensibility among them. Yet she steeled herself, guiding her silver rod to several key positions on the sand table. Very well, setting art aside, let us discuss practicalities. Her tone grew more solemn. According to intelligence extracted from several coerced pirate underlings' buggy cannon is mounted atop the clock tower in the town square. Her silver rod tapped decisively upon the watercrafted clock tower. That is their primary artillery position. And Buggy himself, she paused, her voice lacing with playful intrigue, is a user of the split fruit. Conventional sword strikes hold no effect upon him. As her words settled, water coalesced at the center of the sand table into a comical jester wearing a crimson nose. Furina directed the water line representing Zoro to slash forward. The watery jester split cleanly into fragments. Yet within a heartbeat, those scattered droplets reassembled, restoring him whole once more. Zoro's pupils contracted faintly, his right hand instinctively settled upon the hilt of Wado Ikamanji at his waist. Sword strikes ineffective, he asked, low and grave. This was the only detail that truly mattered to him. Precisely. Furina nodded. The watery jester danced whimsically upon her fingertip. So Zoro, beyond showmanship, your paramount objective is to eliminate all officers except Buggy himself, especially the acrobat who rides a unicycle. As for this clown, leave him to our illustrious lead performer. Nami listened quietly, her mind churning like a storm-tossed sea. Who was this woman named Furina? Not only had she mastered Orange Town's topography from a single crude map, but she knew the Buggy pirates' abilities and weapon placements down to the last detail. More unnerving still was this unprecedented power she wielded. Intelligence even Nami, who had once infiltrated Orange Town, could scarcely have gathered in full. Had she truly just happened upon this place? Furina remained oblivious to Nami's unease. Within her burned the fierce, incandescent flame of creation. Though these actors grasped none of art, it mattered not. She would let the flawless final performance speak for itself, revealing to them irrefutably what constituted a director's triumph and what defined a perfect stage rendition. She rose, arms outstretched as if standing beneath a spotlight at center stage, gazing down upon the aqueous world before her. Listen, Luffy. Zoro. Her voice surged with commanding passion. Every motion you make, every word you utter, shall become the prologue to the grand epic known as the Grand Line. It must be dazzling. It must be awe-inspiring. It must linger in the memories of future audiences for generations to come. Zoro scoffed, a curt, dismissive tch, but this time kept his eyes open, merely turning his head aside. Luffy meanwhile understood none of it. He simply stared at Furina, then blurted wide-eyed, so, after we win, will there be enough meat for the celebration feast? A tiny cross-shaped vein pulsed at Furina's temple. She drew a slow, steadying breath, then flicked her wrist. Instantly the water and sand tableau dissolved into mist, vanishing without trace. Enough. More than you could possibly eat, she retorted, exasperated. No matter. The light in her eyes burned fiercer, more resolute than ever. Once the curtain rose and the play began, they would understand. Right. Pre-battle briefing concluded. Furina clapped her gloved hands and strode purposefully toward the cabin door. Actors, prepare for your debut. Luffy cheered and dashed after her. Zoro rose, rolled his shoulders, and followed in silence. Only Nami remained seated, staring at the now empty tabletop. Yet she could still envision the shimmering, luminous aquatic town that had just vanished. She pinched her thigh hard. Sharp pain flared. Yes, all of this was real. A band of extraordinary misfits preparing to assault a bounty hunter, a captain whose thoughts revolved solely around meat, a swordsman hopelessly lost, and a director who appeared dangerously unhinged. Could she truly entrust her fate to such people? Nami clenched her jaw, then stood and followed them out. Whatever the cost, this was her sole remaining chance. Outside the ship, night lay thick and deep. The three stood in silence upon the dock. Evening wind stirred Luffy's hem and Furina's skirt. Orange Town, a dormant, hushed stage, had been set for them. Furina gazed toward the tavern's faint, distant glow, a subtle, knowing curve lifting the corner of her lips. Then, the performance begins. In the dead of night, the town of Juzi lay shrouded beneath a vast, suffocating veil of darkness, so silent it stirred primal unease. Most houses bore cracked orange rooftops, windows were tightly shuttered, and door panels still bore deep gashes, slashes from blade and axe. while the entire settlement exhaled an air of oppression and dread. The Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe, 4 figures in all, moved through this sepulchral stillness. Nami led the way, her steps featherlight, utterly soundless. She knew every alleyway, every shadowed corner, and she knew precisely what peril lurked beneath such silence. Arms crossed tightly, jaw clenched, she only wished to deliver these strange companions to their destination, and end this absurd alliance as swiftly as possible. Luffy trailed behind her, hands cradled behind his head, eyes darting curiously in every direction. Unlike Nami, he felt no tension, only exhilaration, savoring the novelty of stealth like a child discovering a new game. Zoro brought up the rear, his right hand never straying from the hilts of his 3 swords. His lone emerald eye swept sharply across the shadows flanking both sides of the street. A crouched predator poised and vigilant, attuned to the faintest whisper of wind or rustle of grass. Furina lifted the ornate hem of her gown, a vision of opulence utterly alien to this desolate setting, and her delicate leather boots tapped softly against the uneven cobblestones. Tap, tap. Their plan was simple. Nami would guide them silently to the tavern seized by the buggy pirates, then Luffy would make a thunderous entrance, kicking the door off its hinges, to ignite the battle. Yet plans are fragile things, easily shattered by reality. Just as they neared a street corner, a piercing maniacal laugh tore through the hush, followed instantly by desperate, tear-choked pleas. Nami froze mid-step, her face tightening further. Damn, it's one of theirs, she hissed, instinctively reaching to pull the others into cover. Furina raised a single finger to her lips, a quiet, commanding gesture. Sure, not a sound. Balancing lightly on her toes, she glided forward, vanishing soundlessly against the broken wall at the corner. The others followed without hesitation, peering through a jagged gap in the masonry. At the street's center, torchlight flickered erratically, stretching human silhouettes long and grotesquely distorted. A dozen brutish pirates encircled a tiny pet shop. An elderly man knelt on the ground, clutching a snow-white puppy to his chest with trembling arms. His entire body shook, tears carved raw trails down his cheeks, etching despair onto his weathered face. A towering pirate stood over him, one heavy boot planted squarely upon the old man's back, pinning him immobile, while gripping a blood-stained greatsword across his shoulder. Old fool, hand over the dog, and be sensible. He roared with cruel laughter, grinding his heel deeper into the man's spine. Captain Buggy himself ordered it. We'll test our brand new buggy bomb on this mutt, and see just how much bang it packs. Please, please, I beg you. The old man's voice cracked, ragged with anguish. Choo-choo is all I have left, my only family, spare her. Family? Haha. A mangy beast dares call itself family. Another pirate, sharp-featured and rat-faced, cackled, kicking over a row of stacked cages. Inside, several unsold animals huddled together in terror, emitting shrill, heart-rending cries. From narrow slits in nearby windows, pairs of eyes gleamed, fearful, furious, but no one dared step forth. Not a breath, not a whisper escaped their lips. Furina's usual composure, the effortless grace of a sovereign stage queen, began to fracture, dissolving like mist before dawn. She watched the old man groveling beneath the pirate's boot, watched the trembling white puppy strain upward, trying desperately to lick the tears from her master's cheek, and watched the townsfolk paralyzed by rage and fear behind those shuttered panes. Her brows drew together in sharp, unyielding lines. In those exquisite heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, flashed pure, unvarnished revulsion and icy disdain. How utterly grotesque! Her voice cut through the air like frost-laced steel, bullying the weak, preying upon the aged. Those who wield violence as their sole language, who reduce life to mere amusement, deserve nothing less than judgment. Nami bit down hard on her lower lip until blood welled, nails biting deep into her palms. This scene wrenched open old wounds. Her own village, the villagers crushed beneath Arlong's tyranny, helpless as she once was. A torrent of hatred surged within her, fierce enough to drown reason. Zoro said nothing, but his grip on his sword hilts tightened until his knuckles blanched bone white. The pirate's raucous laughter set his blood humming, restless and hot. Luffy remained utterly still. He simply watched how they mocked a kneeling elder, how they treated another's most cherished being as disposable plaything. The smile that usually danced across his face had vanished. His beloved straw hat tilted low, casting long, somber shadows over his eyes, obscuring his expression entirely. The boyish wonder, the boundless, guileless curiosity that defined him, had evaporated. In its place hung a chilling, suffocating stillness, the hush before the storm breaks. Furina had originally envisioned Luffy's entrance as a dazzling spectacle, an orchestrated flourish designed to command maximum attention. Now she changed her mind. She exhaled slowly, a visible plume of white vapor curling into the cool night air. This performance could no longer follow the script. For the sake of the justice and aesthetic she held sacred, these vulgar, unworthy actors, who had defiled her stage with cruelty, must face the severest reckoning. She turned, ready to issue the command, begin the show, to Luffy and Zoro. But before a single word left her lips, boom! A deafening, concussive detonation ripped through the silence, like thunder striking pavement, drowning out even the pirate's manic cackles. Furina flinched, her pupils contracting in shock. Before her stood a sight that arrested breath itself. Luffy, already launched from concealment, already airborne. His form blurred into a streak of motion. The towering pirate, who'd been crushing the old man, still wore his sneer when impact struck. He flew backward as though struck by a rampaging rhino, crashing with a thunderous crunch. He soared the length of the street, smashed clean through a shop's facade, and vanished amid a cataclysm of splintering timber and crumbling brick, silenced forever. Time itself seemed to halt. Every gaze, pirate townsman ally, locked onto the lone figure standing motionless at the street's heart. Luffy lowered his fist, lifted his head. Beneath the brim of his hat, twin flames burned. Not of malice, but of righteous fury, the white-hot wrath that ignites when something precious is trampled without mercy. You will not hurt him. His voice was low, but carried the immutable weight of absolute decree. The surviving pirates stared stunned for several heartbeats before grasping what had just occurred. Furina watched, and warmth, unexpected and radiant, bloomed within her chest. Zoro too watched Luffy's charge, and a rare subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. This raw, uncompromising truth was the justice he recognized. Honestly, Furina murmured, though her expression lit up with dazzling, incandescent delight, her heterochromatic eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. If the lead actor has begun improvising, then the director must rise to the occasion. Meanwhile, Luffy stood surrounded. Dozens of pirates brandished swords and cutlasses, their eyes blazing with malice as they closed in from all directions. To them, this straw-hatted youth was nothing more than a dim-witted brute with uncanny strength. A simple rush would reduce him to minced flesh. An elderly man knelt trembling on the ground, cradling a shivering puppy in his arms. Eyes peered fearfully from cracks in doors and shuttered windows. Nami's heart leapt into her throat as she clenched her fists, watching Luffy encircled by danger. Zoro had already drawn the hilt of his sword, Wado Ikemanji, a sliver of gleaming steel flashing beneath the torchlight. He stood ready to burst forth and sweep these riffraff aside, without mercy. Tap. A crisp, delicate footfall pierced through the cacophony of curses and shouts, clear, resonant, impossible to ignore. Every gaze, even those of the charging pirates, snapped instinctively toward her. She wore a gown of opulent splendor, utterly alien to this crumbling hamlet. Silver-white hair rippled softly in the night wind, while her heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire blue, one deep wine red, glowed with an enigmatic luminescence in the flickering firelight. Before the advancing horde of snarling, grotesque pirates, Furina lifted both sides of her skirt and executed a flawless curtsy, graceful, precise, regal. Her movement was flawlessly elegant, as though she addressed not a rabble of bloodthirsty thugs, but a hall full of distinguished guests assembled for the grand opening of a royal masquerade. The surreal spectacle froze everyone in place. Even the pirates' furious charge faltered, confused, bewildered, unsure what this radiant woman intended. Every performance demands a magnificent overture, she murmured, straightening with quiet authority, her voice soft, yet carrying effortlessly to every ear. She extended a slender alabaster index finger, tracing a graceful arc through the air before lifting it gently upward. Schlurp, a strange liquid sound erupted, not from sky or sea, but from beneath their very feet. From fissures between cobblestones, from rusted gutters along the roadside, even from crumbling corners of broken houses, countless jets of water erupted without warning. Like sentient silver serpents shimmering under torchlight, the streams spread swiftly across the street, glinting with iridescent ripples. Startled, the pirates halted mid-stride, staring down in bafflement at the rapidly pooling water gathering beneath their boots. The water did not lash out as they feared, not as spears or whips, but flowed outward from Luffy at the center, converging around every pirate's feet to form a vast, perfect circular expanse. Then, before astonished eyes, that undulating surface solidified, within less than a heartbeat. Crack! With a crystalline snap, the uneven stone street transformed into a colossal, flawless, translucent ice stage, smooth, gleaming, impossibly pristine. Whoa, my feet. It's slippery, so slippery. The foremost pirates skidded violently, instantly losing balance. Arms flailed wildly, blades spun from grasping hands, bodies spun dizzily in place, then crashed down with heavy thuds, dragging comrades into chaotic tumbles. Chaos erupted instantly. Moments ago, fearsome marauders roaring with menace now resembled clumsy penguins floundering helplessly on frozen glass. They could not regain footing. Some flailed desperately in place, others teetered on the edge of collapse, weapons scattered across the ice in absurd disarray. What is this? Nami gaped, mind reeling at the impossible spectacle. The brutal carnage she'd braced for had dissolved into a one-sided theatrical farce. This woman, Furina, Zoro, hand already resting on his blade, silently slid it back into its scabbard upon witnessing the scene. He watched the pirate's ludicrous antics on the ice and curled his lip. All flash, no substance. Luffy reacted quite differently. He stared wide-eyed at the glistening ice beneath him, then at the tumbling pirates, and stars instantly ignited in his eyes. Whoa, so cool. Ice. It's real ice, he cried, bouncing twice on the frozen surface before turning to Furina and cheering, Director, you're amazing. This is fun. Furina paid no heed to their reactions. She simply stood at the edge of the glacial stage, savoring the silence, and the weight of every awestruck gaze fixed upon her. She could feel it, a silent, invisible current of attention surging inward from every direction, replenishing her waning power like a tide returning to shore. That sensation filled her with profound euphoria. This alone hardly qualifies as a true performance, she whispered almost to herself. In the next breath, she raised her hand ever so slightly. With a ripple of aqueous light, two figures materialized beside her. A colossal octopus composed entirely of shimmering water, 8 supple tentacles unfurling with aristocratic grace, Lord Usher. And hovering delicately atop her shoulder a petite seahorse carved from living crystal, Mademoiselle Neuvillette. The salon ensemble makes its entrance, Furina declared, a note of delight dancing in her voice. Let these unworthy spectators witness what true artistry truly entails. At her words, Lord Usher's massive form coiled and surged across the slick ice with astonishing speed. One tentacle lashed out like lightning, seizing a pirate who had just staggered upright. Before he could even scream, the pirate was hurled, like a bowling ball, toward his comrades at the far end of the frozen stage. Thud. Splash. The airborne pirate struck, 3 others huddled together in terror. The impact sent them tumbling, limbs entangled, sliding helplessly across the ice. Mademoiselle Neuvillette stirred as well. She lifted from Furina's shoulder, tracing a sinuous azure arc through the air before parting her tiny mouth and releasing several glistening translucent bubbles. Puff, puff, puff. The bubbles landed on scattered blades and burst, instantly dissolving into viscous, adhesive fluid. One pirate scrambled to reclaim his sword, only to find the hilt glued fast to his palm, immovable. In desperation, he yanked hard, and instead of freeing the blade, it slapped sharply against his own face with a wet snap. MMPH, he moaned, muffled and indignant. In moments, the ice stage descended into glorious pandemonium. Lord Usher moved like a master stagehand, elegant, efficient, sweeping pirates aside with effortless sweeps of his tentacles, launching them crashing into walls or into tangled heaps of comrades, each impact echoing with dull thuds and ragged cries. Mademoiselle Neuvillette played the mischievous sprite, blowing sticky bubbles that bound weapons to their wielders' limbs or glued pirates' hands and feet fast to the ice, contorting them into absurd, gravity-defying poses. The kneeling elder stared dumbfounded. His puppy, no longer trembling, tilted its head in innocent wonder at this incomprehensible spectacle. Nami's jaw remained slack. Her worldview shattered, reassembled, and shattered again, each time more completely than before. Who was this woman? And how many secrets still lay veiled behind that serene, theatrical smile? Furina stood at the stage's edge, a consummate conductor surveying her symphony of chaos. Attention poured in. Nami saw the hidden townsfolk's fearful fascination, even Luffy's unrestrained delight, and Zoro's grudging acknowledgement. Each spark transforming seamlessly into renewed vitality. She turned toward Zoro, her tone effortlessly commanding. Chief Swordsman, these inept performers have concluded their act. Her gaze swept over the pirates, some unconscious, some stuck fast, others groaning pitifully on the ice. The stage cleanup falls to you. Zoro glanced once more at the incapacitated rabble, then at Furina, and gave a single terse nod. Just as he reached for his blade, a thunderous roar exploded from the nearby tavern, deep, furious, shaking the very air. Who dares defile my territory? Crash. The tavern door shattered inward, splintering, wood flying in all directions. A mountainous man clad in a shaggy fur coat burst forth astride a lion whose bulk rivaled a small elephant. His eyes widened in apoplectic fury at the wreckage of his crew, and at the dazzling crystalline ice stage gleaming under the torchlight. Richie, he bellowed, voice splitting the night. Tear them apart. Bursting out of the tavern was Moji, the vice-captain of the buggy pirates, nicknamed the Beast Tamer, and his prized pet Ricky, the colossal lion. Moji's wild, tangled purple hair resembled a cheap knotted skein of yarn. His heavy fur coat flapped violently in the wind as his mount charged forward, while his facial muscles twisted grotesquely with seething rage. He sat astride Ricky's broad back like a mobile mountain of flesh, gazing down imperiously upon the chaotic, uncanny scene before him. His crew lay sprawled haphazardly across an unervingly smooth sheet of ice. Some were already unconscious, others were pinned to the ground by a translucent viscous slime, their bodies contorted into humiliating postures, emitting ragged, broken groans. Damn you, what did you do to my men? Moji's voice bubbled like boiling oil, his gaze slithering like venomous serpents over Furina and her companions. His eyes swept past the vigilant Zoro, skipped over the seemingly foolish straw-hatted boy, and finally locked, precisely, upon Nami's face. The instant he recognized her, Moji froze, then let loose a malicious guttural chuckle that rattled deep in his throat. Oh, so it's you, the little thief cat who stole our treasure. His tone sharpened, dripping with disdain. You actually dared to return? Did you really think a few pitiful lackeys would let you stand against us, eh? Little thief cat, that was what they called her. At the epithet, Nami's breath hitched, indignation flared across her features. Instinctively she clenched her fists so tightly her nails nearly pierced her palms. Moji clearly relished her reaction. Perched atop Ricky, he swayed his portly frame with smug delight and bellowed at a volume that could shake the entire town. What audacity! You actually have the gall to set foot in this town again. His contemptuous gaze flickered over Nami's companions, lingering briefly on Zoro, skipping past the straw-hatted boy once more, then settling with renewed disdain upon Funiana's opulent skirts, his lips curling further downward. So, you went off and gathered a few flashy but useless allies thinking you could challenge the buggy pirates. Flashy but useless. Those words made Zoro's brow twitch sharply, his fingers tightening around his sword hilt. Funiana recoiled from Moji's gaze, oily, possessive, dehumanizing. She loathed his arrogant, self-important visage even more. The crude noise of his voice had utterly shattered the stage's aesthetic harmony. A boorish beast tamer and a rather dim-witted great cat. Funiana's voice, though soft, rang with crystalline clarity in every ear. She delivered her verdict without mercy. Truly, a dull and profoundly ill-mannered pair. What did you say? Moji erupted, instantly glaring at Funiana like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Wretched woman. Once I've dealt with these two nuisances, I'll give you a proper lesson. With that, he jabbed a thick finger toward Luffy and issued a brutal command to Ricky beneath him. Ricky, attack. Bite that straw-hatted brat to pieces. Rule war. Upon receiving his master's order, the great lion threw back his head and unleashed a roar that vibrated the very air. His maw gaped wide, a crimson cavern large enough to swallow an adult's head, revealing fangs like serrated daggers. His limbs coiled with explosive power, muscles swelling beneath his tawny pelt. His massive frame hurtled forward like a runaway freight train, trailing a sulphurous gust as it barreled toward Luffy, the cobblestones trembling faintly beneath its thunderous stride. That primal, blood-tinged wind struck Nami full in the face, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath. Townsmen hidden in the shadows choked back terrified gasps. The elderly pet shop owner squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear witnessing the imminent carnage. In their eyes, this straw-hatted youth, however strong, was still flesh and bone, and no mortal could possibly withstand such a beast's lunge and bite. Zoro's expression grew uncharacteristically grave. His right hand closed firmly around the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, his stance lowering, poised for an instant draw. He sensed it immediately. This lion was no common thug. It was a genuine, non-trivial threat. Funiana meanwhile frowned delicately. She weighed her options. Should she dispatch Mademoiselle Craboletta's crab pincers for a swift strike, or simply launch Madame Hydromar's water cannon to send the creature soaring skyward? This great cat's entrance had been nothing short of brutal. Yet at this razor's edge moment, when all eyes, including the lion's own, anticipated fear or flight from Luffy, the target himself reacted in a way no one, not even the beast, could have foreseen. As the roaring leviathan bore down upon him, jaws agape, Luffy's eyes held not a trace of terror, but instead shimmered with starlight. Wow, what a huge cat! Luffy cried out, his voice bursting with the pure, unadulterated joy of discovering a wondrous new toy. At the split second when Ricky's gleaming fangs neared his skin, when everyone braced for his body to be torn asunder, Luffy didn't flinch. He surged forward. He stretched out both arms, not to block, not to strike, but to wrap them tightly around the lion's enormous shaggy head. Thud! Ricky's thunderous charge ground to an abrupt halt, halted dead by that sudden embrace. Luffy's arms, iron-strong and unyielding, clamped like manacles around the beast's skull. Then, pressing his cheek against the lion's coarse, wiry mane, he rubbed vigorously, letting out a soft, deeply contented sigh. So fluffy. So cute. Luffy beamed, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Hey, we're short a pet on our ship. Want to join us? Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, total. A deeper, more profound silence than when Funiana had conjured her icy stage, an eerie, breathless void. Moji's vicious grin froze mid-contortion, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Zoro's hand hovered mid-draw, his face etched with bewildered disbelief. What kind of mind does this man possess? Nami's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, her earlier anxiety and tension vaporized by this surreal spectacle, leaving only blank astonishment. Even the townsfolk, cowering in shadow, stood petrified, frozen, as if struck by stone magic. And the most utterly confounded of all was without question Ricky himself. As a fearsome predator, the undisputed sovereign of Orange Town, he had ridden beside Moji, terrorizing countless resistors, biting and mauling those who dared defy them. He had never encountered anything like this. This human, neither afraid nor fleeing, had embraced him, rubbed his face against his mane, called him cute. Ricky's mind plunged into unprecedented chaos. He forgot to attack, forgot to roar. He simply stood there, letting Luffy hold his head, his enormous bestial eyes wide, with pure uncomprehending bewilderment. Funiana watched this absurd tableau from a short distance away, and slowly raised a hand to press her fingertips elegantly against her temple. She closed her eyes as if refusing to witness any further. That eerie silence lasted only a few seconds. Leaky, you wretch, what are you doing? Devour him now. Machi was the first to snap out of his shock. He stared in disbelief as his prized beast, a creature he had long boasted about, was cradling its massive head in the enemy's arms like a docile house cat. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury surged violently into his skull. He shrieked hysterically at Leaky, his voice cracking with rage. Roar! Startled by his master's furious bellow, the great lion, Leaky's primal ferocity, finally erupted. With a violent whip-like toss of its head, immense force hurled Luffy, who still held its skull, high into the air. Luffy tumbled through the air, executing several effortless somersaults before landing lightly upon the ice. Dusting off his hands with cheerful nonchalance, he exclaimed, "Wow, what incredible strength! Even more fascinating." But Leaky granted him no further opportunity. Having shaken off Luffy, its bestial pupils burned crimson, low guttural growls rumbling from its throat as wild, untamed energy radiated from its massive frame. It crouched once more, coiling its sinewy body for a far more devastating assault. Truly, how terribly noisy. Furina could bear it no longer. She stepped forward with effortless grace, 2 measured elegant strides, and her cool crystalline voice, though soft, effortlessly overrode Leaky's savage snarls. Enough. This vulgar, tasteless farce has run its course. Raising one gloved hand, she directed a delicate, precise snap toward Machi and Leaky, still posturing arrogantly. Snap! The crisp, resonant sound echoed like a theatrical cue marking a scene transition. As punishment, you shall now experience firsthand the exquisite joy of performance. Before Machi could even scoff, he watched, wide-eyed, as shimmering aqua elements converged and coalesced within Furina's palm. In the next instant, the petite, jewel-like seahorse, Mademoiselle Nouvellette, materialized anew, a delicate sculpture carved from sapphire blue, crystal radiant and alive. She nuzzled gently against Furina's fingertip, then floated weightlessly onto her shoulder, fixing her tiny obsidian-black eyes upon the colossal lion below, its size dwarfing her by hundreds of times. At the sight of this palm-sized aquatic creature, Machi blinked, then burst into scornful, booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. What is that? A goldfish? He pointed mockingly at Mademoiselle Nouvellette, perched on Furina's shoulder, convulsed with mirth. Woman, are you utterly unhinged? Do you truly believe such a trinket, fit only for ornamental display, can stand against my fearsome beast Leaky? To him, it was the most ludicrous spectacle imaginable. This minuscule seahorse wouldn't even fill a single tooth of Leaky's maw. Furina paid no heed to his ridicule, not even a glance, not a flicker of acknowledgement. Plop! As if comprehending perfectly, the seahorse gave a gentle, solemn nod, then dissolved into an impossibly slender thread of cerulean light, vanishing instantly from Furina's shoulder. Fast. So fast that even Zoro's sharp eyes could barely track a fading afterimage. In the next breath, that azure streak hung suspended directly above Leaky's crown. Machi's laughter died mid-breath. He hadn't grasped a single detail. In that frozen instant of bewilderment, Mademoiselle Nouvellette, hovering motionless in midair, parted her tiny cherry blossom lips. A near-invisible jet of pressurized water, finer than a human hair, lanced forth with surgical precision, slicing silently through the air like a scalpel forged from pure will. No thunderous detonation, no cataclysmic surge of energy, only a faint whisper, thin hiss. Its target, the broad, unguarded expanse of Leaky's forehead. Eowuff! A shrill, distorted cry of agony tore from Leaky's throat. Gone was all former savagery and wrath, replaced instead by raw, unmitigated pain and terror. Its massive frame, larger than a compact car, jolted as though struck by an invisible titan's hammer. The sheer concussive force robbed it instantly of all strength. Its limbs buckled without resistance, it collapsed heavily to its knees with a deafening thud, fracturing the iron-hard ice beneath it. Fat, glistening tears welled uncontrollably from its enormous eyes. At the exact center of its brow, a vivid, burning red mark bloomed, like flesh branded by white-hot iron. What? Machi's grin froze rigid across his face, his eyes bulged outward, threatening to burst from their sockets. He simply could not believe what he saw. His beast, his pride, his living weapon capable of rending steel asunder. Leaky had just been felled by the very goldfish he'd mocked. And worse, he hadn't even seen the attack. Mademoiselle Nouvellette alighted softly upon Leaky's damp nose, the absurd contrast between her diminutive form and his colossal head bordering on surreal. She extended her coiled tail and tapped his wet snout, gently, almost soothingly, as the great lion trembled violently, every muscle quaking with abject fear. His gaze wide and trembling fixed upon the creature smaller than his own eye. Like a kitten bullied by a mastiff and fleeing home to whimper into its mother's fur, Leaky emitted pitiful, shuddering whimpers, prostrate on the ice, utterly paralyzed. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Zoro's grip on his sword hilt loosened ever so slightly. He looked from the tiny seahorse to the quivering lion, and for the first time his gaze sharpened with sober, unwavering gravity. Such power! Nami had long ceased attempting to comprehend. Her worldview had been shattered, rebuilt, and shattered again tonight, leaving only numb, hollow awe. Furina observed the tableau with quiet satisfaction. This was art, achieving maximum impact with minimal expenditure. Such extreme juxtaposition, this breathtaking dramatic irony, was precisely the essence she pursued, pure, distilled theatricality. Her gaze then shifted cold and deliberate toward the petrified beast tamer Machi. In the tone of a sovereign pronouncing final judgment, devoid of inflection, devoid of mercy, she declared, "Master Tamer, your performer is now under my direction. Then, next, it is your turn." At that very moment, boom, the tavern's wooden door exploded inward under a tremendous force. Amidst the flying splinters, a sharp, single-wheeled cart rolled across the threshold with an ear-piercing screech, and its rider came to a perfect, unwavering halt in the center of the street. He wore a comically tall, pointed hat, and heavy theatrical makeup. His body was clad in a tight, garish plaid suit, resembling nothing so much as a clown who'd fled a circus tent. Balancing effortlessly on one foot atop the wheel, his posture swayed, yet exuded an eerie, uncanny equilibrium. Kabaji, chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, the acrobat. His gaze swept across the scene, and his face darkened instantly like scorched iron. Machi, the beast tamer, clutched his massive lion. A man and beast trembled uncontrollably like leaves in a gale. That fearsome beast, normally roaring with dominance, now whimpered like a kitten utterly broken. And his elite crew, they were performing a grotesque synchronized farce upon the unnatural ice, sprawling, tumbling, shrieking in chaotic disarray. This was nothing short of a public humiliation, slapping the Buggy Pirates across the face. Kabaji's eyes cut through the chaos, locking unerringly onto the green-haired swordsman with 3 blades at his waist. That stillness, sharp, incisive, unmistakable. This was the true adversary. "You are Rorinoa Zoro, the hunter of pirates." Adjusting his stance atop the wheel, Kabaji lifted his chin high and spoke in a voice dripping with condescending disdain, as if addressing an insignificant insect beneath his boot. "I hear you've made something of a name for yourself in the East Blue. Excellent. Let me weigh your worth." Before the final syllable faded, his chest swelled, and from his mouth erupted a searing torrent of flame. Roaring fire tore through the frigid air, warping it into shimmering distortion. With one hand gripping his sword, he flicked his wrist. A dazzling flurry of blade arcs bloomed before him. The motion was flamboyant, almost absurd, not a threat, but a clumsy overture to performance. Zoro watched unmoved, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon Kabaji as though observing a shrill cicada in summer's heat. From between clenched teeth, he uttered a single word: "Annoying." Yet to Furina, this very moment ignited her eyes like twin stars, her heterochromatic irises blazing with the feverish thrill of discovering an exquisite, unparalleled subject. Oh, this is splendid. She seized Nami's arm with exhilarated urgency and launched into live critique. Fire. Acrobatics. Admittedly vulgar in taste, but at least marginally more spectacular than that oversized feline who merely bellowed mindlessly moments ago. Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars. Wow, he breathes fire. Incredible. Nami stamped her foot, hissing urgently, "He's Buggy's chief strategist. Dangerously strong. Take this seriously." Furina paid no heed. Her director's soul blazed fiercely. With a sudden decisive clap, inspiration struck, and she dashed straight to Zoro's side, launching into impromptu pre-battle direction. "Zoro, Master Swordsman, listen closely." Her voice carried an irresistible, commanding resonance. "When the time comes, your movements must flow, graceful, unhurried, ethereal. Like moonlight dancing upon steel, do you understand? Crush him, not with brute force, but with sheer, devastating beauty." A violent twitch jerked at the corner of Zoro's brow. Furina ignored his glacial scowl entirely, gesturing animatedly, as if framing shots in her mind. "You must embody the sharpest possible contrast. Let your refined artistry of sword dance obliterate his crude carnival-style buffoonery." A thick vein pulsed violently at Zoro's temple. He whirled sharply, each syllable ground out like grit between molars. "You shut your mouth and get out of here." This artistic symposium echoed with crystalline clarity across the silent street. Across the way, Kabaji watched, helpless, as his grand dramatic entrance was met not with awe or fear, but with casual, oblivious conversation. And worse, that madwoman was openly directing him, her opponent, like a stagehand. Humiliation, raw, suffocating, absolute, exploded within him. "How dare you look down on me?" His face flushed deep purple, and he shrieked, "Acrobatic technique, 100-point perfect Euro." Roaring, he accelerated the wheel, his entire body transforming into a lethal, high-velocity spinning top. His sword blurred into a silver ring, shrieking as it cleaved the air, like a deadly drill aimed straight at Zoro's heart. The ice cracked and splintered beneath the wheel, leaving deep, white furrows and scattering shards like shattered glass. Nami's breath caught in her throat, but Zoro's gaze, sharpened the instant Kabaji roared, had already transformed completely. All impatience, all irritation vanished, leaving only profound, unbroken focus, as still and deep as a mountain lake. His right foot struck the ice, crack, and his stance rooted itself immovable as bedrock. Chink, chink. 2 blades drew in near-perfect unison, the Wado Ikamanji and another katana flashing free from their sheaths. Knees slightly bent, blades held reverse grip. His entire presence now radiated a sovereign, lethal calm, utterly alien to the man who'd just been driven to fury. "Yes, that's the aura." Furina cheered beside him, a hypercharged coach on the sidelines. "But your expression, make it colder. Your eyes, pierce deeper. Remember cinematic presence." Imagine millions watching you now. Embody the authority of a master swordsman. Zoro drew a slow, deliberate breath, forcing himself to mute the cacophony ringing beside him. His world narrowed to a single point, the spinning storm hurtling toward him. In the next heartbeat, he charged forward, meeting the death spiral head-on. Clang, 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 clang. A deafening, continuous barrage of metallic clashes erupted like a thunderstorm, sparks exploding in brilliant staccato bursts, illuminating Zoro's face locked in absolute concentration. His dual blades met the whirling sword dozens of times in mere milliseconds, each impact sending jolts of brutal recoil up his arms. High-speed gyro and relentless dual-blade assault locked in furious stalemate, the shriek of grinding steel threatening to rupture eardrums. Kabaji's technique was deceptively intricate, not merely relying on rotational momentum, but exploiting the wheel's agility to dart around Zoro at blinding speed, seeking any opening however fleeting. Acrobatic technique, firewheel blade. In a split-second pass, Kabaji opened his mouth and unleashed another jet of flame aimed squarely at Zoro's face. The fire wasn't meant to burn, it was pure misdirection. Instinctively, Zoro tilted his head aside, his movement faltering just for an instant. Now, a flash of cunning lit Kabaji's eyes. As if losing balance mid-motion, his will lurched violently, and he pitched forward, collapsing toward Zoro. Yet even as his body fell, his right foot lashed upward with impossible serpentine precision. Hiss! A sliver of steel, thin as a cicada's wing, flashed from his shoe tips, silent and venomous, streaking toward Zoro's calf. Zoro reacted with lightning speed, deflecting the underhanded projectile with a swift reverse slash. Yet Kabaji's assault clung like a malignant shadow. No sooner had one wave subsided than another surged forth. Though these dishonorable tactics lacked dignity, they provoked an unprecedented frustration in Zoro, who was accustomed to straightforward head-on combat. He was forced to constantly divide his focus among these relentless petty maneuvers, fracturing the rhythm of battle into jagged, disjointed fragments. "Hey, Zoro, are you even capable?" Luffy shouted anxiously from the sidelines. "Shut up." Zoro growled low, his breath dropping deep as his blade reversed mid-air, locking Kabaji's sword in a crushing parry. Kabaji slid across the ice in a graceful arc, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. He had discerned that this famed bounty hunter, though undeniably masterful in swordsmanship, clearly lacked the instinct and patience to counter his own unorthodox, low-slung, acrobatic style. He had uncovered his opponent's weakness, and so without hesitation he repeated his ruse, feigning a clumsy slip on the ice, hurling himself forward in a deliberately grotesque tumble. This time his aim was not attack, but entrapment. Zoro's gaze hardened instantly. "You dare attempt the same trick twice." He had already seen through the deception and prepared to close in, intending to end the farce with a single decisive strike. Yet the moment his foot lifted to advance, Kabaji's seemingly fallen body twisted violently at the waist. His target was not any vital point, but with all his might, he drove his boot hard into Zoro's chest, precisely where the old wound from Axemouth Morgan's blow in Shellstown still festered. Ugh! A searing white-hot agony pierced through him like a red-hot iron rod, shocking, absolute, and instantaneous. The barely healed scar ruptured violently under the pressure, the pain blotted out his vision and froze his motion, leaving him fatally exposed. "I've got him!" Triumph blazed in Kabaji's eyes. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he launched himself upward from the ice, his sword carving a cold, lethal arc through the air. Chink! The sound of steel biting flesh rang sharp and chilling across the silent street. A long, ragged gash split open across Zoro's abdomen. The crimson blood bloomed, instantly staining his white shirt in a stark, horrifying contrast. "Zoro!" Luffy and Nami cried out in unison, stunned beyond belief that their seemingly dominant comrade could suffer such a grievous wound so suddenly. Yet amid those cries of shock and concern, Furina's reaction stood apart, utterly distinct. Her expression froze the instant the crimson flash erupted, a chilling blend of disbelief and icy fury. "My chief swordsman, my personally chosen first knight for the grand stage ahead. Has he truly been wounded by a nameless, script-unworthy clown? Using such base, aesthetically bankrupt means. This is sacrilege against the script, an insult to art itself. How can a core protagonist be embroiled in a grueling struggle against a mere extra? How can he be wounded? Such a breach violates the most fundamental dramatic law of the protagonist's aura. This stain is unforgivable. Unforgivable." Furina's voice dropped to a frost-laden whisper. A bone-deep chill radiated silently outward from her, freezing the very air. Her heterochromatic eyes locked unblinkingly onto Zoro, his chest stained crimson, and onto Kabaji, who grinned savagely as he prepared to press his advantage. "Scum die." Kabaji, oblivious to having enraged a divine director, believed victory was assured. Raising his sword high, he lunged downward toward Zoro, who knelt immobilized by agony. At the instant the blade neared Zoro's spine. Fwoosh! A crystalline whip woven from pure water materialized from thin air. Like a sentient serpent, it shrieked through the air, moving faster than the eye could follow, and coiled tightly around Kabaji's ankle. Edge. Kabaji managed only a startled, truncated syllable, unable even to register what had struck him. In the next heartbeat, an irresistible force wrenched his ankle. His balance vanished, the descending thrust veered wildly off course. The force was immense, and cruelly precise, flinging him head over heels, limbs flailing absurdly until he crashed down in a grotesquely undignified heap. Thud! His skull struck the frozen ground with a sickening muffled crack, stars exploding behind his eyes. Now, gritting through the agony in his abdomen, Zoro's eyes blazed with killing intent. He did not glance toward the water whip. He knew instinctively this was his sole chance. With a roar that shook the street, he exploded upward from his kneeling stance, every sinew straining. The katana clenched between his teeth, Wado Ikamanji, and the two blades gripped in his hands carved 3 intersecting arcs across the sky, pale, merciless, capable of severing gods and demons alike. 3 sword-style demon slash. Crack. All 3 strikes landed simultaneously, deep, brutal, final, upon Kabaji, who lay stunned and defenseless. He emitted no cry, not even a gasp, as 3 deep bone-bearing wounds tore across his chest. Then, propelled by sheer kinetic force, he flew backward like a shattered cannonball, crashing through the wall of a distant tavern, vanishing beneath rubble and splintered timber, utterly silenced. The battle ended. Ha. Zoro panted raggedly, sweat and blood mingling as they traced paths down his cheeks. Leaning heavily on his scabbard, he held himself upright, barely preventing collapse. Slowly he turned his glare upon Furina, standing calm and composed at a distance, his voice raw with suppressed fury. I told you not to interfere. He could have won this fight alone. Being pushed to this brink by such a minor foe, then rescued by a woman's assistance, wounded his pride more deeply than any physical cut. Furina folded her arms elegantly, tilted her chin upward slightly, and regarded him with the indulgent, mildly exasperated gaze one reserves for a petulant child. This is an emergency correction by the director upon an actor losing control of the scene. Mr. Zoro, your performance deviated catastrophically from the script. As director, I am obligated to intervene, to safeguard the integrity of the production and ensure its ultimate artistic impact. These words sent Zoro's blood pressure surging once more, the tendons on the back of his sword-wielding hand bulged with tension, and he seemed on the verge of grinding out a retort through clenched teeth. At that very moment, a heavy, thunderous footfall, like the heartbeat of a titan, echoed forth from the tavern serving as their hideout. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact reverberated as though striking directly upon the hearts of all present. Zoro and Furina's quarrel ceased abruptly, and every gaze snapped in unison toward that unfathomable darkness. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He wore a thick fur-lined cloak and an opulent, almost ostentatious captain's uniform. His face bore the garish makeup of a circus clown, vivid red lips stretched wide in a grin, yet none of it could rival the singular feature dominating his visage. A colossal, perfectly rounded nose glowing crimson bright. Furina's director's radar activated instantly. So the final boss had arrived. This was Buggy, captain of the Buggy Pirates, with a bounty of 15 million berries. His gaze swept slowly across the street. When his eyes fell upon his second-in-command Moji, crumpled and trembling on the ground, and his strategist Kabaji, blasted into rubble, unconscious or worse, Buggy's clownish smile froze rigid. His stare finally locked onto Luffy, who stood grinning broadly, a grin Buggy interpreted as pure insolent provocation. So it is you vermin daring to run amok in my own town. Buggy's voice simmered with suppressed fury. The instant his words hung in the air, several pirate underlings trembled as they wheeled forward an extravagantly designed cannon from behind him. Its gaping muzzle bore a skull insignia, its nose unmistakably modeled after Buggy's own, round, bulbous, and blazingly red. The custom weapon, the Buggy Bomb. The air on the street grew thin and frigid, a chilling aura of slaughter swiftly permeated the silence. Yet Furina, as if seated in a cinema watching a film, began live commentary for Nami beside her. The costume budget appears generous. Yes, the spectacle is impressive, fitting for an antagonist captain's persona. She tilted her head slightly, delivering her critique in a voice just loud enough to carry. But who handled the makeup design? Dr. Chicken Legs. That nose steals every scene. Its sheer overreach utterly undermining the villain's gravitas and mystique. All attention fixates upon it, leaving only absurdity in its wake. Look, doesn't it resemble a strawberry hard candy forcibly pressed onto his face? A failure, total and absolute. One that drags down the entire production's aesthetic sensibility. Furina shook her head, wearing the expression of a seasoned director lamenting, this season's art department simply isn't up to par. Her voice rang with crystalline clarity across the deathly still street, each word landing precisely in Buggy's ears. A violent twitch seized the corner of his eye. Yet before he could react to Furina's razor-sharp professional critique, a far more devastating blow struck, delivered with surgical precision from another direction. Luffy remained utterly oblivious to the murderous aura radiating from Buggy. His curiosity, like Furina's, had been wholly captivated by that extraordinary nose. He even stepped forward twice, his expression guileless and innocent, lifting a hand to point directly at Buggy's face and asking a question born of pure unfiltered wonder. Wow, mister, your nose is huge and bright red. Is it a prop? Can you take it off? Time itself seemed suspended. Not a whisper stirred along the entire street. Buggy's body locked rigid, the storm-dark expression on his face hardened instantly, like cement, flash frozen. In the next breath the clown paint could no longer conceal the torrent of blood flooding upward. His face flushed scarlet, then deepened to violet, and finally darkened to near black, like a liver boiled raw. With a furious jerk he thrust out his arm, fingers trembling violently with strain pointing straight at Luffy's bewildered face, as he unleashed a shriek, so piercing it rent the heavens. WHODOESYOUCALLMEAREDNOSE. The sound sliced through eardrums like shattered glass. I hate, absolutely hate, when people mock my nose. Buggy's mind short-circuited entirely. His fallen lieutenants, the stolen navigation chart, Nami's betrayal, all vanished from thought, kicked aside, without mercy. His entire world, the sole commandment echoing within his skull, was now distilled into one thought. Kill this boy. He must die. Now. Immediately. Without delay. In the most brutal way imaginable. Fire the cannon. Buggy roared, nearly deranged, barking orders at his gunners. Orders bordering on madness. Blast him into dust. With the custom Buggy bomb. Fire it now. Reason had abandoned him entirely. He craved nothing but the sight of that straw-hatted boy reduced to ash in a cataclysmic explosion. Get out of the way, Luffy. Nami's face turned ashen white as she screamed in terror at Luffy, still standing motionless and utterly baffled where he stood. That shell can level an entire building. Boom. Terrified of disobeying their captain, the gunner ignited the fuse without hesitation. A deafening detonation erupted. The massive projectile, emblazoned with its red-nosed skull insignia, tore through the air, trailing thick black smoke and a shrieking vacuum-splitting wail, hurtling like a meteor of annihilation straight toward the lone defenseless figure standing calmly at the center of the street. Its apocalyptic force made Nami and Zoro flinch instinctively. Furina's eyes sharpened, translucent water particles shimmered into being at her fingertips. She prepared to intervene, orchestrating the scene itself. After all, the lead actor couldn't possibly be written off in Act 1. Yet at this hair-trigger instant, facing the howling death shell hurtling toward him, Luffy simply grinned, a radiant, sun-drenched, utterly carefree smile. It's fine, he said, waving it off with effortless nonchalance. I'm a rubber man. As those words faded, the Buggy bomb, charged with utter devastation, slammed into the space mere inches before Luffy's face. Time itself seemed to slow. Nami's scream remained trapped in her throat. Zoro's pupils contracted sharply, even the water elemental energy coalescing at Furina's fingertips froze for a fleeting instant. Then, before the stunned gaze of all present, Luffy drew a deep breath, his chest swelling with impossible speed, inflating like a colossal balloon defying the very laws of physics. Goma Goma no balloon, and boom. In the cannonball, powerful enough to level an entire building, struck Luffy's taut, perfectly spherical, and astonishingly elastic abdomen with a resounding impact. No gory explosion followed. No spray of blood or shattered flesh. Instead, the projectile sank deeply into his belly as though striking an impossibly soft, yet unyielding trampoline. In the next heartbeat, a far more ferocious force erupted from within Luffy, rebounding with explosive intensity. Whoosh, and the cannonball shot backward at twice its original velocity, screaming through the air on its return path. What a... Buggy's eyes bulged from their sockets. His gunners behind him recoiled in sheer terror, scrambling frantically to flee. But it was already too late. At that very moment, a spark of exhilaration flickered across Furina's eyes. Lights. Camera. Add special effects. She snapped her fingers lightly. Splash. A torrent of water materialized midair, instantly coalescing into a vast convex lens. The rebounding cannonball soared precisely through this aqueous lens, refracted by its curvature. The absurd red-nosed skull painted upon it swelled dozens of times larger. Grotesque, surreal, and overwhelmingly oppressive. Kaboom! The deafening detonation finally erupted. Not over open sea, but at Buggy's own pirate stronghold, the most opulent tavern in town. Fire roared skyward, shockwaves churned violently. Amplified and focused by the water lens, the blast transformed into a meticulously choreographed pyrotechnic spectacle, brilliant, breathtaking, and lethally precise. The entire structure collapsed under the concussive force, crumbling like a child's stack of wooden blocks, reduced instantly to smoldering rubble. A surge of attention, vastly greater, purer, and more potent than any before, flooded Furina's being like warm, radiant currents surging through her limbs and marrow. This sensation was exquisite and excellent, truly outstanding. Furina nodded approvingly, as if commending a master lighting technician. Explosion effect perfect. The protagonist's defining moment, flawlessly executed. This is how an epic begins. Silence descended upon the street, absolute, suffocating, and profound. Whether townsfolk or pirates sprawled helplessly upon the icy pavement, every mouth hung agape, every gaze locked in dazed disbelief upon the straw-hatted boy, unscathed, dusting off his belly with a cheerful complaint so full. Monster. And you wretched fool. And from the billowing dust of the ruins came Buggy's voice, strained, furious, and wheezing like a broken bellows. I am Buggy the Clown, the Splitter. I ate the chop fruit. Explosions hold no power over me. Luffy tilted his head curiously. You're okay too. You're amazing, and of course I'm fine. Before the final syllable faded, his entire body, head to toe, left to right, shattered into countless fragments in a single silent flash. Head, neck, torso, limbs. Each piece hovered midair, suspended, as if guided by invisible threads, forming a tableau of eerie, uncanny disarray. Only his feet, clad in ridiculous clown shoes, remained planted firmly on the ground. And wah-wah, my body fell apart. Luffy's eyes sparkled into starry crescents as he cried out in pure delight. What incredible acrobatics! Zoro, Furina, look! And Zoro clenched his sword hilt, suppressing the agony in his abdomen, his gaze sharpened to lethal focus. This ability, slashing attacks, would truly be futile. Furina frowned, faintly scanning the floating anatomical fragments with a critic's discerning eye. In acrobatics again, such dreadful taste. Humph. This power is vulgar, utterly destructive to human form's innate grace. To dissect a whole performer into scattered parts is the gravest insult to art itself. She lifted her chin, cleared her throat, and assumed the commanding poise of a seasoned director, issuing orders to Luffy with crisp authority in, "Let actor, follow my cue." Against an opponent immune to physical cleaving and obsessed with fragmenting his own form, your power is his perfect antithesis. Do not hesitate. Strike him with fists forged of raw, undeniable force, and let him feel the true meaning of impact. Go forth, and make him understand the weight of being the protagonist in Oh. Luffy ignited instantly at her words. That makes sense. Then, let's go. And Gomu Gomu no pistol. And Luffy's arm shot forward like a piston, his fist rocketing straight toward Buggy's hovering head. Naive. Buggy's severed head sneered midair. At the very instant the fist neared his neck and cranium parted cleanly, leaving Luffy's punch to whistle harmlessly through empty space. Immediately afterward, one of his floating hands, gripping a dagger, slipped silently around behind Luffy and drove the blade deep into his back. NPFFT. Yet no blood flowed. The razor-sharp edge merely dimpled Luffy's skin inward, sinking into thick, resilient rubber, unable to pierce even a millimeter deeper. Useless, you know. Luffy turned, flashing a wide grin. And Buggy's expression twisted into utter horror. And slashing failed. Explosions failed. Even assassination failed. And this straw-hatted boy was his natural, inescapable nemesis. Damn you, don't get cocky. Buggy roared, unleashing his signature technique in Chop Chop Carnival. Shishishi, knees, 100-odd body fragments surged forward like a locust swarm, descending from every direction, converging upon Luffy with overwhelming fury. Some wielded knives, others prepared kicks. The chaos was absolute, a maelstrom of disjointed motion. Luffy flailed wildly, throwing punches in every direction. Yet each strike missed its mark, while tiny floating limbs pestered him, relentlessly driving him to distraction. Furina pressed a hand to her forehead, releasing a sigh heavy with theatrical despair. My lead actor's combat intelligence, truly profoundly worrisome. Such utter chaos, devoid of aesthetic coherence. No sense of framing. No rhythm. Everything has collapsed into dissonance. And Nami beside her nearly burst into tears. Is this really the time to critique cinematography? He's about to be torn limb from limb. Just then the pair of feet that had stood motionless, seemingly indifferent, stirred. With a sly, almost lewd tilt, they rose onto tiptoes and slinked silently behind Luffy, who was still dodging airborne limbs, preparing a treacherous fatal ambush. Luffy, watch your feet. Nami, sharp-eyed, spotted the sinister maneuver first and shrieked in alarm. Luffy blinked and looked down. Those feet had already lifted high, aiming squarely at his exposed skull, and slammed downward with crushing force. At the very last moment, Luffy's body arched backward with impossible suppleness, his upper torso nearly parallel to the ground, barely evading that treacherous, underhanded strike. That was close. So close. Luffy flipped backward with a swift handspring, landing firmly on his feet. Once more, yet his face remained lit by that same carefree, guileless grin. A stalemate had settled over the battle. Luffy's fists could not land upon Buggy's nimble, scattered limbs, and every one of Buggy's attacks proved utterly futile against the rubber-bodied pirate. The confrontation devolved into a ludicrous, chaotic chase. Countless severed body parts whirled through the air like grotesque confetti. Luffy flailed about like a player in a whack-a-mole game, punching wildly in all directions, yet achieving little. Furina's brows drew tighter and tighter. Within her exquisite heterochromatic eyes, azure blue and wine red, burned profound disdain for this vulgar spectacle before her. Enough. She could bear it no longer, and let loose a crisp, commanding rebuke. This coarse farce is now ready to advance to its next act. Lighting crew, stagehands, prepare for clearance. Her opulent skirt billowed without wind, and her slender toes delicately tapped the ice. Shoo! An invisible ripple surged across the frozen surface, spreading instantly along the entire street. Then beneath the ice Furina had just frozen, several streams of water erupted, not as mere liquid, but as sentient, sinuous vines, silent and swift. These aqueous tendrils did not target Buggy's core, the central mass locked in combat with Luffy, but rather the scattered fluttering fragments hovering at the battlefield's periphery, a few fingers, one ear, strands of hair. Fwip, fwip, fwip. With surgical precision, the water vines coiled around these minute appendages, then snapped backward with blinding speed. Instantly those fragments became streaks of black shadow, hurled deep into the ruined buildings lining both sides of the street, vanishing into darkness. My hand. Buggy, still directing his limbs midair, froze in sudden confusion. He sensed his connection to part of his body growing faint, then severed entirely. Before he could react, more water vines flashed forth. This time they seized an intact hand and half a calf, then hurled them likewise into separate piles of rubble. Damn you! What have you done? Buggy finally grasped the horror, roaring at Furina in panic. He found he could no longer recall those distant body parts. His power had strict limits. Merely the director's editing, Furina murmured, elegantly smoothing a strand of hair, her lips curling into a sardonic smile, cutting away all extraneous frames that mar the aesthetic harmony of the scene. Isn't it refreshingly clean now? Buggy panicked. He felt his bodily control slipping away, fast. Frantically, he recalled every remaining controllable fragment, reassembling them midair into a single incomplete form. He lacked one hand, one calf, and several smaller pieces, rendering him less a man, more a shoddily stitched puppet, absurd and pitiful. The townsfolk watching from the sidelines stared in stunned silence, then burst into irrepressible mocking laughter. That mirth cut deeper than any blade. Just as Buggy reeled in shock and fury, his mind unraveling, a figure suddenly dashed forward from the side, sobbing uncontrollably, and threw herself at him, nose running, tears streaming. It was Nami. Captain Buggy, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again, she wailed, her face drenched in remorse and terror. They forced me. Please, give me another chance. I can help you capture that straw hat boy. This sudden turn left both Luffy and Zoro utterly speechless. Nami. Luffy tilted his head, puzzled. Zoro's brow furrowed, his gaze turned glacial. So she truly was untrustworthy. Buggy stared stunned, then his eyes blazed with manic triumph. At his weakest moment, salvation had arrived. Oh, how exactly will you assist me? Buggy sneered. I know his weakness. Nami pointed at Luffy, shouting, he's nothing but a single-celled fool. If I lure him to that alley, you can trap him in your seastone cage. Once captured, the matter ends. Excellent. Splendid. Do it, and I'll spare your life. Go now. Yes, sir. Wiping her tears, Nami spun and rushed to Luffy's side, grabbing his arm and dragging him toward a narrow side alley. Luffy, come quickly. I found Buggy's treasure. Treasure. Luffy's attention shifted instantly, and unsuspecting he allowed himself to be pulled away. Stop. Luffy, that's a trap. Zoro shouted after him, but Luffy had already sprinted, gleeful and oblivious, into the dim alleyway. In the next instant, clang, a massive, indestructible iron cage forged from sea stone plummeted from above, slamming down and sealing Luffy inside before he could even react. Aha! Got you, you idiot straw hat. Buggy's maimed form drifted before the cage, cackling with mad glee. Only then did Luffy realize, grasping the bars, he found himself utterly drained, his rubbery strength vanished, as if siphoned away. What's happening? My body has no strength. That's sea stone, the bane of devil fruit users. Buggy crowed triumphantly. Zoro's face darkened with fury. He raised his sword to rush forward, when a slender hand gently pressed upon his shoulder. He turned, and met Furina's gaze. Patience, my chief swordsman, she said, her expression utterly serene, even delighted, as if savoring the climax of a masterful drama. She leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, just for him. Observe, the classic motif's betrayal of comrades, the hero's desperate plight. Such moments are essential scaffolding, elevating the final reversal to its most breathtaking crescendo. Our esteemed chief accountant truly possesses innate theatrical genius. Zoro stood utterly bewildered, gazing first at Furina's calm, knowing smile, then at Nami, beaming with obsequious delight under Buggy's praise, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. What is going on? Well done, you little thief cat. Buggy lavished praise upon Nami, then extended his sole remaining hand. Now, hand over my navigational chart. Nami's humble smile remained fixed as she withdrew the precious scroll from her bosom and offered it with reverent deference. Buggy's eyes gleamed with avarice. Just as his fingertips neared the chart, Nami's smile vanished. In its place bloomed a gaze of absolute glacial cold, like staring upon a corpse. Before returning it, her voice was quiet, crystalline, and merciless. There remains a small gift I must bestow upon you. Before the final syllable faded, her other hand, drawn from behind with lightning speed, sprang into motion. Several thick ropes wielded with astonishing professionalism and swiftness were wound tightly around Buggy's feet, the only part of him rooted to the ground forgotten in his haste to float, and knotted into a complex, impossibly intricate dead knot. Now, Nami lifted her gaze, meeting Buggy's face frozen in disbelief and utter shock, and spoke each word deliberate and chilling. You're going nowhere, Red Nose. Time itself seemed to freeze entirely within Nami's icy pronouncement. Buggy's severed head hovered midair, its face still locked in manic triumph, frozen now into a grotesque living sculpture of shock and fury. He looked down, and saw his own feet bound tightly with rope like a mummified parcel. He had been utterly deceived, utterly shamelessly outwitted by this thieving cat he'd so arrogantly dismissed. You accursed woman. Buggy's reason shattered completely. A blood-curdling shriek tore from his throat. I'll tear you limb from limb. His mangled torso lunged violently toward Nami, the dagger in his hand gleaming with venomous cold light. A cool, elegant voice then drifted through the air, calm, unhurried, resonant. Furina stepped forward with regal poise, offering Nami a slight, graceful nod, as if applauding a prima ballerina's flawless final bow. Your improvisation has infused this drama with unparalleled tension. Now, the grand finale begins. She lowered her voice just slightly, then raised her hand with quiet authority. A shimmering ripple parted the mist behind her, and two figures coalesced instantly from swirling water vapor: Mademoiselle Nouvellette, the seahorse lady, and Marquis Obvious, the octopus knight, both arriving with theatrical elegance. Mademoiselle Nouvellette. Furina's command was crisp, yet dignified. Unshackle our leading actress. With a fluid aquatic curtsy, the seahorse lady turned and unleashed a hair-thin, nearly invisible, high-pressure water jet, a blinding white laser, that struck the lock mechanism of the sea prism cage with surgical precision. Hiss, crack. The lock, forged from hardened steel seemingly impervious, surrendered instantly under sustained hydraulic force. Its internal structure disintegrated, yielding a sharp crystalline snap as the bolt sprang open. Without pause, Marquis Obvious extended several sinuous, steel-strong tentacles, wrapping them around the iron bars, and wrenched outward with terrifying strength. Squeak! A grating, teeth-rattling screech of tortured metal filled the air as the fortress-like cage was torn wide open, revealing a jagged, gaping breach. We're free, Luffy roared. His body surged back to life. Springing upward like a coiled coil, he vaulted through the rupture and landed hard on the cobblestones, clenching his fists until knuckles cracked like firecrackers. He lifted his gaze to Buggy, who stood poised to strike Nami, now frozen mid-motion, stunned speechless by the spectacle before him. Luffy's sunlit grin had vanished, replaced by a wrath unlike any seen before. You. Luffy's voice dropped low, thick with restrained power. Dared make my navigator cry. In that instant, Zoro finally understood everything. From Nami's apparent betrayal to Luffy's capture to this breathtaking reversal, every thread had been woven into place by this woman's design. No, not mere calculation perhaps. Rather, she had transmuted chaos itself into the most dazzling acts of her script. This self-proclaimed god, this mad director, was unfathomably profound. Let actor, on stage. Villain, face your end. Furina raised her arm high like a maestro commanding the Golden Hall, and issued her final decree. Now, play the final movement. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Buggy descended into pure madness. Abandoning Nami entirely, he hurled his fragmented upper body forward, every remaining limb flailing, launching himself at Luffy in one desperate all-or-nothing charge. Die, straw hat. Yet stripped of distance, balance, and wholeness, he was no longer a threat. Only raw, futile rage against Luffy's blazing fury. Luffy sank his stance, leaned back deeply, and stretched both arms behind him to their absolute limit. This punch is for everyone in this town you've tormented. His eyes locked onto Buggy's contorted face as he bellowed. And what I hate most is cowards like you hurting your own crew, then pretending it's justice. Gomu Gomu. The very air trembled beneath the strain of his coiling limbs. Rocket punch. Boom. Two fists drawn taut beyond human measure hurtled forth like twin artillery shells, striking Buggy's chest simultaneously with brutal, unyielding force. That impact carried kinetic energy, so overwhelming even the powers of the Bara fruit could not dissipate it. Pooh! Buggy didn't even have time to scream. His entire form compressed violently, the painted clown mask warping into a ludicrous, twisted grimace. His head, torso, and dagger-wielding hand were blasted skyward like severed marionette parts, soaring hundreds of meters, tracing a perfect parabola, before shrinking into a distant flickering speck against the horizon and vanishing altogether. Only his bound feet remained behind, lonely, absurd relics upon the stones. The battle ended. For over 10 breathless seconds, Orangetown fell into absolute silence. Then, someone shouted. And like a volcano erupting, thunderous cheers erupted from every window, every alleyway, every rooftop. They won. They've won. The thugs are gone. Townsfolk poured into the streets, gazing upon Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Furina standing sovereign amid the scene, eyes brimming with gratitude and awe. In that moment, Furina felt it unmistakably, an unprecedented torrent of attention and dramatic energy, vast as the ocean itself, surging from every direction and flooding into her being. Her divine heart, long parched and hollow after crossing worlds, was suddenly drenched in life-giving rain. A power far exceeding anything before awakened deep within her core, swelling, roaring alive. Furina closed her eyes in blissful surrender, arms outstretched, drinking in the exquisite return of fullness. Ah, this long-lost sense of completeness. This glory, this is mine. This is what I am owed. Moments later, she opened her eyes and found Nami already rummaging through Buggy's wreckage, clutching a massive chest of treasure, eyes gleaming with avarice. Then Chief Accountant and Navigator Miss Furina smiled warmly with the navigational chart and the troops' founding capital secured. Will you join us and sail onward to the greater stage, to the Grand Line? Nami hugged the chest tightly, Hesitation flickered across her face, but then met Luffy's earnest grin and Zoro's stoic silent acquiescence. She nodded. Humph, just temporarily, she retorted defiant. Once we reach the Grand Line, and find the place I need, I'm leaving no questions asked. And the ship's treasury stays under my control. Agreed, Furina replied without hesitation. Baki vanished into the horizon, shrinking into a faint twinkling star until he disappeared entirely from view. The oppressive gloom that had shrouded Orange Town lifted. Sunlight erupted with sudden brilliance. Golden beams pierced through the clouds and crashed upon the scarred, ravaged streets, warming even the air itself. The elderly man, his hair streaked with silver, was gently ushered forward by a crowd of townsfolk. Trembling, he approached Furina and stood before her. His lips quivered as if to speak, yet his throat tightened, leaving him speechless. He bowed deeply, instead his spine bending at a precise 90-degree angle. Thank you. Words fail me. I cannot begin to express our gratitude. His voice trembled beneath suppressed tears. Heroes. Our saviors. The crowd erupted. Cheers surged like a tidal wave and countless gazes converged upon Furina. Not mere glances, but pure concentrated attention, flowing like rivulets into her parched reservoir of divine power. Exhilarating. Utterly intoxicating. Furina closed her eyes, savoring the long-forgotten fullness blooming within her divine core. As if gulping down an ice-cold, effervescent drink on the hottest day of summer, every pore unfurling in blissful relief. This is precisely as it should be. Furina was born to command the center stage. She tilted her chin upward ever so slightly, her lips curving into an elegant regal arc, and her voice rose like a soaring aria. There is no need for thanks. This was merely the opening performance of the Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe. Bringing laughter and hope to its audience is the sacred duty of every performer. Her sovereign aura blazed forth in full force. Awe and reverence shimmered in the townspeople's eyes, some even wept openly. Gururu. An utterly ill-timed sound shattered the moment. Luffy clutched his stomach, his face crumpling into a pained grimace. Grandpa. My belly's hollow. Got any meat? The solemn atmosphere collapsed instantly. Mayor Buter blinked once, then swept his arm wide with commanding authority. Of course. We have plenty. Fetch the finest food and strongest wine from across town, immediately. Let us host the grandest banquet imaginable, for our heroes. The entire town sprang to life. People dashed through alleyways shouting the news. Chimneys exhaled plumes of smoke. The clatter of pots and pans rang out in joyful cacophony. Nami hugged her treasure chest tightly like a feral cat guarding its prey. She scanned every approaching townsman with sharp suspicion, as though at any second they might lunge forward and seize her gleaming golden berry. Zoro, bearing fresh wounds, leaned silently against a quiet corner wall. He tended to the gash across his abdomen without glancing up, indifferent to the thunderous cheers swelling around him. Let me sleep. Even if the sky collapses, do not wake me. And Furina, the center of all adulation, stood utterly still, frozen mid-breath. Her heterochromatic eyes pierced through the jubilant crowd, bypassed the tearful, trembling mayor, and locked unerringly upon a modest confectionery shop reopening just beyond the street corner. Inside its window rested a work of art, a cake. Not large, yet exquisitely crafted. Cloud-soft white cream cascaded in gentle tears. Atop it perched several plump crimson strawberries, glistening with dewdrops that refracted sunlight into dazzling, mouth-watering sparkles. Furina's breath caught, half a beat suspended in silence. A soft, involuntary swallow echoed in her throat. In those luminous, mismatched eyes, the world dissolved entirely, leaving only that small, delicate confection radiating an irresistible honeyed sweetness. I want that. The regal aura that moments before had soared high above the clouds now shattered, like glass struck by a violent squall, scattering across the cobblestones. Her fingers trembled faintly. Her pupils reflected the cake's image. Deep within them flickered an uncontainable yearning. Her lips pressed together instinctively, like a child gazing upon a long-desired toy. Luffy had already sprinted toward the scent of roasting meat, then slammed to an abrupt halt. He turned back to Furina, his expression screaming, "Is this thing really tastier than meat?" Zoro cracked open one eye, regarding her with the bemused stare reserved for extraterrestrial anomalies. So all this fuss over a cake. Clearly she's lost her mind. The performance has concluded. Furina's voice grew distant, ethereal. She slowly turned her head and declared with an urgency and hunger she herself failed to recognize, "I require energy replenishment." Mayor Buter bowed low at once. Of course. What do you require? Wealth. Or perhaps our town's ancestral heirloom. To him such a figure could only demand something monumental. I do not seek coin. Furina extended a slender finger, her arm rigid, unwavering, and pointed with surgical precision toward the confectionery. With every fiber of her being, as though swearing a sacred vow, she proclaimed, "I desire only that." Silence fell, absolute and profound. The townsfolk froze statuesque. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this majestic, queen-like figure who moments ago commanded awe and reverence now demand nothing more than a single cake? Huh. Luffy scratched his head, baffled. Zoro's mouth twitched. He muttered under his breath, "Honestly, I've never seen anything like this." Nami was the first to recover. Her gaze sharpened. She instantly grasped the truth. Her weakness is absurdly obvious, but perhaps it can be leveraged. She darted forward to stand beside the mayor, her face transforming instantly into the sweetest, most flawless commercial smile imaginable. Manufactured to perfection, eyes crinkled into crescents, dimples perfectly aligned. "Mayor, look here." Nami lightly patted Furina's shoulder, her voice syrupy sweet. "Our director Furina is a consummate artist, pure, uncompromising, and profoundly sincere. Her request is refreshingly humble." Mayor Buter nodded dumbly. Seizing the moment, Nami pressed forward with rapid-fire eloquence. "As a token of gratitude for saving our town, a grand victory feast is both fitting and graciously accepted." Additionally, she shifted tone, effortlessly tapping her chin thoughtfully. "To ensure our director swiftly regains her strength for the next performance, would it be unreasonable to commission all of Orangetown's patisseries for an entire day's output?" The final words floated lightly, yet struck with lethal precision. Buter glanced at Furina's eyes, already alight with radiant anticipation. How could he possibly utter the word no? Not unreasonable at all. Not in the slightest. He nodded vigorously, then barked orders to his aides. "Quickly, fetch Pierre, owner of Sweet Haven." At once. Luffy tilted his head, murmuring softly, "Nami's amazing." Zoro shut his eyes, refusing to watch further. What kind of bizarre crew is this? Thus, amid a uniquely surreal atmosphere, Orangetown's Liberation Victory Banquet officially commenced. Townsfolk hurried about. Tables and chairs filled the streets, charcoal fires flared beneath grills, and barrels of wine rolled one by one from storage. And at the banquet's heart sat its undisputed sovereign, the Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe's esteemed director, Mademoiselle Furina, surrounded by dozens of cakes and pastries, each distinct in flavor, form, and artistry. The victory banquet in Juicy Town was exuberant and joyous. A long banquet table stretched from one end of the street to the other, laden with glistening roasted sea beast legs piled high as miniature mountains. Enormous golden roasted fish required 2 burly men to carry them in their rich aroma permeating the air. Luffy's mouth did not rest for more than 3 seconds. His left hand clutched a dripping savory leg, his right held a skewer of fragrant meat, his cheeks swollen rounder than his own straw hat. Nami held a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice with the poise of a noblewoman attending a royal gala, yet the notebook and quill in her other hand betrayed her true intentions. She leaned close to Mayor Buter, cross-checking item by item against a newly copied inventory list seized from Buggy's warehouse, her smile both sweet and impeccably professional. "Honorable Mayor, this batch of confiscated artworks, or rather assets, requires a fair valuation to facilitate subsequent depreciation accounting and, equitable distribution." At the absolute visual center of the entire boisterous feast lay a sweet sanctuary, enveloped by an invisible aura. Furina's seat was encircled by a fortress of confections, cakes, puddings, mousses, millefeuilles, macarons, and opera cakes, towering, decadent, and meticulously assembled. She sat upright, her silver fork held not as cutlery, but as a conductor's baton. With near religious reverence, she precisely sliced a perfect minuscule corner from a strawberry millefeuille before her. She did not place it in her mouth immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, lifted the delicate morsel to her nose, and inhaled deeply, slowly, savoring the complex bouquet of buttercream, toasted flour, and fresh fruit jam. Her expression was one of rapturous ecstasy, the same sublime or reserved for listening to a masterful operatic aria. Only then was that tiny consecrated piece of cake permitted entry into its sacred sanctuary. The cream melted upon her tongue, yielding a silken texture. The crisp layers of pastry shattered between her teeth with a faint structural sigh, a barely audible crunch. Then the strawberries' perfectly balanced tartness and sweetness detonated like a precision blast, instantly awakening dormant taste buds. Furina blissfully narrowed her heterochromatic eyes, her body instinctively leaning back, as if gently uplifted by an unseen force, her very soul ascending within the symphony known as deliciousness. "Delicious, utterly divine," she murmured softly, a whisper only she could hear. Water God Director script, 5 centuries of solitude, all dissolved beneath the dopamine flood of pure sweetness. In this moment, I am merely an unremarkable connoisseur of sweets. In the corner, Zoro gripped a bottle of liquor in one hand and a hunk of meat in the other, devouring his meal with rugged abandon. Yet his gaze pierced through the revelry, locking unwaveringly onto the woman encircled by confections. A being who could summon 3 aquatic creatures at will, who could lash a sea pirate officer into oblivion with a single whip of water, now wore the dazed, beatific grin of a simpleton enraptured by a mere slice of cake. He simply could not comprehend it. The banquet's atmosphere, fueled by alcohol and abundance, hurtled toward glorious, unrestrained chaos. Townsfolk had already begun dancing in circles, singing and celebrating this hard-won peace. Burp. Nami drained her final sip of juice, snapped her notebook shut, and smiled with quiet satisfaction. Well then, total revenue from this performance, after deducting essential ship repairs, voyage provisions, and the director's emotional compensation fee, yields a net profit, quite substantial. She glanced toward Furina, who was poised to launch a decisive assault on her 9th dessert, a black forest cake, and cleared her throat to steer the conversation back on course. "Director Furina, where shall we set sail next?" The Grand Line navigational chart had been secured, and the ship was nearly repaired, ready to depart at any moment. Furina's fork hovered midair, suspended in hesitation. Reluctantly, she cast one last lingering glance at the brandy-soaked cherries nestled among chocolate shavings, then delicately dabbed her lips with her napkin. In that instant, the radiant aura of the devoted gourmand faded, and the aloof, regal presence of the chief director of Fontaine reasserted itself. "Patience, my chief accountant," she said, her voice languid, as though just concluding a masterful performance. After a triumphant production concludes, one does not rush immediately to the next set. Rather, it is time for the actor's respite, reflection, analysis, and profound dialogue. Intermission. And yes, we must convene a meeting. A meeting? Luffy turned still, clutching a bone thicker than his arm, grease glistening at the corners of his mouth. Precisely. Furina's gaze swept across Luffy, Zoro, and Nami like a spotlight on stage. The Straw Hat Grand Theater now boasts 4 core members. Yet tragically, we remain strangers to one another, fundamentally ignorant of each other's essence. Such ignorance severely undermines our capacity to stage ever grander, ever more epic productions. Nami nodded emphatically. Her curiosity about this enigmatic figure, alternately unhinged and exquisitely refined, had long since overflowed its banks. To know one's counterpart was the first step toward knowing how best to extract funds from her. Luffy shrugged indifferently, tossing the bone aside. "No, you. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become king of the pirates. Isn't that enough? Enough. More than enough. For a protagonist, simplicity and purity were virtues indispensable to narrative utility." Furina nodded approvingly, then shook her head, her exquisite gaze finally settling upon Zoro, who had spoken scarcely a word since the banquet began, yet whose presence loomed as large as an elephant in the room. "Then, Chief Swordsman, what of you? As our troop's martial pillar and security advisor, do you have anything to declare?" Zoro set down his bottle. Its base struck the wooden table with a low, resonant thud, small in volume, yet rippling outward like a stone dropped into still water, momentarily stilling the surrounding clamor. He raised his head. His hawk-sharp eye pierced through flickering candlelight, fixing unflinchingly upon Furina. The laughter and chatter of the feast seemed to vanish behind an invisible acoustic barrier. Within their small quadrant, the air thick and heavy with silent tension. Zoro's voice emerged gravelly and raw. "I do have questions for you." He granted Furina no chance to interject, leaning forward slightly. "But before you answer," he settled back into his chair, the palpable intensity softening just a fraction. "Fairness demands I speak first." He retrieved Wado Ikamanji, laying it horizontally across his knees, his palm gliding gently over its white scabbard. "Roronoa Zoro, I am a swordsman. My ambition, to become the world's greatest. To fulfill it, I swore an oath to someone dear. Until I defeat that man, I will suffer no further defeat." His introduction was stark and precise, like the clean arc of his blade stripped of all superfluity. Then he fell silent, his gaze returning to Furina, his meaning unmistakable. "Your turn." Luffy ceased gnawing on bone, watching Furina with open curiosity. Nami set aside her playful demeanor, leaning forward. This too was the answer she most yearned to hear. Faced with 3 pairs of intensely probing eyes, Furina did not reply immediately. She lifted a cup of red tea, sipped it gently, and gazed out the window at the luminous moon, her expression distant, profound, as if peering across time and space into some faraway homeland. "My identity." And she finally spoke, her voice as soft as a sigh beneath moonlight, and a faint, profoundly complex smile curved her lips. 3 parts self-mockery, 7 parts wistful remembrance. A fine question. Yet were I to state it plainly, your limited imagination would scarcely grasp its meaning. She set down her teacup, the delicate bone china chimed crisply against its saucer, a sound like the opening bell of a grand stage production. And, after all, it is a tale too long, too surreal to be believed. Turning back, she met the gazes of the 3 once more, her face now adorned with that singular enigmatic smile, neither wholly genuine nor entirely feigned. Exclusively hers, the smile of director Furina. "But since you are the actors I have personally chosen, I shall grant you an exception, and tell you a bedtime fable." "In a fable?" Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. He even forgot to chew the meat in his mouth. "Are there talking tanuki and fire-breathing dragons?" "And, of course there are tanuki, and dragons do exist. Yet the fable I shall recount surpasses even their existence in sheer impossibility." Furina's voice grew tender, ethereal, and magnetically resonant, like that of a master narrator in a sublime theatrical performance, effortlessly sealing them within a private world of force, shutting out the crackle of the campfire and the laughter around them. Long, long ago, in a place unimaginably distant, there lay a realm utterly unlike this boundless, untamed sea, Na land built upon water. There justice and judgment reigned supreme. The verdict rendered in every trial was not mere law but a grand opera. "I call it the Hydro Kingdom." And she paused, deliberately observing their reactions. And the Hydro Kingdom had a queen beloved by all her people. Furina continued, her fingertips unconsciously tracing slow circles upon the smooth tabletop. And, born of nobility, she possessed grace and beauty beyond compare, and held dominion over every drop of water in the world. She was without question a deity of water, kind, just, and motherly in her love for every single one of her subjects. And a queen. At the word, Luffy could contain himself no longer. He slammed his fist on the table, swallowed whatever was in his mouth, and shouted, "Wow. So you're that queen, eh? And that question struck like a stone dropped into still water. And Zoro's brow twitched slightly. Nami held her breath. And Furina gazed at Luffy's face, etched with raw, unfiltered eagerness, and offered neither affirmation nor denial. Instead, she raised a single index finger to her lips in a soft, silencing gesture, her expression tinged with quiet, enigmatic amusement. "In patience, my lead actor. The story has only just begun." She resumed her recitation, her voice swelling with operatic resonance. Yet this mighty queen and her resplendent kingdom bore from birth a terrible, inescapable, original sin. An ancient, irrefutable prophecy foretold that one day the very sea upon which the Hydro Kingdom rested would rise without cease, flooding all land. And every citizen, dissolving like sugar in hot tea, would vanish utterly from this world, leaving not even a trace behind. Dissolve. Nami's face paled instantly. In her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Kokoyashi village. Beneath the shadow of Arlong, the fishman villagers paid daily with blood and sweat for the fragile privilege of survival, a despair so visceral, so ingrained in her bones that the loss of home, family, and everything else felt perpetually imminent. If the destruction of even a fraction of humanity could inflict such agony, what tragedy would befall an entire nation? Furina noted the shift in Nami's expression, her understanding immediate, profound. Excellent. The chief accountant has already stepped fully into character. Empathy is the first step toward embodying a role. A flicker of weariness, deep, sorrowful, and centuries old, passed across her eyes unseen, even by herself. To defy this inevitable apocalypse, to save her beloved people, the queen devised a plan so audacious, so utterly mad it defied reason. She would deceive heaven itself. And deceive heaven? Luffy tilted his head, baffled. Can heaven even be deceived? Sometimes certain adversaries cannot be overcome by fists alone, my leading man. Furina replied softly, her gaze drifting toward Zoro. And thus she made a decision. A decision to divide herself. She severed from her being all that belonged to the divine, the power, the godhood, the sovereign will, and concealed that true essence in a place utterly hidden, perfectly secure beyond heaven's perception. There in silent solitude that authentic divinity gathered strength, vast incalculable power capable of overturning the prophecy itself. As for herself, she donned the guise of a holy mortal vessel, fragile, tearful, fearful, then placed upon her brow the crushing crown of the Hydro deity and ascended the glacial throne. At this, Furina's lips curled into a faint sardonic smile. And, from that day forward, she assumed an entirely new role. An arrogant, vain goddess intoxicated by drama and judgment, reveling in adoration, yet unfailingly weak, ineffectual, and prone to tears at every critical moment, a false deity. She needed heaven, the omniscient, omnipresent sovereign above, to believe with absolute conviction that the Hydro deity of Fontaine was nothing more than a hollow, powerless, laughable buffoon. Only then would heaven's gaze fixate upon this dazzling decoy, blinding it to the true deity gathering strength in darkness, preparing to shatter the cosmic board. Furina lifted her teacup and took another sip, as though it were not tea, but courage itself sustaining her. In this magnificent, all-consuming solo performance, she enacted alone for 500 years. 500 years. And when those words drifted from Furina's lips light, as air, they struck Zoro and Nami, like an invisible mountain collapsing upon their hearts. Nami's fingers tightened around her juice glass. In 500 years. What did that even mean? A human lifetime barely spanned 1/5 of it. How could any single soul endure 5 centuries of endless solitude and dread, playing a part diametrically opposed to her true self? Zoro's grip on his wine cup tightened instinctively, our ripples trembled across the liquid surface. He recalled his vow to his fallen friend, the deep, bottomless scar left by Dracul Mihawk, and his solemn oath never to lose again until he stood victorious before that man. He had believed his own resolve unshakable, yet measured against 5 centuries of solitary masquerade, what was his determination but a fleeting spark? This was no burst of passion. It was day after day, year upon year, sustained only by a nebulous hope, clinging fiercely to sanity amid infinite despair, a torment worthy of hell itself. What unbearable weight must that loneliness bear? What terrifying magnitude must that will possess? And each day she sat upon the tribunal, witnessing real sorrow and joy unfold before her. She forced herself to laugh, forced herself to delight. She lived in terror, not only of her people discovering her utter helplessness, but of her own psyche fracturing under pressure, collapsing mid-performance. Her sole solace was repeating again and again, this is theater. This is performance. I am merely an actor, staging a salvation for all. So long as she performed, so long as she endured until Judgment Day, her people would live. Furina's voice sank lower, as if drawn into a distant, half-forgotten memory. At last the prophesied day arrived, and the final judgment descended. Heaven pronounced its verdict upon the Hydro Kingdom, guilty, all of them. All were sentenced to death. The deluge rose as foretold, submerging cities, dissolving the innocent. Just as despair consumed all, the false deity, who had played her part for 5 centuries, stood upon the tribunal before the apocalyptic flood and danced her final, most exquisite solo, tears streaming down her face. That dance was her farewell to herself, and also, the ultimate tribute heralding the true deity's arrival. And, at that very instant the hidden divinity, concealed for 5 centuries, completed her accumulation of power. With every ounce of strength, she overturned heaven's decree, bearing the punishment of that original sin alone, sacrificing herself entirely, returning all her power to the primordial source of the Hydro Kingdom. The flood receded. The prophecy shattered. The dissolved returned whole. Every citizen was saved, and the tale ended there, abrupt, silent. Only the crackling of the campfire remained. And Luffy sat utterly stunned. Though much of the intricate logic eluded him, he grasped the core truth and blurted out urgently then, what happened to the queen? What became of the queen who performed? And Furina lowered her gaze, her long lashes cast dense shadows across her cheeks, veiling every emotion. In her voice shed all operatic flourish, now hollow, emptied, serene in its exhaustion. The curtain fell. The actor bowed. Having fulfilled her 500-year mission, she at last shed that suffocating role, becoming simply an ordinary person, nothing more, nothing less. She departed her kingdom. She left behind the people she had guarded her entire life, and drifted alone through endless, starless void. And then, Furina slowly lifted her head. In that moment Zoro, Nami, and Luffy saw it clearly in those beautiful heterochromatic eyes. No longer held the queen's majesty, nor the director's playful irony, nor the Epicurean's bliss. Only pure unadorned bewilderment, and a loneliness so profound, so deeply rooted in her marrow. She tumbled onto a wondrous vast sea. Furina's story flowed quietly in the corner of the modest celebration, like an ancient and sorrowful narrative poem. There were no heart-pounding battle scenes, no displays of world-shattering power, only boundless solitude and a steadfast vigil spanning 5 centuries. The surrounding clamor seemed muted by an invisible spell, leaving only the crackling whispers of the campfire. Luffy scratched his head. Terms like original sin or true god versus false god had already been summarily ejected into the recycling bin of his notoriously limited mental capacity, but he understood. He slammed his fist into his palm and delivered a summary with the air of one who had just solved a profound riddle. So you performed a play lasting 500 years, saved all your people, and then fell right here. His grin widened, teeth gleaming brightly in the firelight. You're incredible. You acted for 500 years. That's way longer than I've been alive. You must be the greatest queen in the world. This disarmingly simple praise struck precisely at the frozen heart lake Furina had guarded for 5 centuries. She paused ever so slightly. Was duration and Luffy's logic synonymous with greatness? Meanwhile Nami was wholly immersed in the emotional current of the tale, chin resting on her palms, eyes glistening with unshed tears. No one understood better than she the weight of bearing everything alone to save others. To buy back Kokoyashi village from Arlong, she had spent 8 years as a thief, enduring endless scorn and abuse. 8 years had felt like an eternity. Furina's burden stretched across 5 centuries. Behind that number lay an unimaginable weight, sufficient to crush any spirit. So, Nami spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly. You still see us as actors, and this adventure as drama, because only through such framing can you reclaim strength and meaning in this unfamiliar world. That interpretation is valid. Furina lifted her teacup, concealing a fleeting trace of melancholy behind its rim as she nodded. Everything I was remains in my homeland. Here I am merely Furina, a mortal bearing the title of divinity, yet hollow within. Setting down the cup, her gaze swept over the 3 of them. And attention and dramatic resonance are the sole anchors this world has granted me. I must stand at center stage, the brightest protagonist, to forge my throne anew. Her voice regained a sliver of the director's authority, yet now carried unmistakable candor. Luffy listened with half comprehension, but seized upon the key word, protagonist. Does that mean I'm one too? Absolutely, you are the lead actor. Furina affirmed without hesitation. A protagonist ought to be refreshingly uncomplicated and single-minded, ideal for direction. Nami tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the tabletop. So the more commotion we stir up, the higher your box office climbs, and the stronger your power grows. Then our earlier takedown of Buggy counts as a triumphant premiere. Furina snapped her fingers approvingly. Perfect comprehension. A successful performance not only yields wealth, but also replenishes the director's own energy. Truly a win-win, even a triple win, since the audience too leaves enriched with joy. Zoro, who had remained silent until now, slowly drained the last sip of sake from his wooden cup. He set it down heavily upon the table with a resonant thud. Rising, his tall frame cast a long, imposing shadow across the firelit ground as he strode toward Furina. He neither boisterously intruded like Luffy, nor openly emoted like Nami. Instead, the piercing light in his solitary eye seemed poised to pierce through Furina's layered facades, straight to the deepest recesses of her soul. Furina instinctively straightened her spine, as if summoned once more to the judgment seat of Fontaine, facing the most rigorous interrogation imaginable. Then Zoro spoke, his voice as decisive and unyielding as a master swordsman's blade. A battle lasting 5 centuries. You fought it well. Without lingering a second longer, he turned and walked toward the ship's rail, retrieving his 3 swords and settling onto the deck. With serene detachment, he began polishing the scabbard of Wado Ikamanji. Battle. Furina froze. She watched Zoro's broad back recede, then glanced at Luffy's earnest, unguarded expression. It was truly amazing, and at Nami's gaze brimming with empathy and quiet understanding. In that instant, a place deep within her, hardest, coldest, most impenetrable, softened imperceptibly like ice yielding to dawn's first warmth. For 5 centuries everyone, including herself, had defined that epic as a performance, a deception. She was an actress, a fraud, a jester. A battle waged with will against fate, so vast, so enduring it commanded awe. He acknowledged her battle. It dawned upon her for the first time to be seen not as a deity, but simply as Furina. The person felt like this. Chief swordsman, perhaps he isn't quite as tone-deaf as he seems. Lead actor, though biologically a single-celled organism, turns out to be genuinely kind. Comptroller Miss, admittedly money-obsessed, yet remarkably perceptive. My straw hat grand theater appears far more intriguing than I imagined. A gentle warmth mingled with the lingering sweetness of cake on her tongue spread slowly through Furina's chest. A steady grounding heat she had never known before. All right, story's over. My stomach's rumbling again. Where to next? Midway through a languid stretch, Luffy shot upright, shattering the delicate melancholic atmosphere he'd unwittingly helped cultivate. Nami rolled her eyes, then swiftly detached herself from emotion, unfurling the pristine, meticulously accurate, Grand Line navigation chart retrieved from Buggy's treasure hoard. Her slender finger traced the map passing over Orangetown's position. According to charts and prevailing winds, our next viable resupply island lies here. Her fingertips settled upon a tiny island icon, Syrup Village. The moment that name surfaced, a phantom script, visible only to Furina, flipped within her mind, rustling like pages turned by an unseen hand. It came to rest on a fresh blank page. Before her, an image materialized with crystalline clarity. A boy bearing a nose identical to Pinocchio's stood before several sniffling children, gesticulating wildly, spittle, flying, boasting himself as Usopp Captain, the sea hero commanding 8,000 men. Act 2 lies promises, and the sea's Braveheart. Lead actor Monkey D. Luffy supporting cast perspective Usopp. Character profile, a timid habitual liar whose lifelong dream is to become a courageous sea warrior, yet who when duty calls unleashes boundless courage to protect those he cherishes and his home. Possesses exceptional artistic talent, drawing craftsmanship, and innate gift for grandiose storytelling. Plot synopsis: in the tranquil village of Syrup, the Straw Hat Grand Theater shall encounter Usopp, the future sniper. The troupe will be drawn into a conspiracy orchestrated by a long-hidden butler intent on seizing the entire fortune of the affluent young Lady Kaya. Classic villainous butler betrayal. I approve. Furina's lips curved once more into the confident, unruffled smile of the director Furina. She rose, her sumptuous skirts sweeping an elegant arc beneath the moonlight as she opened her arms to her 3 core performers. Attention all. Her voice rang clear and commanding, instantly capturing their full focus. The Straw Hat Grand Theater's intermission concludes. Balancing lightly on her toes, she spun a full circle, embracing the star-dusted ocean horizon, her voice brimming with infinite anticipation and sovereign delight in what lay ahead. Our next act's chief sniper appears eager, already awaiting our entrance upon his stage. Luffy's eyes lit up. Sniper. Cool. Let's go. Furina waved gracefully. No rush. First, we pack my cake. The first golden ray of dawn, delicate as gossamer, draped itself over the scarred yet resilient town of Orange Harbor. The air still lingered with the rich aroma of last night's feast, roasted meats and spiced wine, mingling with the briny tang of the sea breeze. When Furina and her companions arrived at the harbor, nearly every townsfolk had gathered spontaneously to bid them farewell. At the forefront stood Mayor Boudoir, cradling an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Our benefactor, this is but a humble token of our gratitude. The mayor lifted the lid of the box, revealing an ancient weathered compass whose needle remained unwaveringly fixed upon a single direction. This is a record compass, not eternal but sufficient to guide you to the next island along the Grand Line. Oh, that round thing. Luffy leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Nami seized it without hesitation, fastened it neatly onto her wrist, and nodded with quiet satisfaction. Thank you, Mayor. And this? The mayor gestured toward a compact caravel moored beside the dock, small yet gleaming with meticulous care, every seam repaired and hull polished anew. Most striking was the ship's figurehead, a plump, grinning sheep carved from pale wood, radiating whimsy and childlike charm. We selected this vessel from the spoils taken from the buggy pirates and repaired it overnight. The mayor declared, voice ringing across the wharf. Please accept it without reservation. Wea. Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled like twin constellations. With a cry of Gomu Gomu, rocket, he launched himself skyward, landing perfectly atop the sheep's head, arms flailing ecstatically. I've got a real ship now. A ship with a sheep on the bow. How utterly magnificent. Zoro ascended the gangplank with his 3 swords slung across his back. Nami followed, clutching her treasure chest. Not particularly large, but as an early stage prop vessel it suffices. Furina offered a concise appraisal before turning gracefully toward a massive cart being wheeled forward by dozens of townsfolk. Very well, supporting cast. Please load my energy reserves aboard. Upon the cart rested the very dessert citadel from last night, a towering fortress built from over 100 cakes, puddings, and mousses, each sealed beneath pristine glass domes that shimmered like jewels in the morning light. Nami's smile froze midair. Stop. Hold on. She dashed to the rail facing Furina with a practiced professional smile plastered across her face. Director Furina, I propose we convene an urgent consultation regarding the rational allocation of theatrical assets. Furina tilted her head, her expression one of serene expectation. Proceed, performer. Nami pointed emphatically at the mountainous confectionery. This vessel's storage capacity is severely limited. Look, if we stow all this, we'll have room for neither 3 days' provisions nor fresh water, and perishables spoil. We're sailing the open sea, not hosting a dessert gala. I don't care, Furina declared, arms crossed, chin lifted with the unyielding innocence of a child. These are my spoils, my vital sustenance, my art, my creed. None shall be left behind. That's unscientific. Unreasonable. Nami felt her pulse surge. I stand with Furina. Luffy popped up from the sheep's head, saliva already glistening at the corner of his mouth. So much delicious food, we can't possibly discard any. Damn it. Idiotic captain. What do you know besides eating? Nami raged inwardly, but she could not break character. She was after all a professional quartermaster. She steadied her breath and tried reason. Luffy, think. Without fresh water we'll die of thirst. And if we die you'll never taste meat again. Luffy pondered for half a second. Then let's carry less water. Nami, this ship, this crew, was beyond salvation. Zoro yawned, utterly indifferent to the cake war, and settled into a sun-drenched corner of the deck, leaning against the hull with eyes closed. An unspoken invitation, carry on, wake me when it's over. As dialogue stalled, Nami paced like a caged fox. This was no longer about coin, it was survival. Furina, however, approached the cabin wall with effortless poise and tapped once, delicately with a slender fingertip, upon the solid timber. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a lilting operatic cadence. Mortal navigation holds its own wisdom, worthy of reverence. Yet you seem to have forgotten my troop abides by no earthly logic. A ripple of cerulean light spread outward, the sturdy wooden wall dissolved into translucence fluid as still water. Through that shimmering veil unfolded a dimension immeasurably vaster than the cabin's physical confines, a boundless snow-white stage wreathed in gentle frost. My stage prop storage chamber. Furina turned to Nami, whose mouth hung agape, and arched a single triumphant eyebrow. Equipped with autonomous temperature regulation. She stared at the impossible refrigerator, a violation of spatial physics, and then at Furina's face, radiant with unapologetic pride. Her understanding of reality fractured once more. Using one's own power as a mobile cold storage unit. If leveraged for commerce, wouldn't that guarantee unimaginable wealth? No. What am I thinking? The issue isn't profit, it's fundamental impossibility. It defies all reason. Nami's expression cycled through numbness, off feverish ambition, and existential doubt, settling finally upon a complex blend of envy, admiration, and reluctant surrender. What are you waiting for? She suddenly bellowed, wheeling around toward the still pushing townsfolk. Hurry, load them aboard. Carefully. Don't damage our cakes. Her demeanor had undergone a complete reversal. She descended the gangplank herself, directing each dessert's placement with meticulous tenderness. Luffy cheered and leapt down to help, nearly balancing a 3-tiered strawberry mousse atop his head. Furina watched, a quiet smile playing upon her lips. Ha, still think you're untamable. Against absolute convenience, science and principle alike crumble like parchment. At last, beneath the jubilant waves of the entire town, and amid Nami's conflicted gaze, the Straw Hat, Grand Troop's inaugural flagship, the vessel Luffy exuberantly christened the Golden Mary, slipped quietly from Orange Harbor's embrace, bearing 4 crewmates and an entire edible citadel. Salt wind billowed the freshly hoisted sail. The sheep figurehead grinned serenely, silently bidding farewell to the receding island and the waving figures ashore. Once the ship cleared open waters, a new dispute erupted on deck. I want the biggest chocolate lava cake. Luffy pointed emphatically toward the stowed desserts, shouting at Furina. She reclined elegantly in her chaise lounge, lifting one languid eyelid. Denied. That is the finale dessert, reserved for victory celebrations. Today's main course is mango mille-feuille. Why? I want chocolate. Because I am director, and I decree. You're director, but I'm captain, and captains rule supreme. Without my cakes you'd lack the strength even to claim captaincy. Nami buried her face in her palms, collapsing onto a nearby crate. She watched the two squabble fiercely over a fictional dessert, then glanced at Zoro, already snoring softly in the distance, and for the first time questioned the very trajectory of her future. What kind of ship, what kind of pirate vessel, have I truly boarded? The third day after departing from Orange Town, the Going Merry sailed steadily across the sapphire sea, serene as a drifting leaf. Life aboard the ship swiftly settled into a wondrous rhythmic cadence. At dawn, Zoro was the first to rise. Bare-chested, he lifted the ship's heavy iron anchor, as if it were a dumbbell, his rhythmic grunting exertions echoing across the deck with mechanical precision. Sweat traced glistening paths along his taut, sculpted musculature, catching the sun's golden light. Luffy, meanwhile, was usually roused by the irresistible aroma of food. But today he resolved to fend for himself. Perched atop the sheep-shaped figurehead at the bow, he stretched his arms impossibly long into the sea, dubbing the act Gomu Gomu, fishing net. Nami unrolled her newly acquired nautical chart feather quill in one hand, and a chilled glass of orange juice, freshly drawn from Furina's refrigerator, in the other. With meticulous care, she plotted their course, murmuring aloud. At this pace we'll reach Syrup Village in roughly 2 days. Routine vessel, where ration allocations. Furina's cake consumption rate. Oh dear, we must secure our next sponsorship without delay. Meanwhile, the ship's supreme authority, Director Furina, lay reclined upon an ornate beach chair that materialized out of thin air, its opulence jarringly incongruous with the humble little vessel. She wore oversized sunglasses that concealed most of her face, cradling a lavishly bound gold-embossed volume titled On the Actor's Self-Cultivation. Beside her sat a small table bearing a freshly sliced opera cake drizzled with vibrant strawberry coulis. Chief Swordsman, she said without lifting her gaze, your muscular engagement lacks aesthetic grace. You move like a brute ox, not an elegant cheetah. When lifting weight, imagine you are cradling a sacred chalice. Let every motion embody both raw power and solemn reverence. Silence, Zoro ground out between clenched teeth. Lead actor. She turned toward the bow. Your fishing posture is vulgar, utterly devoid of heroic bearing. Stand taller, face the rising sun, and cast your net with the commanding majesty of a conqueror mastering the sea, not like a thief sneaking sweet potatoes from a garden. Luffy's arm churned the water for a full moment, then yanked upward with a sudden decisive tug. Splashed. What broke the surface was no great fish, but a tattered seaweed-draped boot, its sole gaping wide. Hey Furina, look what I caught. Luffy brandished the boot triumphantly, eyes alight with delight. Furina silently adjusted her sunglasses, and chose for the sake of her own sanity to cease communication with such irredeemable timber. This ensemble is impossible to direct. Their aesthetic literacy demands urgent elevation. Amidst this whirlwind of chaotic daily life, the sky darkened without warning. One moment the heavens blazed with flawless azure, the next dense clouds spilled across the firmament like spilled ink, swallowing the sky whole. The wind grew fierce and glacial, the placid sea swelled violently, white-capped waves erupting from nowhere to slam against the fragile hull of the Going Merry. Storm. Nami's expression hardened instantly. She rolled up her chart and bellowed at the stunned crew, move, now. Zoro, lower the mainsail. Luffy, steady the helm. Oh, got it. They sprang into action. Then came the deluge. Fat raindrops hammered the deck in relentless torrents. The Going Merry rocked wildly in the gale, and surging waves staggering like a drunken man, on the verge of being devoured by the sea's furious wrath. Nami clung tightly to the rail, bracing herself against the violent lurches, her heart hammering against her throat. At that instant, Furina, who had lain perfectly still in her chair, slowly sat upright. The gale whipped her silver hair into disarray, rain soaked the hem of her gown, yet her expression held no trace of alarm. Instead there lingered a languid, faintly irritated displeasure, as though her afternoon tea had been rudely interrupted. Really, such an abrupt, utterly artless, improvised special effect. A disordered production schedule, a shattered rhythm, zero cinematic framing. A resounding failure. She raised one hand toward the raging sea, and snapped her fingers. Click. The sound was soft, yet it struck like the universe pressing pause. In the next breath, the unimaginable unfolded. The towering waves, capable of capsizing the ship, slowed abruptly as they neared the Going Merry, as if colliding with an invisible wall. They softened into gentle rhythmic swells that buoyed the vessel with serene, measured undulation. Even the torrential downpour instantly reorganized itself. Raindrops ceased their chaotic assault, transforming instead into crystalline, translucent curtains draped at exquisitely precise angles around the ship. They shielded the deck from wind and spray while preserving clear sight lines, forming a breathtaking rain corridor. Even the tempestuous gale seemed tamed by an unseen hand, mellowing into a steady guiding breeze that filled the sails with perfect pressure, propelling the Going Merry forward with unwavering speed and grace. The world shifted, seamlessly, from a harrowing disaster film into a lyrical, painterly arthouse masterpiece. On deck, Luffy, still wrestling the helm, and Zoro, midway through lowering the sail, stood frozen mouths agape. Nami leaned against the rail, staring at the miracle before her, mind utterly blank. Furina glided back to her chair, resettled herself, and delicately dabbed raindrops from her fingertips with a linen napkin. This, she remarked coolly, is how a proper scene transition ought to unfold. Remember, any unforeseen event may serve as majestic stagecraft, designed solely to herald the protagonist's entrance. She lifted her teacup, sipped slowly, and gazed beyond the rain-framed horizon, her eyes those of a master director surveying her perfected mise-en-scene. Stars rekindled in Luffy's eyes. Whoa. Furina, you're amazing. Do it again. That was so cool. Furina ignored her crew's stunned awe entirely. No time for theatrics, actors. Her voice cut clearly through the hushed, tempered storm, calm, resonant, and unmistakably authoritative. Our next stage has arrived. Ahead, the silhouette of the island emerged with increasing clarity beneath the golden sun. Unlike the rigid man-made geometry of Orange Town, it was draped in vast tracts of primeval forest and gentle rolling hills. A silken ribbon of white sand encircled the emerald coastline, though a few small fishing boats rested idly beside a modest dock. The entire island exuded an untroubled serenity, a profound peace untouched by time. Nami straightened herself against the ship's rail and raised her monocle, scrutinizing the land with meticulous care. The map confirms it. West Blue Village lies ahead. She lowered the monocle, her voice tinged with quiet relief, its professional cadence. Sharp, precise, unmistakably hers, fully restored. It appears to be a tranquil settlement, ideal for replenishing fresh provisions and fresh water, and for inspecting the ship's wear and tear. Oh, a new island. Are there new meats to eat? Luffy had already scrambled up the ram's head figurehead of the Going Merry like a restless monkey, eyes blazing with hunger, his elongated jaw dripping a glistening thread of saliva that splashed softly onto the deck. Zoro leaned against the mainmast, cradling his 3 swords close to his chest. He let out a long, languid yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. His body sank into a paradoxical state of deliberate idleness, using deep slumber to restore strength spent battling the storm's fury. For a navigator whose sense of direction was famously unreliable, destination mattered little. As long as the ship sailed forward, every port was equally valid. Yet Furina, who should have found such placid interludes utterly unremarkable, stood apart from expectation. She rose slowly from her ornate chaise lounge and glided to the rail with effortless grace. She did not reach for a monocle. Instead, those exquisite heterochromatic eyes simply gazed into the distance, still and knowing. Sunlight danced across her silver-white hair, while a subtle, knowing smile curved her lips, one laced with the quiet superiority of a storyteller who holds all the pages before the curtain rises. That smile sent a jolt through Nami's chest. Here it comes again. That look, nothing good ever follows. Hey, look over there. Luffy's sudden shout shattered the sea's calm. Stretching his rubber neck like a curious giraffe spotting wonder, he pointed emphatically toward a towering cliff on the island's flank. There's someone on that cliff. His nose is huge. Nami instinctively followed his finger, and there at the cliff's edge stood a slender youth. His nose defied proportion, so absurdly elongated it resembled an ornamental prosthetic nearly half the length of his face. He stood before 3 sniffling children below, gesturing wildly, spittle flying, his exaggerated pantomime vivid even from afar. His voice drifted across the water, fragmented by the breeze. I tell you true, on that day Captain Usopp alone fought 3 colossal sea kings. The youth puffed out his narrow chest, voice booming with fervent conviction. With but a single fishing rod, whoosh, I reeled them all in and turned them into the world's largest sashimi. The whole village feasted for 3 days and nights. Wow, Captain Usopp is amazing. Really, are sea kings tasty? Hearing such outrageous embellishment, Nami rolled her eyes so hard it hurt, and her mouth twitched in disbelief. Ugh, just another windbag con artist. She muttered under her breath, voice thick with disdain. We used to have folks like him back in Kokoyashi village, scamming lonely old ladies out of their savings. Sweating bullets already, kid. That's no trick, it's just amateur hour. A master of falsehoods, trembling with cowardice, yet burning deep within with a fiercer yearning to become a true maritime hero than anyone else. Yes, exactly as scripted. Furina's inner script turned silently, her smile deepening, a director's quiet satisfaction at witnessing a perfect preordained entrance. His name is Usopp. She spoke softly, her tone neither introducing nor explaining, but affirming a truth as immutable as fate. Huh. Both Luffy and Nami whirled around like startled kittens, eyes wide with astonishment. Furina, you know him? Even Zoro, still suspended in standby mode, cracked open one eyelid, his sharp, alert gaze pierced through the air, searching. Furina offered no direct reply. Instead, she lifted a slender pale finger and tapped gently at her temple. There within her mind the weighty, invisible pages of the world's script turned, each word glowing with the incandescence of destiny. As I said before, a grand drama unfolds. Every pivotal character arrives precisely when and where they must. Her gaze swept slowly across the deck, surveying her ensemble like a maestro reviewing a symphony. It lingered for a heartbeat upon Luffy's face, bright with unfettered curiosity. Our lead protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, then shifted to Zoro's drowsy, half-lidded expression. Our chief swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Finally, it settled upon Nami's clever, skeptical features. Our chief quartermaster and navigator, Nami. And she paused deliberately, letting anticipation thicken the air, then delivered the next title with the resonant flourish of an Oscar announcement. The soon-to-debut chief sniper and artistic director, Mr. Usopp. The air froze. In the next instant, 2 enormous radiant stars exploded in Luffy's eyes. A sniper? That sounds awesome. I want a sniper as my crewmate. Decided. I'm recruiting him right now. Nami recoiled as if struck, pointing first at the distant, boastful youth, then at herself, her entire worldview shuddering anew beneath Furina's audacious aesthetic. That blabbermouth. Director, are you sure? You're starving, aren't you? Desperate enough to swallow anything. She nearly lunged to shake Funiana's shoulders. A pathological liar as our sniper? Is your casting judgment perhaps too avant-garde? Answer me. Funiana paid her protest no heed whatsoever. Her gaze, penetrating omniscient, cut through the vast distance, bypassed the island's placid surface, and plunged directly into the dark, churning undercurrents hidden beneath its tranquil facade. In her mind, the script materialized with crystalline clarity. Character, Kuro. Codename, The 100 Plans. Identity, a steward who has infiltrated the village for 3 years. Formerly captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Bounty 16 million berry. Objective to seize the entire fortune of the wealthy heiress Kaya. Plan: stage a pirate invasion, deploy his long-planted subordinates within the village, assassinate Kaya amid chaos, and assume her inheritance as the loyal steward, with seamless legitimacy. A flawless narrative, one that deceived the entire world. Classical treacherous servant trope, as cliched as silent cinema, but when performed with mastery, even the oldest archetypes can ignite a breathtaking spectacle. Funiana withdrew her gaze, her full directorial vision now complete. She opened her arms wide before Luffy, already vibrating with impatience, ready to swim ashore, and before Nami, whose expression betrayed mounting suspicion, as though she'd boarded a vessel with no return ticket. That gesture bore none of the posture of a sailor aboard a ship. It echoed the commanding presence of a diva standing center stage in a grand opera house, poised to unveil an epical performance. Actors, prepare to disembark. Her voice brimmed with sovereign confidence and serene delight. Her elaborate gown billowed fiercely in the sea wind like a banner unfurled for war. The opening scene of our second act is set. The title of this production. She smiled faintly, the kind of smile that to Nami felt more perilous than any devil's pact. Then Funiana named the play, eliciting a visceral jolt in Nami, whose heart leapt at the sum. The True and False Heir and the 10 million berry inheritance. 10 million berry. Nami's ears pricked upright, her eyes instantly shimmered with golden berry symbols, the earlier disdain for Usopp and outrage at Funiana evaporating into thin air. Funiana watched Nami's transformation with quiet satisfaction. This at last was her familiar chief quartermaster. And she added, her gaze returning once more to the long-nosed youth still regaling children with tales of valor, her tone laced with playful irony. Our leading man shall within this very drama gain his most devoted, first disciple. A fellow weaver of fables, a visionary who could transmute a captain's tall tales into enduring legend, the artistic director himself. Luffy and Usopp were destined for each other, two souls forged in the same fire of imagination and boundless belief. The hull of the Going Merry glided softly against the wooden pilings of the dock, emitting a muffled thud. With a resonant clang, the anchor plunged into the emerald sea, churning up a frothy ring of milky white foam. All secure, safe landing achieved. Nami deftly tied a flawless sailor's knot in the coarse rope around the piling. Clearing her throat, she began issuing orders with crisp efficiency. Zoro, inspect the hull. Check for new damage from the storm, especially the keel. Luffy, you go. Nami turned, and her words died midair. The deck stood utterly empty. Not a trace remained of Luffy, not even a shadow. Only a faint damp footprint lingered on the sun-warmed planks, evaporating swiftly beneath the golden light, as though no one had ever stood there at all. Nami snapped her head upward, scanning the distant horizon. At the far edge of sight, a tiny red-jacketed figure hurtled toward the towering cliffside overlooking the village, a blur defying physics itself, kicking up a long snaking plume of ochre dust in his wake. His target was the lanky-nosed boy still standing at the cliff's edge, gesturing wildly and spitting fervent tales before a rapt audience of 3 wide-eyed children. A sharp, rhythmic pulse began hammering at Nami's temples, as if a tiny motor had been installed just beneath her skin. Is this man truly so obsessed with collecting bizarre companions? Meanwhile, atop the cliff, Usopp's tail surged to its thunderous climax. Feet planted wide, torso arched backward, he thrust his slender arms skyward with every ounce of strength he possessed. At that very instant, when fate hung by a thread, when lightning split the heavens, I, the great Captain Usopp, felled the beast with nothing but a single toothpick. Yes, you heard correctly, a toothpick. The kind used to dislodge food between teeth. He paused, deliberately savoring the children's awestruck, slack-jawed expressions. Whoosh! From 800 li away, I pierced the left eye of that monstrous dragon, larger than this entire island, with surgical precision. Wah! Captain Usopp is the coolest. 3 sniffling children erupted in deafening cheers, their eyes blazing with stars brighter than the night sky itself. Then what happened next? Captain, was the dragon's meat delicious? Of course it was, well, its texture. Just as Usopp prepared to launch into an epic culinary chronicle, a voice, cracked with raw excitement, tearing through the air like shattering glass, exploded behind him. Really? You defeated that colossal dragon, using only a tiny toothpick? Yow! Usopp recoiled violently, every hair on his body standing on end. He nearly tumbled headlong off the cliff in sheer panic. He turned stiffly inch by trembling inch and met a pair of eyes, brighter, more sincere, purer than the combined adoration of his 3 young listeners. It was Luffy. He gasped raggedly, chest heaving, yet his youthful face bore not a flicker of doubt. only unadulterated, almost sacred reverence and boundless curiosity. What did the dragon look like? Did it breathe fire or water? How could a toothpick fly so far? Did you imbue it with the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi? And how did you carry back all its meat? A torrent of tightly packed questions rattled off like machine gun fire, leaving Usopp dazed, dizzy, and mentally paralyzed. What is happening? By every prior precedent, by every adult's predictable weary dismissal, shouldn't anyone with a functioning mind have scoffed, sneered liar, through flared nostrils, then walked away without a second glance? So why did this straw-hatted stranger gaze at him with such profound admiration? In the 0.1 seconds after his mind rebooted, Usopp's thoughts accelerated beyond light speed. His innate theatrical instinct instantly overrode all fear. An audience had arrived. He cleared his throat, sharply puffed out his fragile, wind-liable chest, and launched into an even grander, more impassioned performance, arms sweeping through the air like conductors of destiny. Ahem, esteemed friend, you possess exceptional discernment. That dragon, it didn't merely exhale fire, it sneezed meteor showers blanketing the whole island in celestial flame. Luffy, you single-coiled idiot. Nami's furious roar drew nearer as she and Zoro, yawning arms folded, radiating an aura of deliberate, languid apathy, finally arrived at the scene of this grand deception. Without hesitation, Nami lunged forward and seized Luffy's ear with surgical precision, determined to yank him bodily from this abyss of fabrication. Snap out of it. Not a single punctuation mark he utters is trustworthy. Look at his face. It's practically engraved with, I am a liar. Ow, ow, OW. Nami let go. His features contorted, yet Luffy strained against her grip, his voice unwavering. But he is amazing. He really did defeat the dragon. It's false. Utterly false. Nami felt her blood pressure surge like a rocket, on the verge of being driven mad by this inexplicable creature. Usopp flinched under Nami's scathing, contemptuous glare, but the moment he glimpsed Luffy's unwavering, fervent belief, his confidence, as the brave warrior of the sea, surged anew. Yet in the next heartbeat, Luffy wrenched free, and performed an act that froze everyone present except the ever-perceptive Fuyumi into absolute petrified silence. He stepped forward, extended his index finger, and pointed it directly at Usopp, who stood frozen, mouth agape, nose quivering faintly at the tip. With the casual gravity of announcing dinner plans, he declared, "You, join my crew." Huh. Usopp's elongated nose nearly detached from his face in shock. The director says, "You're now our troop's chief sniper." Luffy grinned, flashing brilliant white teeth, the kind of smile so radiant it could eclipse the sun itself. Sniper. Sounds super cool. Time itself thickened and stilled. The three sniffling children gaped, jaws slacked, their wooden sticks clattering lifelessly to the ground. Usopp himself became a grotesque, lightning-struck statue, frozen mid-gesture, rigid, as porcelain eyes, unblinking pupils unmoving. Sneeze, sniper. Crewmate. As Usopp reeled, dizzied by this celestial summons and the weight of the title chief sniper, a cold, quiet voice materialized behind them, resonating with irrefutable authority. Usopp. The voice was low, yet it sent electric tremors through his entire frame. The flush of exhilaration vanished from his cheeks, leaving pallor whiter than parchment. You're fabricating nonsense again. At the sound, all turned. A man stood there, unseen, unannounced. He wore immaculate black butler's attire, not a crease disturbing its perfection, and square-framed spectacles whose icy lenses reflected a stark, blinding white light, obscuring his eyes entirely. The lens gleamed with chilling neutrality. In that single silent moment of his arrival, the cliff's easy, absurd, almost jubilant atmosphere dissolved completely, vanished into vacuum. At the sound, Zoro's half-lidded eyes snapped wide open, his pupils contracting instantly into sharp, piercing points. His right hand shot lightning fast to the hilt of Wado Ikamanji at his waist. Nami stared at the man with mounting suspicion. She sensed unmistakably that this impeccably groomed butler was no ordinary servant. Luffy alone remained utterly oblivious, tilting his head curiously as he studied the strange figure. Usopp's reaction, however, was the most extreme. He recoiled like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, every hair on his body bristling upright in sheer alarm. The towering self-proclaimed Captain Usopp, who moments earlier had basked in his own grandiose narrative, now shrank instantly into a flustered, trembling boy, his eyes darting wildly, refusing to meet the newcomer's gaze. "Hey, Klahadore," he stammered, his voice thin and reedy as a mosquito's whine. "Hey, mister, who are you?" Luffy spoke up. The butler named Klahadore adjusted his spiral-patterned round spectacles once more with the heel of his palm. His gaze swept past Luffy, cold and unblinking, locking directly onto Usopp. "I am Klahadore, steward of the Hilltop Manor. My duty is to oversee Miss Kaya's daily care." And he paused deliberately, his tone hardening like a hammer striking frozen ice, "to expel every single fly that dares disturb her convalescence." The words cut with brutal precision, flies branded upon Usopp's face like an accusation. His cheeks flushed deep purple, the proud chest he'd held moments before collapsed inward, defeated. Behind him, three children exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom how their mighty Captain Usopp had deflated in an instant like a punctured balloon. Luffy frowned, earnestly scanning the surroundings. Flies. Wary. Finding none, he turned back to the bespectacled man, visibly irritated. "Why'd you call him that?" Zoro said nothing, but his thumb resting atop the hilt of Wado Ikamanji had already begun to gently pry open the sword's tsuba. His lone keen eye locked on a Klahadore, while his entire frame coiled tight muscles primed for instantaneous eruption. Meanwhile, Furina watched the scene with quiet, amused fascination. Just as tension reached its breaking point, an incongruous voice chimed. Oddly tremulous, almost musical. Hilltop manner. Her ears perked up sharply. In her beautiful brown eyes, two shimmering golden berry symbols spun wildly, dizzyingly fast. Manor, unimaginable wealth. And atop the hill, a mansion so vast it must hold millions in inheritance. Could this be the place? Furina mentioned. Nami's expression underwent a transformation rivaling Sichuan opera's legendary face-changing art. The tigress, who moments ago had glared at Usopp with murderous intent, ready to hurl him off the cliff, now softened instantly into a docile, guileless kitten. She offered a smile so sweet it could melt glaciers, stepping forward with poised grace, as though entering a royal gala. "Oh, my steward, sir. We're passing travelers. Our ship requires fresh water and provisions. Might we purchase some from your estate? We'll pay handsomely, even extra if needed." Klahadore's gaze finally lifted from Usopp and settled slowly upon the rest of the group. It lingered half a second on Luffy's weather-time-worn straw hat, then half a second longer on Nami's dazzling, professionally calibrated smile, brimming with transparent calculation. Finally, his stare fixed unerringly on Zoro's waist, the three swords, especially the white-sheathed one, whose extraordinary weight, balance, and lethal aura even a non-swordsman could feel. "Forgive my candor," he said, his voice flat and taut as a violin string drawn to its breaking point. "You hardly resemble ordinary travelers." He adjusted his spectacles again, the lens glare perfectly masking the calculations flickering behind his eyes. "For Miss Kaya's peace, I cannot permit anyone of uncertain origin within a single step of the manor grounds." The refusal was absolute, crisp, final, impenetrable, like a massive iron gate slamming shut in their faces. Nami's smile froze her earlier performance, suddenly feeling like wasted effort. Zoro's brow furrowed faintly. His index and middle fingers tightened unconsciously around the hilt, knuckles whispering a soft, telling creak. Just as the air chilled to freezing, Furina moved. She lifted the intricate, opulent folds of her skirt and glided forward with the unhurried, stage-perfect poise of a prima ballerina, emerging from behind the others to stand precisely before Klahadore. The afternoon sun bathed her silver-white hair in pure radiant light, her entire being seeming to glow with ethereal brilliance, luminous and breathtakingly lovely. "Good afternoon, steward." She executed a flawless textbook-perfect curtsy, her posture regal as if preparing to attend a World Government Summit ball. For the first time, Klahadore's icy gaze faltered, just slightly, as genuine, nearly imperceptible astonishment flickered across his eyes. "We are not wayfarers of uncertain provenance," Furina declared, rising gracefully. Her voice resonated with theatrical grandeur, each syllable rich with operatic cadence. "We are the Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe. By solemn decree of fate, we have arrived to present this tranquil village with an unprecedented, magnificent performance." With a gloved hand, she gestured elegantly toward Usopp, who stood utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape in a perfect O. "And this gentleman, Mr. Usopp, is our long-sought, divinely appointed chief artistic director. Klahadore alias, the 100 Count, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, bounty 16 berries, objective seize all assets of heiress Miss Kaya." Golden script scrolled vividly through Funina's mind, their precise, immutable lines gleaming. She regarded the man who had perfected his disguise over 3 years, her smile deepening with quiet amusement. "Ah, a villainous actor skilled in patience and subterfuge. Impressive dedication, 3 years immersed in the role of steward. Yet regretfully, your script. I've read every page." A barely perceptible twitch rippled across Klahadore's facial muscles. "A theater troupe," he repeated as though grinding a pebble between his teeth. "A pack of uncontrollable variables. Why today? My plan permits no deviation." Klahadore remained silent for 5 full seconds. In those 5 seconds, even the sea wind atop the cliff seemed to hold its breath. He weighed their threat level with ruthless speed, calculating whether to absorb them as expendable pawns or eliminate them here and now, weighing every strategic cost and consequence. In the end, he forced a smile, grimacing more than gracing, its upward curve mathematically precise, yet its warmth plummeting far below zero. "Since you are artists," he said, adjusting his spectacles for the 3rd time, a gesture anchoring his fraying composure, "and Miss Kaya has lately suffered ill health and profound ennui." He stepped aside with a gesture of invitation, impeccably formal, measured to the millimeter, radiating polite, impenetrable distance. "Then by all means accompany me to meet Miss Kaya. Let us see whether your so-called performance can elicit even a single smile from her." To Nami and Luffy, the invitation sounded like salvation, the glittering promise of millions in berries drawing near. "Whoa, are we going inside the big house? Will there be meat?" Luffy's eyes reignited with starlight. "Awesome." Nami exhaled in relief, already envisioning golden berries spiraling toward her outstretched hands. To Zoro, the summons felt like a trap laid with velvet gloves. Furina merely smoothed her skirt with elegant, unhurried grace. A procession followed Klaptil up the broad stone steps leading to the mansion atop the hill. On either side stretched immaculately manicured lawns, each blade of grass aligned with geometric precision, exuding an unmistakable aura of wealth. In the distance a fountain sculpture shimmered under the sun's glare, yet emitted no water, standing in silent stillness as nothing more than an opulent ornament. Wow, just how much is all this worth? Nami walked with eyes wide and gleaming fingers darting through the air as though operating an invisible abacus. Just the daily upkeep of this lawn could buy us an entirely new ship. And if we hauled that statue away and sold it? Her words were cut short by Zoro's loud, unapologetic yawn. Indifferent to the gilded splendor surrounding him, Zoro strolled with arms clasped behind his head, eyes half-lidded, scanning the towering oak trees lining the path. He was carefully judging which tree offered the broadest, deepest shade, ideal for an afternoon nap. To a world-class navigator, lost, even on land observation, was mere exertion wasted. Hey Zoro, don't fall asleep. Nami jabbed him sharply with her elbow. Snap out of it. This is a potential patron of legendary proportions. Luffy meanwhile wandered in a state entirely his own, curious, wide-eyed, nearly tripping over his own feet at every turn. Usopp trailed behind like a reluctant prisoner, shoulders hunched and nerves taut. He attempted repeatedly to slip away unnoticed, only to be held fast by Luffy's rubbery arm wrapped around his neck with cheerful, unyielding force. Luffy, I think my stomach's acting up. Maybe I should just— Don't worry, Usopp. There'll be a feast later. Luffy slapped his back with such vigor that Usopp nearly expelled his breakfast. Ahead, Claptrap marched onward, utterly impervious to the commotion unfolding behind him. At last, Claptrap halted before a pair of colossal double doors, pushed them open, and ushered them into an extravagantly ornate drawing room. Heavy velvet curtains blocked most sunlight, casting the interior into dim, suffocating gloom. A thick, cloying medicinal scent hung in the air, blended with the musty aroma of aged timber and dust, making each breath feel labored. At the center of the room sat a girl upon an exquisitely costly chaise lounge. She was Kaya, clad in a pristine lace nightgown, her radiant golden hair cascaded softly over her shoulders. Yet her face was deathly pale, devoid of color, and her frame so frail she seemed capable of toppling beneath the faintest breeze. Leaning weakly against the chair's backrest, her gaze was dull and lifeless, her entire being drained of vitality. Miss Kaya, Claptrap stepped forward, his voice instantly softening. Yet beneath that gentleness lay an ironclad authority. Several guests who call themselves artists have come to visit you. As he spoke, he subtly positioned himself between Kaya and the others, a courteous yet immovable barrier severing any possibility of direct exchange. Kaya's weary gaze drifted across the group, pausing briefly on Usopp, her lips lifting in the faintest, most fragile curve, not quite a smile. Usopp, you've brought friends again. Why yes, Miss Kaya. Seeing her, Usopp finally found a spark of courage. He straightened his spine. They're comrades I met aboard my voyages at sea. Miss Kaya requires absolute rest. Claptrap interjected coldly, then turned to Luffy and the others. If you have business, address it to me. Please do not disturb the young lady's repose. He had seized full command of the conversation. Greetings, Miss Kaya. We are members of the Mademoiselle Furina theater troupe. Nami immediately adopted her warmest, most charming smile, ready to launch her sponsorship pitch. The young lady is unwell, no negotiations may proceed. Claptrap did not even glance her way. His single sentence silenced her entirely. Undeterred, Usopp knew Kaya adored his tall tales. Clearing his throat, he launched into a freshly invented adventure. Miss Kaya, let me tell you. Just days ago, I encountered a fire-breathing. Miss Kaya has already endured far too many absurd, fantastical fabrications today. Claptrap's voice grew colder still, the barb aimed squarely at Usopp. The room's atmosphere tightened into unbearable heaviness. Nami's smile froze in place. Usopp wilted like a plant struck by frost. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle Furina stood elegantly in the corner, observing the spectacle with quiet theatrical delight. An exquisite stage setting, oppressive, despairing, controlled, all essential elements of true tragedy are present. Now it falls to my protagonist to shatter this tedious tableau, brutally, directly, irrevocably. Predictably, Luffy, chafing under the stifling tension, could bear it no longer. He ignored entirely the undercurrents of silent conflict among them, and paid no heed to Claptrap's glacial, paralyzing stare. With one decisive stride, he bypassed Claptrap's defensive posture and stood upright before Kaya. He pointed a finger at the ailing girl, and in his clear, resonant, thunderous voice asked a question that shattered silence like glass. Hey, are you the one in charge here? Instantly the world fell mute. Claptrap's expression locked in place. His spectacles slid halfway down his nose from sheer shock forgotten. Nami buried her face in her hands, peeking through her fingers at her idiot captain, wishing in that moment to sever ties on the spot. Usopp trembled so violently his long nose quivered he shrank into himself, vanishing almost entirely. Luffy remained blissfully unaware. Rubbing his rumbling belly, he pressed on with earnest curiosity. So, you'll be serving the meat at tonight's banquet, right? I want tons of meat. The kind with bones. Silence reigned, absolute and profound, for 3 full seconds. Then at last the mask of Claptrap's gentle butler persona cracked, ever so slightly. Just as he opened his mouth to rebuke this uncouth barbarian with utmost severity, puffed cough, 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 cough. To everyone's astonishment, Kaya, who had sat as still and delicate as a porcelain doll, began coughing violently. Her cheeks flushed crimson, she gasped for air, her slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Miss Kaya, Claptel rushed forward, reaching to soothe her back. Yet the instant his hand neared her, the violent coughing abruptly dissolved, transforming miraculously into a bright crystalline peal of laughter. Ha ha ha, she laughed, her mirth piercing the heavy suffocating gloom like sunlight cleaving storm clouds. Tears streamed down her cheeks. For the first time in months, a rosy flush bloomed across her paper-pale skin, vitality returning tender and undeniable. You really are. Kaya laughed between breathless gasps, gazing at Luffy's bewildered face, her once dull eyes now alight with genuine wonder. Such an extraordinary person. It was the first time she'd laughed freely since her parents' passing. Luffy scratched his head, still baffled by the humor. It's even more fun when there's meat to eat. That guileless reply sent Kaya into another fit of delighted girlish giggles. This harmonious, vibrant moment pierced Claptel's vision like a shard of ice. His hand gripping the chaise's armrest clenched, white-knuckled and rigid. He slowly raised his other hand, pressing the slipping spectacles back into place with the heel of his palm, a gesture charged with suppressed fury. Behind the lenses, a cold, lethal glint flickered in his eyes. Miss Kaya is weary. His voice dropped to a serpentine whisper, each syllable laced with icy venom. Gentlemen, he turned toward Luffy and the others, every trace of feigned warmth erased from his face. You may depart. Before they could react, they were thrust backward by an unseen force, ejected through the heavy door, and thrust once more beneath the blinding glare of sunlight. The great door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous boom, sealing two worlds apart. Blast it all, a wasted trip, and now we're covered in filth. Nami stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate face flushed crimson. Hands on her hips, she glared at the tightly closed door, teeth clenched. That bespectacled steward, every inch of him reeks of unease. What kind of person is he? Gold gleamed just beyond reach, only to be snatched away by a contemptible man. The frustration gnawed at Nami's very core. Zoro let out a cavernous yawn, utterly indifferent to Nami's tirade. He stretched languidly, joints cracking like dry twigs, already scanning the grove for a dappled patch of shade fit for an afternoon nap. Luffy alone possessed the singular focus of a single-celled organism. Clabbert's dismissal had left no impression upon him. Instead, he cheerfully slung an arm around the drooping, long-nosed youth beside him. His name's Usopp, right? He's joining us. Luffy grinned, radiant and unrestrained, pointing to his straw hat. The director said it. He's our sniper. Usopp froze, rigid as petrified wood. He'd just been humiliated before Clabbert dismissed without mercy as a buzzing fly disturbing the young lady's repose. That searing shame, the exposure of every fragile pretense beneath scornful gazes, made him wish the earth would swallow him whole. He braced himself for the same look from this crew. Yet this straw-hatted boy was still speaking of it, as if it mattered. And no, don't joke about this. His voice trembled thin as a gnat's wing as he wriggled futilely beneath Luffy's arm. I'm just a liar who loves tall tales, no sniper, nothing. Forget that, glasses wearer. Luffy's massive hand crashed down on Usopp's back, so hard he staggered forward. I think your stories are awesome. Taking down a dragon with a toothpick. Absolutely legendary. But that wasn't real. Real or not, who cares? If it's thrilling, it's true enough. Luffy's logic was disarmingly blunt, impossible to refute. Nami, overhearing the exchange, felt her temples throb anew. Utterly baffled by her captain's mind, she chose willful blindness, retreating to the ship's edge to inspect the mooring lines. Zoro had already claimed a broad-limbed tree leaning against its trunk, his eyelids drifting toward slumber. Amidst this brief chaos, a figure approached Usopp with silent grace. The soft rhythmic tap of high heels on grass made him flinch violently. Trembling, Usopp lifted his gaze and met a pair of heterochromatic eyes swirling like captured constellations. It was the girl, unbelievably beautiful, who called herself the director. He stiffened instantly, fingers twisting together, neck drawn inward like a quail, awaiting judgment. He braced for fresh mockery, perhaps more refined than Clabbert's, yet sharper in its sting. Furina lifted the hem of her opulent gown, tilting her head, slightly studying him with the serene, appraising gaze one reserves for masterworks. Moments later she spoke, her voice soaring crystalline, imbued with the resonant cadence of opera, cutting cleanly through the sea wind atop the cliff. You possess extraordinary talent, Mr. Usopp. Huh? Usopp's mind short-circuited. Had he misheard? Or was this breathtaking girl simply unhinged? Talent? What talent? Talent for lying. Staring at Furina's face, so earnest it defied disbelief, he stammered, "Why, you don't think I'm just spinning lies?" At his question, Furina smiled, like a white rose unfurling, elegant, knowing, utterly composed. Lying. Deception. She shook her head, gently correcting a student's misplaced term. No, Mr. Usopp, that is artistic refinement. Artistic refinement. Usopp's mouth hung open, comically round. Indeed. Furina stepped forward, her voice swelling with unassailable authority, as though she stood at the center of the world's grandest stage, baton in hand. A magnificent drama demands not only heroes who forge miracles, but also a playwright who transmutes those miracles into legend and legend into universal acclaim. She extended a gloved hand, lightly tapping Usopp's slender chest. Luffy wields the fist that strikes the blow. And you, Mr. Usopp, shall be the bard who grants that fist its epic resonance. A lie spoken by you becomes an inspiring prophecy. Timidity rendered by your pen transforms into the hero's prudent vigilance before battle. An ordinary victory sung by you swells into a world-shaking triumph. Furina's words struck like a key forged of pure magic, sliding precisely into the deepest, most hidden lock within Usopp's soul, a lock even he dared not touch. He'd lied since childhood, woven grandiose tales to construct the illusory persona of Captain Usopp, armor against loneliness and self-doubt. He knew better than anyone how hollow those stories were. Yet now, this woman so noble, so radiant, had redefined his lies in a language he'd never imagined. He wasn't deceiving others, he was refining art. He wasn't boasting, he was composing legend. A sudden burn pricked Usopp's nose, his eyes welled with tears. In all his years no one had ever believed him, not because they were fooled, but because they saw through him, and still bestowed upon him the highest honor imaginable. Now Furina withdrew her hand, stepping back half a pace with flawless theatrical poise, offering him a bow worthy of the grandest stage. I, Furina de Fontaine, sole director of the Straw Hat Grand Theater, hereby extend my formal invitation to serve as our theater's chief artistic director and principal sniper. Usopp's mind went blank. He stared dumbfounded at the luminous girl before him, utterly speechless. Just as this absurd, solemn appointment sent his senses reeling, soul nearly adrift. Whooshed! Whooshed! Two dark figures erupted from the nearby woods at blinding speed, landing squarely between them. They were men, one tall and gaunt, the other short and stout, both bearing unmistakable feline traits across face and frame, their eyes sharp with hostility. Steward Clabbert sent us to escort you outsiders off this island, immediately. The sudden appearance of two uninvited strangers instantly tightened the atmosphere atop the cliff. Nami immediately ceased inspecting the rope and fixed a wary gaze upon the pair, instinctively edging closer to the massive tree where Zoro slept. Usopp, still reeling from Fujin's earlier words, had scarcely begun to process them when the ferocious pair jolted him upright, only for his newly puffed chest to shrink back in terror. Luffy's attention, however, drifted elsewhere entirely. His eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity as he watched the duo's absurd attire and comical movements. "Whoa, cat people," he exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "Can you do circus tricks, backflips, or jump through flaming hoops?" The tall, lanky man and the short, stout one exchanged glances, their faces flushing with indignation at being so casually underestimated. "We are the Meow Squad brothers, guardians of Syrup Village's peace," declared the stocky butchie, striking what he imagined to be an imposing cat claw pose and flashing yellowed teeth. "Boy, show some respect." "Exactly," added the tall, thin Sam, adjusting his round spectacles. "We're not here to perform acrobatics. We're here to drive pests like you out." "Pest again," Nami murmured under her breath, her brow furrowing deeper. From butler to guard, everyone in this manner spoke with such contempt. Usopp recognized them both. They were notorious village thugs. He hadn't expected them to serve under that butler. At the mere thought of Captain Clahador's icy visage, Usopp's knees trembled anew. "It seems the minor antagonists have taken their places on stage," Fujin murmured softly, as though announcing an act in a grand theatrical performance. She observed with quiet fascination, making no move to intervene. "Since you've refused our courteous invitation," Sam said, seeing no sign of retreat from the group, "then don't blame us for taking harsher measures." He withdrew from his coat a circular ring suspended on a cord. The ring bore a stark black and white pattern, its design strangely intricate. He spun it rapidly around his finger, emitting a low droning hum, then swayed it rhythmically as he strode, not toward Luffy or Nami, but toward the green-haired man dozing against the tree. In his estimation, this man had been sleeping all along, surely the weakest, easiest target among them. Watch this wondrous ring." Sam's voice dropped into a low, hypnotic cadence. "You'll grow drowsy, desperately sleepy, then obediently lead your companions out of this village." He swayed the ring vigorously, chanting under his breath. Yet the scene he envisioned, of glazed eyes and mindless compliance, failed to materialize. Zoro, leaning against the trunk, merely cracked open one eyelid. That single eye was bloodshot, brimming with raw irritation at having his slumber disturbed. He glanced lazily at the oscillating ring before him, his voice hoarse and gravelly with fatigue. "Hypnosis? No thanks, I'm already plenty tired." Sam's incantation died mid-breath. Silence hung in the air for 2 full seconds. "You dare mock my hypnosis?" Sam roared, humiliated and furious, feeling profoundly insulted. "Brother, enough talk, take him down." Butchie bellowed, claws springing forth from his fingers like steel talons. With the fury of a rabid feline, he lunged straight for Zoro's face. Sam likewise stowed the ring and unsheathed his own claws, snarling as he charged from the opposite side. Too noisy. Zoro didn't even bother rising to his feet. He simply yawned, a cavernous, unhurried yawn, Then his right hand blurred like afterimage gripping the hilt at his waist. Shink. A soft clean sound of steel leaving its scabbard. Usopp and Nami caught only a flash of blinding white light, so swift their eyes could not track it. Then came two heavy muffled thuds, thump, thud. When their vision cleared, the once menacing Meow Squad brothers lay sprawled atop each other unconscious. Eyes rolled back, foam flecking their lips, limbs slack as discarded sacks. Symmetrical swelling bumps rose visibly on each of their foreheads. Clank. Zoro slid his blade smoothly back into its sheath, the motion fluid, effortless, as if swatting away an irksome fly. He leaned once more against the trunk, closed his eyes, shifted slightly for comfort, and muttered under his breath, disturbing someone's sleep. Only the howl of the sea wind remained. Luffy blinked. Huh, already over. Where's the circus act? Nami stood agape, jaw slack. She knew Zoro was strong, but never imagined strength like this. To dispatch such clearly dangerous foes without even shifting posture, without so much as standing up. Usopp meanwhile stood utterly petrified, staring first at the unconscious Meow Squad, then at the green-haired man who had already shut his eyes again, as though nothing at all had occurred. His mind roared with static. Is this true power? No flashy technique names. No thunderous battle cries. Not even a flicker of seriousness. Only because his nap had been interrupted. A casual sweep of the hand, and two living men collapsed. Usopp recalled boasting just moments ago, spittle flying, about piercing a dragon with a toothpick. He remembered cowering before Captain Clahador, trembling with abject fear. An immense, ineffable chasm now gaped before him. A bottomless rift between his own frailty and their unshakable might. His countless boasts of bravery now seemed grotesquely absurd beside this effortless, serene mastery. For the first time, with startling clarity and visceral certainty, he grasped the staggering distance separating himself from these true warriors. His legs began to tremble violently, uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the crushing weight of self-awareness, the stark, humbling recognition of his own powerlessness. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. In the next instant he whirled around and fled, like a startled hare, sprinting headlong toward the village, never looking back. He had run away. Usopp was fleeing, blindly, desperately. He had no destination in mind. His only instinct was to put distance between himself and that sheer cliff, and between himself and those monstrous figures whose strength defied comprehension. Zoro's casual strike had struck like a hammer, shattering the fragile, self-fashioned facade of Captain Usopp, a persona he had labored for years to construct. He felt like a clown stripped bare, performing absurd buffoonery before beings of overwhelming power, humiliated beyond measure. Being exposed was not terrifying in itself, but what truly terrified him was witnessing for the first time the unshakable reality of true strength. It bore no resemblance to the miraculous shout-fueled victories of his own tall tales. It was an innate, bone-deep composure, as natural and effortless as breathing. Before them, he was not even worthy of tying their sandals. Titles like Chief Art Director or Chief Sniper were nothing more than playful jests uttered by that beautiful girl. Usopp sprinted all the way back to the village and barricaded himself inside the so-called secret base of his pirate crew, hugging his knees tightly, burying his face deep into his arms. An overwhelming wave of shame crashed over him, drowning him utterly. Yet as night fell and the village sank into profound silence, another thought rose unbidden from the depths of his heart. Kaya. He could not forget her pallid, bloodless face, or the frail, pain-racked form her illness had reduced her to. Nor could he ignore the cold, lifeless gaze hidden behind Clappert's spectacles. By day, Luffy's boisterous antics had drawn a long-forgotten smile onto Kaya's lips. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. He knew. Kaya needed joy, not the suffocating, deathly quiet of convalescence meticulously curated by that sinister steward. That steward was unquestionably dangerous. His worry for Kaya flared like a tiny, defiant ember within his heart, frozen solid by fear and self-loathing. To go, or not to go. If he went, he might confront that terrifying steward, or even stronger adversaries than the Meow brothers. With his current strength, it would be little more than suicide. But if he stayed, if that steward truly harbored some vile scheme, then Kaya? Usopp's mind raged in fierce internal conflict. Cowardice and concern wrestled violently within his thoughts, until at last the image of that pale, exquisite face triumphed. He surged upright. Tonight he would do something bolder than anything he had ever claimed in his grandest boasts as Captain Usopp. He would spy on the mansion atop the hill. Night lay thick as ink. Usopp moved like a lithe wildcat, slipping silently through shadows and beneath the cover of trees until he reached the outer perimeter of the vast estate. He bypassed the guarded main gate and scaled the side wall, landing with a soft roll into a dense thicket of flowering shrubs. The entire estate lay hushed and still. Only the whisper of wind through leaves disturbed the silence. He held his breath, his heart thundered against his ribs, threatening to burst forth from his throat. He crept forward with infinite care, his gaze locked upon the second-floor window glowing with lamplight. That was Kaya's room. At that moment, he noticed another faint amber glow emanating from the study on the ground floor. Two silhouettes flickered across the drawn curtain. One was Clapbert, the other a man wearing peculiar heart-shaped spectacles, walking with a dancer's sway, Zango the hypnotist, and superior of the Meow brothers whom Zoro had knocked unconscious earlier that day. Usopp's heart leapt into his throat. Crouching low like a thief, he crawled hand and knee to the study's window, pressing his body flat against the icy stone wall and pressing his ear to the narrow gap in the frame. Fragmented dialogue drifted clearly through the crack. Clown's voice no longer the stiff mechanical tone of the daytime steward, but dripping with venomous impatience and malice. Zango, my patience is not infinite. TCH Captain Kuro, no need to rush. Isn't the plan progressing smoothly? Weren't those outsiders driven off by the Meow brothers? Zango's voice carried a light mocking lilt. Don't speak of those two fools. Kuro's voice grew colder still. What progress have you made on the task I assigned you? Of course. The format for the will is already prepared. Usopp held his breath, pressing his ear tighter still. He was about to hear the most critical part. Kuro's voice dropped to a serpentine whisper barely audible. Excellent. At dawn tomorrow, use your hypnosis to compel Miss Kaya to sign it, stating that she bequeaths her entire fortune to her devoted steward Clappert. And then, Zango chuckled softly. Beneath the moonlight, Kuro adjusted his spectacles, the lenses catching a sharp, glacial gleam. Then the Black Cat pirates will accidentally land here and carry out a merciless raid upon this village. Miss Kaya will tragically perish during this pirate incursion. And I shall remain the sole survivor, the grief-stricken loyal steward who inherits everything. A flawless script, wouldn't you agree? A freezing dread shot up Usopp's spine, turning his blood to ice. Murder, fortune theft, and wholesale slaughter of the village. As for the villagers, Kuro added dismissively, yet those words plunged Usopp into absolute frost. Not one shall be spared. Fear gripped his throat like an invisible hand choking him. He longed to flee, to scream, but his limbs locked rigid, heavy as lead. Every hair on Usopp's body stood rigid. Someone was behind him. His body jerked stiffly like a rusted automaton, forcing itself, inch by agonizing inch, to turn. From the gloom emerged a slender figure. Moonlight traced the opulent curve of her skirt and the silvery cascade of her long hair. It was Furina. She had appeared without sound, standing there as if she had listened for quite some time. Usopp's pupils contracted into needle-thin points, seized by pure paralyzing dread. Yet Furina showed no trace of surprise or tension. She simply gazed at him, her heterochromatic eyes luminous even in the night, shimmering with a calm so absolute it bordered on chilling detachment. She raised a single finger, gloved and pristine white, and gently pressed it to her perfect lips. A silent, elegant hush. Her voice was soft, yet carried an air of unassailable authority. A pivotal turning point in the narrative. Audience silence is imperative. She spoke quietly, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering like twin stars in the night. Audience. Narrative. Usopp's mind went utterly blank. He could not fathom the meaning behind her words. Furina paid him no further heed, instead tilting her ear toward the final faint rustle emanating from within the window. Only after the study light had gone dark and Zoro's silhouette staggered away did she turn her gaze back upon Usopp, now trembling on the verge of collapse. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, codenamed 100 Plans, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Furina's tone remained perfectly level, as though reciting a report utterly detached from her own existence. He infiltrated the village 3 years ago, waiting for this very day to seize the inheritance, then slaughter the entire settlement. A classic, albeit somewhat overused, villainous arc. Usopp's pupils contracted violently, his breath turned ragged and labored. She knew everything. His identity, his entire scheme. What in the world was happening? Who was this woman? And how could she possibly know all this? A desperate, miraculous hope surged through him, shattering his terror. Like a drowning man seizing his last lifeline, Usopp lunged forward and clutched Furina's slender wrist with both hands, his fingernails digging deep into the ornate fabric of her sleeve, trembling uncontrollably. His voice, warped by panic and dread, rasped like a broken bellows, raw, strained, and frantic. You know everything. Then hurry. Warn the villagers. Alert the Marines. No, find Luffy. And that green-haired swordsman. They're incredibly strong. They must stop him. Hurry. He shook her wildly, pouring every ounce of his terror and fragile hope into that single desperate motion. Tears welled in his eyes. Yet Furina merely watched him in serene stillness, allowing his frantic grip without resistance. Her extraordinary heterochromatic gaze, brilliant even in darkness, held only quiet, all-knowing composure. Her detached elegance stood in stark, biting contrast to Usopp's unraveling hysteria. With deliberate grace, she peeled his fingers from her arm, one by one. Then she smoothed the crumpled cuff of her sleeve with unhurried precision, as if adjusting her attire at a formal gala, not standing amid the crucible of imminent doom. And then, as she murmured, her tone laced with playful nonchalance, "Then, Usopp froze, bewildered by her cryptic retort. Shall I dispatch my chief swordsman to cleave that butler in two? Or summon my lead actor to strike down all his underlings with a single punch?" A subtle note of theatrical critique entered Furina's voice, as though evaluating a script's dramatic merit. "Mr. Usopp, that would indeed resolve the matter. Clean, decisive, utterly without suspense." She paused, then took a single measured step forward, the moonlight catching the mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes. Though her frame appeared delicate before him, it radiated an overwhelming sovereign presence. But where then would your role stand within this grand drama titled The Birth of a Sea Hero? What are you talking about? This isn't the time. Everyone will die. Usopp felt himself teetering on the edge of madness. Her logic defied comprehension, her talk of scripts and roles made no sense amid such mortal peril. His voice cracked with raw anguish mingling confusion and fury. You tell children stories of heroes every day, don't you? You tell them how the great Captain Usopp defeated a goldfish larger than an island, how he bested 10 giants single-handedly. Now, here lies your chance to transform every boast you've ever told into living truth. Your opportunity to become a true hero is right before you. Usopp's body convulsed violently. His mouth gaped open, but no sound emerged. Her words struck like enchanted hammers, shattering every facade he'd ever worn, exposing both his deepest longing and his most paralyzing cowardice. Furina held his gaze, those eyes flickering between terror and bewilderment, with a voice now softer, yet infinitely more piercing. Option 1, flee. Depart now, abandoning this island destined to become a living hell. No one would condemn a coward's instinct to survive. You may journey onward, to spin your tall tales anew for another village's children. Her gaze pierced through every pretense and excuse, leaving him utterly exposed. Her words were cold, unflinching, laying bare the truth he'd spent a lifetime evading, that he was and always had been a hollow fraud. Or, a faint teasing smile curved Furina's lips, playful, enigmatic, and deeply alluring in the moonlight. Option 2, remain. Confront Captain Kuro, a pirate worth 16 million berries, and his entire crew, not with brute strength, but with your wit, your courage, your very soul. To become the sole protector of this village you love so dearly, the guardian of the ailing Miss Kaya, the steadfast shield for those 3 children who worship you as divine. The one and only, Captain Usopp. With that, Furina lifted her skirt and executed a flawless theatrical curtsy, as though concluding a masterful performance. Without casting another glance at Usopp, she turned and vanished into the shadowed thicket, her departure as silent and spectral as her arrival. Her appearance and disappearance alike bore the same uncanny artistry as the script she invoked, mysterious, deliberate, ineffable. Only Usopp remained frozen beneath the cold silver moonlight. To flee, or to fight. The primal urge to survive gnawed at him like 10,000 ants shrieking for him to run, farther, faster, forever. He was nothing but a liar, a coward. What right had he to challenge a genuine pirate crew? This was no fairy tale, it was lethal reality. This was no toothpick against a dragon. It was steel meeting flesh, life colliding with death. Yet, unbidden, Kaya's pale, gentle smile surfaced in his mind. Her frail body, the fleeting spark of yearning for freedom and adventure deep within her eyes. Then came onion, pepper, and carrot. 3 small faces smeared with snot, brimming with absolute, boundless adoration. He had been their invincible hero, their spiritual anchor. Captain Usopp is so cool. Captain Usopp is our greatest hero. Those childish cries now seared his heart, like white-hot iron scorching his very soul. Could he run? Could he watch, helpless, as these believers were butchered by demons? Could he betray those trusting, worshipful eyes? The weight of choice pressed upon him like twin mountains, crushing, suffocating, unbearable. His legs trembled violently, nearly buckling beneath him. Sweat drenched his shirt, and the icy night wind stole the last warmth from his body. What should he do? This night stretched longer, sharper, more real than any fiction he'd ever spun. For the first time, he truly grasped the crushing gravity of lies, and the profound, terrifying weight of authentic courage. He spent the entire night awake. In his so-called secret base, a cluttered shed overflowing with scrap metal and broken tools, Usopp paced like a caged beast back and forth hour after hour. Furina's ultimatum echoed in his mind like a curse, repeating endlessly: flee and survive, perpetuating his life as a despised liar forever adrift in the fragile bubble of self-deception. Or stay and fight, only to be crushed like an insect beneath an indifferent boot, vanishing without even a ripple. Yet Kaya's gentle smile, the children's awestruck gazes, and Kuro's chilling predatory malice surged through him like relentless tidal waves, eroding his resolve. He closed his eyes and saw flames devouring the sky, heard screams tearing across the land. The companions he had sworn to protect, the heroic image he had sustained with lies. Now these very things weighed upon his heart like boulders of unbearable guilt. Dawn broke. Pale light seeped across the horizon, piercing the darkness and spilling through the canopy in fractured, trembling beams that danced across his face. The breeze at first light carried the damp scent of dew, but offered no coolness. Instead, it scorched Usopp's skin like feverish breath. He stopped walking. He raised his head toward that radiant herald of renewal. Bloodshot eyes burned, not with exhaustion, but with a fierce, unyielding madness. His jaw clenched, the coppery tang of blood bloomed on his tongue. He would become the hero of his own story, just once, even if death was the price. A raw, guttural cry tore from his throat. Not a battle cry, but the violent eruption of terror, despair, and absolute resolve fused into one. Like an arrow loosed from its bow, he burst from the forest and sprinted toward the village just stirring from slumber. At that moment he ceased to be the clown hiding behind falsehoods. He became a solitary warrior charging into battle at sunrise, though the battlefield held no allies, only himself. Boom, 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 boom. He hammered the wooden door of the first house at the village entrance with frantic, desperate force. The timber shuddered with every blow, reverberating with the thunderous rhythm of his pounding heart. He screamed with all his might, his voice shredded by sleepless exhaustion, each word charged with urgent, unassailable conviction. Wake up. Everyone, wake up now. Pirates are coming. They're about to invade our village. A window creaked open. A man emerged, tousled hair standing on end, eyes heavy with resentment at having his sleep disturbed. He rubbed his eyes, squinted, and recognition hardened his features. What's all this racket, Usopp? What nonsense are you spouting now so early in the morning? His tone dripped with unmistakable disdain, clearly accustomed to Usopp's theatrics. It's true this time. Truly. Usopp's brow glistened with sweat rivulets tracing paths down his cheeks. Trembling with urgency, he pointed frantically toward the hilltop. That butler Clyodor. He's the pirate captain. He'll kill Miss Kaya and burn our entire village to the ground. The man froze, then broke into a mocking grin. He tilted his head, feigning earnest attention, yet his eyes betrayed not a flicker of belief. Oh, is it Usopp's lying hour again? He yawned extravagantly before calling inside. Hey wife, come quick. Today's script is pirate invasion. Far more entertaining than giants arriving. A woman's derisive laugh drifted out, a sound sharpened precisely to wound Usopp's pride. With a sharp bang the window slammed shut, sealing off both mockery and scorn. Usopp's heart plunged, chilled as if doused in ice water. But he refused to yield. He dashed to the next house, slamming the door with renewed fury, his voice cracking under strain. Open up. Listen to me. This concerns every life in this village. Pirates are coming. It's real. I heard it with my own ears. Like a madman he raced through the empty streets, shouting, pleading. Sunlight climbed higher, the village stirred awake. Yet this awakening mocked his desperation most cruelly. More villagers emerged. Windows opened, doors swung wide, some even clutching breakfast in hand. Yet no fear crossed their faces. Only condescending amusement, the kind reserved for clowns performing on cue. Nice opening today, Usopp. Very dramatic. A woman passed by, basket in hand, tossing off a casual jibe. Hey Faker, how many pirates this time? 8,000 crewmen. An old man sat smoking his pipe on his porch, eyes crinkled with sardonic delight. Huh. His imagination grows duller each day. Pirate invasion. How utterly cliched. A group of youths gathered nearby, pointing and jeering. Huh. Can't he come up with anything fresher? A tide of helplessness rose within Usopp. He tried to explain, to salvage something, anything. It's true. I'm not lying. I heard it last night. Captain Kuro, he's going to. His voice dissolved beneath the villagers' ceaseless mocking laughter. The butcher, broad-shouldered, thick-armed, stepped out holding a bucket, scowling at Usopp's ragged cries. Without hesitation he snatched a half-rotten cabbage from a nearby crate and hurled it hard at Usopp's skull. Splatter. The cabbage exploded. Its slimy, foul-smelling pulp oozed down Usopp's hair and cheeks, mingling with sweat and tears born of utter despair. Stop shrieking, Faker. The butcher spat contemptuously, his gaze as cold and dismissive as if sweeping away trash. You're ruining business. The baker's wife seized a long broom and chased him off like a mangy stray dog. Rough bristles scraped his body with each sweep. Each stroke stung like a slap. Get out. Far away. Don't bring your ill fortune near my shop. Her expression radiated disgust, as if merely glancing at him might taint her bread. Usopp stumbled backward, lost his balance, and crashed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Mud and decaying leaves clung to his clothes. As he struggled to rise, his voice cracked into a sob, raw with self-loathing and furious accusation against the world itself. Why won't you believe me? This time it's real. I swear on my life, it's true. Yet no one listened. Villagers continued laughing, whispering behind hands. Their stares pierced him like countless invisible blades, flaying his dignity and courage bare. His credibility had long since been squandered, dissipated across years of boastful lies and hollow bravado. Those very falsehoods, once shields against reality, tools for gaining fleeting admiration, now coiled around his throat like spectral ropes, silencing every plea with suffocating weight. He opened his mouth to plead, to shout, but his throat seized tight, mute and hollow. Helplessly he sank to his knees in the center of the street. Around him swirled merciless laughter, scornful pointing fingers, and indifferent passers-by. Every soul he'd risked everything to protect now regarded him as nothing more than a grotesque joke. An abyss of loneliness and despair swallowed him whole, cold, absolute, and inescapable. He felt like a clown stripped bare beneath the sun, exposed, ridiculed, stripped of every mask, left only with shame and impotence. So, this is how the boy who cried wolf ends. His body trembled, not from cold, but from humiliation and utter powerlessness. Then, like lightning cleaving frozen thought, a single idea ignited in his mind. The villagers wouldn't believe him, but what about Kaya? Kaya was kind, truly kind. She would never scorn him as they did. If she knew the truth, there remained a chance, his final soul chance. That last hope surged through him like adrenaline, an addict's gamble, a drowning man's final gasp. Usopp sprang upright, ignoring the rotting cabbage clinging to his face and the tears streaking his cheeks. With his last shred of strength, he bolted toward the grand estate atop the hill. He staggered forward, legs trembling, muscles screaming, but the fire in his heart overrode fatigue and fear. He slammed open the estate's half-ajar gate with a thunderous crash and sprinted across the immaculately manicured lawn. He abandoned all decorum, no doors, no etiquette, scrambling up the second-floor balcony like a cornered wildcat. Bang! He kicked in the floor-to-ceiling window leading to Kaya's room, the shattering glass and splintering wood erupting in violent discord within the silent chamber. "Miss Kaya, run! Klahadore is!" His shout died mid-breath, choked into silence. Every sound vanished, strangled by an invisible hand. Inside, Kaya sat weakly reclined in a plush armchair, her pallor deeper than yesterday, trembling violently at the sudden intrusion. And beside her stood the figure he dreaded most, Klahadore. In his hand rested a steel pen and a thick, solemn document. Moments before Usopp's arrival, Kaya had signed her name at the bottom of that very document, the will Klahadore had schemed for all along. Klahadore lifted his gaze slowly. No anger marred his composure, only the serene confidence of a master strategist. He adjusted his spiral-patterned spectacles, their lenses catching the morning light with icy precision. To Usopp he offered a victor's smile. In that instant Usopp felt his blood freeze solid. Every struggle, every spark of hope extinguished utterly. All his efforts, all his desperate hope dissolved into nothingness beneath that smile. That smile pierced Usopp's last flicker of hope like a razor-sharp icicle, and shattered the final vestige of his courage. He burst into the room disheveled and desperate like a drowned dog. Meanwhile, Kuro stood motionless, elegant, unruffled, watching his humiliation unfold. "Usopp!" Weak and frail, Kaya flinched at the thunderous crash of the door, her trembling body shuddering in the armchair. Her eyes filled with alarm and bewilderment as she beheld him, filthy, wild-eyed, unmoored. She had never seen Usopp so utterly undone. You demon!" His body convulsed with terror and fury, his trembling finger stabbed toward the immaculate butler, his voice raw and broken. "It's you. You sought to murder Miss Kaya? You treacherous, despicable liar." His accusation roared forth like the final ragged snarl of a beast cornered in death, charged with boundless grief and despair. He knew no one would believe him, yet he had to speak. Kuro did not deign to answer. He merely regarded Usopp with serene detachment, as if observing a clown capering on stage. With languid precision, he folded the freshly signed will, each crease deliberate, each motion refined, as though savoring a masterpiece of artistry. He slipped the document carefully into his inner coat pocket, ensuring its absolute safety. Only after completing this did he turn, his face settling into an expression of perfect calibrated concern and sorrow, a performance so flawless it could deceive even the most discerning eye. He sighed mournfully as though truly pained by Usopp's supposed madness. "Usopp, have you come again to spin such dreadful fables and disturb Miss Kaya?" His tone dripped with feigned tenderness, subtly casting himself as the loyal, vigilant steward, and Usopp as a dangerous, delusional fool fabricating tales for attention. His face, framed by spiral-patterned spectacles, now appeared almost saintly in its innocence. "Miss Kaya's health has only just begun to improve, she cannot bear such shocks," he reminded her, gently laced with quiet reproach. Kaya glanced from Usopp's contorted, furious visage to Calbater's earnest, solicitous gaze, and her already fragile mind spiraled further into confusion. Her eyes darted helplessly between them, utterly unable to discern truth from falsehood. "Mr. Calbater, Usopp, what are you both saying?" she whispered weakly, her small frame trembling with fear. "I'm not lying." Usopp roared, the sound tearing from his lungs, raw and hoarse with rage and despair. "He's the liar. He's Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. He means to seize all your wealth, and then kill you, and every soul in this village." He lunged forward, yet froze mid-motion, stunned by the glacial coldness in Kuro's gaze. The sheer horror of his words drained the color from Kaya's face, her breath quickened, her tiny hands clutching the armrests with white-knuckled desperation. Instinctively she longed to trust Usopp, but memories of his past tall tales held her back, uncertain and suspended. Kuro stepped forward, instantly positioning himself deliberately between Kaya and Usopp, his gaze descending upon Usopp with pitying solemnity, as if gazing upon a terminal case beyond salvation. "Miss Kaya, please, do not heed his ravings. It seems your friend suffers from a grave affliction of the mind. He has spun tales since childhood, so many they've blurred the line between reality and illusion." He turned, his icy stare sweeping over the two mansion guards who had rushed in at the commotion, and gave them a silent telling signal. "For Miss Kaya's peace and safety, I must escort him out. Should he resist, bind him and deliver him to the village for sober reflection." "Yes, Mr. Calbater." The guards advanced without hesitation, men Kuro had long groomed as his own, faces twisted in grim ferocity, eyes blazing with menace. Their iron-reinforced gauntlets gleamed, their knuckles were thick, their strength unmistakable. Usopp staggered backward, step by step, until his spine struck the wall's unyielding chill with nowhere left to retreat. He felt like a wild hare back to the cliff's edge, trembling uncontrollably, trapped beyond escape. Despair flooded him, cold and suffocating as deep-sea water. He saw the guard's bulging arms, smelled their sweat and savagery, and though he willed himself to fight to scream, his limbs locked rigid, his throat sealed shut. He already envisioned himself seized, bound, dragged away like a madman, defeated. He watched their thick arms reach for him, cutting through air with a whistle of force. Already seeing Kaya crumpled in blood, the village engulfed in roaring flame. All would unfold precisely as Kuro's script dictated, until at the very instant that grip closed upon his collar, Shum. A black blur shot through the open window, ghost-like, shrieking with wind, moving so fast it left only a shimmering afterimage. It was an arm, an impossibly stretched rubber limb. With uncanny precision, its fingers clamped around the guard's wrist like iron manacles. The crushing force drew a choked grunt from the guard, his wrist locked immobile, his entire body yanked off balance. Every soul in the room, even Kuro, whose lips had curved in triumph, froze stunned by the sudden violent intrusion. Kaya's eyes widened, forgetting even fear. Usopp stared dumbstruck at that familiar elastic limb, and knew instantly that miracle had arrived. All gazes snapped in unison toward the shattered window, where perched atop the sill sat a tattered straw hat, and beneath it Luffy's grinning face. Yet his trademark grin was absent. Instead, his expression was grave, uncharacteristically severe. Then came Zoro, arms crossed, thumb resting lightly against the hilt of his sword. His lone eye cut through the room like a blade, scanning every detail, lingering coldly upon Kuro and the katana at his waist. Next, Nami stood with hands on hips, eyes darting swiftly across the opulent decor. Her gaze assessed value in lightning flashes, then shifted, sharpening with concern for Usopp, her brow furrowing slightly. Last came Furina. She sat poised upon the windowsill, skirts elegantly draped, as if seated in a royal box at the opera house. From her extra-dimensional space, she produced a delicate slice of opera house cake, delicately spearing it with a silver fork, savoring each bite as though witnessing a masterful performance. Glancing at the room's taut, hostile atmosphere, she lifted another morsel to her lips, her voice muffled yet crystal clear, laced with theatrical disdain. Villains always monologue before revealing their true nature. At the sight of these uninvited guests, Kuro's pupils contracted into lethal pinpricks. His mask of composure shattered, panic and fury flashing across his face. An unforeseen variable had ruptured his plan, and worse, these newcomers radiated undeniable power. Luffy's arms snapped inward, a colossal, irresistible pull, yanking the guard clear off his feet and hurling him headlong into the center table with a thunderous thud. The guard screamed once, then slumped into unconsciousness. Luffy coiled like a spring under immense tension, then launched himself through the window, landing with a resonant boom squarely between Usopp and Kuro, shielding Usopp completely behind him. His gaze, focused, unblinking, burned with rare intensity, edged with quiet, simmering wrath. His world operated on stark, uncomplicated logic. He fixed his stare on the bespectacled butler, whose presence unsettled him deeply, and spoke low and resonant, each word carved with weight. "I don't care about lies." Then abruptly he swiveled his head, and flashed Usopp, who stood paralyzed with disbelief, a radiant sunburst grin, brilliant enough to melt every shadow of despair. That smile surged into Usopp's frozen heart like warm light, flooding him with sudden stinging tears. Then Luffy turned back, eyes hardening into blades, locking onto Kuro with unyielding resolve. His voice rang out firm and commanding, every syllable ringing like hammered steel. "I only know, he's the sniper I chose. Anyone who makes him cry, I'll knock them flying." Usopp froze completely, motionless, breath held. For the first time in his life, someone had stepped forward to defend him, shielding him from mockery and cruelty. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the slender, unimposing back standing resolutely before him, and the hot flood of tears long suppressed burst forth uncontrollably. Tears mingled with rotting vegetables, and grime streaked across his face, leaving a desolate, ruined mask. Meanwhile, Kuro's composure, the calm facade he'd worn so effortlessly, shattered visibly in that single instant. His fingers resting lightly on his spectacles trembled almost imperceptibly. The plan. His meticulous scheme accounted for every variable: how to exploit Zoro's hypnotic artistry, how to forge a flawless how to orchestrate the pirate crew's assault down to the precise route, and even calculated with chilling precision how to embody the sole heartbroken survivor after slaughtering the villagers. Every act in his script was seamless, airtight, yet it contained no provision for this sudden, irrational eruption. These madmen who defied all logic and reason. "Scoundrel!" The words hissed through clenched teeth. His gentle 3-year-old mask of benevolence began to warp, twisting, contorting, under the unbearable pressure of pure, incandescent rage. He attempted once more to reassert dominance, adopting an aloof, condescending posture. "Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? Breaking into private property, threatening a lawful citizen. You stand in open defiance of the kingdom's entire legal order." "Enough noise." A cold, cutting voice sliced through his tirade. Zoro didn't even glance at him. His gaze drifted lazily upward, as though studying the grain of the ceiling woodwork. Arms crossed, his thumb idly traced the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. "Some fool disturbed my morning slumber, and now drones on like a broken cicada. It's maddening." Beneath that placid tone lay a razor's edge, poised, waiting, ready to flash free at any moment. Kuro's eye twitched violently. He sensed it unmistakably, the raw feral aura radiating from that green-haired man, a scent born only from mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Exactly. Nami stepped forward, her long staff striking the floor with a sharp, authoritative crack. Hands planted firmly on her hips, she assumed the fierce, unyielding stance of a debt collector. Yet her eyes sparkled with keen appraisal, sweeping across the room's opulent furnishings and ornate decor. I hereby declare effective immediately all assets within this estate shall be placed under provisional custody of the Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe. Until this matter is resolved, any attempt, however slight, to seize even a single thread or stitch shall constitute outright robbery against the troupe's sovereign property. Her mind raced, calculating that chandelier alone must fetch 20,000 berries, that vase, surely an antique. Yet her voice rang with unassailable theatrical righteousness. Koyori stood agape, her small mouth parted in silent shock, her mind utterly paralyzed, unable to process the surreal chaos unfolding before her. Kuro's lungs burned with fury, threatening to rupture. A band of pirates, daring to brand their brazen theft as asset custodianship, while he, the imminent heir to a fortune beyond measure, stood helpless before them. The irony was exquisite. The absurdity was staggering. His carefully constructed veneer collapsed entirely. The courteous butler dissolved, revealing the ruthless, calculating mastermind known across the seas as 100-Step Kuro. His gaze locked onto Luffy, dark and venomous, his voice sharpening to a piercing shriek. Since you beg so desperately for death, I shall grant it. He raised his foot, poised to issue the final command. Yet at that very moment a voice, serene, luminous, and impossibly elegant, floated softly into the room. Silence. Furina rose gracefully from the windowsill, lifting her lavish skirt with delicate fingers as she glided inward with the poise of a stage sovereign. She surveyed the chamber, her brow faintly furrowed, as if critiquing an ill-conceived set design. She addressed no one directly, merely raising her hands to deliver two crisp, resonant claps that instantly drew every eye in the room. Excellent. Cast assembled. Audience seated. Her eyelids lifted slowly, and those extraordinary heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, finally settled upon Kuro. Mr. Kuro, congratulations. Your solo performance is about to reach its dramatic crescendo. She paused, a subtle knowing curve playing upon her lips, as though a theater manager announcing the next act. Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe, Autumn Tour. Act 2, Scene 3, The Butler's Final Curtain. And now, the curtain rises. As director, I offer you one courteous reminder. Furina extended a slender finger, gently wagging it toward him. Please perform with utmost conviction, employing every ounce of your intellect and strength. Otherwise, she smiled, a vision of radiant beauty bathed in morning light. Yet her words sent a deep primal chill racing down Kuro's spine. The box office will suffer terribly. Before the last syllable faded, a crystalline sphere of water materialized, hovering weightlessly above her palm, no larger than a fist, yet holding within it the profound, unfathomable depth of an ocean. It hovered in perfect stillness, emitting neither heat nor cold. Yet Kuro's primal instincts screamed danger. Danger. Extreme danger. His pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat drenched his back. In that heartbeat he understood. He faced not mere reckless brutes, but something far more perilous. This woman, this self-proclaimed director, was the true apex predator. His plan had unraveled completely. To remain meant certain death. In a flash of instinct, Kuro chose decisively. Without hesitation, he whirled backward and hurled himself, full force, through the adjacent floor-to-ceiling window. Shatter. Glass exploded outward. Before anyone could react, Kuro soared from the second-floor balcony, his body arcing cleanly through the air. Zoro, he roared, a guttural bestial cry that tore across the distance. Initiate protocol, immediately. Commence now, leave none alive. His silhouette vanished swiftly into the dense foliage beyond the estate grounds. The instant his cry echoed away, a distant thunderous roar of battle, and the villagers' terrified shrieks, began to swell from the shoreline. The pirates had landed. On the beach, Zoro, long sprawled beneath a palm tree, hat drawn low over his face, stirred awake at the sound of that savage, piercing summons. Slowly he sat upright, removed his hat, and revealed his peculiar visage, its chin adorned with concentric circles. He glanced behind him, at the colossal pirate vessel anchored offshore, and at the 100-odd black cat pirates lining the sands below, blades drawn, faces twisted with malice, already sharpening steel with grim anticipation. A cruel grin split Zoro's face. From his vest, he withdrew the gleaming lethal ring, holding it aloft to catch the sun's glare, its polished surface flashing with lethal promise. Listen well, my lads. His voice, amplified by unseen means, resonated clearly in every pirate's ear. The captain commands. Land. With a sharp, sweeping gesture, he pointed toward the tranquil village. Reduce this settlement to dust. Oh! 100 throats erupted in bloodthirsty, frenzied howls, like a dam bursting, as they surged up the village's lone access path, a long sloping hill. In the second-floor room of the mansion, the atmosphere solidified completely with the roar that pierced through the forest. The French window shattered by Kaluo stood wide open, the cold morning wind pouring and stirring the ornate curtains and chilling the hearts of all present. In the distance along the coastline from the direction of the village that should have been peaceful and serene, a tsunami of battle cries erupted. What do we do? Name was the first to react. She rushed to the broken window, her hands gripping the frame, knuckles whitening from the strain. Her gaze swept past the exquisite manor gardens toward the distant slope leading down to the village. Dense masses of dark figures like ants swarming out of their nests surged madly up that slope. Each figure represented a pirate armed with weapons, faces twisted with ferocity. A rough count put them at over 100. Name's face lost all color, her lips trembling. They're too many. And Kuluo has escaped. He'll definitely come back to kill Miss Kuya. We're caught in the middle. On one side there was the cunning, treacherous mastermind Kuluo, whose strength was unknown, lurking like a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment at his true target. On the other side, over 100 pirates had already begun to land. As for their own side, counting those capable of fighting, there were only Luffy and Sualong. No, perhaps they should also count that long-nosed coward who had just shielded himself earlier. But what difference did it make? 3 or 4 people against such a situation was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This was a hopeless trap. I'll go cut down that butler, Sualong said, his voice as cold as ice. He didn't even glance out the window, his single eye fixed on the direction Kuluo had vanished. His hand had already rested on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji, his thumb lightly pushing the guard open. His decision was simple, direct, and crude. Capture the leader first. Once the head was eliminated, the motley crew would naturally scatter. Leave those pirates to me. Luffy's reply was equally decisive. He didn't even look at Sualong, instead pointing toward the chaotic coastline below, cracking his knuckles in a series of crisp pops. He was more concerned about the innocent people who were about to be harmed. One would go after the boss, the other would clear out the minions. The two made their decisions purely based on their fighting instincts, without a single second of tactical communication. Kuya, terrified by the sudden turn of events, leaned against the wall, her face pale, her mind a blank. The butler creditor, who had been so gentle and refined just moments before, had transformed into a savage pirate bent on slaughtering the entire village, and these strangers who had barged in were now ready to risk their lives to protect her and the village. All of this was beyond her limited comprehension. Just as Luffy and Sualong were about to dash off in separate directions, a hoarse, yet resolute shout stopped them in their tracks. Wait! Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Usopp. He staggered to his feet, his face still streaked with tears and bits of rotten vegetable, looking utterly disheveled. His legs trembled like autumn leaves in the wind, his teeth chattering with a faint clatter, the fear of a living creature. But the moment he raised his head, there was a tiny stubborn flame burning in his eyes, as if forcibly ignited. He wiped his grimy face, gasping for breath, as if trying to expel all the fear from his chest. He lifted a trembling finger and pointed out the window, his voice broken but strangely clear. I know what to do. Everyone stared at him, even Fu Ningna pausing in her appraisal of the stage atmosphere to cast a curious glance. Our village. The entrance to the village has only 2 paths. Usopp's voice grew louder and steadier. It's the 2 long slopes, one to the north, one to the south. That's the only way. If we can hold those 2 slopes, not a single one of them will get through. This was the conclusion he had drawn from years of running all over the village to escape the villagers' pursuit, a piece of useless geographic knowledge. But at this moment, this knowledge became the only glimmer of light in the darkness, the sole solution to this deadlock. He abruptly turned to look at Luffy and Sualong, his eyes no longer filled with cowardice, but burning with unprecedented earnestness and trust. Miss Kuya, I'll leave her to you. Kuluo's target is definitely her. For the inheritance, he will definitely come back. His voice paused, his chest heaving violently, as if he had used all his strength. He pointed again toward the coast where battle cries thundered. And I'm going to hold the slope. I absolutely won't let them harm anyone in the village. As his words fell, the room fell into a momentary silence. In this moment, what he said was no longer a lie. Those boasts he had once made to draw attention, 8,000 retainers, repelling sea kings, protecting the village, now weighed heavily upon his shoulders, yet miraculously, they also propped up his trembling frame. Luffy and Sualong were both stunned. They stared at this boy who was clearly terrified, yet had chosen to face over 100 pirates, a trace of indescribable astonishment in their eyes. Sualong's grip on his sword hilt loosened slightly. Luffy tilted his head, feeling that this long-nosed guy seemed a bit different somehow. Oh, a languid, pleasant voice broke the silence. Fu Ningna had somehow already stood in the center of the room. She dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin, then slowly placed the small silver fork she'd used for cake back into her interdimensional skirt space. What a perfect display of character radiance. She nodded with satisfaction, her expression like that of a discerning director finally witnessing a performance that delighted her. She clapped her hands, regaining control of the stage rhythm. Well then, it settled. Lead actor and chief swordsman. Her gaze fell on Luffy and Sualong. You two handle the boss battle inside the mansion, eliminating any lurking enemies and protecting our precious core plot item, Miss Kuya. Kuya let out a small bewildered cry. Luffy and Sualong, however, seemed to understand something, exchanged a glance, and nodded in unison. Fu Ningna paid no heed to their reactions. She lifted her skirt and walked gracefully toward the still-shocked Na-Mei and the now-resolute Usopp. As for us, she winked with her beautiful heterochromatic eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Navigator-san, and our newly appointed chief sniper and artistic director. Her finger lightly tapped Usopp, then Na-Mei. We'll handle the cleanup on the perimeter. Na-Mei reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hair standing on end, her mouth agape, her voice completely distorted. Hey, are you kidding? The three of us. Against over 100 pirates. Are you out of your mind? We'll die. We'll absolutely die. I'm just a weak woman. She could steal anything, even the pirates' underwear, but fighting, especially outnumbered 3 against 100, that was practically a death sentence. However, Luffy completely ignored Na-Mei's vehement protest. His gaze remained fixed on Usopp. He looked at the boy who was still trembling yet had straightened his spine, and a wide, radiant grin spread across his face. His trademark pure and unadulterated smile. He solemnly raised his thumb toward Usopp. I'm counting on you, Usopp. A single simple phrase. But it struck like a thunderbolt, and also like the warmest, most powerful force surging through Usopp's entire body. The ringing in his ears vanished. The fear in his legs still churned, but something far stronger, something called trust and mission, had already seized the high ground. The plan was cemented in those chaotic seconds. Sualong, I'll leave this place to you. Luffy called out to Sualong. Humph, just take care of yourself and don't die. Sualong replied, his gaze never leaving the window as he searched for any path Killua might take. Luffy grinned, turned around, and faced the empty room. His entire aura underwent a transformation. He was no longer the carefree boy, but a wild beast coiled in its lair waiting for its prey. On the other side. Let's go, Usopp shouted, and he was the first out the door. Hey, wait for me, you lunatics. Na-Mei shrieked, yet she clutched her long staff tightly, and followed with a look of utter despair. She didn't know why she followed. Perhaps she was infected by Usopp's courage, or perhaps she didn't want to stay alone here to face that deranged butler. Furina lifted her skirt and strolled out at an unhurried pace, last to leave a joyful smile on her face, as if she were about to enjoy a grand performance. The three of them dashed downstairs, passed through the chaotic foyer, and burst out the mansion's front door. The wind roared past their ears. Hearts pounded violently in their chests, beating like war drums, thundering so loud it made Usopp's eardrums ache. It wasn't only from fear. It was also a terrifying, thrilling excitement, called mission. Today Usopp was finally going to truly fight for the boast he had made. They're here. They've arrived. At the crest of the northern slope, Nami crouched behind a boulder, peering out with only half her head visible. Below, the pirate horde surged upward like a black tide. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and her voice quivered with terror. Usopp, are those rickety little gadgets you cobbled together from scrap metal actually going to work? There are far too many of them. We're facing at least 100. Below the incline, the Black Cat pirates charged upward in frenzy, brandishing swords and shrieking wildly. Their faces twisted into grotesque, bloodthirsty masks. Each man appeared as though he had clawed his way out of hell itself. Oh, of course they will. Usopp lay trembling beside Nami, his body shaking like a leaf in autumn wind. Yet he still fumbled open his tattered satchel and pulled forth a handful of gleaming iron caltrops. The brilliance of this captain is boundless. A mere 100-foot soldiers wouldn't even fill the gap between my 8,000 loyal troops' teeth. As he rallied himself, he scrambled shakily to his feet and hurled the entire clutch of caltrops down the slope with all his strength. Clatter! Countless spiked iron spheres scattered like celestial blossoms, blanketing the entire incline in an even lethal carpet. The dozen pirates leading the charge failed to notice the tiny hazards. They sprinted upward, single-mindedly jeering with contempt. Just one brat and 2 girls up there, charge. Grab the girl with orange hair. In the next instant, their taunts dissolved into overlapping screams of agony. Arg! My foot! What the hell is this? It burns. The foremost pirate stepped squarely onto a sharp caltrop. The spike pierced straight through his flimsy straw sandal and deep into his soul. The searing pain wrenched a shriek from his throat, his balance shattered, and he toppled backward, triggering a domino collapse that sent several comrades crashing down with him. In moments, the vanguard disintegrated into chaos. Men tumbled head over heels across the slope, writhing and howling as they clutched their bleeding feet. It worked. Usopp's eyes lit up at the sight. His confidence flickered just slightly. Nami, now. Plan 2, he shouted to Nami beside him. Understood. Though paralyzed by fear, Nami acted instantly, survival instinct overriding terror the moment she saw her trap succeed. She dragged 2 enormous wooden barrels from the nearby shrubbery, taken earlier from the manor's kitchen under the flimsy pretext of securing theater assets. Gritting her teeth, she tipped both barrels over with a mighty heave. Gurgle, gurgle. Thick golden oil cascaded swiftly down the incline, transforming the caltrop-strewn slope into a treacherous, glistening ice rink. The pirates behind remained bewildered. Seeing their comrades fall, they tried to veer aside, only to slip instantly on the slick surface. Thud. Whoa, slippery. On the oiled slope, no one could find footing. Pirates flailed helplessly before toppling over, then rolled uncontrollably downhill, like bowling pins flattening wave after wave of stunned allies. The entire pirate assault ground to a halt, brought down by 2 disarmingly absurd, yet devastating tricks. Now, Usopp seized the moment, drew a small knife, and slashed decisively at a taut vine beside him. Creak. The vine snapped cleanly. A massive log suspended midair by the vine in the woods beside the slope was suddenly released. Hanging aloft moments before, it now swung forward like a colossal pendulum, roaring through the air with thunderous force across the entire incline. Crash, crash, crash. The log struck the tangled mass of slipping fallen pirates with crushing momentum. Dozens were swept off their feet before they could even cry out, flung skyward like severed kites, soaring over the cliff's edge and plunging into the jagged reef-strewn sea below. Did you see that? Usopp stood atop the ridge, hands planted defiantly on his hips, roaring down at the shaken pirates, though his voice still quavered violently with fear. This is the might of Captain Usopp and his 8,000 warriors. Turn back, or perish. For the first time Nami gazed at him, not with skepticism, but with awe mingled with incredulous wonder. This incorrigible liar had somehow, through sheer absurd ingenuity, repelled an entire pirate crew. Yet their triumph proved fleeting. At that very moment a figure approached with unhurried ease, unscathed, unruffled, gliding serenely past wailing pirates' lethal caltrops and the glistening oil-slicked slope, ascending step by deliberate step. He was tall and slender, clad in peculiar form-fitting attire, his chin marked with an odd circular pattern. His gait was eerily unnatural. The moonwalk, gliding backward in silence yet steadily closing the distance toward the ridge. Zoro the hypnotist. He moved like a detached spectator, effortlessly bypassing every trap and turmoil, until he halted 10 paces from Usopp and Nami. Furina watched Zoro's arrival with a subtle spark in her eyes, as if finally welcoming a compelling supporting actor onto the stage. She murmured softly, "Oh, has the elite antagonist made his entrance? Then the dramatic tension shall surely escalate." Zoro looked down upon the panting pair with a mocking grin, as though observing two insects frantically struggling against inevitable doom. From his coat, he withdrew a gleaming circular ring. "Warm-up ends now." His voice was languid, yet carried an undeniable hypnotic authority. He held the ring before his face and flicked it lightly with his finger. The razor-edged disc spun rapidly atop his fingertip, humming with an eerie, resonant drone. His gaze locked onto Usopp's and Nami's eyes, his smile widening into a predatory grin. "Now, 1-2, Zoro." With his final incantation, the whirling ring warped into a bottomless vortex, seizing their consciousness entirely. "Sleep well." Nami's and Usopp's eyelids grew impossibly heavy, then dropped shut. An irresistible wave of drowsiness flooded their minds like rising tide. The gleaming ring in the sunlight became everything in Nami and Usopp's vision. Its spinning trajectory seemed to carry an irresistible enchantment, drawing their consciousness into a warm, soft, carefree abyss. So sleepy. Usopp's eyelids felt like lead weights drooping uncontrollably. He lay behind the rock, his slingshot hand dropping, his head nodding as he was about to fall asleep completely. Fear, worry, a sense of responsibility. All the emotions that had kept him standing were rapidly drained, melted, and dissipated in the strange, buzzing sound. He thought of the village of Kaya, of the fragile resolve he had just built as a brave warrior of the sea. "No, can't sleep." But his body refused to obey. An indescribable fatigue surged from the depths of his marrow, drowning his last struggling will. Nami's condition was not much better. She leaned against the rock, her long staff clattering to the ground. Her mind went blank, thoughts like a stirred paste. The man with the circles under his chin became blurry. The shouts and clashes from the foot of the mountain seemed to come from far away, losing their reality. So tired. It wouldn't be so bad to just fall asleep. Anyway, we can't win. Over 100 people. Why did I come to this godforsaken place? My money. At the last moment of consciousness, she could barely even remember her beloved Barry. Django looked at the two swaying figures, a smug smile of success spreading across his face. His moonwalk came to a halt, hands in his pockets, body leaning back slightly as he admired his handiwork from a condescending posture. "That's right, just like that." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated their fading consciousness, carrying the hypnotist's unique suggestive tone. "Sleep. Have a good sleep. Forget all your troubles, forget the pirates, forget the village, forget your pitiful resistance, and forget your lives." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the slope, then beyond it to the magnificent mansion atop the hill, a greedy curl to his lips. "And of course forget all the treasures in that mansion." Like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, it exploded right in the center of Nami's chaotic, paste-like mind. "Treasure. My treasure." The antique vases, famous paintings, solid gold chandeliers she had just seen in the mansion, and Miss Kaya's inheritance of 10 million berry. That damned butler wanted to steal it, and now this chin-circled bastard wants me to forget it too. Buzz. In Nami's head the paste evaporated in an instant. Her consciousness had never been so clear, her mind never so sharp, her goal never so definite. Those orange eyes, once dull and glazed, snapped open. Sleepiness, fatigue, fear, all vanished. In their place 2 blazing flames named anger burned fiercely. A roar that could overturn the entire hillside and scatter the birds in the forest burst from Nami's throat. The anger and killing intent in her voice made even the half-asleep Usopp shudder violently, jolting him awake. Django's smug smile froze instantly. All he saw was the orange-haired woman like a female dragon whose scales had been touched, her entire body bristling. As she roared, her body reacted before the sound. She bent down to grab the fallen long staff, flicked her wrist, and with 3 crisp clicks the staff assembled instantly. Without hesitation, without a moment's delay. The weapon that was meant for self-defense now transformed into a black afterimage that tore through the air with incomparable precision and towering fury, slashing fiercely at the slowly spinning ring in Django's hand. Fast. Too fast. Django had no time to react. He only saw a blur before his eyes, then an irresistible force struck his wrist. Dang! A crisp, piercing metallic clash resounded across the entire slope. Django felt as if his wrist had been hit head-on by a galloping wild bull. The pain made him grunt, his tiger's mouth instantly split, blood gushing out. The hypnotic prop he relied on for his fame flew out of his hand, arcing through the air and clattered into the distant grass. Hypnosis broken in an instant. How is that possible? Django clutched his trembling wrist, his face full of disbelief. He looked at Nami as if seeing a monster. Even the most strong-willed person would at least be dazed for a moment under his hypnosis. But this woman, who was about to fall asleep just a second ago, how did she break free instantly? And what was that strength? That was no strength a weak woman could wield. My treasure. My money. My berry. Nami gripped the long staff tightly, assuming a standard attack stance, muttering to herself, each word squeezed through clenched teeth. She stared at Django as if she wanted to devour him alive. You bastard. How dare you on my money? Her voice trembled with extreme anger, but the pressure it contained made even Django, a 3 million berry bounty hunter hardened by life and death, feel a chill. Even if a god came touching my money, I'll still beat you down. At that moment, Nami awakened completely. It was not conqueror's haki nor any bloodline power, but something purer, more primal, more irrational than those, an extreme obsession with wealth. Oh, Furina, who had been sitting on a rock nearby, elegantly eating cake with a small spoon, paused with interest at the sight. Because of the word treasure, she forcibly interrupted a mental attack. An interesting setting. This navigator's conviction is rather unpretentious. In the brief moment of Nami and Django's standoff, the Black Cat pirates at the foot of the slope, who had been thrown into disarray by caltrops and oil, finally regrouped. Having learned their lesson, they became cautious this time. Instead of charging head-on, they split into several groups, flanking the slope from both sides through the grass and woods, without traps, slowly encircling in a huge fan formation. Boss, that woman broke Mr. Django's hypnosis. Kill them, chop them up, and feed them to the fish. The pirates brandished their swords, their eyes growing more ferocious. Just as Usopp was waking up, he saw dark figures pressing in from all directions, his soul nearly leaving his body, and the little courage he had mustered half drained away. Nami, we're surrounded. Nami also noticed the predicament around them. She gritted her teeth back to back with Usopp, her heart sinking to the bottom. Fighting just Django might have been possible, but now it was Django plus nearly 100 pirates. Doomed. Django retrieved his ring, looked at the two completely surrounded, and his surprise turned into a cruel smirk. Little girl, you did surprise me. But this is the end. He raised his hand to give the order for the final assault. A soft, somewhat resigned sigh came from above everyone's heads. The sound was not loud, but it had a strange magic, silencing the chaotic battlefield for an instant. Everyone instinctively looked up. She wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, her posture as elegant as if she were at a grand afternoon tea party, not a battlefield. She looked around at the ferocious pirates, frowned slightly, as if highly dissatisfied with the scene. Improvised scenes are always so chaotic and lacking in aesthetic. Furina shook her head, then turned her gaze to the despairing Nami, and Usopp, a reassuring smile on her face. The actor's performance has been splendid enough to deserve applause. Now, she clapped her hands lightly, the crisp sound echoing across the slope. It's time for the protagonist to take the stage. Zhang stared blankly for a moment upon hearing Furina's words, then let out a derisive snort. He scrutinized the silver-haired girl before him, her opulent attire, her delicate bearing, more noble lady than warrior. Her gaze met with undisguised contempt. Little girl, have you lost your wits? This is no children's playhouse. Exactly. Boss, why waste breath on her? Grab her. A beauty like this will fetch a handsome price. A scarred pirate licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with raw avarice. Men, advance. Kill the men, take the woman alive. Zhang Gao, his hypnosis shattered by Nami, seethed with pent-up fury and saw no need for further words. With a sharp commanding sweep of his arm, he issued his final order. Oh ho ho. Over 100 pirates erupted into bloodthirsty roars, surging from every direction toward the 3 figures atop the hill, fragile silhouettes in their eyes, launching their final decisive charge. We're doomed. Usopp watched the tide of bodies flood toward him, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the ground, face drained of all color. Nami tightened her grip on the long staff, palms slick with cold sweat, her mind went utterly blank. She could only stare paralyzed as grotesque faces and gleaming blades rushed ever closer. The shadow of death had never loomed so palpably over her. Yet confronting this scene, a despair so absolute it would shatter any soul, Furina's expression remained utterly unruffled. She even offered the scarred pirate leading the charge a smile, tender, sorrowful, almost pitying. Ah, such bewildered souls. She murmured softly, as though reciting a requiem for these doomed spirits. Then she raised her slender right hand, encased in pristine white gloves, and flicked her wrist with effortless grace. No incantation was spoken. No dazzling light flared. Her motion resembled that of a symphony conductor, silently cueing an instrument section to begin its part. Then allow my guests to lend this performance a touch of dramatic turbulence. As her voice faded, the air beside her warped unnaturally, like water boiling over heat, and two colossal vortices materialized, swirling radiant spirals composed entirely of pure aqua-elemental essence. Wow, what is that? The charging pirates staggered mid-stride, stunned and wary before this impossible spectacle. In the next instant, two beings emerged from the aqueous maelstrom, so astonishing they left every onlooker speechless. From the left vortex rose a colossal figure, gigantic, unmistakably an octopus. His lower half bristled with writhing titanic tentacles, his upper torso retained a dignified near-human poise, and he bowed elegantly toward Furina, one of the Soleil Salon's esteemed members. Lord Uther the Octopus Knight. Mademoiselle Director, good day. Today's tea service remains exquisite. His voice, viscous, resonant, sounded not in the ear but directly within the mind, carried upon the hum of water itself. From the right vortex stepped a being of stark contrast. A knight clad in gleaming armor, lance held high astride a steed forged wholly from liquid energy, upright, proud, poised, as if riding into battle at dawn's first light. Another Soleil Salon member, Dame Haiva, Lady Furina. Dame Haiva stands ready at your command. Shall these crude spectators be escorted from the theater? Her tone bore the solemn precision of chivalric duty. Monsters! What in blazes is this power? Panic exploded among the pirates. They had faced countless devil fruit users, but never had they witnessed anything like this. Two living, speaking, bowing aquatic entities summoned from thin air. Usopp stood utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape, staring slack-jawed at the two immense, surreal guests flanking Furina. His mind simply ceased functioning. No need for such coarseness, Dame Haiva, Furina replied with a gentle smile toward the Seahorse Knight, then turned her gaze to the Octopus Knight. Lord Uther, the stage has grown rather unseemly. Would you be so kind as to tidy it? Lord Uther bowed once more. Then with terrifying speed his vast tentacles unfurled like sentient vines, sweeping across the entire hillside. They did not strike the pirates. Instead they settled softly upon the earth. Instantly a thick, viscous fluid, sweetly cloying, strangely aromatic, oozed from their suckers, spreading rapidly to coat the battlefield in glistening, treacherous slime. Whoa, slippery! A pirate at the vanguard planted his foot squarely in the muck, and instantly lost all traction. He shrieked in alarm, careening backward like a runaway bowling ball, rolling head over heels straight into his comrades behind him. Thud, thud, thud. A cascade of collapse began. Moments earlier 100 fierce pirates had surged upward with grim resolve. Now they were tumbling across a slope transformed into a colossal oiled skating rink. One after another they slipped, staggered, flailed wildly, and crashed helplessly to the ground. The entire hillside became a monstrous human slide, living, squirming, chaotic. Pirates slid uncontrollably downhill, colliding in tangled heaps, screaming, weeping, cursing. Utterly absurd, utterly disastrous. Within mere seconds, save for a handful who clung desperately to trees or boulders, nearly all had tumbled down to the base, piled one atop another like fallen dominoes, groaning in agony, completely incapacitated. Now the stage is far more presentable, Furina remarked, nodding in quiet satisfaction, then turned her gaze toward the Seahorse Knight. Lord Uther, a few reluctant guests remain. Would you see them off? As you command, Lady Furina. Lord Uther raised his aqueous lance. His haughty gaze locked unerringly upon those few stragglers clinging to the hillside. Phut! A high-pressure jet of water erupted from the lance's tip. Slender as a finger yet blindingly swift, it carved a white streak through the air. Before a pirate clutching a tree trunk could react, the stream struck his forehead dead center. No cry escaped him. Only a violent tremor, a sudden roll of the eyes, and then he slumped unconscious, sliding down like a discarded sack. Phut! 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 Lord Uther's lance fired with surgical rhythm. Each shot a precise, silent burst of pressurized water. Each impact felled a pirate, clean, efficient, devoid of drama or delay. Those few who'd evaded the slide were thus methodically, flawlessly called by name. One by one they fell noiselessly unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded with chilling efficiency. Elegant, almost artistic. Less a battle, more a masterful act of precision surgery. Seconds later the northern slope fell into absolute silence. Beneath the hill lay a moaning, groaning heap of pirates. Across the entire field only one adversary remained standing. Zhang, the hypnotist, stood frozen, utterly motionless. He stared petrified at this surreal tableau, his vaunted 100-strong crew, capable of leveling villages, reduced to ruin by two unimaginable creatures dispatched with absurd ease, with theatrical disdain. His mind could no longer process reality. Terror, icy and absolute, seized his heart in a vice-like grip. Trembling, he lifted his gaze toward the silver-haired girl, still serene, still smiling. And she in turn fixed her cold, emotionless, heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine-red, squarely upon him. Furina dismissed her summoned beings. Nouvelette and Lord Uther dissolved into twin streams of water, vanishing into the air, as if they had never existed. Stagehands cleared. Furina smoothed her ornate gown, her tone as calm and casual as commenting on a minor household chore. Now, she stepped forward with unhurried, regal grace toward Zhang, who now quaked violently, unable to move or speak. It is time to deal with you, petty stage illusionist. Meanwhile, atop the hill of Syrup Village within that opulent manor estate, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the chaos unfolding on the slope below. Here silence reigned so profound one could hear the rhythmic thud of one's own heartbeat. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered by Kuro gaped open, icy wind howled inward, whipping the costly velvet curtains into frenzied flapping tatters that slapped against the walls with hollow percussive beats. In the grand hall, Luffy and Zoro had already returned. Nami and Usopp, before departing, had carefully escorted Kaya to her private bedroom and locked the door securely from the outside. At this moment, only 3 figures stood within the vast, lavishly adorned hall, its scale rivaling a small plaza. Luffy stood at its exact center, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked with sharp, brittle snaps. His mind was flooded with the image of Usopp, hunched low, knees drawn tight to his chest, straining desperately to hold back tears. That timid boy, who trembled at shadows, had stepped forward alone to defend his village, to protect Kaya. The memory ignited a searing ember deep in Luffy's chest. Zoro leaned against the towering Roman column, arms crossed, his right thumb unconsciously tracing the hilt of his sword Wado Ikemanji. His solitary eye narrowed slightly, his entire posture that of a great tiger crouched in shadow. Deceptively relaxed, yet every muscle coiled like tempered steel, poised for instantaneous lethal release. His gaze never wavered from the man standing across the hall, before the fireplace. There a figure stood with his back turned, head tilted upward, absorbed in studying a large oil painting hung upon the wall. It was the portrait of Kaya's parents. What an exquisitely absurd farce, Kuro murmured, his voice calm, detached, like that of a dispassionate observer surveying a stage performance. A flawless script I labored over for 3 years. Every beat, every character's reaction, even each line of dialogue, was meticulously calculated and held firmly within my control. He extended a gloved hand and gently brushed away a speck of dust from the frame with his fingertip. And yet, it was all ruined by vermin like you. Creatures who crawled out of cracks in the stone without warning. His tone held no rage, no bitterness. Only the glacial disappointment of an artist whose life's masterpiece had been vandalized by ignorant hands. I don't care about your script, or whatever. Luffy's booming voice shattered the eerie stillness, reverberating like thunder through the marble chamber. You made my crewmate cry. My sniper. He stomped forward with crushing force. The ancient floorboards groaned under the weight of his fury. Zoro remained silent. His lone eye locked unblinkingly onto Kuro's back. From this man, he sensed an aura of peril unlike any he'd encountered before. Buggy's danger lay in cunning deception, but this man radiated a chilling, cultivated cruelty, forged over years of meticulous self-erasure and perfect disguise. This man was formidable. Kuro appeared not to hear Luffy's roar. He continued, gazing at the painting, never turning. Do you know? For today I endured 3 long years. I bore the dull tranquility of this tedious village, tolerated the vacant smiles of its foolish inhabitants, suffered the frailty of that sickly young mistress. Each day I played the part of a loyal, gentle, even timid butler. I believed my performance had reached perfection, beyond detection by any mortal eye. At last he turned, slowly, deliberately. Behind his square-rimmed spectacles the face of Butler Clabater remained wreathed in its customary benevolent smile, yet beneath it his eyes were frozen lakes utterly devoid of warmth. He regarded Luffy and Zoro as if they were mere ornaments, lifeless decorative objects placed in his domain. My original plan was simple: inherit the estate, depart quietly, and sever all ties with the word pirate forever. That sordid past I had already discarded. As he spoke, he began with unhurried precision to unfasten each button of his immaculate black butler's coat. His movements were elegant, unhurried, like those of a priest performing a sacred rite. But you insisted on forcing my hand. The coat slid soundlessly from his shoulders and fell onto the gleaming marble floor with a soft, hollow whisper. Beneath it he wore a sleek, form-fitting black combat suit, and most tellingly the pair of iconic gloves, feline claws extending from each fingertip, gleaming coldly in the firelight. You have awakened the identity I buried long ago. The air itself thickened, congealing into viscous, suffocating silence. Kuro raised his right hand, the one sheathed in the clawed glove, and performed a gesture that made Zoro's pupils contract sharply. With the back of his glove, he used those 5 razor-sharp metallic talons to slowly, deliberately push his slipping spectacles upward along the bridge of his nose. SCRRRT, a thin, piercing scrape of metal on glass, grating crystalline teeth rattling in its clarity. A permanent white scar etched itself across the lens. In that single grating instant, the courteous Butler Clabater vanished entirely. What stood before them now was Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates known as 100 Count Kuro, a man whose name once unsettled the Navy itself. It has been a very long time since I laid hands upon anyone myself. His voice had dropped into a low, gravelly register laced with a feverish, almost pathological thrill at reclaiming his old self. Truly scum like you wouldn't even merit death by my hand. Before the final syllable faded, Kuro dissolved from his place. No blur, no motion, just gone. Zoro's eyes widened. He caught only a ghostly afterimage. It felt less like speed, and more like a human silhouette fading then vanishing into vapor. Luffy didn't even register the movement. Yet his body, his primal bestial instinct, reacted before his mind could comprehend danger. He jerked his head violently to the right, twisting his torso in an awkward instinctive evasion. The next instant, shriek! A deafening tearing shriek erupted beside Luffy's ear. He froze, then slowly turned his head. 5 deep, bone-bearing gashes had materialized on the wall where he'd just stood, ripping through wallpaper, splintering timber, and gouging deep into the brickwork behind. Dust and splinters rained silently downward. Had he not dodged, his throat would now be split open. Hey! A bead of cold sweat traced a path down Luffy's temple. He whirled abruptly, scanning the far end of the hall. Kuro stood again, now before a shattered floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned once more, breathing as steady and unruffled as if he'd never moved at all. As though he'd never left his spot. A vein pulsed faintly on Zoro's grip, tightening around the hilt. Unbelievable speed. Kuro adjusted his glasses, his voice drifting back, cool, mocking, cat-like in its cruel amusement. Can you keep up with my pace? Luffy froze in place, his neck utterly still. He could feel it, a cold gust of wind that had just swept past his throat, carrying the metallic tang of rust. Gooseflesh prickled across Luffy's skin. Slowly he turned his head and stared at the 5 deep gashes carved into the wall, deep enough to lodge a finger. Instantly cold sweat drenched his back, plastering his shirt tightly against his skin, chill and clammy. Zoro's right thumb had lifted from the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu, his entire hand now gripped it firmly. His lone eye locked unblinkingly onto Kuro, who stood motionless by the window. Something was deeply wrong with this man. Bastard. Luffy always reacted before he thought. Fear lingered in his mind for less than a second, then erupted into blazing, incandescent fury. With a roar, he drove his feet hard into the floor and launched himself forward like a cannonball, the wooden planks groaning under the impact. Gomu Gomu. Pistol. His fist cut through the air, hurtling straight toward Kuro's exposed back. Yet an instant before impact, Kuro's figure blurred, then dissolved like smoke scattered by wind, vanishing into thin air. Luffy's punch struck empty space. The immense momentum sent him stumbling forward several steps, nearly crashing into the wall. Shriek. A grating, tearing sound ripped through the air behind him. Luffy whirled around, and there along the path he'd just charged down, 5 fresh deep claw marks gouged the surface of a massive Roman column thick enough for 2 men to embrace. Fine dust trickled down in silence. Kuro's silhouette flickered into view several meters away, gone in a flash, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Here. Luffy spun again, arms snapping out with explosive force toward another direction, only to strike nothing but air. Shriek. This time the claw marks appeared on the ceiling, and the ornate crystal chandelier, lavish enough to buy an entire ship, snapped free from its cord and crashed to the floor in a thunderous shatter. A blizzard of crystal shards exploded outward like hail. Damn it. Show yourself. Luffy careened wildly through the hall, lashing out blindly at empty air like a headless fly. He saw nothing, heard nothing. That man moved like a phantom, leaving proof of his presence only after each attack had landed. Each strike grazed perilously close, yet slipped just beyond grasp. Zoro remained utterly still. He stood rooted, knees slightly bent, his right hand clenched around the hilt, blue veins rising starkly across his knuckles. He abandoned visual tracking. It was too fast, not mere speed but a refined art of footwork technique that erased all trace of presence. Beyond the limit of his dynamic vision, he slowly closed his solitary eye. Listen. The world fell utterly silent. Luffy's roar, the whistle of fists cleaving air, the lingering echo of shattered crystal, the chill wind streaming through broken windows. All were stripped from his consciousness. He focused on one thing alone, the sound of that man. No footsteps, no breath, not even the whisper of fabric parting air. That man moved in absolute silence, compressing his very existence to its barest threshold. Bastard. Bastard. Frustration, being struck yet unable to locate his foe, ignited Luffy completely. He sucked in a deep breath, then stretched both arms backward to their grotesque limit, elongating them far beyond human proportion. Gomu Gomu. Rocket. He launched himself like a living projectile, aiming squarely at the hall's center, betting on wide-area devastation to flush out the elusive enemy. Yet this sweeping open attack laid bare his entire body, exposing colossal vulnerabilities. Now, a nearly imperceptible shadow materialized behind Luffy. Kuro coalesced from mist into solid form. His right hand, clad in feline claw gloves, rose high, 5 razor-sharp blades sliced through the air in a chilling arc, aimed precisely at Luffy's undefended back. A glint of mockery flashed behind his spectacles. It was over. In the split second before those 5 claws pierced Luffy's flesh. Zoro, eyes still shut, moved. He did not draw his blade. Instead, an emotion no one anticipated, he seized the scabbard of Sandai Kitetsu in reverse grip, twisted violently sideways and backward, and slammed the sheath with full force into empty air. He had heard it. Not footsteps, not breathing, but the faint high-frequency tremor almost inaudible as claws parted the air. Clang! A thunderous metallic crash reverberated through the hall. Sparks burst like miniature stars. Zoro's scabbard met the airborne claw with perfect, unerring precision. The shockwave surged up the scabbard into his arm, hurling him half a meter backward, his sandals carving twin furrows deep into the wooden floor. His right arm jolted with violent numbness, nearly wrenching the scabbard from his grip. Luffy's forward surge halted abruptly. Bewildered, he glanced back, only to see Zoro frozen mid-motion shielding him. 3 meters away, Kuro reformed, adjusting his spectacles. For the first time, astonishment flickered in the eyes behind the lenses. Not awe at raw power, but the startled dismay of an artist witnessing a flaw in his own masterpiece. Zoro shook the tingling from his arm and opened his eye, its solitary gaze sharp as tempered steel. He fixed his stare on Kuro, voice low and resonant. Your footsteps make no sound, but your strikes carry the shriek of claws rending air. Though that sound was fainter than breath to a swordsman whose entire being had surrendered to hearing, it blazed like the sole beacon in utter darkness. Kuro fell silent. He studied Zoro, then glanced at the shallow silvery scratch left on his glove by the scabbard. After a long pause, he let out a low, peculiar chuckle, charged with unsettling exhilaration. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Someone has actually kept pace with my shave. He slowly raised his other hand, crossing 10 gleaming blades before him with a grating, teeth-rattling scrape. That step was forged solely for assassination, silent, scentless, designed to deliver death before awareness stirs. His body sank lower, assuming an unnerving stance, low center coiled tight, like a wild beast poised to pounce upon prey. Since stealth has failed, concealment is obsolete. He straightened his spectacles. On one lens, a faint scar left by Zoro's scabbard, on the other, a deliberate slash scored by his own claw. The two marks intersected, a fractured asymmetrical cross. His voice dropped, icy and unhinged, laced with euphoric, teetering madness. Then tell me, how will you survive my Shirshir Sansen, a technique so volatile even I can no longer control? A massacre without mercy, without discrimination. Meanwhile, on the northern slope of Syrup Village, the battlefield lay utterly silent. Over 100 pirates sprawled like discarded refuse at the foot of the hill, groaning, broken, and utterly incapable of rising. Furina smoothed her skirt as though she had merely brushed away invisible dust. With poised, unhurried steps, she advanced toward the sole remaining upright figure on the battlefield. The hypnotist Zoro. His body trembled like a leaf in autumn wind, cold sweat mingled with grime traced ragged, humiliating streaks across his face. He stared at the silver-haired girl approaching with serene grace, and felt not a human before him, but a monster. Don't come closer. From the depths of sheer terror, he summoned one final desperate spark of courage. He wrenched a brass hypnotic ring from his vest and frantically swung it before him with all his strength. Its motion absurd, pitiful. Look here. Gaze upon my ring. 1, 2. Zoro. His voice shrill and trembling with fear, yet stubbornly recited the incantation. This was his last and only lifeline. Furina did not pause. She halted directly before him, less than a meter away. She let the ring whirl wildly before her eyes, yet within those extraordinary heterochromatic irises, one glacial blue, one luminous gold, not a single reflection of the ring appeared. Only an unfathomable absolute stillness. She tilted her head ever so slightly, as if genuinely appraising a crudely forged work of art. After a breath's silence, she spoke, softly yet with crystalline clarity, piercing straight into Zoro's ears. On this stage, the use of shoddy illusionary props is strictly prohibited. The moment the word settled, a crisp, brittle sound echoed, like a biscuit snapping between fingers. Zoro watched frozen as the sturdy brass ring in his hand fractured without warning, spiderweb cracks blooming from its center. The fissures spread instantly. Then with a soft cascading whisper, the entire ring crumbled into shimmering golden dust slipping through his trembling fingers. Zoro stiffened, staring blankly at his empty palms, his mind utterly hollow. Broken. No, it shattered. No, not broken. Shattered. How? It was brass. Monster. You monstrous abomination. Utter terror shattered his sanity. His shriek tore from his throat, raw and inhuman. Like a cat struck mid-leap, he lunged into his vest again, pulling forth several metal ring blades, their edges honed to lethal sharpness. Die. With a violent flick of his wrist, he hurled them with every ounce of strength, aiming for Furina's face and heart. The blades whirled through the air with sharp, hissing cries. Furina remained rooted. Her eyelids did not even flutter. She neither dodged nor raised a hand in defense. Instead, once more she declared the second rule, in that same calm, emotionless tone. On this stage, unregistered flying props are forbidden. Then, impossibly, the blades froze. Less than half a meter from her body, they hung suspended in midair, defying gravity and reason. They hung there like frames paused in a film, violating every law of physics, motionless in perfect suspension. Zoro's pupils contracted to pinpricks. In the next instant the blades shuddered violently, then reversed course, accelerating twice as fast as before and shot back toward him with a vicious whistle. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled, sickening impacts, each chillingly distinct, each tightening the knot in the chest. Zoro's scream ripped through the hillside silence. 2 blades pierced his thighs with surgical precision, 2 more pinned his shoulders, clean, brutal, unyielding. The force slammed him backward, pinning his limbs spread-eagled into the muddy earth like a specimen mounted for display. Blood bloomed instantly across his clothes. Agony wrung from him, a guttural slaughterhouse howl. He thrashed wildly, only deepening his wounds, amplifying the torment. Furina approached slowly, then knelt beside him. Her opulent skirt fanned across the damp, muddy ground, yet remained immaculately pristine, untouched by slime or soil. She gazed down at Zoro's contorted, pain-racked face, and smiled. It was the smile of a director, pleased, satisfied when an actor delivers precisely the emotion demanded by the script. Now the stage is quiet. She extended a gloved index finger and gently tapped his forehead. Tell me, insignificant stage magician, besides coercing Miss Kaya into signing that foolish will, what other surprises has your Captain 100 technique, Kuro, prepared? Zoro convulsed with agony, his mind teetering on the edge of total collapse. He stared up at her face, so close, so breathtakingly unreal, and felt himself gazing into the abyss. He could hold on no longer. I'll tell you everything. He screamed, weeping and snotting uncontrollably under the twin torments of pain and dread. Shosho. It's Shosho. Captain Kuro's Shosho. He'll slaughter everyone in the mansion. In that state, he can't control himself. He sees nothing, hears nothing. He'll carve every moving thing within range into ribbons. Everyone in the manor will die. Everyone. Zoro's ragged, agonized cry carried clearly to Nami and Usopp, standing nearby. Nami had been tallying coin pouches looted from the pirates. When she heard the words, her hand jerked, dropping a pouch. Berries scattered across the ground. Yet she didn't glance down. Shosho. Uncontrollable. Then Luffy and Zoro are in danger. Her face drained of all color. Usopp collapsed inward, knees buckling. He nearly crumpled outright. The fragile courage he'd just mustered shattered completely at the mere utterance of Shosho. His mind erupted into frantic, grotesque visions. The cold, calculating butler transformed into a slaughter machine, razor claws slashing wildly in tight corridors. Luffy, Zoro, Miss Kaya, reduced to crimson fragments. No. Terror flooded him like ice water, drenching him from crown to sole. He crumpled entirely, scrambling forward on hands and knees until he reached Furina and seized her spotless flowing skirt with both hands, slamming his knees hard into the mud. Please. Desperation saturated Usopp's voice. Snot and tears smeared his face, leaving him utterly wretched. Please, you have to save them. Right now. He tilted his head upward, his face streaked with a messy blend of tears and snot, his eyes swollen and red as a rabbit's. Aren't you a god? You must be able to do it, just like before. In an instant you could obliterate that wretch. Please. His voice trembled violently, his fingers clutched desperately at the hem of her skirt, knuckles bleaching white. Nearby, Nami froze mid-count, her coin pouch slipping from her grasp. She stared at Usopp's shattered expression. The scattered berry cascaded onto the ground with a hollow rattle. She didn't bother retrieving them. Her face drained of color in an instant. Shoryu. He can't control himself. Then Luffy and Zoro. Her voice quavered, her knees buckled beneath her. Furina lowered her gaze, silently observing the man kneeling before her. Within those heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, there was neither pity nor revulsion. Only a transcendent, detached calm, as if watching an actor mid-performance suddenly break character in an unscripted, raw improvisation. Mr. Usopp. Her voice remained melodious, yet edged with glacial authority. Let me reiterate. This is a performance. Her tone was as placid as a weather report. Mr. Luffy is the lead actor. Mr. Zoro is the chief swordsman. What unfolds now is their climactic duel against the antagonist, the script's zenith, their finest stage upon which to unveil true strength. Furina paused, then brushed her gloved hand lightly over her skirt. The small fold of fabric clutched by Usopp recoiled as though repelled by invisible force, and slipped free from his grasp. Any untimely external intervention would fracture the integrity of this performance. Her voice held no warmth. It would erode its dramatic tension. But they'll die. Usopp roared. The first time in his life he dared raise his voice so fiercely against a being who haunted his nightmares. Snot and tears smeared his face, yet he paid them no mind. Miss Kaya is still inside. His cry tore from his throat, raw and desperate. That's no damn script. It's lives. Kaya, she'll be slaughtered. The moment the words left his lips, the air itself thickened, frozen in silence. Nami gasped sharply, instinctively stepping back half a pace. A suffocating pressure descended, an intangible sovereign aura heavy with dominion. Yet the next instant, Furina smiled. A faint, delicate curve lifted one corner of her lips, barely perceptible, yet it thawed the frigid air by a single fragile degree. Oh, a soft, curious murmur escaped her, laced with quiet amusement. It appears our artistic director has finally discovered his core motivation within this drama. Furina knelt. Her opulent gown unfurled across the muck-streaked earth, yet not a speck of grime marred its pristine silk. Her heterochromatic gaze locked onto Usopp's. To protect the heroine, yes. He froze stunned. Gazing into those eyes that seemed to pierce through illusion and memory alike, his mind went utterly blank. Protect the heroine. Kaya's image flashed across his thoughts, always seated quietly by the window listening to his tall tales with gentle patience. The girl who smiled at his wildest, most absurd adventures. The girl whose frail body belied the tenderest, most luminous gaze he'd ever known. He recalled her vacant, helpless expression as she signed the will. He saw Captain Kuro's triumphant smirk. He heard Zoro's chilling description of Shoryu, the blade that would cleave everything apart. In that instant, grand notions of defending the village, hollow dreams of heroism, all dissolved into nothingness. Only one thought remained. She must not die. Usopp released Furina's skirt. He swiped wildly at his face with his sleeve, leaving it soaked in tears and snot. He staggered upright, legs trembling uncontrollably. His teeth chattered audibly. Turning, he fixed his gaze on the mansion atop the hill, a silhouette of foreboding darkness against the night sky. Then he looked down at his own shaking hands. And finally, he clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of resolve he possessed. I must protect Kaya. He lifted his head. Though terror still carved deep lines into his eyes, a new light blazed there. Unyielding, fierce, and utterly unprecedented. I'll tell Luffy. Tell him Kuro's weakness. His voice shook, but each word rang clear and deliberate. That monster, he'll slaughter everyone. With that he turned, ready to hurl his trembling legs down the dark winding path toward the hilltop. Wait! Furina's voice drifted from behind him. Usopp halted, turning back. She extended her gloved right hand and tapped once, lightly, into the empty air before her. A soft blue luminescence bloomed into existence, point by point like fireflies gathering in the velvet night, coalescing into a gentle radiant halo. Nami's eyes widened and her mouth parted in silent awe. Wow, what is that? As the light faded, a breathtaking signal pistol materialized in Furina's palm. Its barrel gleamed silver white, etched with intricate marine motifs, each swirl and curl rendered with artisanal precision. Its grip was crafted from warm golden-hued metal shimmering softly under the moonlight. The weapon bore no resemblance to a tool of war. It evoked sacred ritual. This is the cannon of victory. Furina offered it to Usopp, her voice resonant with solemn ceremony. Every theatrical company demands a flawless curtain call. She studied Usopp, her mismatched eyes reflecting his stunned, terrified, bewildered face. Go forth, Chief Sniper. Her voice softened, yet carried irrevocable weight. When dust settles and fate is sealed, you shall sound the chime that heralds triumph. Usopp stared dumbfounded at the signal pistol, its weight profound as though bearing meaning too vast for mortal comprehension. His hands trembled as he reached out. Fingers quivered, nearly failing to close around it. But he did. The metal was cool to the touch. Yet beneath that chill surged a searing heat, so intense it sent his heart thundering. The engraved patterns pulsed warmly against his palm, alive with quiet resonance. A current flowed from the weapon up his arm straight into his chest, a sensation indescribable, ineffable. As if entrusted with sacred duty, with solemn responsibility. His voice cracked. He tightened his grip, clutching not just steel but a burden heavier than any he'd imagined bearing. A burden he never believed himself worthy of shouldering. I understand. He nodded firmly. No hesitation, no retreat. He turned and sprinted toward the mansion atop the hill. His legs still trembled, but his stride had never been more resolute. Nami watched his retreating figure, mouth opening and closing, speechless. She turned to Furina, eyes clouded with disbelief. You truly trust him? That man. He's a coward so profound, even pirates flee from his fear. Furina rose gracefully, brushing imaginary dust from her skirt. Her gaze lingered on Usopp's vanishing silhouette against the night. A subtle smile curved her lips. A coward, she murmured, savoring the word. No. He is an actor, willing to step onto the stage to shield what matters most. Her voice was soft yet unwavering in conviction. And every actor given the right stage discovers their own light. Nami stood frozen, staring at Furina's unearthly beauty. She realized she could not fathom this woman at all. Nearby, Zoro lay pinned to the ground, convulsing in agony. Listening to their exchange, only one thought screamed through his mind. These people are all mad. Almost simultaneously within the manor's grand hall, Kuro lowered his body to an extreme crouch, his 10-clawed fingers crossed before him, his center of gravity sinking deep. He adjusted his glasses, light from the chandelier glinting off the lenses, concealing all emotion in his eyes. Across from him, Luffy and Zoro both felt a sudden chilling dread. Spoon death. Kuro uttered the two words in a low, guttural voice. In the next instant he moved. Without warning, without wasted motion. Kuro vanished from his spot, dissolving into a black streak, too swift for the human eye to trace. He did not charge at Luffy, nor strike toward Zoro. Instead, he began a frenzied, erratic, purposeless sprint, blazing across the vast expanse of the hall at impossible speed. Shoo! Shhhhhhhhhhh. A tearing sound, sharp, grating, piercing, erupted from every corner of the hall at once, so dense it merged into a single suffocating shriek that made hearts constrict and scalps crawl. Oil paintings hung on the walls were instantly sliced into fluttering ribbons of canvas and pigment. The ornate plaster carvings on the ceiling crumbled into fine dust, then were stripped of their edges by unseen blades. The heavy Persian rug surged upward from the floor as if seized by invisible hands, only to disintegrate midair into a blizzard of drifting fibers. The massive oak dining table, broad enough to seat a dozen, groaned under unbearable strain for 1 second before collapsing with a thunderous crash into splintered timber and jagged debris. This was a ritual of pure unbridled destruction, a maddened rite of annihilation. Zoro's pupils contracted sharply. Reacting with lightning instinct, he flung the scabbard of Wado Ikemanji behind him and clamped his teeth onto the hilt. His hand seized the 2 swords at his waist, Sandai Kitetsu, Snow Walk, 3-sword style. He could not track Kuro's movement, the black blur left only afterimages. Abandoning sight entirely, he relied solely on the ingrained intuition of a warrior forged in countless battles, spinning his 3 blades into a shimmering silver veil, shielding both himself and Luffy behind him. Clang, 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 clang. A storm of sparks erupted violently within a 1-meter radius around Zoro. From above, below, left, right, from angles defying reason, Kuro's claws struck again and again against Zoro's blades. Each impact sent a jarring force surging up the steel, making his arm muscles tremble uncontrollably. This speed was beyond any mortal capacity. Zoro could only defend. Step by step, he was forced backward, his jaw clenched until pain flared through his teeth. He felt that the protective dome of his swordplay was shrinking, compressed inch by inch beneath the hurricane of assault. Damn it! Where is he? Luffy's eyes bulged wide as he frantically swiveled his head, straining to locate Kuro's true form amid the whirlwind of flying wood chips and cloth shreds. But he saw nothing, only fleeting black shadows and the wreckage of shattered furniture. A soft wet sound, the parting of flesh. Luffy looked down to find a fresh gash slashed across his forearm, skin peeled back, crimson beads welling up in frantic succession. Ugh! He cried out in sharp pain. Before he could react, another searing sting lanced through his left calf, opening a second wound. Bastard! Luffy roared, hurling a fist at a black blur just passing his side. The punch tore through empty air with a whip crack of wind, missing not just fabric, but even the ghost of his foe. The helplessness was maddening. Unseeable, untouchable, condemned only to endure blows. He felt the fury rising like fever, threatening to drown his mind in impotent rage. Zoro's breath had grown ragged. Sweat streamed down his spiky green hair, stinging his eyes, but he didn't dare blink. No, this couldn't last. Before Kuro faltered from exhaustion, his own arms would fail, shaken into numb paralysis. Luffy, think of something. Zoro ground out between clenched teeth, his voice strained and raw. Luffy's gaze dropped to Zoro's trembling forearms, then rose to his bare chest, now etched with thin crimson lines. Those were wounds slipped through gaps in the sword barrier. Zoro was bleeding too. That realization struck Luffy's furious, chaotic mind like a white-hot iron spike. His eyes, always bright with innocent mirth, flared crimson with bloodshot veins. Protect Zoro. He must protect him. Zoro. Luffy unleashed a deafening roar. He threw his head back and sucked in a colossal breath, his chest swelling outward with grotesque, cartoonish speed. Hey, you. Zoro, locked in desperate defense, suddenly felt a violent suction behind him. Before he could turn, Luffy's body ballooned, expanding, swelling, inflating like a colossal rubber sphere. Rubber. Balloon. In 1 second, a massive, smooth, springy orb of flesh materialized. Luffy seized Zoro's collar mid-swing and yanked him, despite his stunned resistance, into the narrow gap between his inflated torso and the wall. The crisp metallic clang 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 ceased abruptly, replaced instead by dull rhythmic thuds. Thump, 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 as Kuro's claws hammered relentlessly into thick, resilient rubber. Hey, you idiot, Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Zoro's nose nearly slammed into Luffy's elastic, sweat-damp back as he was shoved inside the impromptu sanctuary. He inhaled the sharp scent of rubber mingled with salt and exertion, and for a moment froze in bewilderment. Then he felt that the onslaught hadn't stopped. Kuro's claws, capable of cleaving steel and stone, raked furiously across Luffy's rubberized abdomen. Each strike carved a deep, temporary dent into his skin, only for it to snap back perfectly restored. Ugh! Luffy gritted his teeth, his entire frame convulsing like a sack pummeled by 100 fists. Yet his feet remained rooted, immovable, as if anchored to bedrock. With his own body, he became the strongest, most unyielding shield imaginable, absorbing every subsequent blow meant for Zoro. Trapped in the cramped, relatively safe space between flesh and wall, Zoro felt each tremor ripple through Luffy's body, and heard the muffled, guttural groans rising from his throat. Zoro lifted his gaze to Luffy's face, flushed crimson from agony and effort, and his lips parted though no words emerged. That idiot! How long had it lasted? Perhaps a full minute, or merely 15 seconds. At last the frenzied, suffocating barrage of slashes ceased. Silence swallowed the whole. Only dust drifted lazily through shafts of moonlight, piercing the ceiling's gaping holes, the air thick with the acrid tang of splintered wood and coppery blood. What lay before them was no longer a hall, it was rubble. Kuro stood at the far end of the ruin. He braced one hand against the wall, its surface scored with deep claw marks, his body trembling faintly from the brutal toll of hypervelocity. His once pristine black suit hung in tatters, several gashes ran deep enough to draw blood, staining the fabric black. His chest heaved violently, like a man dragged gasping from drowning. As he drew ragged rasping breaths, each inhalation choked with coarse wheezing sounds. Kuluo slowly raised his head. The crooked frame of his glasses pressed against the bridge of his nose, the lenses smudged with dust. Through the grimy glass he stared at the massive spherical mass before him, its surface covered in claw marks and indentations. A flicker of weariness passed through his eyes, the kind that ran deep. Yet more than that, there was ruthlessness. It's useless. Kuluo's voice came in broken, gasping fragments like a cracked bellows. Every word was punctuated with a labored breath, but still cold, still carrying that lofty mocking tone. Before my stamina is completely spent. He paused. His chest heaved violently. He could barely muster the strength to speak. You will be sliced into pieces bit by me first. His words fell. The air was left with only his heavy, ragged breathing. In the narrow gap between Lu Fei's body and the wall, Suolong stood. His single eye was eerily calm. The wound that ran across his chest throbbed with each breath. It was excruciatingly painful. But he did not utter a sound. He gave up trying to track the blur of attacks that were nothing more than afterimages. Those were not things the eye could follow. He closed his eyes. He focused all his attention on recalling the process of the spoon death that had just been unleashed. There was no pattern. In his memory, the sounds of slicing were dense, frenzied, utterly devoid of rhythm. The tearing sound of claws rending wood, the sharp screech of claws scraping against stone walls, and the dull thudding sound of claws cutting into Lu Fei's rubber body. All the sounds mingled together, forming a chaotic symphony, like a madman swinging a blade blindly in a pitch-black room. The sole purpose was to destroy everything before him. Suolong held the He Dao Yuanzi horizontally before him. His fingers gently stroked the scabbard. Once then again, the icy touch slightly steadied his chaotic thoughts. This was his habit. Whenever he was thinking, he would always do this. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Through the gap, he stared fixedly at the ground outside. On the rubble-strewn ground, besides the wreckage of furniture, there was something else. Blood. Most of it had splashed from Lu Fei's body, staining the ground before him a dark crimson. But, no. Suolong's pupils contracted slightly. There were scattered drops of blood, whose trajectory was strange. Their positions did not entirely align with the direction of Kuluo's claw marks. A few drops even landed in the completely opposite direction, splattered against the far corner of the wall. The positions of those bloodstains seemed more like. Suolong's breath hitched for a moment. The one swinging the blade, while moving at high speed, was unable to fully control his own actions. When retracting his claws, he had accidentally cut other parts of his own body. A thought surfaced in his mind. In that state, he couldn't even control himself. He would only slice apart everything that moved within his range. In Suolong's mind, these clues were rapidly linked together. Cannot see, cannot hear, cannot control. Everything within the attack range. A madman who could neither see nor hear, relying solely on instinct for indiscriminate high-speed attacks. The corner of Suolong's mouth involuntarily twitched upward. A smile spread from the corner of his lips. At that moment, puff. The dense sounds of cutting, puff, 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 abruptly ceased again. Lu Fei's swollen body collapsed like a punctured balloon. It suddenly shrank back to its original form. The immense exertion drained his strength. Together with Suolong, he stumbled and fell onto the debris-covered floor. Lu Fei's entire body was covered in fine claw marks. Though the nature of his rubber body prevented him from being cut into pieces, blood still stained his red vest. He lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Suolong. Lu Fei struggled to get up, but Suolong pressed a hand on his shoulder. Don't move. Suolong slowly rose to his feet. He wiped the dust off his face with the back of his hand. He glanced at Kuluo, who was panting heavily. His gaze slowly moved downward from the other's face. On Kuluo's left shoulder, there was a faint scratch. On the outside of his right thigh, there was another. The wounds were shallow, but they were indeed present. Tiny beads of blood were seeping through the torn fabric of his battle suit. He too was at his limit. The second round of spoon death had lasted only a few seconds before ending. Suolong suddenly laughed. He started with a low chuckle. Then the laughter grew louder. Finally, it turned into an unrestrained, loud laughter. Ha ha! The laughter echoed in the dead silent ruins. It was especially jarring. Lu Fei and Kuluo were both stunned. Suolong, what are you laughing at? Lu Fei looked utterly bewildered. He raised his head from the ground, his face full of confusion. Kuluo's eyes instantly darkened. His fingers gripping the wall tightened abruptly. His knuckles turned white. He felt the laughter was an insult to him, a naked humiliation. Suolong finally stopped laughing. He raised his hand, pointing at Kuluo. His single eye gleamed with the sharpness of one who had seen through everything. He shouted loudly to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, this guy is a complete fool. His spoon death is so fast that even he can't see it clearly. So fast that even he can't dodge it. Suolong's voice rang out like a bell. Every word struck clearly against Kuluo's heart. Look at the wounds on his body. Those are proof that he cut himself. He pointed at the tiny wounds on Kuluo's shoulder and thigh. His so-called indiscriminate attack is nothing but a high-level technique. It's just a madman swinging his claws blindly with his eyes closed. He can't even tell friend from foe. His words landed. Kuluo's body stiffened abruptly. The fingers supporting himself against the wall turned white, almost translucent from the strain. The expression on his face, that composure, that arrogance, that cat-and-mouse elegance, shattered like a glass mask at that moment. Crack it fractured into pieces. The gentle facade was torn away completely. What remained was the fury of a plan being fully exposed. The corners of his mouth began to twitch. His teeth ground audibly. Behind his lenses his eyes were bloodshot from congestion, like a beast driven into a corner. Shut up. He let out a roar that was barely human. His voice was filled with tearing rage. Even so, even if you found out, so what? He shoved his glasses up violently. The motion was so forceful that the frame went crooked. Before I cut you to pieces, you can't even touch a single thread of my clothing. Before the words had fully left his lips, Kuro moved. His entire body blurred into a dark, indistinct streak, appearing instantly at Zoro's flank. 10 razor-sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight for Zoro's throat. This strike surpassed every previous assault in sorcery death, faster, and far more lethal. Clang. Sparks erupted like crimson stars in the dim ruins. Zoro reacted with lightning speed. The blade of Shusui barely intercepted the claws in time. The screech of metal striking metal was so shrill it set teeth on edge. A monstrous shockwave surged up the blade. Zoro's sword-wielding arm went numb in an instant. His palms stung fiercely from the impact. He was forced back half a step, the splintered wood beneath his boots groaning underfoot. Kuro vanished, then reappeared behind Luffy. His claws lunged for the young man's exposed back. Luffy! Zoro roared. As if eyes grew from his spine, Luffy dropped sharply downward. A frigid gust of claw wind grazed his scalp, snatching away several strands of black hair. Shrike! Kuro didn't pause, not even for breath. His claws swept downward in one seamless motion. 5 deep crimson gashes ripped open across Luffy's back. Flesh peeled back raw and ragged. Blood instantly soaked his crimson vest. Ugh! Luffy cried out in agony, and crumpled forward onto the ground. Splinters pierced his palms sharp enough to draw grimaces. Too fast. Even when he saw the motion, his body couldn't keep pace. This absolute dominance of speed suffocated reason itself. Kuro stood motionless at the hall's center, adjusting his askew spectacles. Behind the lenses his gaze was cold as forged steel. He surveyed the two before him, one sprawled on the floor, the other barely upright. A victor's smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Did you see clearly? His voice was soft, but heavy with crushing authority. This is the despair born of absolute velocity. Even if you now know the secret of sorcery death, it changes nothing. He paused, then lightly rubbed his 10 claws together, producing a chilling, grating hiss. To kill you would be no harder than crushing 2 insects. Luffy pushed himself up on trembling elbows. Agony seared his back, each breath shuddering with pain. Yet his obsidian eyes held no despair, only fury burning brighter hotter. He glanced toward Zoro lying nearby. Blood still seeped from his chest wound, his sword hand trembled faintly. He looked down at the wounds scattered across his body, blood gluing fabric to skin. Suddenly he grinned. Wide, unbroken. Hey Zoro. His voice boomed, charged with unshakable resolve. Zoro turned his head, his lone eye fixed intently on Luffy. That guy, darting around like a pest. Luffy cracked his shoulders as he spoke. Joints popped audibly, sharp rhythmic snaps. Zoro, help me out. He shouted his tactic across the wreckage, loud, clear, unmistakable. Simple, direct, almost absurdly reckless. Just hold him, just for 1 second. That's all I need. Zoro blinked once. Hold him. How could anyone see something that moved like a phantom? But then he met Luffy's face, etched with utter certainty, his eyes blazing with unyielding conviction. This idiot captain, always chasing madness, yet never once failing them. Zoro drew a slow, deep breath. A fresh wave of tearing pain pulsed from his chest wound. He uttered not a single word, only clenched his teeth tighter around Wado Ikemanji. Both hands gripped the hilts of the swords at his waist. Understood. His voice was low, unwavering. Legs parted, stance lowered. He assumed the opening posture of Santorio. His center of gravity sank, every fiber of his being focused inward. Across from him, Kuro heard their exchange. Hold me. He let out a low, mirthless chuckle. Naive fools. You can't even catch my shadow. His voice cut off mid-sentence. His form dissolved, gone. This time he would strike with blinding speed and merciless precision, to utterly shred these arrogant, deluded fools. A flicker of black shadow. Target Luffy, the comparatively vulnerable one. At the very moment Kuro materialized to Luffy's right, his claws inches from Luffy's neck. Huh. Zoro moved, not to attack, but to intercept. He stepped sideways like a living wall, planting himself squarely between Kuro and Luffy. 3 blades crossed before him, a silver lattice of steel. On a gyrite. Not an offensive technique. This was pure, desperate defense. Clang. A deafening metallic shriek tore through the ruins. Kuro's claws slammed into Zoro's interlocked blades. The floor beneath Zoro's feet fractured outward in spiderweb cracks. He slid backward, half a meter, grinding stone against stone. His biceps swelled to their limit, veins erupting like serpents beneath taut skin. Gra'ala. A feral roar tore from his throat as he bore down, holding firm against that cataclysmic blow. Kuro's momentum stuttered, halted midair by the sheer unyielding force. That was it. That single suspended second. Luffy moved. He did not retreat. He did not dodge. In that fleeting golden instant Zoro bought him. He performed an act Kuro could not comprehend. Luffy spun, fully facing Kuro, and flung his arms wide open. Like embracing a long-lost kin, he rushed headlong into Kuro's stunned frozen form. Into those 10 gleaming frostbitten claws. He charged, straight into the strike. Time itself seemed to thicken slow stretch. Kuro's pupils contracted, tight, sharp, terrified. What was this straw hat boy doing? Suicide. The thought flashed, and vanished. No reaction came in time. Luffy. Skin and muscle parted without resistance. Clean, brutal final. Kuro's 10 claws pierced Luffy's shoulders and abdomen. Deep, unhesitating. Blades burst forth from his back, spattering droplets of crimson. Blood dripped steadily from the blades, plopping onto the ground in dark, wet spots. No triumph lit Kuro's face. His expression froze, rigid hollow, replaced instead by raw primal terror, because the very instant those claws buried themselves in flesh. A pair of arms, supple as rubber, fierce as iron, coiled around him like twin serpents, locking his body and slashing limbs in place. Luffy's body was a trap, the most primal savage snare ever devised, built from his own flesh and blood. Ugh! Pain crashed over Luffy like a tidal wave. The sensation of 10 razor-edged blades piercing his torso blacked out his vision. Cold sweat drenched his back. Yet he did not loosen his grip. Not only did he hold on, he tightened. Harder still. A sickening crunch echoed, not from bone but from Kuro's own ribs. Luffy endured agony that would have felled any mortal, and slowly bowed his head. He stared into the face mere inches away, flushed crimson with fear and suffocation. Then he grinned, wide radiance smeared with blood. Got you. Kuro shattered utterly. His vaunted speed meant nothing now. His weapons, those 10 lethal claws, were locked fast within Luffy's living flesh, immovable. And he himself, trapped in the embrace of a fearless lunatic, bound tight in a suicidal, all-consuming clench. Let go of me, Kuro thrashed wildly, knees driving upward seeking purchase. But Luffy's body was unbreakable, unyielding as tempered steel. No twist, no kick, no desperate wriggle could budge those arms. They held fast, unmoving, absolute. Impossible. My plan. My perfect plan. Kuro stared at Luffy's blood-streaked smile, and screamed, a raw, guttural cry of utter desolation. He watched as Luffy's free hand, still gripping him, slowly, deliberately rose upward. Jong, na thunderous roar. In the fist descended, and carried on the wind, stained with blood, charged with the purest fury of a youth. He tried to dodge, to flee, to use Soru, to wrench himself free from this madman's grasp. But it was already too late. Nee's body was locked in place, utterly immobile, not even a sliver of space left for movement. He could only watch helpless as that fist swelled larger and larger within his field of vision. In crack, not crisp, shattering sound. With that sharp report, the spectacles Cleo had worn for years, and his nasal bone, shattered into countless flying fragments. Then came an indescribable force, brutal, overwhelming, driving straight into his face, surging violently through his skull, scouring every nerve in its wake. His world convulsed violently, instantly bleaching of all color, plunging him into absolute, suffocating darkness. And boom! A deafening crash. Cleo's body seized by that raw power shot downward like a nail struck headfirst by a colossal hammer, headfirst, feet up, plunging straight into the floor. The hard marble floor yielded beneath his skull, as if it were brittle biscuit. A horrifying crater erupted at the point of impact, spiderweb cracks exploding outward in all directions. The entire manor trembled faintly under the sheer weight of that blow. Dust sifted down steadily from the gaping hole torn in the ceiling. Thump. And he dropped heavily onto the debris-strewn floor, chest heaving violently as he gasped great ragged breaths. Blood welled continuously from 10 deep claw wounds across his shoulder and abdomen, quickly pooling beneath him into a small dark lake. Only now did the searing agony of his pierced flesh surge forth like a rising tide, wave after relentless wave, contorting his entire face into a grimace. SSS. So painful. And he glanced down at his wounds. His rubber physiology was already responding, torn muscle fibers slowly contracting before his eyes, striving to seal the gashes shut. Zoro sheathed his blades and stepped beside him. None glance at Luffy's ghastly injuries tightened his brow into a fierce knot. You're a complete idiot, through and through. His voice held a tremor of fear. Even he failed to recognize it himself. Luffy paid no heed, lifting his gaze instead toward his own handiwork. At the hall's center, Cleo's upper torso had vanished entirely, crushed deep beneath the floor. Only 2 black-trousered legs and a pair of immaculately polished dress shoes remained upright, protruding from the floor, twitching feebly twice before falling still. Huh? Luffy stared at the absurd sight and broke into a wide, foolish grin. See, I caught him. Zoro stared speechless. And this captain's thought process was undeniably unlike any normal human's. Just then, a frail, trembling voice drifted in from the shattered main entrance. "In, Mr. Clabater." In both Luffy and Zoro froze simultaneously. They turned as one. At the doorway stood two silhouettes. In Usopp. Knee's face was bruised and swollen, his clothes caked with dirt and scrapes. One leg quivered uncontrollably. Yet he braced himself to support another person. In Kaya. In the young heiress's face was utterly drained of color, pale as plaster. She still wore her nightgown, evidently having fled straight from her sickbed. In her eyes held the dazed confusion and quiet dread of someone just roused from sleep. As her gaze swept over the ruin, walls splintered, ceiling collapsed, furniture reduced to kindling, the air thick with iron-scented blood, her bewilderment froze solid. All this devastation assaulted her fragile heart. And finally her eyes settled upon the hall's center. That figure, upended headfirst, lower half jutting grotesquely from the floor, and wearing a perfectly tailored black suit. Those spotless black dress shoes. And so familiar. In her gentle, erudite, devoted butler, Mr. Clabater, who had cared for her these past 3 years. And Kaya's lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. In her body swayed violently, as though she might collapse at any moment. Usopp instantly tightened his grip, anchoring her more firmly. "In, Kaya, don't look." Knee's voice cracked raw with desperation. He reached to cover her eyes, but it was already too late. Kaya's gaze lifted from that inverted silhouette, landing upon Luffy and Zoro, both drenched in blood. In her mind went utterly blank. The words Usopp had screamed outside her window moments earlier now echoed like a curse inside her skull. "Clabater is a pirate, and he is Captain Kuro, and he means to kill you and seize your fortune," and until now she had refused to believe it. Yet this brutal reality sliced through her illusions and trust like the sharpest blade, laying bare the gory truth beneath. The butler she had trusted for 3 years was a demon bent on her death. And Usopp, the boy she'd always dismissed as a braggart, was the one who had fought desperately to protect her. The sheer shock sent darkness flickering at the edges of her vision. Just as consciousness began slipping away, Usopp's voice, shaking yet unyieldingly firm, sounded beside her ear. "Kaya, it's over. Everything's all right now." And Usopp raised his head, looking toward Luffy and Zoro. Knee's legs still trembled. Facing these two monstrous figures, pretending fearlessness would be a lie. Yet he summoned every shred of courage he possessed, stepped fully in front of Kaya, and stood tall. "Thank you truly. And thank you for saving our village and saving Kaya." Knee's voice stammered with tension, yet each word rang with absolute sincerity. He drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening with unprecedented resolve. "And now, leave it to me." And this was his battle. To protect Kaya, to protect this village. He must bring this nightmare to its final decisive end, with his own hands. Zoro watched the boy, terrified beyond measure, yet standing unwavering before the girl, and found unexpectedly that he rather liked him. He hoisted Wado Ikemonji onto his shoulder, glancing once more at the head-down figure embedded in the floor. "And, let's go," he said to Luffy. "And, this no longer concerns us." Luffy nodded, he understood. And this was Usopp's fight. And he pushed himself up from the ground, fresh blood welling from his wounds as the motion pulled at them. "Hey, Long Nose," and Luffy called out to Usopp. "And, next time we meet, you'll be our crewmate." And with that he flashed a broad grin and turned striding out through the doorway. Zoro followed behind him. And Usopp stood rooted in place, staring at their retreating backs, too stunned to react. And crewmate. Moments after they departed, and bang, a sharp gunshot ripped through the last hush of pre-dawn stillness. Luffy and Zoro halted instantly. And then, a golden firework soared skyward, trailing a luminous tail, and burst with a brilliant whoosh against the pale pearly dawn. Its radiant gold light bathed the entire village in sudden ethereal brilliance. Luffy tilted his head upward, gazing at the golden motes of light slowly fading into the air. His wounds suddenly felt less agonizing. His dark eyes instantly lit up with the innocent, sparkling wonder of a child. "Wow, fireworks." Zoro, however, remained unswayed by such optimism. Gripping his sword hilt with one hand, he scanned the surroundings warily. The sharp crackle of gunfire paired with celebratory fireworks struck him as anything but festive. "Hey idiot, watch yourself." At that moment 2 figures strode briskly down the hillside beside the manor, Nami and Furina. "Looks like we've arrived just in time for the curtain call." Nami brushed dust from her hands, her gaze swiftly sweeping across the ruined hall, and the butler Crocodile planted headfirst into the earth, before settling on Luffy and Zoro, both drenched in blood. A faint crease appeared between her brows. Furina, trailing behind her, moved with serene composure. She stepped before the ruins, lifted her skirt delicately, and executed a flawless theatrical curtsy, the kind reserved for leading ladies of grand opera. The performance was splendid. Bravo to all the actors. Her eyes swept the shattered walls and ceiling, lingering on the metallic tang of blood hanging in the air, and a satisfied smile bloomed upon her lips. The staging, too, was powerfully evocative, rendering both the brutality of battle and the triumph of victory with breathtaking clarity. "I am thoroughly impressed." Luffy stared at her, utterly bewildered. "What are you even talking about?" Furina paid no heed to his question, as she simply straightened with elegant poise, as though she had just witnessed a masterful aria. At the main gate, Usopp and Kaya stood frozen, startled by the sudden burst of fireworks. Kaya leaned against the doorframe, her face pale and blank with incomprehension. Her eyes wandered over the devastation. The butler embedded headfirst in the soil, the strangers soaked in blood, then flicked to Usopp beside her, trembling despite his fear. Her mind remained utterly blank. Usopp. Her voice floated out feather-light and trembling uncontrollably. What exactly happened here? Every pair of eyes turned toward Usopp. His body stiffened abruptly. His first instinct was to puff out his chest as he always did and launch into a grandiose tale of how Captain Usopp, commander of 8,000 men, had valiantly vanquished an evil pirate crew. Yet the words died on his tongue. He glanced sideways at Kaya's ashen face, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Then he looked again toward the two figures who, having met him only moments ago, now bore grievous wounds for his sake. One wore bandages across his chest, blood still seeping through. The other was crisscrossed with claw marks, deep gaping wounds piercing his abdomen and shoulder. In that instant, lies weighed heavier than ever before. Usopp drew a deep breath. The air filling his lungs carried grit and iron, but miraculously steadied his shaking legs. He did not look at Kaya. Instead, he raised his hand, pointing toward Luffy and Zoro, two weary silhouettes bathed in the fading gold of the fireworks. His voice, no longer inflated with bravado or exaggeration, dropped low and rasped, yet each word rang with startling clarity. Usopp's finger first pointed to Luffy. His name is Luffy, a fool who punches without hesitation when he sees tears in his friend's eyes. He didn't know me, or you. He simply heard my desperate cries echoing through the village and chose to help. That butler, Kuro the Cunning, moved like a phantom. We couldn't even see him, only endure his blows. Usopp's pace quickened, his gaze grew distant, reliving the battle. Fear still lingered, yet awe now surged stronger. Zoro shielded him with 3 blades blocking every strike, yet still fell wounded. Then that idiot captain threw himself forward, becoming a living shield, standing before Zoro. He charged straight into Kuro's claws, letting 10 blades pierce his own body. Just 2. Usopp paused, swallowed hard as Adam's apple bobbing. Just to seize the enemy none of us could even touch. He gestured next to Zoro. That green-haired man is Zoro, a swordsman more terrifying than any monster. He remained unervingly calm. While everyone else froze beneath Kuro's speed, only Zoro discerned his weakness. He saw through Kuro's attacks, and with everything he had carved out that single fleeting chance for Luffy, just 1 second. Usopp's narration held no flourish, no embellishment. He recounted in plain, unadorned language precisely what he had witnessed. He rendered that merciless millisecond perfect duel, life and death balanced on a razor's edge, with visceral intensity. Each word struck Kaya's heart like a hammer. Kaya listened in silence. Her eyes stayed fixed on Usopp, on his face streaked with grime, dust, and faint traces of blood. His eyes, reddened by emotion, held fear and lingering dread, but above all something luminous, unmistakable sincerity. A sincerity she had never seen in him before, raw, unguarded, absolute. Then what about you? Kaya whispered. Usopp blinked, scratching his unruly hair with an embarrassed grin. Me. He pointed at himself, offering a wry, self-deprecating smile. Just a coward whose courage shattered, hiding on that hillside, fingers too numb to pull the trigger. All I did was fire the signal flare, exactly as promised, after they won. He lowered his head, unable to meet Kaya's gaze. Silence settled over the ruins. Luffy scratched his head. He hadn't fully grasped Usopp's words, yet sensed he was being praised. Zoro leaned against the wall, eyes closed, silent. After a long pause, thank you. Kaya's voice rose again. Usopp jerked his head up. There, reflected clearly in Kaya's eyes, no longer clouded by shock, was his own image, sharp and undistorted. Gone were doubt and resignation. Only pure crystalline trust remained. Thank you, Usopp. She looked at him, enunciating each syllable with solemn care. And your friends too. Boom. It felt as if something detonated inside Usopp's skull. That simple, thank you, carried more weight than any phrase Kaya had ever spoken to him in years. And your friends. That phrase alone made his nose sting, tears threatening to spill. For the first time he felt profound pride, not in a lie he'd told, but in the truth he'd just spoken. Scratching the back of his head, he broke into a lopsided grin, awkward, tender cheeks burning. Well, it wasn't anything special. Just as warmth began to bloom among them, Nami slipped silently into view. First she clapped Usopp on the shoulder, her glance conveying quiet approval. Then her gaze shifted to Kaya. Her beautiful tangerine eyes gleamed with a distinct, calculating light. Miss Kaya. Her voice was honey-sweet, disarmingly warm. She gestured toward the ravaged manor, and then toward Luffy's and Zoro's injuries. Regarding compensation for damages to this estate, and emotional distress, lost wages, and medical expenses for our 2 injured comrades. She paused, flashing a flawless businesslike smile. Shall we sit down and discuss the matter properly? The air grew awkward in an instant. Name's sweet voice, paired with her orange eyes that nearly seemed to glow with belly signs, cast a strange tint over the ruins. Recently the theater of a desperate tragic clash, yet now suffused with sincerity. Luffy cocked his head, his face full of question marks. Compensation? What compensation? Didn't we win? Suo Long leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, too indifferent even to move his brows. Does this woman have room in her head for anything other than money? Wu Suopu's face instantly flushed a dark liver-like hue. He had only just summoned the courage to speak those heartfelt words only for Na Mei to open her mouth and drag the mood back down to the most pragmatic level. Na Mei. Wu Suopu tried to say something to salvage the moment. But Kuya looked at Na Mei with eyes dulled by fright and fatigue, showing not a trace of offense. Instead, she smiled softly. The smile was slight, yet like a warm breeze that dispersed the embarrassment in the air. You are right. Kuya's voice was gentle and clear. You all sacrificed so much to protect this village and to protect me. She did not respond directly to Na Mei's itemized list of expenses. Instead, she turned and whispered a few words to the other attendant who had been standing behind her. Mei Li. Mei Li nodded and hurried into a service wing of the estate that had remained relatively intact. Na Mei's eyes brightened. Were they going to fetch a checkbook or cash? She rubbed her hands together as her mental abacus clicked and snapped. With a mansion this size and injuries this severe, it should be at least several 100,000 belly. 1,000,000. Not impossible. Luffy still looked puzzled. Na Mei, why do you need money? Isn't having meat to eat enough for us? Idiot, shut up. Na Mei bellowed without turning her head. Before long the servant, Mei Li, returned. He carried neither a money box nor a checkbook. Instead, he held a long scroll, a sheet of paper rolled into a tube. Na Mei's smile froze on her face. What is that? A deed to land. That would do. This parcel should be worth a tidy sum. Kuya took the plans from Mei Li and walked over to Wu Suopu. She did not look at Na Mei, but instead fixed her gaze on the long-nosed youth who had been keeping his head bowed and seemed awkward and unsure. Wu Suopu. Kuya called his name softly. Huh, here. Wu Suopu jolted and snapped his head up. Kuya unrolled the plans slowly, presenting them before the assembled group. It was a set of blueprints. The blueprints of a ship. On the sheet was a drawing of a distinct caravel-style sailing vessel. The hull lines flowed with classical grace, but the most arresting feature was the figurehead. A plump, endearing sheep's head. Na Mei's pupils contracted slightly. She did not know shipbuilding, but the complexity of the design alone told her this vessel would be costly. Lu Fei's eyes lit up immediately. A ship. It's a ship. He edged closer, pointing at the sheep's head. So cute. Suo Long opened his eyes and glanced at the plans lingering over the hull structure and mast arrangement. As for Wu Suopu, at the sight of the blueprints, he seemed struck by lightning. He stood frozen. His mouth hung slightly open. His breath stalled. That drawing was all too familiar to him. Every line, every structure, even the fanciful, impractical little flourishes were his own handiwork. They were the scribbles of countless idle afternoons he had spent lying on the seaside grass, boasting to Kuya and sketching designs on scrap paper. My future pirate ship must have the most dashing figurehead. My ship will reach the heavens and the depths, and it will have cannons. It will be called the Captain Wu Suopu. The braggadocio, the doodles on wasteland paper. Now they appeared before him in a form impossibly refined and whole. This is... Wu Suopu's voice came out raw as if sanded by rough paper. Kuya studied his astonished face, and her smile deepened. Krabatel. No Kelluo, she said the name calmly, as if speaking of someone unrelated to herself. For the past 3 years, he has managed my household affairs, including the shipyard in the village. I happened to see these sketches you left behind. I thought they were very good. So I asked the shipyard craftsman to perfect and modify them based on your blueprint, and then, secretly, to build it. Kuya rolled up the plans and handed them back to Mei Li. She surveyed the crowd that had fallen silent at her words. I will take responsibility for repairing the damage to the estate. I will bring the best physicians to treat your wounds. But for the debt of gratitude you have paid in saving me and the whole village. Kuya bent slightly and made a deep bow to everyone. I do not know how to repay you beyond my thanks. Therefore this ship. She raised her head, and her gaze settled finally on Lu Fei. Please accept it. Think of it as a friend's gift to wish you a good voyage. On the other side of the village, a hidden little harbor awaited. When the people followed Kuya and Mei Li to the place, a brand new sailing ship lay moored upon the clear water, bathing in the rising sun, as its hull took on a warm golden sheen. It was more than a size larger than the shabby craft Lu Fei and his friends had ridden before. The pristine white sails were neatly furled, and the smooth deck reflected the sunlight. The sheep's head at the prow wore a gentle smile, as if silently welcoming them. Na Mei's mouth gaped as if she could fit an egg inside. Her mind had ceased operating. Compensation. Lost wages. Compared to this ship, such sums were a joke. A brand new, exquisitely crafted caravel like this would be worth tens of millions of belly. She had intended to squeeze a few coins, but the other party had handed her a mountain of gold. A shriek of ecstatic delight broke the stunned silence. Lu Fei launched himself like a cannonball, kicking off the shore and hurtling onto the new deck with a heavy thud. His wounds seemed to vanish the moment he touched the ship. Our ship. It's our ship. He flung his arms wide and raced madly across the spacious deck. One moment he was feeling the glossy helm, the next he was tugging at stout mooring lines, and finally, he scrambled like a monkey up to the figurehead. He embraced the huge sheep's head and sat astride it as the world opened up before him. Hey, look! Perched on the figurehead, Lu Fei waved excitedly at the people on the shore. This is my premier seat. The view is amazing. Suo Long shook his head at the boy's foolishness. Still he stepped onto the plank that connected ship and shore. The sensation of his soles against the deck was solid and reassuring. He walked to the rail, tapped the wooden hull with his hand, and glanced up at the mast structure. The materials were sound, and the workmanship fine. This was a ship that could withstand wind and wave. Nami, awakened from her stupor, hurried aboard like one in a dream. She did not cavort as Luffy did. She inspected like a professional appraiser. This bit of timber here, the craftsmanship of the helm, the galley, and the storeroom. My goodness, even a bath was included. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes shone. Finally, she hugged a mast and sighed in bliss. We are rich. Fu Ningna lifted her skirts and came aboard with graceful steps. She did not examine a single detail. Oh, she strolled the deck as if on a promenade, and let her gaze rest on the conspicuous sheep's head. A sheep for a figurehead. A curious design, she observed softly. On the shore, only Wu Suapu remained. He had not boarded. He stood there, head tilted back, staring blankly at the ship and at the sheep's head he had dreamed of countless times. He watched the roomy deck where his friends were cheering. The image before him began to overlay with the memories in his mind. The lies villagers had mocked him for, the boasts taken for jokes. At this moment, they had become tangible, touchable reality. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the plank, one careful step after another. His hand stroked the cool wood of the hull. The hard, grainy texture of the timber felt utterly real. He lowered his head. A warm drop struck the back of his hand. Then a second, then a third. He tried to hold it back. Yet the tears fell like beads on a broken string and would not be stopped. He had not been lying. His dream had come true. The harbor. Sunlight bathed the brand new caravel in a warm golden glow. Usopp stood on the shore, craning his neck upward, gazing dazedly at the cheerful woolly sheep figurehead mounted on the bow. His eyes were still red-rimmed, yet his face wore a foolish, radiant smile. Hey, long nose. Luffy perched triumphantly atop the sheep's head like a conquering king, waving vigorously. Hurry aboard. Name our ship. Name it. Usopp blinked, then puffed out his chest. This was his first vital duty as a crewmate. He dashed up the gangplank in 3 bounding strides, circled the deck once, then halted at the prow. Imitating Luffy, he threw his arms wide and embraced the woolly sheep head. It was my design. Pride surged unmistakably in Usopp's voice. This figurehead, I sketched it while chatting with Kaya. He paused, glancing tenderly toward the white mansion perched atop the distant hill. Kaya's steward is named Mary, a gentle man with curly ram's horn whiskers. This vessel is the crowning achievement of their shipyard. So its name shall be. Usopp drew a deep breath and bellowed with all his might. The Going Merry. Oh ho ho ho. The Going Merry. Luffy clapped, first delighted. The name sounded mighty, evoking images of buried treasure and boundless adventure. Decided. That's the name. Zoro leaned against the mainmast, one eye cracked open. Do as you please. Nami meanwhile swiftly calculated in her mind. The Going Merry. Sounds expensive, excellent choice. Then, crew assembled. Luffy leapt down from the sheep's head, planted one foot upon the gunwale, and thrust his fist skyward, brimming with unshakable resolve. Destination, the Grand Line. Set sail. At that electrifying moment, Fontaine swept gracefully to the ship's center, lifting her skirts with practiced elegance. She snapped her fingers softly. A bright, soaring melody, brimming with the spirit of adventure, rose seemingly from the ocean's depths and the clouds above. Its notes carried the scent of sunlit sea breezes, hearts beat instinctively in time, blood surging with exhilaration. Whoa, music! Luffy's eyes blazed brighter still. Amazing. Fontaine, can you conjure music too? Nami and Usopp whirled about in wonder, utterly unable to locate the source. It felt like nothing less than divine intervention. Even Zoro opened both eyes, rare for him, and sensed the music vibrating palpably through the very air. This woman Fontaine grew ever more enigmatic. An encouragement for exceptional performers. Fontaine smiled faintly, the script in her hands, turned silently to the next page. Then, actors of the open sea, begin your voyage. To the stirring swell of the background score, the Going Merry eased slowly from the harbor. Usopp stood at the stern, watching the village where he had lived for over a decade shrink steadily into the distance. No longer did fear or uncertainty shadow his face. Only quiet resolve and luminous anticipation for what lay ahead. Farewell, Kaya, he murmured. When I return, I shall be a true, fearless warrior of the sea. He turned and found Nami bent over a small notebook, scribbling furiously beside every fixture aboard. These teak railings, worth at least 100,000 belly. The sails are woven from sea king hide. 50,000 belly per sail, seems fair. And this galley, good heavens, the stove is solid copper. Usopp peered over her shoulder. Her pages overflowed with meticulous valuations, each material appraised down to the last detail, culminating in a staggering sum followed by a cascade of zeros. And Nami, what exactly are you doing? Taking inventory. Nami didn't look up. Her eyes shimmered with coin-shaped glyphs. We're now a pirate crew commanding fixed assets worth tens of millions of belly. Usopp's lips twitched. To her, this vessel, symbol of dreams and freedom, was merely a walking fortune in currency. Glug glug glue. An ill-timed rumble shattered the harmony and absurdity of the moment. Luffy clutched his belly, collapsing flat onto the deck, utterly deflated. Stomach, starving. Meat? I need meat. Usopp seized his chance. Clearing his throat, he puffed out his chest. Back in my day, Captain Usopp led 8,000 warriors hunting dinosaurs on Giant Island. Our roasted meat was larger than this entire ship. Oh, really? Nami closed her notebook and gave him a sidelong glance. Then go ahead, cook it. Usopp froze speechless. Amid the ship's lively commotion, no one noticed Fontaine's gaze drift gently toward the southeastern horizon. There a naval warship bearing the marine insignia sailed at a discreet, watchful distance. Inside a communications room at Marine Base G5, a naval officer stood rigid before a din mushy reporting with tense urgency. Sir, we've tracked the remnants of the Black Cat pirates, but they appear completely annihilated. According to intelligence from Syrup Village, the perpetrators are a newly formed pirate crew, captained by a straw-hatted youth. Affirmative. We are maintaining pursuit. They sail aboard an exceptionally new caravel, its figurehead a woolly sheep. Wait. The officer suddenly glimpsed something through his spyglass. Sir, a colossal fish-shaped structure has appeared directly ahead of the target vessel. It appears to be the legendary place itself. Aboard the Going Merry. Smells incredible. Luffy, who had nearly ascended to heaven from hunger, sniffed sharply and sprang upright like a coiled spring. He stood at the bow, nostrils flaring, inhaling deeply toward the open sea. A rich, intoxicating aroma, roasted meat, creamy butter, and exotic spices, drifted steadily on the salt-laced wind. A restaurant. There's a restaurant ahead, Luffy cried, pointing wildly forward. The others followed his outstretched arm. There, resting serenely upon the calm waters, floated an immense bizarre vessel shaped like a giant-headed fish. Its hull bore a massive sign adorned with crossed fork and knife emblazoned with bold characters. Bartai, floating restaurant. It's real? A restaurant. Usopp's excitement soared. Looks upscale. Dining here won't be cheap. Nami instinctively clutched her purse tighter. Finally, mealtime. Luffy's drool had already formed a glistening stream. He could wait no longer. VIP seating, launch. Luffy bent low, his rubber limbs coiling with explosive tension, then launched himself like a living cannonball, hurtling straight toward the rooftop of the fish-shaped restaurant. Hey, idiot, stop. Zoro's and Nami's shouts faded far behind. A thunderous crash, wood splintered and dust flew. On the second floor of the seaside restaurant, Baladi, an otherwise elegant open-air dining area, had been blasted clean through the roof or a gaping hole. Luffy tumbled through the gap and landed heavily on an empty table, rattling the cutlery into a clanging chaos. That hurts. Luffy clutched his head and sat up, but his first instinct was not alarm at the wreckage. He sniffed the air eagerly. It's here. The scent was exquisite. The whole dining room froze. Every patron and every busy cook halted mid-motion, mouths agape, as they stared at the uninvited guest who had fallen from the sky. Hey, who do you think you are? A sharp, haughty voice snapped. A man in a white naval uniform rose to his feet, his odd middle-parted hair and a small tuft of beard on his chin marking him out. He held a glass of red wine, his face the picture of a pleasure rudely interrupted. He was a major from naval headquarters known as Funbu D, nicknamed the Iron Fist. What kind of wild monkey is this? You wrecked the place and dirted my view. Do you know who I am? Luffy tilted his head, blinked innocently, and answered me. That day he had brought a female companion to this famed sea restaurant to flaunt his rank. Funbu D strode up to Luffy and looked down on him with utter disdain. He hated being called old. And a pirate. He burst into exaggerated laughter at that. You look so shabby. What pirate could you possibly be? Don't be ridiculous. Soft snickers rippled among the other diners. At that moment, Fu Ning Na entered through the restaurant's main door with Na Mei Sualong and Wu Suapu. She paused when she saw the scene and wore an expression of amused approval. Not bad, she murmured. She offered Na Mei a quiet assessment, coming in and asserting dominance through rank and words to create class antagonism. This is exactly the kind of minor antagonist needed to kick the plot forward. Na Mei did not care for discussions of antagonists. She only saw Luffy causing trouble again. Her mind raced with the cost of repairing that ruined roof. Funbu D kept hectoring Luffy. To assert his authority before his companion, he casually summoned a cook. You come here. The trembling cook approached. How is there a fly in this soup? Funbu D barked, pointing at the bowl on his table. No, impossible, sir, our kitchen is immaculate. Are you telling me I'm lying? Funbu D's eyes darkened. In a sudden motion, he punched the cook to the floor, the soup bowl shattered. Trash belongs in the bin, whether it's flies or you kitchen wasting rubbish. He stamped on the cook's hand, arrogance written across his face. The other cooks clenched their fists and scowled, but dared not speak against a man of the Navy. Truly, a sickening spectacle, a slightly hoarse but unervingly calm voice said from the kitchen doorway. All heads turned. Leaning against the doorframe was a young man in a black suit, his blonde hair hiding one eye, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His hands were buried in his pockets, and he looked languid, but the exposed eye held a glacial chill. He was Baladi's sous chef Shanji. Oh, more trash. Funbu D sneered at Shanji. Shanji ignored him, walked over to the beaten cook, helped him up, then crouched to inspect the spilled bowl. He dipped a finger into the remaining broth and tasted it. A fine soup, he said calmly as he rose, and looked at Funbu D. You have wasted it. What? I like wasting things. I paid for it or I can do as I please. Funbu D shouted arrogantly. Is that so? Shanji blew out a ring of smoke. The next instant his figure vanished from where he stood. Funbu D's vision blurred, and a fierce gust of wind slammed into him. He had no time to react. A muffled thud, Shanji's right leg traced an elegant, yet brutal arc and struck Funbu D square in the face with deadly precision. Funbu D flew as if struck by a speeding train, his body contorting midair into an uncanny shape. He smashed through 3 tables in succession and finally crashed into a wall, with a heavy boom collapsing to the floor, his fate uncertain. The restaurant fell utterly silent. Everyone was stunned by that sudden clean strike. It had been too fast, too ruthless. Shanji slowly withdrew his leg and straightened, as if he had committed a trifling act. He smoothed his suit and tie and spoke with cool detachment. Do not fight in the dining room, it disturbs the guests. And do not waste even a morsel of food in my presence. He added, nor insult the cook. His gaze swept the room and finally settled on the culprit who had fallen through the roof, Luffy. He saw the broken table and the ruined roof above. A faint frown crossed his brow. Just as he was about to reprimand, he met Luffy's eyes. The hardness in Shanji's expression gradually softened. Finish it, then get out, he added. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. May I eat? Of course. On the plate was a simple serving of fried rice and a cup of plain water. He set them down heavily in front of Luffy. Eat, he said coldly. This is for you. Luffy wasted no words. He seized the plate, and with a speed that defied understanding devoured the fried rice, and nearly swallowed the plate itself. Delicious. Luffy mumbled joyfully, his face alight with unalloyed bliss. He looked up at the blond man before him, mouth still full, and said with solemn earnestness, you become my crewmate. Be our cook. Shanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, froze. He stared at the straw hat boy who was speaking indistinctly with a mouthful of rice, feeling as if his hearing had failed him. Companion. Chef. Has this guy's brain been smashed along with the roof? Huh. Shanji snorted, exhaling a puff of smoke that swirled around his exposed eye, giving him a disdainful look. What nonsense are you spouting? I refuse. Why, oi? Luffy swallowed the last mouthful of rice, looking confused. I have my own reasons for staying here. Shanji's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the depths of the kitchen, his tone growing somber. Before my dream comes true, I'm not going anywhere. With that, he ignored Luffy and turned to clean up the tables and chairs that Funbu D had smashed, his movements swift and efficient, as if he were not the same ruthless man who had just kicked a Navy lieutenant commander flying. Dream. Luffy's eyes lit up. What's your dream? To become the Pirate King. Shanji paused, nearly snapping the chair leg in his hand. He turned back, looking at Luffy as if he were an idiot. My dream is to find All Blue. A glutton like you would never understand. All Blue. Luffy tilted his head, having never heard of it. Off to the side, Name and Wu Suapu exchanged whispers. This guy is amazing. Wu Suapu said, looking at Funbu D embedded in the wall, still shaken. One kick sent a Navy lieutenant commander flying. That's not the point. Name lowered her voice, but her eyes sparkled. The point is someone seems even angrier than us about the trouble Luffy caused. Just then a heavy oppressive footstep like a mountain echoed from the depths of the kitchen. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was not like footsteps, it was more like someone smashing the floor with a sledgehammer. All the chefs in the restaurant who had been watching the commotion instantly changed color, straightened their backs, and began cleaning up the mess with nimble movements, as if they had seen something terrifying. Shanji's expression also darkened. He stopped what he was doing and stood up straight. A tall figure appeared at the kitchen entrance. The newcomer wore an extremely tall chef's hat, with graying beard braided into 2 pigtails. The most striking feature was his right leg, not a human leg but a rough wooden prosthetic. With each step the wooden leg struck the deck heavily, producing a dull clunk clunk. He was the owner of this sea restaurant Baladi and a former great pirate who once shook the Grand Line, Red-Leg Jafu. Jafu's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. He didn't look at the unconscious Funbu D or the mess on the floor. His eyes pierced straight through the crowd and locked onto the huge hole in the ceiling. Then his gaze slowly descended and settled on Luffy, who was sitting right under the hole, looking up at him with an innocent expression. An invisible, terrifying aura mixed with the scent of gunpowder and blood instantly enveloped the entire restaurant. Brat. Jafu spoke, his voice hoarse like rusted iron scraping together, carrying an unquestionable authority. Did you make that hole? Yeah. Luffy nodded honestly. I was too hungry and wanted to get here quickly to eat. I didn't control my strength well. Jafu's eyelid twitched violently. Very well. He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Do you know how much the ship and my restaurant's roof cost? No idea. Luffy replied bluntly. Plus the meal you just ate and the mental distress compensation for disturbing all our guests. Jafu raised a finger and gestured in the air. Total 1 million berries. 1 million. Name gasped beside him. Robbery. Though she kinda wanted to do the same. Luffy patted his empty pockets, then spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, I don't have any money. No money. Jafu laughed, though his smile was more terrifying than a cry. No money. That's easy to handle. He stomped his wooden leg heavily on the ground. Thump. Then stay here and pay with your body. From today you're the odd job boy of our baladi. When you've worked for a full year, then you can get out. 1 year. Lu Fei's eyes widened. That can't be. I still have to become the pirate king. Then first be the odd job king for a year. Jafu didn't give him a chance to argue. With a wave of his hand, 2 fierce-looking chefs rushed over and grabbed Lu Fei from both sides. Hey, let me go. I don't want to be an odd job. Lu Fei struggled desperately, but after being hungry for a day and just finishing a fierce battle, he had no strength left. Suo Long frowned, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. But Jafu only gave him a cold glance. That glance seemed to see through Suo Long's intentions. Suo Long felt a tangible pressure, making his grip on the sword tighten. This old man is strong. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Fu Ning Na appeared again. She walked up to Jafu, still with that composed demeanor, lifted her skirt, and executed an impeccable curtsy. Esteemed Captain, greetings. Jafu looked at the girl whose style was completely out of place in the restaurant, frowning. Who are you? Me. Fu Ning Na straightened up, a smile like a stage play protagonist on her face. I am the director of this play. She pointed at the restrained Lu Fei and said in an appreciative tone, putting the protagonist in a difficult situation, having him pay off debt through labor and making new companions in adversity while tempering his spirit. This is a classic dramatic trope. I personally fully approve of your arrangement. This will greatly enrich our protagonist's character arc, adding a magnificent stroke to his growth. Jafu. The surrounding chefs. Na Mei and Wu Suapu. What on earth is this guy talking about? Lu Fei had already been dragged into the kitchen by the 2 chefs, and his wailing voice came from inside. I don't want to wash dishes. Wow. Is this also edible? Bang. Smack. A chaotic commotion. Jafu looked at Fu Ning Na, remained silent for a long time, then snorted and turned back into the kitchen. He felt that talking to this abnormal girl was more exhausting than confronting a Navy admiral. Na Mei and Wu Suapu approached Suo Long. What do we do? Lu Fei was taken as a laborer. Wu Suapu paced anxiously. Perfect saves a year's worth of food expenses, Na Mei muttered softly, but her face still showed some worry. Suo Long leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. That idiot doesn't need our concern. Let's see how things develop first. Fu Ning Na's gaze swept across the entire restaurant inch by inch. The well-dressed, generous guests, the seemingly sturdy cash register, even the several old-looking oil paintings hanging on the wall. She carefully appraised their value with her eyes. Finally, her gaze settled on a heavy wooden door on the 2nd floor leading to the deeper part of the restaurant. Earlier, she had seen a chef carefully carrying a money pouch and entering that door. I'm going to the restroom. Na Mei smiled at Wu Suapu, stood up, and walked gracefully toward the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor at the end of the corridor. Nami pressed herself against the wall like a nimble cat, slipping past every waiter unseen. Her gaze locked onto the heavy oak door, and a sly, knowing smile curved her lips. 1 million belly for emotional distress. Dream on, you old fool. She drew a slender iron wire from inside her blouse and deftly inserted it into the lock. Click. A crisp metallic snap echoed. The door swung open instantly. Nami slipped inside in one fluid motion and closed it behind her without a sound. The room overflowed with ledgers and several heavy, imposing safes. We're rich. Nami's eyes sparkled with coin-shaped gleam as she rubbed her hands together and lunged toward the largest safe. Let's see just how much grease this famed oceanic restaurant has been hoarding. This set design feels rather vulgar, wouldn't you agree? An elegant, languid voice, tinged with subtle condescension, suddenly emanated from the corner of the room. Nami froze, icy sweat instantly soaking her back. Furina. Nami whispered, stunned. What are you doing here? Shoo. Furina raised a finger to her lips. As director, assessing the financial reserves of a filming location is an indispensable step. After all, a grand theatrical production demands an extravagant expenditure. She set down her teacup and swept her gaze over the safes, not with greed, but with the serene indifference of one who regarded wealth as mere logistical necessity. Miss Nami, it seems you've already taken initiative in fundraising for our production crew. Nami blinked, then recovered instantly. Yes. Exactly. After all, that idiot Luffy owes 1 million belly. We'll have to improvise, haha. Excellent. Furina nodded approvingly, rising to her feet and stepping beside Nami to gently pat her shoulder. Such resolve, to soil one's hands for the sake of the ensemble, is precisely the hallmark of a promising villainous executive. I approve. These funds shall serve as the inaugural maintenance reserve for the Going Merry, and as my afternoon tea budget. Nami's jaw twitched. How could she rebrand Robbing the Robber as something so effortlessly refined? However, Furina's tone shifted, her gaze drifting toward the window. Our present focus lies not with these lifeless objects. Downstairs, a new character has just entered the stage. A new character. A soul ravenous with hunger. A flicker of exhilaration lit Furina's eyes. Come, let us witness this duel between survival and charity. Ground floor, the main dining hall. The restaurant, momentarily calm, erupted once more into chaos. A gaunt, bloodied man knelt upon the floor. He wore tattered pirate garb and a grimy, dust-streaked bandana across his forehead, his entire being exuding a nauseating stench of decay. It was the odor of prolonged sea drift, of a man hovering on the precipice of death. Please. His voice rasped like a broken bellows. Give me food, even scraps, anything edible. I'm a kin of the Krieg pirates. I have money. I'll pay later. Trembling, he fumbled out a rusted pistol. A gesture less threatening than pitiful, more supplication than intimidation. The Krieg pirates. Diners recoiled in alarm. That East Blue warlord. Captain Krieg, the tyrant commanding 50 warships. He's a pirate. Throw him out. A burly chef, Patty built like Popeye, wheeled forward a serving cart. Welcome, you damned scum of a pirate, Patty declared with a polished hollow smile, his eyes glacial and unyielding. Food. Akin's eyes fixated solely on the cart. Want food? Patty lifted his foot and drove it hard into Akin's abdomen. Ugh. Akin vomited acidic while curling inward like a dying shrimp. This is a restaurant, not a charity. Patty snatched up a colossal fork and slammed it across Akin's spine. Filth without coin. Get out. Thud. 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 Dull impacts resonated, each punctuated by the sickening crack of bone, making spectators wince in visceral discomfort. Akin offered no resistance. Like refuse, he was dragged across the floor by Patty, leaving a trail of crimson, then hurled outside the front doors. How heartless. From the second-floor balcony, Nami watched, brow furrowed. He's a pirate, but does he deserve this? It's essential exposition. Furina leaned against the railing, observing the scene below with detached profundity. Without absolute despair, how can redemption shine with true radiance? Watch closely. The true night is about to enter. Nami followed Furina's gaze. There stood Sanji, quietly clearing the spot where Akin had knelt, then turning wordlessly toward the kitchen. He carried 2 plates. Chapter 62. A chef is one who feeds the starving. The restaurant's rear deck opened to the sea air. Salt-laced wind brushed Akin's lacerated face as he slumped against the railing, consciousness fading. Hunger. Starving. His stomach burned like live coals. Even his breath tasted of rust and iron. So this is where I die. Akin closed his eyes in despair. Captain. Hey. A cool, indifferent voice cut through the haze. Akin forced his eyes open. Before him rested a steaming plate of seafood fried rice. Aromatic, golden, irresistible. Each grain glistened, coated in delicate egg. Plump shrimp nestled among them, crowned with fresh chives whose fragrance pierced straight to the mind's core. Beside it sat a glass of water, clear and chilled with ice. Sanji crouched before him, cigarette held between 2 fingers, expression impatient. Eat. Akin stared, throat convulsing. Yet he gritted his teeth. I have no money. I didn't ask for payment. Sanji exhaled a slow smoke ring, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. To a chef, anyone with an empty stomach is a guest. Tears burst forth, unbidden, unstoppable. He said nothing more. Snatching up the plate, heedless of its heat, he devoured it ravenously. Delicious sob, too delicious. He wept as he ate, gulping, choking, swallowing whole mouthfuls as though the plate itself might vanish. He'd feasted on countless delicacies across oceans, yet never had any meal tasted so profoundly vital, so sacred. This was sustenance that saved a life. On the second-floor balcony, Luffy leaned silently over the railing, watching. No grin, no shout. Only rare solemn focus in those usually guileless eyes. That guy, Luffy murmured. Touching, isn't it? Furina appeared beside him, without warning, twirling a strand of hair with elegant nonchalance. In a world governed by cold logic and profit-driven ruthlessness, only such rule-defying tenderness merits inclusion in a protagonist's ensemble. She raised her hands, framing Sanji below with cinematic precision. Lighting, composition, emotional climax. Flawless. Luffy as captain, your eye for talent is impeccable. Luffy turned, grinning broadly, 2 rows of brilliant white teeth flashing. Ha ha, told you. I knew he was good. He's joining my crew, as our cook. However, Furina lowered her hands, eyes narrowing slightly. That man eating, his gaze holds something concealed. The look of a beast long domesticated. This meal may well summon a storm. A storm? Luffy pushed his straw hat lower. No problem. Just fill your belly, and punch the storm away. Below, Akin finished the last grain, licking the plate clean until it gleamed. He dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, forehead touching the deck. Thank you. I will carry this debt for life. Sanji turned away, waving dismissively over his shoulder. Finish eating and get lost. Don't die at sea. Ajin rose slowly, cast one long, lingering gaze upon the restaurant, then leapt onto a battered little boat and vanished into the vast, mist-shrouded ocean. Hey, cook! Luffy vaulted down from the second floor, landing squarely before Sanji. That was incredible. Join my pirate crew. Sanji stared at the ever-persistent straw hat boy, a vein pulsing violently on his temple. How many times must I say it? I refuse. I have reasons, compelling reasons, to stay here. What reasons? I'm waiting for that stinking old man to die. No, I'll work here until that stinking old man breathes his last. Sanji irritably raked his fingers through his hair. That old man looks as sturdy as an iron oak. Easily good for another 100 years, Fu Ningna murmured, alighting with effortless grace, delivering the final blow. Are you certain you'll wait that long? By then your legs might not even kick anymore. Sanji, how did this woman's words cut so deep? In short, I will not leave. Sanji roared, storming back into the kitchen in a fury. Luffy watched his retreating figure unbothered, only grinning foolishly. He'll say yes, eventually. Why? Nami descended the staircase, clutching the bulging sack tightly in her hands. Because Luffy pointed to his chest, he's one of us. Fu Ningna smiled faintly, turning a page of the script in her hand. Act 1 concludes. Now, the crescendo begins. That man named Ajin would return, with his peculiar notion of gratitude. Though such gratitude more often than not arrives hand in hand with ruin. Life aboard the Bartai continued its usual clamor. As a dishwasher, Luffy not only failed to settle his debt, he shattered 300 plates, devoured 100 kilograms of meat, and doubled his debt, extending his indenture to 10 years. Zeph's mustache bristled with rage. He chased Luffy daily, swinging his cleaver. Meanwhile, Fu Ningna lived in serene luxury. Using the money borrowed from Nami, she dined in VIP splendor at the restaurant, savoring every course, while offering refined artistic counsel on plating, effectively reigning as its sovereign. Until noon that day, the sky, once clear and bright, suddenly darkened. A heavy, suffocating fog began to coil across the sea. What is that? A cook standing atop the crow's nest screamed in terror. Everyone rushed onto the deck. There, beyond the horizon, a vessel of staggering scale emerged slowly from the mist, its hull immense, its presence suffocating. It was a warship. Yet now it resembled less a vessel of war, and more a floating ruin. Its hull bore countless scars, masts lay shattered, sails hung in tattered ribbons like discarded rags. The once mighty cannons flanking its sides were now twisted, warped beyond recognition. At its bow loomed a snarling leopard's head, half-shattered, grotesque in its desolation. This was the flagship of the East Blue's tyrant, Krieg's fleet, the Deladorner Subaru. Great heavens, a ship that massive! Usopp's knees buckled, trembling he clung behind Nami. This is the East Blue's supreme overlord. How could it be reduced to this? Zoro's hand rested firmly on his sword hilt, brow furrowed. Such devastation wasn't wrought by storms. It bears the signature of one-sided slaughter. The entire vessel exuded a palpable aura of death, as if freshly returned from hell itself. At last, they've arrived. Fu Ningna stood poised on the second floor, railing, the sea wind lifting the hem of her azure gown. Her gaze upon the colossal ship held no fear, only the electric thrill of long-awaited anticipation. An overwhelming crisis, a chasm of power, and imminent moral reckoning. She snapped her fingers. A low, tense cello melody resonated faintly in the air. The stage is set. Every actor stands ready. The massive vessel docked. Two figures staggered down the ruined gangplank, leaning heavily upon each other. One was Ajin. The other, a towering, broad-shouldered man clad in golden armor, stood pale and gaunt, so weakened he could barely remain upright. Krieg, the East Blue's admiral. Water, give me water. His voice was a ragged whisper, devoid of all dominion, all majesty. Please. Ajin knelt on the deck, supporting Krieg, bowing his head repeatedly before the chefs who'd gathered in alarm. Save the admiral. He's starving to death. Just food. That's all he needs. We won't cause trouble. We swear. The chefs exchanged uneasy glances, weapons drawn, none daring to step forward. That's Krieg, the bloodthirsty demon. Who knows what horrors he'll unleash if revived? No food. Let him rot. Padar bellowed. Better dead than alive. Right? Drive them off. Voices surged, furious and united. Then, Sanji emerged silently from the kitchen. He said nothing, merely walked straight toward Krieg. Hey, Sanji, you're insane. Padar lunged to stop him. Sanji sidestepped, effortlessly knelt before Krieg, and placed a steaming bowl of fried rice before him. Eat. Just 2 words, unchanged, unyielding. Krieg stared at the rice. His dull, clouded eyes ignited, wild, feral, predatory. He shoved Ajin aside and seized the bowl, cramming rice into his mouth with frantic animal hunger. Delicious, delicious. With each bite, color flooded his cheeks, his hollow, fading vitality swelled, dark, volatile, dangerous. Fu Ningna watched, exhaling softly. The fable of the farmer and the snake never loses its resonance. She turned toward Luffy, a knowing, playful smile curling her lips. Ready, our protagonist. What comes next demands far more than dishwashing. Luffy lowered his straw hat, shadowing his eyes, leaving only his tightly pressed lips visible. Yeah, I know. That man's aura has changed. In the next instant, Krieg, sated and reinvigorated, shot upright. Boom. Without warning, his fist crashed into Ajin, the very man who had just knelt in desperate gratitude. Ajin shrieked, hurtling backward through the air. Krieg wiped a grain of rice from his lip, revealing a cruel, ravenous grin. His gaze swept greedily across the entire floating restaurant. This ship is fine. Mine now. Men, kill them. Seize this vessel. Make it our new flagship. Roar. Roar. Though weakened by hunger, the underlings of the Krieg pirates surged toward the restaurant's entrance like a pack of hyenas, scenting blood, brandishing curved sabers, and shrieking wildly at their captain's command. Damn it. Protect the restaurant. Pudding roared, yanking a lobster-shaped rocket launcher from beneath a food cart and firing a blast straight at the lead pirate. Boom. Fire erupted, Several pirates screamed as they were hurled backward, but the tide of attackers surged on relentless and unbroken. Truly, a graceless mob charge, mere background extras. From the second-floor balcony, Furina shook her head in disdain. A delicate folding fan had appeared in her hand, but she lifted it lightly to shield her nose as though warding off the stench rising from below. Hey, Director, Nami whispered, clutching her money bag tightly as she cowered behind Furina, her voice trembling. Has this script veered completely off course? 50 warships worth of troops. Granted, only one battered vessel remains, but even now there are far too many. Furina let out a soft laugh, snapping her fan shut with a crisp click and pointing it downward toward the gleaming golden figure. No, it's called necessary chaos. Look, our secondary male lead hasn't exited the stage yet. On the deck, Ajin staggered upright, clutching his chest. He stared at the captain, roaring with manic laughter, his gaze hollow, as if his entire faith had shattered. Captain, why? Blood trickled from Ajin's lips, his voice quivering. I told you, they saved our lives. Saviors. Krieg cast him a look of utter contempt, his gilded armor blazing fiercely beneath the sun's glare. Ajin, you're hopelessly naive. On this vast sea might alone is truth. Compassion, that's merely the epitaph reserved for the weak. With a sudden motion, he raised his arm. The golden armor reconfigured, revealing a black, gaping gun barrel aimed directly at Ajin's skull. Since you cherish this ship so dearly, sink with it. Bang. Gunfire flared. Yet the anticipated burst of crimson never came. A crimson blur flashed across the air. A barefoot clad in straw sandals slammed into Krieg's arm, knocking the aim wildly askew. The bullet whistled past Ajin's temple, shattering glass behind him. Luffy stood before Ajin, pressing his straw hat low over his brow, his expression dark and unnervingly still. Hey, golden bright Uncle Luffy, said his voice low, stripped of its usual levity. You really get my blood boiling. Straw hat. Ajin froze in disbelief. Oh. Krieg withdrew his arms, studying Luffy with amused curiosity. What stray monkey crawled out of where? Wanna play hero? I'm no hero. Luffy cracked his knuckles, settling into a battle stance. I'm the man who'll become king of the pirates. And this ship's chef. I claim him. No one touches him. King of the pirates. Krieg threw back his head and laughed, a booming derisive roar. Ha 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 ha. The strongest bluster. A cool, haughty voice cut through Krieg's monologue, abrupt and precise. Silence fell over the entire scene. Every eye turned upward, to the second floor. Furina rested her chin upon one palm, idly twirling her fan with the other, her gaze fixed upon Krieg as though observing nothing more than a buzzing, insignificant fly. Dear antagonist, draped in vulgar ostentation, your dialogue is trite beyond redemption. Even third-rate scripts would reject it outright. Furina sighed, her tone laced with exasperated disappointment. No build-up, no twist, just hollow self-aggrandizement. As director, I am compelled to award you precisely 0 points. Krieg's temples bulged with fury. Who are you? I. Furina rose gracefully, her skirt fluttering softly as she looked down upon him from above. I am here to teach you the meaning of refinement. And, by the way, a gentle reminder. She extended a slender finger, gesturing toward the horizon. Your so-called mightiest fleet appears to have provoked something rather catastrophic on stage. Instinctively, Krieg glanced seaward, only to see his single battered flagship drifting alone upon the empty waves. Nonsense, Krieg sneered. Men, ignore that madwoman. Charge in. Seize every scrap of food. Yes, sir. The pirates launched forward once more. Halt! A thunderous shout rang out from the kitchen doorway. Sanji stepped forth. But he carried no weapon, only a colossal soup pot. Who's hungry? Sanji set the steaming cauldron down heavily on the deck. Inside, rich broth swirled thick with tender meat, its aroma intoxicating, irresistible. The charging pirates skidded to an abrupt stop, saliva dripping, eyes wide with ravenous awe. This is. Those who wish to eat, line up in the kitchen. Sanji lit a cigarette, drew deeply, and exhaled slowly, his gaze calm, detached. I'll cook for you. 100 portions. More than enough. What? This time not only the pirates, but even the chefs inside the restaurant erupted in shock. Sanji, are you insane? Pudding lunged forward, seizing Sanji's collar. They're enemies. Invaders. If you feed them, they'll slaughter us. And then what? Sanji met Pudding's furious stare, unruffled. They're starving. You. Pudding trembled with rage. You're aiding the enemy. You're betraying us. To a chef, feeding the hungry is sacred duty. Sanji gently pushed aside Pudding's grip and turned toward the kitchen. What they do after eating, that falls to fighters, not cooks. Damn it. Pudding raised his fist, ready to strike. Let him go. Zeph's voice echoed from the top of the staircase. The old man stood, arms crossed, his eyes deep and knowing, fixed upon Sanji's retreating back. Boss, the chefs cried in confusion. You know this boy's stubbornness well enough, Zeph grunted. And his gaze shifted toward Furina. Furina held a small notebook, scribbling furiously while murmuring to herself, This trope, holding fast a principle amid moral crisis, though somewhat archaic, undeniably amplifies character charisma. Director's approval granted for this improvised scene. But remember, if your cuisine leads to the annihilation of my entire production crew, your salary will be docked accordingly. Sanji paused mid-step, glancing back at Furina, his eyes flickering with something unreadable, before scoffing, "Who needs your permission, you vain woman?" Yet his stride into the kitchen grew noticeably lighter. Luffy Furina turned her gaze to the straw hat boy below. "What?" Luffy was already salivating over the steaming pot. "Are you ready?" A mysterious smile played upon Furina's lips. "For true climax begins only after they've eaten. Don't disappoint me, director." Luffy grinned, cracking his knuckles, sharp rhythmic pops echoing across the deck. "Don't worry. A full belly means stronger punches, and stronger punches mean better beatings." The deck fell silent, charged with anticipation, humming with the quiet electricity of impending drama. An hour later, over 100 members of the Krieg pirates lay sprawled across the deck, clutching their bellies, their faces radiant with bliss. It was vitality long absent, returned from the gates of hell. Krieg too had eaten his fill. He rolled his neck, and the murderous aura radiating from him grew even more oppressive. Full bellies mean restored strength. Krieg rose with a feral grin, slamming his massive war lance hard into the deck. "Time to get down to business. Men, seize the ship. Show no mercy to those who resist." Aye. The pirates turned on a dime. Moments ago grateful, now drawing blades with ruthless intent. Truly, irredeemably grotesque. Furina shook her head and closed the script. Such a cheap, clumsy reversal. Not even a third-rate playwright would dare write it. At the very instant total conflict loomed between the two sides. VVVVRRR. A strange vibration suddenly rippled across the sea surface. Not wind, not earthquake, but something sharper, so piercing it made souls tremble. The once chaotic battlefield fell utterly silent in an instant. Every gaze instinctively turned toward the ocean. There, moored along the shore, the colossal rusted wreck of the Delighter Nord Saburo suddenly split cleanly down its center. No explosion, no sound, as if a block of tofu had been sliced perfectly in two by an invisible blade. Rumble, rumble. Only after the two halves began tilting outward did the deafening crash finally echo forth, sending towering plumes of seawater skyward. The ship, it split in two. "What's happening? What's going on?" The pirates shrieked in terror, eyes bulging from their sockets. Amidst swirling wood splinters and misty spray, a small boat, shaped like a coffin, glided forward. A man sat aboard it. He wore a black formal hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, and bore upon his back a colossal black sword shaped like a cross. One leg crossed over the other, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, golden irises gleaming with detached indifference, as though all things beneath him were but dust. Dracule Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Hawkeyes. "That's..." Zoro's pupils contracted violently, his hands trembled uncontrollably, not from fear alone, but from exhilaration, dread, and burning desire. The man he had sought his entire life stood before him. "Ah, finally arrived," Furina murmured, her eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. She sprang upright, arms outstretched as though welcoming a legendary star. "Lights, sound effects, silence the audience." Her voice rose slightly, edged with electric excitement. This is true protagonist staging. This is the overwhelming presence capable of severing fate itself. Everything before was merely crude, inept warm-up clownery. Mihawk seemed to sense something. Slightly lifting his head, those razor-sharp hawk eyes pierced through the crowd and locked for a fleeting moment with Furina's atop the second floor. The air froze. Furina did not flinch. Instead, she elegantly lifted her skirt and executed a flawless noble curtsy. "A pleasure to meet you, esteemed chief dancer from afar." Mihawk withdrew his gaze without uttering a word, turning instead toward the petrified pirates. "The diversionary interlude has ended." "You? Hawkeyes?" Krieg paled at the sight of the man, his grip slipping on his war lance. "Why, you tracked me all the way here." "We only disturbed your afternoon nap. Merely boredom." Mihawk's voice, low and resonant, sent chills crawling across every spine present. "Boredom?" Krieg shattered, pointing wildly at Mihawk. "For such a reason, you destroyed my 50 warships." "Monster." He raised his war lance, its tip aimed squarely at Mihawk. "Die? This isn't open sea. You have nowhere to run." BRRRT, 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 BRRRT. A torrent of bullets rained down like monsoon rain. Yet Mihawk simply raised a hand and drew the great black sword from his back with a casual sweep. Shoo! The bullets' trajectories warped midair, deflected away entirely. Then, a green crescent slash howled forth, grazing Krieg's scalp and cleaving the sea behind him into a bottomless chasm. Seawater rushed inward, waves surging skyward. Krieg stood frozen, his trousers soaked. A gap. A hopeless, crushing chasm. So this is the power of the world's strongest. Usopp collapsed onto the deck, mouth agape wide enough to swallow a fist. Luffy pressed his straw hat low, eyes blazing with fierce light. Incredible. And Zoro had tied on his deep green headband. He pushed through the crowd step by deliberate step, advancing toward Mihawk, each stride heightening his aura like rising tide. "Hey, you swordsman over there." Zoro drew all 3 blades, gripping Wado Ikamanji between his teeth, gaze unyielding. "Got time for a little spar?" Mihawk turned, regarding the young swordsman, boredom flickering in his eyes. "A pitiful weakling. Were you truly a first-rate swordsman, you'd know the gulf between us without ever drawing steel. What prompted you to unsheath your blade? Courage or ignorance?" Ambition, Zoro grinned, flashing white teeth. And a promise. Interesting. Mihawk finally gave him full attention, but instead of drawing Yoru, he removed a tiny dagger from his neck no longer than a finger. This will suffice for you. Who the hell do you think you are? Zoro roared, unleashing his ultimate three-sword style technique, Onijairai. Tink. A crisp ringing note. Zoro's full-force strike, capable of cleaving steel, was effortlessly parried by that toy-like blade. Not an inch advanced. Impossible. Zoro's pupils trembled violently. Upstairs, Furina watched silently, and sighed softly. So this is the script of reality. She murmured, her tone losing its playful lilt, gaining solemn gravity. No miracles. No sudden power-ups. Only the cold, brutal chasm of raw strength. Yet precisely this is the inevitable path of a hero's growth. She glanced toward Nami, only to find her already covering her eyes in terror. Watch closely, Miss Nami, Furina whispered, gentle yet unyielding. Do not look away. This defeat, right now, is brighter than any victory. The battle ended faster than imagined. Zoro lay bleeding on the deck, a vast wound carved across his chest by the black blade. Yet he did not fall. He spread his arms wide, facing Mihawk unflinchingly. Why didn't you dodge? Mihawk asked. I don't know. Zoro gasped, blood staining the planks. But I felt, if I retreated even one step here, every vow, every promise I hold sacred, would shatter forever. I'd never return to this place again. Correct, that is defeat. Mihawk nodded. Then I must not retreat. Zoro laughed, a fierce, ragged, magnificent laugh. Even if it means death. Death is death. Mihawk fell silent. His gaze lingered on the young man before him, and for the first time those calm, still eyes shimmered with faint, undeniable ripples. Mihawk sheathed the tiny dagger and gripped Yoru, the great black sword, with both hands. Out of respect for the code of swordsmen, I shall send you off with the world's strongest blade. That is deeply appreciated. Zoro raised his twin blades into final stance. 3,000 worlds. Two figures blurred, then crossed. Blades flashed. Two of Zoro's three swords snapped clean in two. Zoro lost. He turned, faced Mihawk squarely, arms wide open. His expression serene, almost euphoric. What are you doing? Mihawk asked. It wound upon the back is a swordsman's shame. Mihawk's pupils narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted in quiet, unmistakable admiration. Remarkable. Shink. Yoru descended. Zoro plunged into the sea. Zoro. Luffy screamed, voice raw with agony, his arms stretching impossibly far to snatch Zoro from the sinking depths. Silence swallowed the scene. Only the rhythmic crash of waves remained. Mihawk slid Yoru into its scabbard, then called out clearly to the battered Zoro now being hauled aboard. It is far too early for you to die, Roronoa Zoro. See the world clearly. See yourself clearly. Grow stronger. No matter how long you wait upon this sea, I shall remain in this seat of supremacy awaiting you. Surpass this black blade. Surpass me. His words struck like temple bells, resonating deep within every soul present. Truly, a perfect closing line. Furina clapped softly, the sound clear and distinct in the hushed dining hall. A faint glimmer of moisture glistened at the corner of her eye, though her proud smile remained unbroken. Though the process was harrowing, the emotional intensity of this act has reached its zenith. Furina leapt gracefully from the second floor, her sapphire skirts blooming like petals midair. She landed beside Luffy, gazing down at Zoro's blood-soaked form, and with a subtle gesture summoned a sphere of pure crystalline water. Though directors ought not interfere with actors' performances, considering the sequel must premiere smoothly. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the water sphere dissolved into gentle healing dew, settling upon Zoro's wounds. The divine ability of the Hydro Archon's eye. Though incapable of resurrection, it excelled at staunching blood and easing agony. Hey, you first, swordsman. Furina tilted her head up toward Mihawk, fearless and poised. Your role is complete, but as director I offer a modest suggestion. Mihawk regarded the strange, aqueous energy in her palm, brows lifting faintly. Speak. Next time you make an entrance, do bring a larger vessel. Furina gestured toward the coffin-shaped skiff. That prop is woefully underwhelming, unworthy of your stature. Mihawk paused, then adjusted his hat brim and stepped lightly onto the small boat. Fascinating woman. Just then Krieg, who had been ignored throughout, finally erupted. Damn it, are you all ignoring me? He's leaving. And Zoro's gravely wounded, Luffy's stunned. Now's my chance. Kill them. This ship is mine. He raised his war lance. Countless barbed projectiles launched toward Luffy and Furina. Look out. Sanji shouted. Luffy jerked his head up, eyes wild, bestial. You, don't move, Luffy, Furina said, suddenly stepping forward and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. She turned, facing the storm of venomous spikes, and her expression shifted into something chillingly, unnervingly cold. To intrude upon this sacred curtain call, to disrupt the atmosphere with such vulgar improvisation. Furina snapped her fingers, and three water-formed beings materialized: a plump seahorse, an elegant octopus, and an armored crab, the Salon's three water spirits. Such tasteless extras deserve immediate expulsion from the cast. What is that? The pirates stared in terror at the three beings beside Furina. A deep blue seahorse wearing a formal top had its expression stern and dignified, an octopus lounging lazily on the ground, its tentacles drifting with languid grace, and a heavily armored crab massive in stature, its twin pincers snapping sharply with metallic resonance. They were composed entirely of pure water, crystalline and translucent beneath the sun's rays, almost disarmingly adorable. Is that your backup? Crick blinked, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you come to open a circus? What use are mere toys made of water? Toys, eh? Furina pirouetted with effortless elegance, her folding fan sweeping toward Crick as a faint disdainful smile curved her lips. These are the distinguished gentlemen and ladies of the solitaire salon. For a vulgar upstart like you, devoid of taste, obsessed only with stacking rusted scrap, such refined artistry is utterly beyond comprehension. She snapped her fingers. Mademoiselle Craboletta, please teach this ill-mannered guest a lesson, though do take care not to soil the floor. Snap. The colossal crab, Mademoiselle Craboletta, launched herself forward like a coiled spring. Her speed defied her cumbersome frame, hurtling through the air like a sapphire cannonball, straight into the storm of venomous spines Crick had just unleashed. Clang, clatter, those barbs, capable of piercing solid steel, struck Mademoiselle Craboletta's hardened aqueous carapace and rebounded with crystalline chimes snapping like toothpicks before scattering across the floor. What a... Crick's eyes bulged from their sockets. Before he could react, the seahorse, Lord Sue, suddenly expelled a high-pressure jet of water from his mouth. Uft. The stream struck the barrel of Crick's great war lance with surgical precision. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the fearsome weapon fell silent. The barrel warped and twisted under the hydraulic force, belching thick black smoke. My lance. My MH-5 poison gas launcher. Crick wailed in anguish. A rabble, Furina murmured, shaking her head, as if witnessing a pitiful farce. Lord Obvious, clear the field. The indolent octopus stirred, not with aggression, but by releasing concentric rings of strange, shimmering water waves. The pirate underlings who'd been shouting to charge froze the moment those waves touched them. Their eyes glazed over, swords clattering to the ground, as they crumpled, clutching their heads, and weeping uncontrollably. Wah! I miss Mama. Why did I become a pirate? I want to go home and farm. I'm guilty. I stole old Lady Wong's underwear. In moments the battlefield transformed into a vast sobbing confessional. Luffy crouched nearby, his eyes sparkling like stars. Incredible. That crab's so cool. And that octopus, it's hilarious. I want one too. Stop gawking, protagonist. Furina tapped Luffy's straw hat lightly with her fan. The foot soldiers are dealt with. That golden behemoth. He's yours to spar with. Luffy pushed himself upright, adjusting his hat with a wide grin. Ha. Thanks. Crick watched his forces collapse in disarray, then turned to Furina, and scathed, unruffled, and for the first time raw fear crept across his face. Devil fruit. You're a devil fruit user too. Crick gritted his teeth, yanking off his golden cloak with a furious jerk. Don't get cocky. I am the sovereign of the East Blue, and I still hold my final trump card. Beneath the cloak his armor bristled with jagged spikes, like a monstrous porcupine. Sword Mountain Cloak. Touch me, and you'll be pierced like a sieve. Crick flung his arms wide and charged wildly at Luffy. Die. Straw Hat. Sanji shouted from the second-floor balcony. Luffy didn't retreat. He surged forward, drawing back his fist as his arms stretched dozens of meters behind him. This thing. Luffy's gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Just break it. That's all it takes. Gomu Gomu. It's useless. My armor is invincible. Crick roared. Machine gun. A torrent of fists rained down upon him, blurring like monsoon rain. Aura, 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 aura. Each blow carried Luffy's fury, each impact hammered relentlessly against the cruel spikes. Luffy's knuckles split open, blood spraying, but pain seemed absent. His rhythm accelerated, his strength swelling with every strike. Crack. The first spike shattered, then the second, then the third. Impossible. My golden armor. Crick stared in horror as his vaunted defense crumbled before his eyes. On this grand line, Luffy bellowed, delivering a final earth-shaking punch straight to Crick's jaw. There is nothing that cannot be broken. Boom. The golden mask exploded into glittering fragments. Crick rolled backward, eyes rolled white, flying like a rag doll, shattering the restaurant's railing before plunging headlong into the sea. A plume of seawater rose and fell. Thus ended the reign of the East Blue's self-proclaimed sovereign. Silence descended, absolute, breathless. Only the azure octopus remained, drifting bubbles upward with soft, rhythmic, glug-glug sounds. Cut. Furina snapped her fan shut, a satisfied smile blooming across her lips. The choreography was slightly rough, but the emotional climax. Flawless. This scene is approved. Crick had fallen. His crew scattered like startled birds leaping into the ocean to flee. Yet the battle was not yet over. At one corner of the deck, two men stood locked in tense confrontation, Sanji and Yasopp. Yasopp gripped two enormous iron ball maces, trembling violently. His eyes held unbearable complexity, anguish, inner conflict, and a chilling hollow despair. Step aside, mister. Sanji, you'd save that scum. Sanji wiped blood from his lip, the wound left by Yasopp's earlier ambush meant to protect Chef Zeph. He tried to kill you just now. He is the captain. My captain. Yasop bowed his head. Without him I would have drowned long ago. He gave me my life. Foolish. Sanji scoffed coldly, lifting his foot. You'll pass only if you knock me down. Then, forgive me. Yasop swung the iron balls in a howling arc towards Sanji. Sanji sidestepped, landing a precise kick on Yasop's wrist. They exchanged blows, fierce, relentless. Yet anyone watching could see Sanji holding back. He fought without full force, deliberately withholding counterattacks at critical moments. Why won't you kick my head? Do you despise me? I don't kick injured men. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. And that last strike, you could have crushed the old man's skull. Instead you chose the floor. You didn't want to hit him either, did you? Yasop froze. The iron balls dropped with a hollow clang. The man known as the demon sank to his knees, burying his face in his hands, and sobbing, raw, unguarded, childlike. I don't know. Truly, I don't know what to do. His voice cracked. He saved me. But I don't want to kill you. You saved my life. Truly, a nauseating, melodramatic tragedy. A cool, detached voice drifted down from above. Furina sat perched elegantly on the second floor railing, legs crossed, holding a cup of steaming tea, materialized from nowhere, her heterochromatic gaze fixed upon them with icy detachment. That man named Ajin. Furina took a delicate sip of her black tea. Is this what you call repaying kindness? Because he saved you once, must you now aid him in slaying another who saved your life? You solved that arithmetic problem quite neatly. Was it taught by your PE instructor? Ajin stiffened, then lifted his gaze to meet Furina's. And you, curly-browed chef. Furina's gaze shifted to Sanji, sharpening like a honed blade. What tragic hero are you performing here? I shall work here until I die. I must repay old man Zeph's kindness. Huh, don't make me laugh. What did you say? Sanji glared at her, fury blazing in his eyes. I said you're a coward. Furina set down her teacup and rose, standing tall as she pointed imperiously at Sanji. You yearn for that all blue. You long to see the world beyond. But you hide behind gratitude, locking yourself inside this tiny restaurant like a prisoner. You call this sacrifice? No, it is mere evasion. Do you truly believe old man Zeph wishes to see you like this? To watch you abandon your dreams for him, rotting here like a dull, lifeless machine? Furina's words struck Sanji's heart like precise, gleaming daggers, piercing the tenderest place within. Silence. What do you know? Sanji roared, veins bulging across his forehead. Old man Zeph lost his leg saving me. So what? Furina cut him off. So you intend to repay one leg with your entire life? Is that interest rate not exorbitant? Or do you truly believe your dreams are worth no more than the price of a single leg? Sanji froze, speechless. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Go on, Sanji. Zeph's voice rang out suddenly. The old man had appeared without warning, holding a massive bundle he hurled directly before Sanji. This place no longer needs you. Zeph turned his back, his voice thick with emotion, yet feigning sternness. Your cooking is terrible, bland, tasteless, unbearable. I've wanted to kick you out for ages. Since these pirates insist on taking you away, then get out now. Old man. Sanji stared at the bundle, tears welling in his eyes. This is the finest possible ending to the script. Furina settled back into her seat, a satisfied curve lifting the corner of her lips. When a bird matures, it must take flight toward the sky. No matter how gilded the cage, it remains a cage. She turned to Luffy. Hey protagonist, your chef has been packed and delivered. Don't delay, go claim him. Luffy grinned and lunged forward, throwing an arm around Sanji's neck. Fantastic. Sanji, you're my chef now. Who said I agreed, you idiot? Sanji struggled, but his resistance had grown feeble. Ajin silently rose, hoisted the unconscious Krieg onto his shoulder, and leapt aboard a small boat. Mr. Sanji. Mr. Luffy. Ajin paused, turned, and bowed deeply. This kindness, I, Ajin, will never forget. If our paths cross again, I shall surely. He left the sentence unfinished, turned, and rode away. His silhouette receded, lonely yet resolute. Goodbye, ghost warrior. Luffy waved vigorously. Truly, an awkward man, Furina murmured softly, watching Ajin's vanishing figure, yet not unworthy of his supporting role. The battle had ended. The Baratai lay in disarray, but every face shone with the radiant joy of survival. The cooks began clearing the wreckage, though they grumbled aloud, their glances towards Sanji brimmed with reluctant affection. Hey, Sanji, the soup's too salty. Exactly. With skills like these you dare call yourself a pirate chef? Don't die out there, you fool. Sanji packed his belongings in silence, head bowed, shoulders trembling faintly. Luffy sprawled across the table, devouring food with gusto to replenish his expended energy. Furina sat opposite him, elegantly slicing a steak, as if the recent combat had been nothing more than pre-dinner calisthenics. Oh, and by the way, Furina paused mid-cut, as if recalling something. Luffy, where is your navigator, Miss Nami? Nami. Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of meat. She wasn't. Wait, huh? He glanced left and right. Empty. Not a trace of that vibrant orange silhouette anywhere. Strange, she was just here moments ago. Luffy scratched his head. Usopp raised a trembling hand, pale-faced. I think I saw Nami sail off in the Going Merry. What a... Luffy and Zoro, just regaining consciousness, shouted in unison. And Johnny, one of Zoro's junior crewmates, added mournfully, she took all the treasure. She even left a note. He trembled as he produced a slip of paper, scrawled upon it a single line. Forgive me, I must do what I must. Let us part ways here forever. Nami. Nanny. Luffy's jaw dropped to the floor. Zoro drew his sword in fury. That witch. I knew she couldn't be trusted. I'll cut her down myself. Calm down, Mosshead. Furina wiped her mouth serenely. This was entirely within my expectations. Within your expectations? All eyes turned to her. A woman who worships wealth above all else, suddenly burdened with sorrow, a timid liar whose gaze turns steely at pivotal moments. Furina smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with quiet wisdom, though in truth she had merely read the script. That is the textbook hallmark of a hidden motive. Betrayal of comrades bearing darkness alone. This trope may be cliched, yet when performed flawlessly, it never fails to draw tears from its audience. She rose and walked to the window, gazing out upon the endless sea. She isn't betraying them. She is going to her death. To her death. Luffy's expression transformed instantly. Precisely. Furina turned, meeting Luffy's gaze. For something she must protect at all costs, she chooses self-sacrifice, pushing her friends away. So tell me, protagonist, what do you do now? Luffy lowered his straw hat, shadowing his eyes. A moment passed. Then he lifted his head, wearing his signature grin. What kind of question is that? Of course, I'll chase after her. She's my navigator. No one takes her from me. Excellent. Furina snapped her fingers. Now that's a worthy line. However, Usopp timidly raised his hand. The ship's gone. How do we pursue her? That depends on our newest companion. Luffy looked toward Sanji. Sanji stood at the restaurant's threshold, shouldering the enormous bundle. One last time he turned, gazing upon the place he'd called home for years, upon Zeph standing silently on the second-floor balcony, his back turned. Master Zeph. Sanji dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead hard against the floor, tears streaming freely. For all these years, thank you for everything. Upstairs. Zeph faced away, but his beard was already soaked with tears. Idiot, don't catch a cold. Every cook wept openly. Let's go, Luffy shouted. Set sail. Bring Nami back, and then, onward to the Grand Line. Oh. Beneath the setting sun. A small vessel, named the Shark Spab, gifted by Zeph, carried the Straw Hat crew slowly away from the bar tie. Furina stood at the prow, sea wind stirring her long hair. Gazing into the distance, she held a fresh script in her hands. Its cover bore 2 stark characters. Arong Park is the next stage of Fishman Paradise. A subtle smile curved Furina's lips, her eyes flashing with icy resolve. A script that bullies girls. I despise those most of all. Are you prepared to face the judgment of a god, you grotesque, gill-bearing actors? Salt-laced sea winds swept across the deck. The sun blazed with merciless intensity. The Shark Spab, far from a proper vessel, was more akin to an oversized shopping barge. Perhaps spacious enough for 2 bounty hunters, yet now the ship teemed with Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Johnny Yusaku, and our water god herself. An unbearable crush of bodies. Cut, cut, cut. Furina sat beneath the sole parasol on the bow, improvised by Usopp from tattered cloth, her folding fan striking the railing with sharp rhythmic taps. Her brows knotted in dismay, as though gazing upon the most disastrous stage set imaginable. Is this some third-rate production's commuter shuttle? Not even an actor can stretch their legs. How then shall they cultivate emotion? How immerse themselves in character? Furina elegantly crossed one leg over the other, her complaints laced with irony, even as her body claimed with quiet authority the most comfortable third of the deck. Beside her loomed Mademoiselle Craboletta, a colossal water elemental crab, its twin pincers raised high like makeshift shelves bearing a porcelain teapot, delicate pastries, and steaming cups of tea. Ah, that's my jerky. Luffy's arms stretched like rubber, snaking toward the delicacies balanced upon the crab's claws. Ow, 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 ow. The crab's biting me. It's going to eat me. Tears streamed down Luffy's face as he rolled wildly across the deck, toppling Zoro, who'd been polishing his blade. Hey, you idiot, shut up. Zoro's temples throbbed with visible veins. In one fluid motion, he slammed his sword scabbard against Luffy's skull. My wounds haven't healed. Don't bump me. Ah, what vibrant, chaotic backstage energy. Furina lifted her teacup, sipped with practiced grace, her gaze shimmering with 3 parts amusement and 7 parts sovereign disdain. Granted, the setting is rudimentary, but the actor's physical expressiveness is remarkably rich. At that moment, a whirlwind spiraled across the deck. Sanji, who moments before had been sulking in the corner, cigarette smoke curling from his lips, suddenly froze. His eyes transformed into enormous beating crimson hearts, his spine twisted like spun sugar, and he slid forward on his knees in a posture defying anatomy, halting precisely before Furina. Oh, what sublime beauty! What peerless grace! He presented a glass of freshly squeezed juice, crafted surreptitiously from the oranges Luffy had abandoned, his voice dripping with honeyed reverence. Esteemed lady, the chaos in the galley prevented formal introduction earlier. I am the ship's newly appointed chef, Sanji. To serve you is the highest honor a gentleman knight may claim. Would you prefer foie gras à la française, or caviar from the abyssal trenches? At your command, I would dive to the ocean's darkest floor to retrieve it. Furina arched a single brow. Such fervent admirers were commonplace in Fontaine. Yet amidst this boorish world of pirates, a gentleman who truly perceived beauty was admittedly not unwelcome. Humph, your discernment is passable. She accepted, the Jew's chin lifted ever so slightly. I am Furina, the Director General of this grand nautical drama. Since you are chef, heed this well, my palate is exacting. Desserts must be sweet, yet never cloying, tea served at the precise temperature, and main courses, if they fail to make my taste buds dance, your role shall be excised from the script. Yes, Mademoiselle Furina. Your wish is my sacred vow. Sanji seemed to ignite, his aura blooming instantly into soft pink bubbles. He pivoted sharply, his expression shifting from springtime warmth to glacial severity as he fixed his gaze upon Luffy and Zoro. Hey, you lot. Keep your distance from Mademoiselle Furina. Green-haired brute, report to the stern. Long-nosed fool, scrub the deck spotless. Luffy, no stealing food. Huh, what did you say, perverted cook? Zoro drew his sword halfway from its sheath. Wanna fight? Bring it on, scared of no one. Sanji raised his foot. Thump, thump. Two muffled impacts echoed. From beside Furina, Marquis, obvious, elegant and silent, had extended two slender tentacles delivering precise, stinging flicks to both foreheads. Silence. Furina spoke softly, yet her voice carried absolute command. No backstage brawling. Conserve your strength. The next scene's antagonist proves formidable. Zoro and Sanji clutched their heads stunned. That seemingly pliant octopus, its tentacles struck with the weight of tempered iron. Is this also a devil fruit ability? Usopp trembled behind the mast, whispering, a creature of water, terrifying. It is no monster, but a member of the solitaire Salon. Furina corrected him, then her gaze sharpened, fixing upon the horizon. And speaking of monsters, the true one arrives, bearing ingredients. Her words had scarcely faded when the sea erupted. A leviathan surged upward, a gargantuan sea bull crowned with curving horns, its maw gaping wide, casting the entire vessel into shadow. Wall, a sea monster. We're doomed. Usopp and Johnny clung together, shrieking. Luffy's eyes gleamed. Meat. Zoro's hand settled upon his hilt. Perfect for testing my blade. Step back. Furina's voice, though quiet, brooked no dissent. She rose slowly, the deep blue folds of her gown billowing like sails in the salt wind. She drew no weapon, spared the beast no glance, only snapped her fingers crisp and clear. Lord Sue, this rare seafood demands paper-thin slicing. From midair, Mademoiselle Nouvelette, the water seahorse, exhaled a needle-fine, hyper-pressurized jet of liquid. The stream cut through air like a laser, faster than sight could follow. The sea bull, still roaring midair, froze utterly, muscles locked, breath suspended. In the next heartbeat, swish, 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 swish. Its colossal form disintegrated mid-flight, hide, bone, and flesh separating with surgical perfection. Countless translucent slices, thin as cicada wings, rained downward, landing with flawless precision atop the deck's center, not a single fragment lost to the waves. A stunned silence fell. Sanji's cigarette tumbled from his lips. As a master chef, he knew, intuitively, that such precision demanded control beyond mortal comprehension. This is ingredient preparation. No, it is art. Furina resumed her seat, lifting her teacup as though swatting away an insignificant fly. Chef, your materials are prepared. Now let us see whether your craft merits this peerless prop. Luffy stared, mouth agape, saliva pooling at his feet. Amazing. Furina, are you a magician? Zoro studied the young woman sipping tea, his grip tightening imperceptibly around his sword's hilt. With ample provisions, lunch became a banquet. Sanji had not boasted in vain. Even upon that humble deck, with only basic seasonings, he transformed the sea bull into a culinary masterpiece. Sashimi, seared ribeye, and velvety broth. Each dish so exquisite diners nearly swallowed their own tongues in rapture. Delicious, delicious. Luffy's belly swelled taut as a drum, yet he continued shoveling meat into his mouth. Adequate. Furina delicately speared a sliver of pan-seared fillet with knife and fork, placing it upon her tongue. Tender, succulent, perfectly seasoned. The crust crackled while the interior melted like silk. Whoa, this is incredible. Better than any haute cuisine in Fontaine's capital. That curly-browed chef truly possesses talent. Furina's inner voice screamed, but outwardly she merely inclined her head, dabbing her lips with a lace handkerchief. Acceptable. It appears you merit retention in my production, as head of culinary logistics. My utmost honor, Mademoiselle Furina. Sanji twirled gracefully as he poured her fresh tea. I shall prepare such feasts daily, for you alone. Hey cook, pour me one too. Zoro held up his empty cup. Pour it yourself. Don't you have hands, mosshead? Sanji's demeanor shifted instantly. You. Cut, cut, cut. Furina's folding fan nearly snapped in half as she jabbed it toward the vast empty sea before them, her delicate brows knotted into a tight, furious knot. This is your idea of full speed ahead. This pace couldn't even outstrip a snail race in Fontaine's ornamental gardens. At this rate, by the time we reach set, the heroine's tears will have dried up, and the audience will have refunded their tickets and left the theater. On board the Shark Spab, the air hung heavy and cramped. This vessel, originally designed for no more than 2 or 3 shoppers, now crammed 7 humans and 3 water elemental beings. Luffy sprawled across the bow, tongue lolling comically long like a sun-dried fish. Zoro leaned against the mast, snoring thunderously. Usopp huddled with Johnny and Yasaku in a trembling corner, shivering uncontrollably. Senior Furina. Johnny grimaced, straining at his oar. This is our absolute limit. There's not a breath of wind, and no engine either. We're rowing by sheer muscle alone. Indeed, Senior Furina. Yasaku chimed in. And that sea cow we'd hoped to harness. Well, Chef San turned it into sashimi. It was supposed to pull us. A necessary culinary sacrifice. Furina lifted her chin with unshakable conviction. Without exquisite cuisine, how can actors muster the stamina to perform? Isn't that right, Chef San? Absolutely. Mademoiselle, Furina speaks truth. Sanji balanced precariously on the narrow deck, standing on one foot, holding aloft a freshly crafted cocktail in both hands, his body tilted at a dramatic 45 degrees, eyes sparkling with adoration as he presented it to Furina. A bespoke creation, ocean of love, kiwi soda. Please savor it. As for rowing, leave such coarse labor to those foul-smelling men. You damned cook. Just who are you calling foul-smelling men? Zoro cracked one eye open, murderous intent radiating like heat haze. Whoever answers gets named. Mosshead. Care to be sliced? Eyebrow curly. Bring it on. Perfect chance to test my new blade. Silence. Furina took a delicate sip of her soda, her gaze sweeping over them both. Cool, detached, utterly imperious. No shouting backstage. Zoro, your stitches are still fresh. If they burst, it won't just mar your appearance. It'll triple the makeup artist's workload. I refuse to have my male lead number 2 stagger on his set, swaddled head to toe in bandages like some mummified relic. Such an entrance would be profoundly inelegant. Zoro scoffed, shutting his eyes again. TCH. Meddlesome. Though his words were dismissive, his grip on his sword loosened. By the way, Usopp timidly raised a hand, desperate to shift focus. Are we truly heading for Arlong Park? They say it's a den of fishmen. At the name Arlong, Johnny and Yasaku paled instantly, their faces draining of all color. Boss. Senior Furina. You may not know this. Yasaku swallowed hard, voice trembling. Arlong is a notorious pirate, wanted dead or alive for 20 million belly. And he served alongside Jinbe himself. Jinbe. Luffy tilted his head quizzically. Is he tasty? Idiot. He's not food. Johnny cried out. Jinbe is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy blinked slowly, utterly baffled. Furina arched a single elegant brow and set down her teacup. She knew full well what the 7 warlords were. The script spelled it out in meticulous detail. Yet to preserve her persona as an omniscient, omnipotent deity, she had to project effortless disdain. Oh, the 7 warlords. Furina let out a light, silvery laugh, as if hearing a charmingly absurd anecdote. Those 7 pirates whom the world government has officially hired. Licensed criminals masquerading as civil servants. Johnny and Yasaku gaped, jaws slack. Precisely. Yasaku wiped cold sweat from his brow. They are pirates whose power verges on cataclysmic. And Arlong, once Jinbe's peer, ruled over 20 villages across the East Blue. He is a genuine monster. Monster. Furina rose to her feet. Sea wind billowed her skirts. She strode to the bow, gazing toward the distant silhouette of land emerging on the horizon, her smile fading, replaced by the glacial stillness of a divine arbiter. On this stage, only one being qualifies as a monster, the clumsy actor who lacks talent, yet dares to steal scenes. She turned, fixing her gaze upon Luffy. Lead actor, did you hear? Your antagonist shares history with a warlord. This is your final audition before entering the Grand Line. Should you fail to subdue this fated extra, I shall certainly consider recasting. Luffy pushed his straw hat back and stood tall. His eyes shone clear and resolute, his grin stretched wide. A radiant, unstoppable arc. Whether he's 7 or 8 warlords. Luffy clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking sharply. If he makes my navigator cry, I'll punch him so far he'll vanish into orbit. Excellent. Furina nodded, satisfied. Her fan snapped forward like a conductor's baton. All departments, stand by. Lighting, camera, props. Take positions. Next scene, the fall of Arlong Park. Action. At that very instant, a deafening boom erupted beneath the hull. Boom. The entire ship lurched violently, as if it had struck something colossal. Wah! What's happening? Usopp shrieked, clutching his head. Did we hit a reef? Sanji shielded Furina's teacup. No. Zoro drew his blade, eyes sharp and focused on the churning water. Something's moving, down there. In the next second, the sea exploded upward. A massive shadow breached the surface. A fishman with elongated nose and slate blue skin gripping a jagged, serrated greatsword, his face twisted in savage fury as he locked eyes with the crew. Scraha. Who are these puny humans daring to trespass upon the sovereign territory of the Arlong Empire? He swung his blade high, unleashing a briny gust. Since you've come, don't dream of leaving alive. Hand over your treasure, and your lives. Silence fell, absolute and suspended, for one heartbeat. Then, ahem. Furina delicately covered her nose with her fan, distaste etched across her features. This background actor. Has your makeup department been asleep? That nose obstructs half your field of vision. And she gestured pointedly at the garish Hawaiian shirt clinging to the fishman's torso. Such taste constitutes an outright assault on fashion itself. Which third-rate circus did you escape from? The fishman froze. He was Arrow, a high-ranking officer of the Arlong pirates, renowned for his fearsome proboscis. Across the east, blue men urinated themselves at the mere sight of him. Yet this little human girl was critiquing his wardrobe. "You insolent wretch!" Arrow roared, raising his greatsword. "I am a noble fishman. Die, water iron cannon." He inhaled deeply, cheeks swelling with seawater, preparing to fire a pressurized blast capable of shattering stone. "Water." Furina's expression shifted, not to anger but to profound pity. Playing with water before the water god herself. "Are you attempting to amuse me?" She didn't lift a finger. Behind her, Mademoiselle Craboletta, the immense armored water crab, stirred. It did not attack. Instead, it performed an eerily human gesture. One massive pincer rose, then descended swift and casual like swatting a fly. Snap! Arrow, mid-leap, mid-roar, vanished beneath the waves without so much as a cry. Flattened silence submerged. A towering plume of spray soared 3 meters high. Then, stillness. Only a few bubbles drifted lazily upward. "Cut!" Furina declared, utterly impassive. This extra overacted catastrophically. Remove him entirely in post-production. The crew stared speechless. Johnny and Yasaku clung to each other, shaking. Senior Furina, that was an officer of the Arlong pirates. "Oh, is that so?" Furina settled back into her seat, crossing her legs with flawless poise. "Then the casting director of this production possesses truly abysmal judgment." Her gaze drifted toward the island, drawing ever nearer, cold steel flickering in her heterochromatic eyes. "Let us proceed to meet the so-called Director Arlong. I wonder what dreadful script he's prepared for us." Cut. "The lighting is too dim. Where's the gaffer? Has he vanished into thin air?" Furina stood at the ship's bow, her folding fan pointed toward the brooding coastline ahead, her tone brimming with exacting critique. The shark Spab finally limped ashore, not at a proper port, but upon a desolate reef-strewn beach. The sky hung low beneath a suffocating shroud of leaden clouds, the air reeked of damp, rotting kelp, and something deeper, heavier, and oppressive stillness that pressed upon the soul. "Chief, this is natural weather. There is no gaffer." Johnny offered a nervous, apologetic smile, still clutching half a sea cow bone in his hand. "Then summon the sun to work." Furina smoothed her wind-tousled bangs and swept her gaze across the lifeless expanse. As a stage, its palette is far too ashen. This suffocating filter typically heralds the opening of a third-rate tragedy. I despise it. I feel uneasy too. "Monsters." Usopp huddled behind Zoro, clutching his slingshot and scanning the swaying grass. "It feels as though something monstrous might leap out from those reeds at any moment." Luffy leapt off the deck, his straw sandals sinking with a soft plop into the wet sand. He pushed his hat lower, his eyes uncharacteristically sharp and focused. "Nami's on this island, right? According to the script, yes." Furina descended the gangplank with effortless grace. The instant her toes touched the sand, a shimmering pool of pristine water coalesced beneath her feet, lifting her 3 inches above the ground in silent suspension. "The ground is too sullied for a deity's dignity." Furina gave a delicate, disdainful hum, though inwardly she raged, this mud looks treacherously slick. "If I tumble headfirst into the muck, where will the water god's dignity land?" "Well done, Mademoiselle Craboletta." "Wow, Mademoiselle Furina walks like poetry incarnate." Sanji melted into a puddle of adoration, crimson hearts practically bursting from his eyes. That untouchable, ethereal poise. She is nothing less than an angel descended from heaven. "Shut up, perverted cook." Zoro yawned, one hand resting lightly on his sword hilt. "Someone's approaching." As he spoke, rustling stirred deep within the nearby woods. Moments later, several villagers burst forth, ragged, hollow-eyed, trembling with raw panic. At the sight of this strange assembly, especially Furina hovering midair and Sanji lugging his enormous pack, they nearly collapsed to their knees in terror. "Don't kill us." An elderly man raised trembling hands. "This month's tribute, we're still gathering it." "Really? Please grant us just 2 more days." Luffy tilted his head. "Tribute? It seems they've mistaken us for tax-collecting thugs. Is this the backdrop of our play? The oppressed commoners versus the rapacious rulers? How utterly trite." Furina tapped her fan thoughtfully against her palm, her brow faintly furrowed. She glided before the old man, gazing down upon him with serene, unassailable authority. "Elder, raise your eyes." Her voice was crystalline, cool, and absolute. "We are not those grotesque, gill-faced caricatures. Tell me, where is this production's director? That creature named Arlong, who has reduced his stage to such squalor. Did he seek audience consent before staging this farce?" The old man froze, his cloudy eyes wide with bewilderment. "Director? Caricatures? Just tell us where Arlong is." Zoro snapped impatiently. At the name, Arlong, the villagers trembled even more violently. "Arlong. Master Arlong is at Arlong Park." The elder pointed shakily toward the island's far end, his voice breaking into sobs. "But you mustn't go there. You'll be killed. Anyone who fails to pay the survival tax, man, woman, or child, is slain without mercy." Sanji paused mid-lighting his cigarette, his gaze turned glacial. "One must pay merely to breathe. 10 million belly for adults, 5 million for children." The elder wiped his tears. "Those who cannot pay, their villages are razed. Just as happened to Belmere Sand's village before." A heavy silence fell over the shore. Luffy's smile vanished. He said nothing. only slowly cracked his knuckles. What a vulgar script. Furina broke the silence. She turned away from the villagers' feigning contemplation of the horizon, yet truly shielding them from the flash of fury burning in her eyes. Though she knew the plot, witnessing such despair firsthand still ignited white-hot rage. How dare that jagged-nosed wretch impose such vile edicts upon a stage chosen by the water god herself? Taxation is the sovereign's right, but when coin buys not peace, but terror. Furina whirled around, her heterochromatic eyes blazing, azure and wine red, as if storm waves churned within their depths. Then it is nothing short of sacrilege against the very word justice. She snapped her fingers. Instantly the water seahorse, Lord Su, who had trailed silently behind her, spewed a precise, powerful jet of water, striking a massive boulder beside them. Boom! The rock exploded, shrapnel flying. Yet before a single shard could strike earth, a gentle current rose to cradle each fragment, lowering them softly to the sand without harming a soul. Listen well, background players. Furina lifted her chin and her voice resonated across the entire beach. From this moment onward, this island's script is now under my direction. That so-called director, Arlong, has been dismissed for producing a script too abysmal to endure. Dismissed. The elder stared dumbfounded. Precisely. Furina turned toward Luffy, a playful knowing curve lifting one corner of her lips. Lead actor, how shall you handle this rogue production guilty of extortion and theatrical malpractice? Luffy lowered his straw hat, revealing a wide, gleaming grin, yet one that carried a chilling edge. Simple. We'll smash that toll booth to splinters. Just then a piercing alarm shrieked from afar, followed by a guttural bestial roar. Oh no! The elder's face drained of color. It's Arlong's patrol squad. They're riding sea beasts. Run, sea beasts. Luffy and Sanji's eyes lit up in unison. Meat. Ingredients. Furina sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. It appears our lunch has just arrived. Lord Su, Mademoiselle Craboletta, prepare the table. Our feast begins now. After dispatching several reckless patrol beasts, while conveniently replenishing Sanji's larder, the group did not march directly toward Arlong Park. As Furina explained, a climax demands careful build-up, a hero's entrance requires perfect timing. Charging in now would rob the audience of rhythm and of beauty. In truth, she was famished, and Luffy, ever the navigator of chaos, had already vanished into the forest. Guided by Johnny and Joseph, cowardly yet surprisingly knowledgeable about East Blue geography, the remaining crew ascended to a high vantage point overlooking the island. Here lay a dense orange grove. Golden oranges hung heavily from every branch, blazing brilliantly beneath the overcast sky, like the sole beacon of light upon this desolate island. What an exquisite fragrance! Sanji drew a deep breath and spun ecstatically on his heel. It's Nami-san scent, brimming with vitamin C and love. Idiot! Zoro leaned against an orange tree, eyes closed in quiet repose. Who gave you permission to enter? A cold, sharp female voice suddenly cut through the air. They turned as one, and there she stood not far away, a woman with short pale blue hair and sun-darkened skin gripping a garden spade, her gaze locked upon them with wary intensity. Distinctive tattoos coiled up her arms, her eyes held the unyielding ferocity of one who tolerated no trespassers. Nojiko. Johnny recognized her instantly. She's Nami-san's elder sister. Elder sister. Sanji vanished, and reappeared before Nojiko in an instant, dropping to one knee. A wildflower, plucked from nowhere, now rested delicately in his hand. Oh, behold, the radiant elder sister. I am Sanji, your future brother-in-law. Ah, know your devoted knight. Thud. Nojiko swung her spade without hesitation, smashing it squarely onto Sanji's skull and burying him headfirst into the earth. Don't presume familiarity with me, pirate. Nojiko spoke with icy detachment. If you've come seeking Nami, turn back now. She's not here, and more importantly, she has no wish to see you. No wish to see us. Furina sat regally upon an ornate high-backed throne, wrought entirely from swirling water, a recent commission from Marquis Obvious. She cradled a freshly squeezed glass of orange juice, swirling it with languid elegance. That, my dear, is entirely beyond her discretion. An actor who has signed a contract does not walk off stage midway. Nojiko frowned at the peculiar girl. And just who are you? Ringmaster of a circus? Usopp burst into laughter, then clapped both hands over his mouth. Furina's eyebrow twitched. A circus? Does this water deity resemble a mere monkey trainer? Though admittedly, these companions do bear certain simian qualities. I am Furina, owner of this vessel. Furina maintained her haughty composure with visible effort. As for Nami, she stole my treasure and absconded with my ship. This debt cannot be settled with a simple, I wish not to see you. Treasure. Nojiko blinked, then offered a bitter, hollow smile. So, she's deceived someone again. For that accursed objective. Objective, Furina feigned ignorance. You mean, the promise to purchase the village for 100 million berries. Nojiko snapped her head up, her pupils contracting sharply. How could you possibly know that? This pact between Nami and Arlong was a secret known only to them. Even the villagers suspected nothing more than vague rumors. How could this outsider know so precisely? I told you, I've read the script. Furina set down her glass and rose, stepping forward until she stood before Nojiko. Though half a head shorter, her presence eclipsed the other woman's entirely. A girl who bore the title witch in silence. For 8 years she sailed alone across the seas, amassing ransom gold through lies and theft, all to shield her family. Furina's voice was soft, yet each word struck like a hammer upon Nojiko's heart. It's a trite narrative, but undeniably moving. Alas, she paused, her gaze sharpening to a blade's edge. Alas, her antagonist proves to be a faithless, incompetent playwright. Do you truly believe that greedy fishman will honor his word? Nojiko clenched her lips, her body trembling faintly. Nami believes Arlong will keep his vow. She's already gathered 93 million berries. Just a little more remains. In mere days. Naive. Furina let out a mirthless laugh and turned toward the sea beyond the grove. In this world of tooth and claw, the weak's promises are but idle amusement for the strong. When that final 100 million berries are counted, that is when this tragedy reaches its crescendo of despair. What do you mean? Nojiko's voice trembled. It means, Furina replied, turning back, her gaze blazing like twin stars. If you wish to spare her the shattering collapse of despair, then cease letting her perform this soliloquy alone. Sometimes leaning upon one's comrades is no sign of weakness. It is an act of courage. At that moment, heavy footsteps erupted from beyond the grove. Hey, is this the witch's house? A shrill, leering voice pierced the air. Then, men in navy uniforms burst through the entrance. At their head stood a man whose face resembled a rat's, his grin oily and revolting. Rat Captain of the 16th Naval Branch. Furina narrowed her eyes, her mind flashing with precise data on this character. A supporting villain makes his entrance. It seems the turning point has arrived. Captain Rat ignored Furina and her companions entirely, barking orders to his men. Search everywhere. We've received intelligence. The thief Nami has hidden vast sums of stolen money here. Confiscate it all. What a... Nojiko cried out in shock, and rushed forward to block them. Stop. That money is for buying back the village. Arlong promised. Arlong, Rat sneered. I know no such name. I know only this stolen wealth must be seized by the Navy. Dig. Beneath this orange grove. As sailors violently uprooted trees with their shovels, Nojiko collapsed to her knees, despair etching deep lines across her face. So this was what Furina meant by faithless. Arlong never intended to release Nami. He had colluded with the Navy to seize every berry she'd earned over 8 years of blood and tears. Stop. Nojiko sobbed, reaching out helplessly. Please, that money is Nami's life. Get lost. A Navy soldier raised his rifle butt and brought it crashing down toward her. Crack. The blow never landed. A black leather shoe intercepted the rifle butt, firm, unwavering. Sanji stood poised, one hand in his pocket, cigarette smoke curling lazily from his lips. Listen, Navy man, Sanji murmured, voice low and dangerous, his eyes, half hidden beneath shadowed bangs, glinting with lethal intent. To resort to violence within a lady's orange grove violates every principle of gentlemanly conduct. Pirates. Captain Rat recoiled, then spotted Zoro and Furina standing nearby. The Straw Hat Pirates. What are you doing here? Because this is my stage. Furina glided forward, her folding fan lifting gently beneath Rat's chin, forcing his gaze upward. Dear sir, whose resemblance to a rodent is uncanny. Your performance lacks subtlety. Greed should smolder inwardly, not blaze so grotesquely across your face as if branded with the words, I am scum. What do you think you're doing? I am a Navy captain. Assaulting naval officers is a capital offense. Capital offense. Furina tilted her head, offering a dazzling, perilous smile. In my courtroom, the sole capital crime is this possessing ugliness, and daring to parade it publicly. Mademoiselle Nouvellette, show them out. With maximum hydraulic pressure. Roar. A colossal jet of pressurized water erupted like a rampaging dragon, launching Captain Rat and his entire platoon skyward in a single thunderous blast. They tumbled through the air like scattered bowling pins, arching gracefully before crashing, hard, into a muddy swamp hundreds of meters away. That's astonishing. Nojiko whispered, stunned into silence. Don't rejoice yet. Furina withdrew her gaze, her expression darkening with sober gravity. This was merely the appetizer. Murky mud slid down Commodore Mouse's contorted face, mingling with cold sweat of terror and tears of humiliation. His once pristine Navy uniform was now stained a dingy ochre, tattered and caked with filth. He had never imagined that he, commander of the Navy's 16th branch, would be hurled hundreds of meters through the air by a single jet of water from a woman who appeared frail and delicate. That power defied human limits. Monsters, a pack of monsters. Commodore Mouse scrambled out of the mire, teeth chattering, cursing under his breath. Just you wait. Mr. Arlong. Mr. Arlong will tear you insolent humans limb from limb. Staggering wildly, he abandoned his fallen naval cap and fled like a madman toward Arlong Park. He meant to betray them, to enlist the fishmen's strength and erase this band of upstarts who had stripped him of dignity. Meanwhile, within the orange grove, the towering water spout had drawn the attention of another. What's happening? A figure with short tangerine hair burst from the depths of the grove. Nami. She had just concluded some business when the colossal disturbance drew her here. Yet the moment she beheld the scene before her, she froze utterly. The Straw Hat Pirates, who should have long since departed, stood there, everyone intact. The green-haired swordsman leaned against a tree trunk, eyes closed in quiet repose. The newly arrived curly-browed chef watched Noko with palpable concern. Ew, and that straw-hatted fool. He was still here. Nami's face paled instantly. Why? Why hadn't they left? She forcibly suppressed the tempest surging within and donned an expression of icy detachment. She stepped forward slowly, her gaze sweeping across each face before settling upon Luffy. Why are you still here? Her voice was glacial, devoid of warmth. I told you plainly, the deal is over. I got what I wanted. You should be gone. Sanji's eyes instantly transformed into hearts at the sight of Nami, yet the frost in her tone snapped him back to reality. Bewildered, he began, Miss Nami, we've come to. Silence. Nami cut him off brusquely, pointing contemptuously at the scattered berries on the ground, her eyes blazing with naked avarice and mockery. I approached you for money, and nothing more. Now the Navy has seized all my coins. You hold no further value to me. So leave my island, immediately. Each word she spoke was weighted, each syllable sharpened like a blade, intended to sever every thread binding her to them. Noko, watching her sister's demeanor, ached to intervene. Nami, it's not true. There, shut your mouth. Nami whirled toward Noko, her eyes glistening faintly with unshed tears. This is none of your concern. Yet Luffy's response to her utter rejection defied all expectation. He neither raged nor questioned, not even glancing at her. Instead, he ambled leisurely beneath an orange tree stretched comfortably onto the grass, and pulled his beloved straw hat low over his face. A snore. A soft rhythmic snore drifted from beneath the brim. He had fallen asleep, or rather feigned slumber. Nami stood utterly dumbfounded. She had prepared for every possible reaction, furious outbursts, wounded accusations, even violent confrontation. But she had never conceived that he would respond by simply ignoring her. That silence struck deeper than any fury, leaving her powerless. You. She trembled violently, unable to utter another word as she pointed at Luffy. A languid, elegant hum broke the tension. Furina remained seated upon her high-backed throne sculpted from flowing water. Without glancing at Nami, she picked up a discarded glove from the ground with amused curiosity. Holding it before her eyes, she examined it closely, then offered a critique in the measured tone of a theatrical connoisseur. To play the heartless villain. Cold, cruel, deliberately alienating your comrades to shield them from harm. Yes, it's a well-worn trope in drama, but performed by you, it carries unexpected resonance. She paused, her gloved finger tracing the stitching along the gloves, seeing her gaze locking onto Nami's face, etched with shock and fury. Especially your current expression, rage, helplessness, and that flicker of panic at being seen through. Exquisitely rendered. Utterly compelling. Furina inclined her head slightly, her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, glinting with genuine admiration. As director, I must offer my applause for your performance. You madwoman. What do you know? Nami's composure shattered entirely. Furina's detached theatrical stance unsettled her far more than Luffy's feigned sleep. I know precisely what I know, Furina replied, setting the glove aside, and leaning forward, her gaze turning incisive. I know of your agreement with the fishman Arlong, a sum of 100 million berry. I know you sailed alone across the seas for 8 years to gather that fortune. And I know the tattoo upon your arm bears no honor. It is a shackle you cannot break, a mark of abasement you cannot erase. The color drained entirely from Nami's face. How could this woman possibly know such things? So then, Furina reclined once more, resuming her regal poise. Cease the performance, my dear chief accountant. Your sole audience is us, and we have grown weary of tragedy. What we truly long to witness is the unguarded light of your genuine smile. I am not your ally. Nami shrieked like a cornered cat. I am not like you humans. She wrenched open the sleeve of her left arm, revealing the grotesque emblem of the Sun Pirate crew, a brand later altered, yet its origin unmistakable. Look well. I belong to the pirates. I am your enemy. She screamed with all her might, wielding the tattoo as irrefutable proof of allegiance, as final severance. Zoro opened his eyes slowly, his brow furrowing at the sight of the mark. Sanji dropped his cigarette, disbelief flooding his expression. Usopp recoiled behind Zoro in sheer terror. So before I kill you all, get out. With that ultimatum, Nami spun and fled. Her silhouette, slender and fragile, receded into the sunset. She ran. Not away from danger, but toward Arlong Park, desperate to demand answers from Arlong himself. Was their agreement truly reduced to a cruel jest? A heavy silence settled over the orange grove. Noko watched her sister's retreating form with quiet anguish, lips parted, yet no words emerged. Sanji retrieved his cigarette, lit it again, and inhaled deeply, his expression layered with sorrow and uncertainty. Zoro closed his eyes once more, though his grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. Amid that suffocating stillness, the snoring beneath the straw hat ceased. Luffy lifted the hat from his face, his dark eyes wide awake, startlingly lucid. He sat upright, gazing toward Furina, still serenely enthroned upon her aqueous seat, and flashed a broad grin. Hey, director. Furina elegantly folded her fan and tapped it lightly against her palm, her gaze drifting toward the horizon where storm clouds gathered. When does the next act begin? Luffy asked. A mysterious curve touched Furina's lips as she gestured with her fan toward the direction Nami had vanished, her voice echoing like distant chimes. Patience, my beloved lead actor. The tears have yet to run dry, the audience's emotions remain unripe. How could such a grand climax arrive so soon? Arlong Park, the edifice symbolizing the fishmen's tyranny and Kokoya village's enduring nightmare, was engulfed in raucous revelry. The fishmen guzzled liquor heartily, their coarse laughter echoing as they celebrated yet another windfall of staggering wealth. Nami burst into the heart of the clamor, weaving past grotesque fish-like faces until she stood before the throne at the highest point. Arlong lounged lazily upon his chair, basking in his underlings' obsequious service. Seeing her return, he bared his jagged teeth in a cruel grin. "Oh, isn't this our most capable cartographer? What? Have you already missed me? Arlong." Nami's voice trembled with fury. "You did it, didn't you? You sent the Marines to seize my money. So what if I did it?" Arlong admitted it without a trace of remorse. Rising from his chaise lounge, his massive frame cast a suffocating shadow that swallowed Nami whole. "I commanded that greedy rat to do it." "Well, do you have an objection, eh? We had a deal. 100 million belly. Once I gathered 100 million belly, you'd return the village to me." Nami nearly screamed the words. 8 years of humiliation, hardship, and fragile hope now crystallized into a piercing accusation. "Ha ha ha ha." Arlong erupted into thunderous, derisive laughter. The surrounding fishmen joined in with boisterous guffaws. When the laughter subsided, Arlong leaned down, pressing his lips close to Nami's ear, whispering, so only she could hear, "When exactly did I ever promise to spare you wretched humans once I'd claimed my prize?" He savored the blood draining from her face, then continued his venomous assault upon her last vestige of hope. "A pact, eh? It is but charity extended by the strong to the weak, observed at whim, discarded at will, nothing more than worthless parchment." Straightening up, Arlong reclined once more upon his throne, gazing down upon the faltering Nami with imperial disdain. "Still, for the sake of the exceptional navigational charts you've drawn for me, I'll grant you one final chance. Bring me another 100 million belly, and our pact remains valid." "You demon." Nami staggered backward, her mind utterly blank. 8 years. Full 8 years. Every sacrifice, every ounce of effort, every flicker of hope, shattered irrevocably in that instant. She had no memory of leaving Arlong Park, nor of walking back to the village. When awareness returned, she stood at the village entrance, and the sight before her plunged her into utter abyss. Every villager, men, women, elders, children, had gathered there, each gripping a weapon: rusted hoes, woodcutting axes, fishing spears, even kitchen knives. At their head stood the village constable Genzo. He had removed the windmill-patterned hat he'd worn for years, his expression resolute beyond precedent. "Nami," Genzo's voice was hoarse yet unwavering. "We know everything. You've done more than enough for this village." An elderly woman stepped forward, gently stroking Nami's hair. "From now on, leave it to us. We won't let you bear this burden alone any longer. Even if it costs us our lives, we'll fight those fishmen to the end." The villagers surged with fervent resolve. Their eyes held no fear, only ironclad determination to protect home and kin. They refused to watch Nami suffer further within that hellish domain. "No, don't go." Nami reached out in terror, desperate to halt them. "You can't defeat them. Going there means certain death." Yet the villagers merely guided her aside with gentle hands. "Nami, live well." Genzo cast one final glance at her before leading the entire assembly down the path toward Arlong Park, the road to inevitable death. Watching their unyielding silhouettes recede, Nami felt every ounce of strength drain from her limbs. The very fate she had dreaded most had finally come to pass. Everything she had striven so desperately to protect was now hurtling toward annihilation. Despair, cold, suffocating absolute, enveloped her, stealing her breath. "Ah!" she shrieked, collapsing onto the muddy earth. Her gaze fell upon the grotesque tattoo coiled around her left arm, the mark of shame and bondage. All because of this. All because of this accursed thing. Rage and despair forged a blade within her. She drew her ever-present dagger and drove it deep into her own arm without hesitation. "Arlong." She roared his name again and again, stabbing frenziedly at the tattoo. Blood sprayed, staining her arm, soaking the soil beneath her. She felt no pain, only the burning need to excise this source of endless torment from her flesh utterly and irrevocably. Just as the blade poised to plunge deeper, a hand, a warm, powerful hand, clamped firmly around her wrist. The dagger's tip halted less than a centimeter from her skin. Nami lifted her tear-streaked face. Through blurred vision, she beheld a straw hat, and beneath it Luffy's face. He had appeared beside her without a sound, simply watching her in silence. "Get away." Her voice was raw, hollow with despair. "Leave me alone. This isn't your concern. I said get away." She struggled to wrench free, but his grip remained unshakable, like iron. Her resistance weakened, her shouts dissolving into choked sobs, until every shield of composure shattered completely. Gazing upon the boy who had never abandoned her, her trembling lips formed 3 quiet words. "Luffy, save me." Luffy still said nothing. Instead, he silently removed the straw hat, his most treasured possession, and gently placed it upon her bowed head. Then, drawing a deep breath, he threw back his head and unleashed a roar that rent the heavens. "Of course I will." His voice pierced the clouds, reverberating across the entire Kokoya village. On a rooftop nearby, Furina sat with effortless grace, observing this iconic moment. With serene satisfaction, she snapped her fingers. Snap! The crisp sound signaled curtain rise. Actors' emotions are perfectly calibrated. Lighting and audio standby. Behind her, Zoro slowly clenched the katana Wado Ikamanji between his teeth. Sanji extinguished his cigarette. Usopp's knees still quivered, but he raised his slingshot high. Furina rose, unfurling her ornate fan with regal poise, then pointed it toward Arlong Park in the distance, her voice resonating like a sovereign pronouncing judgment. Then my performers. Now dismantle that wretched troupe, a ticket-collecting, aesthetically bankrupt, script-wrecking farce, and tear it apart. As her command echoed, 4 figures advanced shoulder to shoulder toward the den of iniquity. Luffy walked at the center, his face alight with unprecedented fury. Zoro and Sanji flanked him left and right, radiating lethal intent. Usopp followed behind, each step firmer than the last. Furina hovered midair, gliding alongside them with elegant composure. In her palm, water elements coalesced from thin air, forming a translucent crystalline tome. Upon its cover, ancient characters, woven from flowing water, slowly emerged. Final act: the twilight of the fishmen. Arlong Park still echoed with the merfolk's revelry, unaware that a storm capable of shattering their dominion was surging forward, unstoppable and inevitable. The grand entrance to Arlong Park was forged from thick, heavy steel engraved with a grotesque merfolk totem, the very emblem of Arlong's pride and authority. Yet the Straw Hat crew had no intention of knocking. Gomu Gomu, Luffy striding at the front, wrenched his right arm backward with explosive tension, muscles coiling like springs. Rocket launcher. Boom. With a thunderous detonation, the supposedly indestructible steel gate shattered violently down its center. The mangled iron gate spun inward, crashing into the park and sending a cluster of drunken merfolk sprawling. Bottles exploded, wine spilled, and cries of shock erupted. The sudden calamity froze every merfolk in place. Through the billowing dust at the ruined gateway, 4 silhouettes emerged with deliberate calm. Luffy stood at the center, his straw hat casting deep shadow over his eyes, yet the unbridled fury blazing within them heated the very air. Zoro stood to his left, hands resting on the hilts of his 3 swords, gaze sharp as drawn steel, ready to cleave through any obstacle without hesitation. Sanji stood to his right, calmly drawing a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with practiced ease, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, his immaculate suit an island of lethal elegance amid the chaos. Usopp crouched behind Zoro's broad back, peering out with only half his face visible. His slingshot trembled faintly in his grip, but this time he did not flee. Hey, who the hell are you? Daring to cause trouble at Arlong Park? You must be itching for death. The merfolk snapped to attention, weapons drawn, faces twisted with menace as they closed in. Just then a voice, elegant, imperious, and utterly serene, descended from above. Silence. All heads turned upward to see a young woman clad in opulent formal attire drifting downward, as if gravity itself bowed to her will. Her long silver-white hair rippled in the sea breeze, her heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire blue, one crimson red, swept across the scene with undisguised disdain. 3 ethereal beings composed entirely of shimmering water floated in her wake, a stately armored crab, a languid octopus knight, and a poised seahorse lady, graceful, surreal, and sovereign. It was Fina, and her solitaire Salon. Upon his throne, Arlong slowly straightened, his brutal eyes locking onto the intruders, his serrated nose twitching with rising rage. Lowly humans, who granted you the audacity to invade my Arlong Park? His voice rumbled low and gravelly, saturated with the suffocating weight of absolute dominion. Before Luffy could speak, Fina moved first, lifting a gloved hand to delicately cover her nose, brows furrowed in profound revulsion. Ugh, what is this place? Her voice, though soft, carried with crystalline clarity across the entire plaza. This suffocating stench of fish, these garish, aesthetically bankrupt colors, and this structurally inept, vulgar architecture. It is nothing but a public toilet erected upon the open sea. A stunned silence descended. Every merfolk, including Arlong himself, stared dumbfounded at the woman who had just launched a scathing architectural critique. A public toilet. Their proud Arlong Park, reduced to that. Fina paid no mind to their gaping expressions, continuing her razor-edged appraisal. I cannot fathom what barren aesthetic sensibility could conceive such a visual abomination. It is a brazen desecration of this magnificent ocean, unforgivable. Arlong's face darkened, livid as storm-blackened ink. He could tolerate defiance. He could endure resistance. But he could not bear the utter annihilation of everything he held sacred, dismantled not by force, but by a language of contempt he could not comprehend. You damned human woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Arlong surged upright from his throne, roaring with volcanic fury. At that moment, Luffy's voice cut through the roar. He tilted his head up, his straw hat lifting to reveal his face, fully, eyes blazing with incandescent fire. He pointed a finger straight and unwavering toward Arlong atop the dais, declaring his intent with stark, unadorned clarity. So you're Arlong. I'm here to knock you flying. For Nami. Simple, direct, uncompromising. Arlong's wrath ignited into full conflagration. Men, he bellowed, tear these reckless vermin limb from limb. Oh. Dozens of merfolk foot soldiers charged forward, brandishing crude weapons, like a frenzied shark swarm howling with bloodlust toward the Straw Hat crew. Chaos loomed, imminent, inevitable. Yet Fina merely stifled a board yawn, too disinterested even to lift a finger herself. She glanced sideways, addressing the massive water crab beside her in a quiet, refined tone. Mademoiselle Craboletta, would you be so kind? Please clear the stage of these clutter before the main act begins. Don't let these nameless extras obstruct my spotlight. As you command, Lady Fina, intoned the armored crab, its voice deep, resonant, and reverent. In the next heartbeat, its colossal form slammed into the ground, stone pavement fracturing beneath it, a wave of overwhelming aura erupting outward. Roar! A deep, muffled roar echoed as the heavily armored crab Mademoiselle Craboletta surged into motion. Her colossal form, woven from ultra-dense water elements, blurred into a sapphire afterimage, charging into the fishman ranks with speed utterly incongruous with her massive frame. Stop it! What nonsense! It's just a toy made of water. Several frontline fishmen swung spiked clubs and cleavers with brute force, slamming them against Mademoiselle Craboletta's glistening crystalline carapace. Clang, clang, clang. Metal struck crystal in a rapid, grating cascade, sparks erupting like molten stars. Yet those blows, powerful enough to shatter boulders, left not even a faint scratch upon her shell. Instead, the recoil shattered the fishmen's palms, wrenching their weapons from their grip. Too hard. My blade, it snapped. Mademoiselle Craboletta paid no heed to these feeble tickling strikes. Her twin colossal pincers, forged from pure water, were instruments of sheer merciless slaughter. With a sweeping lateral strike, one pincer carved through the air with a thunderous howl. 5 or 6 fishmen directly in its path were hurled aside, like chaff crashing into their comrades behind in a tangled heap. The other pincer slammed down onto the stone floor with devastating force, carving a deep crater and unleashing a violent shockwave that sent surrounding fishmen staggering, limbs buckling, formations crumbling. Leave these grunts to me, Sanji shouted, exhilarated hands buried deep in his pockets as his lean, powerful legs blurred into lethal whips, cutting a crimson swath through the fishman ranks. Mutton kick, neck meat, shoulder meat, back meat. Each kick landed with surgical precision on vital points, elegant, fluid, and lethally efficient. Every fishman struck by him collapsed, instantly frothing at the mouth, eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Don't hog all the glory, curly brow. Zoro growled low, 3 blades flashing from their sheaths in unison. Though the wound across his chest still throbbed his aura, the razor-sharp presence of a master swordsman remained undimmed. 3 sword-style demon slash. A single intersecting flash of steel. 3 fishmen attempting to ambush Sanji from behind crumpled lifelessly, each bearing 3 deep bone-exposing gashes. Humph. Green-haired fool, you're barely tolerable. Sanji didn't turn his head. Shut up. You're the one who doesn't belong here. Zoro shot back without hesitation. As they traded barbs, an unspoken rivalry ignited, a silent contest to see who would fell more foes. Their efficiency was terrifying. Wherever they passed, fishmen fell in waves. Arlong watched his men slaughtered with unnerving ease, the color draining from his face. Worthless trash, get out of the way, he roared. Moo, out now. At his command, the rear pond erupted in towering plumes of water, and a massive sea cow burst forth. Horned with black and white spotted hide like a dairy cow, it was Moo, the very same sea cow once frightened away by Sanji at the Berry, later commandeered as Luffy's mount. Moo charged ashore, jaws agape, poised to devour the invaders whole, then froze mid-lunge, momentum severed as if struck by lightning. He saw the curly-browed chef whose kick could send him flying. He saw the straw hat boy who treated him like a plaything, tossing him about as if he weighed nothing. Moo. His pupils dilated wide, pure unadulterated terror flooding his gaze. His immense body skidded to a halt, short hooves gouging long smoking furrows in the earth, before he whirled around, desperate to flee back into the safety of the water. This place was unbearable. How had these 2 demons appeared here? Oh, it's Moo. Luffy's eyes lit up at the sight of his old friend. Perfect timing. You've arrived just when we need you. Before Moo could react, Luffy's rubbery arm lashed out like lightning, seizing his thick muscular tail. Gomo. Luffy planted his feet and began spinning wildly, muscles coiling like springs. Giant storm. Poor Moo shrieked in abject horror. His colossal body transformed into a living meteor hammer, whirling violently overhead, flinging every fishman who dared draw near, hurling through the air. Hey, Luffy, that's my ingredient. Sanji yelled, indignant. Don't be stingy, just borrow him for a bit. Luffy grinned, utterly absorbed in his game. Moo. Put me down. As the rank-and-file fishmen disintegrated into chaos, the senior officers, perched high above, could remain spectators no longer. Pathetic failures. Karubi, the fishman karate master, leapt from the crowd in a flawless carp flop, landing squarely before Sanji. 6 sword-style takoyaki time. Hachan, the octopus fishman, swung 6 heavy curved blades blocking Zoro's advance. Water iron cannon. Chu, the long-beaked fishman, aimed at Usopp cowering in the distance, firing a high-velocity water projectile from his mouth. Why me? Usopp shrieked, scrambling for cover. The battlefield fractured instantly. Common soldiers nearly eradicated, only a handful of officers remaining, and Arlong standing alone atop the highest platform. Furina observed the scene with serene satisfaction, gliding gracefully to the top of a still intact stone pillar and settling there with elegant poise, one leg crossed over the other. Well then, Supporting roles have concluded, she announced, voice clear and measured. Now let us yield the stage to our protagonists. Luffy ceased his whirlwind spin, casually tossing the dazed, frothing Mumu aside. He lifted his gaze, locking it once more upon Arlong. Only two figures remained at the arena's heart, him and Arlong. Finally, it's your turn. Luffy cracked his knuckles, then exploded forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Arlong atop the raised dais. Inferior species. Arlong sneered down at the charging Luffy, his expression twisted in contempt. He didn't shift his stance, he merely extended one hand lazily, as if swatting away a fly. Thud. Luffy's fist met Arlong's broad palm, firmly, unyieldingly. The tremendous impact barely caused Arlong's arm to tremble. Is this all you've got? Arlong's fingers clamped down, crushing Luffy's fist. Let me show you. The despairing chasm between species. At that very moment, a sharp, brittle crack split the air beneath Luffy's feet. He glanced down. A concealed trap, forged from reinforced concrete and iron, had snapped shut around his ankles, locking him fast. What the hell is this? Luffy tried to lift his foot, only to find his feet welded to the ground, immovable. Foolish human. Arlong let out a triumphant, roaring laugh. With a violent swing of his arm, he hurled Luffy, along with the massive concrete slab beneath his feet, straight into the deep water pool behind him. Splash! A colossal plume of water erupted as Luffy's figure vanished instantly beneath the murky surface. As a devil fruit user, he was utterly helpless in water, a drowning man stripped of all strength, sinking helplessly downward. Luffy! Sanji and Zoro cried out in unison. Damn it! Sanji whirled around, ready to sprint toward the pool, but a black blur flashed across his path. Kurubi, the fishman karate master, stood squarely before him, a mocking grin playing on his lips. Your opponent is me. In water, humans like you are nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, Zoro found his path blocked by the octopus fishman Hachon. Hey now, swordsman, our match isn't over yet. Hachon brandished his 6 heavy curved blades, his 6 arms spun like a whirlwind, sealing off every possible route Zoro might take. Ashi and Nojiko at the poolside also rushed forward to dive in, but as ordinary humans they were effortlessly pinned to the ground by several fishman underlings the moment they drew near. Damn it! Zoro's heart pounded with mounting dread. Every second Luffy remained submerged deep in the peril. He had to defeat his foe now. No need to rush. Hachon said, his expression relaxed and amused. I wield 6 blades, you hold only 3, and you're already grievously wounded. What chance do you have against me? His gaze drifted pointedly to the fresh blood seeping through the bandage across Zoro's chest. It was a wound inflicted by Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Even after urgent treatment by Furina, it remained far from healed. The ferocity of battle had torn the wound open anew. Excruciating pain and dizziness from blood loss blurred Zoro's vision. He clenched his teeth, his grip tightening on the hilts, his hands trembling faintly with strain. Don't be so hasty, a cold, languid voice echoed from nearby. If even this level of circus act defeats you, perhaps it's time you woke up from your dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. It was Furina. She sat poised atop the stone pillar, observing the chaos with detached elegance, utterly indifferent to lending aid. Her words carried no emotion, yet pierced Zoro's pride like the sharpest blade. Circus act. Did this woman truly dismiss Hachon's 6-sword style as mere clowning? What gnawed at him most was her effortless condescension, as if the foe who challenged him so fiercely was in her eyes nothing more than a contemptible jester. You? Zoro's eyes changed. That gaze belonged only to a beast roused beyond reason, fierce, primal, unchained. Pain, dizziness, desperation, every dark sensation dissolved beneath a surging tide of iron will. He remembered his vow to that girl. He remembered his promise to Luffy. Before I defeat him, I will never lose again. You're right. Zoro's voice dropped low and hoarse. An invisible aura of spectral energy radiated from him, thickening the very air around him. Hachon's smile froze. A pressure unlike anything he'd ever sensed pressed down upon him. The man before him had become something entirely different. Then, ignoring the agony tearing through his chest, and Funina's scorn, Zoro clamped the katana Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, gripped the other 2 blades tightly in his hands, and assumed the 3-sword style stance. Let me show you. His legs coiled and exploded outward, his body spinning at blinding speed. 3-sword style secret technique. Tornado. A cataclysmic storm of sword energy erupted from Zoro's center. Not mere slashes, but a maelstrom forged from countless razor-edged chi currents. Wah-wah. Octopus fry punch. Hachon flailed desperately with all 6 blades, but the instant steel met vortex, his weapons shattered into glittering fragments under the onslaught. No. With a final guttural scream, Hachon's body was snatched skyward, tossed like a broken marionette, vanishing into the distant horizon. The battle ended in an instant. Haha. Zoro gasped, raggedly swayed, and finally collapsed onto one knee, drained of all strength. He had won, but at a terrible cost. At that very moment, violent turbulence erupted from the pool. Underwater Sanji was no match for Kurubi, entangled, suffocating, his oxygen dwindling fast. Kurubi's scaly fist, charged with lethal force, hurtled towards Sanji's temple. On shore, Furina watched the churning water, tapping her closed fan lightly against her palm, a soft, resigned sigh escaping her lips. swimming against fishmen underwater, truly an incurable fool of a chef. The deep pool's water was bitingly cold, pressing against Sanji's every inch of skin. He felt as if his lungs were about to burst and his vision dimmed from oxygen deprivation. Kurubi's slippery fishman body clung to him like a water demon. The enemy's speed and power in the water far exceeded his imagination. A heavy fishman karate straight punch slammed into Sanji's abdomen, forcing out the last breath of air from his lungs as a stream of bubbles rose upward. Give up, human. Kurubi's voice was muffled and distorted underwater. The ocean is our territory, we fishmen. Here you're not even fit to shine my shoes. He toyed with his prey, striking Sanji repeatedly with fists and elbows, savoring the pleasure of absolute dominance. On the shore, Usopp paced frantically, turning to the still composed Funingna with a tearful plea. Lady Funingna, please, save Sanji. He's drowning. Funingna merely glanced at the pool and refused with aloof indifference. This is his trial. She opened her folding fan and waved it gently. Battle is not just a contest of strength, but also a test of wits. If he cannot overcome such a predicament on his own, then I dare not trust the food he cooks. Her words sounded cold and merciless, yet deep within her azure eyes flickered a trace of hardly perceptible anticipation. The actors she wanted were not worthless souls waiting for rescue. Underwater, Sanji's consciousness was already fading. Was he about to die? He hadn't found the All Blue, yet hadn't seen Nami-san and Lady Funingna's smiles. No. How could he die in a place like this? A fierce will to live forced his eyes open again. Gazing at the fish face twisted with arrogance before him, a wild and audacious idea flashed through his mind. Since he couldn't match strength and speed, then he would have to use intelligence. Just as Kurubi prepared to launch his next attack, Sanji suddenly abandoned all resistance and allowed the enemy to approach. Kurubi hesitated, thinking he had given up. In that instant, Sanji lunged forward with both hands, not to strike, but to clamp down tightly on both sides of Kurubi's gills. Kurubi was shocked. The gills were one of a fishman's most vulnerable spots. He instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. Sanji aimed at his gills and blew the last breath from his mouth directly into them. Gurgle. A powerful stream of air mixed with water rushed into Kurubi's respiratory system, like having a high-pressure water hose shoved up your nose. Kurubi immediately released his grip on Sanji in agony, clutching his gills and writhing painfully in the water. Now was the chance. Sanji kicked off with all his might, shooting toward the surface like an arrow. Splash. He finally burst out of the water, greedily gasping for fresh air. You bastard. Kurubi surfaced right behind him, clutching his still throbbing gills, roaring with fury. You despicable human. Using such underhanded tricks. Sanji wiped the water from his face, pulled a soaked cigarette from his wet pocket, and put it in his mouth, but it wouldn't light. He discarded the cigarette, straightened his wrinkled suit and tie, and his gaze turned icy. Now that you're on land, you're nothing but an ingredient. Fishman karate thousand-tile fist. Kurubi roared as he charged, intending to crush the human who had humiliated him with his strongest technique. As Sanji watched the oncoming enemy, Nami's tear-streaked face flashed through his mind, the bloody wounds on her arm. A nameless rage ignited from the depths of his heart. These were the ones who made Nami-san shed so many tears. Unforgivable. Let me show you, you rotten fish, Sanji said, crouching slightly as his leg muscles tensed. The fury of a human. Mutton shot. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing at Kurubi's side. Neck. He kicked the neck. Shoulder. Then the shoulder. Back. Rump. Breast. Thigh. Sanji's kicks were like a storm, blindingly fast. Kurubi, the fishman karate master, was utterly helpless, forced to endure blow after blow. This is the price for insulting a lady. Sanji let out a final roar, delivering a devastating downward axe kick that smashed into Kurubi's head. Assortment. Boom. Kurubi's body was sent flying through the wall of Arlong Park, vanishing from sight, his fate unknown. Having defeated his enemy, Sanji wasted no time. He dove back into the water, swam to Luffy's side, and with all his might pulled Luffy's head and the massive stone trap out of the water. Cough. Cough. Save. Luffy's head broke the surface, gasping for air, but his body was still pinned by that cursed stone. Just then Usopp, who had been hiding in a corner, was spotted by a fishman with a long protruding snout. Found you, long-nosed coward. The fishman Chu grinned and pursed his lips, aiming at Usopp. Water shot. A compressed water bullet shot toward Usopp with a bullet like wine. Waya. As the water bullet shot toward him like a bullet, Usopp let out a terrified shriek and tumbled headlong into the dense thicket beside him. Shum. The water bullet whistled past his back, striking a massive tree thick enough for two men to embrace. Splintering wood exploded in all directions. Don't run away, long nose. With unhurried, deliberate steps, the fisherman Ju entered the woods as well. He felt no urgency to slay his prey. Instead, he moved like a cat toying with a mouse, savoring the sight of his quarry's desperate, fear-fueled struggle for survival. Water iron cannon. Water iron cannon. He relentlessly spat lethal water bullets from his mouth, each one landing with uncanny precision, beside Usopp, shattering the trees he hid behind, pulverizing the rocks beneath his feet, driving him step by step toward utter annihilation. Damn it all. Usopp dashed frantically through the undergrowth, heart hammering, stamina draining at an alarming rate. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly outrun a fisherman born with prodigious strength? Pooh! A water bullet finally struck his back. Its tremendous impact sent him crashing face first onto the forest floor. Ugh! Agony seared through his spine. Usopp felt as though his very bones were splintering apart. Prostrate on the ground, he listened to the footsteps drawing ever closer. Fear and despair coiling around him like icy serpents. I'm going to die. I'm going to be slaughtered. No, I can't die. A single thought flared in his mind. Trembling, he fumbled inside his backpack and pulled out a small red bottle. The legendary Certain Kill Tomato Sauce Star, his own ingenious creation. He bit open the cork and smeared the thick viscous ketchup wildly across his lips and chest, then squeezed his eyes shut, flung his limbs wide, and feigned death. Ju approached the corpse, at his leisure, nudging Usopp with his foot. Hey, dead already. What a useless wretch. One hit, and you're done. He curled his lip in disdain, bored. Just as he turned to leave and hunt down other humans, Usopp's soul plunged into fierce inner turmoil. Good, he's leaving. I'm saved. If I stay perfectly still until the battle ends, I'll be safe. But then, from afar, Luffy's thunderous roars echoed, Zoro's swords clashed in sharp metallic rings, and Sanji's furious shouts rang out. They were all fighting for Nami, fighting for this village. And what about me? Here I lie pretending to be dead. Usopp stared at his own trembling hands. Shame surged through him, fierce and scalding. He remembered Syrup Village, how Luffy had believed in him without hesitation, gazing at him with unwavering sincerity as he invited him to join the crew. He recalled how just days before he'd sworn solemnly to Kaya, vowing he would become a true, seagoing hero. So, is this what my so-called courage amounts to? Lying here deceiving my enemy with ketchup? Even a brilliant supporting character deserves their own moment of glory. Unless you intend to remain forever an unnoticed background prop. Furina's voice, laced with both mockery and quiet expectation, resounded once more within his mind. Background prop? No, I refuse to be some forgotten backdrop. I am a brave warrior of the sea. I am Usopp, captain of the Straw Hat Grand Theater, and its chief sniper and art director. An unprecedented surge of courage welled up from the deepest recesses of his heart. Just as Ju was about to vanish beyond the treeline, a voice, tremulous yet resolute, rang out behind him. Wait a moment. Ju turned back, puzzled, only to see Usopp, who moments ago had lain utterly lifeless, now staggering unsteadily to his feet. Wiping ketchup from his mouth, Usopp stood tall. Though his legs still trembled, his gaze held no trace of earlier terror or panic. The fight isn't over yet. From the weapon pouch at his waist, he drew several items and struck what he believed to be a supremely heroic pose. For I am Usopp, the great captain, a legendary hero destined to command 8,000 loyal followers. Huh, you're still alive. Ju blinked, then twisted his lips into a cruel grin. Since you beg so desperately for death, I'll grant your wish. He puffed out his cheeks, once more preparing to deliver the final blow to this reckless, long-nosed fool. But this time Usopp did not flee. Take this, Certain Kill Lead Star. His slingshot launched a black lead pellet, striking Ju squarely in the face. Though it inflicted no real harm, it ignited Ju's fury. You wretched insect. You think such trash can wound me? Spitting out the pellet, Ju charged forward in a thunderous stride. Usopp spun and fled, not in blind panic, but in calculated retreat, luring Ju straight into the trap he'd prepared earlier. Now. With a sharp yank on the cord hidden in the grass, several bottles concealed high in the trees poured forth, drenching Ju in fiery liquor as he rushed headlong into the ambush. What is this? Alcohol. Ju wiped his face, stunned, before Usopp's voice cut through the haze. Next, Certain Kill Flame Star. His slingshot fired again, a blazing projectile arcing gracefully through the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy upon Ju's drenched form. Boom. The alcohol ignited instantly. Flames engulfed Ju in a roaring inferno. It burns. It burns. He writhed in agony, rolling helplessly across the scorched earth. Usopp watched, breath catching, then drew a deep, steadying breath and reached behind his back for his ultimate weapon, the Usopp giant hammer, crafted in truth from an inflated balloon. Leaping high into the air, he brought the hammer down with every ounce of strength he possessed, smashing it hard against Ju's skull. Usopp, hammer. Thud. A dull, heavy impact echoed. Ju, dazed and reeling from fire and concussion, rolled his eyes upward and collapsed into unconsciousness. The battle was over. Gasping for breath, Usopp stood rooted where he was, gazing upon the foe he had defeated with his own hands. An unprecedented wave of triumph and profound pride swelled within him. I did it. I truly defeated a fisherman officer. Meanwhile, at the heart of Arlong Park. Krakom. With a deafening roar, the colossal concrete slab pinning Luffy's legs shattered completely, ripped apart by sheer brute force. Amidst flying rubble, Luffy climbed from the crater, shook the numbness from his legs, and lifted his head. His gaze sharp as lightning locked unflinchingly onto Arlong atop the raised platform. All the officers had fallen, defeated by his crewmates. Now only the king remained. Looks like all your subordinates have been laid low. Luffy's voice was calm, yet carried the suffocating weight of an approaching storm. Arlong stared at the crumpled forms of Hachon and Karubi, and then toward the distant woods where thick black smoke spiraled skyward. His grotesque face contorted in rage, so absolute it became almost comical. He laughed, a harsh, jagged bark of fury. Huh. H. Not bad, you lowly humans. Slowly from behind his back, he drew forth a monstrous executioner's blade, its serrated edge lined with shark-like teeth. Zampa. Then witness now, the supreme might of the fishman race. Let despair consume you utterly, until you are reduced to nothing but minced flesh. Ailong's fury ignited the very atmosphere of the entire park. He brandished the colossal Zhanfeng great blade and leapt down from the elevated platform, his massive frame striking the ground with such force that it carved a shallow crater. No trace of arrogance remained in his gaze, only pure unadulterated killing intent burned within. Sharkon darts. In an instant Ailong vanished, transforming into a cobalt blue afterimage surging toward Luffy at a velocity too swift for the naked eye to perceive. His sharp, protruding nose had become his deadliest weapon, spinning like a high-speed drill aimed straight at Luffy's heart. Luffy's observation haki had yet to awaken, utterly incapable of tracking such speed, he could only rely on raw combat instinct to dodge clumsily aside. Shrike. Ailong's charge grazed Luffy's body. Though it missed its mark, the sheer concussive force still carved a deep, bloody gash across Luffy's flank. Too slow. Too slow. Inferior humans. Ailong halted, turned, and grinned savagely. Can you even see my speed? Luffy did not reply. He merely clutched his wound, his eyes dark and focused upon his foe. This man was stronger than any enemy he had faced before. Then come again. Ailong launched another assault. This time Luffy was prepared. He barely twisted aside, yet a fresh slash still opened a wound across his shoulder. All you can do is dodge. Straw Hat Boy. Ailong reveled in this cat-and-mouse game, launching relentless charges, each one scoring another crimson wound upon Luffy's body. This won't work. Luffy dodged while his mind raced. Just as Ailong lunged once more, a flash of cunning flickered across Luffy's eyes. Instead of evading, he charged forward. Fool. Ailong roared with delight, concentrating all his strength into the tip of his nose. Yet at the very moment of impact, Luffy's body twisted unnaturally. Then jaws wide, he sank his teeth deep into Ailong's prized nose. Crack. A sharp, brittle snap echoed. The hardened cartilage of Ailong's nose fractured beneath Luffy's bite. Ailong. My nose. Ailong shrieked in agony, staggering backward with both hands clamped over his face. Ha ha. Your nose isn't all that great after all. Luffy spat out several chipped teeth, speaking through bloodied gums. His teeth regenerated instantly, a convenient blessing of the Gomu no Mi. You dare bite my nose. Ailong's rage surged to its zenith. He bared his maw, 2 rows of dagger-like fangs gleaming with lethal sharpness. I'll chew you to pieces. With a thunderous lunge, he snapped his jaws shut at Luffy. Luffy neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he opened his own mouth wide, meeting Ailong in primal tooth and claw combat. Crack, crack, teeth clashed repeatedly. Though Luffy's teeth regrew, their hardness paled beside Ailong's. Soon he was overwhelmed, punctured by multiple bleeding wounds. Useless. These teeth can shatter steel. Ailong laughed triumphantly, biting down hard on Luffy's shoulder, then yanked him sideways with brutal force. But at that very moment, Luffy performed an act no one anticipated. Enduring searing pain, he thrust both hands deep into Ailong's gaping maw, grasping the upper and lower rows of teeth, and wrenched them outward with every ounce of his strength. Crunch. Amidst a grating, gut-wrenching sound, Ailong's vaunted fangs were torn clean from their sockets. Silence fell over the arena. Ailong stared blankly at his bare, exposed gums, disbelief frozen upon his face. Meanwhile, Luffy slipped the blood-smeared shark dentures onto his own teeth, and grinned, revealing a grotesquely ferocious smile. Ha ha. Now we're the same. Mimicking Ailong, he lunged forward, jaw agape, for a savage bite. My teeth. Ailong recoiled in terror. High atop a towering stone pillar, Furina stifled laughter behind her folding fan shoulders, shaking uncontrollably. Uffed. I can't take it anymore. What even is this? A slapstick comedy inserted mid-action sequence. She laughed until tears welled in her eyes. Still, using an enemy's weapon against him does uphold dramatic irony. Barely passing, Ailong now pursued and bitten by Luffy raged and panicked. Realizing brute force granted him no advantage, he pivoted sharply, intent on diving into the nearby pond. In water, I am invincible. Yet just as his foot neared the surface, something extraordinary erupted. The placid water surged upward, forming a crystalline wall, transparent as glass, yet impenetrably solid, blocking his path. Boom. Ailong slammed headfirst into the barrier, rebounding violently, and crashing onto his back, limbs splayed. Stunned, he raised his gaze, only to find Furina seated elegantly atop the pillar, one slender finger pointed calmly toward the pond. Apologies, esteemed fishman. Per the regulations of tonight's performance, her voice rang cold and haughty. These waters are under my temporary jurisdiction. Until the final curtain falls, no aquatic life may enter. You, who are you? Ailong stood utterly dumbfounded by this supernatural display. Deprived of his aquatic advantage, he descended fully into madness. Technique abandoned, he swung the Zhanfeng great blade wildly, hacking and slashing without restraint, roaring ceaselessly. Inferior race. Wretched humans. You could never comprehend the greatness of superior fishmen. That girl Nami. Merely a tool for profit. My possession. Tool. Possession. At those words Luffy's expression transformed utterly. Playfulness evaporated, replaced by glacial, bone-deep killing intent. He ceased dodging, letting Ilong's blade cleave his flesh again and again, blood spraying, but refused to retreat a single step. Goma Goma no pistol. Goma Goma no rocket. With unrefined, unyielding force, he met Ilong head-on, pure violence clashing against pure violence. Boom, boom, boom. Their battle tore across the park, crashing from its center to the base of the towering spire, shattering buildings with each cataclysmic impact. Finally, with a deafening explosion, they crashed through the wall, plunging into the spire's highest chamber, Nami's surveying room. Bang! Luffy and Arlong crashed through the wall, tumbling together into the room atop the tower, Nami's charting chamber. The chamber was small yet crammed with charts, half-finished and fully completed. Navigational maps covered every surface, walls, tables, and floor alike. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of rich, ink-aged parchment and the faint, sweet fragrance of tangerines. Luffy rose from the floor and scanned the room. He could not decipher the intricate lines or cryptic numerals, but he felt it a suffocating weight of despair compressed within these narrow walls. His gaze fell upon an unfinished nautical chart beside a quill pen, its tip still stained with a faint trace of dark crimson. It was blood, the blood Nami had shed when exhausted beyond measure. She pricked her finger. Luffy's eyes then drifted to the tiny bed where several shriveled tangerines rested on the headboard. They were her soul tethered to home. 8 years. Exactly 8 years. Within this cage-like chamber, Nami had labored day after day, year upon year. Her genius and her tears poured onto parchment, forging the tyrant's blueprint for world domination. Arlong staggered up from the rubble, pointing wildly at the sea of charts, his face twisted with grotesque pride and triumph. All of these, every single one, was drawn by Nami, for me. She is my finest officer, my perfect instrument. With these charts my Arlong Empire shall rule the entire East Blue. Luffy ignored his rant. He bowed his head, whispering almost inaudibly, "This room." Then he snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with a wrath never before witnessed. "I don't need any of it." He did not charge Arlong. Instead, he raised his foot and brought it down with crushing force upon the wooden table at the room's center, shattering it to splinters. Crack! Splinters and parchment exploded into the air. "What are you doing?" Arlong's eyes turned scarlet. These charts were his treasure, the very foundation of his dominion. He lunged at Luffy like a rabid beast. "Stop! You damned fool!" But Luffy paid no heed. Like a feral storm unleashed, he began demolishing everything in the chamber. With one punch, he shattered the bookshelf, charts fluttering down like wounded birds. With one kick, he overturned the inkwell, black ink staining the pristine walls like spilled sorrow. He rammed his shoulder through the window, sea wind surging and lifting pages skyward toward boundless freedom. "Damn you! Damn you! Stop it now!" Arlong's claws and teeth tore deep, bone-bearing gashes across Luffy's flesh, but Luffy felt no pain. One thought consumed him: to obliterate this place, to shatter the prison that had caged Nami's youth and dreams for 8 long years. As Arlong gnawed at his back, Luffy seized the chamber's load-bearing pillar with both hands. Break apart. Below, everyone stared upward in stunned silence at the towering spire. Stone fragments and flying charts rained down, a deluge of ruin. Nami clutched her mouth, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. As she watched those maps, once her chains, soar freely through the air, she felt the shackles binding her soul snap one by one. Behold, Funiana appeared beside her without warning, her voice soft as silk. "The grandest contract dissolution ceremony I have ever arranged for you." Atop the tower, Goma Gomo. Luffy planted both feet against the pillar, arched his back violently backward, and thrust his right leg straight upward, piercing clean through the ceiling. To all who watched from outside the tower, a colossal foot erupted through the summit, obscuring the sky itself. Then, charged with the will to annihilate, it descended. Axe kick. Boom. The earth convulsed. That accursed tower, the symbol of Arlong's tyranny, split cleanly from apex to foundation, cleaved asunder in a single blow. Arlong had no time even to scream before the titanic foot crushed him along with the entire charting chamber deep into the shattered earth, plunging him into unconsciousness. The entire Arlong Park collapsed into desolate ruins. Dust billowed, stones tumbled. Amidst the swirling ash, a lone figure staggered upright. Luffy stood drenched in blood, his body a tapestry of wounds, yet unbent, unbowed. He drew a deep, ragged breath, and with every fiber of his being hurled a soul-rending cry toward the orange-haired girl standing nearby. "Nami, you are my crewmate." As the dust slowly settled, Luffy's shout, piercing through the ruins, reached everyone's ears clearly. Nami could no longer contain her emotions. She crouched down, covering her face with both hands, letting tears of joy and relief slip through her fingers. She looked up at the boy standing on the ruins, battered and bruised, yet still flashing her a brilliant smile, and replied with all her strength, "Yeah." A single syllable, yet it carried 8 years of waiting and torment. "Oh, we are free. We won. We won." The villagers of Kokoyashi village erupted in deafening cheers, embracing each other and crying, celebrating this hard-won liberation. The shadow that had weighed on their hearts for 8 years was finally dispelled in that moment. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, an untimely sound of footsteps approached from afar. The rat-faced colonel who had been blasted away by Furina earlier had actually returned. This time, he was not alone. Behind him followed a large squad of well-armed marine soldiers along with a portly officer who bore the rank of Commodore on his shoulder. "Don't move. Raise your hands," rat-faced colonel shouted from behind the fat Commodore, bluffing arrogantly. "You vicious pirates dare to openly attack Arlong Park. Now in the name of the Marines, I arrest you all." He looked at the exhausted Straw Hat crew and the ruins of Arlong Park that had been trampled down, a greedy smile spreading on his face. "Arlong is dead, so wouldn't the treasure he hid belong to me? Perfect, arrest these pirates as scapegoats." "Commodore Pudding," rat-faced colonel said fawningly to the fat man beside him. "It's them. Straw Hat Luffy and that green-haired Zoro. They are the culprits who destroyed Arlong Park." Commodore Pudding frowned, looking at the ruins before him as if hit by a meteor, then at Zoro and Usopp lying motionless on the ground and Luffy covered in blood. A flicker of wariness passed through his eyes. To have reduced the Arlong pirates with a bounty of 20 million berries to this state, these guys were definitely not ordinary. Just as he was scheming to profit from the situation, an elegant figure blocked his path. It was Furina. She held an ornate folding fan in her hand, a formal smile on her face, but her heterochromatic eyes held no hint of amusement. "Dear Marine, before you begin your actions, shouldn't you settle the bill first?" "Settle the bill? What bill, eh?" Commodore Pudding was taken aback. Furina elegantly unfolded her folding fan, but written on the fan's surface were not poems or verses, but a long, dense list of items and numbers. "Let me see." She pointed at the text with the fan handle and read slowly: site cleaning fee, building damage fee, our actors mental distress compensation, medical expenses, lost work fee, special effects production fee. Oh, and also unauthorized third party, referring to the Marines' intrusion into our filming location, which adversely affected the performance. This breach of contract penalty must also be included. She paused, snapped the fan shut with a snap, and gave Commodore Pudding a kind smile. "I'll waive the odd change. With our thanks, the total is 100 million berries. Will that be cash or check?" "Huh." Commodore Pudding and rat-faced colonel were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This woman was extorting the Marines and asking for 100 million berries outright. "Are you insane? Do you know who you're talking to?" Rat-faced colonel shrieked in fury. "We are the Marines. We are justice. You pirates." Before he could finish, Commodore Pudding pressed him down with one hand. Cold sweat was already dripping down Commodore Pudding. His gaze passed over Furina and saw the 3 huge creatures made of pure water behind her, emanating a terrifying aura. He glanced again at the bottomless ruins and the remains of Arlong faintly visible within them. His Adam's apple bobbed. This woman, from beginning to end, not a speck of dust on her. She didn't look like she had just been through a deadly battle, but rather like she had enjoyed a wonderful opera from the front row of a theater. Such composure, such bearing, combined with that unheard-of bizarre ability. Commodore Pudding had no doubt that if he ordered an attack now, the next second he and his 100+ men would become part of this rubble. Ahem, he cleared his throat and squeezed out a smile uglier than a cry. "This, madam, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. We were just passing by, yes, passing by. Since the villains here have already been dealt with by these heroes, we'll take our leave." With that, he ignored the dumbfounded rat-faced colonel and shouted to his men, "Retreat. All hands retreat." The Marines came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in an instant. They needed to report to their superiors that in the East Blue a monster-level existence had appeared that they could not comprehend at all. The Marine farce ended and Kokoyashi village welcomed a true celebration. The villagers lit bonfires, brought out their finest liquor and best food, and held a grand banquet for the heroes who had saved them. Sanji was busy in the makeshift kitchen, but a happy smile spread across his face. Luffy was hugging a huge piece of roasted sea beast meat, eating with his mouth covered in grease. Zoro leaned against a tree, drinking and bragging about their exploits with Usopp. Furina was surrounded by a group of children with a variety of desserts and orange juice placed before her. Though she tried to maintain her queenly composure, the sparkling light in her heterochromatic eyes betrayed her inner ecstasy. The banquet lasted late into the night. Nami did not participate, as she came alone to the hill behind the village to Belmir's grave. She gently placed the pouch filled with 93 million berries in front of the tombstone. "Mom, I'm free." She stroked the cold stone tablet, a relieved smile on her face. "I met a group of strange people. An idiot captain, a direction-blind swordsman, a perverted cook, a boastful liar, and a crazy director who calls himself a god. But they are my friends. I'm going with them to see the wider sea." She didn't take a single berry, only picked a few ripe tangerines from the nearby tangerine tree. A few days later, the Going Merry was repaired, and the Straw Hat Grand Troop set sail again. A news coup descended from the sky, dropping several fresh wanted posters. On the deck of the Going Merry, a chaotic celebration was underway. 30 million. I'm a man worth 30 million berries now. Wah. Luffy, like a monkey, clutched the fresh bounty poster and dashed around the ship. He leaped onto the sheep figurehead one moment, then hung from the mast ropes the next, boasting his worth to the empty sea, as if the whole world could hear his laughter. "Hey Luffy, Don't have all the fun by yourself. Usopp slung an arm around Luffy's neck, hand on his hip, striking a pose he thought was cool. Don't forget at least 20 million of your 30 million is thanks to this captain's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. I'm the real mastermind, the great Usopp. Oh, really? You're amazing, Usopp. Luffy believed him, easily looking at him with admiration. Of course. Usopp's nose shot up. Nami leaned against the railing holding her own bounty poster, staring at the number with a complex expression. She was now a wanted pirate herself. The feeling? Neither good nor bad, but at least it proved her freedom. Sanji meanwhile carefully held his bounty poster. The photo only showed a blurry back of his head, but that didn't bother him at all. What he cared about more was another bounty poster, one pressed against his chest with a single hand like a treasure. Zoro sat cross-legged on the deck, his 3 swords beside him. He glanced at his own bounty poster, the amount lower than Luffy's, but he didn't care. He quietly wiped the scabbard of Wado Ikemanji, feeling the faint vibrations from his newly acquired Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. Strength was the only thing he pursued. Quiet down. Furina's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, instantly overpowering the chaos on deck. All eyes turned to her. The silver-haired girl who called herself the director sat in her luxurious lounge chair, made of water elements, a bounty poster in her hand, her brows furrowed. Her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, were fixed on the photo on the paper, her face full of displeasure. What's wrong, Lady Furina? Sanji was the first to approach, kneeling on one knee with a concerned tone. Is it because the bounty is too low? These blind marines only set such a small amount for you. It's an insult to your beauty. 77 million. Berries. Usopp craned his neck to look, his eyes nearly popping out. This is still low. It's more than double the captain's. Nami gasped. 77 million. That was almost the sum of her 8 years of striving. This woman's value had been assessed to such a degree by the world government. Who was she really? Luffy also came over, curious. Furina, aren't you happy? 77 million can buy tons and tons of meat. Furina ignored everyone's comments. She extended a slender finger pointing at the photo on the poster, her voice carrying suppressed anger. Low. No, the amount is just a number, a quantitative score of my East Blue Tour results, barely passing. She paused, tapping her finger heavily on her own face. The problem is this. Look at this photo. Everyone leaned in. In the photo, Furina looked proud with the ruins of Arlong Park in the background. Indeed imposing. It's a great photo, Lady Furina. It perfectly captures your queenly aura. Sanji praised sincerely. Good. What's so good about it? Furina's pitch shot up. Look at this lighting. Was the photographer an amateur? Top light. They used top light. It makes my facial contours look so harsh. And this angle, a slight low angle shot. Do they want to make my chin look short? The worst part is they didn't even retouch it. They published it without any softening or filters. She grew more agitated, stood up from the lounge chair, and paced the deck with her hands on her hips. This is a public execution. A serious violation of my portrait rights. Next time the Marines take a photo, I must demand my own lighting crew and post-production team. No, I'll personally review every photo before it's released. The deck fell dead silent. Luffy, Usopp, Nami. Everyone's mouths hung open, not knowing what to say. They were still shocked by the tens of millions in bounties, while this director was worrying about whether the photo looked good. Uffed. Zoro couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh, but immediately straightened his face, pretending nothing had happened. Only Sanji, his eyes turning into hearts, took the bounty poster from Furina's hand with a swooning expression. No, Lady Furina. This photo perfectly captures your unretouched, purest beauty. It's a miracle. A work of art, he declared excitedly. I'll frame it and hang it in the most prominent place in the kitchen. From now on, this is my muse for culinary inspiration. With that, he actually ran into the kitchen with the poster, and soon the sound of hammering echoed. Nami clutched her forehead, feeling dizzy. She looked at Furina's 77 million poster, then at Luffy's 30 million, and heaved a deep sigh. This is trouble, she muttered. We're now a ship carrying over 100 million berries of trouble. We'll be targeted wherever we go. She began calculating rapidly in her mind if they encountered an admiral or a stronger enemy, how to plan escape routes, and how much the Going Mary's repairs would cost. What's all the fuss? Furina settled back into her lounge chair, elegantly picking up a cup of black tea that had appeared from nowhere. A star with some fame will always have some fervent fans and paparazzi following around. It's the price of fame. As my chief financial officer, you need to get used to such grand occasions, Nami. Zoro's gaze swept over Furina's bounty poster, finally resting on her slender neck. 77 million. That number represented the world government's assessment of her threat level. This seemingly fragile, theatrically spoken woman possessed far more terrifying power than he had imagined. He tightened his grip on the hilt at his waist, a faint sting from the scar on his chest. Not enough. Still far from it. Whether it was Hawkeye or this unfathomable woman, they stood like mountains before him. He had to become stronger. All right, my actors. Furina clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. The East Blue prologue has concluded successfully, and the audience response was quite enthusiastic. Next, we'll head to the true stage, the Grand Line. But before that, we need one final rehearsal and resupply. She stood up, walked to the bow, and pointed at a spot on the sea chart. Target, the town of beginning and end, Logue Town. Under Nami's command, the Going Mary turned its bow toward that legendary town. Meanwhile, at the port of Lobetown, on a shadowed watchtower, a white-haired man in a marine coat was puffing on two thick cigars, letting smoke swirl around him. His gaze fell on two bounty posters in his hand, one of the grinning Straw Hat Boy, the other of the haughty, silver-haired water deity. He slowly blew out a heavy smoke ring which swirled and dissipated in the air. Straw Hat Grant. Troop, huh? Smoker's voice was low and hoarse. Quite a unique name. But in my jurisdiction, there's no stage for third-rate actors like you. He crushed the bounty posters in his hand, his eyes sharpening. Here they come, the troublesome crew. As the Thousand Sunny's beloved ram-shaped figurehead glided gently into Lobetown's harbor, an atmosphere utterly distinct from other East Blue islands swept over them. A faint briny tang hung in the air, mingling with the weighty resonance of centuries past. Harbor folk hurried along the docks, faces unsmiling and drawn. Buildings lining the streets wore muted, somber hues as though shrouded beneath an invisible pall. Marine soldiers stood everywhere, alert, watchful, scanning every newcomer, imbuing the entire town with a grim, taut vigilance. This palette is far too desaturated. Utterly devoid of dramatic tension came a clear, discerning voice that broke the silence. Furina somehow produced a pair of rhinestone-studded sunglasses, slipped them on, adjusted a wide-brimmed sun hat, and unfurled her signature folding fan, every gesture exuding the effortless grandeur of a superstar incognito. She stood at the bow, gesturing pointedly at Lobetown skyline, like a director surveying flawed stage design, her expression radiating unvarnished disapproval. This is a catastrophic failure of visual storytelling, completely disregarding audience perception. Do they not realize that a theme steeped in fate, the town of beginnings and endings, demands bolder, more evocative coloration? Think of the molten gold of sunset, or the brooding stillness before a storm, not this lifeless, ashen monotony. Usopp blinked, bewildered, whispering to Nami, what on earth is she even talking about? Nami buried her face in her hands, refusing to acknowledge acquaintance. Just ignore her. She's having one of her episodes. Luffy, indifferent to chromatic theory, leapt onto the dock and spun, eagerly scanning the town wall. So this is where the Pirate King was executed. Where's the execution platform? I've got to see it. All right, crew, free time begins now. Nami pulled out a meticulously prepared notebook and began assigning tasks and funds. Luffy, here's your allowance. Don't wander off. Go see the platform and come straight back. Zoro, go buy a new sword. I'm loaning you this money, interest accrued daily. Sanji, procure provisions for the next week, especially long-lasting staples. Usopp, restock gunpowder and all manner of small gadgets. At once, Miss Nami. Sanji promptly seized the purse with eager reverence. Zoro scowled darkly as he accepted a meager pouch of berries from Nami, weighing its paltry heft in his palm, and his expression deepened into thunderous gloom. Hey, this is barely anything. Too little. Then don't borrow it. Nami shot him a sharp, exasperated glance. You're still drowning in debt to me. This is already a friendship discount granted solely because you're injured. TCH. Zoro snorted, shoving the pouch into his waistband. Lady Furina, where shall you go? I'll accompany you. Sanji instantly sidled up beside Furina, eyes sparkling with devotion. Furina tapped her chin thoughtfully with her fan, her gaze drifting over Zoro. I believe I'll accompany our chief swordsman. I'm rather concerned he might purchase shoddy theatrical props with such a modest budget, compromising the ensemble's artistic integrity entirely. What? Zoro's temples throbbed with visible veins. Who called my swords props? Lady Furina speaks truth. Sanji instantly pivoted, glaring daggers at Zoro. You moss-headed oaf. Your aesthetic sensibility is as dismal as your hair color. You mustn't sully Lady Furina's refined aura. What did you say, curly-browed cook? As their quarrel threatened to erupt anew, Furina impatiently tapped each man once on the head with her fan. Enough. Silence, both of you. Zoro, lead us to the armory. Though seething inwardly, Zoro yielded to her authority and strode ahead, jaw clenched and shoulders rigid. Furina followed leisurely beneath an ornate parasol, while Sanji trailed close behind, like a devoted knight sworn to her service. On Lobetown streets, passers-by turned heads at the peculiar procession, especially the silver-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes. Though walking through a street thick with oppressive gravity, she moved as if strolling through her own private garden, her innate sovereign poise so potent that even marine sentries instinctively parted before her. Zoro had little sense for coin, but he knew full well this pitiful sum wouldn't secure a blade worthy of his name. Irritated, he marched onward, mentally calculating where he might earn quick coin. Then, a sudden clamor erupted ahead. Don't run, you petty thieves. A short-haired marine woman wearing round spectacles clumsily chased two ruffians. She tripped mid-stride, crashing hard onto the cobblestones, the spectacles flying from her nose. Ugh, now I can't see again, she muttered, fumbling blindly on the ground. The thugs wheeled back, drawing knives and grinning cruelly as they advanced. Pretty little marine officer. You're not going anywhere now. Zoro froze mid-step. His eyes locked onto the woman sprawled on the ground, fingers searching frantically. His pupils contracted violently. That face, that expression. Kuina. A wave of icy dread surged from his soles to his crown. Zoro went rigid, then instinctively recoiled, ducking behind Furina. Hey, what are you doing? Furina glanced back, mildly annoyed at the jostle. Sanji too noticed Zoro's abrupt shift and followed his gaze to the marine woman. Oh, a charming marine officer in distress. Knight advance. He lunged forward, only to be halted by Furina's fan raised like a conductor's baton. Wait. Furina watched the marine woman with keen, amused interest. Let's observe first, no need to interrupt the scene. There the marine, named Tashigi, though sightless relied on instinct and acute hearing as the thug's blades slashed down. She rolled aside with startling grace, then lashed out with a precise kick to the wrist, disarming one cleanly. Even blind, your feeble skills pose no challenge. She rose, bracing herself against the wall, her stance unsteady, yet her gaze unwavering and fierce. Furina murmured softly, concealing a smile behind her fan as she glanced at Zoro. See that, Zoro? A classic klutzy heroine archetype, seemingly inept in daily life, yet astonishingly dependable when stakes rise. Such deliberate contrast resonates powerfully with audiences. Time-tested, yes, but undeniably effective. Zoro heard none of it. His mind was hollow, his vision fixed solely upon Tashigi's face. Not her, not Koa. Yet why? Why did she mirror her so precisely? After subduing the thugs, Tashigi finally retrieved her spectacles. Slipping them on, she spotted Zoro's group across the street, especially the three swords at his waist, and her eyes lit with recognition. Excuse me, are you swordsman? She approached confidently. Zoro stiffened, turning sharply away, refusing to let her see his face. We're merely passing travelers. Furina stepped forward, smoothly interposing herself between Zoro and Tashigi, offering a serene, practiced smile. Lieutenant, your swordsmanship is commendable. Would you consider joining our Straw Hat Grand Theater as a standby martial arts consultant? Compensation is negotiable. Huh. Tashigi stared, utterly baffled by the bizarre proposition. At that moment, Zoro turned without a word and strode rapidly in the opposite direction. Hey, Mosshead, the armory's that way. You're lost again. Sanji shouted after him. Zoro only quickened his pace. Furina watched his retreating figure, then glanced at Tashigi's puzzled expression, her azure and ruby eyes shimmering with quiet, knowing insight. It appears our chief swordsman carries a hidden narrative, one unknown to us all. How delightfully intriguing. With a flawless curtsy, she bid Tashigi farewell, then glided after Zoro, Sanji at her side. After several detours, guided by Sanji's accurate directions and punctuated by Furina's elegant barbs, they finally reached an armory. Yet this shop seemed on the verge of collapse. Its sign hung crookedly, dust coated the display window, rust stained the few weapons arrayed inside. The proprietor, Isshin Matsubara, slumped over his counter, sighing heavily with palpable despair. Zoro pushed open the door, the gust stirring motes of dust into the air. Got any swords? Isshin lifted his head listlessly. Then his eyes widened upon spotting the exquisite Wado Ikemanji at Zoro's hip. Instantly his demeanor shifted, greedy, calculating, the mask of a seasoned merchant snapping into place. Yes, sir, you've come to the right place. My finest blades await your discerning eye. He proudly presented a gleaming long sword from beneath the counter, praising it with florid exaggeration. Zoro examined it briefly, then returned it, shaking his head. All show no substance. Disappointed, he turned to leave, when something in the corner caught his eye, a wooden barrel overflowing with discarded blades. Among them one pulsed with an eerie, irresistible aura. Furina ambled in behind him, idly surveying the shop, as if inspecting a prop warehouse. She plucked up a gaudy, jewel-encrusted sword, and addressed the crestfallen proprietor. Master. Isshin, still trying to hawk wares to Zoro, turned irritably. What is it? Furina lifted the sword, her mirrored sunglasses concealing all expression. Tell me, master, can this glittering prop, she pointed its tip toward the massive timber pillar supporting the ceiling, cleave it clean through? The shopkeeper's forehead glistened instantly with cold sweat. The weapons shop owner Ikematsu froze mid-smile as he stared at the ornamental sword in Furina's hand, a gaudy, impractical piece, and then at the massive load-bearing pillar by the door, thicker than his waist. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. This, madam, you must be jesting. This is our shop's treasured masterpiece, an artwork. An artwork cannot possibly be used to chop pillars. As he wiped his brow, he reached out desperately to reclaim the blade. Furina twisted her wrist, effortlessly evading his grasp, and tapped the sword's blade lightly with her folding fan, the sound crisp yet hollow. Art, she murmured, her tone light, but laced with quiet authority. A prop that fails even the most fundamental test of utility has no claim to the title of art. Her words hung in the air, deceptively soft, yet suffused with unassailable weight. What purpose does a sword serve, if it cannot sever a pillar? To serve as firewood. The shopkeeper stood speechless, forced only to offer an awkward, strained smile. At that moment Zoro, until then silent in the corner, drew a blade from a wooden barrel. It was a slender, elegantly curved katana, its hilt and scabbard cloaked in a deep somber red adorned with eerie serpentine patterns. The instant the blade cleared its sheath, the air in the shop grew unnervingly cold, an ominous presence seeped into every corner. How much for this blade? Zoro asked, his voice low and resonant. Ikematsu's face paled instantly. He lunged forward, frantic to seize the weapon back. Sir! No, you must not touch it. It is the accursed demon blade, Sansei Kitetsu. Every swordsman who has wielded it has met a fatal end. Accursed. The word ignited Furina's interest instantly, her earlier boredom evaporating like mist. She folded her parasol and approached with deliberate rhythmic clicks of her heels circling Zoro, and the blade once her heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, glinting with sharp, curious intelligence. Oh, a prop bearing the trope of curse. She rested her fan beneath her chin, a knowing smile playing on her lips. That's the protagonist's hallmark. A sword without lore is no better than a dried fish. This blade would suit you perfectly, Zoro. It would deepen your character's foundation, infuse your arc with suspense, and lend it a profound, tragic resonance. You're babbling nonsense again, Zoro muttered, but his grip tightened around Sensei Kitetsu's hilt, and he felt unmistakably the blade's visceral, bloodthirsty pulse thrumming up his arm. The sword was calling to him. I'm not babbling, Furina retorted with solemn conviction. A truly formidable figure must master powers beyond mortal reach, and bear burdens no ordinary soul could shoulder. This cursed blade is both your golden opportunity and your death warrant, crafted precisely for you. Whether you as the actor possess the skill to perform this role remains to be seen. Sanji edged forward anxiously. Hey, Mosshead, let's drop this. That thing reeks of ill omen. Shut up, curly brow. This is none of your concern, Zoro replied, without glancing back. His gaze locked onto the blade, focused, feverish. I like it, he grinned, baring teeth like a feral beast. It's mine. With that he flung Sensei Kitetsu high into the air. The blade spun violently, shrieking as it cut through the air, then plunged downward in a blinding arc aimed straight at his outstretched left forearm. Sir, no. Ikematsu screamed, squeezing his eyes shut in horror. Sanji dropped his cigarette in shock and instinctively surged forward, only to be halted by Furina's restraining hand. Don't move. Her voice remained calm, but her knuckles whitened where they gripped the fan. Her own heartbeat quickened. What in blazes is this green-haired fool doing? Is he truly going through with it? Her theatrical rhetoric had been for dramatic effect alone. If he lost his arm, who would serve as her chief enforcer? Who would guard that trouble-prone Luffy? How could this performance possibly continue? Yet Zoro showed no trace of fear. He stood utterly still, arm extended, not in defiance, but in silent absolute wager. He staked his very spirit and fate against the demon blade in a wordless gamble. Time itself seemed to suspend, every eye fixed upon that descending sliver of frostlit steel. Then, miraculously, the blade veered. As if guided by sentient will, it carved an impossible arc midair, skimming past Zoro's forearm by a hair's breadth before embedding itself deep into the wooden floorboards beside his foot with a ringing clang, the hilt still trembling audibly. Zoro's left arm remained unscathed. He had won. He exhaled slowly, a long, steady breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Bending low, he seized the hilt and wrenched Sensei Kitetsu free from the floor. It chose me, he declared, flashing a wild, untamed grin. Ikematsu collapsed onto the floor, trembling, staring first at Zoro, then at the demon blade now tamed in his grip. His lips quivered, utterly unable to utter a single word. Clap, clap, clap. Furina offered gentle, precise applause, her expression one of genuine satisfaction. An exceptional improvisation, Zoro, tension, suspense, and a radiant climax, all impeccably timed. Her earlier anxiety dissolved, replaced by the deep, intoxicating euphoria of pure theatrical triumph. A surge of refined, attention energy flowed into her from the stunned onlookers, filling her with serene exhilaration. Zoro's sheer audacity had utterly conquered the weapons merchant. Trembling, Ikematsu rose and bowed deeply before Zoro. Esteemed customer, no, honorable sword saint. He hurried into the back room and returned cradling a sleek jet-black katana, light and balanced in form. This is my family's heirloom, the swift blade, Yukisuburu. Though it cannot rival your Wado Ikemanji, it remains a fine, peerless blade. Please accept it. It belongs only in your hands. Zoro hesitated, about to decline, when a golden card landed with a sharp shink upon the counter. Furina had already glided to the counter, placing Nami's commandeered gold card with effortless grace. We'll take this blade, and the one before it. No change required. Both Ikematsu and Zoro stared dumbfounded. The Straw Hat Grand Theater never accepts sponsorship of any kind. Furina adjusted her sunglasses with an air of irrefutable command. To avoid accusations of product placement when broadcast, such compromises would undermine the artistic purity of our production. Zoro opened his mouth, then closed it again. Reason held no sway with this woman. He accepted Yukisuburu and fastened it alongside Sensei Kitetsu at his waist. 3 blades, 3 distinct auras, merged seamlessly upon his person. His entire presence sharpened, intensified, radiating a fiercer, more incisive edge than ever before. Furina nodded approvingly. At last her martial star possessed the caliber of equipment befitting true greatness. Let us go. Our lead actor has surely stirred up fresh chaos by now. The two departed the shop, accompanied by Sanji, whose dazed, starry-eyed expression betrayed his utter infatuation. At the street's corner, Smoker leaned against a wall, oblivious to the melting ice cream cone dripping from his hand, 3 scoops splattering onto his trousers with a soft plop. His gaze lingered on the newly acquired demon blade at Zoro's waist, and then shifted to the silver-haired woman beside him, parasol raised, posture regal and incongruously elegant amid the rugged port town of Loketown. That woman. Is she truly the water god, worth 77 million? He murmured, brow furrowed. She appears riddled with openings. Yet why does she feel unfathomable? The central plaza of Lowtown buzzed with clamorous life. There stood a stark, austere wooden execution platform, the very site where the pirate king Gold Roger had been publicly executed 22 years prior. Luffy now stood atop that platform. Unbound, he had simply climbed up, like a curious child, standing precisely where Roger once stood gazing out toward the distant sea. Oh, from here you can see the entire ocean. He broke into a radiant smile. The pirate king met his end right here. A strange blend of reverence and yearning tinged his voice. At that moment calamity struck. Hee. Straw Hat, you certainly picked a fine spot. A sly, chilling voice rose from below. Luffy glanced down to see a familiar, absurd figure, Buggy the Clown, flanked by his crew having silently encircled the execution platform. Beside Buggy stood a tall, statuesque woman whose skin gleamed unnaturally smooth, Alvida the Iron Mace, the same woman Luffy had once sent flying with a single punch. Having consumed the slip fruit, her appearance had transformed utterly, yet her eyes still burned with undiminished venom. Clang! Before Luffy could react, a massive wooden stocks plummeted from above, clamping tightly around his neck and wrists, pinning him immovably to the platform. Buggy, Alvida, it's you too. Luffy strained against the restraints, only to find them unyielding. That's right, Straw Hat. Today you shall meet your end here, on this hallowed ground, just as your idol the Pirate King did, executed in dazzling fashion by none other than me, Captain Buggy himself. Brandishing twin cutlasses, Buggy stood before Luffy, roaring with manic triumph. The crowd, stunned by the sudden upheaval, soon swelled into a vast, impassable throng surrounding the entire plaza. Look, it's Straw Hat Luffy. He's been captured. Isn't that Buggy the Clown? Is he really going to execute the Straw Hat here? At the plaza's edge, Furina, Zoro, and Sanji arrived on the scene. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji froze upon seeing their friend imprisoned, and charged forward without hesitation. Wait! Furina extended her folding fan, halting them. She lifted her gaze first to Luffy trapped upon the platform, then to Buggy posturing below. Not a flicker of tension crossed her face. Instead, she selected the most commanding rooftop vantage point and settled onto it with effortless grace. Water coalesced beneath her, instantly forming a plush, supportive armchair. She even summoned Mademoiselle Neuvillette, a crystalline water seahorse, placing the delicate creature gently upon her lap, stroking its shimmering back as she observed the unfolding farce below. Oh, isn't that the washed-up clown we so thoroughly ejected? And yet he's making a comeback performance. She concealed a faint smile behind her fan, her voice soft yet piercing clearly into Zoro's and Sanji's ears. This time his makeup is even thicker. Is he trying to conceal wrinkles? And that actress beside him, her cosmetic alterations are painfully obvious. Her face is frozen, utterly devoid of expression. Her acting leaves much to be desired. Zoro and Sanji stared speechless, sweat dropping profusely. Is this really the time for commentary? Luffy's in mortal danger. Sanji stamped his foot in agitation. Exactly. We must rescue him. Now. Zoro's hand already rested firmly upon his sword hilt. Ignoring Furina, the two surged forward, only to be blocked at the periphery by Buggy's loyal remnants, who fought desperately to hold them back. Upon the platform, Buggy raised his blades high, aiming squarely at Luffy's throat. Straw Hat, any final words? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd below. Zoro and Sanji's hearts clenched in dread. Yet Luffy, cornered, bound, facing death, showed not a trace of fear. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the azure sky, then at the horizon's endless sea, and smiled. It was a smile of breathtaking brilliance and absolute purity, utterly untainted by shadow. Sorry. His voice rang clear across the entire plaza. I'm about to die. On the rooftop, Furina, ever the detached director surveying the stage, froze mid-stroke, her fingers stilled upon Mademoiselle Neuvillette's back. Her heterochromatic eyes, witnesses to 5 centuries of sorrow and joy, trembled violently at the sight of that single radiant smile. She had beheld countless heroes, she had orchestrated countless deaths, some tragic, some brutal, some defiant, some serene, yet never one like Luffy's. To greet one's own demise and life's final breath with nothing but a smile. This fool, this reckless lead actor, did he truly have no idea how profoundly unfair such a smile was? The ultimate forbidden weapon against any director obsessed with dramatic intensity. Far more potent than any desperate cry or impassioned soliloquy. It pierced straight to the soul. For the first time, Furina felt an inexplicable tremor stirred deep within her chest. Farewell, Straw Hat. Buggy roared in triumph, and brought his blade down with savage force. At that hair-trigger instant, crack! A colossal, blinding bolt of lightning tore from the storm-choked heavens, striking true, striking dead center upon the platform's apex. Dazzling white light consumed all vision. An earth-shattering detonation shook Lowtown to its foundations. Splinters and charred fragments exploded outward, the execution platform, symbol of an era's end, reduced in an instant to smoldering ruin. Struck directly, Buggy collapsed, charcoal-blackened smoke curling from his mouth, rigid and lifeless. Luffy flung downward as the platform shattered beneath him, crashed to the ground alongside his broken stocks. Dazed, but otherwise unharmed. Silence descended absolute and profound. Every onlooker stared dumbfounded at this divine intervention. On the rooftop, Furina rose slowly, steadying her composure, suppressing the inner shock, reclaiming the poise and hauteur of a master director. With a sharp snap, she closed her fan and addressed the stunned audience below, her tone laced with quiet, genuine approval. It appears the lighting technician has finally caught the rhythm. This spotlight is exceptionally well timed. She raised her hand, pointing toward Luffy, rising dazed from the rubble. Then, let the performance continue. Before her words faded, synchronized footsteps echoed from every direction. Smoker the White Hunter, leading a legion of Marines, had sealed off the entire plaza. No escape remained. Everyone stay still. You're surrounded. Smoker's hoarse voice cut through the chaos of the square. 2 cigars dangled from his lips as his sharp gaze swept over each member of the Straw Hat crew. Behind him, Marine soldiers swiftly fanned out, sealing every exit. A torrential downpour erupted without warning, instantly washing away the acrid scent of Buggy's lightning-scorched flesh, replacing it with icy rain and palpable tension. Run! Luffy sprang to his feet and roared at his comrades before bolting headlong toward the harbor. Honestly, one after another, Zoro muttered, then surged forward in pursuit. Miss Nami, Lady Furina, stay behind me. Sanji positioned himself protectively beside them, eyes scanning the surroundings with wary vigilance. A desperate flight erupted beneath the storm. Stop them! The Marines charged en masse. One sword style, aye, lion's song. As Zoro sprinted past Tashigi, their shoulders brushed. Then in a flash of steel her blade was knocked skyward. The force sent her sprawling onto the rain-slicked ground. Zoro did not pause, not even a backward glance. Furina, sheltered beneath her crystalline parasol, materialized seemingly from thin air, glided past Tashigi with regal grace. Not a single drop of rain dared touch her. She halted, knelt, and extended an exquisitely embroidered handkerchief to the stunned girl seated on the wet cobblestones. Here, wipe your tears. Her voice rang with crystalline clarity amid the downpour. Crying smudges your makeup, and continuity breaks the frame. Tashigi numbly accepted the handkerchief, watching the silver-haired woman's retreating silhouette, momentarily forgetting she wore the blue uniform of the Marines. The Straw Hats fought their way forward, nearly breaking free of the square, when suddenly thick white smoke billowed up from the ground, blocking their path. That's far enough, Straw Hat. Smoker's figure shimmered within the haze, his lower body fully transformed into smoke, merging seamlessly with the swirling mist. Gum pistol. Luffy's fist shot forward, only to pass straight through Smoker's smoky form, striking empty air. What a... Luffy stared dumbfounded. Useless, Smoker replied with faint mockery. Physical attacks hold no power against Logia-type devil fruit users. With a flick of his arm, a serpentine tendril of smoke, white vine, lashed forth, coiling tightly around Luffy's body and slamming him hard onto the rain-soaked stones. Luffy! Sanji lunged with a flying kick, but like Luffy, his foot passed harmlessly through the smoke. In the next instant, another smoke tendril ensnared him, binding him tight. Logia! So this is the power of the Grand Line. Zoro tightened his grip on his swords, his expression grave. An enemy who could not be harmed. This was a threat unlike any he had ever faced. Just as Smoker prepared to apprehend them all, Furina stopped walking. She stood motionless in the rain, studying the man woven from mist. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she lifted her free hand palm outward to fan the air before her nose. Excuse me, sir, she said, voice laced with unmistakable disdain. This is a public space. Surely you know that smoking is prohibited indoors and outdoors across most civilized nations. Smoker froze mid-motion, cigar clenched between his teeth, staring at her in bewildered disbelief. At a moment like this, she was lecturing him about smoking bans. Your special effects are terribly acrid, Furina continued, unimpressed. This haze severely compromises visual clarity and aesthetic coherence. Secondhand smoke is also terribly damaging to a lady's complexion. Enough nonsense. Smoker snarled and launched another white vine, a whip of dense smoke, straight toward Furina. Furina remained rooted, unmoving. Mademoiselle Craboletta. She spoke the name softly. At your service, Lady Furina. A crisp reply echoed, and suddenly a colossal water elemental armored crab materialized before her. Its gleaming crystal carapace collided with the smoke tendril, emitting sharp, sizzling sounds. Though the smoke could not be shattered, the impact scattered its form into turbulent wisps. A summoning born purely of water. An intriguing ability. Smoker's eyes narrowed as he intensified his output. Thick plumes surging in from all directions, seeking to engulf both Furina and her summoned guardian. Furina gazed upward at the churning smoke and snapped her fingers. Marquee obvious. Please cleanse this ill-mannered gentleman's lungs. My utmost pleasure, Director. A languid voice drifted down as a water elemental octopus knight manifested midair. With elegant sweeps of its tentacles, it unleashed countless fine, high-pressure water droplets. The droplets met the smoke, not dispersing it, but dissolving seamlessly into its substance. Smoker instantly sensed something amiss. His smoke grew heavy, viscous, no longer light or fluid. The saturation of moisture drastically slowed his elemental mobility and transformation speed. Using water to weigh down smoke. What a tenacious woman. Smoker inwardly recoiled. Though she dealt no direct injury, her interference rendered him unable to subdue her easily. Just as the standoff deepened, and Smoker reached for his seastone weapon, a strange emerald-tinged gale descended from the heavens without warning. It struck with terrifying suddenness and overwhelming force. Woo! The tempest swallowed the entire square, blinding all with its fury. Marine soldiers were hurled skyward like rag dolls. Even Smoker's dense water-laden smoke was torn apart by that raw, unruly wind. What in the world? Smoker braced himself, eyes wide with shock as he stared toward the gale's origin. Furina too was caught off guard. The parasol ripped from her grasp, her ornate skirts whipping wildly in the maelstrom. She squinted, and through the vortex glimpsed a mysterious figure cloaked in deep green standing utterly still at the storm's heart. Merely by presence they commanded the very sky to convulse. How many guest stars has this production hired? Furina seethed inwardly. They've cranked the wind machine up to 11. Budget's blown seriously. The gale subsided quickly, but long enough to shatter the Marine's encirclement. The smoke restraints binding Luffy and Sanji dissolved in the gust. Riding the unnatural wind they, alongside Zoro, Usopp, and Nami, were swept directly toward the harbor. Damn it! Smoker watched helplessly as they soared toward the Going Merry, then roared in fury, leaping onto his massive motorcycle Barona. Its engine roared to life, and he tore through the storm toward the docks. Straw Hat, and that water god, I will not let you escape. Smoker's furious bellow faded into the distance, swallowed whole by the howling tempest and deluge. Hold on tight. Nami stood at the helm shouting into the raging storm. That mysterious emerald gale, as if guided by sentient will, precisely delivered the Straw Hat crew back to the Going Merry and propelled the ship forward at an impossible speed, slicing through Roguetown's harbor and utterly escaping Smoker's pursuit. Upon the sea, waves towered like mountains. Ominous clouds hung low and heavy, raindrops the size of beans hammered the deck with sharp staccato bursts. The Going Merry pitched violently amid colossal swells, seeming at any moment to be swallowed whole. Wahaha! What a thrill! Luffy stood atop the bow, arms flung wide, letting wind and torrential rain lash his body as he laughed with unrestrained joy. Thrill? There's no thrill in capsizing. Usopp clung desperately to the mainmast, his face drained of color. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned against the cabin wall, eyes closed, unmoved by the tempest, calm as an ancient mountain. Miss Nami, Lady Furina, please take care. Sanji gripped the railing with one hand while shielding Furina with the other, though the gesture offered little real protection against the downpour. Furina stood behind him, her complexion pale. She loathed this loss of control. The vessel's violent lurching churned her stomach with nauseating force. Yet as the director, she was bound to uphold her poise. Such special effects barely meet minimum standards. With one hand gripping the railing, she calmly smoothed her silver-white hair, tousled by the gale, with the other. The staging remains chaotic, devoid of aesthetic harmony. There lies Reverse Mountain ahead. Nami studied her log pose and sea chart, her gaze resolute. Once we breach it, the Grand Line awaits. As Nami spoke, a surreal spectacle emerged upon the distant horizon. A crimson sheer continental mass soared into the heavens, while a current of seawater defied all natural law, surging upward along its cliff face against gravity itself. That was the gateway to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Before stepping onto the true stage, tradition demands a christening ceremony. Sanji braved the gale to haul a massive cask from the cabin, placing it firmly at the center of the deck. He wiped rain from his face, lit a cigarette, dampened, yet defiantly burning, drew a deep breath, and watched the smoke ring dissolve instantly in the howling wind. Come now, everyone. To celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Line, let each of you declare your dream before we set sail. Luffy leapt forward first, eyes gleaming as he stared at the cask. All right, I'll go first. He inhaled deeply, then slammed his bare foot, still clad in straw sandals, onto the cask. Against thunder and tempest he roared with absolute conviction, I will become the king of the pirates. His voice carried unshakable certainty, so potent that even the thunder overhead seemed to hush for a heartbeat. Zoro opened his eyes and stepped forward. He spoke no word, only placed his black-booted foot beside Luffy's upon the cask. His ambition needed no utterance. I'll draw the map of the entire world. Nami laughed as she rushed over and planted her foot atop the cask. And I will become a courageous warrior of the sea. Though Usopp's legs still trembled, his eyes burned with fierce resolve as he joined them. My dream is to find the all-blue sea. Sanji flicked away his extinguished cigarette butt and pressed his polished leather shoe onto the cask, a confident smile playing upon his lips. All eyes turned to the last figure, Furina. This ever-detached director stood quietly apart, rain tracing delicate paths down her silver-white hair, her heterochromatic eyes, a vivid azure and deep wine red, glinting with enigmatic light beneath the dim storm-lit sky. She gazed upon the 5 feet resting upon the cask, upon the pure unguarded joy and yearning etched across their faces. And deep within her, in a place frozen for 5 centuries, something stirred faintly. A dream. She had once possessed one. To save Fontaine. And then, to become truly human, living an ordinary life. Now the first had been fulfilled, the second had begun anew. Not as foreseen, but reborn in this uncharted world. She stepped forward slowly, not with boisterous bravado like the others, but lifting her skirt with elegant precision, placing her exquisitely heeled foot gently deliberately upon the apex, where the 5 feet converged. With regal poise she lifted her chin and surveyed her actors, her voice cool, crystalline, and resonant, as though proclaiming divine decree. Me. She paused, her azure and wine-red eyes reflecting the lightning cleaving the sky. I shall compel every soul upon this vast ocean to applaud, wholeheartedly, passionately, the world opera I Furina de Fontaine direct the king of the pirates. Until the edge of the world, and beyond time's final breath, my name shall endure alongside this epic eternal, in legend. At her words her stiletto heel tapped once, softly, decisively. Boom! The cask shattered instantly beneath 5 feet, and one elegant heel. Set sail, for the Grand Line. Luffy raised his fist high. Under Nami's command the Going Merry surged upward on a towering wave, pierced through the curtain of rain, and plunged headlong into that impossible vertical current. The hull lurched violently skyward, the immense thrust pinning them all flat against the deck. Gazing up at the near-vertical wall of water and the clouds racing backward overhead, even Furina's poised imperious composure cracked, just slightly. Her fingers whitened as she gripped the railing, her mind screaming inwardly, this script is wrong. It only says enter the Grand Line, not ride a vertical roller coaster. Help! This violates fluid dynamics. A safety hazard. I demand to speak with the producer. I quit. Seriously, I quit. Wea, in Golden Millennium sailed helplessly into the countercurrent, its hull shrieking against the torrent as it began a vertiginous near-vertical ascent. Weightlessness and crushing gravity alternated violently. Usopp clung to the mainmast, shrieking like a slaughtered pig, tears and snot streaking his face. Nami gripped the helm with desperate strength, gritting her teeth and relying on peerless seamanship to stabilize the vessel. Zoro and Sanji braced themselves left and right, using their bodies and ropes to secure cargo against being flung into the sea. Only Luffy lay unperturbed at the bow, mouth agape, reveling in the gale-force wind rushing past him as he shouted with exhilaration, so fast. So fast. Millennium is flying. And across the deck Furina fared little better than Usopp. Her face-paled, lips pressed tight, one hand clutched the railing with white-knuckled intensity, while the other retained an air of studied elegance, still clutching her ornate folding fan, now nearly shredded by the gale. Her stomach churned violently, the world spun dizzyingly, threatening to wrench bile from her throat. And no, not now. She must not vomit. Nas, the sole divine presence and master director aboard, how could she falter before such a trivial spectacle? Her persona, her carefully crafted image, must hold firm. And she suppressed her body's revolt, striving to maintain serene composure upon her face, even managing amid the violent lurching to offer a measured critique of the surrounding chaos. This level of visual effect is passable. Her voice wavered faintly, yet her tone remained imperious. However, the vibration frequency during ascent is excessively high, degrading passenger comfort. The framing is also disorienting. A smooth slow-motion ascent shot would better convey the epic grandeur of breaching into the new world. And Sanji nearby heard every word, and instantly fixed her with reverent awe, truly worthy of the name Lady Furina. To conduct such incisive artistic analysis amid chaos, you embody poise and grace incarnate, in poise. Furina screamed inwardly. She felt her very organs straining to burst forth from her throat. And then, after one final bone-rattling jolt, Golden Millennium pierced the cloud layer cresting the summit of the Red Line. In that instant the world unfolded before them, vast, radiant, boundless. The ship seemed to glide across an ocean of clouds. For countercurrents, each surging from a different sea, converged atop the mountain peak, forming a colossal cross-shaped waterway, then surged onward along 4 newly carved channels, plunging downward with thunderous force. A fleeting moment of calm gave way to even more breathtaking freefall. And, hold on tight, we're descending. Nami cried out, her voice raw with urgency. Golden Millennium plunged headlong into the downward current, bound for the Grand Line, accelerating far beyond its upward speed. Within the narrow channel the vessel veered wildly, hurling plumes of seawater skyward. No, we're going too fast. Left, straight toward the cliff face. Nami stared ahead at the crimson rock wall rushing toward them, her scream edged with despair. At this velocity, and within such confines, turning was utterly impossible. And sea crash into it. Usopp's eyes rolled back in terror. In that hair-trigger instant Furina's primal instinct for survival overrode her cursed persona. Inelegance, directorial dignity, all abandoned. She screamed pure and unfiltered Mademoiselle Neuvillette. Present, Lady Furina. Crystalline water seahorse materialized midair, its translucent form shimmering, responding instantly to Furina's frantic visceral thought, I don't want to die. Uff. And Mademoiselle Neuvillette inflated her cheeks and unleashed a precise high-pressure jet of water, striking the cliff wall directly beside the ship's port side. The jet did not shatter stone, but instead coalesced into a vast, resilient cushion of aqueous energy. Millennium's prow slammed into the cushion with a deep, muffled thud. The impact's immense force dissipated instantly, while the counter-thrust hurled the vessel sharply to starboard, narrowly avoiding catastrophic collision with the cliff. The hull shuddered violently, yet steadied miraculously centered once more within the channel. NW were saved. Nami collapsed against the helm, gasping ragged breaths. Whoa, amazing. Furina, you're incredible. Luffy watched the tiny seahorse circling Furina in triumphant loops, stars sparkling in his eyes. Can you even control ocean currents? You can even steer with water? And Usopp gazed at her with undisguised adoration. Truly our supreme director, Captain Furina. This transcendent art of navigation, it's nothing short of divine. Furina. And she leaned heavily on the railing legs, trembling heart hammering, stomach roiling, yet forced a stiff, brittle smile at their praise. I wasn't. I only meant to conjure a safety cushion. But the words died in her throat, replaced instead by her practiced, inscrutable cadence. Ahem. This was merely a modest technique employed by a director to ensure seamless transition between scenes. Nothing more than a minor flourish. She waved dismissively, feigning calm, just as the thick fog ahead began to part. A colossal obsidian black mountain loomed directly ahead, blocking the entire channel. Moo. A deafening primordial bellow erupted from the mountain, its shockwave rippling across the sea surface. What is that? Usopp stammered, pointing forward. Is it a mountain? No, it's moving. Nami recoiled in horror, noticing now the mountain's surface was crisscrossed with massive ancient scars. Whatever it is, get it out of our way. Luffy had already sprinted to the bow cannon, expertly loading a shell and igniting the fuse. Hey, Luffy, stop. Nami lunged to intervene, but too late. Boom. The shell screamed forth, striking the black mass with perfect accuracy. Amid the fire and smoke, the mountain stirred. Slowly, deliberately, it turned, revealing a single eye larger than Golden Millennium itself, fixing them with cold, ancient scrutiny. It was no mountain at all, but a leviathan whale impossibly vast beyond measure. The cannon blast had ignited its fury. Moo. It opened its cavernous maw in furious roar, while Millennium, carried by momentum, hurtled onward, unable to break, straight toward the beast. Worse still, the cannon's recoil sent Luffy stumbling backward. He lost his grip on the railing and vanished, sucked with a sharp whoosh straight into the whale's nostril, which yawned wide as a mountain cave. Luffy! The crew cried out in unison. Furina stared stunned, her fan slipping from her fingers with a soft clack onto the deck. This is absurd. The first episode of the Grand Line, and the protagonist gets swallowed by a whale. This script is utterly unsalvageable. Darkness. An abrupt, suffocating darkness swallowed everything. The Going Merry seemed to be drawn into a vast, slick tunnel. After a dizzying, spiraling descent, it plunged with a loud splash into a lake, emitting a strange, pungent odor. Cough, cough. Are we still alive? Usopp was the first to stagger upright on the deck, drenched and utterly disheveled. Where is this place? Nami steadied herself against the helm, her gaze darting wildly around. Her composure shattered, her mind reeling beyond comprehension. Indeed, they were enclosed within an immense sealed chamber, its walls a pulsating fleshy crimson. Yet eerily above them stretched a painted sky, clouds drifting lazily across a cerulean expanse, and even a radiant, softly glowing sun rendered in pigment. At the center of their lake stood a small island upon which perched a steel-framed cottage, and before it several coconut palms swayed gently. Are we inside a whale's belly? Zoro gripped his sword, eyes scanning the surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. The acrid, acidic tang in the air unsettled him deeply. A whale's stomach, with a painted sky and a palm-fringed island. Sanji lit a cigarette and inhaled sharply, seeking nicotine's steadying grip on his unraveling thoughts. Surrealism. Furina braced herself against the rail, surveying this phantasmagoric indoor studio. Her delicate brows lifted in quiet appraisal. The interior design aesthetic leans distinctly retro. She stroked her chin, critiquing with the practiced tone of a connoisseur. Using hand-painted skies is inventive, but the brushwork lacks refinement, the strokes are coarse, the detail insufficient. Clearly the art department's budget ran thin. The crew stared silently, utterly speechless. Really? Now? Just then the lake beneath them heaved violently, and from its depths surged a colossal shadow. It was a squid vast as a warship, its thick, sinuous tentacles lashing out as it crashed down toward the Going Merry. Enemy attack. Zoro drew his blade instantly, but before he could strike, a sharp whoosh split the air from behind the iron gate on the island. A massive harpoon trailing a coiled rope shot forth at impossible speed, piercing the giant squid's skull with surgical precision. The monstrous creature, moments ago roaring with menace, sank without a single convulsion, rigid, lifeless, swallowed by the murky depths. Creak. The iron gate on the island swung slowly open. An elderly man emerged, wearing a flamboyant floral shirt and a bizarre flower crown atop his head. He held a book in one hand, never glancing at the crew, and walked calmly to the shorter reel in the harpoon's rope. Hey, Grandpa! Usopp summoned his courage to call out. Was it you who saved us? Where are we? The old man offered no reply. He retrieved the harpoon, turned, and fixed the crew aboard the ship with a silent, unblinking stare. His gaze was hollow, uncanny, chilling to the marrow. Zoro's brow furrowed, his hand never left the hilt of his sword. The man appeared ordinary, yet that harpoon strike had been blindingly swift. Sanji stepped protectively before Nami and Furina, every muscle taut with caution. Tension thickened the air aboard the deck, palpable frozen. Furina studied the silent, enigmatic elder, and recognized a deliberate performance. Is he cultivating mystery and pressure through silence? A duel of mute theatrics. Her interest flared instantly. As Fontaine's greatest former actress, how could she yield in such a stage confrontation? So Furina said nothing. She straightened her spine, planted one hand on her hip, struck what she deemed a commanding pose, and locked eyes with him, her heterochromatic gaze, azure blue and wine red, unwavering, unyielding. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute, 3 minutes. On deck, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp watched their own director, and the peculiar old man stand like two rival cocks, staring motionless, breath held, as awkwardness curdled into unbearable tension. Who? Sanji blinked, instinctively asking. The old man pointed impassively at himself. Me. The crew fell silent. Then Usopp and Nami collapsed together onto the deck with a synchronized thud. Furina's meticulously crafted aura shattered instantly. She rose with flawless poise, brushed non-existent dust from her skirt, and leveled her fan toward the elder, delivering a scathing critique, a cold joke requiring 3 minutes of silence for setup. Sir, your sense of dramatic rhythm is catastrophically flawed. In the Straw Hat Grand Theater Company, actors of your caliber would have their salaries fully deducted. At that very moment, a sharp crack echoed from the painted sky above. A hidden door disguised as a cloud burst open, and 3 figures plummeted screaming, landing squarely and comically on the Going Merry's deck in a tangled heap. One of them was their missing captain, Luffy. The other 2, a man and a woman, wore bizarre attire. The man bore a large bold numeral 9 emblazoned upon his forehead. Luffy. The crew rushed forward in elation. Wha? We're saved. I thought I'd die up a nostril. Luffy scrambled free from the pile, wiped his face, then spotted the flower-crowned elder, and pointed, shouting, You weird old man. Get off my VIP seat right now. After falling into the whale's nostril, Luffy had tumbled wildly through its innards, stumbling upon Crocus, the lighthouse keeper, who tended the great Leviathan's ailments, and mistaken him for an enemy. Crocus ignored Luffy's clamor. Instead, his gaze settled upon Furina, and upon the 3 translucent water creatures hovering subtly behind her. His expression shifted ever so slightly. As former ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel, he had witnessed wonders beyond reckoning, yet never anything like this. This was no devil fruit power. It was something purer, more primordial. Such power. Crocus murmured, his eyes deepening into ancient wells of insight. It seems the sea, silent for over 20 years, shall soon stir once more. No sooner had the words faded. Boom! A deafening, earth-shaking impact reverberated. The whale's stomach convulsed violently. The lake churned, the ship rocked violently, a cracks splintered across the painted sky. Usopp clutched Zoro's thigh, trembling. What's happening? An earthquake. Can whales get earthquakes inside them? Crocus sighed, sorrow softening his features. Not an earthquake. It's Laboon, striking red line with his head, again. Thud. Another heavy, despairing impact shook the entire space, as if heralding the end of the world. Waves surged violently across the lake of gastric acid, crashing mercilessly against the hull of the Going Merry. Brace yourselves. Nami clung desperately to the helm, struggling to steady the ship. Usopp had already frothed at the mouth, clinging rigidly to the mast. Furina fared no better. She felt as though trapped inside a bottle shaken violently by a giant. Her stomach churned violently, nausea surging up her throat in relentless waves. Mademoiselle Crabaletta, secure the vessel. She issued the order, gritting her teeth against the rising sickness. At once, Lady Furina. The armored crab immediately extended its colossal pincers, gripping the rocky edge of the island with crushing force. Its immense weight serving as an anchor, finally stabilizing the Going Merry amid the raging gastric waves. Leaning against the railing, Furina's face had turned ashen, but she still upheld her role as director. This degree of environmental feedback is utterly excessive. It severely undermines the audience's immersive experience. A scathing review. Why does it do this? Luffy gazed upward at the cracking sky, turning to Crocus with genuine bewilderment. If it keeps ramming like this, won't its head hurt? A profound sorrow and helplessness settled upon Crocus's face as he stared into the churning gastric fluid, his gaze seeming to pierce through flesh and bone, reaching the crimson sea beyond. Hurt. Of course it hurts. His voice was hoarse, slow, weighted with decades of grief. Yet compared to bodily pain, the wound in its heart is unbearable. He began recounting a vow spanning half a century. 50 years ago, a joyous pirate crew sailed from the West Blue into the Grand Line, and entrusted their young whale companion Laboon to this place, promising to return after circumnavigating the world. That crew was the Rumbar Pirates. Yet 50 years passed. Laboon grew from a calf into a leviathan, yet never saw his comrades again. He refuses to believe they are dead. Crocus's voice trembled faintly. He believes the red line blocks their path home. So day after day, year after year, he smashes his head against it, desperate to break through and welcome them back. These scars on his head were born of that endless assault. I treat them daily, yet each dawn brings fresh wounds, for 50 years without pause. When the tale ended, silence fell over the ship, broken only by the rhythmic thud of impact and Laboon's muffled sorrowful cries. Nami covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Usopp wept uncontrollably. Sanji lit a cigarette, his smoke rings curling with quiet melancholy. Even Zoro, the ever-stoic swordsman, stood silent, hand resting firmly on his sword hilt, lost in thought. Furina listened quietly, her usual theatrical nonchalance gone. She closed her fan and stood solemn, reverent. Waiting. For her, that single word carried unbearable weight. 5 centuries of solitude. 5 centuries of performing a solitary monodrama. 5 centuries spent embodying another person, bound only by a nebulous prophecy and a vow to save all. She understood Laboon's anguish more deeply than anyone, the agony of being abandoned by time, shackled by promise, and slowly eroded by interminable waiting. The absurdity and desolation of waiting for Godot. She murmured softly, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with unbidden empathy. This is a masterful script. A tragedy of the highest order. She gazed outward at the colossal figure battering the sky, no longer seeing it as mere prop or backdrop. But this whale is no prop. He is the most loyal and greatest actor in this tragedy. As the crew remained steeped in sorrow, Luffy suddenly moved. Without a word, he leapt from the deck, sprinted to the bow of the Going Merry, seized the freshly shattered mainmast, and roared, wrenching the massive timber free from the deck with sheer brute strength. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Usopp shrieked. Shouldering the colossal mast, Luffy dashed through the passage Crocus had opened, bursting out of the whale's body and landing squarely atop Laboon's vast scarred head. "Hey, big guy," Luffy bellowed. Under Laboon's bewildered gaze, he drove the jagged, splintered tip of the mast deep, relentlessly, unflinchingly, into the enormous, grotesque wound atop the whale's skull. Splutter. Blood sprayed forth. "Moo!" Laboon bellowed in raw agony. "Luffy." The crew froze in stunned horror. Only Furina, after a fleeting moment of shock, let a slow, knowing smile rise at the corners of her lips. Oh, overriding old pain with deeper suffering. Conflict escalates. It seems this tragedy is about to pivot. Enraged, Laboon thrashed his head wildly, desperate to fling the tiny pain-inflicting intruder from his crown. "Don't move." Luffy clung fiercely to the mast, roaring directly into Laboon's colossal eye. "I hurt Tio, damn it. Listen, our duel ends in a draw, for now, so you're forbidden from ramming the wall again. You'll wait here, patiently, for me. I'll sail the grand lines, circle the world, and then return to fight you again. That's when we'll settle the true victor. That's our pact, as men." Laboon stilled. For 50 years sorrow had flowed endlessly from those vast eyes. Now something new stirred within them. He gazed down at the small figure drenched in blood, yet grinning with radiant, unshakable joy, and released a low, resonant, joyful call. His weeping ceased. His self-destructive ramming ceased. "Excellent." Luffy nodded approvingly, then pulled a can of paint from his vest. Leaping onto Laboon's broad forehead, he dipped a brush into thick black paint and began boldly sketching. Minutes later, a lopsided, grotesquely distorted straw hat skull emblem adorned Laboon's brow, ugly enough to shatter reality itself. "This is proof of our vow. Don't wash it off. Not until I return." Luffy planted his hands on his hips, beaming with pride at his masterpiece. On board, Furina stared at the abomination, clutching her forehead with a groan of exquisite torment. "Where's the art director?" "Usopp. As chief artistic director, what exactly are you doing?" "Drag that soulless painter off the ship. This is outright sacrilege against canvas. It's hideous. My eyes ache just looking at it." Just as warmth and levity returned to the air, "Don't move." A thunderous command cracked through the calm. The crew whirled around to see the 2 Baroque Works agents, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, whom they'd forgotten entirely, now fully conscious and standing upright. They leveled bizarre rocket launchers at the crew aboard the ship, and at Laboon, who had just fallen still outside. "Mr. 9 sneered, thank you for calming this beast for us. Now hand him over. Our mission is to transport this whale to Whiskey Peak, and turn him into premium jerky." "What did you say? You want to turn Laboon into dried meat?" Luffy's expression darkened instantly, the smile that had just graced his face vanishing without a trace. He leapt down from Laboon's head and landed firmly on the deck of the Going Merry, his gaze sharp and hostile as it locked onto Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. "I suppose you two want me to send you flying." He cracked his knuckles with a sharp, rhythmic pop. "Mph. Straw Hat don't think you're invincible just because you've beaten some low-tier riffraff in the East Blue." Mr. 9 brandished his hot-blooded No. 9 baseball bat rocket launcher with brazen confidence. "We are agents of the Baroque Works. In the Grand Line, we have countless allies." Miss Wednesday assumed a battle stance and spoke coldly. "Our mission is to capture this whale, as provisions for Whiskey Peak. If you resist, we'll blow up the exit, and we'll all perish together inside the whale's belly." Her words sent a pallor washing over Nami and Usopp's faces. Yet neither Luffy nor Zoro flinched at the threat. As Luffy raised his fist to launch the 2 intruders skyward, Furina stepped past him with elegant poise and stood before the agents. "Oh, the Baroque Works. She tapped her fan lightly against her palm, tilting her head as she appraised them with a connoisseur's gaze, like an art critic surveying two shoddy second-rate sculptures. I believe I've encountered your names in some third-rate script, she murmured, her tone airy, yet laced with biting irony. A clandestine criminal organization bent on toppling nations. The premise is cliched, the plot utterly pedestrian. Still, I can appreciate the necessity. Even the grandest opera requires a chorus of extras to fill its stage. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday stared, utterly bewildered by her baffling theatrical critique. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you? Mr. Nine erupted in fury. Furina ignored him entirely, continuing serenely. And your code names, truly bereft of imagination. Miss Wednesday. Why not Miss Golden Radiance Day? Sounds cheap and gloomy. And you, Mr. Nine. Your numeral matches your aesthetic sensibility, utterly unremarkable. She shook her head slowly, her expression one of profound dismay. Who is your superior? How did someone with such abysmal taste ever rise to become president? For the first time, these elite Baroque works agents felt their minds utterly overwhelmed. Their proud organization and hard-earned identities were reduced to worthlessness in this silver-haired woman's words, and her criticisms were bizarrely, unsettlingly precise. Enough talk. Hand over the whale now. Enraged Miss Wednesday launched her attack. Her peacock fan weapon released a hypnotic fragrance. Furina merely snapped her fingers. Lord Usher. Instantly the octopus knight materialized, his tentacles coiled around the airborne scent, sucking it and the surrounding air into oblivion, then belching contentedly. Burp. Rather peculiar flavor, Your Excellency. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday stood frozen in disbelief. Their secret weapon had been devoured. At that moment Crocus approached and handed Nami a peculiar bracelet-like compass. This is a log pose. It's indispensable for navigating the Grand Line. A standard compass is useless here. Nami's eyes lit up instantly as she snatched the log pose and fastened it to her wrist, cradling it with reverent delight. Now this is true treasure. Once stabilized, the needle pointed resolutely in one direction. It points toward Whiskey Peak. That's where the Baroque Works welcomes new recruits, Miss Wednesday declared upon seeing the needle's orientation. To reach the Grand Line, you must pass through there. So how about it? Let us aboard, and we guarantee you'll receive a warm reception at Whiskey Peak. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mr. Nine, already envisioning how once on their home turf they'd summon over 100 bounty hunters, ensuring this arrogant crew and their ship would become their personal trophies. Nami turned to Luffy, seeking his decision with her eyes. Before he could speak, Furina answered for him. Agreed. With a crisp snap, she closed her fan and smiled, a spark of genuine intrigue dancing across her features. Since these two second-rate performers have so enthusiastically provided us with the address of our next stage, the Straw Hat Grand Theater Company shall graciously accept the invitation. Her heterochromatic gaze swept over the two agents, now smirking in triumph, and glinted with playful anticipation. I eagerly await the caliber of drama your so-called Baroque works will stage. Pray do not disappoint me, the director. Guided by Crocus, the Going Merry sailed smoothly out through another passage within Laboon's body. As the bow breached the water curtain and re-emerged beneath the sun's golden light, a vast, boundless sea stretched before them, an ocean steeped in mystery and wonder. The sky shimmered with prismatic hues, colossal impossible creatures swam beneath the waves, distant islands wore surreal shapes, their climates shifting unpredictably. This was the Grand Line. True to their word, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday guided Nami toward Whiskey Peak as the ship glided steadily across the kaleidoscopic sea. The Going Merry burst through the watery veil atop the upside-down mountain, emerging into an uncharted sea. One moment, a vertical waterfall defied gravity. The next, the world unfolded in breathtaking clarity. The sky shimmered with iridescent hues, sunlight piercing cloud veils to scatter prismatic ribbons across the waves. Vast schools of winged fish swept past the hull, while distant islands rose with surreal contours, some towering like colossal mushrooms, others hovering weightlessly in midair. Whoa! Is this the Grand Line? Luffy clung to the sheep figurehead at the bow, eyes blazing with unprecedented wonder. Incredible! So many things I've never seen before. Usopp, finally recovering from paralyzing terror, trembled as he raised his spyglass. Watching a gargantuan walrus leap from the sea and plunge back like a dolphin, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. This is nothing short of paradise for adventurers. Nami tightened her grip on the log pose gifted by Crocus, watching its slender magnetic needle point unwaveringly forward. A compass needle steadied by destiny, her heart thrumming with equal parts exhilaration and trepidation for the unknown course ahead. Everyone, the log pose has stabilized. Our first destination, Whiskey Peak, lies directly ahead. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday exchanged a glance, their smiles sharp with quiet triumph. Indeed. Follow the log pose, and we'll soon arrive at Whiskey Peak, the warmest, most hospitable port in all the Grand Line. Mr. Nine adjusted his crown, his tone laced with subtle, self-satisfied pride. Yet the sea's welcome ceremony proved far more fervent than they had imagined. Moments earlier, skies blazed with golden light. Now, without warning, dusk descended like a shroud. The rainbow-hued heavens vanished beneath oppressive black clouds, its temperature plummeted. Why is it suddenly so cold? Usopp shivered violently. Before his words faded, snow began to fall. Not gentle flurries, but thick, downy flakes mingled with stinging hailstones that hammered down with brutal force. Within seconds, the deck lay buried beneath a thick, pristine blanket of snow. 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 Nami stared first at her chart, then upward, her mind reeling. Impossible. It was summer just moments ago. My logbook holds no record of such weather. Wow, it's snow. Luffy stuck out his tongue eagerly, only to be struck square on the forehead by a hailstone, sending him yelping in pain. Usopp fared worse attempting to sculpt a snowman. He was pummeled relentlessly by hail, ducking and dodging until he slipped on the icy deck and landed flat on his back. Though Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday had anticipated the chill, emerging from the cabin bundled in heavy coats, they too found themselves disheveled by the storm's sudden ferocity. Welcome to the Grand Line, rookies. Here common sense exists only to be shattered. Miss Wednesday spoke coolly, her voice cutting through the gale. So cold, so cold. A plaintive tear-tinged complaint pierced the wind. All turned, and there stood their director-in-chief, Furina, still draped in her delicate opulent sapphire gown. She hugged herself tightly, teeth-chattering lips tinged faintly violet. Her exquisite heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, blazed with indignation and wounded pride. What is this? She stamped her foot, shouting defiantly at the heavens. Where's the scene transition? Where's the cinematic fade? From tropical beach straight to polar tundra, with no dissolve, no gradient, no artistry whatsoever. This is a catastrophic editing failure. Who's the incompetent post-production team behind this? I'm firing them on the spot. Sanji rushed forward, instantly stripping off his tailored suit jacket to drape over her shoulders. Lady Furina, are you well? Please, wear my coat. But Furina swatted it away, trembling yet unbowed, her dignity intact despite the frost. Remove it. That garment reeks of tobacco smoke. It would desecrate the artistic integrity of my haute couture. She surveyed the chaos, Luffy and Usopp scrambling wildly beneath the hail, Nami barking orders as crewmen furled sails, Zoro hacking at ice, encasing the helm with his blade. A scene utterly devoid of grace. These actors' improvisational skills are woefully inadequate. Such an unexpected crisis should have been a masterclass in teamwork and individual charisma. Instead, it played out like a disaster film. The more Furina reflected, the sharper her outrage grew. The very honor of her directorship under siege. She could no longer remain passive. Silence. Her command rang clear. Not loud, yet piercing through wind and snow. Every motion ceased, every gaze converged upon her. With a crisp snap of her fingers, she declared, Mademoiselle Crabaletta, raise the stage's temperature. At once, Lady Furina. A colossal armored hermit crab forged entirely of shimmering water materialized midair. Within its crystalline carapace, molten crimson light pulsed, radiating warmth that swiftly banished the biting cold. Ice melted visibly, steam rising as a pocket of dry, balmy air formed on deck. Luffy and Usopp hurried toward the creature, huddling gratefully around its gentle heat, faces alight with bliss. But the nightmare was not over. After barely 5 minutes, the storm clouds dissolved, and the sun returned scorching and merciless. Temperatures rocketed from sub-zero to over 40 degrees Celsius in an instant. Melted snow vaporized, billowing upward in suffocating waves of heat. Too hot. Usopp, already stripped bare, staggered under the glare. What kind of cursed weather is this? Nami felt her entire nautical education crumble to dust. Even Furina swayed slightly under the oppressive heat, her elegant makeup threatening to melt. Utterly absurd. Another sharp finger snap echoed. Madame Nouvelette, cool the stage. A translucent seahorse-like being, Madame Nouvelette, appeared midair, tail swaying with serene grace as she exhaled a fine, refreshing mist. The mist mingled with the thermal haze, yielding a gentle, temperate breeze that caressed the deck. Between blizzard and blaze, Furina had carved out a perfect climate-controlled sanctuary, 26 degrees Celsius, unwavering. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday stood utterly dumbstruck. Mouths agape, they stared at the silver-haired woman reclining upon a chaise of living water, sipping chilled tea while directing her aquatic attendants to calibrate ambient warmth and coolness with flawless precision. What manner of power was this? A devil fruit? Impossible. No known fruit granted such mastery, temperature manipulation, summoning sentient beings, weaving elemental control with theatrical finesse. This was nothing less than divine. Hey, you two. Zoro wiped his blade, glancing coldly at them. Is this what you call the Grand Line? They jolted upright, snapping out of their stupor, nodding frantically. After enduring blizzards, scorching heat, tornadoes, and monstrous hailstorms, Nami clutched the log pose, still pointing resolutely forward, and at last glimpsed hope. Look, an island ahead, she cried, arm thrust toward the horizon. There, rising from the sea, loomed a vast landmass composed entirely of cacti. Their forms were bizarre and unsettling, some towering and jagged, others rigid and block-like, arranged into a haunting, surreal tableau. Whiskey Peak, Nami murmured. As the going merry drew nearer, thunderous cheers erupted from shore. Oh ho ho ho, pirates have arrived. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. A feast. Let's hold a feast. Crowds lined the harbor, villagers waving banners proclaiming, welcome pirate heroes, clutching streamers and blossoms, grinning with radiant, unmistakable sincerity. Luffy and Usopp gaped, eyes wide as saucers. Whoa, they're cheering for us. Are we famous already? Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday quietly retreated into the crowd's periphery, their expressions gleaming with triumphant calculation. Only Zoro kept his hand resting firmly on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji, his gaze fixed and frigid upon the welcoming townsfolk, each bearing the faint metallic scent of blood. This was no hero's welcome. It bore the grim, silent aura of a slaughterhouse. Furina rose gracefully from her aqueous chaise, smoothing her hair and adjusting the folds of her gown with practiced elegance. She observed the frenzied crowd below and nodded satisfied. It seems word of Water God, Furina has already reached the Grand Line. Leaning lightly against the railing, she struck what she deemed her most flawless pose, poised to receive the adoration of her devoted audience. Everyone, prepare. As the Straw Hat Grand Theater's inaugural performance upon the Grand Line, we must deliver our absolute finest. Let these spectators witness true artistry. She turned to Zoro and Nami, who exchanged a single weary glance, both reading resignation in the other's eyes. This woman once again had utterly misread the situation. The line between theater and truth had blurred beyond recognition. The Going Merry slowly docked at the shore, greeted by bouquets of flowers, fluttering ribbons, and thunderous cheers. A man with two flamboyant, curly sideburns dressed in the garb of a town mayor stepped forward with a crowd of beaming townsfolk. Welcome, welcome mighty pirates to Whiskey Peak. The man warmly grasped Luffy's hand and shook it vigorously. I am Ikaramu, mayor of this humble town. We've long heard of your heroic deeds across the East Blue. Today, meeting you in person, we see the legends are indeed true. Heroic deeds. Luffy scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Did we do something? Ha ha ha. What a joker you are, Captain. Ikaramu chuckled amiably. To celebrate your arrival, we've prepared a grand welcome banquet. Please do us the honor of attending. At the word banquet, Luffy's eyes instantly transformed into gleaming meat-shaped orbs. Meat? Is there meat? Plenty. Our whole roasted lamb is legendary across the Grand Line. Great. It. Luffy was instantly won over, dragging an equally starry-eyed Usopp along as they followed Ikaramu into the town. Honestly, those two single-celled creatures. Nami covered her face with her hands, but watching the townsfolk's genuine warmth and inhaling the savory aromas drifting through the air, her vigilance gradually softened. Perhaps people along the Grand Line truly were this warm and hospitable. Zoro remained motionless, his gaze fixed coldly on Ikaramu's retreating back. Hidden beneath that cheerful facade lay concealed weapons. Sanji immediately approached Furina, dropping to one knee and executing a flawless knight's bow. Lady Furina, permit me to clear your path, lest the clamor of these common folk disturb your serene grace. Furina graciously placed her gloved hand upon Sanji's, allowing him to escort her down the gangplank with regal poise. She surveyed her surroundings. The cactus-shaped architecture struck her as nothing short of an aesthetic catastrophe. This set design is dreadfully provincial. Without hesitation, she critiqued Ikaramu beside her. The architectural style lacks coherence, the color palette is utterly chaotic. And your welcome music, is that a relic from last century? Your taste is appalling. Ikaramu's smile stiffened for a fleeting moment, then rebounded with renewed fervor. Yes, yes, milady, you're absolutely right. Our little town pales beside great metropolises. Please come inside, come inside. The banquet was held in the largest tavern at the town's heart, a long table groaning under an opulent spread of delicacies and fine wines. Luffy and Usopp had already lunged forward, devouring food, with ravenous abandoned grease glistening on their chins. Furina was seated at the most honored position, the head of the table. She merely sampled a tiny morsel of cake with a silver fork before setting her utensils aside, then assumed her role as director, launching a comprehensive critique of the entire banquet. The lighting is far too dim. The principal seat lacks sufficient illumination to highlight my protagonist aura. The background music, replace it. This melody reeks of rustic sentimentality. It clashes entirely with my presence. Swap it for a courtly waltz from Fontaine. And you extras? With her fan pointed squarely at the townsfolk, actually bounty hunters, who rushed forward with raised glasses, she declared, your expressions are wooden. Your smiles are hollow. You're utterly disengaged. You're welcoming heroes, not attending a funeral. Show some professional discipline. The bounty hunters froze, their smiles rigid. They'd only meant to get the pirates drunk and collect the bounties. Professionalism was the last thing on their minds. A group of voluptuous bounty hunters clad in nuns' habits approached Zoro and Sanji, raising wine glasses. Dear handsome swordsman, care for a drink? Charming knight, might we share a toast with you? Sanji instantly lost all composure, stars sparkling in his eyes, accepting every offer without hesitation. Oh, lovely ladies, it is my utmost honor to serve you. Zoro, by contrast, wore an expression of icy indifference, yet he never refused a drink offered to him. He seized a glass and drained it in one go, then slammed the empty vessel onto the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over the nuns. Another. The nuns exchanged glances, smirking with quiet confidence. This green-haired brute seemed formidable, but all mortals had their limits. At the opposite end of the banquet hall, a cluster of portly, affluent-looking merchants zeroed in on Furina. Mighty Lady Furina, the so-called water god. Is it truly you? We've long admired your name. A toast to you. Indeed, indeed. Meeting you in person is our greatest honor. They advanced bearing oversized glasses brimming with Whiskey Peak's famed knockout liquor, a potent local whiskey, and pressed in with effusive enthusiasm. Furina wrinkled her nose in disdain at the murky liquid. Such inferior alcohol dares to grace my presence. But this is our finest vintage, one merchant insisted with a forced smile. Very well, Furina conceded reluctantly, nodding with faint condescension. Since your sincerity is so earnest, I shall grant you this courtesy. A surge of triumph raced through the bounty hunters' hearts. Success! This delicate-seeming woman would surely collapse after just one sip. Yet Furina did not lift the glass herself. Instead, she snapped her fingers softly. Lord Usher, these beverages are yours to consume. It is my pleasure, Director. A languid voice resonated as the water elemental octopus knight materialized midair, its 8 supple tentacles dipping seamlessly into each glass. Before everyone's stunned eyes, the fiery liquor vanished from the glasses in seconds. Hick! Lord Usher swayed his head slightly, a faint flush shimmered at the tips of his tentacles. Unremarkable flavor, though the afterburn lingers. Jaws dropped across the tavern. What manner of creature was that, drinking them all dry yet standing unscathed? How could this be? Again, Furina commanded serenely, lifting her teacup and sipping delicately. Continue, do not pause. Let us see. Will your wine cellar run dry first, or will my actor succumb to intoxication? For the next hour the tavern became Lord Usher's solo stage. An insatiable void, he accepted every offering. Fiery spirits, frothy beer, sweet fruit wine, leaving not a single drop behind. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters tasked with pouring grew dizzy from fumes alone, toppling one by one, sprawled drunkenly across the floor. The entire tavern reeked of alcohol. Deep into the night, the banquet finally ended. Luffy and Usopp, long satiated, slumbered soundly atop the table. Sanji, overwhelmed by too many beauties' toasts, lay passed out in a corner. Only Zoro remained fully lucid. He'd felled over a dozen bounty hunters himself, yet his cheeks bore only the faintest flush. Leaning against a pillar, eyes closed, he feigned sleep, while keenly attuning his senses to every whisper of movement around him. The townsfolk carried the unconscious guests away one by one, settling them into guest rooms. In an instant, the town plunged from roaring festivity into absolute suffocating silence. Moonlight spilled over cactus-shaped rooftops, casting eerie, distorted shadows. In a shadowed alley, Ikaramu peeled away his affable mask, revealing a cruel, predatory grimace. In his hand, he held the Straw Hat Crew's latest bounty posters, calculating aloud to the 100-odd armed, bloodthirsty bounty hunters assembled behind him. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, 30 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, the Pirate Hunter, 15 million berries. Sanji, the Blackleg, 7 million berries. Nami, the Thief Cat, 5 million berries. Usopp, the Sniper King, 3 million berries. And this one, Furina de Fontaine, 77 million berries. Ikaramu licked his lips, eyes blazing with avarice. Altogether, over 130 million. Eliminate them, and we'll live like kings. Attack. He swept his arm downward, issuing the final command. The bounty hunters grinned savagely, hefting their weapons ready to storm toward their unsuspecting prey. Just then a chilling voice echoed from above them. As an encore performance, don't you think your numbers are rather insufficient? Ikaramu jerked his head upward. There, perched atop the tallest cactus roof, sat a black silhouette bathed in moonlight. Its emerald headband and 3 swords at its waist gleamed unmistakably. Roronoa Zoro. Slowly, deliberately, he drew the katana shusui from his belt, the blade catching the moonlight, flashing with lethal glacial brilliance, aimed directly at the dense throng below. He hadn't been drunk at all. He isn't drunk. A bounty hunter stared up at the figure atop the roof, his voice trembling as an overwhelming aura emanated from that solitary silhouette. Ikarame's expression darkened instantly. He had never imagined that this green-haired swordsman could remain lucid after such relentless wheel-like rounds of forced drinking. What's all this panic for? He bellowed at his subordinates, striving desperately to steady their faltering morale. He stands alone. We number over 100. And that 3 million belly captain, and all the others, are already passed out cold. Charge him. Overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Oh. Enraptured by the lure of gold, the bounty hunters surged forward, once more, weapons raised, roaring toward the rooftop where Zoro stood. Zoro gazed down upon the tide of attackers surging beneath him, his expression utterly unshaken. He simply held the blade of shusui horizontally before him and murmured, "Warriors, you who draw steel solely for coin, do you truly dare call yourselves warriors?" Before the final syllable faded, he moved. His form blurred beneath the moonlight, a fleeting wisp of motion, leaving only a ghostly afterimage in its wake. In the next heartbeat, he stood amidst the crowd. 3-sword-style tiger hunt. A flash of steel. Those at the vanguard didn't even register the strike. Struck hard across the back of the head with the flat of the blade, they collapsed unconscious, spitting foam, and crashed into comrades behind them like dominoes. He's there. Fire. Shoot him dead. Dozens of flintlock pistols swung toward Zoro, unleashing a torrent of lead. Zoro neither flinched nor evaded. Gripping both hilts firmly, he spun his body at blinding speed. 3-sword-style tornado. A maelstrom of violent sword energy erupted from his core, spiraling skyward like a towering vortex. Countless bullets were drawn into the whirlwind, deflected midair, and hurled back toward their shooters, triggering waves of anguished screams. Monster! That thing is a monster. Don't fear him, he's wounded. I saw blood seeping through the bandage on his chest. A sharp-eyed hunter spotted the ghastly scar across Zoro's chest and shouted aloud. It was a wound left by Dracul Mihawk. Though hastily treated by Furina, days of relentless travel and combat had reopened the gash, threatening to split wide open once more. Right? Target is wound. Seizing their chance, the hunters pressed their assault with renewed ferocity. Zoro felt stabbing pain bloom across his chest. His breath grew ragged and shallow. Blood loss dimmed his vision in pulsing waves, but his grip on the blades remained immovable, solid as bedrock. Memories flooded him, his helplessness before Mihawk's blade, his solemn vow with Kuna Luffy's idiotic beaming grin. He would not fall. Not here, not ever. Demon Aura 9 Sword Style Azura. His presence surged anew, a chilling godlike aura of demonic might radiating outward from his very being. To the terrified bounty hunters, Zoro's silhouette seemed to multiply. 3 heads, 6 arms, manifesting the spectral visage of an ancient wrathful deity. One missed silver, a horizontal slash, so swift its path vanished from sight. All struck by the shockwave were struck as though by an invisible giant's palm, dropping instantly into oblivion. The battle devolved into one-sided slaughter. Far from the carnage atop the tallest cactus-shaped rock, Furina sat poised and elegant. Before her floated a magnificent round table woven from liquid water, bearing a steaming teapot and delicate macarons arranged with meticulous artistry. Cradling her teacup, she savored exquisite pastries drawn from her own four-dimensional refrigerator, observing the fray below with the detached grace of a noblewoman watching theater from her private box. Oh dear, the framing is far too distant. I can't discern our chief swordsman's subtle facial expressions at all. She complained lightly. Where's the lighting director? What on earth is happening? The moonlight's far too dim. Add a spotlight for the protagonist immediately. And those extras, how terribly unconvincing their collapse. Utterly unprofessional. As she spoke, she jotted notes in a small notebook as if grading Zoro's solo action spectacle. At that very moment, several cunning bounty hunters slipped around to Zoro's blind spot, directly behind him. They raised their flintlocks, aiming squarely at the bleeding wound on his back. Daimos head. They snarled and pulled the triggers. Yet the instant the bullets left the barrels, Furina did not even glance up, merely extending a slender finger and flicking it gently toward that direction. Whip. Several crystalline droplets shot forth, faster than any bullet, striking each hunter's wrist with pinpoint precision. F. Agony flared. Guns clattered from nerveless hands, bullets veering wildly into empty ground. Hey. Furina frowned in mild displeasure, calling out to the would-be assassins. You four, have you no sense of dramatic composition? Don't disrupt the frame. Don't you understand? That rear-angle shot is meant to convey solitude and supreme strength. Ambushing him from behind shatters the entire aesthetic. Utterly unprofessional. Zoro heard the commotion behind him. He glanced back, then turned his gaze toward the woman still gesturing animatedly at thin air in the distance, and sighed resigned. Though loath to admit it, this madwoman at times proved remarkably reliable. He refocused his mind, centering fully on the enemies before him. It ends now. His figure vanished again. Ikarame watched his men fall one by one, terror freezing his heart solid. His pride, over 100 elite bounty hunters, were crumbling before this man like lambs led to slaughter. Damn it. He retreated to the rear of the mob and withdrew a saxophone from his coat. But it was no musical instrument. It was a shotgun disguised as brass. He leveled its muzzle at Zoro, who cut through the crowd like a storm, eyes flashing with cruel resolve. Die. A hail of steel pellets erupted from the barrel, filling every conceivable angle of evasion. Yet Zoro merely sneered. 3 sword-style secret art, 3,000 worlds. Clutching both hilts, he spun, unleashing a cyclone of sword energy far more savage than the earlier tornado. The steel pellets were sucked inward, then hurled back at their originators with lethal acceleration. Aya! Ikarame and the few remaining hunters were struck down by their own barrage, flung screaming into the air, then crashing heavily onto the earth, utterly incapacitated. Beneath the silver moonlight, Zoro slowly sheathed his blades. Around him lay all 100 bounty hunters, none dead, all rendered unconscious by precise strikes of the blades flat. He gasped for breath. The wound on his chest had burst fully open from exertion, staining his white shirt crimson. Yet he stood unbent, tall, unwavering, as an indomitable war god. Cut. From the rocky summit, Furina snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Excellent work, Zoro. Your solo performance achieved exceptional cohesion. Choreography, emotional intensity, and that final pose, all executed flawlessly. I award you 9 points. 1 point deducted for excessive costume damage, compromising visual harmony. Zoro ignored her entirely. He only craved sleep. Just then 2 black silhouettes descended from the night sky, landing with a soft detonation precisely at the center of the field. One was a short man wearing goggles and dressed like an aviator. The other a gothic lowly girl in a yellow polka dot dress holding a dainty parasol. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Senior agents of Baroque Works reporting for duty. The man adjusted his goggles, speaking in a tone devoid of inflection. They paid no heed to Zoro, bloodied and breathing hard, or to the 100 hunters strewn across the ground. Instead, they strode directly toward Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, who trembled violently in a shadowed alley paralyzed by Zoro's terrifying might. Mr. 5 regarded them coldly and declared, Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, your mission has failed. Moreover, you have learned the boss's secret. Slowly, deliberately, he extracted a lump of dried mucus from his nostril. Therefore, as condemned sinners, he aimed the globule at them. You must die. Nose. Boogers. Usopp stirred awake at some unknown moment, rubbing his eyes as he gazed upon Mr. 5's astonishing combat stance. His entire body froze in petrified disbelief. Furina ceased sipping her tea, her eyes fixed upon the slimy amorphous mass hovering at Mr. 5's fingertip, her elegant brows knitted tightly together. Disgusting, she declared succinctly. Where did this production's prop master source such an abomination? Their aesthetic sensibility is utterly bankrupt. Mr. 5 paid no heed to onlookers' stares. With a delicate flick of his finger, he aimed at Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, both paralyzed with terror. Nose vacuum cannon. The seemingly mundane booger erupted into a sonic shriek the instant it launched, and swelled rapidly midair. Boom. A thunderous detonation silenced Mr. 9 before he could even scream. His charred body hurtled backward, unconscious and motionless. The blast wave overturned debris nearby, and jolted Miss Wednesday fully awake. She stared at her fallen comrade, then at the impassive Mr. 5, her eyes wide with primal dread. Curse, she shrieked. From nowhere burst a colossal duck wearing a blue cowboy hat and a water canteen strapped across its back. Karu, the speed duck. Miss Wednesday sprang nimbly onto the duck's broad back. Karu bolted forward on stumpy legs, vanishing down the alleyway at breathtaking speed. Think you're escaping. Miss Valentine unfurled her yellow polka dot parasol and floated weightlessly upward, pursuing Miss Wednesday. 10,000 kilograms of pressure. She descended from above, poised to crush both duck and rider into pulp. At that razor-thin instant, a figure leapt down from a rooftop beside them, driving a precise kick into Miss Valentine's parasol and deflecting its trajectory. With a heavy thud, Miss Valentine crashed violently onto vacant ground, carving a massive crater into the earth. You shall not harm this noble lady. Sanji, now fully roused, stepped protectively before Miss Wednesday's cigarette clenched between his lips, stance primed for battle. Yet another crisis erupted. Zoro, you wretched fool. Why would you attack these kind souls who fed us? Luffy too had awakened, surveying the carnage, the sprawled bodies, the ravaged town, and Zoro drenched in blood. He instantly ignited into battle mode. Without a word, he lunged forward with a furious punch. Idiot. Look closely, they're bounty hunters. Zoro sidestepped Luffy's blow and roared in exasperation. I don't care. They gave me meat. You're the villain. Luffy refused all explanation. His rubber fists rained down like a storm upon Zoro. Forced to draw his blades, Zoro parried furiously, the whirlwind of punches clashing with razor-sharp sword arcs. In moments, the battlefield dissolved once more into chaotic mayhem, undoing Zoro's earlier cleanup. Hey, you two. Nami burst out of the guest room, surveying the tangled brawl between Luffy and Zoro, the tense standoff between Mr. 5 and Sanji and Mr. 9 lying inert on the ground. Her temples throbbed with impending migraine. She rushed to Akaram's side, snatched the Straw Hat Pirate's wanted posters from his coat, and shouted toward Vivi. Hey, blue-haired girl, just who are you? Why are they hunting you? Miss Wednesday. Vivi bit her lip, staring at the pandemonium unfolding before her. She knew concealment now meant certain death for everyone. She began. No time for explanations. Nami cut her off, sharply pointing first at Mr. 5, then at Miss Valentine. Whoever you are, I'll protect you. 10 billion berries. Deal. 10. 10 billion. Vivi and Akaram gaped in stunned silence. Precisely. Final offer. This sum covers our captain's and swordsman's emotional distress, property damage fees, and my trauma surcharge, all bundled into one premium package. Nami planted her hands on her hips, radiating the unmistakable aura of a shrewd, unapologetic merchant. Akaram glanced at Mr. 5, who casually generated explosions barehanded. Then at Nami, the fiery-haired girl seemed absurdly money-obsessed, yet her gaze held unwavering reliability. Tears welled in his eyes as he nodded firmly. Deal. If it secures Princess Vivi's safe return to Alabasta, even my life is yours. Excellent. Having secured the pack, Nami turned and bellowed toward the still clashing pair. You two idiots, stop fighting. We've got business. 10 billion berries. But Luffy and Zoro were locked in feverish combat, deaf to reason, blind to consequence. Elsewhere, Miss Valentine clawed herself from the crater, glaring at Sanji, standing resolute before Vivi. A cold smirk curled her lips. A mere cook dares obstruct me. Weight 10,000 pounds. Her body grew impossibly dense. She stomped downward at Sanji. He evaded nimbly, but the pavement beneath shattered like brittle glass. Truly uncouth, Sanji murmured, straightening his collar, his gaze sharpening into lethal focus. Meanwhile, Mr. 5, having subdued Mr. 9, advanced leisurely toward Vivi. The game concludes, Princess of Alabasta. Once more he extracted a glistening booger from his nostril, aiming it squarely at Vivi, shielded behind Sanji. Farewell. Just as he prepared to launch the fatal projectile, an elegant glacial voice pierced the air behind him. Did I grant you leave to exit the stage? Mr. Five whirled around, to find the silver-haired woman with heterochromatic eyes standing silently behind him. She held a lavish folding fan, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon her lips. Oh, another volunteer for oblivion. Mr. Five sneered, regarding her with utter disdain. Furina ignored him entirely. She glided past to stand before Vivi, extended a gloved hand, gently lifting the princess's chin to study her tear-streaked, terrified face. A fine visage. Though fear has momentarily disrupted her composure, her foundation remains exquisite. Azure Tress's eyes forged in quiet resolve, and the poignant archetype of a fallen princess. Furina nodded approvingly. Turning toward Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, she announced with theatrical authority, I hereby declare this imperiled princess role is officially cast with the Straw Hat Grand Theater Company. From this moment forth, she shall reign as the undisputed leading lady of our newest production, The Defense of the Kingdom of Alabasta. What nonsensical drivel. Enraged by Furina's theatrics, Miss Valentine screamed, die. She activated her power again, only for Furina to delicately rest the heel of her stiletto upon the rim of the parasol. Though feather-light, the gesture pinned the parasol immovably, as if crushed beneath a mountain. No matter how Miss Valentine amplified her mass, the umbrella remained utterly unyielding. What have you done? Miss Valentine stared in horror. Executing a princess on sight. Furina gazed down upon her, eyes frigid and imperious. Such a composition violates tragic aesthetics and lacks my directorial sanction. Enough of your pretentious theatrics. Seeing Furina's dominance, Mr. Five launched a booger bomb directly at her without hesitation. Lady Furina, Sanji cried out, rushing forward, only to collide with an invisible barrier of flowing water. Humph, pathetic. Mr. Five scoffed coldly. Yet as the smoke dissipated, every witness gasped in collective awe. Furina stood untouched, elegant, unruffled, not a single fold disturbed in her gown. Before her shimmered a flawless crystalline shield composed entirely of pure water, absorbing the full force of the blast. Not a ripple marred its surface. She glanced at a speck of ash clinging to her glove, and recoiled with refined distaste. Raising her head, her heterochromatic gaze locked onto Mr. Five, cold, absolute, final. Using such revolting filth as stage props. Your artistic career, she pronounced slowly, ends here. Domain of water, silent judgment. And Furina's voice, though soft, resonated with crystalline clarity in the ears of every soul present. And as her words settled, an invisible pressure rippled outward from her center. Moisture in the air coalesced instantly, with shallow pools left by explosions, and battle trembled across the ground. NMR. Five and Miss Valentine both shuddered, a visceral, soul-deep tremor. They felt as though an intangible giant hand had clamped upon their throats, rendering even breath a laborious struggle. And what is this power? Mr. Five stared at Furina in abject terror, his prideful bomb fruit ability rendered utterly inert. He sensed that the slightest movement would trigger the surrounding water elements to rend him limb from limb. Elsewhere, Luffy and Zoro's duel had escalated into a maelstrom of raw fury. In Gum Gatling, in three-sword-style demon slash. Fist met blade in thunderous collision, unleashing a deafening roar. Neither yielded an inch, fighting from one end of the street to the other, toppling countless cactus-shaped buildings in their wake, shaking Whiskey Peak itself beneath their feet. Those two idiots. Are they trying to demolish the entire town? Nami glared at the ever-mounting repair bill, hopping with fury. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were swept into the storm of this celestial brawl, barely dodging Luffy's crushing punch, only to nearly be bisected by Zoro's razor-sharp sword aura. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Mr. Five, attempting to intervene, was caught squarely between Luffy and Zoro's converging attacks, and hurled skyward like discarded refuse. And hey, Furina watched the two rampaging fools with mounting indignation, her directorial authority visibly challenged. Her meticulously staged spectacle, the water god descends judging the villains, had been utterly eclipsed by these two brutes wielding nothing but brute force. She resolved to eliminate these two inconvenient minor players first. In Mademoiselle Nouvellette Marquis, obvious Mademoiselle Crabaletta, entertain this young lady. She issued the command toward Miss Valentine, and instantly three waterborne entities encircled her. Wait, 10,000 Jean. Miss Valentine strained to crush them with her power, but Marquis' obvious tentacles secreted a slick viscous fluid, causing her to slip and lose her footing. Mademoiselle Nouvellette unleashed torrents of water, drenching her clothes and parasol, its sudden immense weight collapsing her balance, entirely transforming her into a bedraggled, sodden wretch. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle Crabaletta loomed nearby, brandishing massive pincers poised to strike with merciless precision. And Miss Valentine was utterly undone, trapped in humiliating disarray. Having dealt with that front, Furina turned her gaze toward Luffy and Zoro, still locked in furious combat. And both now fought with unbridled intensity, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. Gum Rocket, in three-sword-style secret art, 3,000 worlds, and two titanic forces surged toward each other, capable of obliterating Whiskey Peak from the map entirely. Stop, you two fools, Furina shrieked at the cataclysmic energy gathering before her. and it'll ruin my hairstyle. Yet her cry vanished beneath the deafening thunder of impending annihilation. And at that hair-trigger instant, an orange blur materialized, ghost-like, between them. Enough, right now. Nami's face contorted with bulging veins, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. She cocked her fist, not with the strength of a bounty hunter, but with terrifying physics-defying force, and delivered two precise brutal blows to Luffy's and Zoro's skulls. Thud, thud, and two crisp hollow impacts. And the world fell silent. Luffy and Zoro crumpled to the ground, each crowned with a grotesquely swollen bump stars spinning before their eyes, muttering deliriously about meat and sword, before slipping into unconsciousness. A profound hush descended over the scene. NMR. 5 and Miss. Valentine gaped at the orange-haired woman who had single-handedly subdued two monsters, her very presence rewriting their understanding of reality. Vivi and Igaram stood agape speechless. Furina lowered the water shield she'd raised for defense, watching Nami, the undisputed victor, nodding in quiet professional satisfaction. Excellent. Our troop's chief financial officer, occasionally moonlighting as martial arts consultant, yields remarkable results. This stark, jarring contrast, brutal force wrapped in delicate aesthetics, is precisely the kind of violent poetry our audience adores. Nami heaved ragged breaths, strode up to the fallen pair, and delivered one final kick to each. And you two morons. When you wake up, your allowance gets docked, doubled, to cover this repair bill. The misunderstanding had at last been forcibly terminated. And with Vivi and Igaram's explanations, the truth finally unfolded. Whiskey Peak was no hospitable village, but a den of the criminal organization Baroque Works, masquerading as a frontier town to lure and hunt down pirates descending from Reverse Mountain. Its residents were agents in disguise specialized in eliminating sea raiders. Vivi, Princess of the Desert Kingdom Alabasta, had infiltrated the organization alongside her royal guard Captain Igaram, posing as Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8, to uncover and thwart Baroque Works' plot to destabilize her homeland. Baroque Works' leader, codenamed Mr. 0, is an exceptionally enigmatic and ruthless man. Sorrow and wrath etched deep lines across Vivi's face. And he has orchestrated a vast conspiracy, stoking civil war across my kingdom, seeking to seize control of all Alabasta. And his true identity, Vivi clenched her fists, hatred burning in her eyes, is none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords, not the name. Every face except Luffy's, still unconscious, paled with dread. Usopp's knees buckled. That's on the same level as Dracula Mihawk, or even Arlong the Fishman. Zoro's brow furrowed as memories surfaced. The man he'd encountered at the floating restaurant, whose overwhelming power remained an unbridgeable chasm in his mind. To fight an enemy of that caliber, Sanji exhaled a slow smoke ring, his expression turning grave. Nami's complexion drained completely white. Her modest savings, even stretched to its limit, would scarcely cover repairs for a single mast, let alone a confrontation with such a foe. Only Furina, hearing the terms 7 warlords and national conspiracy, ignited with exhilaration, her heterochromatic eyes blazing with theatrical fervor. A national-scale epic war drama, with a 7 warlord as the antagonist. What a heavyweight cast. Magnificent. This is precisely the grand narrative I've longed for. If staged perfectly, how many hearts, and how much attention, will this production command? With a sharp snap, she unfurled her fan, concealing the grin stretching ear to ear, and declared in a voice dripping with tragic grandeur, "O poor princess, your stolen kingdom, your treacherous usurper. How classically operatic. Fear not, dear leading lady. Our Straw Hat Grand Theater Company shall compose for you the most resplendent opera of vengeance ever performed." At that moment, a peculiar bald eagle and a talking otter soared into the sky above, members of Baroque Works' ill-omened duo tasked with intelligence relay and corpse retrieval. They circled overhead, while the otter swiftly sketched the assembled figures below with a brush. Sketch complete. Sketch complete. Straw Hat Luffy, Hunter Zoro, and the silver-haired woman with the highest bounty. Report to headquarters. Targets confirmed. They are traveling with traitor Princess Vivi. With that, the pair vanished into the horizon. No. Vivi's face blanched. Our cover is blown, completely exposed. We must leave here immediately. Vivi urged, her voice fraught with urgency. Ikaram gazed into the distance, his expression resolute. Your Highness, allow me to draw them away. Before Vivi could protest, he swiftly donned a blue cloak identical to hers, and even mimicked her hairstyle, then leapt aboard a small boat. Gentlemen, I entrust Her Highness to your care. He bowed deeply to the Straw Hat crew, then steered the vessel with unwavering resolve toward a direction opposite that of the Going Merry. Ikaram, Vivi cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Yet scarcely had the boat sailed a short distance when a violent explosion erupted across the sea surface. Flames roared skyward, instantly reducing the tiny decoy vessel, and Ikaram himself, to ash and splinters. It was Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Though defeated, they had secretly detonated a pre-placed bomb. Ikaram, Vivi let loose a cry of utter despair. Go now. Nami acted without hesitation, hoisting the sails at once. The Going Merry lifted anchor under cover of night, bearing its heavy cargo of sorrow and grief as it fled Cactus Island, a land steeped in lies and bloodshed. A suffocating silence settled over the deck. Vivi knelt on the planks, weeping uncontrollably. Usopp and Sanji stood beside her, offering comfort, yet speechless themselves. Zoro leaned against the mainmast, wiping blood from his blade, his face grim and shadowed. Luffy, revived at last by Nami's forceful treatment, stirred awake. Having heard Nami's account, he grasped the full truth of what had transpired. Without a word, he walked slowly to the bow and stared into the impenetrable blackness of the open sea. Just then a languid, velvety feminine voice rang out across the ship, unbidden, unannounced. What a moving farewell scene. Pity the acting is rather overwrought. Every soul froze, whirling around in unison. Perched effortlessly atop the railing of the Going Merry sat a tall, raven-haired woman. How, or when she had boarded, none could say. She wore a form-fitting violet leather bodysuit beneath a pristine white fur coat. A cowboy hat rested atop her head, and her skin glowed with a healthy sun-kissed hue. With legs elegantly crossed, she sat as though sovereign of the vessel itself. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips, but her deep-set eyes betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Who are you? When did you board? Usopp stammered, raising his slingshot in trembling hands. Zoro and Sanji instantly assumed battle stances, shielding Vivi and Nami behind them. They had not sensed her approach, not even a whisper of her presence. Miss All Sunday, Vivi whispered, her voice trembling, her eyes wide with profound terror and desolation. The vice president of Baroque Works, the most mysterious and formidable. No. Two beneath the enigmatic CEO, Mr. Zero. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, esteemed members of the Straw Hat crew. The black-haired woman, Nico Robin, offered a graceful nod, her smile serene. There's no need for such tension. I've come not to fight. She withdrew a peculiar compass from within her coat and tossed it lightly into the air. It traced a perfect arc before landing precisely on the deck before Nami. This is an eternal pose pointing to Alabasta, Robin murmured. Your navigator appears to be in dire need of it. Nami stared at the compass, but did not move. She felt it, the danger radiating from this woman, denser and more chilling than all their previous foes combined. I simply wish to spare myself the tedium of watching a futile death throes. Robin's gaze swept slowly across the crew. By your current strength, navigating the perilous trials of the Grand Line to reach Alabasta is an impossibility, no more than a fool's errand. Take it. At least it will ensure your end comes swiftly. Her tone remained calm, yet laced with a contempt so icy it sent shivers down the spine. Luffy strode forward from the bow, picked up the eternal pose, glanced at it, and then before every stunned eye crushed it into glittering fragments with a single decisive grip. Who gave you the right to decide our course? Luffy met Robin's gaze, his eyes clear and unshakable. Where we go, that is my choice alone. For the first time, Robin's smile flickered, just slightly. She studied Luffy, a flash of genuine surprise crossing her eyes before settling once more into placid stillness. Just as tension reached its breaking point, Furina emerged from the cabin. She had changed out of her battle-worn formal gown and now wore a far more opulent sleepwear ensemble, delicate lace and gleaming gemstones adorning a silken nightdress. While holding a steaming cup of warm milk, she yawned softly, rubbing her drowsy eyes, utterly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. She approached Robin, paused, and tilted her head, studying the intruder with quiet, unfeigned curiosity. Quite impressive. Furina nodded approvingly, appraising Robin with the discerning eye of a seasoned director, from crown to toe. Mature, enigmatic, dangerous, and possessing just the right measure of intellectual allure. Madam, your character concept is exceptionally well-defined, and your visual execution flawless. Robin regarded her with growing fascination. Oh, indeed. Furina stepped closer to Robin, entirely ignoring the aura of forbidding elegance surrounding her, and even reached out to gently stroke the white fur of her coat. The texture of this outerwear is exquisite, perfectly suited to your serpent bell archetype. However, your hat leaves something to be desired. This cowboy style is far too common, lacking distinction. I recommend trying the latest feather-adorned opera hats from Fontaine. They would elevate your regal, frost-laced charisma to sublime heights. The crew stared dumbstruck. Did this woman have any idea what was happening? For the first time, genuine, deep-seated interest flickered in Robin's eyes. She gazed upon the silver-haired girl before her, so earnest in her critique, realizing she had encountered a being wholly beyond conventional logic, an anomaly defying all precedent. You are fascinating, Robin observed. Thank you. That is the highest compliment one may offer a director's aesthetic sensibility. Furina accepted the praise as self-evident. Leaning close to Robin's ear, she whispered, her voice barely audible to anyone else. I suspect you've read that prophecy book as well. The chapter concerning the abyss and history. Robin's pupils contracted sharply. Her body tensed. Her composed smile vanished, entirely erased, as if never there. She locked eyes with Furina, searching desperately for meaning in those heterochromatic irises. Yet Funina's gaze remained crystalline and guileless, tinged only with childlike wonder, as though she'd merely remarked on the weather. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Robin replied, smoothly rising from the railing and brushing dust from her coat with practiced grace. How unfortunate, Furina sighed, shoulders lifting in gentle disappointment. I'd hoped to find on this dreary stage a fellow playwright with whom to discuss script structure and narrative arcs. Robin fixed her with one long penetrating look, then summoned a colossal sea turtle and leapt onto its back. We shall meet again in Alabasta, intriguing Director San. With that she rode the great beast into the vast star-dusted night, leaving behind a temporary reprieve, yet an even heavier silence aboard the Going Merry. All eyes turned to Furina, brimming with bewilderment and awe. Furina, what exactly did you say to her? Nami blurted out. Nothing of consequence, Furina murmured, sipping her milk. Merely an academic discourse on character development and narrative trajectory. She said no more, only turned gazing toward the horizon where Robin had vanished, her azure blue eye shimmering with layered inscrutable light. This woman, she mused inwardly, carries a loneliness deeper than the abyssal trenches, and a weight as vast as the world itself. She is unquestionably a character with a story worth telling. Perhaps she will become an unexpected, breathtaking twist in my grandest performance yet. Without the permanent compass, Nami could only rely on the compass's own recorded trajectory. Once stabilized, it pointed toward the next unknown island. The Going Merry sailed across the surreal seas of the Grand Line for several days, witnessing clouds that rained candy, encountering colossal sea monkeys who treated ships as toys, and even gathering frosty edible fruits from a sudden hailstorm. Everything in the Grand Line brimmed with mystery and wonder. Land ahead, Usopp shouted from the crow's nest. A verdant island emerged on the horizon. Yet something was deeply unsettling as the ship drew nearer. They discovered the island encircled by countless colossal skeletons, each unimaginably vast. Some resembled ancient dragons, the others mammoths long extinct. Each skeleton dwarfed the Going Merry by dozens of times, casting the entire island in an aura of eerie dread. What is this place? Jurassic Park. Usopp's knees trembled with fear. Nami too stared at the macabre spectacle, her breath shallow, her pulse quickened. Let's not go ashore. It looks dangerous. No way. I'm going to explore. Luffy, already electrified with excitement, had donned his exploration gear and slung a massive butterfly net over his shoulder, leaping off the ship before anyone else. Vivi, shaken by recent upheavals, moved through a haze of exhaustion and grief, following Luffy ashore as if distraction might dull the ache within. Honestly, those two, Sanji and Zoro, exchanged weary glances and followed without another word. Hey, wait for me. Though terrified, Usopp feared being left alone aboard more than anything, and trailed after them, face crumpled in despair. At last, only Nami and Furina remained on deck. Are we really going ashore? Nami gazed into the primeval jungle, certain some monstrous thing would burst forth from its depths at any moment. Furina unfurled her ornate crystal parasol. Beneath her feet a clear current coalesced, lifting her gently half a meter above the ground. Of course we must go, she murmured, smoothing her skirt to ensure not a single fold touched the soil. When the lead actor and heroine have taken center stage, how could the chief director possibly remain absent? Yet, her gaze swept over the island's mire-slicked earth and the enormous mosquitoes, larger than human heads, darting through the humid air. A faint disdainful wrinkle appeared between her brows. This environment is utterly unacceptable. Mud, dampness, and these vulgar insects. They offend my sensibilities profoundly. As she complained, she guided the current beneath her feet, gliding smoothly toward the shore like a sovereign descending upon sacred ground. Nami watched her float, delicate, untouchable, and sighed, locking the helm before following ashore. Within the primeval jungle, the air hung thick and heavy, saturated with heat and moisture, while towering ancient trees and grotesquely twisted flora filled every vista. Luffy and Usopp darted about like wide-eyed children, chasing iridescent butterflies one moment, then lunging after a beetle the size of a puppy the next, laughing, shouting, utterly enraptured. Furina, meanwhile, drifted serenely above the undergrowth, fanning herself with a delicate folding fan, warding off the swarming giants that dared approach her gown. Begone, you wretched things. Don't sully my attire. Then, the earth convulsed violently. Roar! A deafening bellow erupted from deep within the woods. A tyrannosaurus, vastly larger than any sea king encountered in the calm belt, shattered through the canopy, uprooting colossal trees as it charged forth. Its savage eyes locked instantly onto Luffy and Vivi at the front of the group. With a thunderous snap, its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a small vessel, lunged forward to devour them whole. Whoa, a dinosaur! Luffy didn't flinch, he grinned wider, exhilarated. Just as he raised his arms to unleash his rubber rocket punch, a shrill tear-choked shriek pierced the jungle, sharper than the beast's roar, trembling with raw panic. Ay. Furina stared into the dripping maw, rows of jagged teeth, saliva slick with rotting stench, and her mind went utterly blank. She despised such crude, barbaric, aesthetically bankrupt creatures above all else. Overwhelmed by visceral revulsion and primal instinct, she summoned her most potent emergency response, without hesitation. Mademoiselle Nouvelette. Marquis Obvious. Mademoiselle Craboletta. Subdue it now. 3 waterborne entities materialized in an instant. Mademoiselle Craboletta, the armored crab, launched herself like a cannonball, her massive pincers snapping shut with a resonant clang around the T-Rex's jaw, locking it open immobile. Mademoiselle Nouvelette, the plump seahorse, gracefully ascended to the beast's crown and unleashed twin torrents of high-pressure water directly into its enormous vulnerable eyes. Blinded and searing with pain, the tyrant roared, a sound torn from agony, and thrashed wildly, its titanic frame shaking the very forest floor. Marquis Obvious, the elegant octopus, unfurled multiple watery tentacles binding the creature's limbs and tail in unyielding coils. No amount of brute force could break free. In barely 10 seconds, the jungle's undisputed sovereign, moments ago a fearsome titan, lay humbled and motionless on the earth, its eyes wide, with bewildered terror, utterly subdued by three beings both exquisite and whimsical. Silence fell, absolute stunned. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp all stood frozen, jaws slack, eyes unblinking. Furina, having recovered from her initial shock, exhaled sharply and recomposed herself instantly. She surveyed the vanquished Leviathan, cleared her throat, adjusted her expression, and struck a pose of inscrutable mastery. Ahem. She spoke with feigned nonchalance. This was an impromptu demonstration, part of the theater troupe's special beast tamer repertoire, staged purely for artistic effect. How did you find it? Satisfactorily dramatic, wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, she guided the current beneath her, gliding upward until she hovered atop the dazed dinosaur's skull. She extended one stiletto heel, tapping lightly against its scaly brow. Admittedly unsightly, but serviceable as an ad hoc mount. She declared, regal and aloof. Luffy and Usopp gazed up at her, eyes sparkling with unreserved awe. Well, Furina, you're incredible. You tamed a dinosaur. Truly worthy of our chief director. Absolutely magnificent. Furina listened to the soft chime of rising attention and absorbed the adoring stares, her earlier revulsion and fear dissolving, replaced by quiet, profound satisfaction. She straightened her spine, seated herself atop the great beast's head, and directed it forward, finally spared from mud insects and indignity alike. They pressed deeper into the jungle. Soon a booming, hearty laugh echoed through the trees. Gahaha! Jayagya, Jayagya, Jayagya. Parting a dense thicket of ferns, they beheld a sight that stole their breath, a clearing where two mountain-sized giants sat face to face, drinking heartily from barrels large enough to house villages. One wore gleaming blue armor and sported a thick azure beard, the other donned crimson armor and bore a fiery red beard. Beside them rested colossal axes and swords, each weapon larger than the going merry itself. Giants! Usopp cried, voice trembling with reverence. Real giants. The two titans turned their gaze upon the tiny intruders. Oh, guests have arrived. Yoru lowered his massive casque, intrigued. Gahaha! It's been ages since we've seen guests so small. Bragi roared with equal mirth. At that moment, the island's central volcano erupted, its thunderous boom shaking the heavens. At the volcanic roar, the giants' laughter vanished, replaced by solemn resolve and fierce anticipation. Time has come, Bragi. Indeed, Yoru. Today's duel, I shall win it. They rose, gripping their weapons, tremors rippling across the land beneath their feet. This is the honor duel of Giant Warrior Clan, Yoru explained to the bewildered Straw Hats. We have fought here for 100 years. 100 years. All were struck dumb by the sheer weight of that span. Furina, seated atop the T-Rex, watched the looming figures prepare for battle, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming with rare, fervent light. A duel waged for honor, unbroken for a century. What epic grandeur. What tragic, monumental script. She was profoundly stirred, not by treasure maps or political intrigue, but by this pure, colossal theatricality. To her artist's soul, it eclipsed all else. Yet as awe settled over the group, a sly, mocking chuckle slithered from the jungle shadows. Hee hee, two foolish giants. Perfect. They'll help us eliminate the Straw Hat crew and those traitors in one stroke. A man whose head bore a burning candle marked with the number 3 crept forward alongside his partner, Miss Golden Week, stealthy, calculating, ready to begin their lethal game of hunt. A duel, eh? Luffy looked at the two imposing giants, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why are you two fighting for 100 years here? Gahaha. The reason. Red Ogre Bragi scratched his fiery red beard, his voice booming like a bell. We don't even remember ourselves. Probably about whose prey was bigger, right? Blue Ogre Dory also laughed heartily in agreement. We are both warriors of Elbaf. For us, the reason for a duel doesn't matter. What matters is the warrior's glory. Elbaf, the homeland of the giants, a nation that reveres glory and battle. Dory and Bragi were once the two captains of the giant warrior pirates. Due to a trivial dispute, they decided to settle it through a duel. Yet that duel lasted for 100 years. What a couple of idiot giants, Usopp muttered, though his eyes were filled with yearning and admiration. For him, this heroic spirit of fighting for glory was the very romance of a brave warrior of the sea that he had spent his life pursuing. Luffy even more so took a liking to these two behemoths. He ran to Bragi's feet, looking up and shouting, "Giants, be my friends." Bragi lowered his head to look at the little fellow who barely reached his toes and grinned. Sure, little one. It's my honor to be friends with the future pirate king. On the other side, Zoro and Nami encountered Blue Ogre Dory. Nami had no interest in these giants who only fought, as she just wanted to find a way to leave this bizarre island as soon as possible. Zoro, however, was intrigued by Dory's enormous sword and asked him about swordsmanship. Sanji and Vivi were in charge of preparing food. Sanji used the giant mushrooms and spices he found in the jungle to cook a sumptuous dinner. Furina had found the best viewing spot in the entire arena. She made her Tyrannosaurus mount lie down, then gracefully seated herself on the giant Broggy's massive helmet. She savored Sanji's specially made giant afternoon tea, while listening to the two giants tell the legends of Elbaf's war gods. So we warriors of Elbaf from birth live for glory and die for glory, Broggy declared, heroically downing a large barrel of rum. With glory as the core driving force, the character motivations are very pure and the behavioral logic is clear, Furina noted in her little notebook. The character arc is distinct, full of epic grandeur. Not bad material for a script. She looked at these two straightforward, unconstrained giants and felt a hint of kinship with them. They were far more artistic than those scheming, deceitful conspirators. Just then the volcano at the center of the island erupted again. Oh, the signal for the duel. Broggy and Dory stood up simultaneously, putting down their barrels and taking up their weapons. Hey giant, drink this barrel before you go. Luffy, holding a barrel as tall as himself, ran up to Broggy. He had borrowed it from the Going Merry, specially brought to share with his new friend. Gahaha, good, you're truly my friend. Broggy didn't hesitate. He took the barrel and drained it in one gulp. However, neither he nor Luffy noticed that while Luffy was carrying the barrel over, a figure had secretly tampered with it. Mr. 5, the bomb man who had been defeated by Zoro and escaped, had mixed his special gunpowder into the liquor following Mr. 3's instructions. Dory, I'm coming. Broggy finished his drink, hoisted his giant axe, and strode toward the dueling ground. Dory was already waiting at the other end, holding his greatsword. Come on, Broggy. Today we'll settle it once and for all. The two exchanged gazes, let out a simultaneous earth-shaking war cry, and charged at each other. Just as they were about to collide, Broggy's body suddenly stiffened. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a sharp, searing pain tearing through his abdomen. The gunpowder inside him had been detonated by the violent movement. Though the explosion wasn't fatal to the thick-skinned giant, the intense agony instantly slowed his movements. What's wrong, Broggy? Dory sensed his old friend's abnormality, but he could no longer stop his momentum. The greatsword and the giant axe clashed violently. Normally, it would have been a well-matched contest. But today Broggy's strength was greatly diminished due to his internal injuries. His giant axe was knocked away, and Dory's greatsword with its remaining momentum struck him squarely in the chest. A deep, bone-deep wound appeared, blood gushing out. Broggy's mountain-like body swayed, then crashed to the ground. I won. Dory stared at his fallen friend for a long moment, then let out a mournful cry. Broggy. He had won, but there was no joy in it. He threw down his sword, knelt beside Broggy, and only then realized that his old friend's wound was not right. It was not just a sword cut, there were also signs of an internal explosion. What is this? Dory roared in fury. Luffy rushed over too. He looked at Broggy lying in a pool of blood, then at the empty barrel he had brought, and finally understood. It was that barrel of liquor. His face darkened instantly. Someone tampered with it. A sinister laugh echoed from the jungle. Mr. 3, accompanied by Miss Goldenweek, strolled leisurely out from behind the trees. What a touching scene. A century-long duel, a century-long friendship, all ended by a single barrel of liquor. Mr. 3 adjusted his ridiculous flame-shaped hairstyle, sneering at the two giants. How foolish giants. Was it you? Luffy glared at him in fury. That's right. Mr. 3 made no attempt to hide it. Who told you have the same target as us? Straw Hat Luffy, 30 million berries. And the companions behind him. They add up to several tens of millions. This is a big deal. I'm going to send you flying. Luffy roared and charged. Too naive. Mr. 3 sneered, clapping his hands together. Wax Fruit Candle House. Countless streams of wax erupted from his body like vines, instantly binding the severely injured Dory and Broggy, who couldn't move. Then more wax surged toward Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Vivi. Zoro drew his sword and tried to cut the wax, but it was soft and sticky. The blade sank into it, unable to do any real damage. Soon Nami and Vivi were also firmly pinned to the ground by the wax. Only Luffy, relying on his beast-like instincts, leaped into the air just before the wax caught him. But Miss Goldenweek was already waiting there. Color trap black of betrayal. She painted a black circle in the air with her brush. Luffy, with no foothold in the air, landed right within the circle's range. A strange emotion instantly flooded Luffy's mind. He looked at his comrades trapped in the wax, but instead of feeling the urge to save them, he found them annoying. What a hassle. He muttered, walked to the side, sat down, and started picking his nose. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Nami screamed in despair. It's useless. Miss Goldenweek laughed triumphantly. Under the effect of my black of betrayal, he now sees you only as a burden. He won't want to save you. Mr. 3 looked at the trapped group and flashed a victorious smile. Now allow me to present you all with a grand art exhibition. He raised his hands high. Giant candle service set. A massive cake-like rotating candlestick rose from the ground, lifting Zoro, Nami, and Vivi into the air. At the top of the candlestick, a giant candle was lit and hot wax dripped continuously, ready to turn them into 3 lifelike wax statues. Furina, sitting atop the Tyrannosaurus's head in the distance, watched the entire scene unfold. She saw the two giants who had fallen due to treachery, Zoro and Nami trapped in wax, and about to become artworks, and Luffy idly standing by, influenced by a strange ability. The smile on her face gradually faded. It was replaced by a coldness as icy as the winter of Fontaine. To defile a sacred duel with schemes and tricks. To harm my actors with such crude, graceless methods. And to turn them into those ugly, artless wax statues. She slowly rose from the Tyrannosaurus's head, her skirt billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Unforgivable. This is the most grievous blasphemy against art. Halt! Zoro roared from the spinning candle stand, straining with brute force against the wax hardening rapidly beneath his feet. Yet the molten substance clung like a parasitic curse, tightening its grip with every desperate struggle. Scalding wax dripped from above, sizzling as it seared his skin, but he clenched his teeth and uttered not a single cry. Wah! I'm going to die. I'm turning into a wax statue. Nami and Vivi shrieked in despair, helplessly watching their bodies vanish beneath a creeping shroud of white wax. Luffy, you idiot, wake up now. Nami cried out, tears streaming down her face. Yet Luffy, ensnared by the betrayal black affliction, sat idly on the ground, having even coaxed a cup of afternoon tea from Miss Golden Week, and now watched the spectacle atop the stand with detached amusement, murmuring, "Oh, how impressive. Futile resistance. Surrender. Mr. 3 chuckled triumphantly, gazing upon his nearly finished masterpiece. Soon you shall become my most exquisite collectibles. A wax statue of the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, sure to fetch an excellent price." Zoro glanced at his legs, already half encased in wax, and his eyes hardened with resolve. He clenched Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri between his teeth, freeing both hands to grasp Wado Ikemanji. Rather than becoming an immobile monument here, he angled the blade toward his own ankle. Zoro, don't! Vivi screamed in terror. At the very instant he raised the sword to sever his own flesh, a voice, cold, haughty, and luminous as divine light, piercing storm clouds, cut through the air from the nearby thicket. Truly a grotesque, pitiful performance. All froze, startled, and turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Funina, sheltered beneath her opulent crystal parasol, gliding forward with the poised grace of a feline aristocrat from the shadows of the trees. Her expression bore unmasked disdain and contempt. She did not so much as glance at the trapped Zoro and the others, instead striding directly to Mr. 3's candle service set, circling the rotating platform like a fastidious art critic appraising a flawed exhibit. Tisk tisk tsk. She shook her head, pointing her folding fan at the half-formed wax figures. Observe these crude textures, rigid contours, lifeless expressions. This is no artwork. It is nothing but cheap plastic figurines sold at third-rate street stalls. What did you say? Mr. 3's smug grin froze mid-face. Nothing wounded him more than scorn for his art. I said your art is garbage. Funina turned fully toward him, her gaze sweeping over him, as though he were refuse. True art captures the soul's fleeting moment, it freezes emotion into eternity. But you merely replicate hollow shells, lifeless husks molded from vulgar wax. This is the gravest desecration of the word art. You prattling woman, what do you know of art? Enraged beyond reason, Mr. 3 snarled, since you yearn so desperately to become art, I shall oblige you. Wax shackles. With a sharp gesture, 2 serpentine chains of hardened wax shot forth toward Funina. She remained motionless, did not blink, did not flinch. Mademoiselle Nouvelette, a translucent crystalline seahorse, materialized midair, elegant, radiant, and alive with aqueous luminescence. It pirouetted once, then unleashed 2 slender, yet piercing high-pressure water jets straight at the waxen chains. Shoo! The jets sliced through the wax like razor-thin blades, cleaving the chains into brittle fragments that clattered onto the ground, inert and harmless. What a... Mr. 3 stared dumbfounded. His wax was harder than steel, yet shattered as if made of glass. Common sense, dear artist. Funina concealed her lips behind her fan, eyes gleaming with undisguised mockery. Water, the universal solvent, the sovereign shaper of form. Before a true sculptor of form, your candle play amounts to little more than street-side juggling. She paused, and a glacial spark flickered within her sapphire blue irises. And let me impart one final truth: water cools. And when scorching wax meets absolute cold, what transpires? Before the echo faded, she snapped her fingers. Marquis obvious, give him a cold bath. The languid octopus night descended upon Mr. 3's head, 8 tentacles whipping through the air as torrents of icy water cascaded down, drenching him instantly, transforming him into a shivering, sodden wretch. The wax armor encasing Mr. 3 solidified and grew brittle the moment the freezing water struck it. Crack! A mere twitch sent fissures spiderwebbing across his shell, a chorus of brittle fractures echoing like splintering porcelain. This is impossible. Terror, raw and unprecedented, flooded Mr. 3's veins. His power, utterly nullified by this silver-haired woman. Just then frantic quacking pierced the air. Quack! Quack! Usopp arrived at last, riding Karu, the sprinting duck bursting from the far edge of the jungle. He took in Zoro's plight, Nami's desperation, and Luffy sitting placidly with his teacup, and instantly grasped the situation. Luffy, catch! From his pack, he drew a cloth soaked in oil and pepper, launching it with pinpoint accuracy from his slingshot. Ultimate technique pepper oil cloth assault. The pungent fabric landed squarely over Luffy's face. Whoa, so spicy. So suffocating. Stung by the acrid fumes, Luffy burst into tears, and instinctively leapt skyward, vaulting clean out of the betrayal black radius. Why am I drinking tea? Clarity returned in an instant. He surveyed his bound comrades, then fixed his gaze on the gloating Mr. 3. Understanding flashed like lightning. You rotten candle man. Daring to lay a hand on my crew. Fury ignited like wildfire. His body trembled, not with weakness but with incandescent rage. His knuckles cracked like snapping timber. I'll smash you into dust. Like a cannonball launched from Fury's forge, he charged headlong at Mr. 3. Mr. 3 watched Luffy's furious advance, and then glanced sideways at the silver-haired woman whose mastery had undone his very essence. He knew unequivocally that all was lost. A venomous smile curled his lips as his palms slammed together. Then perish alongside my masterpieces. Wax Wax Champion Cup. A colossal wax golem erupted from the earth, swallowing Mr. 3 whole. Simultaneously the candle stand spun faster, wax dripping with accelerating ferocity. Zoro and the others stood moments from total entombment. The battle surged into its final white-hot crescendo. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy's fist slammed hard into the colossal candle golem forged by Mr. 3, leaving only a shallow imprint while his knuckles became ensnared in viscous, sticky wax, momentarily trapped. Useless straw hat brat, Mr. 3 chuckled triumphantly from within the golem. My championship cup set is my ultimate defensive masterpiece. He manipulated the candle golem, swinging its massive waxen arms down toward Luffy. Luffy dodged the blows with nimble agility, but found no opening to break through. Meanwhile, the situation atop the candle pedestal had grown dire. Zoro's legs were already fully encased in wax, and the substance crept steadily upward. He tried slashing with Wado Ikamanji, but the blade sank deep into the wax, utterly immovable. Damn it. If this continues. His gaze flickered toward Nami and Vivi, whose bodies were moments away from being completely sealed. His eyes hardened with fierce resolve. If my legs won't move, I'll discard them. He pressed Wado Ikamanji against his own ankles, preparing to sever his feet before full petrification set in, to fight on standing. Zoro, are you out of your mind? Nami and Vivi recoiled in horror at his desperate act. Silence. I'd rather die upright than become a useless ornament here. Zoro's gaze burned with unshakable conviction. Honestly, first one then another. Never a moment's peace. Furina sighed, deeply watching the chief swordsman poised to self-mutilate, and the lead actor hurling brute force attacks. Her blood pressure seemed to surge. Art demands creativity, you fools, she cried across the battlefield. Usopp, add some special effects to the stage. Usopp instantly grasped the director's intent. Understood. Art director Usopp reporting for duty. He pulled his custom slingshot and a pouch of greasy pellets from his satchel. Ultimate technique, oil stars. Countless oil-coated pellets soared with pinpoint accuracy toward the spinning candle pedestal, dousing it, and everyone upon it, in slick, glistening grease. Well done. Furina nodded approvingly, then turned her gaze to Luffy. Hey, lead actor. Stop playing with that tin can. Go ignite that rope. She pointed her folding fan toward the oil-soaked cord Usopp had earlier strung between the candle pedestal and surrounding trees, part of his trap setup. Though baffled by the order, Luffy instinctively trusted Furina's directorial command. Oh, he obeyed without hesitation, ignoring Mr. 3 entirely, and stretched his arm skyward, seizing the flaming decorative hair atop the golem's head. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch my hairstyle. Mr. 3 shrieked in panic. Luffy gripped the burning tuft, swung it in a wide arc, and precisely ignited the oil-drenched rope. Whoosh! Flames raced along the cord, erupting across the entire candle pedestal. It's on fire. Nami and Vivi screamed in terror. The wax pedestal, now slick with oil, burst into roaring conflagration the instant flame touched it. Intense heat rapidly melted the wax coating. Too hot. Too hot. Zoro felt his feet scorching. Mademoiselle Nouvellette. Marquis obvious. Furina commanded sharply. Regulate the water temperature. Cool them down, but don't extinguish the fire. Instantly, the two water elementals sprang into action. They sprayed fine shimmering mist, precisely enveloping Zoro, Nami, and Vivi, forming protective aqueous membranes that shielded them from searing heat, while allowing the wax to melt freely. It was a perfect symphony of water and fire. Under their dual influence, the wax binding the three cracked, liquefied, and sloughed away. We're free. Nami leapt first from the molten wax heap, soot-streaked, but gloriously liberated. Vivi followed close behind. The moment Zoro broke free, he lunged straight at the stunned Mr. 5. One sword style lion song. A flash of steel, and Mr. 5 didn't even register the strike before being cleaved clean off his feet, utterly incapacitated. This can't be possible. Mr. 3 shrieked in disbelief as his masterpiece crumbled so effortlessly. Luffy landed lightly back on solid ground, and grinned fiercely at the towering candle golem. Your turtle shell's useless now, isn't it? He drew a deep breath, his body swelling into a taut balloon-like sphere, then compressed all that air into his legs. Goma Goma no battle axe. His enormous foot descended like a meteor crashing onto the golem. This time the waxen armor shattered under the cataclysmic impact, splintering into countless fragments. Mr. 3 was blasted from the wreckage, tumbling headlong onto the ground in disgrace. "It's over," Luffy said, coolly retracting his leg and gazing down upon him. Just then a leisurely voice drifted from the jungle. "Yo, has the battle wrapped up? Looks like I missed quite the spectacle." Sanji strolled out from the trees, gracefully holding a giant lizard he'd kicked unconscious, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. He'd spent hours scouring the island's far side hunting for the dream ingredient worthy of Furina-sama and Miss Nami, completely oblivious to the entire skirmish. "You curly-browed cook, where the hell have you been?" Zoro barked, exasperated. Merely securing a love-filled dinner for our radiant ladies, unlike some green-haired knapsack." Sanji elegantly spat out the grass and lit a cigarette. Their usual banter flared anew, when suddenly the discarded din mushy beside Mr. 3 began ringing, blue blub blue. Sanji ambled over and lifted the receiver. "Hello, is this Mr. 3? A low, gravelly voice, laced with chilling menace, resounded from the other end. Sanji paused, glancing at the half-conscious Mr. 3 beside him, and then at his curious crewmates. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Clearing his throat, he pinched his nose and adopted a sleazy, wheedling tone. Yes, it's me, boss Mr. 0. What orders do you have?" He was now impersonating Mr. 3, engaging Crocodile himself in conversation. "Have you completed the mission? Have you eliminated the Straw Hat crew, and that princess?" Crocodile's voice echoed coldly. "Oh, of course, boss." Sanji continued his flawless performance. "They were no match, utterly reduced to my masterpieces." Excellent." Crocodile sounded pleased. "You and Mr. 5 withdraw immediately from Little Garden. Regroup at the next location. The final phase begins ahead of schedule." As Sanji listened, he silently mouthed Crocodile's exact words to Nami and Vivi, relaying every syllable. An unexpected call had granted them early intelligence on the enemy's ultimate plan. The Straw Hat crew regrouped. The two giants, having regained consciousness, expressed gratitude by joining forces, and with a single devastating blow pierced the monstrous, island-eating goldfish, blocking their path, clearing a safe passage for the Going Merry toward Arabasta. Amidst the giants' thunderous farewells, the Going Merry surged forward, carrying newfound resolve and purpose, full speed toward the desert kingdom veiled in conspiracy. On the deck of the Going Merry, Luffy and Usopp walked arm in arm, mimicking the bold postures of the giants Dory and Broggy as they clashed in combat, letting out wild "Uga" cries that made Vivi beside them torn between laughter and worry. She had just experienced an indirect conversation with Crocodile through the din mushy, and the chilling aura that had emanated from the other end of the line still left her deeply shaken. "Mr. Actor, your role has concluded." Furina sat beneath a sun umbrella that Sanji had specifically fetched for her, elegantly piercing a small piece of cake with a silver fork. Though that improvisation was full of power, you failed to leave sufficient dialogue for the villain to craft his despair. From a dramatic perspective, this structural imbalance is most unfortunate. Luffy, mouth crammed full of roasted lizard meat, replied indistinctly, but he wanted to turn Zoro and the others into wax statues. Precisely why he should have screamed his wicked plans at the top of his lungs, only to be righteously condemned amid the audience's scorn. That is how a villain ought to take his final bow. Furina pointed at Luffy with her fork, resembling a director instructing an actor on set. "You knocked him flying with a single punch. Far too simplistic and brutish, lacking any artistic merit." Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, polishing his newly acquired shusue, paying no attention whatsoever to Furina's theatrical theories. Sanji, meanwhile, eagerly poured Furina another cup of black tea, his eyes filled with adoring admiration. Just as this joyful atmosphere enveloped them, all a sudden change descended without warning. "Hey everyone." Nami clutched her forehead and stumbled out from the cabin, her voice weak. "The log pose's magnetism seems to have stabilized." Before she could finish, her body went limp and she collapsed directly toward the deck. "Nami!" Usopp and Vivi cried out in unison, rushing to catch her in their flustered panic. The laughter on the deck ceased abruptly. Luffy cast aside the meat in his mouth and lunged forward in a single bound. He reached out to touch Nami's forehead, then recoiled, as if struck by lightning, his face twisted with unprecedented panic. "She's burning up. Nami has a fever." Zoro strode over with a furrowed brow, crouched down to examine her, and said grimly, "I'll fetch a bucket of cold water." "No." Vivi blocked him immediately. She pressed her palm against Nami's scalding cheek, her complexion pale as paper. "This isn't an ordinary fever. Look at her breathing, rapid and labored, her lips all cracked and parched. In Arabasta, this illness." Vivi's voice trembled with fear. She dared not voice the terrifying suspicion forming in her mind. Furina furrowed her brow and walked over with measured steps. She looked down from above at Nami lying in Vivi's arms, intending to berate this leading actress for arbitrarily adding unscripted drama at such a crucial transition point, disrupting the entire company's schedule. Honestly, physical maintenance is a required course for any actor. She extended her hand, clad in white silk gloves, her fingertips gently touching Nami's forehead. Time froze in that instant. The startling heat transmitted through the thin glove caused Furina's expression to lock rigid in an instant. Her heterochromatic eyes subtly contracted, and the composed critique befitting a director that had danced upon her lips vanished without a trace. She withdrew her hand, peeled off the glove, and confirmed the temperature once more with the back of her palm. Searing hot. Silence. Furina's voice cooled considerably as she snapped her folding fan shut with practiced efficiency, her expression bearing a gravity none on board had ever witnessed. This is not a performance. This is a severe system malfunction. The company's chief navigator and accountant officer has ceased operation. There was no doctor aboard the ship. This realization plunged everyone into panic. Luffy clutched his hair, pacing frantically around the deck, repeatedly shouting, "A doctor! Where's a doctor? Find a doctor quick!" Sanji anxiously lit a cigarette, then abruptly crushed it out, utterly at a loss. Vivi lifted her gaze toward the sky, her eyes brimming with despair. "Oh no, look at those clouds. That's cirrostratus. The weather in the Grand Line is utterly unpredictable. When such clouds appear, a blizzard will follow shortly. The illness Miss Nami has contracted is likely the 5 seasons fever, a disease that only occurs in tropical jungles. If she gets struck by the cold, the consequences would be unthinkable." "What troublesome plot device," Furina muttered in complaint, but her actions betrayed no hesitation whatsoever. She snapped her fingers. The moisture in the air swiftly coalesced, and 3 translucent water elemental creatures materialized from thin air. Lady Hydrangea, Lord Uther, and Miss Crabberay. Furina's voice carried not a shred of emotion, only crisp, unambiguous directives. Administer continuous cryotherapy to her, maintaining her body temperature within safe parameters. Remember, employ the gentlest currents of water. No damage to the skin whatsoever, or it will affect her on-camera appearance. Lady Hydrangea drifted lightly above Nami, a thin cool film of pure water spreading across her forehead. Lord Uther extended several tentacles, pressing cool suction cups gently against Nami's wrists and neck. The heavily armored crab, Miss Crabberay, clumsily stood guard nearby, seemingly acting as a sentry. Under the care of the water elemental creatures, Nami's labored breathing gradually steadied, and her pained expression softened considerably. Furina observed this, seeing her mind racing through calculations of energy expenditure. Sustaining such refined treatment constituted an enormous burden on her current power. She could sense the void emanating from the gnosis, yet she merely pressed her lips together and whispered softly to the unconscious Nami. "Listen carefully. No one is permitted to exit the stage without my authorization. Your role has not yet concluded." Just then Usopp pointed toward the distant sea and let out a terrified shriek. What is that thing?" Everyone followed the direction of his pointing finger. Rising from the sea's surface, a massive bizarre submarine assembled from iron barrel sections breached the water, blocking the Going Mary's path. On the submarine's deck stood a man dressed in heavy winter clothing, his build corpulent and grotesque, with a mouth disproportionately obscenely large. Perched upon his head was a ridiculous crown. It was King Wapol, the very monarch whom Luffy had blown away from the Winter Island. Wapol's ravenous gaze swept across the Going Mary. Finally, he parted that mouth of his large enough to swallow a whole cow and aimed it directly at the ship's railing. Crack! A sharp snapping sound rang out. The railing of the Going Mary. He had actually bitten off a massive chunk of it clean away. Wapol chewed the wooden railing like a biscuit, producing crisp cracking sounds as splinters fell from the corners of his mouth. His gaze eventually locked onto the octopus knight, Lord Uther, who was blowing bubbles beside Furina. He swallowed the wood in his mouth, extended his tongue to lick his lips, and asked in a slurred, unclear voice, "That slippery thing over there, would it taste good?" Valbo's greedy eyes locked onto the water elemental creatures floating beside Furina, his saliva dripping steadily from his broad jaw onto the deck with a soft rhythmic plink. He opened his mouth wide once more, like biting into a colossal biscuit, and tore another massive chunk of wood from the railing of the Going Mary. Splinters and saliva mingled grotesquely, rendering the scene utterly revolting. "Hey, you! Don't you dare eat our ship!" Luffy roared in fury, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. Zoro had already drawn Wado Ikemanji. Its blade gleamed coldly beneath the overcast sky. Sanji too shed his usual playful grin. His gaze sharp and focused and lethal, while his right foot lifted slightly, poised for instantaneous assault. Yet behind Valbo stood 2 henchmen, Jess the archer and Cromeraman the boxer, already raising their flintlock pistols, their black muzzles trained with chilling precision on Nami, who lay unconscious on the deck. "Don't move a muscle, pirates," Valbo declared smugly between chews, "or this lovely lady will suffer the consequences." Zoro froze mid-motion. Sanji's brows knotted tightly. They cared little for their own safety, but never would they allow harm to befall a comrade. Valbo's gaze swept past them all, finally settling upon Uther the octopus knight, a languid, bubble-blowing cephalopod reclining nearby. Swallowing the splinters in his mouth, he licked his lips and spoke with the connoisseur's tone of a gourmet appraising rare delicacies. "What an exquisite morsel, water-made confectionery. Surely it must be exquisitely smooth. Hey woman, hand over that pet for me to taste." These words ignited Furina like a lit fuse. Her heterochromatic eyes, one azure blue, one deep wine red, contracted sharply, her face contorting into a mask of shocked disgust and incandescent rage. She instinctively stepped half a pace backward, as though recoiling from the foulest abomination imaginable. Oh! A piercing shriek tore from her throat. You vulgar boorish table-mannerless barbarian. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Valbo, not from fear, but from visceral physiological revulsion. You dare consider devouring my Lord Uther? Do you take him for common roadside weeds? Her mind erupted in silent, furious turmoil. Is this some R-rated horror film sequence? Ingesting inorganic matter. This isn't combat. It's ocular pollution. Who wrote this villain's script? The prop department. I'll dock their entire salary. No, I'll erase them from the cast list entirely. Silence. Valbo snapped, irritated by her shrill cry. I am king. I eat whatever I please. Now hand over that slippery creature. He bared his jaws again, preparing to bite down on the Going Mary's mainmast. Goma no. Luffy could endure no longer. Protecting the ship was the captain's sacred duty, and this nauseating brute had just used Nami as leverage. Ignoring the twin flintlocks aimed at her, Luffy coiled his body tight and launched himself forward like a cannonball. Almost simultaneously, Furina acted. She would not permit such aesthetically bankrupt violence to desecrate her stage. Mademoiselle Craboletta, she commanded crisply, snapping her fingers. The armored crab, long poised in silent readiness, blurred into a streak of cerulean motion. It did not strike Valbo's body. Instead, with surgical precision, it clamped its immense, unyielding pincer onto his tongue, mid-chew. Ruhort. Valbo emitted a guttural, agonized groan, his tongue-trapped speech, impossible tears erupting instantly. For guests ignorant of etiquette, purification must begin with the mouth, Furina intoned, icily, lifting her hand once more toward Valbo's gaping, pain-wrenched maw. Madame Nouvelette, present His Majesty with the highest standard of oral cleansing. The water elemental seahorse glided gracefully before Valbo and unleashed a high-pressure jet of mint-scented water directly into his open mouth. Glug glug glug. Valbo choked violently, stars exploding behind his eyelids, his internal organs churning in revolt. He strained desperately to shut his mouth, but his tongue remained clamped fast, leaving him helpless as the mouthwash flooded his oral cavity and throat. While Valbo writhed under Furina's impromptu dining etiquette lesson, his two subordinates faltered, distracted by their leader's torment, and Luffy's assault struck true. Goma no rocket. Luffy's twin fist slammed squarely into Valbo's bloated belly. The colossal impact hurled Valbo and his two hapless lackeys, along with their rusted iron barrel submarine, far beyond the horizon, like a baseball blasted into oblivion, shrinking into an infinitesimal speck. Crisis momentarily averted. A brief stillness settled over the deck, broken only by Furina's faint, disdainful murmur. Honestly, what a mess upon the stage. This segment must be excised in post-production. Yet the violent jostling and terror had worsened Nami's condition. Her breathing grew shallower, her flushed complexion fading into pallor. No, we're losing Nami-san. Vivi cried, clutching the log pose anxiously, then suddenly pointed ahead where thick fog veiled the sea. Look, the needle points there. An island lies beyond. Through the thinning mist, the silhouette of a vast snow-locked island emerged, its contours stark and crystalline against the gray sky. The Going Mary instantly altered course, racing full speed toward that wintry land, the sole beacon of hope on the horizon. As the vessel neared the harbor, however, the sight ashore chilled every heart. The dock teemed with armed townsfolk, flintlock pistols and long spears bristling in unison. Their faces bore grim vigilance and open hostility, countless dark muzzles aligned with lethal precision upon the newly appeared Going Mary. A burly man, clearly their leader, hefted a massive halberd and bellowed toward the bow. This port welcomes no pirates. Leave now. A bitter wind swept the snow across the deck, making the straw hat skull banner on the Huangjin melee flutter and snap. On shore, 100 black muzzles glinted with lethal intent, extinguishing any hope the straw hat crew had of finding a doctor. The captain of the guard duo, Air Dunn, a burly man with a thick beard on his chin, fixed them with a resolute gaze as he repeated his warning. Pirates, leave this island at once, or we will open fire. Shanji's anger ignited in an instant. He ground the cigarette, but under his heel and spat through clenched teeth. We're only looking for a doctor. Suo Long's hand was already on the hilt of his Sandai Kitetsu. Beneath his dark green bandana, the single eye that remained gleamed with dangerous intent. At Luffy's command, he would not hesitate to cut down these men without discrimination. The tension was taut as a drawn bow. A cool, proud voice sliced through the standoff. Fu Ning Na supported a crystal parasol formed of pure water that shimmered faintly and glided slowly to the prow. She swept her gaze over the plainly dressed hostile figures on shore, brow knitting slightly. Is this how you welcome guests? No red carpet, no flowers, not even a welcoming tune. For the opening performance of the Chow Mao Grand Troupe on the Great Sea Route, the stagecraft on this island was frankly unacceptable. Duo Air Dunn and the villagers were baffled by the woman's inexplicable remarks, yet the undeniable regal air she exuded made them instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons. Don't waste words on them. Lu Fei watched Na Mei's agonized moans in his arms as if his chest were being cleft. Swallowing his fury, he made a gesture no one had anticipated. He imitated the courtly manners he'd seen in Vivi's palace, dropping to both knees upon the cold deck and bowing his head deeply. The dull thuds silenced the clamor on shore. Please, Luffy's voice lost its usual buoyancy and trembled with entreaty, save my crewmate. She is dying. We only need a doctor. Vivi's eyes flooded, and she did not hesitate to kneel, as while pressing her brow to the deck until a drop of blood marked the wood. We beg you. We only come for a doctor. If she can be saved, we will leave at once. The sudden spectacle left Duo Air done and the villagers stunned. They had seen countless brutal lawless pirates, but never a pirate captain and a princess who would kneel for a comrade. Fu Ningna stood at the prow quietly, watching Luffy and Vivi on their knees. There was a complexity in her gaze. That humble posture stirred memories of a distant past of herself alone on the opera stage, bearing 5 centuries of solitude and misunderstanding. To protect what one loves, sometimes pride must be laid aside. She exhaled softly, and a shard of ice within her heart seemed to thaw. She would not kneel. Such a thing did not suit one called a deity. Still, she folded up her ornate crystal parasol, lifted her skirt, and offered the shore its own impeccably composed courtly curtsy of the Fengtang Palace. Every movement was measured and noble, each detail radiating an innate authority. As the chief director of the Chow Mao Grand Troupe, her voice was low yet clear in every ear. I too, on behalf of our leading lady, implore you to grant us a chance for treatment. A proud queen, a guileless captain, a noble princess. In this moment, all identities were cast aside for the same desperate purpose. Duo Air Dun was moved by their unfeigned sincerity. He fell silent for a breath, then lowered his halberd and gestured to the villagers behind him. Lay down your arms. He drew a long breath and addressed those on the ship. You may come ashore, but I must tell you a bleak truth. A bitter shadow crossed his face. This country no longer has doctors. Since our ineffectual King Yerbo issued the Dr. Hunt decree, all physicians have been seized and imprisoned. And now the nation's only doctor. Duo Air Dun looked up toward the wind-lashed summit. A peak lost in the blizzard lives in the mountaintop castle. A 139-year-old witch Dr. Kuleha. They gingerly moved Na Mei into the warm room in Duo Air Dun's house. While waiting for word, Duo Air Dun recounted the island's tragic recent history. Months earlier, the notorious Blackbeard pirates had raided this place. At that time, King Yerbo, to save his own skin, abandoned his people and fled by ship alone. The winter island, once called Ci Gu Gua, had henceforth lost even its name. Fu Ningna listened, lifted a cup of hot tea, and blew on the steam before remarking coolly, a director who abandons his stage is worth less than the refuse upon it. The sharp comment deepened Duo Air Dun's awe of the mysterious woman. Just then a villager burst in, breathless with news of Dr. Kuleha. Mr. Duo Air Dun, Dr. Kuleha has just descended the mountain and gone to the neighboring village. We don't know when she'll return. Everyone's hearts lurched. We cannot wait. Luffy sprang to his feet. We'll go straight to the castle on the summit. Duo Air Dun's face darkened further. It is pointless. The mountain is Ci Gu Luo Shan 5,000 meters high, and there is no path, only a hand-over-hand climb. Moreover, he nodded toward the window. The sky that had only been dusted with flakes had turned leaden. Gale winds howled, and great feather-like snow descended in a furious curtain. The blizzard had arrived early. On the bed, Name's breathing was already so faint it was nearly gone. If there is no path, then we shall carve one ourselves. Luffy's voice rang with unwavering resolve. He approached the bed and gently hoisted the fever-ravaged Nami onto his back, securing her firmly with strips of cloth. Luffy, I'm coming too, Sanji declared without hesitation. He could not let Luffy face such peril alone, especially with 2 beautiful ladies aboard who needed his protection. Zoro, Usopp, you 2 stay behind to guard the ship, Luffy instructed over his shoulder. It may be dangerous here. Zoro nodded silently, fully aware of his duty. Though Usopp trembled violently, he pounded his chest with bravado. Leave it to me, Captain. With the great Usopp on watch, the Going Merry is absolutely safe. Furina gazed out the window at the raging blizzard, wrinkling her nose in disdain. She detested cold and damp above all. Such conditions would utterly ruin her meticulously styled hair. I'll remain here to await developments. The backstage command is vital, she said, already scanning for a comfortable sofa. Lady Furina, won't you oversee the lead actor's performance? Sanji looked at her expectantly. This is the protagonist's defining moment. Furina froze mid-motion. Indeed, it was the classic heart-stirring scene where the hero defied impossibility to save the heroine. How could the chief director herself miss such a crucial exterior shoot? Should Luffy's expression falter, or Sanji's stance disrupt the composition, the resulting footage would suffer irreparable artistic compromise. Ahem. Furina cleared her throat, instantly reclaiming her regal composure. Quite right. To ensure the script unfolds flawlessly, I must supervise on-site. Mr. Dalton, do you have a fur-lined coat? 3 layers, please. And so an eccentric mountaineering party set forth. Luffy, clad only in his thin red vest, carried Nami and led the way. Sanji followed closely behind, ever vigilant for emergencies. Furina trailed last, swaddled in 3 thick, conspicuously ill-fitting fur coats, murmuring complaints all the while. This snow is far too deep. My bespoke boots must never sully themselves with such vulgar grime. Howling winds hurled shards of ice that stung like knives against exposed skin. Luffy trudged forward through waist-deep snow, each step agonizingly laborious. The piercing cold gnawed through his scant garment, his lips turned violet, and every breath crystallized instantly into frost upon his face. Yet the arms cradling Nami remained immovable, steadfast as bedrock. His mind held but a single imperative: faster, faster still. Nami was fading. Honestly, this pace is intolerably inefficient. Furina, exasperated by their snail-like progress, snapped her fingers, and the water elemental octopus Lord Obvious materialized from thin air. With effortless grace, Furina leapt upward and settled securely atop Lord Obvious' broad, yielding head. Lord Obvious extended several supple tentacles, churning the air behind him like propellers, lifting Furina smoothly above the snow-laden ground. From her four-dimensional refrigerator, Furina retrieved a warm hand warmer sculpted entirely from water elemental energy, self-heating and elegantly radiant, and reclining comfortably, called ahead, "Hey, leading man. Hurry up. At this rate, night will fall before we reach the summit. The lighting will dim, introducing unbearable noise into the frame. Do you understand?" Sanji glanced back and nearly bit through his own handkerchief in envy. He glanced down at his slender suit, then at Nami slumped across Luffy's back, and jaw-clenched peeled off his jacket to drape it tenderly over her shivering form. "Please hold on, Miss Nami." At that instant, the surrounding snowfields stirred with ominous rustling. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, colossal white creatures, each the size of a grizzly bear, burst forth from the snow. Resembling rabbits in shape, their eyes burned with savage ferocity. Rabongs. Dalton had warned them. These were the undisputed sovereigns of the mountain, ruthless and merciless. The Alpha Rabong unleashed a thunderous roar whose shockwave triggered a minor avalanche, sealing their descent with a wall of snow. "Damn it, get out of the way." Sanji raised his leg, ready to unleash a devastating kick and scatter the beasts. "Don't move." Luffy barked the order sharply. "You'll jostle Nami." Instead, he braced himself, offering his own body as shield against their assault. A massive rabbit struck him across the back with a clawed paw, drawing crimson streaks, but he merely grunted, his footing unshaken, his gait unwavering. He dared not retaliate, not even flinch, for he was Nami's sole bulwark now. Sanji watched, eyes blazing with helpless fury. Honestly, a troop of uncooperative, violent extras. Hovering aloft, Furina shook her head and snapped again. Such stage-clearing chores are best left to the stunt team. She was about to command her Salon members, those three waterborne beings, to freeze the furry behemoths into elegant ice sculptures, when a mocking, malicious laugh echoed down from the mountainside above. How pitiful, Straw Hat Luffy. They looked up to see Wapol, flung aside earlier by Luffy, now perched arrogantly on a rocky outcrop with two henchmen, his gaze dripping with contempt. Behind him loomed a massive cannon. "To welcome you home, I've prepared a special gift." Wapol grinned, flashing his trademark wide, cruel mouth, and gave the command. "Fire. Trigger a massive avalanche, and bury them all alive." A deafening boom shattered the mountain silence. The artillery shell did not strike the Straw Hat crew directly, instead it detonated with surgical precision upon the precarious snow slope towering above them. A thunderous roar surged ever closer, a primordial leviathan slumbering for millennia, stirring at last from its ancient repose. In that instant, the entire snow-laden mass of Mount Drumrock awoke, transforming into a white tsunami, bridging heaven and earth, hurtling downward with cataclysmic force toward the minuscule figures below. "Run!" Sanji cried out in desperation. But before this all-consuming cosmic power, human legs seemed pitifully frail. Luffy, carrying Nami on his back, fixed his gaze with unshakable resolve. He shifted Nami higher upon his shoulders, then drove his feet deep into the snow, bracing himself to meet the avalanche head-on, their crushing momentum capable of reducing steel itself to dust. He could perish, but Nami would live. Cut! 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 A shrill, piercing shriek tore through the howling blizzard. Furina's languid, theatrical composure vanished, entirely replaced by an expression laced with raw terror and incandescent fury. Her opulent fur-lined coat flared wildly in the gale, lending her an unexpectedly disheveled air. "I have not approved such a tragic finale. Who authorized this disaster movie spectacle? Do you realize the budget has just exploded?" Before the stunned eyes of all present, Furina summoned nearly every ounce of hydrokinetic energy within her being. Her heterochromatic eyes, azure blue and wine red, blazed with unearthly brilliance as immense power surged forth from her slender frame, forcibly imposing order upon nature's furious chaos. Amidst the roaring avalanche, a colossal current of water coalesced against all natural law, wrenched into existence by sheer will. In the sub-zero cold, this torrent froze instantly, crystallizing in the blink of an eye into a vast gleaming iceboard, its surface smooth and elegantly curved. "All of you, get aboard." Furina seized the dazed Luffy and Sanji and hauled them onto the iceboard. Her octopus companion Marquis Obvious instantly understood, sweeping behind the board and propelling it forward with 8 high-pressure water jets from his tentacles. Boom! With tremendous thrust, the iceboard accelerated violently, carrying them all straight through the apocalyptic avalanche, carving a brilliant white wake. What had begun as a heart-stopping flight from annihilation was transformed by Furina's audacity into a wildly exhilarating alpine surf. "Wah! So amazing, we're flying." Luffy, still bearing Nami on his back, shouted, not in fear, but in pure exhilaration, wind whipping past his ears. Director Furina, please hold on tight. Sanji hovered protectively beside her, vigilantly guarding against even the slightest misstep. Furina clutched her crystalline parasol, now frosted solid, with white-knuckled intensity, striving to maintain balance on the speeding board while defiantly shouting, "This is the velocity I demand. Cinematography team, track this shot. Capture its effortless, soaring grace." Meanwhile, the once menacing rabbits, dwarfed by the avalanche, were now scattered helplessly like insects beneath its white deluge. One small rabbit, too diminutive to escape, was swept beneath the snow, only its trembling ears protruding in mute distress. Luffy, swift as thought, extended his arm and plucked it free, tossing it casually onto the iceboard. That spontaneous act arrested the largest rabbit, clearly their chieftain, in mid-flight. It halted its retreat, gazing from afar at Luffy atop the iceboard, its fierce predatory eyes flickering with something unfamiliar, almost tender. Propelled by the avalanche's relentless might, the iceboard gathered terrifying speed, until it slammed with brutal finality into a sheer rock face halfway up the mountainside. Crack! The massive slab shattered into glittering fragments. Luffy and Sanji tumbled headlong into the soft snow, unharmed thanks to its thick, forgiving blanket. Furina, shielded by Marquis Obvious, landed smoothly and gracefully. Though bedraggled and breathless, they had escaped unscathed. Yet when they lifted their eyes and beheld what lay ahead, the fragile flame of hope guttered and died. They stood directly beneath the castle's towering silhouette, but there was no path upward, only a near-vertical cliff faced thousands of meters high. Its icy glass-smooth surface offered not a single handhold or foothold. Damn it! Sanji slammed his fist against the unyielding stone, frustration etched across his face. Luffy stared silently at the impassable abyss, then glanced down at Nami slumped against his back, her breathing faint, her life hanging by a thread. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward, clenched his jaw, and drove his frost-numbed fingers deep into the narrow fissures of the rock wall. Blood welled from his fingertips, blooming like tiny vivid crimson flowers upon the pristine snow. And so he began to climb, barehanded, unflinching. High above on the castle's highest balcony, a stylish woman in sunglasses sipped steaming coffee, watching the ant-sized figures below with amused fascination. Ha ha ha, what truly fascinating creatures. Dr. Kureha moistened her lips, her smile enigmatic and inscrutable. Climbing is a silent, merciless pilgrimage. Against the sheer vertical cliff face, Luffy's figure appears as minuscule as a gecko. Nami lies unconscious and near death across his back. Sanji, stunned by impact, hangs limply from Luffy's clenched teeth, his collar gripped tight. The combined weight of all three presses entirely upon Luffy's fingertips, already frozen numb. The wind cuts like blades, searing his cheeks with icy pain. Each upward lurch grinds his nails against rock, drawing beads of blood that stain the pristine white cliff in a harrowing trail of crimson handprints. His consciousness begins to fray out, every cell screams for surrender. Yet the faint, fragile rhythm of Nami's breath reignites a force, nameless, inexhaustible, flooding his limbs and marrow anew. He must not stop, not for a single breath. Furina hovers beside him, sustained only by the buoyant grace of her singers of the waters. Her triple-layered fur coat, soaked through with ice and snow, drags heavily upon her frame. The piercing cold makes her shiver uncontrollably, those elegant detached musings on stage aesthetics now silenced forever. She watches, quietly unblinking, as the boy who once seemed foolish beyond measure now manifests willpower that transcends mortal limits. Each bloodstained print seems branded into her soul. 5 centuries of solitary performance had convinced her she'd reached her breaking point. Yet this boy redefines the very weight of the word protection. Keep going. Let actor, she murmurs, voice barely a whisper, audible only to herself. After an eternity, Luffy's fingertips finally graze the castle's parapet, and with his last vestige of strength, he hurls Nami and Sanji onto solid ground above. Save my crewmates. Those are the final words he manages before darkness swallows his vision, and his body plummets rigid and lifeless into the fathomless abyss. When Luffy opens his eyes again, warm firelight dances before him. He lies upon a soft bed wrapped snugly beneath thick quilts. Nami, Sanji. He bolts upright, only to wince sharply as fresh pain tears through his wounds. Stay still. Patience ought to behave like patience. A voice, aged yet resonant, cuts through the room. Luffy turns to see an elderly woman seated nearby, clad in surprisingly light attire despite the chill, holding a bottle of rum. Who are you? Where are my friends? Luffy demands, wary and alert. At that moment, his peripheral vision catches movement behind the door. He turns, and there, half hidden behind the doorframe, stands a reindeer with a vivid blue nose and a pink hat perched awkwardly atop his head. His entire body spills into view, but his head remains tucked behind the doorjamb, revealing only one wide, cautious eye peering out at Luffy. What manner of absurd hiding is this? Hey you, who are you? Luffy points curiously. I'm not some weird thing. Startled, the reindeer leaps forward, then flails wildly in panic, stammering incoherently. Ah, you're awake, lead actor. A familiar voice drifts over. Luffy glances sideways. Furina sits elegantly on the sofa beside the hearth, wrapped in a plush blanket, sipping steaming hot tea. She wears her usual regal composure, though her pallor betrays lingering exhaustion. With amused interest, she studies the flustered reindeer tilting a biscuit between her fingers. Come here, little one. Are you the troop's mascot? That fur texture is exquisite. Is it special effects makeup or high-tech prosthetics? I'm not a mascot. I'm a reindeer. You ugh. Chopper stomps his hooves, yet his tail wags furiously, and his face flushes with unmistakable delight. Enough noise. Dr. Kureha kicks the wall hard, halting the bizarre exchange. She strides to Luffy's bedside and looks down at him, stern and towering. Boy, I've saved your friends. That woman suffers from 5-season fever. Another half-day would have been fatal. The curly-browed chef merely suffered frostbite. Nothing serious. That's amazing. Luffy springs up, grabs Chopper, and pulls him close in exuberant gratitude. Thanks, monster. I told you, I'm not a monster. I'm a reindeer. And don't just hug me like that, you idiot. Chopper wriggles frantically, yet his cheeks burn crimson. You may take them, Kureha declares, lifting one finger with a smile, both sharp and serene. But first settle your medical bill. 100 million belly. Luffy's eyes bulge, nearly popping from their sockets. Of course, if you can't pay, Kureha's gaze shifts coolly toward Furina. A signed photograph from this young lady would suffice. 1,000 copies, please. Furina straightens proudly, ready to declare the incalculable worth of her autograph as a Fontaine star, only to be cut short by Kureha's next remark. After all, even toddlers know pirate bounties hold more value than any celebrity signature. Kureha delivers the barb with icy amusement. Just then, thunderous crashes shake the castle gates. Boom, boom, boom. Amid raucous, grating laughter. Haha. Wapple's voice booms from outside. Dr. Kureha, I'm back. Come out now, and return my castle. Wapple. Kureha's face contorts in visceral disgust. That coward who abandoned his nation. Dare he show his face here again? In the castle courtyard, Wapple stands arrogantly in the snow, flanked by his 2 loyal retainers, Jas the archer and Cromerman the boxer. His gaze sweeps upward, then locks onto the crude Jolly Roger fluttering atop the ramparts, a skull entwined with cherry blossoms. A sneer twists his lips. What garbage is that? Daring to hang it on my castle. It offends the eye. Shoot it down. You'll lay no hand on that flag. A furious child's voice rings out. Chopper bursts from the castle, standing defiantly before Wapple. His small frame seems dwarfed by the fortress, but his eyes blaze with unwavering resolve. It was Dr. Hiraluk's sole legacy, the emblem of his faith, sacrosanct, inviolable. Oh, isn't that the monster reindeer? Wapple recognizes Chopper and laughs mockingly. So, you'd guard this tattered rag for that quack physician? Dr. Hiraluk was no quack. Chopper erupts in fury. Luffy, Sanji, let's go. Luffy and Sanji surge forward in turn. But their bodies remain weakened by severe frostbite, movements sluggish, reflexes dulled. How tiresome. Lead actor and second male lead both underperforming. Time for the newcomer to steal the spotlight. Wrapped in a voluminous blanket, Furina floats ghost-like midair, observing the standoff below with theatrical fascination. She watches as Chopper pulls a cobalt blue pill engraved with an X from his pocket and swallows it without hesitation. Rumble ball. In an instant, Chopper transforms. His diminutive form surges upward, muscles coiling like ancient oak, into a towering beast-like humanoid over 2 meters tall and powerfully built. Gravity enhancement. With a thunderous roar, Chopper drives a fist the size of a mortar, its crushing force launching Jas skyward, carving a crater deep into the snow. Wow. Furina's eyes sparkle. From her 4-dimensional refrigerator, she produces an ornate water elemental camera and trains it intently on Chopper. What is this? A druid's wild shape, or perhaps powered armor of advanced technology. Absolutely breathtaking. The visual impact is flawless. My troop desperately needs a shape-shifting monster actor. Little one, sign a contract. I guarantee I'll make you the ocean's greatest superstar. Though Chopper longs to beam with pride at Furina's praise, the battle leaves no room for distraction. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Wapple stares at the transformed Chopper, not with fear, but with feverish exhilaration. He throws open his jaws and swallows both Jas and Cromerman whole. Swallow factory. Before astonished eyes, Wapple's body contorts grotesquely, until a chimera emerges from his maw, upper half Jas, lower half Cromerman, monstrously fused. Furina nearly drops her camera. Ugly, unspeakably hideous. She recoils in disdain. This vulgar patchwork aesthetic insults both biology and artistry. What were the prop designers thinking? The hybrid Jasmerman wields both archery and boxing, matching Chopper's gravity-enhanced form blow for blow in a fierce, evenly matched duel. While Chopper is pinned down, Wapple cunningly pivots his cannon toward the Jolly Roger, fluttering atop the castle. Die, quack physician's creed. A massive shell shrieks skyward, trailing thick black smoke toward the banner, dancing defiantly in wind and snow. No, Chopper cries out in despair. At the instant the shell nears the mast, a streak of red blazes upward, scaling the ramparts with impossible speed. Luffy throws himself bodily before the pole, taking the full blast squarely in his chest. The explosion rocks the air. Luffy's face is black and scorched, but he stands firm, shielding the mast behind him. Below, Wapple gapes speechless, while Luffy grins, teeth gleaming through soot. This flag isn't something you scum can simply snap in half. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing Luffy's figure once more. His body was lacerated with wounds, his clothes torn to tatters, his face streaked with soot and ash. Yet his hands, gripping the flagpole, remained utterly unwavering. His gaze burned with unshakable resolve, as if twin flames blazed within his eyes. Looking down at Chopper, tears streaming silently down his cheeks, he summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Look! It hasn't broken. I don't know whose Jolly Roger this is, but since it was raised in solemn oath upon a life, it is no mere banner to be mocked lightly. A pirate's skull and bones flag is a symbol of conviction." Luffy's words struck Chopper's heart like a thunderclap. Gazing upon Luffy's unimposing yet profoundly steadfast back, Chopper could no longer hold back his tears. They spilled forth uncontrollably. He recalled Dr. Hiraluk, the man who had told him the skull emblem stands for unwavering belief, the so-called quack who had drunk poisonous mushroom soup to save his nation. In that instant their silhouettes overlapped seamlessly with Luffy's, blending into one indelible image. Hee, what a fool. You'd risk your life for nothing but a tattered flag. Enraged beyond reason by Luffy's defiance, Wapol raised his cannon, once more preparing his next assault. "Then allow me to grant your wish." A cool, crystalline voice suddenly rang out from atop the flagpole. Wapol jerked his head upward, and there she stood, the silver-haired woman with heterochromatic eyes perched effortlessly at the very summit of the pole. She sat elegantly astride the crossbar, idly twirling her ornate crystal parasol, gazing down upon him with regal detachment. However, Fina's voice hardened. "Since the lead actor of my troupe has sworn to defend this banner unto death, it is now the most sacred artifact upon this stage." With the tip of her parasol, she tapped the flagpole lightly, then offered Wapol a chilling, frost-laced smile. "Dare you damage it? Can you possibly afford the price?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she flicked her wrist. Countless glistening droplets coalesced from the air, converging around the Jolly Roger to form a vast translucent water shield, crystalline and unyielding. Iridescent light danced across its surface, enveloping the entire flag in shimmering protection. "Fire!" Wapol roared, humiliated and furious. Bullets and miniature cannonballs screamed toward them. Yet upon striking the seemingly fragile water barrier, not even a ripple stirred. Every projectile rebounded effortlessly, deflected into oblivion. Damn it! Below, Chopper watched Luffy and Fina with profound awe. He wiped his tears and swallowed another blue sea ball. This time he transformed into his brain boost form, brilliant-minded yet diminutive-limbed. Weakness scan. Instantly, he deciphered the structural vulnerability of the fused monster Jusmaraman. "Luffy, Sanji, strike his left knee joint, the junction where both bodies fuse and the weakest point." "Roger that." Luffy and Sanji exchanged no words, only understanding. In perfect synchrony they launched their assault. Goma Goma no pistol. Rough. One fist, one kick. Both landed with surgical precision upon the monster's weak point. Its colossal frame collapsed with a thunderous crash, splitting back into Jus and Cromaraman, both unconscious before they hit the ground. What a... Realizing his peril, Wapol knew he stood no chance against them. With desperate resolve, he unleashed his ultimate defensive form. Shan Castle. His body swelled and warped violently, metal and stone erupting from his flesh. In an eye blink, he transmuted himself into a compact, yet heavily armed mobile fortress bristling with gaping artillery barrels. Hee. It's over. I'll blast you all into dust. Wapol raged inside his armored citadel. Fina stared at his grotesque new form, stunned for a breath, before bursting into unrestrained laughter. Uft. Ha. What on earth is that? Did you just renovate yourself into an illegal structure? Die, you bastards. Wapol's Shan house opened fire with full fury. Dozens of cannons roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of shells aimed to reduce the entire castle platform to rubble. Trivial parlor tricks. Fina remained seated atop the flagpole, her posture unchanged. She snapped her fingers softly, and the water shield protecting the Jolly Roger expanded, instantly unfolding like a celestial canopy to intercept every shell with effortless grace. Explosive fire and smoke could not so much as graze the hem of her opulent gown. Impossible. Wapol shrieked from within his fortress, disbelief shattering his voice. Lead actor, your turn. Fina declared, the water shield carving an absolute path of safety for Luffy. Charge beneath that hideous iron shell. It's the blind spot in his defense. Oh, Luffy answered, and under Fina's aqueous cover he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, vanishing beneath the Shan house. Wapol scrambled to pivot his cannons, but his fortress was too massive, too sluggish to track Luffy's blinding speed. Now, Luffy soared high into the air, arms drawn taut behind him. Goma no rocket launcher. His fists, charged with seething fury, slammed squarely into the fortress's base. The impact sent violent tremors through the entire structure. Inside, Wapol was thrown about like a ragdoll, dazed and disoriented. Luffy granted him no respite. His feet slammed into the ground, and his body recoiled skyward like a sprung coil, spiraling upward with unstoppable momentum. Goma UFO. Spinning like a high-velocity gyroscope, he rained rapid-fire kicks upon the fortress, each strike echoing with sharp percussive thuds. Dints bloomed one after another across the thick iron plating. Finally, with one crushing blow, Luffy launched Wapol and his prideful fortress into the heavens. They arced across the sky, vanishing into distant cloud layers, leaving only a brilliant twinkling star in their wake. The battle ended. From the castle's interior, Nami, just recovered from fever, emerged leaning on Vivi's arm just in time to witness Wapol's final meteoric flight. Luffy, Nami, you're awake. Seeing her, Luffy grinned broadly and leapt down from the castle roof. He rushed to Chopper and issued his invitation without hesitation. Hey, blue-nosed monster. You're pretty strong, right? Join our crew. We're just missing a doctor aboard. I'm a monster. Startled by Luffy's directness, Chopper instinctively recoiled, hiding timidly in a corner, voice trembling with self-loathing. I'm not human. My antlers, my blue nose. I can't be your crewmate. Stop whining. Luffy ignored his protest entirely, bellowing instead, none of that matters. Let's go. That blunt, uncompromising declaration acted like a key, unlocking the long-sealed door of Chopper's heart. He stared blankly at Luffy, the shadows of shame and fear in his eyes slowly giving way to a radiant, yearning light. Let's go. Kureha's coming after us. Usopp shouted from afar. Instantly comprehending, they seized the still hesitant Chopper and hurried down the mountain path. On the castle's terrace, Dr. Kureha watched their retreating figures, and a complex, tender smile softened her features. Honestly, what a bunch of fools. Even my foolish son must now carve his own path in life. Turning, she strode into the courtyard and methodically loaded vial after vial of pink dust. Dr. Hiriluk's 30-year masterpiece, capable of transforming winter snow into cherry blossoms, into each of Wapol's 7 abandoned cannons. Go forth, Hiriluk. This is the miracle you devoted your life to realizing. She lit the fuse. Boom, boom, boom. 7 deafening detonations echoed across Drum Island. The Straw Hat crew, speeding downhill on their sled, flinched at the sudden barrage. They turned and beheld countless clouds of rose-pink dust exploding across the night sky, radiant as summer fireworks. The delicate pink particles drifted downward, settling gently upon the swirling snowflakes. In an instant, the world dissolved into soft rose. The pristine snow transformed, mid-air, into cascading sakura petals. The frozen island buried beneath ice, and winter seemed to awaken overnight to spring's most breathtaking bloom. It's cherry blossoms. Nami and Vivi stood transfixed. Luffy and Usopp gaped, awestruck by the dreamlike spectacle. Fina stood quietly upon the sled, watching this grand, gentle miracle, forged by cannon fire and snowfall. Within her eyes, witness to countless spectacles, reflected the endless flutter of pink sakura. This time she did not speak as a director. She simply watched, letting profound emotion wash over her, silent and deep. A single crystalline tear traced her cheek, frozen instantly by the biting wind. Now that is peerless stagecraft. At the mountainside, Chopper hauled a massive sled laden with all his medical texts and instruments, crying, shouting, racing to catch up with the departing, going merry. As the crew basked in the joy of their new comrade, and the ethereal cherry snow, a newsbird cawed overhead, dropping a freshly printed newspaper. Nami caught it casually, glanced once, and her smile froze. Across the front page in bold, jarring type, Alabastan Kingdom uprising escalates. Rebel forces and royal army engage in full-scale civil war. The Going Merry glided gracefully away from the winter island, its sails billowing softly in the sea breeze, while delicate pink cherry blossoms drifted like snow across the landscape. On deck, Tony Chopper, the newly joined ship's physician, was still sobbing uncontrollably, his nose and cheeks streaked with tears, overwhelmed by Dr. Kureha's grand farewell. Wah, Dr. Kureha, Dr. Hiriluk. There, stop crying. A real man doesn't snivel like this. Furina extended an ornately embroidered handkerchief with a look of mild disdain. Here, Chopper, wipe yourself clean. Your snot is about to drip onto the deck. How utterly ungraceful. As she spoke, she pulled from her 4-dimensional refrigerator a dainty pink dress adorned with lace trim, clearly designed for a woman. Come now, Chopper. This is your exclusive costume as the Straw Hat Grand Theater mascot, specially designed by me. Try it on, and let's see how splendid you look. Her eyes sparkled with theatrical delight, already envisioning him pirouetting in lace upon the stage. I'd never wear something like that. I'm a reindeer. I'm a doctor, not some mascot. You insufferable woman. Though protesting loudly, Chopper couldn't help stealing sidelong glances at the pretty little dress, and his body twisted involuntarily into a tight, embarrassed knot. A feast. Let's hold a feast, to celebrate our new comrade and our new physician. Luffy and Usopp paid no mind to decorum. Already they'd erected a grilling rack, cracked open barrels of beer, and were dancing wildly across the deck, singing, shouting, reveling in hard-won victory and newfound kinship. For the first time, Chopper felt the profound warmth of being embraced by true companions. He stared at the generous slab of grilled meat Luffy offered him, still feigning defiance, with a muttered, "You jerk. Even if you praise me, I'm not the slightest bit pleased." Yet his radiant, unmistakable smile betrayed the pure joy blooming within. Meanwhile, Zoro stood at the starboard rail, engaged in restorative training. Bare-chested, he lifted a massive barbell whose sweat glistened along the defined contours of his powerful musculature. His exertion tore open the scar left by Mihawk across his chest, fresh blood welling along its edges. You're bleeding. Stop immediately. You need urgent dressing. Chopper's medical instincts flared instantly. Panicked, he snatched up his miniature medicine case and dashed over. Zoro merely cast him a calm, indifferent glance. Just a scratch. No need to fuss. Then without pause he added 2 more weight plates. Chopper stared dumbfounded at Zoro's indifference, then at Luffy and Usopp locked in a bloody meat-fueled brawl nearby, his entire understanding of medical ethics trembling under unprecedented assault. Do the people aboard this ship lack pain receptors entirely? He murmured, bewildered. Inside the cabin, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Nami and Vivi sat side by side, both faces drawn with grim gravity. How could this happen? Nami gripped the newspaper so tightly her knuckles whitened. The rebel army has swelled to 1 million strong. The royal forces have fully mobilized, now entrenched in a tense standoff before the capital Alabasta. Full-scale war looms inevitable and imminent. Vivi gazed at the photograph of her ravaged city, flames devouring streets, smoke choking the sky, and dug her fingernails deep into her palms. Her homeland, her people, consumed by fire while she remained helpless adrift upon the sea. Furina entered bearing a cup of steaming tea, her steps elegant and unhurried. Seeing Vivi's pallor and despair, she approached gently and placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. Do not wear such a face, your highness, Furina said, her voice laced with quiet regal pride. The script has reached its grandest crescendo. The more cataclysmic and harrowing the battlefield, the more indispensable becomes the absolute protagonist who commands the stage. The lights, the cameras, the audience, all stand ready and waiting. Leaning close, Ushi whispered into Vivi's ear, are you prepared for your magnificent final curtain call? At that very moment, Luffy tumbled headlong into the cabin, wrestling Usopp over the last piece of meat. His gaze swept idly across the newspaper in Nami's hands, and froze upon a small, inconspicuous photograph tucked into the corner. It showed a bare-chested man, his back emblazoned with the Whitebeard pirate's insignia, grinning fiercely. Luffy's eyes blazed with sudden electric recognition. Ace! But before he could study it further, a sudden, unnatural gust snatched the paper from his grasp and sent it spiraling into the sea. My newspaper! Nami cried out. All turned toward the source of the wind, only to find the horizon shrouded in thick, impenetrable fog. From within the mist emerged a strangely shaped pirate vessel, its bow carved into the majestic form of a colossal swan. At the prow stood a peculiar figure clad in a ballet tutu, face painted in heavy theatrical makeup, his posture unervingly contorted as he balanced precariously on a single leg. Spotting the Going Merry, he blew a flirtatious kiss toward the crew and called out in a deliberately effeminate, lilting voice. Who dares ahead? What a serendipitous meeting. Shall we dance a waltz of friendship together? A crisp winter wind from Winter Island swept across the deck of the Going Merry, carrying with it the lingering echoes of celebration and cherry blossoms. Yet the crew's hearts weighed heavy beneath the grim news from Alabasta. Hey Vivi, don't look so glum. Luffy mumbled around a massive slab of roasted meat. We're heading there right now. We'll just punch that crocodile guy into oblivion. Vivi managed a faint smile, but her eyes betrayed an unshakable dread. A war threatening 1,000,000 lives. That was hell incarnate. At that moment, a bizarre gust, utterly alien to the sea breeze, swept in thick with perfume, snatching Nami's newspaper from her hands. My paper! Nami cried out helplessly as the vital intelligence vanished into the waves. All eyes turned toward the source of the wind. Dense fog had rolled in without warning. From its depths emerged a pirate ship, its bow crowned by a colossal white swan, its hull painted in flamboyant pink hues. On the bow's deck stood a man balanced perfectly on one leg, his posture so precise it could be enshrined in a ballet textbook. He wore a tight white tutu, revealing 2 powerfully corded, yet astonishingly supple legs. His face was masked in thick white makeup, his eyelids blazed with exaggerated cobalt shadow, his lips stained crimson. A living caricature sprung from the stage. Sanji reached for a cigarette, then froze, his lighter clattering to the deck. What in the world is that? Usopp's jaw nearly unhinged. Zoro silently tightened his grip on the hilts of his 3 swords, his gaze sharpening. Though eccentric, the man radiated an aura not to be underestimated. Oh ho! The man spotted the Going Merry. With a delicate flick of his pinky finger, he blew a theatrical kiss toward the crew, his voice high-pitched and languid. Dear young sirs and ladies, serendipity smiles upon us. Shall we dance a passionate dance of friendship together? Luffy and Usopp exchanged a glance, their eyes instantly alight with mischief. Dance. Sounds fun. The man, Mr. Bon Curie, is senior agent of the Baroque Works, watched their reaction and broke into a radiant grin. With a spring of his legs, he soared through the air in an elegant parabola, shouting his signature cry, the way of the Okama, and landed lightly upon the Going Merry's deck. I am Bon Curie. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He spun instantly on the spot, his tutu flaring outward. Wow. Amazing. Luffy and Usopp were instantly captivated by this singular performance, and began clumsily mimicking Bon Curie's ballet steps right there on the deck. In moments, the 3 were whirling together, chanting absurd rhythmic cries of yo yo yo. Chaos erupted across the deck as everyone flailed wildly in spontaneous, uncoordinated motion. My eyes! Furina sat beneath the parasol Sanji had gallantly unfurled for her, pressing her palm to her forehead in anguish. Sanji, quickly fetch my sunglasses. I fear my retinas have suffered severe physical trauma. What is this? A third-rate circus encore. That assault on aesthetics. Those grotesque movements. How dare such vulgar spectacle intrude upon my stage, my exalted opera house? Though her inner monologue raged outwardly, she merely wrinkled her nose in disdain. Mademoiselle Novelette, Furina said coolly. A water elemental seahorse materialized midair, elegantly flicking its tail before spraying a refreshing arc of cool water directly onto the frenzied dancers. Hey, it's raining. Luffy and Usopp shrieked, drenched yet even more ecstatic. Bon Curie executed a flawless backflip, evading the stream. Slightly affronted, he fixed his gaze upon the silver-haired woman seated serenely in her chair, her very presence radiating an impenetrable aura of aloofness. Lovely lady, why such icy reserve? Bon Curie offered a clumsy curtsy. Surely my dance failed to stir your heart. Stir. Furina concealed half her face behind a folding fan, revealing only her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, as she regarded him with the contempt reserved for refuse. No, your performance succeeded only in triggering profound physiological distress. Your rigid pivot leg, your wobbling center of gravity, those rotations devoid of grace, you dare call that ballet? It is nothing short of a public execution of dance itself. Bon Curie's smile froze. His pride lay in his Okama Kenpo and ballet mastery. Never before had anyone dared dismiss them so utterly. You, what do you know? He snapped, flustered and wounded. This is the way of the Okama, brimming with my boundless passion. Determined to prove himself before this haughty woman, he resolved to unveil his true strength. Behold, the Okama Kenpo swan dance. With a mighty thrust of both feet, he launched skyward, preparing for a dazzling midair 360-degree spin. He forgot, however, the slick patch of water recently sprinkled by Mademoiselle Novelette. Thud. Mid-rotation, Bon Curie lost all balance, crashing headlong onto the deck in an undignified full-body sprawl, limbs akimbo. Silence descended like a shroud. Luffy and Usopp trembled with suppressed laughter, shoulders heaving. Bon Curie's face flushed a deep, mortified purple. Scrambling upright, desperate to salvage his artistic dignity, he drew forth his ultimate technique. Clone fruit. With a sharp tap of his left hand against his cheek, a miracle unfolded. His face transformed seamlessly into Luffy's. Wah! Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in unison. Watch again. Bon Curie tapped once more. Now wearing Nami's likeness, her voice replicated flawlessly. What how? Even Vivi stared dumbfounded. Smugly savoring their shock, Bon Curie shifted seamlessly into Zoro's, Sanji's, and Usopp's faces. Ha, impressive, isn't it? This is the power of the clone fruit. Any face I've touched with my left hand, I can replicate perfectly. Ah, I see. Furina lowered her hand from her brow, her disdain softened, replaced by the discerning gaze of a seasoned director. Crude face-swapping effects, but admittedly useful in certain contexts. She rested her chin thoughtfully upon her palm and declared with solemn authority, for instance, as a stunt double for lead actors, dangerous sequences needn't endanger the principal performer. And compensation shall be daily, paid in full at day's end. Before Bon Curie could retort about crude effects, a shout echoed from his own ship in the distance. Mr. 2, we must depart, else we'll miss the rendezvous. Oh, I hear you. Bon Curie glanced back at the crew, strange yes, yet undeniably captivating, and felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Reverting to his true visage, he addressed Luffy and the others with quiet sincerity. Though our time together was brief, your warmth has truly moved me. This is the mark of friendship. With that, he leapt back aboard his swan-bowed vessel, vanishing into the mist as it receded into the horizon. Tom returned to the deck. What an odd fellow, Sanji remarked, lighting the fallen cigarette and taking a drag. Indeed, yet strangely entertaining. Ha ha ha. Luffy grinned broadly. Vivi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, her face pale. That man, did any of you see the codename branded on his back? The crew froze in astonishment. Vivi's voice trembled. On his back, it reads Mr. 2. He is a high-ranking agent of the Baroque works. What a... Everyone except Nami and Zoro cried out in shock. Had they just shared a friendly dance on deck with a senior operative of their enemy organization? Truly, villains' entrances grow ever more lacking in refinement. Fujina sighed, rising to her feet and brushing dust from her opulent gown. Enough, the farce ends now. Nami set course for Arabasta. The Going Merry altered its heading, surging forward toward that desert kingdom veiled in golden sands and shadowed conspiracies. Soon a vast landmass rose above the horizon, the port city of Arabasta, known as Oilseed Flour. To avoid detection by the Baroque works, the crew decided to disembark separately, disguised as ordinary travelers. Nami procured tattered cloaks for everyone, hoping to lend them the appearance of humble wayfarers. I refuse. This coarse sackcloth garment, reeking faintly of mildew, holds no place in my wardrobe, Fujina declared without hesitation, recoiling from the rough-hewn cloak. Such vulgar stage attire would irreparably diminish my aesthetic authority. I would rather be hunted by the Marines in full regalia than touch this wretched thing. Ultimately, amid Nami's exasperated pleas and Sanji's relentless persuasion, Fujina reluctantly agreed to don instead a bespoke ensemble she conjured from her four-dimensional wardrobe, a sumptuous Desert Noble limited edition veil dress richly embroidered with gemstones and gold thread motifs. As she descended the gangplank beneath her delicate veil flanked by two shimmering water elemental attendants, her radiant presence blazed through the crowd more brilliantly than any lighthouse. "We're doomed. We'll be exposed instantly," Usopp groaned, burying his face in his hands. True to his dread the moment they entered the city, Luffy caught the savory aroma of grilled meat wafting from a street stall. "Meat," he bellowed, and vanished in an instant. "That idiot." Nami stamped her foot in fury. "I'll go fetch him back." "I'll handle it," Zoro said, and turned sharply, striding resolutely in the opposite direction from where Luffy had disappeared. Another navigator lost to delusion. Nami felt her temples throb. Resigned, she issued orders. "No choice. Let's split up. Sanji, procure supplies. Vivi and I will gather intelligence. Usopp and Chopper, you stay right here. Do not move." "And what have you missed, Fujina?" Vivi asked. "Me." Fujina fanned herself, leisurely gazing upon the vibrant exotic marketplace. "I shall go on location scouting, of course. A director must immerse herself in regional cultural textures to craft works of genuine depth." With that, she strolled toward the liveliest bazaar, Chopper, her newly adopted mascot, trotting eagerly beside her. Chopper, experiencing a bustling human metropolis for the first time, found wonder in every sight, and promptly forgot Usopp's stern instruction to remain rooted in place. Yet Fujina's extravagantly ornate attire swiftly drew the attention of patrolling Marines, and worse still, the squad was led by Smoker the White Hunter, who had pursued them relentlessly since Logtown. "You again," the Straw Hat Theater troupe. Smoker, puffing twin cigars, exhaled thick plumes of smoke and glared at Fujina with undisguised hostility. "This time you won't escape." "Oh dear, so soon a fan meet and greet." Fujina observed the encircling barrels of muskets with serene amusement, adjusting her veil with practiced grace. "Though your welcome protocol remains remarkably crude." Just as Smoker prepared to unleash his smoke fruit ability, a blood-curdling shriek erupted from the alleyway. Wah! Caught skipping out on the bill. With that unmistakable cry, a crimson blur shot backward from a tavern doorway, landing squarely atop Smoker just as he began to liquefy into smoke. Ugh! Smoker was hurled headlong, tumbling across the cobblestones in a disoriented heap. Luffy scrambled upright, then recoiled in alarm upon spotting Smoker. The Smoke Man," he yelped, and bolted. "Straw Hat, hold still," Smoker roared, surging after him. Once more chaos erupted along that narrow thoroughfare, a frantic chase unfolding in full spectacle. Honestly, protagonists always make such unrefined entrances. Fujina shook her head, preparing to usher Chopper away from the commotion, when suddenly a searing wave of heat struck her full in the face. A colossal wall of flame erupted without warning, rising vertically from the street's center, blocking Smoker's pursuit like an impassable barrier. Fire roared skyward, warping the air with intense radiance and blistering heat. From within the inferno emerged a young man, bare-chested, wearing an orange cowboy hat and a crimson beaded necklace around his neck. His short black hair framed a sun-kissed face dotted with freckles and a warm, luminous smile. He watched Luffy fleeing, then raised a hand in easy greeting. "Hey Luffy, long time no see. You haven't changed a bit." Luffy halted mid-stride, turned, and froze. Then pure, uncontainable joy flooded his features. "Ace!" Fujina stared at the blazing wall of fire, her nose wrinkling in distaste. "Flame effects, again. This oversaturated, warm-toned light pollution utterly ruins the cool-toned atmospheric palette I so meticulously composed. Utterly unprofessional." "Ace!" Luffy's voice brimmed with unrestrained joy as he dashed forward in 3 quick strides and leapt onto the man known as Ace, clinging to him like a koala. "What are you doing here? I heard rumors of a reckless rookie pirate wearing a straw hat stirring chaos across the seas, so I came to see if it was really you." Ace smiled warmly as he ruffled Luffy's hair, his gaze tender and indulgent. "Turns out it really was you." Luffy grinned triumphantly. This sudden reunion left Smoker, who had rushed over moments earlier, with an expression darkened by profound dismay. "Poor Gasti." Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Smoker exhaled smoke from his cigar, enunciating each syllable of that legendary name echoing across the Grand Line. "Why are you here?" Ace gently lifted Luffy down and turned toward Smoker, his easy smile softening into solemnity. "Well, just paying a visit to my wayward younger brother." He raised a single finger, a small dancing flame flickered at its tip. "Naval officer, might I ask you, out of respect for me, to spare him this time?" "Spare him?" Smoker scoffed coldly. "He carries a 30 million belly bounty, and you are Whitebeard's man. Neither of you leaves this place today." "Then there's no help for it," Ace sighed, shrugging helplessly. At that instant, the colossal wall of fire exploded outward, shattering into countless sparks that drifted like fireflies through the air. Flame net. The sparks coalesced midair, weaving seamlessly into a vast, all-encompassing net of fire that descended upon Smoker and his naval forces like a blazing canopy. Seeing this, Smoker instantly underwent elemental transformation, his body dissolving into thick, swirling smoke, attempting to slip through the net's gaps. Yet Ace's flames seemed sentient, tightening the mesh until not a single aperture remained. Damn it! Trapped within the infernal lattice, Smoker felt the searing heat threatening to ignite even his smoky form. Run, Luffy! Ace shouted. Oh! Luffy grabbed the dazed chopper and bolted after Ace, vanishing swiftly into the labyrinthine alleyway's far end. Furina stood motionless, arms crossed, observing the fiery net with scholarly fascination. In the measured tone of a seasoned critic, she remarked, the concept behind this visual effect is commendable. The interplay of point, line, and plane, from chaotic sparks to an ordered grid, creates a compelling dynamism in composition. However, her expression shifted sharply as she pointed her folding fan toward the roaring blaze, brows furrowed in disapproval. The color temperature is excessively high. Saturation has catastrophically overflowed. Observe how it obliterates the shadows cast on surrounding architecture, flattening the entire image's tonal depth and erasing all sense of spatial dimensionality. This constitutes a grave lighting failure, unacceptable. A failing grade. Had Ace overheard this professional critique, his reaction would remain delightfully uncertain. Smoker ultimately shattered the flame net using the power of his seastone jit, but the Straw Hat crew had long since vanished without trace. Full alert. Seal every port. They must not escape Alabasta. Smoker roared at his subordinates. At the city's far edge, deep inside a secluded derelict warehouse, the Straw Hat crew finally regrouped. Ace, let me introduce you. These are my crewmates. Luffy beamed as he presented Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi to Ace. When introducing Furina, he scratched his head awkwardly. This is Furina. She's our ship's, director. Chief director and official spokesperson of the theater troupe. Furina corrected crisply, her eyes sweeping over Ace before settling on the massive purple Whitebeard pirate's insignia emblazoned across his back. That tattoo design is overly intricate. The line work lacks elegance and will blur into indistinctness in wide shots. Moreover, the violet clashes with your skin tone. For future iterations, consider a stark black and white high contrast motif. It would accentuate your musculature far more effectively. Ace blinked, momentarily stunned by this unexpected sartorial critique, then offered a polite, amused chuckle. Haha, thank you for the advice. His expression grew grave as he turned to Luffy. Luffy, I've come not only to see you, but also for another reason. I'm hunting a traitor, Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard. He murdered our shipmates and stole the dark fruit. I must bring him to justice myself. He drew a life card from his coat and pressed it into Luffy's hand. Keep this. You can locate me anytime you need me. But try not to land yourself in such monumental trouble that I must intervene. As the brothers exchanged memories, Nami and Vivi stood apart, deeply troubled. The ports will surely be blockaded by the Navy, Nami murmured, watching naval patrols march past the window, her brow furrowed in concern. We must depart immediately for Rain Base. Vivi clenched her fists resolutely. Crocodile's stronghold lies there. Only by defeating him can we halt this war. At the name Crocodile, Ace's gaze sharpened. The Sand Crocodile. That man is no easy foe. Luffy, are you certain you wish to entangle yourselves with him? Absolutely. Luffy clenched his fist without hesitation. Vivi is our comrade. Her nation is our nation. Truly a brother who never eases my mind. Ace sighed, shaking his head, yet his lips curved once more into a fond, knowing smile. But then again, that's precisely who you are. He rose and clapped Luffy firmly on the shoulder. Very well, I'll lend you aid. Follow me. I know a secret passage that bypasses the Navy entirely. Guided by Ace, they wound through a maze of narrow alleys and emerged at the edge of a boundless desert. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead, golden dunes rolled endlessly beneath waves of shimmering heat that threatened to desiccate flesh and bone alike. Crossing this will get us to the next town, Ace said, gesturing ahead. Why, you're joking, right? Walking across the desert in this heat. Usopp felt himself wilting before the journey had even begun. Furina stood at the desert's threshold, her face paling as the scorching, dehydrating wind struck her skin. Water. I need water. I'm evaporating. A water deity forced into this inferno. Whose script is this? I refuse. This environment exceeds the physiological limits any performer can endure. I demand immediate artificial rainfall or relocation of the filming site. But Furina, we have no other path, Nami pleaded urgently. Furina drew a slow, steadying breath, as if making a formidable decision. In that case, don't blame me for invoking a touch of director's privilege. Mademoiselle Nouvellette. Mist spray to cool ambient temperature. Marquee obvious. Release humid vapor to sustain optimal moisture. Mademoiselle Craboletta, you shall shield us from direct sunlight. In the next heartbeat, a miracle unfolded. A semi-transparent azure dome, 3 meters in diameter, shimmered into existence around Furina. Within its boundary, mist swirled gently, a refreshing breeze whispered softly, temperature and humidity held perfectly within human comfort. A mobile, self-regulating VIP climate chamber, complete with humidification and refrigeration, had spontaneously manifested amid the desert's furnace-like heat. Whoa, so cool. Nami and Vivi's eyes lit up as they darted inside, blissfully basking in the chilled air. Hey, we want in too. Luffy and Usopp lunged forward. Out of the way. Mademoiselle Crabaletta extended her massive armored pincer and unceremoniously shoved them both aside. This is the ladies' carriage. No unauthorized personnel permitted. Furina reclined upon a sofa sculpted from flowing water, legs elegantly crossed, sipping chilled fruit juice with regal nonchalance. Ace stared jaw slack. What manner of extraordinary beings had gathered aboard his brother's ship? At the front strode Ace and Luffy laughing and chatting freely, behind them trudged Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp drenched in sweat, and at the rear floated a hovering azure sphere radiating coolness, within which 3 women lounged nibbling delicacies and sipping afternoon tea. Midway a colossal desert scorpion erupted from the sands, blocking their path. Before anyone could react, Ace merely flicked his wrist. Fire fist. A blazing fist surged forth, and the fearsome scorpion instantly became a fragrant, charred delicacy. Here, try this local specialty. Delicious, I promise, Ace invited cheerfully. Luffy and Usopp cheered and dove in eagerly. Inside the water sphere, Furina glanced disdainfully at the blackened scorpion leg. I categorically reject this barbaric dish, utterly devoid of plating artistry. As laughter filled the air over this unexpected feast, Vivi suddenly halted. Her face twisted with anguish and inner turmoil. What's wrong, Vivi? Nami asked, concerned. Are we truly going to rain base? Vivi's voice trembled with tears. Rebels lie directly along that route. If we hurry now, perhaps we can stop them before bloodshed begins. What nonsense are you speaking, Vivi? Luffy chewed thoughtlessly on a scorpion leg, unconcerned, then paused, turned, and met Vivi's gaze squarely. His smile faded. If you don't first knock that crocodile clean off the map, what good is stopping rebels? Even if you succeed today, what about tomorrow? His voice, though quiet, cut with surgical precision. So long as that puppet master remains, your nation will never know peace. You aren't preventing war. You're merely delaying its inevitable arrival. But Vivi crumpled to her knees on the scorching sand, covering her face, with trembling hands, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't bear to see anyone die. Not the royal army, not the rebels. They're all my people. Luffy fell silent, watching Vivi's despair. He stepped forward, knelt before her, and locked eyes with her tear-streaked face. Then stake our lives on it too, he roared. Aren't we comrades? A moment of stillness settled, charged, profound, unbreakable. Then stake our lives too. Aren't we comrades? Luffy's roar echoed across the vast desert, each word striking Vivi's heart like a heavy hammer. Vivi lifted her head, tears blurring her vision, as she gazed at the boy before her. Ash from roasted scorpions still smudged his face, yet his expression was so earnest that she could not look away. Comrades. She had heard those 2 words countless times, but now spoken by Luffy they carried a force powerful enough to shake the very soul. She recalled Zoro standing alone against 100 bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak to shield her, Nami demanding 10 billion berries as protection money on Little Garden, not to exploit, but to safeguard her, and Luffy scaling a sheer 1,000-meter cliff in Drum Island. Not for glory, but for the unwavering belief of a stranger physician. These people, these outlaws branded pirates by the world, might be brash, even foolish, yet their understanding of comrades was purer, heavier, more sacred than anyone else's. But Vivi choked, unable to utter another word. She feared that one ill-fated choice would drag all these precious comrades she had so painstakingly gained into the abyss of death. Their adversary was a warlord of the sea, a vast nation-shattering conspiracy beyond any single kingdom's power to resist. No, but Luffy cut her off. His voice was quiet yet resounded with unshakable resolve. You want no one to die? Am I right? Vivi nodded fiercely. That's impossible, Luffy said, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. People always die. He rose, towering over Vivi as she knelt in the sand. But we can make the number who fall smaller. We can end this war faster. He thrust his finger toward the horizon, pointing straight at Rain Base, the city swallowed by perpetual rain. Knock crocodile clear out of the sky. Once he's gone, it's over. That's the swiftest way. Luffy speaks truth, Vivi. Ace stepped forward, his gaze gentle upon her. Running won't solve anything. Sometimes to protect what matters most, you must first prepare to fight. Sanji extinguished his cigarette and approached Vivi, speaking softly. Princess Vivi, do not bear this burden alone. Your sorrow is ours to share. Zoro said nothing, only placed his hand firmly upon the 3 swords at his waist. His silence spoke louder than any vow. Your Highness. Fujinora emerged from her mobile climate-controlled chamber. Her opulent layered silk gown fluttered lightly in the desert wind, an elegant anomaly amid the barren dunes. She stopped before Vivi and extended a gloved hand. Rise. Her tone remained haughty, yet beneath it shimmered an unmistakable warmth. A protagonist must never remain kneeling. Your makeup has run. It mars the composition of the frame. Vivi looked at the outstretched hand, then at the sincere eyes surrounding her. At last, she wiped her tears and grasped Fujinora's hand, rising from the scorching sands. Her gaze, no longer clouded by doubt or hesitation, burned with newfound clarity. Everyone. She drew a deep breath and bowed deeply to them all. Thank you. Then she lifted her head, her eyes fixed with iron resolve upon Rainbase. Let's go to Rainbase. To end this wretched tragedy orchestrated by Crocodile. Now that's more like it. Luffy flashed a wide, radiant grin. The crew set off once more, this time every heart beating toward a single unshakable purpose. Yet none of them noticed the vulture circling high above, its sharp, watchful eyes silently observing all below. A tiny den mushi was strapped to its talon. Rainbase, the Baroque Works headquarters, its colossal casino, the Rain Banquet, gleamed under the desert sun, its penthouse VIP suite overlooking the city. A man sat leisurely on a massive sofa back, turned to the window, puffing a thick cigar. A long scar slashed across his face, his left arm ended in a gleaming golden hook. He was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile. Before him stood a woman in a form-fitting violet leather suit, her figure radiant, her presence exuding both maturity and scholarly poise, as she relayed intelligence from the den mushi. She was Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin, deputy director of Baroque Works. Boss Miss Wednesday and the Straw Hat crew have altered their course. They're heading straight for Rainbase. Accompanying them is Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Robin's voice remained calm, unruffled. Avarice flickered in his eyes. The Straw Hat crew. Humph. A pack of arrogant fools daring to trespass upon my domain. Good. Saves me the trouble of tracking them down one by one. Crocodile rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the glittering metropolis below. Robin, issue my order. Operation Utopia begins now. Early. Robin's brow lifted slightly. Everything remains unprepared. It doesn't matter. Crocodile turned the golden hook, catching the light with a glint of icy menace. I shall transform all of Alabasta into their grand stage, my magnificent theater of welcome. And I shall let that naive princess witness, watch with her own eyes, as everything she cherishes crumbles slowly, grain by grain, into despairing sand. He spread his arms wide and unleashed a low manic laugh. This desert is my arena, and here, I am God. The desert crossing was grueling, endless and unforgiving. By day heat blistered the air, by night frost gnawed at exposed skin. Only Fujinora's mobile climate chamber spared Nami, Vivi, and Chopper, the priority-protected trio, from the extremes. For Luffy and the others, men hardened by salt and storm, this journey became a crucible of endurance. Water, just one sip. Usopp lay sprawled on the dunes, tongue lolling like a parched dog barely able to crawl. Hey Fujinora, let us in for just a minute. Luffy clung to the edge of the azure sphere, peering pathetically inside. Denied. Fujinora refused without hesitation. This is a ladies-only carriage, no foul-smelling men permitted. And she wrinkled her nose at Luffy and Sanji, drenched in sweat. Your perspiration would defile this pristine, artistic sanctuary. Sanji instantly pulled out a bottle of perfume and drenched himself in frantic sprays. Miss Fujinora, I'm fragrant now. May I enter? She sniffed once, then shook her head. Cheap cologne fused with sweat creates a far deadlier biochemical weapon. Keep your distance, thank you. Sanji froze, petrified, then collapsed to his knees in the sand. Only Ace and Zoro seemed untouched by the torment. Ace, a Logia flame user, was born immune to heat. Zoro endured solely through superhuman will, training relentlessly, even now drawing steel in blistering winds. Hey Mosshead, don't you feel the heat? Sanji groaned weakly. Stillness of heart brings coolness of body, Zoro replied, eyes closed, voice serene. Humph. Pretentious nonsense. Just as exhaustion threatened to shatter their minds, a small oasis shimmered ahead. Salvation. Usopp and Luffy cheered, tumbling headlong toward it, only to find it already crowded. Dozens of villagers stood around a dried-up well, faces etched with despair. What's wrong, sir? Luffy asked curiously. An elder raised his head, sighed heavily. Don't ask, we're locals. Lately rain has vanished everywhere, except the capital and Rainbase. Even our wells have run dry. If this continues, we'll all perish of thirst. Vivi paled. She knew this was no accident. It was Crocodile's scheme. Using the forbidden substance, dance powder, he manipulated rainfall, siphoning clouds away from the rest of Alabasta and forcing torrents only upon Rainbase, breeding panic and fracturing trust between people and crown. That despicable Crocodile. Vivi clenched her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. Beyond endless dunes, a faint silhouette finally emerged on the horizon. Alyabarna, the oasis city long cherished as a beacon of hope for weary travelers. Yet when the crew of the Going Merry truly set foot upon this land, the sight before them froze every cheer mid-throat. There was no verdure, no water, only an expanse of desiccated ochre and profound silence. The city bore the name Alyabarna, yet it resembled nothing so much as a tomb abandoned by the gods. Walls of crumbling dwellings fissured beneath the scorching sun, flakes of peeling paint mingled with drifting sand. The streets stood utterly deserted save for gales whipping grit against shattered doors and windows, each hollow thud echoing like the soul pulse of this corpse city. The earth gaped with vast jagged fissures, as if the land itself had parted its parched lips in desperate thirst. Beyond the shimmering heat haze hung an intangible scent despair. Furina's mobile aquachamber glided to a halt at the city's threshold. She rose from her sofa sculpted of flowing water and gazed outward through its translucent walls. What is this? A stage set for tragedy. Far too bleak. This monotonous, sun-bleached ochre, so glaringly flat, utterly devoid of tonal depth. She murmured inwardly, her expression fixed in its customary disdain. This place's aesthetic sensibility is beyond redemption. Furina fanned herself with practiced elegance as she turned to Nami and Vivi. Such low-saturation hues will grievously dampen morale, especially mine as lead performer. Vivi's face paled further than the surrounding sands. Her lips trembled as she stared into the ruin. Impossible. Alyabarna, once among Arabasta's most vibrant trade cities, canals threading through every district, gardens blooming beside bustling bazaars. The chasm between memory and desolation nearly buckled her knees. They pressed onward toward the city center. In a broad plaza they found them, the last surviving inhabitants. Like puppets stripped of soul, they stood numbly encircling a colossal long dry well. No wails rose, no prayers were uttered. Only silence, standing or sitting as though mourning in an interminable, unending funeral rite. When they beheld Luffy's party, strangers from afar, they merely lifted dull, clouded eyes, cast one indifferent glance, then bowed their heads again, as if even speech had drained from their bones. Hey, mister, is there no water here? Luffy, ever oblivious to atmosphere, strode boldly to the well's edge and peered down. Its depths vanished into darkness, yet not a single drop remained, only wind-scattered sand. Defying doubt, Luffy seized a discarded wooden bucket, lashed it to a rope, and hurled it downward. A hollow, arid thud reverberated from the abyss. See, useless. A voice rasped at last, an elder's dry as grinding sandpaper. 3 years, 3 full years without rain. The gods have forsaken us. This utterance of despair ignited a fierce, wordless fury within the Straw Hat crew. Usopp clenched his fists as Zoro's hand drifted instinctively to his sword hilt. It was no anger directed at the villagers, but a white-hot rage against the unseen hand that wrought this devastation. At last Vivi's tears spilled forth. She knew this was no act of heaven but of man. Crocodile, the usurper king, who had stolen her people's very reign. Enough. This performance is execrable. Lifeless actors, barren scenery, dialogue steeped in hollow, despairing cliché. Such shoddy tragedy has no place upon my stage. Furina could bear it no longer. Excuse me, everyone. Her crystalline voice pierced the plaza's stillness, drawing every gaze. With regal poise, she stepped from her aquachamber, flanked by Nami and Vivi. Her opulent, dustless gown, a cascade of silken azure, stood in stark, surreal contrast to this desolate world. The villagers watched blank-eyed as this sudden radiant woman entered their ruin. Furina approached the well and tapped its cracked rim with her fan, a crisp, brittle chime. Honestly, even the props lack professionalism. She sighed, then snapped her fingers. Marquee obvious, attend to duty. Adjust the environmental parameters of this wretched stage. A collective gasp rose as water coalesced midair. Marquee obvious, the octopus-like creature crowned with a miniature top hat, materialized, swaying his plump, elegant form above the well's mouth. All held their breath, expecting benevolent rain. Yet Marquee obvious did not summon clouds. To conjure vast waters would strain Furina's reserves, and treat only the symptom, not the cause. Instead, his body began emitting a deep subsonic hum, inaudible to human ears. This resonance did not scatter outward but plunged with surgical precision into the well's abyss, vibrating deep aquifers long choked or dried, awakening dormant currents. Simultaneously, his tentacles unfurled, spiraling into a vast, gentle vortex. Invisible water molecules suspended in the desert air, mere traces imperceptible to mortal sight, were wrenched free, drawn inward, and gathered above the well's mouth by irresistible force. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Silence reigned thick and absolute. All eyes widened, locked upon the impossible spectacle. Then, faint yet unmistakable, a soft glug echoed up from the depths, as if something ancient had stirred awake. Glug, glug, glug. The sound grew louder, more urgent, until a moist, earth-scented breeze billowed upward from the well. In the next instant, a turbid, yet vital spring surged forth from the well, dry for 3 years, bursting upward with unstoppable life. Water climbed visibly swiftly. Water. It's real water. No one knew who cried first. 3 seconds of stunned silence. Then a cataclysm of jubilant shrieks erupted across the plaza. Water. True water. A miracle. A divine miracle. The villagers stampeded toward the well, weeping torrents of joy, falling to their knees, pounding their foreheads against the stone in frantic, tear-streaked worship. And Furina, the architect of this miracle, merely stood poised beside the well, delicately shielding her nose with her fan, as though recoiling from the earthy tang of the rising water. Only after their frenzy subsided did the villagers truly behold the silver-haired goddess who had wrought salvation. Their gaze shifted from her to the floating octopus overhead, then hardened from shock to awe, and finally to feverish, transcendent devotion. Thud, thud. One by one, the entire crowd collapsed in prostration, bowing deeply toward Furina. We thank the water deity. We thank you for your life-giving rain. The water deity has descended. Arabasta is saved. Furina blinked, then accepted the homage with serene, regal composure. She straightened her spine, adopting an air both haughty and compassionate. Consider this mere production welfare for the ensemble cast. A stage this grim impedes principal performer's artistry. Rise now, do not delay the drawing of water. Though the villagers understood neither production welfare nor ensemble cast, they enshrined Furina as divine. They cheered, fetched every vessel they owned, and formed orderly queues, reviving their city in an instant. Ace watched jaw slack enough to swallow an egg. He sidled up to Luffy, clapped his shoulder, and breathed, "Luffy, what manner of creatures sail aboard your ship?" Shh. Vivi watched the rejoicing throng, watched the clear water rise, and fresh tears traced paths of pure unburdened hope down her cheeks. Gazing at Furina's back, Vivi realized, perhaps for the first time, that this seemingly capricious, imperious director truly wielded godlike power to alter her nation's fate. Just as euphoria washed over them, an unnatural gale erupted from the desert's heart. Sand roared skyward, blotting out the sun, coalescing into a towering yellow wall advancing from the horizon. Nami, attuned to atmospheric shifts, flinched instantly. She tilted her head, sensing the violent pressure drop, and declared, "Something's wrong. This wind defies nature." With water, the lifeless city of Arumalu seemed to regain its heartbeat. Smiles that had long been absent returned to the villagers' faces, and they offered their finest food and shelter to Furina and her companions, treating them as honored guests. While fetching water, the elderly man who had spoken to Luffy earlier, sipping the sweet well water, recounted an old tale to the group, unraveling a mystery that had puzzled their minds. Truth be told, we didn't believe the king had abandoned us at first. The old man set down his ladle, his gaze dimming. Until 3 years ago, when a royal military supply convoy passed through here. Their cargo accidentally spilled across the city streets, and we discovered that every single crate loaded to the brim was filled with dance powder. Dance powder? Usopp asked with curiosity. Vivi's face turned deathly pale the moment she heard the word. She explained for Usopp, it's a rain-inducing powder strictly forbidden by the world government. Because it saps moisture from surrounding regions, causing devastating droughts elsewhere, it's known as the miraculous powder that summons demons. The old man nodded, his eyes blazing with anger and disappointment. Exactly. To guarantee rainfall for the capital Alyabarna, they had no qualms about sacrificing us, the surrounding cities. From that day onward, not a single drop of rain ever fell here again. That boy Kosha. This very incident is what drove him to utter disillusionment with the royal family, and he formed the rebel army. Impossible. Vivi rose to her feet in agitation, her voice ringing with defiance. My father Cobra loves every inch of this land and every single person in it. He would never do such a thing. Princess, we respect you, but the facts are right before our eyes. Another villager stepped forward, visibly shaken. We all saw that dance powder with our very own eyes. We wouldn't believe a single word of the king's excuses. That is the fundamental reason the rebel army was formed. In an instant, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. The villagers' resentment toward the royal family, parched and hardened over 3 years, had taken deep root. Furina had been sitting quietly all along, polishing an exquisite teacup with a silk handkerchief. Hearing this, she let out a faint, contemptuous sneer. Humph. The cold laugh was barely audible, yet it brought every argument to an abrupt halt. Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Furina set down her teacup and swept her gaze over the agitated villagers, as if they were utter fools. I had assumed this was merely a poorly crafted tragedy. I never imagined it would also be an idiotic mystery. She spoke with deliberate languor, a frame-up scheme worthy only of a third-rate scriptwriter. What? What do you mean? The villagers asked, bewildered. Furina rose to her feet, strolled over to Vivi, gave her shoulder a reassuring pat, and only then turned to address the crowd. Use your heads. If the king truly intended to employ a forbidden substance like dance powder, would he be foolish enough to use his own nation's military to transport it so brazenly through civilian-populated cities? And conveniently accidentally spill it right where every one of you could see. Her words left the villagers stunned. That's not a conspiracy. That's self-incrimination. If a king genuinely wanted to sacrifice you to save the capital, he would have countless more covert and effective methods at his disposal. Acting this way isn't just evil. It's the height of stupidity. Do you honestly believe a king who has ruled a nation for so many years could be such an imbecile? Furina's analysis struck home, cutting through the fog of anger and despair that had blinded the villagers for 3 years. They exchanged glances, their fervor gradually fading, replaced by confusion and deep contemplation. She makes sense. Indeed. Now that I think about it, it's far too coincidental. Ace nodded in agreement, adding, while pursuing Blackbeard on the Grand Line, I heard quite a few rumors about Arabasta myself. Every version differs, but at their core they all fan the flames of public discontent against the royal family. Looking at it now, there must be an invisible hand pulling the strings behind it all. Luffy couldn't grasp the intricacies of such complex conspiracies, but he had his own simplest standard of judgment. He walked over to Vivi, patted her shoulder, and declared loudly, I don't care about any powders. I believe in Vivi. Since Vivi says her dad is a good man, then he's a good man. Whoever framed him is the villain I'm gonna send flying. Luffy's simple, unshakable trust brought tears to Vivi's eyes once more. Just then a commotion erupted outside the city walls. A squadron of riders on camels charged ferociously into the city of Arumalu. They wore identical uniforms, and the leader, catching sight of the jubilant crowd drawing water in the plaza, broke into a greedy grin. "Oh, there's water here. Looks like our luck's running high." They were the low-ranking agents of Baroque Works, the Billions. The leading agent leapt off his camel, swaggered to the well, and sent a small child's bucket flying with a vicious kick. "Hey, you filthy commoners, where'd you get this water?" he barked. "Consider all this water requisitioned. We're taking it back to offer to the great Sir Crocodile." These so-called heroes had not come to rescue the villagers. They had come to plunder the only hope the people had just reclaimed. The child stared at the water spilled across the ground and burst into tears. Luffy's face darkened in that instant. A blaze of fury surged from the depths of his heart straight to his head. Yet someone moved faster than him. Just as Luffy was about to throw his punch, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of splintering bone echoed through the air. Before the arrogant Billion squadron leader could even register what had happened, a massive crab pincer materialized out of thin air and clamped around his waist, hurling him like a discarded rag doll, smashing him through a crumbling wall in the distance. It was Furina's Mademoiselle Craboletta. So noisy. Furina remained seated in her chair, not even lifting an eyelid, merely uttering two indifferent words. Nothing irked her more than having her afternoon tea disturbed. The remaining Billions were frozen in terror. Who the hell are you people? How dare you lay a hand on Baroque Works agents? Furina made no reply, simply waving her hand dismissively. Since you've interrupted the performance, don't expect to leave the stage so easily. The moment she finished speaking, Mademoiselle Nouvellette and Marquis Obvious appeared simultaneously, and in the very next second, a one-sided stage accident demonstration commenced. The high-pressure water spray from Mademoiselle Nouvellette sent the agents tumbling head over heels. The sonic shockwaves from Marquis Obvious left them dizzy and unable to stand, and Mademoiselle Craboletta's armored pincers worked like a harvester, clamping and knocking each one unconscious with surgical precision. In less than a minute, the entire haughty squadron of Billions lay sprawled on the ground, completely out cold. The Straw Hat crew watched in stunned disbelief. They knew Furina was powerful, but they hadn't expected her summons to dispatch these fodder with even less effort than crushing a few ants. Furina rose gracefully and walked over to the first agent who had been sent flying. Extending her white-gloved hand, she rummaged through the man's clothes with an air of distaste, then withdrew a folded piece of paper. She unfolded it. It was an order document. Mission objective: patrol the various villages, monitor water sources, and upon discovering any abnormal water supply, immediately confiscate and report. Mission directive: by any means necessary, intensify public panic over water scarcity, attributing it to the incompetence of the royal family. Furina handed the order sheet to Vivi. This was irrefutable evidence of Crocodile's conspiracy. Vivi stared at the cold, clinical words on the document, her entire body trembling. She finally understood. The rebel army, her people, from beginning to end, had been nothing but pawns manipulated effortlessly at Crocodile's whim. Everything they hated, everything they fought against, was nothing more than an elaborate, complete lie. Bam! Luffy snatched the order sheet and crushed it into a ball in his hand, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fury. Vivi. He looked at her, his expression grave. "We don't need to go explain ourselves to the rebel army." He extended his finger, pointing toward Rainbase. "Explaining takes too long. We're heading straight to Rainbase. And we're gonna send that bastard Crocodile who directed this whole rotten show flying." Just as the group's morale surged ready to depart at once, Ace, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly had his expression shift. He abruptly pulled a small piece of paper from his chest. The paper was burning violently in his palm, the firelight casting harsh shadows across his solemn face. It was a fragment of the Vivre card he used to track Blackbeard. "Teach." Ace whispered the name as he watched the burning paper. Just as the Straw Hat crew resolved to strike directly at the heart of Alabasta and head for Rainbase, Ace suddenly halted his steps. "Luffy," he said, his voice heavy with unspoken weight. "Huh? What's wrong, Ace? Let's go already." Luffy brimmed with restless energy, eager to fly straight into Crocodile's presence. Ace did not reply. Instead, he raised the charred fragment of a life card, half consumed by flame. The fire danced fiercely in the desert wind, blindingly bright. "I found him." Luffy's exuberance vanished in an instant. He stared at the burning scrap of paper, knowing it signified the duty Ace could no longer evade. The solemn obligation of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Is it that guy, Blackbeard?" Luffy asked. "Yes." Ace nodded, carefully tucking the life card back into his chest. "He's nearby." "Luffy, I'm sorry. I can't keep playing along with you any longer. Killing a comrade is the one iron law aboard our ship. Non-negotiable, unforgivable. I must apprehend him. For Sabo's sake, justice must be served." A heavy silence settled over the air. Though their time together had been brief, for Luffy, fighting side by side with his brother was pure, unadulterated joy. "Oh." Luffy lowered his head, pulling his straw hat down to conceal his expression. He uttered neither "stay" nor "let me help." He understood. This was Ace's battle alone, the burden of command he bore as captain. "I see." Luffy's voice sounded muffled, subdued. Ace watched his boisterous younger brother fall, uncharacteristically quiet. and smiled, ruffling Luffy's hair with affectionate force, knocking the Straw Hat askew. Don't slump like that, man. Stand tall. He withdrew his hand and raised his fist toward Luffy. Luffy lifted his gaze, met his brother's fist, and silently raised his own, gently tapping it against Ace's. No grand speeches. No tearful farewells. In that single quiet collision resided the unspoken covenant between men, and the profound, wordless bond of brothers. Once you've beaten that scoundrel, you'd better treat me to meat. Luffy grinned broadly, calling out, Deal. I'll feed you until you burst. Ace laughed in reply. At that moment, a deafening roar of engines pierced the air, growing louder, drawing near. They turned toward the sound, and saw upon the long dry riverbed of the ancient canal dozens of grotesque hunter ships surging upstream, churning vast plumes of dust. Though the riverbed lay barren, these vessels had been specially modified. Massive wheels mounted beneath their hulls allowed them to grind across the desert sands. Baroque Works agents stood rigidly aboard each vessel, black cannon muzzles already trained upon them. Its reinforcements, the same crew from before. Usopp cried out in alarm. We're surrounded. Nami paled as enemy ships converged from every direction. Luffy, you all go first. Ace stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the others. His gaze swept over the armada. No fear flickered in his eyes. Only a fierce, battle-hungry smile. Let me offer you one final farewell gift. His silhouette etched against the swirling golden sands stood immovable, as steadfast and unshakable as a mountain. Ace. Luffy's voice trembled with concern. Go now. Don't hesitate. Ace turned, urging them on. Don't forget, I am the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. These riffraff aren't even enough to warm me up. Luffy clenched his jaw, cast one last look at Ace's retreating back, and whirled around sharply. Let's move. Without hesitation, the Straw Hat crew sprinted onward, Vivi in tow, toward Rain Base. Alone, Ace stood upon the cracked riverbed, facing the thundering armada. Slowly he raised his right arm, index and middle fingers extended, aimed squarely at the lead vessels. Fire pistol. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, tiny precise projectiles that struck the gunpowder stores aboard the foremost ships. A chain of detonations shook the air. Several ships vanished in roaring fire, but more surged through the inferno, closing in relentlessly. Ace's grin widened. The air around him warped and shimmered. A wave of terrifying heat exploded outward from his core. His entire right arm ignited, engulfed in searing white-hot flame. Then witness this. He hurled his blazing arm forward in a sweeping arc. Mera Mera no Mi, Fire Fist. A colossal fist forged entirely of pure incandescent flame roared forth from his fist. Its scale dwarfed the hunter ships themselves. It crossed the entire breadth of the canal, radiating annihilation, before colliding head-on with the vanguard fleet. There was no thunderous blast, no shattering explosion. Only absolute suffocating silence, and utter consumption. Where the Fire Fist passed, steel melted, vessels vaporized, and sand fused into glassy obsidian. The shockwave of heat reached even the fleeing Straw Hats, scorching their backs like a physical blow. They glanced back, and saw the horizon painted blood red. This was the power of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist. Having dispatched the pursuers, Ace blurred across the dunes, rejoining Luffy and the others mid-stride. From his chest, he drew out the life card once more, and tore off its unburnt corner, pressing it into Luffy's palm. Hold on to this, Luffy. Ace explained. It's a life card, crafted in the new world from rare paper that mirrors its owner's vitality and draws instinctively toward its bearer. With it, we'll always know where the other stands. He paused, voice grave and tender. Guard it well. We've sworn it. We shall meet again at the very apex. Yeah. Luffy clenched the fragile slip tight in his fist. Afterward, Ace deliberately approached Vivi. He regarded the enigmatic woman who called herself a director, half teasing, half serious. Miss Vivi, my reckless little brother and his delightfully chaotic crew. I entrust them to you. He scratched his head, tone earnest. As the great director, please craft them a worthy script, and spare them an undignified end. Vivi concealed a smile behind her fan, her heterochromatic eyes glinting with quiet authority. My scripts feature only dazzling triumphs, never ignoble deaths. Huh. Then I rest easy. Ace laughed heartily, and without another pause leapt aboard his small vessel, the attacker moored nearby. Its engine, his own flame. Farewell, everyone. Waving vigorously, Ace ignited the stern of the boat, flames erupting in a powerful jet that propelled the attacker skimming across the sea of sand, shrinking swiftly into a distant speck. Ace, Luffy bellowed after him, voice raw with resolve. Next time we meet, I'll be king of the pirates. Far away, that tiny speck lifted an arm high, back turned, waving in silent, solemn reply. With Ace gone, a hush fell over the crew. Nami gazed ahead at the endless dunes, and broke the silence. All right, everyone. Chin up. From now on, there's no more backup. Everything rests on us alone. Tisish. Perfect. Zoro tightened his grip on his swords, eyes alight with fierce anticipation. I never wanted to hide behind someone else's strength anyway. Exactly. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. The real show has only just begun. Yet even as their spirits rekindled, so too did the sky begin to shift. Within minutes the clear blue heavens darkened, swallowed by a monstrous advancing shadow from the horizon's edge roaring with apocalyptic fury. Nami looked up and went deathly pale. No way. That scale. The most devastating natural calamity of the desert, the colossal sandstorm, descended upon them unstoppable and absolute. Heaven and earth merged into a single desolate line of ochre haze. This was no ordinary sandstorm. It was a roaring wall of sand stretching from earth to sky, devouring light sky and all that lay before it. A colossal deafening roar drowned out every other sound. The gale raged like countless invisible hands tearing at everything upon the ground. Hurry! Clutch each other! Don't let the wind scatter you! Nami shouted at the top of her lungs, but her voice vanished instantly beneath the storm's furious bellow. Grit stung her face like countless tiny bullets, sharp and searing. Visibility plummeted to near zero within seconds. Only the blurred silhouettes of companions nearby remained visible. Goma Goma no net. Luffy reacted with lightning speed. He stretched his arms wide, weaving a crude yet resilient net among them, striving to hold the group together. Yet against this cataclysmic force of nature his strength proved tragically insignificant. The rubber net warped and strained under the gale's fury, its shape distorting grotesquely, on the verge of snapping at any moment. My hat! A malevolent gust snatched Luffy's straw hat, the one he cherished more than life itself, and hurled it deep into the swirling ochre maelstrom. Stop! Without hesitation Luffy released his grip and sprinted after the vanishing hat, his figure swallowed whole by the yellow sands in an instant. Luffy, you idiot! Nami screamed in fury, but it was already too late. The moment he vanished their fragile formation collapsed entirely. Hey, where are you? Which way is this? Zoro's voice cut through the wind, only to recede rapidly, clearly veering off course into utter disorientation. That directionally challenged green-haired fool. Sanji cursed as he lunged forward, but slipped, then was swept away by another violent gust. In the blink of an eye the crew was shattered beyond recovery, leaving only Nami, Vivi, Usopp, and Chopper huddled tightly together, a fragile skiff adrift upon a churning sea of chaos, moments from annihilation. We're doomed, we'll be sucked in. Usopp stared trembling at the monstrous vortex ahead, a gaping maw like that of some primordial beast, tears and snot streaming down his face. Just as they teetered on the precipice of being drawn into that overwhelming suction, a cool, impatient voice pierced the tempest. Honestly, 3 scene changes for 1 sequence now, this kind of disfiguring on-location shoot. Has the director's budget truly ballooned beyond reason? It was Furina. She stood motionless at the storm's very heart, her opulent gauzy gown utterly unruffled, as if the gales capable of rending steel were mere breezes brushing her skin. She surveyed the apocalyptic spectacle before her with undisguised disdain. Sand stains my garments, wind ruins my coiffure, and arid air harms my complexion. I refuse to perform in this scene. Sanctuary of the Tides. Furina snapped her fingers lightly. In the next breath, a miracle unfolded, utterly incongruous amid the surrounding devastation. From her center bloomed a vast translucent azure sphere, cradling Nami, Vivi, Usopp, and Chopper within its gentle, unyielding embrace. The sphere did not hover passively, its surface spun at breathtaking velocity, forming a flawless hydrodynamic barrier. Every grain of sand, every jagged stone hurled against it was flung aside with ruthless centrifugal force. None breached its boundary. Within the dome the wind ceased. Nami and the others stared in stunned silence, realizing they could hear nothing but each other's heartbeats. Outside raged a storm capable of obliterating all creation, yet inside not a whisper of wind stirred. Even the interior glowed with a soft cerulean luminescence, cast by several miniature bioluminescent jellyfish Furina had summoned to illuminate their sanctuary. Where are we? Usopp gaped speechless. Outside reigned apocalypse, inside a lavishly appointed private box. The sheer extremity of this contrast felt dreamlike. He even found a cozy corner beside the water wall, and half considered lying down for a nap. Furina sat regally upon a throne sculpted from flowing water, one leg elegantly crossed over the other. All noise, visual clutter everywhere. She regarded the ochre wasteland beyond the dome with palpable distaste. The special effects are overwrought, abject failure. With effortless command, she directed Mademoiselle Craboletta, the largest of her 3 waterborne companions, to sink to the sphere's base, anchoring the entire luxury box, with its weighty form and 8 powerful limbs guiding it smoothly across the raging storm, as though treading serene solid ground. This titanic sandstorm, one destined for legend, raged for precisely 3 hours. Only when the last grains settled and the sky revealed its true hue did Furina reluctantly dissolve the barrier. Plop! The aqueous sphere vanished, and Nami, Vivi, Usopp, and Chopper landed softly upon yielding sand, unharmed and intact. Not a single hair was out of place, not a scratch marred their skin. Nami even took the opportunity to retouch her makeup. Yet all around them the landscape had been utterly transformed, a vast unfamiliar sea of dunes. Luffy and Zoro had vanished without trace. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper cried out desperately, but only the wind answered. The little reindeer frantically circled in place. Don't fret, my little good luck charm. Furina approached, gently stroking Chopper's hat, her tone laced with omniscient reassurance. The protagonist never perishes in a mere transitional sequence. She paused, then added with professional precision, they've merely been scripted into a branching subplot to enrich narrative depth and heighten dramatic tension. They'll return shortly. Though bewildered, Chopper felt a measure of relief. Nami unfurled her navigational chart and eternal compass, aligning them with the sun's position, her expression darkening. Worse, we've been blown far off course. We're now in the eastern reaches of Alabasta, a place called Yuba. She pointed to a spot on the map. According to intelligence, this was once a rebel stronghold, though it should now lie abandoned. They set out toward the indicated location, and soon beheld a ruined town half buried beneath golden dunes. This place was even more desolate than Aruma. Scarcely a single structure remained whole. It was a dead city wholly consumed by the desert. Amidst this lifeless expanse stood a solitary, frail figure, an elderly man stooped with age, gripping a rusted, blunt-edged spade, digging relentlessly beneath the scorching sun upon parched, barren earth. Each swing of his spade seemed agonizingly laborious, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he did not cease. Mechanically, stubbornly, he dug, shovel after shovel. That solitary figure stood amidst the vast, lifeless ruins, small beyond measure, yet radiating an indomitable will no desert wind could ever erase. Mr. Dodo. The moment Vivi recognized him, she cried out in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. She lifted her skirts and dashed toward the old man without hesitation. Hearing the cry, the elder halted his mechanical digging and turned slowly, laboriously toward her. His body was severely dehydrated, emaciated to little more than bone. His lips cracked and bleeding, his entire being resembling a desiccated corpse on the verge of crumbling into dust. When he saw Vivi rushing toward him, astonishment flickered across his clouded eyes. Vivi, your highness, he rasped, his voice barely audible. The old man was Dodo, the father of the rebel leader Kucha, and one of the kingdom's most loyal subjects. Where are you? Vivi reached him, her heart wrenching at his shattered state. Where is Kucha? Dodo offered no reply, only a smile more painful than tears. He neither blamed the royal house nor cursed fate. Instead, with his skeletal fingers, he pointed first to the shallow pit he had dug at his feet, then to the nearby town half buried beneath the sands. I remain here, to dig a well, he said, each word deliberate and heavy. I believe His Majesty the King was wrongfully accused. If I can draw water from this land, it will prove Yuba still lives. That boy, Kucha, will return someday. I must ensure he sees hope remains here. He stayed, not only to defy this all-consuming desert, but to await the homecoming of his son, lost to rage and wandering far from reason. Furina approached with the others, watching silently, the elderly man who guarded his fragile belief with the last flicker of his life. She had witnessed countless theatrical performances, shouting impassioned, grandiose. But before her stood a man who uttered no lofty line, struck no dramatic pose. He simply dug again and again. Yet this performance, staged not with words or gestures, but with life itself, carried an unprecedented visceral weight. Is this what a true actor truly is? For the first time, Furina did not judge the scene through her director's lens. She watched in quiet reverence, no mockery, no disdain. Hey, Grandpa, let me help. A familiar voice rang out from a nearby dune. Uft. Luffy emerged headfirst from a sandpit covered in grit, blown there by the sandstorm earlier. Seeing Dodo and the shallow excavation, he seized the old man's shovel without a word and began digging with fierce determination. Luffy, the crew shouted in joyful relief. Moments later, from another direction, a green figure appeared. Zoro, coated in sand and slightly disheveled, yet his 3 swords gleamed immaculately at his waist. Without speaking, he walked beside Luffy and retrieved a sturdy iron plate from the rubble, joining the silent, steady work of excavation. Honestly, you're all so reckless. Usopp grumbled, but soon picked up a tool and joined in. Chopper, meanwhile, shifted into his hybrid form and dug with powerful hooves. No dazzling battles, no stirring slogans. In that forgotten ruin, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates labored side by side, not for glory, not for reward, but for the quiet, unwavering belief of a stranger. This pure, unhesitating empathy for ordinary people, and this instinctive, selfless action spoke louder than any cataclysmic clash. It was the very essence of Nakama. They dug through the entire night. When dawn's first light pierced the darkness and bathed the sea of sand in pale gold, clang! Luffy's shovel struck damp, compact earth. We hit water, he shouted, elated. Though no roaring underground river surged forth as they dug deeper, murky water gradually seeped from the soil, pooling into a small, precious puddle at the bottom of the pit. Dodo gazed upon that turbid, sacred water, and 2 scalding tears traced paths down his weathered cheeks. Trembling, he knelt beside the pit and cupped the muddy liquid in his palms as though cradling the world's rarest treasure. Water. It's water. Yuba still lives. Furina looked upon that murky water, and this time she summoned no divine spring. She stepped to the edge of the pit and quietly withdrew from her 4-dimensional pocket a pristine white handkerchief embroidered with intricate patterns, offering it to the weeping elder. She understood now the well's meaning lay not in its result, but in the act of digging, and in the hope it embodied. Any miraculous intervention from without would have been a profanation of that belief. Luffy, caked in mud, leapt from the deep pit. Dodo, grateful, tried to offer him the first sip, but Luffy laughed and refused. Grandpa, keep it for yourself. Wiping grime from his face, he turned to Vivi, his gaze fiercer and more resolute than ever before. Vivi, we don't need to seek out the rebels anymore. He no longer sought merely to halt the war. That's too slow. I'm going straight to Alabasta, to knock that crocodile scoundrel clean out of the sky. This time it wasn't just for Vivi. It was for this stubborn old man, and for every soul in this land deceived and tormented. Vivi looked from Luffy to Dodo, who stood behind her steadfast. She nodded, resolve crystallizing within her. Mr. Dodo, please trust us. With a gentle smile, Dodo nodded, entrusting Yuba's hope and the kingdom's future to the princess and her strange, unwavering companions. After bidding farewell to Dodo, the Straw Hat crew set off once more, backlit by the rising sun, racing full speed toward Crocodile's stronghold Alabasta. After several more days of arduous trekking across the desert, a magnificent city, jarringly out of place amid the barren expanse, finally rose upon the horizon. It was a metropolis built upon the center of a vast lake, its towering spires ablaze with light. Countless fountains sprayed shimmering arcs of water beneath the sun, weaving rainbows through the air. Verdant groves flourished in stark, ironic contrast to the endless sea of ochre sand beyond the city walls. This was Rainbase, the stronghold of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At the heart of the city stood the colossal casino Rain Banquet, whose rooftop bore a massive golden crocodile emblem, cold, avaricious, and blindingly radiant under the noon sun. Damn it, while not a single drop of water remains elsewhere in our country, they waste fresh water as mere ornamentation for fountains. Nami gazed upon the opulence before her. Even this gold-obsessed navigator felt genuine fury rise within her chest. Such splendor erected atop the suffering of countless souls made her stomach churn. All right, everyone. We must infiltrate the Rain Banquet. Crocodile is certainly inside. Usopp pulled out paper and ink, earnestly proposing a tactical plan. First we'll disguise ourselves, then split up. His words were cut short as a crimson blur shot past him like a whirlwind. Crocodile, I'll knock you flying. Luffy bellowed with his signature unrestrained roar, charging headlong toward Rainbase's main gate. Thud. The battle plan fluttered from Usopp's hands onto the ground. That idiot captain. Nami and Usopp cried out in unison, a despairing synchronized wail. The plan collapsed in its very first second. Honestly, he never grasped the value of subtlety, Sanji muttered, but immediately sprinted after him. I'll haul him back. I'll follow, just in case that idiot chef gets lost too. Zoro gripped his swords and dashed after them. In an instant, the 3 primary fighters vanished into the city, igniting chaos across the streets. Alarms shrieked, citizens screamed, panic surged like wildfire. Only Nami, Vivi, Furina, and Chopper remained behind. No choice now. Nami pressed her palm to her forehead, temples pulsing violently. We'll split up too. Vivi, we'll disguise ourselves and find another way in. She rummaged through her pack and withdrew several tattered cloaks. Yet when she offered one to Furina, it was rejected without hesitation. I refuse to wear such shoddy theatrical costume. Furina wrinkled her nose at the mold-scented garment. Instantly from her 4-dimensional wardrobe, she produced an extravagantly opulent evening gown. It was a deep sapphire gown encrusted with diamonds and sapphires, its sweeping train trailing across the sand, gleaming with dazzling brilliance. She donned a wide-brimmed sun hat and oversized sunglasses, then unfurled a feathered fan, transforming herself in an instant from a desert traveler into a mysterious, fabulously wealthy patron freshly arrived from the capital to wager fortunes at the casino. Shall we go, Vivi? Furina adjusted her diamond choker and addressed Vivi, now clad in a maidservant's uniform. Huh. Both Nami and Vivi froze in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Luffy and his pursuers had drawn the attention of nearly every marine officer and Baroque Works agent within the city. Smoker, having tracked them all the way from Lobetown, now engaged Luffy in a citywide cat-and-mouse chase along Rainbase's sun-baked avenues. And Furina, accompanied by Vivi disguised as her maid and Chopper masquerading as her pet, strode confidently toward the gilded main entrance of the Rain Banquet. Halt. This is private property, no entry for outsiders. 2 stern-faced men in black suits barred their path, arms extended. Furina didn't deign to speak. With effortless disdain, she plucked a heavy leather pouch from her handbag and hurled it straight at them. Thump. The pouch struck one guard squarely in the face. Stunned, he reeled backward, toppling his comrade in a domino crash. The bag burst open, scattering gleaming gold coins across the marble floor, a literal physical assault of wealth. Without glancing back, Furina stepped over the scattered fortune and swept into the casino's grand hall, flanked by Vivi and Chopper. The interior surpassed imagination in decadence. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead, gilded statues lined the corridors, and high-stakes gamblers mingled with scantily clad rabbit girl hostesses. Furina critiqued the decor with unapologetic precision, dismissing the chandelier's taste, condemning the carpet's vulgar hue. Her singular aura of aristocratic grace and undisguised opulence instantly arresting every gaze in the room. Meanwhile, Luffy, fleeing Smoker's relentless pursuit, caught the scent of food and barreled headfirst into the Rain Banquet's kitchen. He devoured the VIP banquet dishes without pause, then punched Mr. 11, a Baroque Works agent attempting to seize him. So hard the man flew clean through the wall. Inside the main hall, Furina had already taken her seat at the largest gambling table. She removed her sunglasses, revealing her heterochromatic eyes, one azure blue, one wine red, and surveyed the stunned crowd with regal command. In a voice both crystalline and imperious, she declared, "Summon your master. I challenge him to a wager. The stakes. The future sovereignty of Alabasta." Furina's thunderous declaration silenced the entire bustling casino hall in an instant. Every gambler, dealer, and bunny girl froze mid-motion, their gazes converging as one upon this enigmatic and ostentatious, wealthy patron. Bet on box office revenue. What novel wager is this? After a brief hush, came muffled whispers and derisive laughter. Has this woman lost her wits? Does she even know whose domain this is? Box office revenue of Alabasta. Who does she think she is? Several veteran agents from the billionaire elders exchanged glances and immediately closed in. The leader, a hulking man with a face carved by brutality, bared his yellowed teeth in a predatory grin. "Miss, it seems you've had far too much to drink. This is no place for childish games. Be wise, take your money, and leave at once." Furina did not so much as lift her eyelids, as she merely flicked her feather fan with delicate disdain. "Lord Usser, dispose of these buzzing flies. As you command, my lady." The seemingly docile pet octopus, Usser, leapt down from Furina's shoulder. Midair its form swelled, dramatically transforming in an instant into a colossal leviathan over 2 meters wide. Under the horrified gaze of all present, Lord Usser extended several thick, sinuous tentacles and coiled them around the agents like braided rope, then hurled them with brutal force. Whoosh, crash. With shrieks of agony, the agents were flung through the casino's grand entrance, landing in a chaotic tangle of limbs and shattered dignity outside. The spectacle utterly cowed the crowd. No one dared mistake Furina for an ordinary heiress ever again. In the surveillance room atop the casino, Nico Robin watched the commotion unfold on her monitor. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered across her perpetually enigmatic smile. She instantly recognized the attendant beside Furina, the very fugitive they had long pursued, Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi. And this silver-haired woman, bold in demeanor, uncanny in power, was unmistakably a new member of the Straw Hat crew. How intriguing. Robin lifted the din mushy on her desk and dialed the top-floor extension. "Boss, it appears several rather exceptional guests have acquired VIP passes, of the decidedly unconventional variety." At that very moment, chaos erupted anew at the opposite end of the hall. "Hold still, Straw Hat brat." Smoker's furious roar echoed through the chamber. Luffy, evading Smoker's billowing smoke, careened wildly across the casino floor, until he slammed headlong into the massive gambling table before Furina. The table splintered into shards, at the chest overflowing with gold, silver, and towering stacks of chips was blasted skyward by the impact, scattering glittering riches across the entire hall. Gamblers surged forward in frenzied stampede. "My money!" Nami materialized from nowhere, eyes gleaming with the unmistakable sparkle of Barry's symbols as she dove into the melee. Chaos erupted like a boiling cauldron. Smoker charged in moments later. What had begun as a clash between pirates and agents now spiraled into a three-way bloodbath. Pirates, navy, and elders enforcers locked in brutal, escalating combat. Furina surveyed the wreckage with undisguised distaste, raising her fan to shield herself from flying chips. "How utterly crude, ruining my refined game of chance." Just as Smoker's hand nearly closed upon Luffy, calamity struck. Crack, boom. The solid marble floor beneath them split cleanly down the center, revealing a yawning chasm, bottomless, black, and impossibly deep. This was no earthquake. It was Crocodile's pre-engineered trap, the subterranean VIP elevator. Waya, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and Smoker, hot on their heels, plummeted screaming into the abyss before they could react. Furina's footing vanished, but she merely exhaled a soft, dismissive sigh. Droplets of water rose from the hem of her gown, coalescing beneath her feet into a shimmering platform that held her suspended in elegant levitation, untouched by the fall. She gazed down into the fathomless dark, a faint, scornful smile playing on her lips. "Such child's play. You truly believe it could confine me?" Yet when she glanced at Vivi, pale with terror, her expression softened, shifting into quiet resolve. "Very well. A protagonist must descend into the lion's den to advance the narrative. I shall reluctantly grace the villain's lair with my presence." "Hold tight, Vivi." With one arm encircling the princess's waist, Furina guided her aqueous platform downward, calm, unhurried, and utterly regal, into the heart of the trap. To Crocodile, watching from the surveillance room, her deliberate descent appeared nothing short of folly, an act of sheer self-destructive arrogance. Thud, thud. Luffy and the others crashed hard onto cold stone. They looked about, finding themselves in a vast cavernous underground chamber. They stood inside a colossal cage, its bars forged from sea prism stone, the bane of devil fruit users. Upon contact, Luffy and Smoker collapsed, instantly drained of strength and paralyzed. Furina, however, descended gracefully beside the cage with Vivi in tow. "Welcome, honored guests, to my subterranean VIP suite." A cold, rasping voice slithered forth from the shadows of the hall. "Though, my dear lady, you do not appear upon my guest list." Crocodile's voice echoed through the hall, laced with the arrogance of absolute dominion. He emerged slowly from the shadows of his throne, his towering figure casting a long, oppressive silhouette. His massive golden hook glinted coldly in the dim light, while the jagged scar, slashing across his face lent him an even fiercer, more menacing visage. He surveyed the captives imprisoned within their cage from above, his gaze finally settling upon the sole woman standing outside, the only one unchained, unbowed. He held no regard for Furina. To him, she was merely another reckless fool, overconfident, arrogant, and foolish enough to wield a devil fruit ability without understanding its limits. Impressive courage, woman. Crocodile lit a fresh cigar, drew deeply, and exhaled a curling plume of smoke that veiled the disdain in his eyes. Pity. It is the courage of folly, and it shall hasten your demise. Before the final syllable left his lips, he activated his sand fruit power. The floor beneath his feet instantly dissolved into fine sand, and a violent suction force erupted from the ground, aimed squarely at Furina, seeking to drain every drop of moisture from her body and reduce her to a desiccated husk. Yet Furina remained perfectly still. Her gown did not so much as ripple. She did not even glance toward Crocodile. Instead, she reached calmly into her delicate handbag and withdrew a compact, exquisitely crafted camera, its casing studded with glittering gemstones. Click. She pressed the shutter toward Crocodile. The lighting is too dim. This entrance makes you appear brooding and shadowed, utterly devoid of kingly grace. As she adjusted the camera's settings with practiced precision, her tone turned sharply sardonic, and the smoke effect is appallingly crude. It utterly ruins image clarity. She lifted her head, her heterochromatic eyes, one azure, one wine red, locking onto Crocodile through the lens. So this is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I expected a sovereign figure, yet all I see is a rat who scurries beneath the earth. A muscle twitched across Crocodile's face. Never before had he been so thoroughly dismissed, and so publicly humiliated. You dare die, he roared, abandoning caution. His right arm slashed downward with lethal intent. Desert Saber. Instantly sand surged upward from the floor, coalescing into a colossal razor-edged blade that shrieked through the air, a horizontal slash aimed directly at Furina's waist. This strike could cleave a warship cleanly in two. Yet Furina did not flinch. At the very instant the sand blade grazed the hem of her gown, a massive black shadow erupted from behind her, interposing itself between her and death. Clang! A deafening metallic clash rang out. Mademoiselle Craboletta's colossal crab pincer locked firmly onto the unstoppable sand blade, halting it mid-strike. Sparks erupted as the blade ground against the armored pincer, yet not an inch further could it advance. Though the sheer force drove Mademoiselle Craboletta backwards several meters across the floor, her defense held, flawless, unyielding. Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply. He felt it unmistakably, the dense shimmering layer of water element enshrouding the giant crab. That dampness thickened his sand, weighing it down and sapping its potency. His perfect counter, his ultimate weakness. A water-based user. So you've only just realized? Your reaction time is truly lamentable. Furina lowered her camera and flicked her wrist lightly. Very well, my performers take the stage. At once Madame Nouvelette and Marquis Obvious materialized within the hall. 3 water elemental beings formed a triangular formation around Crocodile. Furina's counteroffensive had begun. Madame Nouvelette opened her mouth and unleashed a barrage of tiny glistening water pellets streaking toward Crocodile. Marquis Obvious emitted silent resonant shockwaves that vibrated the very air, destabilizing the sandy ground beneath Crocodile's feet. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle Craboletta charged forward, her twin pincers raised high. Pure, unrelenting momentum. The air in the subterranean chamber grew instantly humid, saturated with the presence of 3 living waters. It was Crocodile's most loathed environment. His limbs grew leaden, his elemental transformation slowed, his control over sand faltered. Inside the cage, Luffy watched the spectacle with wild exhilaration. Furina, take him down, he bellowed, shaking the seastone bars, frantically desperate to join the fray. Smoker lay slumped helplessly on the floor, drained by the seastone's influence, clenching his teeth, glaring impotently. Vivi's fingernails dug deep into her palms. Watching her sworn enemy cornered mere steps away, her heart raced, tense, trembling, electrified with hope. Crocodile understood instantly. In this confined, increasingly saturated space, prolonged combat against a master-level water user spelled certain defeat. Humph, fools, he sneered, activating his contingency plan. With a sharp stomp, he triggered a concealed switch embedded in the throne's armrest. Rumble. The floor of the hall split open along its center, revealing a vast, bottomless pool beneath. A foul, briny stench flooded the chamber. Within the churning waters, over a dozen monstrous crocodiles, each crowned with grotesque banana-shaped horns, thrashed and roared with primal fury. The most savage predators of Rain Base, the banana crocodiles. Since you adore water so dearly, plunge in and savor it. Crocodile mocked. Seizing the moment when Furina's summoned beings were distracted by the sudden emergence of the crocodile's crocodile, dissolved entirely into swirling sand, vanishing through a narrow fissure in the ceiling, then sealing the sole exit from outside. Gurgle. Icy water surged inward from all sides, rising rapidly. Roar. Drawn by the scent of fresh prey, several banana crocodiles launched themselves from the depths, jaws wide, fangs bared, lunging toward Furina, who hovered effortlessly above the floodwaters. Disgusting vermin. Furina wrinkled her nose in visceral revulsion. Though she commanded water itself, these hulking grotesque beasts stirred profound physical aversion. She elevated her aqueous platform higher, directing her 3 summoned allies into fierce combat with the crocodiles. Water exploded in every direction, snarls, impacts, and splashes filled the chamber like thunder, yet a far graver crisis unfolded inside the cage. The water rose relentlessly, submerging ankles then knees. Cough, cough. Help. I'm drowning. Luffy and Smoker, 2 formidable devil fruit users, flailed helplessly in the water, choking and scrambling for purchase on the slick sea stone bars. Furina, think of something. Nami clung desperately to a bar, panic sharpening her voice. The key must be on Crocodile. Mid-air, Furina parried a crocodile's lunge while replying, exasperated, be quiet. It'll soak my dress. I absolutely refuse to descend. A sudden jarring ringtone, blub blub blub, blub blub blub, pierced the suffocating gloom of the submerged dungeon. Icy water had risen past everyone's chests. Inside the sea stone cage, Luffy and Smoker, the 2 devil fruit users, lay limp as noodles, their bodies drained of warmth and strength by the frigid pool. Banana crocodiles circled eagerly outside the cage, their massive jaws repeatedly slamming against the bars with dull, thunderous thuds awaiting the feast. It's a den mushi. Usopp shivered violently in the freezing water, pointing upward to a peculiar ornamental fixture atop the cage, where the mollusk perched, mimicking the ringing sound. Who on earth would call now? Nami nearly broke down, gripping the iron bars tightly as currents surged around her. Furina stood poised upon the sole remaining dry platform outside the cage, elegant, composed, but her furrowed brow betrayed mounting impatience. Her slender fingers hovered above Luffy's and Smoker's heads, sustaining 2 translucent, glistening bubbles that sealed their skulls from the water, while continuously supplying breathable air. Such exquisite precision demanded far greater mental exertion than summoning tidal fury. Fine beads of sweat already glistened along her smooth forehead. Simultaneously, she split her focus, directing the armored crab, Mademoiselle Craboletta, with its colossal pincers, to fend off banana crocodiles scrambling up the platform, while the octopus, Marquis Obvious, and the seahorse, Mademoiselle Nouvellette, disrupted the crocodile swarm underwater, preventing coordinated assaults on the cage. Answer it, Furina commanded tersely, her voice edged with faint exhaustion. Usopp scrambled frantically onto Zoro's shoulders, steadied by the swordsman. He trembled as he reached for the den mushi and pressed the receiver. Hello? Can you hear me? A familiar calm voice emanated from the mollusk's mouth, immediately silencing the surrounding chaos of rushing water. Sanji! Nami cried out in elation. It's Sanji-kun. Vivi's eyes flickered with renewed hope. I am Mr. Prince. Sanji paused briefly, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. Princess, are you safe? Furina raised a hand, signaling Usopp to amplify the den mushi's volume to maximum. Clearing her throat, she spoke with the crisp authority of a stage director addressing offstage crew. The cast is assembled, but the set has flooded and several unruly crocodile extras are disrupting the scene. The lead actor and an uninvited naval extra are nearing asphyxiation. How is your stagehand operation progressing? A 2-second silence followed, Sanji clearly digesting Furina's singular theatrical lexicon. Understood. The situation appears worse than anticipated, Sanji replied, his tone steady, assured, utterly unshaken. Everyone hold on just a little longer. I've mapped the layout. That scoundrel crocodile is likely watching his masterpiece unfold from the surveillance room right now. High above in the opulent surveillance chamber atop Rain Dinner's crocodile sat puffing a cigar, observing despair unfold in the subterranean dungeon through vast monitor screens. Beside him, Nico Robin remained impassive, her expression unreadable. When the den mushi's voice echoed through the surveillance system, Crocodile's brow furrowed. Mr. Prince, is there such a code name among Baroque Works agents? He exhaled a plume of smoke, turning to Robin. Robin shook her head. No such designation exists among senior operatives. Perhaps a stray from the billionaire class. Humph, a rat. A cruel smile curled Crocodile's lips. Daring to call in. Does he intend to collect their corpses? Dispatch this order to every millionaire and billionaire operative inside Rain Dinners. A rat calling himself Mr. Prince has infiltrated the premises. Find him, slice him apart, and feed him to the banana crocodiles. The command rippled instantly across the casino. Black-suited agents abandoned their search for Luffy, surging instead into frenzied hunts for the elusive Mr. Prince throughout the building and its environs. Crocodile watched their chaotic, directionless scramble on screen and smiled in satisfaction. To him, this rat's intrusion was merely a trivial footnote in his grand execution spectacle. Yet he failed to notice the fleeting, inscrutable glint deep within Robin's eyes. Beneath the casino in the submerged dungeon, water now lapped at their throats. The bone-chilling pool sapped mobility from non-devil fruit users, strength ebbing away at terrifying speed. Furina's complexion grew increasingly pallid, sustaining 3 summoned beings in combat, while precisely oxygenating 2 individuals exacted a crushing toll. She felt her hydrokinetic reserves draining at an unprecedented rate. Hey pirate, Smoker rumbled, his voice muffled through the water membrane encasing his head. His perpetually disgruntled face now bore layers of complex emotion, Naval officer saved by pirates, a bitter irony gnawing at his pride. Why didn't you kill me? Smoker fixed Furina with a hard stare, searching her heterochromatic eyes for answers. Or let me drown. I'm a Marine, your sworn enemy. Furina glanced at him, her gaze cool, appraising like a director scrutinizing a third-rate actor. First, no spotlight, no audience, no stirring score. Murder in this shadowed corner lacks all aesthetic merit. She tapped her temple lightly with a fingertip. Furina does not choreograph silent tragedies unworthy of the stage. She paused, then swept her gaze over Smoker's waterlogged, disheveled form, hair-plastered features slack with exhaustion. Second, your current appearance is abysmal, drenched, unkempt, utterly failing at emotional control. To die within my script demands qualification. You in this state are disqualified. Smoker stared speechless. He'd faced arrogant pirates, ruthless pirates, foolish pirates, but never one who treated life and death as theater, judging existence by stagecraft alone. What surreal value system was this? At that moment, distant explosions erupted from the casino above, followed by shrieks of panic. The entire underground chamber trembled, a dust rained from the ceiling. It's Sanji-kun. Vivi cried, elated. He's begun. Outside, the ornate stone bridge linking rain dinners to the city's main thoroughfare collapsed in a thunderous explosion, plunging into the lake below in a cataclysmic spray. Scores of reinforcements were cut off mid-rush. Then smaller blasts detonated across the casino, sparking pandemonium. Sanji moved like a phantom through the labyrinthine structure, igniting fires in the east, setting charges in the west, drawing every guard's attention toward chaos. This was his masterful diversion, the classic, luring the tiger from the mountain. Amidst the mayhem, no one noticed Chopper, a tiny figure, dashing at full speed through an alternate sewer passage guided by Sanji's instructions. Clutched in his hooves was Sanji's specially crafted lure, radiating an irresistible aroma of meat, luring most banana crocodiles away from the cage. In a dim corner, a bizarre man whose head burned with candle flame, Mr. 3, cowered, trembling uncontrollably. Once a Baroque works senior agent, he'd been discarded by Crocodile after his defeat at the Garden of Small Flowers and forced into hiding in Alabasta to survive. Now he'd unwittingly been swept into far greater chaos. In the surveillance room, Crocodile watched the monitors dissolve into utter bedlam. His smile vanished. Worthless. A pack of worthless fools. Can't even catch one rat. He roared, slamming his cigar viciously into the desk. It seems I must intervene personally. Crocodile rose, dissolving into swirling sand that streamed through the window. I'll crush that pest myself, while you enjoy the final curtain call. Nico Robin watched Crocodile's retreating silhouette, then turned her gaze to the screen displaying the Din Din Mushy labeled Mr. Prince. A subtle imperceptible curve lifted the corner of her lips. The instant Crocodile departed, a concealed door leading to the dungeon slid open, silently. A black-clad figure slipped inside. At that very moment, the largest banana crocodile, its maw gaping wide, lunged toward the seastone cage. Nami and Vivi screamed in pure, desperate terror. Then, just as fate hung suspended, the black figure moved. Get out of my way. A furious roar tore through the air, sharp as a blade cutting wind. A black leather shoe, charged with incandescent fury, sliced through the air in a graceful, lethal arc, striking the crocodile's jaw with flawless precision. Boom! With a sickening resonant thud, the multi-ton beast's jaw shattered, its massive body spun backward, hurtling across the chamber before crashing into the far wall unconscious. Black suit, golden hair, a cigarette burning eternally between his lips. Sanji made his entrance, effortlessly, magnificently. My apologies, ladies, I arrived a touch late. He adjusted his tie, offering Nami and Vivi a tender, reassuring smile. Sanji! Sanji-kun! Joyous cries erupted, hope reborn in the crucible of despair. Yet a new obstacle loomed. Where's the key? Zoro asked, coolly gesturing to the enormous sea stone lock sealing the cage. Sanji's expression darkened. I couldn't locate it. That bastard crocodile threw it into this pool. All eyes followed his gaze, down to the empty pool floor. Oh no, Usopp wailed. It must have been swallowed by those banana crocodiles. Hearts sank anew. Even with Sanji's arrival, even with the crocodiles lured away, the sea stone cage remained impenetrable. All effort futile. It was a perfect, inescapable loop. Just as despair reasserted its grip, Furina, who had remained silent, slowly raised her crystalline parasol, forged entirely from water, and pointed its tip toward the darkest corner of the room. There floated an unassuming, oddly shaped sphere, crafted from wax and candlelight. The key may not lie within a crocodile's belly, Furina declared, her voice icy and certain, resonating with absolute, omniscient conviction. That waxen orb looks suspicious. Break it open, for me. A candle sphere. Sanji followed Furina's parasol toward the direction she indicated, and indeed spotted a peculiar white candle sphere floating upon the murky water. It swayed gently in the current, crowned by a tiny flickering flame, resembling nothing more than a cheap decorative trinket. Miss Furina, are you certain? Sanji frowned, perplexed. The object bore no semblance of concealing a key. In my script, Furina replied, retracting her parasol and crossing her arms. No prop appears without purpose. She spoke with unwavering authority. Shatter it, now. Though baffled by Furina's logic, Sanji trusted her implicitly, especially given her uncanny cryptic prophecies that unfailingly came true. He drew a deep breath, thrust his legs powerfully against the water, and shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Behold, the rudeness-defying kick. His black boot struck with razor-sharp precision, cleaving the air with a sharp whistle. Crack! The candle sphere exploded, shards of white wax scattering in all directions. Yet tumbling forth was not the long-awaited key, but rather a man clad in absurd attire, his head crowned by a blazing numeral 3. None other than Mr. 3, Galdino, previously cowering in trembling silence at the corner. Dazed and disoriented by the blow, he tumbled head over heels through the water, choking on brackish pool water laced with crocodile saliva, before collapsing onto the floor, coughing violently. It's you. Usopp instantly recognized the man who had plagued them in the garden. You wretched candle fiend. Luffy, though weakened, still fired back with characteristic bravado. Mr. 3 lifted his head, saw the Straw Hat crew, and recoiled in sheer terror, scrambling backward on hands and knees. Don't kill me. I was just passing through. I know nothing. He'd never imagined his flawless wax disguise, so meticulously crafted, would be so effortlessly unmasked. Even more bewildering was how this woman, so regal, so seemingly incapable of violence, had pierced his deception at a glance. Furina approached him with serene, unhurried grace, and gazed down upon him, imperious and detached. Behind her, the water elemental seahorse Mademoiselle Neuvillette nuzzled affectionately against her cheek. The key, Furina commanded, her voice glacial and absolute. What key? I don't know anything. Mr. 3 wailed, shaking his head frantically. Oh. Furina tilted her head slightly, her heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, held no warmth whatsoever. It seems you're reluctant to cooperate. Mademoiselle Neuvillette, she murmured, stroking the seahorse's smooth, glistening flank. Tell me, does a banana crocodile prefer dessert flavored of candle wax, or human flesh? The seahorse let out a joyful whinny and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, propelling Mr. 3 straight into the path of a recently awakened banana crocodile. The beast, scenting fresh prey, locked its massive eyes upon him, its blood-drenched maw slowly parted, dripping thick saliva. Mr. 3 unleashed the most harrowing scream of his life, acutely aware of the rancid, fetid wind gusting from the crocodile's open jaws. Mortal terror shattered every last vestige of his composure. I'll do it. I'll make the key, just don't let it eat me. He scrambled away from the beast, prostrating himself before Furina with frantic, desperate bows. There, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Furina snapped her fingers. Mademoiselle Neuvillette instantly redirected the water stream, shoving the crocodile aside. Under the shadow of death, Mr. 3 wasted no time. Activating his candle fruit ability, he secreted torrents of viscous, white wax from his palms, swiftly hardening midair into solid form. Holding the sea prism lock mechanism before him, he recalled the key's vague silhouette and worked feverishly. Within seconds, a flawless, lifelike, white wax key rested in his trembling hands. Here, take it. He extended the key, shaking uncontrollably. Sanji seized it and slid it into the lock. Click. A crisp, resonant sound echoed. The heavy sea prism gate swung open. Oh, it's open. Usopp and Nami embraced each other in elation. The moment the cage opened, the sea prism's suppressive effect vanished. Luffy and Smoker simultaneously felt strength flood back into their bodies. Whoa, my strength's returned. Luffy bounced on the spot, his bones crackled like snapping twigs, and vitality surged through him anew. Smoker straightened, casting first one glance at Luffy, then another at Furina, his expression inscrutable yet silent. At that very instant, the underground chamber's mechanisms reset. The pool's water began receding rapidly through concealed drains. As the water drained, the banana crocodiles, lured away earlier by Chopper then drawn back, surged forward in furious unison, joined by those previously scattered by kicks or water jets. Deprived of aquatic advantage, they nonetheless remained fearsome on land. Their colossal frames and monstrous bite force posed grave peril. Stand aside. Luffy roared, granting no one time to react. His arms stretched backward to their full elastic limit, then launched forward in a devastating barrage aimed squarely at the dense crocodile horde. Goma Goma no machine gun. A storm of fists blurred across the air, striking heads, backs, and gaping jaws with ruthless precision. Thump 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 thumped. A relentless drumbeat of impact reverberated, punctuated by the crocodile's agonized roars. Within mere seconds, over a dozen ferocious banana crocodiles lay stunned, eyes rolled back, foam dribbling from slack jaws, utterly unconscious. Silence descended upon the subterranean chamber. Usopp and Chopper stood frozen, mouths agape, transfixed by the raw, cathartic spectacle. Brilliant, Luffy. Nami punched the air triumphantly. Smoker watched in quiet contemplation, lighting 2 cigars and drawing deeply. Straw Hat, he rasped. Luffy halted mid-motion and turned. This time, I owe you a debt. Smoker exhaled, a thick plume of smoke obscuring his face. But next time we meet, I will arrest you myself and lock you away and impel down. That is the justice of a marine. With that he dissolved into dense smoke, slipping upward through a fissure in the ceiling, gone without trace. Stubborn fool, Sanji muttered, curling his lip. Enough reminiscing. Time to move on. Furina clapped once, commanding attention. The main antagonist is nearly due to return. We must deliver the heroine to her destined stage before he arrives. The crew snapped to awareness. Celebration could wait. Yes, we must reach Alabasta and stop the rebellion. Vivi's face flushed with urgent resolve. Right, let's go. Luffy sprinted ahead toward the hidden exit. They raced upward along Sanji's cleared path, bursting through the chaotic casino hall. But as they burst through the rain dinner's grand entrance, a cascade of golden sand descended from above, settling to reveal Crocodile. He'd just discovered the ruse in the casino, a hollow dummy draped in a cloak posing as the so-called Mr. Prince. Enraged by the deception, he stormed back toward the dungeon, only to find the cell empty and the straw hats standing unscathed before him. His face darkened like a thundercloud. You have done well. Crocodile's voice simmered with volcanic fury. His golden hook gleamed ominously beneath the sun. Foes reunited. Hatred flared instantly. Sand Crocodile. Luffy reacted faster than thought itself, launching like a cannonball, fist cocked for a direct strike to Crocodile's face. Crocodile scoffed coldly, his body instantly dissolving into swirling sand. Luffy's punch passed harmlessly through. Useless straw hat. You cannot harm me with. Before he finished, Luffy retracted his arm and bellowed to his crew, go. Get Vivi to Alabasta. I'll handle him. Luffy. Vivi cried out, stricken with worry. But Luffy, he's... Usopp stared at Crocodile's shifting sandy form, heart pounding. No time for chatter, go. Luffy's tone brooked no dissent. His gaze remained locked on Crocodile, unblinking. I will knock him out, no matter what. Furina had already raised her hand to summon Mademoiselle Cravaletta, but paused when she met Luffy's eyes. They held no fear, no hesitation, only pure, unadulterated conviction. The gaze of a true protagonist, whose story demanded solitary center stage. Understood. Furina lowered her hand and turned to the others. This is the leading man solo act. Supporting roles mustn't steal the spotlight. Let us proceed to our own stage. She seized Vivi's hand and dashed toward the city gates. Zoro and Sanji exchanged a single glance, then followed without hesitation, trusting their captain implicitly. Luffy, don't you dare die. Nami shouted, then led Usopp and Chopper after them. Watching his friends vanish into the distance, Luffy smiled, calm, confident, assured. He turned back, stance firm, facing Crocodile alone. Now, we're uninterrupted. Sand Crocodile, let's settle this once and for all. Elsewhere, Furina's group successfully fled Rain Base, but a new obstacle loomed, the vast desert stretching between Rain Base and the capital Alabasta. On foot, they'd arrived too late. The war would be over before they reached the city. What do we do? There's no way we'll make it in time. Nami stared anxiously into the horizon. Just as despair settled, Chopper, the newly joined ship's doctor, tapped into his innate animal instincts. Over there, something's moving. He pointed toward a distant dune, nostrils flaring rapidly. They rushed over. Behind the dune lay a colossal crab, dwarfing even the going merry, one leg injured and oozing translucent fluid. It's a giant relocation crab. Vivi recognized it instantly. The fastest long-distance mount in all of Alabasta. Perfect, we're saved. Usopp cheered ecstatically. Yet the crab was irritable, waving its enormous pincers menacingly, forbidding anyone near. Allow me. Nami stepped forward, removed her disguise veil, and revealed her radiant beauty. She offered the giant crab a dazzling, flirtatious smile, and even blew a playful kiss. A miracle unfolded. The furious crab's massive eyes softened, and two shimmering pink hearts bloomed within them. It lowered its claws, blushed at delicate rose pink, and shyly released shimmering bubbles, its wound seemingly forgotten in blissful infatuation. All the men, including Chopper, stood petrified. Mission accomplished, Nami declared, snapping her fingers. It says it's honored to carry us. And so aboard the love-struck giant relocation crab, the Straw Hat crew sped across the desert, racing toward Alabasta's capital at breathtaking velocity. Above the ruined casino of Rain Base, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Luffy's fist tore through the air with a thunderous roar, striking repeatedly at Crocodile, only to pass futilely through his sand-formed body. Each blow scattered granules into swirling gusts, which instantly recoalesced the moment they settled. It's useless. Crocodile's voice dripped with condescending mockery. He didn't even bother to shift his stance, standing motionless as Luffy attacked. Straw Hat, don't you yet understand? In my domain, the desert, I am a god. Your fists cannot so much as graze the hem of my coat. His right hand transformed into a colossal scimitar of whirling sand and swept horizontally across the battlefield. Desert Saber. Luffy leapt backward in haste, but the blade's arc was vast, carving a shallow gash across his chest. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Luffy felt his stamina ebbing rapidly. Every missed strike drained him further, leaving him hollow with exhaustion. The air hung arid and thick with dust, a perfect conduit for Crocodile's power, demanding almost no energy to sustain. He was utterly outmaneuvered, slipping deeper into despair. Meanwhile, a colossal moving crab thundered across the dunes, churning up a tempest of golden sand. Perched atop its shell, Usopp wiped sweat from his brow as he fumbled with a garish magic wand, a three-segmented staff adorned with flamboyant trinkets. Nami, are you absolutely certain this thing works? Usopp wiped his palms nervously. This is my festival masterpiece stick, invented solely for party entertainment. It looks like nothing more than a child's toy. Nami snatched the newly christened weather baton from his hands and swung it twice, producing only whimsical chimes with no other effect. Usopp, you colossal fraud. Nami nearly hurled the stick away in fury. What on earth is this supposed to do? Wait. Usopp stammered, flustered. Theoretically, it generates cold bubbles, heat bubbles, and electric bubbles, each combination capable of triggering localized weather phenomena. For instance, conjuring pigeons or blooming flowers. Nami stared at the absurd toy in her grip, then imagined confronting Baroque Works' elite assassins, and her face felt overcome by profound despair. Furina sat serenely at the edge of the crab's carapace, elegantly, holding her crystalline parasol aloft. She remained unmoved by the commotion behind her, her gaze fixed upon Rain Base in the distance, her brows faintly furrowed. An inexplicable unease stirred within her. Closing her eyes, she focused inward, seeking the faint aqueous sigil she had deliberately anchored to Luffy's being. Within her perception, the luminous spark representing Luffy's life force flickered, dimming at an unnaturally accelerating rate. The narrative appears to have deviated from its ordained course. She murmured softly, her heterochromatic irises darkening with gravity. The protagonist's aura is hardly infallible. Rainbase. Crocodile had grown weary of playing with Luffy. The game ends here, Straw Hat. His voice turned glacial. Your comrades, your princess, and this foolish nation shall all perish. And you will desiccate here, a mummified husk. He spread his fingers wide toward Luffy. Sandstorm. A violent suction erupted from his palm, drawing nearby sands into a spiraling vortex that engulfed Luffy whole. Razor-sharp granules slashed mercilessly across Luffy's flesh, leaving him bloodied and broken in moments. Gah! He screamed in agony, helpless against the whirlwind's grip. In the next instant, Crocodile materialized at the vortex's heart, his left arm morphing into a massive golden hook gleaming lethally beneath the sun. This ends now. With a sickening shunk, the golden hook pierced Luffy's abdomen, bursting forth from his back without resistance. Time itself seemed to freeze. Luffy's pupils dilated in shock. He stared down at the hook, piercing his torso, mouth agape, voice stolen by silence. Strength ebbed from him like receding tide. Crocodile flung him aside contemptuously, discarding him like refuse into a yawning quicksand pit nearby. Gurk, gurk. Luffy sank rapidly, sand swallowing him to the chest. His fading vision locked onto Crocodile's impassive face, consciousness slipping away. No, not like this. Is it truly over? Vivi, my crew. In the final instant before oblivion claimed him, his right hand flailed instinctively, grasping blindly. That single desperate clutch, his palm slick with his own blood, locked unyieldingly onto Crocodile's sand-formed arm. It held. The thought flashed across his mind like lightning. Then darkness swallowed him whole, buried beneath the shifting dunes. Crocodile glanced briefly at the vivid crimson handprint staining his forearm, frowned faintly, but dismissed it. To him, the final twitch of a corpse held no meaning. Adjusting his trench coat, he dissolved into motes of sand and soared toward Alyabarna, the capital, eager to witness the grand finale of his masterwork, the Operation Utopia. Soon after Crocodile departed, a tall, slender figure appeared at the edge of the quicksand pit, Nico Robin. She gazed silently upon the placid, undisturbed surface, her expression unreadable. After a long, heavy silence, she spoke, softly as if questioning the buried soul itself. The D-Clan, what are you? And why do you fight to such extremes? Beneath the sand there was no reply. Just as Robin turned to leave, her ears twitched, catching something faint. She knelt, pressing her ear to the ground. From deep within the quicksand rose a voice, barely audible, yet fiercely unwavering. I will become the Pirate King. Robin froze, then slowly straightened, staring at the desert beneath her feet. For the first time her eyes trembled with violent emotion. Was such a dream, so ethereal, so intangible, worth sacrificing one's very life? This purity of will, this absolute devotion was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. After a long contemplative pause, Robin raised her arms and crossed them before her. 6-flower grasp. 6 pristine white arms erupted from the pit's rim, twisting like supple vines into the sand, reaching, grasping, and gently drawing the dying boy upward from the jaws of death. The moving crab continued its frantic sprint, when suddenly thunderous hoofbeats echoed from behind. Zoro glanced back. On the horizon, a swarm of black specks surged forward at breakneck speed. Baroque Works agents, mounted on armored desert lizards brandishing lances and cannons, closed in for the kill. They're gaining on us. Usopp shrieked in panic. Perfect timing. We still have scores to settle, Sanji said coolly, rising to stretch his ankle. Zoro silently rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Side by side at the crab's rear, they stood like twin sentinels guarding a sacred threshold. The pursuers opened fire. Sanji blurred sideways, dodging bullets effortlessly, then launched a devastating kick, sending the lead agent flying off, his lizard crashing into a cascade of fallen comrades. Zoro didn't even draw his blade. With mere flicks of his scabbard, he deflected bullets and spears alike. Occasional precise, blade-back strikes sent enemies tumbling from their mounts. Like tigers among sheep, they dismantled the assault with effortless grace, even atop the speeding crab. Honestly, this third-rate chase scene lacks even a shred of originality. Furina yawned, bored. Rising, she waved languidly toward the rear. Mademoiselle Nouvellette, lubricate the path. The floating seahorse, Mademoiselle Nouvellette, inhaled deeply, then exhaled a deluge of iridescent bubbles over the desert behind them. Harmless in themselves, the bubbles burst upon contact with the scorching sands, spreading a slick, viscous film across the dunes. The charging lizards skidded instantly, tumbling headlong, riders flung skyward. Thump, thump. The pursuit collapsed into chaotic disarray. Agents and lizards piled high in absurd, teetering heaps. "Ha! Brilliant, Furina." Usopp howled with laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks at the spectacular pileup. Thus Furina dissolved the tense chase, not with force, but with theatrical flair. With pursuit ended, the horizon revealed Alyabarna's majestic white ramparts. The capital, Alyabarna, had arrived. Yet before elation could bloom, dread seized every heart. Beyond Alyabarna's walls, two vast armies faced each other across the wasteland, one bearing the royal flag, the other waving banners of rebellion. Tension crackled like live wire. Their numbers stretched beyond sight, war poised to erupt at the slightest spark. "No, please, no." Vivi trembled violently at the crab's edge, staring at the hellish tableau below. She threw her head back and screamed, pouring every ounce of her soul into a final desperate "please stop." But her voice, fragile and fleeting, vanished instantly into the howling wind and swirling sand, swallowed whole by the grim silence of a million poised warriors. Time recedes slightly, back to the very moment Luffy was pierced through the chest by Crocodile's golden hook and hurled into the quicksand pit. Far beyond Rainbase, Furina, riding atop a swift-moving crab, abruptly halted her advance. She sensed the abrupt weakening of the water element sigil she had placed, then its utter dissolution. The protagonist has exited the stage. Her brows knit tightly. The trajectory of this drama had utterly slipped beyond her control. She abhorred this sensation, and loathed even more such an aesthetically barren, tragic conclusion. A director must never permit the protagonist's demise, not like this. She murmured softly to herself. Instantly, a bold, audacious plan crystallized in her mind. Before departing Rainbase, she had not left empty-handed. When she deliberately leapt into the trap alongside Vivi, she had circled the vast subterranean chamber under the guise of scouting locations. She observed that several core load-bearing pillars supporting the entire Rainbase casino, long submerged in water, had developed minute fissures. At the time, she'd merely deemed the stage set shoddily constructed. Now those cracks had become her most exquisite props. Silently, she inserted a palm-sized, hyper-compressed, high-pressure water orb deep into the fracture of the most central pillar. No larger than a thumbnail, the orb contained water element energy potent enough to rival a miniature tsunami upon release. Moreover, she engineered a delayed trigger. Over time, the orb would steadily absorb ambient moisture, swelling gradually until pressure breached its critical threshold. Now the timing was near perfect. Furina closed her eyes, and from dozens of li away detonated the artwork she had planted long before. Rainbase, the Rainbase Casino. Crocodile, having just dissolved into golden sand and begun ascending toward Alyabarna, suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. He turned back in confusion. Crack, crack, crack. A grating, bone-chilling sound of fracturing stone echoed from within the gilded casino. Then beneath the horrified gazes of countless gamblers and citizens, Rainbase, the city's landmark edifice, began to tilt. Its foundations seemed to vanish in an instant, of fissures spiderwebbed across its walls. With a deafening, earth-shaking roar, boom, the opulent casino collapsed entirely within seconds. Countless bricks, gold coins, and gambling tables were swept skyward by a colossal geyser erupting from the lake below, then rained down like a torrential downpour. Crocodile's longtime stronghold in Arabasta, the symbol of his wealth and dominion, was reduced before his very eyes to a desolate, shattered ruin. This sudden calamity stunned him even more profoundly than Luffy's survival. Who? He roared in fury, his sand-formed face contorting with rage. Who did this? Though it inflicted no injury, the sensation was akin to watching one's masterpiece torn apart mid-performance, a total humiliating violation of his dignity. From the ruins, a plume of thick smoke surged skyward. Smoker and his marine squad burst forth, battered and disheveled from the rubble. He looked up and saw Crocodile hovering midair, incandescent with wrath, already streaking toward the capital, Alyabarna. All units, attention. Smoker instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and bellowed at his marines, target Alyabarna capital. We will not allow pirates to seize this nation beneath our very noses. Affirmative. The marine forces swiftly regrouped and charged full speed toward the capital. A third faction had officially entered the fray. Returning now to the outskirts of Alyabarna, war erupted in an instant, ignited by a single conspiracy. Vivi rushed desperately toward the front lines between the two armies, determined to halt the tragedy with her voice. But a Baroque Works agent embedded among the royal army stepped forward with a cruel grin and raised his pistol, aiming straight at her. Bang! A gunshot cracked the air, a bullet tore through Vivi's shoulder. Crimson blood bloomed across her pristine white gown. That single shot became the final straw, snapping the camel's back. The royal army struck first. They mean to slaughter us. Enraged rebels interpreted Vivi's wounding as a declaration of war, and charged with thunderous roars. The royal army, left with no choice, raised their weapons to meet them. Charge! Battle cries shook the heavens as two torrents collided. Blades clashed, blood sprayed, and countless lives vanished in an instant. Vivi collapsed to her knees, blood seeping from her wounded shoulder, yet her anguish ran far deeper than physical pain. She watched neighbors and friends, now locked in mortal combat, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Why has it come to this? Vivi! Miss Vivi! The Straw Hat crew swiftly surrounded her, shielding her at the center. Damn it! War has broken out after all. Sanji kicked aside a rebel soldier attempting to close in. We can't let this spiral. We must execute Vivi's plan, now. Zoro deflected a curved scimitar with his blade, his expression grave. Vivi's plan was desperate and perilous. Storm the royal palace and detonate explosives atop the clock tower in the palace square. Using sheer noise and destruction to forcibly seize every eye and ear to halt this runaway war. It was a gamble, wagering everything. Kuru. Vivi issued her final command to her loyal steed, the leader of the Kuru Duck Corps. Take me to the palace. Kuru let out a mournful cry, but immediately crouched low, allowing Vivi to mount his back, then sprinted with all his might toward the palace. We'll cover you. Wanna pass? Step over our bodies first. The Straw Hat crew scattered instantly, carving a bloody path for Vivi. Yet Baroque Works' elite agents had been lying in wait. A man whose entire body was composed of razor-edged blades barred Zoro's path. I am Mr. 1, the user of the cut fruit. Your swords hold no power over me. A cross-dressing ballet dancer blocked Sanji's way, striking a grotesquely theatrical pose. We meet again, young man. This time let us dance a true duel. It was Mr. 2 Boncurie. A woman covered head to toe in sharp sea urchin-like spines licked her lips at Nami. I am Miss Doublefinger, the user of the thorn fruit. My dear, your skin looks so smooth and tender. Before Usopp and Chopper stood a hulking man brandishing a 4-ton baseball bat, and his dachshund companion capable of transforming into a cannon-launching baseball gun. Mr. 4, and my partner Dachshund Reizu. A classic one-on-one confrontation formed instantly. Furina took part in none of these duels. With effortless, graceful leaps, she ascended onto the rooftop of a nearby building and surveyed the entire battlefield from above. Her gaze swept past her comrades locked in fierce combat, settling upon the far broader, far deadlier maelstrom. Thousands of ordinary soldiers locked in slaughter. The enemy count vastly exceeded her estimation, not only elite agents but countless rebels inflamed by lies and blinded by hatred. Her comrades' battles would decide the drama's outcome, but the lives of these unwitting extras were equally integral to the composition of this grand performance. This stage is too chaotic. Furina whispered, her eyes carrying the quiet displeasure of a director witnessing a set spiraling out of control. Before the protagonists settle their fates, at the very least they deserve a clean, fair arena for their final duel. She resolved to clear the stage herself. Furina drew a slow, deep breath and slowly raised her hand. Her resplendent fontaine court gown billowed fiercely in the desert wind. Her heterochromatic eyes shimmered with ethereal sapphire light. Moisture in the air coalesced toward her, gathering into a force so immense it sent chills down the spine. Within her palm a titanic energy surged, preparing to unleash an unprecedented wide-scale control technique to press pause on this chaos and restore order to the war. Before arriving at Erba Na and witnessing the outbreak of war, the Straw Hat crew's desert journey with the moving crab was far more thrilling and dangerous than imagined. This giant crab, which had fallen in love with Nami, ran with astonishing speed, its 8 legs alternating in motion, churning a yellow wave in the sea of sand, a frenzied desert surf. However, the good times did not last. After passing through a region of jagged rocks, the moving crab suddenly slowed down, let out an uneasy hiss, and its massive body trembled slightly. What's wrong, little crab? Nami gently stroked its shell. It seems to be afraid of something, translated Xiao Ba, who could understand animal speech. No sooner had the words been spoken than the sand ahead began to writhe, and then one after another dark green thick tentacles burst forth from the ground. These tentacles bore flower-like discs at their tips with radial edges, and in the center of each disc was a gaping maw lined with rows of sharp teeth dripping with vile slime. It's a man-eating sand anemone. Wei Wei's face turned pale. This is one of the most terrifying predators in the desert. We've wandered into their lair. Dozens of sand anemone tentacles converged from all sides, sealing off every escape route. They swung their massive flower discs, attempting to drag the moving crab and its riders into the sand. Damn it! Suo Long instantly drew his blade. One sword-style flying dragon flame. His slash, wreathed in flames, severed the first tentacle that lunged at them, but from the stump immediately sprouted 2 new ones. Moreover, more sand anemones, aroused by the scent of blood, grew even more ferocious. This will never end. Shanji kicked away a tentacle aimed at Wei Wei, his expression grim. Just as the group seemed about to be overwhelmed by the swarm of sand anemones, Fu Ningna remained remarkably composed. She studied the disgusting plants, her mind swiftly scanning through the world's rare creatures and curiosities illustrated book she had read at the Fongdan Academy of Sciences. Got it. She snapped her fingers, a confident smile spreading across her face. Marquis was, she commanded the floating octopus knight beside her. Imitate the call of the sand dune giant falcon at maximum volume. Though Marquis did not understand why it had to mimic a bird, it faithfully executed the order. It puffed up its round body and emitted a piercing, high-pitched, penetrating cry. That sound was precisely the cry of the sand dune giant falcon, the sole natural enemy of the man-eating sand anemone. A miraculous scene unfolded. The once frenzied man-eating sand anemones, upon hearing that sound, froze, as if they had encountered their nemesis. All their tentacles stiffened for an instant, then scrambled to retreat back into the sand. In less than 3 seconds, the entire sand field returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The moving crab was also stunned. It cautiously took a step, and after confirming it was safe, it dashed at full speed, as if fleeing for its life across this deadly zone. We're safe. Wu Suapu collapsed onto the crab's shell, letting out a long sigh of relief. Funingna, you're amazing. How did you know about that? Xiao Ba's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked up at Funingna. Funingna gracefully recalled Marquis wiped a handkerchief over non-existent dust, and said with pride, an excellent director must possess a profound reservoir of knowledge which includes, but is not limited to, astronomy, geography, and biology. These are all basic skills. The group was once again astonished by her strange knowledge base. What exactly was stored in this woman's mind? Having successfully passed the danger zone, they saw in the distance on the horizon a plume of dust rising to the sky. It was not a natural sandstorm, but the trace left by an army of countless marching soldiers. It's the rebel army. Wei Wei's voice trembled slightly. At this scale there must be at least 1 million people. The sight of a 1,000,000-strong army marching brought an unprecedented sense of pressure to the group. That was no longer a hollow number, but had transformed into a tangible sky-obscuring yellow sand, and the faint muffled thunder of footsteps. Kosha. Wei Wei gazed at the dust cloud, her expression complex. He was my childhood friend. We once swore together to forever protect this country. She recounted to the group her past with the rebel army leader Kosha. This added a layer of tragic color to the impending battle, no longer merely for a nation, but also the conflict of beliefs between former friends. Just as the walls of Erba, Na came into view, the moving crab, which had been running with all its might, suddenly let out a mournful cry, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed heavily to the ground. It had finally exhausted its strength. Little crab. Name ran over with concern. It's no good, it can't run anymore, Xiaoba said after examining it, shaking his head helplessly. At that moment the pursuers behind them, the agents of the Baroque works, had caught up once more. Wei Wei, you go first. Sua Long made a swift decision. We'll hold them off. Shanji lit a cigarette. Leave it to us. Wu Suapu and Xiaoba, though frightened, puffed out their chests. With tears in her eyes, Wei Wei nodded and began her final sprint alone toward the direction of the city walls. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the Straw Hat crew, along with Fu Ningna, turned to face the hundreds of Baroque Works agents closing in on them. 5 figures stood in a line on the vast desert. Behind them was a princess carrying the hope of an entire nation, before them an army of thousands. It was a scene worthy of being recorded in history. Fu Ningna stood at the center seat position. She produced from somewhere a magnificently ornate parasol studded with gems, and opened it gently. Pointing the tip of the parasol at the dark mass of enemies ahead, she announced in a languid, haughty tone, "Gentlemen, this road is closed." She paused, then flashed a practiced smile. "Of course, if you are willing to buy a ticket and become spectators, that is a different matter. Kill them." The lead agent, enraged by her words, gave the order for a full assault. Just as the agents raised their weapons ready to strike, boom! A loud, thunderous sound came from the sky. Everyone involuntarily looked up. A giant blue water barrel was plummeting from 10,000 meters, rapidly enlarging in their retinas. Crash! The barrel struck with the force of 10,000 tons, landing precisely between the Straw Hat crew and the Baroque Works agents, kicking up a blinding cloud of sand. As the dust cleared, a familiar figure sat astride a camel that looked scrawny and on the verge of collapse. He carried the empty water barrel that had created the crater on his back and wore the iconic straw hat on his head. It was Mingqi Di, Lu Fei, who should have been dead. Looking at his unharmed companions, he grinned, revealing a radiant smile. "Yo, I'm here." Time rewound once more, to the very moment Luffy was pulled from the quicksand by Nico Robin. Dragged forth from the sand, Luffy lay in dire condition. His body bore countless wounds, most grievous of all being the gash across his abdomen, pierced clean through by Crocodile's golden hook. Though no longer bleeding, the wound remained grotesque and raw. Water meat. These were the only 2 words he uttered upon stirring from blurred consciousness, just as a colossal figure descended from the sky. The guardian deity of Alabasta, the Falcon Bell, Robin murmured calmly upon seeing him, then vanished silently into the shadows. In falcon form, Bell soared overhead and spotted the gravely injured Luffy. Though a pirate, Luffy had been vouched for by Princess Vivi as one who came to save their nation. Before the greater cause of his homeland, Bell set aside allegiance and reverted to human form, offering Luffy a massive waterskin he carried at his side. Without hesitation, Luffy seized the waterskin and drank greedily. Glug, glug, glug. emptying its entire contents in one breath, enough water to sustain over a dozen people for an entire day. Then something miraculous occurred. Luffy's desiccated frame swelled rapidly, like an inflating balloon. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrential jet of water that carved a deep trench across the desert sands. Only after prolonged convulsions did he expel the excess moisture, and return at last to his normal shape. Though his injuries remained, his vitality surged visibly. "I'm alive again," he shouted, slapping his belly. Yet he did not immediately rush toward Alyabarna. Clutching Bell's tunic, his eyes blazing with fervor, he made his second demand: meat. "I want meat. Mountains of meat." Bell stared speechless at this boy whose logic defied all reason. At a time like this, still thinking of food, yet confronted with Luffy's unyielding life or death glare. "Give me meat or I'll die right here." Bell sighed helplessly and carried him skyward toward a nearby oasis. There Bell hunted down a colossal desert lizard. Luffy devoured it with astonishing speed, ignoring whether it was raw or roasted, and tore off a hind leg to cram into his mouth. In less than half an hour the entire beast vanished, leaving behind only a bleached skeleton, while Luffy's physical functions regenerated before the eyes, swift and visceral. More crucially, his mind raced, albeit along paths startlingly simple and direct. As he gnawed on bone, he replayed the battle in vivid detail. Why had he finally seized Crocodile? He glanced down at his hands, still streaked with dried blood. Blood is water too, isn't it? He picked up an empty water bucket beside him, then looked again at his palm. A crude, brilliant tactic coalesced in his mind. Just then the din-din mushy at Bell's waist rang. He answered, and his face went pale. "What?" "Crocodile's target is the Royal Plaza. He intends to detonate a bomb there powerful enough to obliterate the entire capital." At the word bomb, Luffy's ears pricked up. He shoved the final half of roasted meat into his mouth, cheeks swelling full. Without another word, he snatched the enormous blue water canteen Bell kept stocked with reserve drinking water, hoisted it onto his back, and leapt astride a nearby camel, one that looked weary and half dead. "Bell, thanks. Your meat was delicious," he mumbled, mouth stuffed. "I'm going to punch that sand crocodile into oblivion." With that he slapped the camel's rump, and the poor creature launched forward, defying its species' natural pace, galloping wildly toward Alyabarna. Bouncing atop the lurching camel, Luffy held but a single thought: punch Crocodile. Stop the bomb. Save Vivi and his crew. Then, celebrate with a feast. More meat. This purity of purpose banished fear entirely from his heart. He knew only this: someone had harmed his friends and made them cry, so he would punch that person into the sky. Back to the battlefield outside Alyabarna. Luffy's sudden descent froze both warring factions mid-clash. He leapt from the camel's back, water canteen strapped across his shoulders, and strode deliberately toward the center of the field. His gaze swept past all others, and locked unerringly upon Crocodile the Shichibukai, descending from the ruins above, newly arrived at the fray. Crocodile's expression flickered with surprise. Luffy wasn't dead, but stood here brimming with vitality, then hardened into deeper contempt. "Remarkable tenacity, Straw Hat. But do you truly believe carrying a mere waterskin changes anything?" he sneered. "You look like nothing more than a clown delivering water to the desert." Luffy ignored the taunt, grinning instead, wide and radiant with absolute confidence. "This is no ordinary canteen," he declared, thumping the massive vessel on his back. "It's the secret weapon that will defeat you." "Arrogant fool." Enraged beyond patience, Crocodile raised his right arm, transforming it into a razor-sharp scimitar of sand, and slashed downward, death incarnate. But this time Luffy did not dodge. He unscrewed the canteen's lid, and filled his mouth with a huge gulp of water, cheeks puffed round. At the instant the sand blade neared his flesh, he expelled the water in a precise, forceful spray, drenching Crocodile's sandy arm. The wet sand instantly solidified, losing its elemental fluidity. Now, Luffy's right fist rocketed forward. Goma Goma no pistol. Boom. This time the blow did not pass through empty air. It struck Crocodile's face with brutal, unrelenting force. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. Crocodile spun violently backward, tumbling head over heels across the ground before skidding to a halt. A thin trickle of blood seeped slowly from the corner of his mouth. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Rebels and royal soldiers alike stood frozen. Agents of Baroque works, and even Luffy's own Straw Hat crew, gaped utterly dumbfounded. The so-called king of the desert, the Logia-type Shichibukai Crocodile, impervious to physical attack, had just been punched bloody by an unknown, insignificant pirate. From a rooftop far away, Furina watched the earth-shattering punch, and snapped her fingers, satisfied. Action. Her voice was soft yet imbued with unmistakable magic, her signal that the true spectacle had only just begun. At the very moment Crocodile was hurled through the air, the battlefield was silently and invisibly divided. Luffy did not press his advantage. Instead, with a thunderous roar, he charged once more at Crocodile, luring the furious Shichibukai high up into the royal palace far from the main fray. He sought to forge for his comrades an undisturbed sanctuary, a place where they could focus wholly on halting the war. Meanwhile, Nico Robin had never entered the battle. As all eyes remained riveted on Luffy and Crocodile, she slipped soundlessly into the palace's deepest shadows. To her employer's orders, or even the fate of this nation, paled beside the slumbering Poneglyph buried beneath the earth. She located King Nefertari Cobra long held under house arrest and, with her powers, seized him guiding him toward the royal family's secret burial ground, the subterranean sepulchral hall. What precisely do you seek? Though imprisoned, King Cobra retained the unshaken dignity of sovereignty, treasure, or power. Baroque works' ambitions run far deeper than mere national subversion. I have no interest in such things, Robin replied, her voice calm and unwavering. All I seek is the true history. Across the city outskirts, the clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and Baroque Works' elite agents had reached its most brutal crescendo. 4 tons, baseball bat. Mr. Fur swung his 4-ton metal bat down before Usopp and Chopper, sending a shockwave that hurled them violently backward. Usopp lay battered, his nose shattered, blood smearing his entire face. Chopper had reverted to his tiny reindeer form, collapsed on the ground, nearly unconscious. Truly pitiful specimens, Mr. Fur drawled slowly. His dachshund Lasso spat baseball-shaped bombs that rolled idly at his feet. And allow me to deliver some unfortunate news, chimed Miss Christmas, emerging from a hidden burrow with a shrill laugh. Your captain, the Straw Hat Luffy, was slain long ago by Crocodile-sama. Sto, stop it. Chopper whispered weakly. Luffy can't be dead. Usopp leaned on his hammer, trembling as he struggled to rise. Don't be absurd, mocked Miss Christmas. How could a feeble crew like yours possibly defeat a Shichibukai? Your dreams. Merely a joke. Their dreams, their comrades' dreams, mocked. Those words struck deep into Usopp's soul. His legs, trembling uncontrollably from fear, suddenly stilled. He lifted his head slowly, blood-caked and grimy, yet within his eyes blazed a fire fiercer than any before. A man, he declared, each word hoarse yet piercingly clear, is sometimes forbidden, absolutely forbidden, to flee from battle. And that moment arrives, when his friend's dreams are scorned. He straightened his spine and raised his slingshot, Galaxy Marble. Chopper, he roared. Execute Plan B. Chopper instantly understood. Gritting through agony, he swallowed a rumble ball and transformed into antler-enhanced form, his massive antlers plunging deep into the earth like giant shovels. Usopp, master of deception and precision, deployed Gunpowder Star and Smoke Star to sow chaos, successfully luring Mr. Fur and Miss Christmas into his meticulously laid trap. In the end, Chopper used his antlers to heave both foes and the ground beneath them skyward. Mr. Fur's 4-ton bat flew from his grasp, while he himself plummeted directly onto Lasso's scattered baseball bombs. Ultimate strike. The liar's iron hammer comet. Usopp fired his iron hammer from the slingshot with surgical accuracy, striking the bat's tip. Leveraging physics, he sent the opposite end crashing upward into midair, straight into Mr. Fur's path. Boom. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, raw brute force yielded at last to the cunning and courage of the underdog. Elsewhere, Sanji and Mr. 2 engaged in a whirlwind duel of kicks. Okama Kenpo Summer Memoirs. Mr. 2 spun mid-air, delivering elegant, yet treacherous leg strikes. Yet Sanji's kicks were swifter still, each blow infused with the fury of a chivalrous knight. Damn it, why are your kicks so damn strong? Sanji cursed as he blocked, while Mr. 2, using his main fruit ability, touched his own face mid-air and instantly transformed into Nami. Sanji-kun, would you really strike me? Nami fluttered her lashes and blew him a coy kiss. Nami-san. Sanji's eyes instantly turned heart-shaped, and his attack froze mid-motion. Seizing the opening, Mr. 2 drove a kick into Sanji's chest, sending him flying. Huh, you fell for it. He reverted to his true form, laughing triumphantly. You bastard, daring to impersonate Nami-san. Sanji staggered upright, blazing with rage, yet helpless whenever Mr. 2 assumed Nami's or Vivi's likeness. After several punishing exchanges, Sanji stood bruised and breathless, then abruptly stilled. He lit a cigarette, drew a slow, deep breath. Your transformation requires touching your face with your hand, and only your right hand triggers it. Your left cannot, for it serves as your ballet dancer's axis. Mr. 2's laughter died mid-chuckle. How did you know? Your flaw is glaringly obvious. Sanji exhaled a perfect smoke ring. As a chef, observation isn't optional, it's fundamental. In a blur, he surged forward, faster than before. Mr. 2 instinctively reached to transform, but Sanji's target wasn't his face. It was his left leg. Beef tartare, stir. A devastating, precise, and bone-shattering kick slammed into Mr. 2's knee, jolting him off balance and severing his transformation. Sanji seized the opening, launching a merciless barrage of rapid-fire kicks that sent Mr. 2 rocketing skyward. Though you're my enemy, I acknowledge your Okama way. Sanji watched Mr. 2 shrink into a speck against the heavens, murmuring softly. Nami's battle unfolded in an entirely different light. Come forth. Heat bubble. She swung her climatact, releasing a small sphere of warm air. And cold bubble. Another bubble of chilled air floated forth. Now combine. Miracle weather. Nothing happened. Why? Nami stared devastated. Miss Doublefinger doubled over with laughter. Little girl, are you here to entertain us? Does your weapon only summon pigeons and bloom flowers? She activated her ability, spines erupting from her body, and advanced step by relentless step. Cornered Nami's mind raced. Usopp's words echoed. Cold air, hot air, electric air, atmosphere, weather. I see it. A flash of revelation lit her eyes. This isn't magic, it's science. She exploited the temperature differential between cold and hot bubbles to create layers of air with varying densities, bending light into mirages that distorted Miss Doublefinger's vision. Now, she assembled her 3 climatact segments into a triangle aiming skyward. Lightning weather. Electric cold and hot bubbles collided mid-air, triggering violent electrostatic discharge. A genuine lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Miss Doublefinger with terrifying precision. With a charred scream, the lethal assassin crumpled. Nami gazed at her climatact, still crackling with residual electricity, and then at her own hands. The navigator who once stole charts and hid behind her crew in battle had in this instant truly claimed a power uniquely her own. Now only 2 of Baroque Works' elite agents remained, the most perilous of all. One was Crocodile, locked in fierce combat with Luffy. The other was Mr. 1, the Cut Man, who had driven Zoro to the brink of annihilation. Zoro now lay grievously wounded. Dozens of gashes slashed across his body, his green haramaki soaked crimson. His pride, the 3 swords he wielded, struck Mr. 1's steel-hard flesh only to spark wildly. There was nowhere left to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The shrill grating clash of metal echoed repeatedly down a narrow alley in Alabasta. Zoro gasped for breath, sweat and blood mingling as they streamed from his temples and dripped onto the scorching stone pavement, vanishing instantly in a faint hiss of steam. The 3 swords gripped in his hands bore tiny nicks along their razor-sharp edges. Opposite him stood Mr. 1 Das Bones. Unmoved, unwavering, not a single step retreated. His entire epidermis could transform into impenetrable steel blades, offense and defense fused into flawless, unassailable perfection. Surrender, swordsman. Mr. 1's voice held no trace of emotion. Your slashes cannot pierce my steel-clad body. His biceps swelled with raw power as his arms morphed into 2 gleaming, lethal long blades crossing toward Zoro in a devastating arc. Cross slash. Zoro barely parried with his 3-sword style, but the sheer force hurled him backward, slamming his spine against the wall, and he spat a crimson arc of blood. Damn, I can't cut through it. Why? His consciousness began to blur. Visions flooded his mind, himself as a boy training at the dojo, the piercing slash that felled him before Dracula Mihawk, and the vow he'd sworn to Luffy. I will never lose again, until I've defeated that man. Just as his awareness slipped toward darkness, his master Kuna's voice resonated within his thoughts. Zoro, do you know? There exists a swordsman who cuts nothing, not even a single sheet of paper, yet whose blade cleaves steel without resistance. What does that mean? The young Zoro asked, bewildered. Go and comprehend it. The difference between the sword that cuts nothing and the sword that cuts everything. When you learn to hear the breath of all things, you will understand. The breath of all things. Through his hazy vision, the world around him transformed. He could see the cobblestones breathing, the walls breathing, even every muscle fiber and steel blade within Mr. 1's metallic body pulsing with its own distinct rhythm. So that is how it is. Slowly Zoro closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all fury and confusion had vanished from his gaze, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and stillness. He sheathed Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Katetsu, retaining only Yubashiri. Then he assumed the poised stance of Aido. Mr. 1 frowned at Zoro's strange posture, but trusted utterly in his invincible defense. He crossed his arms before his chest, forging an impenetrable steel shield. Zoro moved. No earth-shaking aura. No flamboyant technique name. Merely a single deliberate step forward. Draw, swing. 1 sword style, aye, sure, sun. A silvery flash, nearly invisible to the naked eye, streaked across the air. Zoro stood behind Mr. 1, calmly returning his blade to its scabbard. Click. Nothing seemed to have happened. Mr. 1 glanced down at his chest. No wound, no mark. It's useless. He began to sneer, yet his body refused to obey. A slender thread of blood unfurled across his sternum. He felt with chilling certainty that his vaunted steel body, and every vital organ within, had been severed in one clean, absolute stroke. Thud. Mr. 1 collapsed backward, raising a cloud of dust. Zoro exhaled deeply, then sank to one knee, utterly spent. He gazed at Yubashiri in his hand, then at his own unharmed fingers. I heard it, the breath of stone. Thus Baroque Works' elite agents, all save its president Crocodile, were annihilated. Yet war did not cease. The Straw Hat crew, each battered, each bleeding, converged from every corner of the city toward the Royal Plaza, drawn by duty and shared resolve. They had won their duels, but across the plaza rebels and royal soldiers still tore into one another. Once ignited hatred burns on, indifferent to the outcome of individual battles. Worse still, Crocodile's icy, merciless proclamation boomed from the palace, amplified across the city. Foolish citizens. To celebrate your deaths, I have prepared a gift. A colossal bomb hidden within the clock tower of this very royal plaza, powerful enough to reduce the capital to rubble. Enjoy your final moments. Ha ha. This revelation plunged the already chaotic battlefield into utter frenzy and despair. Damn it, we must stop that bomb. Sanji gritted his teeth, yet even standing upright strained his battered frame. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were all at the brink of collapse. They could best formidable foes, but could not quell the madness of hundreds of thousands. Just as hope dissolved into helplessness, an elegant, unruffled figure appeared atop the highest palace wall. It was Furina. She surveyed the teeming masses below, swarming like ants locked in slaughter, watching eyes stained crimson with blood and rage, and sighed softly. This tragedy's climax has lingered far too long. Her voice, though delicate, pierced the battlefield's roar. If this continues, even the audience will grow weary. She could no longer remain idle. This was no longer a graceful drama. It had devolved into a grotesque, chaotic, meaningless farce. Furina's gaze shifted. Those heterochromatic eyes, usually laced with languid arrogance, now burned with profound depth and sovereign authority. Her very presence transformed from a fastidious director to a deity commanding the cosmos. Though her divine heart was gone, 5 centuries of absolute mastery over hydrokinetic forces had long since seeped into the marrow of her soul. She raised her right hand high. Her crystal parasol vanished, replaced by a magnificent scepter forged entirely from condensed water. By my true name, Furicolos, she whispered, the forgotten title clear and resonant. All shall heed my command. With a thunderous impact, she struck the scepter upon the rampart. Let us cool this farce down. Instantly heaven and earth recoiled. Above Alabasta the scorching sun dimmed, as if veiled by mist. Countless invisible water particles surged upward from the air, converging violently in the sky. In the next breath, crystalline bubbles descended, like fireflies on a summer night, like snowflakes drifting from a winter sky. Harmless, yet irresistible, they floated gently downward, landing precisely upon soldiers blinded by bloodlust. On contact, each bubble swelled, enveloping its target, then lifted them slowly, weightlessly into the air. What is this? My body, it's flying. Thousands upon thousands, rebels and royalists alike, were swept up by this sudden, tender, inescapable force, forcibly detached from the ground and suspended midair. Their weapons drooped limply, fury and hatred melted into shock and bewilderment. Furina's power could not command hundreds of thousands, but this miracle alone severed tens of thousands from the fray. The battlefield froze, in eerie, fleeting silence. That precious stillness granted Vivi the final moment she needed. And then, boom, a colossal explosion erupted from the palace's summit. Luffy's final confrontation with Crocodile had reached its apex. Moments later, Vivi's anguished, heart-rending cry pierced the air from the clock tower. The bomb's countdown had entered its final 5 minutes. The battlefield between Luffy and Crocodile had shifted from the ground to the grand hall of the palace. The water barrel on Luffy's back had long been shattered in the fierce battle, its contents spilling across the floor only to be swiftly evaporated by the desert's dry air and Crocodile's powers. No more water, Straw Hat. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly vicious. Your tricks end here. I'm not done yet. Luffy gazed at his bleeding arm, a resolute gleam flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he bit through his own thumb and smeared the blood across his entire fist. As long as it's a liquid, that should work. He charged forward once more, each blow from his blood-soaked fist carrying the weight of absolute determination. This reckless style of fighting, trading lives for lives, exchanging wounds for wounds, caused the arrogant Crocodile to feel for the first time a genuine chill down his spine. This kid is insane. Meanwhile, at the Palace Plaza, the battlefield, shaken by Furina's miracle, fell into a brief moment of stillness. The Straw Hat crew seized this opportunity and began searching for the bombs Crocodile had mentioned. According to our intelligence, Crocodile likes to keep important things in obvious places. The bomb is probably at the top of that clock tower. Vivi pointed to the tallest building at the center of the plaza and shouted loudly. But the staircase leading to the clock tower was choked with countless confused soldiers in the aftermath of the chaos. Move aside. Please let us through. Vivi tried to push through, but as a frail young woman, she was quickly knocked to the ground by the crushing crowd. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a familiar figure stepped forward to shield her. It was Zoro. Though covered in wounds, his eyes remained sharp as ever. He did not draw his blade, only using the scabbard and the flat of his sword to precisely and swiftly push aside and knock down the soldiers blocking Vivi's path, forcibly carving out a narrow passage. Go, he growled without turning back. Vivi nodded through her tears and immediately followed. Just a few steps later, a massive rebel commander blocked their way. None shall pass. Get out of my way, you bastard. A dark figure descended from above. It was Sanji. With a powerful Air Force power kick, he sent the giant flying. Please continue forward, Miss Vivi. Usopp and Chopper flanked the group on both sides, constantly launching smoke bombs and tear gas, using the rumble balls Fur Fleet formed to bash through the crowd and clear a path for Vivi and Karu. With their battered bodies, the crew paved a road of hope for Vivi. Like a relay race, Vivi finally charged to the foot of the clock tower with Karu's help. But a new trouble arose. The iron door leading to the clock tower's top floor was sealed with a massive lock, and 2 men armed with rocket launchers stood guard at the entrance. They were Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, the final bombers from Baroque Works. This is as far as you go, Princess. Mr. Seven aimed his rocket launcher at Vivi. At this critical moment, a slender stream of water descended from above like a living serpent endowed with consciousness. Whoosh! The water traveling at extreme speed precisely sliced through the lock. The steel padlock shattered instantly. Immediately after, the water transformed into a gigantic hand, seizing the two gunners who hadn't yet reacted and brutally shoved them into the sewer beside them. You're welcome. Consider this a backstage pass. Furina's voice drifted down from above. Vivi cast a grateful glance toward the city walls and rushed into the clock tower. She sprinted up the spiral staircase and finally, at the very top of the clock tower, spotted the massive spherical bomb radiating an ominous aura. And the Mr. 7 couple who should have been responsible for igniting it had been knocked to the ground by an unexpected person, the Alabasta Royal Guard Vice Commander Igram. He had been disguised as Mr. 8, biding his time for this exact moment. Quickly, Princess Vivi, defuse it, Igram anxiously shouted. The ignited gunpowder had already burned all the way to the end of the fuse. No. How could this be? Vivi's hands trembled, all color drained from her face. It was all too late. Just then a massive dark shadow swept past the clock tower window. Hell! Vivi recognized that familiar silhouette. The mightiest warrior of Alabasta, the Falcon, Pell, had transformed into his colossal falcon form and appeared at the window. He gazed at Vivi, and in those sharp falcon eyes an incomparably tender smile graced his features. Princess Vivi, watching you grow up has been the greatest honor of my life. His voice carried clearly to Vivi's ears through the wind. I am the guardian deity of this nation. I will not permit anyone anything to destroy this place. Before Vivi's despairing gaze, Bell's colossal falcon talons seized the massive bomb, capable of obliterating the capital without hesitation. With a powerful downstroke of his wings, his immense form surged skyward, bearing the ticking harbinger of death into the boundless, cloudless azure. He soared so high, so swiftly, like a divine arrow piercing heaven, as if intent on carrying all the world's sins and sorrows beyond mortal reach into the untouchable vault of the heavens. Bell! And Vivi collapsed onto the clock tower's summit, reaching out with trembling hands, only to grasp empty air. Her voice tore from her throat in raw, ragged anguish. Tears blurred the world into a shattered haze. 5 seconds later, a searing flash ignited above Alabasta, blinding silent. Impure, incandescent white consumed everything in an instant. Then high above the earth, at 10,000 meters, a colossal mushroom cloud unfurled with terrible stately grace. A devastating shockwave erupted as a blinding white wave radiating outward in all directions, so violent it carved a vast hollow void through the sky's cloud cover. Only after a long suspended silence did the deafening thunder of detonation finally crash upon the ground. Boom! And the entire city of Alabasta convulsed violently, countless windows shattered into glittering shards. In the plaza below, soldiers locked in combat, dazed in confusion or drifting midair, all froze mid-motion. Heads tilted upward, they stared dumbfounded at the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding across the heavens, their faces etched with awe and bewilderment. In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie, unnatural hush. And Vivi believed Bell's sacrifice would awaken every soul and end the war. Yet she was wrong. As the blast's aftershocks faded and the blinding light receded, a rebel soldier gazed upon his comrade, slain instantly by the shockwave, eyes burning crimson, and raised his weapon once more. It's the King's Army artillery. They detonated the bomb. They mean to slaughter us all. Nonce-kindled hatred cannot be quenched by reason. Bell's noble self-immolation in this cruel instant was twisted into the King's Army's treacherous plot. In charge, and after the brief stillness came a frenzy fiercer than before, brutal, unrelenting slaughter. Vivi watched the battlefield descend once more into chaos, her own people driven mad by misapprehension, tearing each other apart. Her heart felt crushed, not by sorrow but by an invisible, merciless hand. Helplessness drowned her. And high atop the city wall, Furina stood motionless, gazing first at the lingering smoke clouds still blooming in the sky, then downward at the ever more savage carnage, her heterochromatic eyes deepening into unfathomable abysses. Heroic sacrifice, sublime self-annihilation. She murmured softly, "This is where the script should close its final curtain." But if everything given yields only tragedy, then the flaw lies not in fate but in the director's incompetence. And such a desecration of beauty was intolerable to her. Meanwhile, deep beneath the royal palace, in the hall of burial and rites, Crocodile sensed the cataclysmic explosion through the shuddering walls. Humph! Feudal resistance. He sneered dismissively, turning his gaze back to the towering stone tablet before him, its surface inscribed with ancient glyphs. "Nico, Robin, what does it say?" he demanded coldly. "The location of the ancient weapon Pluton is recorded here, isn't it?" Robin's face was pale. She had just deciphered the tablet, but her reply stunned Crocodile. "You're mistaken, Crocodile," Robin said calmly. "What's written here is merely the true history of the kingdom of Alabasta. Not a single word mentions any weapon." "And what did you say?" Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply. He seized Robin's collar in one furious grip. "I have no reason to deceive you," Robin replied, meeting his glare without flinching. Crocodile studied her for several silent seconds. Then certain she spoke truth, his expression twisted into profound disillusionment and fury. He had schemed for years, devoted his life to this phantom weapon only to find it utterly illusory. Worthless. Enraged, he hurled Robin aside, his left arm's golden hook plunged mercilessly into her abdomen. Since you've lost all value, die with this nation. Robin crumpled to the floor, blood welling from the wound staining the stone crimson. Just as Crocodile raised his hand to strike down King Cobra, a blood-soaked figure plummeted down through the collapsing ceiling above. It was Luffy. He saw Robin lying in her own blood, and the king cornered desperate. In his dark eyes a wildfire of fury roared to life. Mr. Crocodile, and you're still alive. Crocodile sounded genuinely surprised, yet his cruel smile returned instantly. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. This time I'll let you taste true poison. Knee's left golden hook snapped open, revealing a smaller sinister hook beneath shimmering with violet venom. Scorpion venom needle? A mere graze will paralyze you instantly. Then you'll die in agony. He lunged, driving the poison barb toward Luffy. Yet Luffy did not evade, not even a fraction. He let the lethal needle fly toward him, channeling every ounce of his strength, rage, and unwavering conviction into his right fist. At the very instant the venomous tip neared his flesh, he struck, his punch arriving first, striking Crocodile's wrist with pinpoint precision. Crack! A sharp, brittle snap echoed. The deadly venom needle shattered outright under the force of Luffy's blow. Knee's eyes held no trace of fear, only iron resolve. Give back Vivi's country to her. Knee's roar shook the heavens, a brutal whirling kick slammed into Crocodile's gut with seismic force. The impact launched Crocodile skyward, through layer upon layer of thick rock and reinforced flooring, until at last he burst upward from the subterranean hall of burial and rites, soaring all the way back to the surface. Sunlight bathed them both once more, and beneath their feet lay the royal plaza, now transformed into a charnel house of flesh and blood. Above the colossal mushroom, clouds still hung, unmoving, and below the slaughter of hundreds of thousands raged on. Now, every eye in the city fixed upon the two figures erupting from the earth. The final confrontation was about to begin, under the watchful gaze of all. One was Crocodile the Alabastan Nightmare, and Shichibukai. The other a fledgling pirate whose name had yet to echo across the Grand Line, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy stood unsteadily, blood still seeping from the gaping wound across his chest. Violet patches of scorpion venom crept up his neck and bloomed across his cheeks. Before him Crocodile brushed dust from his coat with an air of weary indifference. Is that all? Luffy said nothing, only gasped raggedly, his lungs rasping like wine through hollow reeds, his voice raw and coarse. His vision blurred, yet his mind burned with images: Nefertari Vivi's heart-rending sobs, and Old Man Dalton digging stubbornly into cracked barren earth. This nation had been shattered by that sand crocodile. Give it back. Luffy murmured, head bowed, his voice parched as if he'd swallowed desert grit. He raised his arm, watching blackened veins pulse beneath poisoned skin. Then, astonishing even to the aloof observer watching from above, Fujina, he bared his teeth and sank them deep into his own forearm. Rear up flesh tore. Blood gushed forth, streaming down his arm, to stain his desiccated fist crimson. Each droplet struck the arid sand, punching tiny dark craters into the dust. Was it agony? Undeniably. Yet that pain sharpened his senses, and this blood was his ammunition. Give the country back to her. A feral roar tore from his throat as he dragged his broken body forward step by staggering step toward the arrogant Shichibukai. Crocodile frowned. The sheer recklessness in those eyes unsettled him. A rabid dog. He snorted coldly, his patience exhausted. His left hand snapped open. A golden poison hook extended, its inner barb glowing with eerie viridian light. If you wish to die ugly, I shall oblige. A single scratch will melt your flesh into sludge. There would be no feints, only the final strike. Luffy made no move to evade. The ground beneath his feet shattered violently as he launched himself forward, raw unstoppable force driving him straight into the lethal hook poised to gut him. Fool. Crocodile slashed downward with the hook. SHK. It sliced through Luffy's shoulder, venom flooding his veins. Yet in that same heartbeat Luffy's right arm, drenched in crimson, recoiled behind him, stretched taut to its absolute limit. Gomu Gomu. All fury, all blood, all conviction compressed into a single coiled fist. Rocket punch. Crocodile assumed another futile physical blow, his face instinctively dissolving into sand. But, boom, a sickening bone-deep thud reverberated through the air. Where sand should have scattered, his cheekbone cratered inward. Blood congealed the grains, fist meeting bone with brutal finality. Crocodile's eyes bulged, his skull rang like a cracked bell. Pain. Real searing, long-forgotten agony. Ugh. He spat blood flecked with sand hurtling backward like a sack of grain, carving a trench dozens of meters long before slamming into the ruined palace wall. Silence fell, absolute stunned. Soldiers suspended midair could not move, yet their eyes widened until tears spilled over. That invincible crocodile had been sent flying by a dying boy. High atop the city wall in the VIP box, Fujina held an exquisitely crafted folding fan delicately shielding her lower face, leaving only her heterochromatic eyes visible. She had witnessed it all, from Luffy biting his own arm to that earth-shattering punch. Using blood moisture to counter sand elementization, Fujina narrowed her gaze, her tone laced with discerning admiration. Crude, barbaric, utterly devoid of elegance, but as dramatic tension. Perfect score. This was the protagonist's defining moment. Yet gazing at Luffy's faltering frame poisoned and near collapse, and then down upon the chaotic wrath-charged battlefield, Fujina closed her fan and tapped it lightly against her palm. Very well. The climax has concluded. Her voice, though soft, carried irrefutable authority, as if a director had just raised the megaphone on set. Fujina rose. Her skirt billowed fiercely in the wind as she surveyed the scarred land below. Her playful smirk vanished, replaced by a serene divine detachment tinged with compassion. I dislike this tragic ending. Slowly she spread her arms wide, as if embracing the heavens themselves. Since the actors have departed, stagehands bring forth the effects. At her words, a torrential surge of aqueous energy erupted from her core, vast, terrifying, sublime. The sky choked with blast dust, and haze began to churn with rolling clouds. Not storm clouds, but luminous, moist, life-bringing cumuli, pure white and radiant. This farce ends now, with a single crisp snap of her fingers. Plink! The first raindrop fell, after 3 years of drought, upon Alabasta. Then came the deluge, a miracle cascading without restraint. Crystal droplets descended, washing away bloodstains, dousing embers of rage, heralding the sovereign rewrite of a nation's fate by a certain director. Furina slowly extended her arms and lightly tapped her toes against the void, ascending gracefully into the heavens. Her pure white gown billowed fiercely in the wind. Behind her, within the rippling void, a torrent of hydroenergy surged and coalesced, gradually solidifying into a colossal luminous silhouette, a goddess clad in resplendent robes and wielding a scepter. Though her features remained indistinct, her sovereign aura instantly suffocated the entire city of Alberna beneath its overwhelming weight. The divine majesty of Furculos, the Hydro Archon, now made manifest through Furina's unwavering will. She gazed down upon the chaotic battlefield below, her brow faintly furrowed. Her voice, no longer the playful lilt of daily life, resounded with celestial grandeur, piercing directly into every soul, as if echoing from the depths of eternity. The stage direction is utterly disastrous. The extras' emotions have spiraled completely out of control. This clumsy tragedy is nothing short of an affront to my artistic sensibility. Raising her parasol, now transformed into a scepter, like a supreme arbiter delivering final judgment, Furina declared, now by the authority of this director, Furculos, I shall press pause upon this farcical spectacle. Cut. The moment the word left her lips, the hollow eyes of the goddess behind her did not weep tears, but instead overflowed with boundless, pristine hydroenergy. These tears of the divine crystallized midair with breathtaking speed, blooming into countless shimmering, translucent bubbles, glowing softly, dense as stars blanketing the sky. Each bubble locked onto a single combatant with flawless precision, yet carried an exquisite, almost tender gentleness. Whether rebel soldiers blinded by bloodlust or royal troops holding their line with desperate courage, whether berserkers swinging great blades or musketeers pulling triggers, the entire battlefield was sealed under absolute targeting. Pop, pop, pop. A cascade of crisp, delicate bursts echoed across the air. As each bubble closed, every soldier froze mid-motion, as though their bodies had suddenly lost all purchase upon reality. Clatter, countless swords and muskets slipped from nerveless hands, striking the earth in rapid succession, a chorus of brittle metallic percussion. The deafening roars of battle, the frenzied cries of rage, all ceased at once, swallowed whole by silence. The battlefield fell into utter breathless stillness. Then, defying all natural law, the impossible unfolded. Tens of thousands of soldiers, and beyond them the distant host of 1,000,000 troops, began to rise, suspended gently within the glowing bubbles. They hung like insects preserved in vast amber, faces frozen in the very instant before snarling fury, raw terror, or blind wrath, yet utterly immobile adrift in midair. From below, the sky above Alberna resembled an immense, silent, oceanic observatory. Countless human specimens suspended in crystalline suspension, a sight so awe-inspiring it sent chills racing down the spine. What in blazes is this? Crocodile, just slammed to the ground, happened to witness this miracle unfold before his eyes. His eyes bulged wide, his expression screaming disbelief, pure unadulterated incredulity. He had meticulously plotted his coup for 3 long years, on the cusp of its climactic detonation, only to have it halted absurdly and irrevocably by a woman who appeared from nowhere. Was this cheating? Damn you, get down here now. Enraged beyond reason, Crocodile swung his golden hook, summoning a violent sandstorm to drag Furina from the heavens. Yet the next instant his face locked in rigid shock. As the raging sands collided with the ambient mist of divine tears, they froze, utterly immobilized, as if struck by ancient sorcery. The once light fluid grains swelled with moisture, transforming into heavy viscous sludge that plopped helplessly onto the earth, dull, lifeless, inert. Elemental transformation. Nullified. Sandstorm. Silenced. My power. How could this be? Crocodile's face turned ashen as he stared, trembling at his own powerless hands. Within this domain saturated with hyper-concentrated hydroenergy, his Logia ability, as a Sansan fruit user, had been rendered obsolete, cast aside like flawed code in a merciless update. High above Furina cast but a fleeting indifferent glance toward Crocodile's feudal rage, her gaze cool and detached, edged with quiet mockery and profound nonchalance. She regarded him no differently than a petty clown prancing on stage, unworthy of attention. Instead, her focus returned serene and unwavering to the soldiers encased in their luminous spheres. Inside the bubbles, the soldiers gradually emerged from stunned paralysis. To their astonishment, these seemingly perilous orbs inflicted no harm. Instead, they exuded an unprecedented soothing coolness. That gentle force seemed to seep directly through skin and sinew, cleansing away grime and gore, and with equal grace dousing the feverish heat of propaganda and delusion that had inflamed their minds. Like a burning fever broken by an icy compress, clarity flooded back. What am I doing? One rebel soldier peered through the bubble's curved surface at a royal soldier across the way, equally bewildered. That man was his childhood neighbor. They'd played in the mud together. Minutes earlier, he'd aimed to drive his blade straight through the other's heart. Now, in this absolute crystalline stillness, the sage's moment, a wave of crushing remorse and disorientation rose within him. What are we even fighting for? For whom? With no clashing steel, no battle, cries Alberna sank into profound silence, broken only by the soft whisper of wind lifting Furina's gown. And yet, Furina's fingertips trembled ever so slightly. Such vast-scale crowd control had drained her hydroenergy reserves to near exhaustion. Her complexion was paler than parchment. She stood upright solely on the strength of her self-image, that unshakable conviction, I am a god. And yet she knew, this moment was worth every drop. Atop the clock tower, Vivi watched motionless, transfixed. She watched the million soldiers suspended in the sky, watched them again and again. Tears spilled anew, torrents of relief and wonder. The war she'd fought desperately to prevent, the hopeless deadlock she believed unsolvable, had been dissolved, not by force, but by grace bordering on divinity. Then Furina's voice reached her, worn yet radiant with quiet encouragement, carrying perfectly intimately into her ear. Lead actress, your entrance awaits. From high above, Furina gestured gently, as though conducting a sacred transfer of legacy. The stage is cleared. Lights, sound, audience, all prepared and waiting. Now, let this nation hear your voice. Atop the clock tower, wind howled fiercely. Weiwei stood frail and slender, yet step by step she approached the precipice under Funiana's silent, commanding gaze. Below, a million soldiers hung suspended in translucent water bubbles, like a grand, motionless pantomime. Lights set. Microphones, check. Though pale as porcelain, Funiana elegantly snapped her fingers with effortless grace. Hum. A colossal, transparent water bubble descended from the heavens, enveloping Weiwei with surgical precision, like a spotlight. It was not mere protection, it was a natural amplifier. Harnessing the resonance of hydroenergy, even an ant's whisper could now thunder like lightning. Weiwei drew a deep breath. Her throat flooded with the metallic tang of blood, but she knew this was her final chance. People of Alabasta, soldiers of the royal army, brothers in arms of the rebel forces. Her voice detonated across the sky, piercing every bubble, ringing with crystalline clarity into hundreds of thousands of years, and carried by the wind, even to villages miles away. I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. Her cry, raw with tears, shook hearts to their very core. Did you see it? That blinding white light in the sky? That was no royal artillery barrage. Tears streamed unchecked down Weiwei's cheeks as she pointed toward the lingering mushroom cloud, her voice shattering with anguish. That was Belle. Silence, absolute suffocating, filled the bubble. Soldiers froze. Their eyes lifted to the vast hollow void above, where moments before a falcon had plunged skyward with unwavering resolve. Was it conspiracy? Or sacrifice? And the dancing powder? It was planted evidence. A frame-up. Weiwei granted no respite. Each word struck like a blade. These 3 years of drought, all this hatred, were orchestrated by Crocodile. This so-called hero, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is the true puppet master. He stole our rain and blamed the king. He built casinos and bred crocodiles in the rain base, reveling in luxury while watching you slaughter each other in the desert sands. Even that bomb just now, it was his doing. He sought to either parch us to death or blast us into oblivion, to erase Alabasta from the map forever. Boom. Her words detonated like a ton of dynamite inside every heart. Under the soothing aura of the divine tear bubbles, fanaticism dissolved. Reason reclaimed its throne. People began recalling anomalies from these past years' rain that never fell in the rain base, the inexplicable appearance of dancing powder, rumors always arriving with uncanny timeliness. So, were we the fools all along? Koza, leader of the rebel forces, hovered within the nearest water bubble, just meters from the clock tower. He gazed at Weiwei, the childhood friend who once played in mud with him, who swore alongside him to protect their homeland. He remembered his father Dodo laboring in the ruins of Yuba, digging wells beneath the scorching sun, and those quiet words, His Majesty would never betray us. Back then he'd mocked his father as a senile old man. Now he saw. His own mind had been the one clouded in folly. Arg! From Koza's throat erupted a guttural bestial wail. Shame, remorse, and fury coalesced into unbearable pressure, threatening to tear him apart. Crack! 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 Blindly he pounded the bubble wall with his severed arm, heedless of shattered bone. The bubble, sensing such extremity of emotion, burst with a soft pop. Koza crashed hard onto the sand, but felt no pain. He cast aside the sword, the very blade he'd nearly swung against the royal army moments before. We were deceived. Koza dropped to his knees, bowing his forehead deep into the sand before the palace, and before Weiwei, weeping like a child. Your Majesty. Vivi, what monstrous things have we done? That single act of surrender toppled the first domino. Clang. Clatter. A cacophony of weapons striking stone echoed across the square. Rebels and royal soldiers alike broke free of their bubbles, falling like raindrops back to earth. No hand raised a weapon. All knelt amid the ruins, faces buried in trembling hands, sobbing uncontrollably. We were wrong. Wah. We almost destroyed our own home. Hundreds of thousands of voices united in contrition swelled into a tide more devastating than any battle cry. The war that had raged for 3 years ended. In that instant, sealed not by steel or strategy, but by a girl's tears and a few unvarnished truths. Absurd, utterly absurd. On the ground, Crocodile, immobilized by hydroenergy, watched the spectacle unfold, his face contorting in grotesque distortion. He had plotted for 3 years, even longer. The dancing powder baroque works, the Utopia project. Each piece interlocked flawlessly. And yet, what happened? A madwoman descended from the sky and seized control, while a weeping princess dismantled his empire with mere words. 1,000,000 soldiers switched allegiance in an instant. You brainless swine. Crocodile's eyes bled crimson as he roared in impotent fury. You believed it. All because of a few drops of tears. Oh, I'll slaughter you all, every last one. He knew his cause was lost, yet he refused to accept it. If he could not claim this kingdom, he would reduce it to ash. Especially those 2 architects of his ruin, the water-wielding woman and that straw-hatted brat. High above, Furina swayed slightly, her complexion translucent with exhaustion. Maintaining full battlefield control at this scale had nearly drained her reserves to nothing. She surveyed the battlefield below, awash in weeping soldiers, and watched Weiwei, still shouting, voice ragged yet resolute. A weary, satisfied smile curved her lips. Her acting remained somewhat unrefined, but her emotional intensity. A perfect score from this director. A happy ending, cliché perhaps, but undeniably pleasing to the eye. All right, wrap it up. Time for the curtain call. Yet just as Furina prepared to withdraw her divine power and bask in the audience's applause, her smile froze, rigid upon her face. Something was wrong. A thick, suffocating miasma of death erupted abruptly from the plaza's center. It was Luffy. Just moments ago standing tall and unbending. Now his body convulsed violently. What had begun as a faint violet stain on his shoulder now crawled up his veins, spreading across his entire body. His face twisted into a horrifying shade of indigo purple. Scorpion venom. Though that punch had sent old Croc flying, the toxin surged through Luffy's accelerated circulation, reaching his heart in full force. Crocodile instantly seized upon the moment. Despair vanished from his eyes, replaced by savage, ecstatic triumph. His body dissolved into a torrent of quicksand, breaking free from the fading grip of hydroenergy and shot forward like a venomous rattlesnake, straight for Luffy. The script isn't finished yet. Crocodile's golden hook gleamed coldly in the light, his voice dripping with venomous malice. Even if I lose, I'll drag you down with me. The air crackled with finality. Luffy felt as though his body were shattering into fragments. The scorpion venom raged through his veins like swarms of frenzied ants. His vision blurred into overlapping ghosts, and his limbs weighed down as if shackled with tons of lead. This was no ordinary exhaustion. It was the shrill final alarm of a life force teetering on the brink of annihilation. His skin had turned a ghastly livid purple. Each breath wheezed like a rusted bellows laboring deep within his lungs. It's over, Straw Hat. Crocodile granted him no time for last words. With his one intact right hand, he slammed it violently onto the ground. Sand erupted in a maelstrom of savage grit, twisting into a flesh-rending vortex that bore the terrifying power to desiccate stone itself, descending upon Luffy like an inescapable tide. Desiccation requiem. Crocodile's gaze turned venomous, as if already gazing upon a corpse. Since you're so determined to save this nation, then become one of its mummified relics. This is the price for destroying my utopia. A blinding tempest of ochre sand swallowed the swaying figure whole. Moisture was ripped away with brutal haste. Luffy felt his skin fissure, his consciousness teetering wildly on the precipice of oblivion. Was this truly the end? No. At that very moment, a voice pierced his mind with startling clarity, as if a colossal megaphone had been thrust directly into his skull, roaring in with unyielding force. People of Alabasta, behold the truth. It was Nefertari Vivi. Her cry tore from her throat, raw and ragged. drenched in despair, yet blazing with a defiant will fierce enough to rend the heavens apart. Then came Kuz's anguished confession, the sharp clatter of tens of thousands of soldiers discarding their weapons, and the cacophonous tide of weeping, hundreds of thousands kneeling in sorrow. These sounds should have been drowned beneath the howling wind and sand. Yet they were captured with surgical precision by Fina's meddling water bubble and broadcast crystal clear straight into Luffy's ears. They had all stopped. Vivi's voice still echoed, "Give our country back to us. VVVV." Luffy's pupils, previously unfocused and distant, snapped inward with sudden intensity. His heart surged like an engine rebooting, pumping once with fierce defiant strength. He recalled Vivi biting her lip to stifle tears, and the stubborn old man digging his well back bent against the desert sun. It's not over yet. Gritting his teeth until blood welled from his gums, Luffy drove every last shred of strength, along with the rampant poison coursing through him, into his arms. His body had no water left, so he'd use blood. Any liquid would do, to pummel that sand-made wretch into oblivion. I will not fall. A feral roar shattered the air. Luffy's feet slammed into the earth like twin steel spikes, anchoring him deep into the bedrock. His torso arched backward at an impossible angle, his entire frame taut as a colossal bow drawn to its breaking point. Cords of muscle bulged across his arms, a vein swelled into grotesque livid violet-black rivers. Blood dripped steadily from his fists, evaporating before it could strike the ground. Crocodile's sandstorm vortex loomed inches from Luffy's nose. Die! Goma Gomo. Luffy unleashed the most primal note echoing from the depths of his soul, a declaration of absolute, irrevocable end to this nation's suffering. Tempest boomed. The first fist punched clean through the swirling sand, streaked with thick viscous blood, and crashed squarely into Crocodile's face. Nanny! Crocodile's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. His Logia intangibility failed. Before he could react, second, third, hundredth blows rained down. Aura, 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 aura. Luffy's fists dissolved into a blur of crimson motion, a torrent of scarlet rain hammering down without mercy. Each blow carried blood. Each blow carried unwavering lethal resolve. Tum, 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 tum. The dense hollow thud sent chills racing up spines. Crocodile's vaunted sand body crumbled like brittle biscuit beneath fists slick with crimson. He tried to dissipate into sand, but those droplets of blood clung like parasitic leeches, locking his physical form in place. Impossible. This is impossible. You're just a dying brat. Crocodile screamed in disbelief, mouth full of sand and blood, his voice cracking into a desperate guttural shriek. How could you possibly give back Vivi's country to her? Luffy heard none of it. His mind held only one command: knock him skyward. The final strike. Every ounce of fury coalesced into his fists, amplified by rubber's recoil, launching a blow capable of cleaving mountains and shattering bedrock. Krakeon. That punch pierced Crocodile's defenses entirely, driving him upward, body locked in its trajectory, blasting straight through meters-thick strata of solid rock. The palace plaza fractured instantly, as if struck from below by a missile. Before the stunned gazes of hundreds of thousands, the once undefeated Sandaime Crocodile soared skyward like a discarded ragdoll, showered with shards of stone and plumes of dust vanishing high into the clouds. Silence descended. With the arch-villain hurled beyond the horizon, the oppressive gloom hanging over the sky seemed to shatter under that single thunderous blow. Seconds passed. Plop. Still frozen mid-punch, Luffy swayed, then collapsed utterly unconscious from toxin and total depletion. Yet even then his face wore that unmistakable carefree grin. He toppled backward, landing hard amid the wreckage. Victory. High above, Fina gazed down at the vast crater and at the fallen boy, before gently closing her ornate fan. A perfect curtain call. A subtle, elegant curve lifted the corner of her lips. Though her pallor remained, her eyes gleamed with quiet directorial pride. This performance met every expectation. Since the protagonist has delivered the climax, Fina snapped her fingers, her gesture light and precise. Cut. Wrap it up. Instantly, the countless water bubbles imprisoning the army shattered, bursting into shimmering crystalline mist. Splash. Soldiers tumbled back to earth like falling dumplings, aching buttocks notwithstanding. Not a single complaint escaped their lips. They stood dazed, staring at the yawning crater, at the fallen Straw Hat youth, and then upward toward the white-clad maiden hovering like a deity in the heavens. No one knew who began it. We won. We've won. Crocodile's been blasted away. The rain god has answered our prayers. Long live the Straw Hat Boy. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across Alabasta in deafening crescendo. Strangers embraced in tears. The hatred dissolved, leaving only euphoric, trembling relief. Sunlight broke through the clouds, gilding Fina's delicate profile with a halo of sacred gold. She surveyed the surging, jubilant land below, and silently awarded herself full marks. This public display of divinity. Flawless. Yet, just as elation flooded every heart, deep within the rubble beneath the palace, a few stones shifted with agonizing slowness. A woman emerged, drenched in blood. Nico Robin. Blood still seeped from the wound in her abdomen, yet her grip on the poneglyph rubbings remained iron-tight. Leaning against a broken wall, she gasped for air, her usually placid obsidian-black eyes now alight with profound seismic shock. She raised her gaze, piercing through layers of crowd, locking unerringly onto the white figure suspended high above. That power, the ability to command millions in an instant, transcended any known devil fruit's domain. You? Robin coughed up blood, her voice faint, but charged with unprecedented urgency. Who exactly are you? The royal plaza of Alabasta lay in ruin, the acrid smoke of battle slowly dissipating, leaving behind only desolation and shattered stone. Luffy, don't scare me like this. Chopper sobbed uncontrollably, his tiny hooves frantically mixing antidotes. Luffy lay sprawled on the ground, his body grotesquely swollen, skin stained an ominous violet black, his breath shallow and fragile, like the thread of a kite trembling on the verge of snapping. It's scorpion venom, and it has already reached his heart. Chopper broke into a cold sweat, clutching several globules of water elemental essence left behind by Furina, pressing them desperately onto Luffy's wounds. Hydrotherapy combined with anti-venin. Hold on, you damn fool. On the far side of the rubble, King Cobra staggered upright, supported by his guards. Gazing upon his subjects kneeling in grief and sudden enlightenment, the aged monarch wept openly. But in the next instant his expression froze. At the edge of his vision, a tall, blood-soaked figure struggled upward from the collapsed ruins of the Temple of Burial. Nico Robin. King Cobra's pupils contracted sharply, his voice turning glacial. Deputy Director of Baroque Works. The demon's child who sought to erase history and annihilate this nation. Those words struck like icy water, instantly freezing the Straw Hat Crew's momentary relief. Shink. A blade unsheathed, a clear piercing ring slicing through the air. Zoro didn't even turn his head. Snow Walk and Wado Ikamanji were already drawn, his gaze sharpening like a hawk's, locking unflinchingly onto the swaying woman. She's still alive? Usopp ducked behind Zoro, his hands trembling as he raised his slingshot. Luffy was dragged down by her. She means no good. Nami gripped her climb attack tightly, eyes sharp with suspicion. Hand her over to the Marines. She's Crocodile's accomplice. Her sins run deep and she won't escape justice. Faced with swords drawn and hostility thick in the air, Robin leaned weakly against a broken wall, clutching the poneglyph rubbing to her chest. Her face was deathly pale, blood still seeping from her abdominal wound, but her eyes held a profound, unsettling calm. No plea for mercy. No resistance. As if she had long foreseen this end, walking alone toward death, caught forever between betrayal and being betrayed. Speak. What do you intend? Zoro advanced, his blade cold, killing intent pressing against Robin's throat. Take one more step, and I'll cut you down. The atmosphere plummeted to absolute zero, charged with volatile tension, just as the standoff teetered on the brink of bloodshed. Tap, tap, tap. A graceful, light-footed rhythm pierced the oppressive silence. Furina twirled her delicate folding fan in one hand. Though her face was drained of color, as if she'd pulled 3 all-nighters straight, her chin remained defiantly lifted at a precise 45-degree angle, preserving the absolute majesty of the water god. She strode directly before Zoro, extended a slender finger, and gently tapped the spine of Snow Walk, then pushed it aside with effortless grace. Put away those dangerous props, green-haired swordsman. Furina said, her voice soft, yet commanding. The first act's climax has just concluded. How could our pivotal female lead be prematurely written off? Zoro's brow furrowed, tendons standing out along his arm. But sensing the gentle yet unyielding pressure of water flowing across the blade, he finally exhaled a curt tch and slid his swords back into their sheaths. Had it been anyone else, he would have struck without hesitation. But this woman had just saved an entire kingdom. Furina. Usopp's eyes bulged. Are you insane? She's the enemy, the right hand of the main antagonist. Enemy. Ally. Furina tilted her head as though amused by the question. She turned her heterochromatic eyes, narrowing slightly as she swept her gaze across the assembly, finally settling on the near-lifeless Robin. Your perspective is rather narrow, isn't it? She gave a faint, languid scoff laced with effortless arrogance. In my script there are only 2 kinds of roles: characters who carry the story, and forgettable extras. Her gaze lingered on the archaeologist. And this young scholar. Furina knelt with elegant poise, ignoring the blood and dust staining Robin's form, and lightly touched her fingertip to Robin's forehead. Is undeniably the linchpin driving the narrative forward. As the words left her lips, a stream of pure sapphire blue water flowed from her fingertip into Robin's body. This was no ordinary water. It was the life source itself, imbued with the sovereign authority of the master of all waters. Robin's pupils, already beginning to dilate, contracted violently. A wave of warmth surged through her shattered viscera, wrenching her back from the very threshold of death. Cough, cough. Robin gasped violently, the ashen pallor of her face flushing faintly with returning vitality. She stared incredulous at the doll-like girl before her. Why save me? Because I'm a key cast member. Regarding the world's true script, the history you call the past. Furina leaned close, whispering into Robin's ear, her voice laced with enigmatic amusement. I'll need you alive to turn its pages for me one by one. Robin stiffened, her grip tightening fiercely around the poneglyph rubbing. This woman, did she know the secret of the poneglyphs? Or had she glimpsed something far beyond, the future itself? The Straw Hats exchanged bewildered glances, utterly lost in Furina's logic. Script. Cast member. Why did she always speak in riddles? I don't get it, but it sounds incredibly impressive. Luffy mumbled groggily. Yet a director's intermission is always fleeting. Stomp, 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 stomp. Marching boots echoed from beyond the palace walls, hundreds precise and relentless, rolling in like a storm front. Nobody moved. A thunderous bellow split the air. Through swirling smoke, Smoker stood gripping 2 cigars between his teeth, Tenjutsu in hand, flanked by Tashigi and hundreds of fully armed marine elite, sealing every exit to the plaza. Tashigi's gaze swept over the wounded Straw Hats, lingering on Luffy's bloodied form, her sword hand trembling slightly before she clenched her jaw and raised her blade. Pirates of the Straw Hat crew and remnants of Baroque works. Smoker's glare darkened as his eyes flicked between Furina and Luffy, exhaling a slow, cold plume of smoke. This farce ends now. Surrender, all of you, immediately. In a corner of the palace square, the rhythmic footsteps of the Marines advanced like a death knell. Tashigi gripped Shizuka, her voice tight as she shouted orders, desperately trying to maintain the Marines' authority. At the center of the encirclement, the Straw Hat crew had already taken critical damage. Luffy was worse. The poison had spread through his entire body, swelling him into a purple eggplant. Chopper was on the verge of tears, frantically administering emergency treatment. As for Robin, though Furina's ethereal breath had kept her clinging to life, her face was pale as gold leaf as she leaned against a crumbling wall, gasping for air. All units prepare. Tashigi was about to give the order when a massive hand encased in a thick leather glove stretched out before her. It was Smoker. The Marine Commodore, renowned for his disobedience, had bitten his 2 cigars into complete mush. He stared intently at the pirates collapsed on the ground, then glanced around, at the rebels gently lowered by water bubbles now sobbing in the arms of the royal soldiers, and at the civilians cheering heroes. The truth struck his sense of justice like a slap across the face. The pirates had saved the kingdom, yet the Marines had come to clean up. What kind of justice was this? Was this what they called justice? Smoker felt a ball of cotton lodged in his chest, neither swallowable nor spit-outable. Logic told him his duty was to capture pirates, but his conscience stayed his hand. In this suffocating standoff, a light and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Furina lifted the hem of her dress and glided through the Marines' barrage of guns, as if inspecting her freshly concluded stage. She ignored the dozens of dark gun barrels aimed at her and walked directly up to Smoker, coming to a halt. Within those heterochromatic pupils lay 3 parts mockery and 7 parts commanding composure. Commander Smoker, there's no need to wear such a grim expression. Furina's wrist flicked, and a translucent card adorned with water element crystals materialized from thin air, accompanied by an exquisitely crafted feathered quill. As the special guest of this grand performance, I believe you require an official authorization from the General Director to polish up your case report. Smoker's brow furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character for river, his vigilance fixed on this woman who possessed powers akin to a deity. What do you mean? Broaden your horizons a bit, Marine sir. The corners of Furina's lips curved upward, revealing a cunning smile, the kind a capitalist wears when spotting the perfect scapegoat. Ahem, the perfect business partner. Here's the script. Shichibukai Crocodile schemed to steal the kingdom. Marine Commodore Smoker, brave and fearless, led his troops to turn the tide, vanquished the formidable enemy, and saved Arabasta. She gently patted the card against Smoker's broad chest, her voice dripping with seduction. The Marines preserve their honor. You get promoted with a salary raise and more authority to pursue your justice. And as for my actors, she gestured toward the half-dead Straw Hat crew behind her. They were merely passing extras who have already wrapped and left the stage. This is a win-win deal, wouldn't you say? Smoker's pupils convulsed. Was this woman a devil? She wanted to shove all the credit down his throat. You want me to claim someone else's credit? Smoker ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. For a tough guy like him, this was sheer humiliation. This is necessary artistic license. Furina corrected, her gaze sharpening in an instant. Or would you prefer to take action right now, to arrest the saviors of this nation in front of hundreds of thousands of citizens while they lie bleeding? Let the Marines become the target of public outrage. Smoker fell silent. He looked at the civilians in the distance, praying for Luffy, and then at Tashigi's bewildered face. He had no choice. Either become a clown or become a hero. Smoker exhaled a long plume of smoke as if emptying all the frustration from his chest. He snatched the card with a rough motion as if he were robbing someone. Scratch, scratch, scratch. He signed his name on it, the strokes deep enough to tear the paper. I'll remember this debt. Smoker's voice was hoarse, his gaze viciously locked on Furina. Don't mistake this for charity. This is humiliation. Someday I will personally capture the Straw Hat crew and wash away today's. All right, save your acceptance speech for when we return to headquarters. Furina waved dismissively, retrieving the card, like a teacher receiving satisfactory homework. Pleasure doing business, Smoker, Vice Admiral. Oh wait, you're still a Commodore. Smoker's face muscles twitched. He spun around violently, his cape sweeping into a white arc behind him. All hands listen up. His roar echoed across the square. Escort Crocodile and his associates to the ship. All the credit belongs to the Marines. When he reached the latter half of that sentence, Smoker nearly bit through his teeth. Tashigi's eyes widened in shock. Commander, but shut up. Execute the order. Smoker brutally cut her off, then lowered his voice to a hiss only those nearby could hear. Leave an opening in the encirclement. Those pirates. I didn't see them. You didn't see them either. Do you understand? Looking at Smoker's expression dark enough to drip water, Tashigi finally understood. She bit her lip, eyes reddening, yet still stood at attention, and saluted, "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, the royal grand bath in the rear of the palace. This was the only untouched sanctuary in all of Arabasta. Huh, I'm alive. Usopp let out a long groan, his entire body submerged in the hot water. Beside him, Chopper happily splashed water with a small wooden bucket. Though still unconscious, Luffy had been washed clean and now floated on the water's surface like a rubber duck. Nami and Vivi enjoyed the tranquility of survival in the women's section next door. Furina sat on the railing above, swaying the card with Smoker's signature in her hand, in excellent spirits. Trading an empty check for a marine favor. Now that's a bloody profit. Just then, splat. From the men's section came a sound like a high-pressure water jet, followed by the crash of a heavy body hitting the ground. Sanji, what's wrong? Chopper's panicked shriek pierced the air. Doctor, where's the doctor? Oh, I am the doctor. Everyone spun around. Sanji lay sprawled on the ground in a spread eagle position, a nosebleed shooting 3 meters high, his face wearing a bizarre blissful smile of dying without regret. His trembling finger pointed toward the flimsy partition between the women's and men's bathing sections. She's over there. A mature big sister. Following Sanji's gaze, the group turned to see Robin seated elegantly by the poolside, her long damp hair clinging to her pale slender back, a disarmingly gentle smile playing upon her lips. When did you wake up? Nami stumbled backward half a step, nearly dropping her climatact. Chopper instantly vanished behind Usopp, trembling so violently only his antlers peeked out. Just now. Robin's voice was soft as down, utterly belying the ruthless Baroque Works vice president she once was. Thank you for your hospitality. After washing away the scent of blood, it felt rather pleasant. Her unruffled composure left Nami and Vivi braced for battle. Yet the men's bath next door unfolded in an entirely different tone. Sanji clutched his face with both hands, blood gushing wildly through his fingers, his entire posture radiating that eerie paradoxical serenity of one who is dying joyfully. A mature older woman. She's truly a mature older woman. With a thud, Sanji collapsed to his knees, his nosebleed arced through the air in a tragically beautiful parabola. This accursed allure. Is this my dream all blue? I'm complete. Hey, perverted cook, snap out of it. Your HP bar's about to hit 0. Usopp frantically shook his shoulders. Amidst this chaos, a medical miracle unfolded on the adjacent bed. Bolstered by Chopper's elixirs and Furina's aqueous energy, Luffy, who moments before resembled a desiccated mummy, jolted upright, as if resurrected from death itself. The purplish-black toxin receded, replaced by the rubber-bodied man's unmistakable effervescent vitality. His eyes snapped open, and his roar shook dust loose from the ceiling. Meat. The shout rang with astonishing vigor, hardly the cry of one who'd just clawed his way back from the gates of hell. Cradling his hollow belly, Luffy drooled profusely. I'm starving. I need meat. The kind with bones. Bring me meat, now. That's wonderful. Luffy. Chopper wept with joy, burying his sniffling face deep into Luffy's head. Watching the scene unfold, Furina perched gracefully atop a high railing, idly fanning herself with a folding fan, her lips curved in quiet, satisfied amusement. Though his resurrection was predictable, I must admit. She glanced at the boisterous Straw Hat crew, a faint wry hum escaping her. This deafening chaotic energy isn't entirely disagreeable. That evening, King Cobra hosted a clandestine banquet deep within the royal palace, to avoid prying eyes. There were no formalities, only mountains of roasted meat and wine casks large enough to serve as swimming pools. Having narrowly escaped death, the Straw Hat crew abandoned all restraint. Luffy devoured chicken in one hand and duck in the other, his cheeks puffing like a squirrel's. Zoro and Sanji traded insults over sake, moss head, and perverted frog, flying freely, while Usopp stood atop the table boasting of having single-handedly routed a phantom army of 5,000. Yet amidst the laughter and revelry, Vivi stood apart. Seated alone in the corner, she gripped her wineglass so tightly her knuckles blanched white. Her gaze lingered on these comrades who had risked everything for her nation, her eyes clouded with inner turmoil. Father, Igaram, her voice trembled. I truly wish I could sail away with them. The sea is vast, adventure intoxicating, yet. She turned toward the window. Before her lay Alabasta, scarred, still rebuilding its parched land newly blessed by rain. Igaram watched his princess with tender sorrow, only to be gently restrained by King Cobra. The aged sovereign gazed upon his daughter with profound love, softly patting her shoulder. Vivi, to wear a crown is to bear its weight, Cobra said with a gentle smile. But whether you choose the sea or your kingdom, you remain my proudest daughter. Follow your heart. Vivi bit her lip, tears falling heavy and unbidden into her wineglass. In that moment, she ceased to be Miss Wednesday the bounty hunter. She was Nefertari Vivi, crown princess of Alabasta. Nearby, Furina held a tall glass, not of wine but apple juice, and observed the scene in silent contemplation. TCH. A classic dilemma of choice indeed. She swirled the liquid in her glass, her gaze deep and knowing, as though reading the script's unfolding narrative. To forsake freedom for duty, or abandon duty for freedom. Such bittersweet confections, the very essence of compelling drama. Though her words dripped with irony, her glance at Vivi held less mockery and something quieter, subtler, recognition. After all, as a deity, she understood better than anyone the crushing weight of performing a role. In the end, Vivi wiped away her tears. She approached Luffy, who was still wrestling over a slab of meat, drew a slow, steadying breath, and offered a smile more painful than sorrow. Luffy, everyone. The noise ceased instantly. All motion stilled. No one spoke. A current of unspoken understanding flowed through the air, tangible, electric, sacred. I'm staying. Vivi's voice was soft, but unwavering. I will stand with my country and help it rise again. Meat still crammed in his mouth, Luffy looked at her, and broke into a wide sunlit grin as he swallowed. Yeah, got it. No plea, no protest. Nami stepped forward and pulled Vivi into a fierce embrace. Idiot, why cry? Wherever you are will always be crewmates. They made a vow at dawn's first light the Straw Hats would depart quietly, so Vivi would never be branded a pirate accomplice. It was a farewell too tender to be spoken aloud. In the shadows of the corner, Robin leaned against the wall, a book in hand, yet her eyes drifting past its pages rested upon the boy beneath the straw hat. So this is the will of D, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, her usually still gaze rippling ever so faintly. Truly extraordinary people. The next morning, dawn's pale light crept across the horizon. At Alabastus Harbor, the Straw Hat crew sprinted full force, their path trailing clouds of dust. Bad news. An ambush ahead. Usopp's sharp eyes spotted it instantly. The harbor choked with Marines, their muskets leveled, warships sealed the sea. Though Smoker had eased their path, reinforcements from Marine headquarters showed no mercy. Trouble, we can't get the ship through. Zoro's hand settled coldly upon his sword hilt, his gaze sharpening to lethal focus. Just then, oh dear, 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 I'm terribly late. A flamboyant, hauntingly theatrical voice swept in from the flank of the sea. Heads turned, revealing a massive pink vessel surging forward, crowned by a swan's head prow. At its bow stood a man adorned in thick black eyeshadow and a ballet tutu, spinning midair in a breathtaking pose. Von Krieg. Straw Hat. Little Straw Hats. Tears streamed down Von Krieg's face as he waved two ornate fans, his flowing cape, Pomir, billowing dramatically behind him. For friendship. For the way of the Okama. I've come to hold the line for you. Let friendship bloom amid the desert sands. Watching him dance with defiant grace amid cannon fire, Furina raised a delicate eyebrow and snapped her fan shut with a crisp, decisive click. Oh, an unexpected guest has taken the stage. Salt-laced sea wind, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, rushed violently into every nostril. On the water's surface, the pink swan-headed vessel charged like a ravenous beast, heedless and unyielding, straight into the naval blockade. Men, illuminate the stage lights. Let the Navy behold the blossoming of a transgender performer. Von Krieg stood at the bow, his Bomu Reru coat snapping fiercely in the gale. His heavy makeup had long since been smeared by sweat and seawater, yet now it looked more fitting than ever. With a sharp, commanding gesture, he unleashed several cannonballs, trailing effervescent pink smoke, detonating with surgical precision among the warships. Boom, boom, boom. Geysers of water erupted skyward. The once impenetrable cordon was torn open by sheer audacity. Straw Hat. Go now, don't look back. Von Krieg whirled around, thrusting his thumb skyward toward the Going Merry. His signature grin, lit by the flash of artillery, carried an unexpected, poignant grandeur. Pursue your freedom, unbound and unbroken. Go forth, chase your freedom. On the deck of the Going Merry, Luffy gripped the railing with both hands until his knuckles blanched white, his torso leaning so far forward he seemed poised to hurl himself back into the maelstrom. Fawn. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Zoro seized Luffy's shoulder with iron grip, his other hand locked upon the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, his fingers clenching with terrifying force. Full speed ahead. Hard to starboard. Ride the wind. Break through their net. Nami bit her lip until blood welled, tears trembling at the edge of her lashes, but her voice rang out clear and fierce. The Going Merry, seizing the chaos like a slick eel, shot desperately through the breach. High atop the crow's nest, Furina pressed one hand firmly atop her hat, nearly snatched away by the gale, while her other hand flicked idly, snapping her fingers. Though cast as a last-minute supporting role, this self-sacrificial performance possesses the gravitas of a true protagonist. Her gaze lingered on the distant swan ship, now vanishing beneath the encroaching warships. Her usual theatrical mirth softened, replaced by rare, quiet acknowledgement. Mademoiselle Nouvellette, lend the maid. At least ensure this final curtain falls with dignity. At her command, a colossal bubble seahorse materialized silently and slipped beneath the waves. In the next instant, a massive bubble detonated beneath one warship besieging Von Krieg. The vessel lurched violently, its cannons thrown wildly off target, granting him a fleeting breath amid annihilation. Yet the Marine headquarters was no idle spectator. What an insufferably noisy crew of pirates. A woman's voice, cold enough to freeze breath mid-air, cut cleanly through the battlefield's roar. Dozens of warships fanned outward in perfect formation. At the flagship's prow stood a statuesque woman with long, rose-pink hair and a flowing coat emblazoned with the word justice. She wore deep crimson sunglasses, a cigarette smoldering between her lips, arms crossed. A presence so commanding it bent the very air around her. Marine Headquarters Commander Kurokan Hina. Hina is furious. Slowly, deliberately, she raised her hand. Not dramatically, yet radiating absolute, suffocating authority. Countless black iron bars erupted from her arms like thorny vines spreading across the heavens to seal the swan ship within an inescapable cage. Not even a fly could slip through. The cage fruit. This woman is no ordinary foe, Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette on deck, his brow furrowed tight. Fawn Cree surveyed the tightening lattice of iron, knowing his end had arrived. He felt no fear, only laughter rich and defiant. As he mimicked Luffy once more dancing a final exuberant tap dance upon the bow. A transgender performer's farewell needs no tears. Go, my friends. His voice dissolved into the thunderous barrage. The Going Merry surged free of the blockade, vanishing headlong into the boundless ocean. Thank you, Fawn. A silence settled over the deck. Thick, heavy, suffused with grief for a friend known, but briefly, yet who gave everything. Tap, tap. Crisp high heels broke the stillness. Furina descended lightly from the crow's nest, landing with flawless poise upon the deck. Now then, esteemed cast members. She clapped twice, her tone effortlessly commanding. The close-up on Zoro has been granted in full measure. Wipe your faces clean. Remember, we have a true protagonist awaiting us at our appointed rendezvous. Those words struck like adrenaline. Vivi. Nami jerked upright, clutching the log pose. Yes, we're bound for Eastport. That's where we promised to meet. But, Usopp glanced back, voice tight. Smoker may have eased up, but Kuroken Hina clearly intends no mercy. 2 fast frigates are gaining on us. Behind them, though, Hina's main force remained locked with Fawn Cree. 2 swift vessels closed relentlessly, mere moments from overtaking the Going Merry's stern. Failure is unacceptable to Hina. She stood motionless at her bow, black rifle leveled squarely at the Going Merry. Then, splash. The sea exploded, not from cannon fire but from the emergence of a colossal armored crab forged entirely of water, Mademoiselle Cravoletta, leaping skyward like a mobile mountain, planting herself unshakably between the Going Merry and the pursuing fleet. Bang! Naval shells slammed against Mademoiselle Cravoletta's dense carapace, sparking only harmless sprays of water, leaving not a single scar upon her shell. What monstrous apparition is that? Hina's eyes widened behind her crimson lenses. Furina stood at the stern, elegantly twirling her short staff, not as if directing warfare, but conducting a symphony of staggering scale. Roar. A tsunami of unimaginable force erupted, reversing direction with cataclysmic momentum, surging back toward the marine fleet. The 2 frigates were hurled sideways, decks emptied as sailors tumbled into the sea like scattered fruit, screams swallowed by the churning depths. Riding the recoil, the Going Merry accelerated, doubling its speed, arrowing forward like a bolt loosed from heaven. Farewell, esteemed marines. Furina turned, offering Hina a haughty silhouette, and with practiced grace smoothed her skirt. My next act is strictly off-limits to observers. Noon. Alabasta. Eastport. A desolate, abandoned dockyard, normally devoid of life, not even a wisp of shadow stirred. Today, however, the air hummed with tense anticipation. The Going Merry glided slowly into the harbor. Every soul aboard held their breath, scanning the shoreline with frantic urgency. There! Chopper shrieked, pointing at a tiny dark speck ashore. As the ship drew nearer, the figure resolved into clarity. Vivi wore her familiar dancer's attire, the same costume she'd worn as Miss Wednesday, and as a cherished comrade of the Straw Hat crew. Karu stood beside her, rigid and solemn as a sentry. She raised a megaphone, her voice trembling yet piercing, rode the sea breeze. Everyone. Luffy opened his mouth to shout back, only to have Nami clamp her hand hard over it. Idiot. Not a sound. Nami whispered, urgently jabbing a finger toward the distance. Look, marine patrol boats. Indeed, just beyond Vivi, several small naval craft patrolled the shallows. If Luffy and his crew responded now, Vivi would instantly be branded a pirate accomplice, dooming her future as princess and shattering Alabasta's fragile neutrality. Vivi understood this perfectly. Receiving no reply, she showed no disappointment, merely stood tall, facing the open sea, delivering her pre-rehearsed lines. I must stay here. Her voice cracked, but beneath the tremor burned unassailable resolve. I bear responsibilities I cannot abandon. I will watch this nation rise again. Wind howled across the water. The Going Merry did not halt. It continued its slow, deliberate departure. Vivi tightened her grip on the megaphone. Tears finally burst forth, streaming down her cheeks. But if someday our paths cross again, she summoned every ounce of strength, crying out the words buried deepest in her heart. Raw, ragged, unforgettable. Will you still call me your comrade? Her voice echoed across the vast, empty sea, striking each ear like a physical blow. Luffy wrenched free of Nami's grasp, but said nothing. He simply watched the girl on shore, weeping, broken yet radiant with courage, the comrade who had fought beside them. Luffy. Usopp wiped snot and tears alike, voice trembling. Can't we answer? Answering would brand her a criminal. Zoro rested his hands upon his sword's gaze fixed on the horizon, voice low and grave. We walk the path of demons. And she walks the path of queens. So we do nothing. Chopper sobbed uncontrollably, great tears cascading down his furry cheeks. Luffy pushed his hat brim lower, then flashed a smile so brilliant it seemed to ignite the very air. Who said answering requires words? He turned his back to Vivi on the shore. Then Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper all turned in unison, lining up shoulder to shoulder along the rail. Slowly, solemnly, they raised their left arms, fists clenched, sleeves slid back. That stark black X, etched before entering Alabasta to counter the mimic fruit's power, blazed under the sun. It had been born of necessity, but now it bore a new covenant. No distance, no title, no fate could erase the truth. This mark proclaimed we are comrades. On shore, Vivi watched those raised left arms, the unmistakable black X. Her sorrow dissolved, flooded instead by overwhelming radiant joy. She dropped the megaphone and lifted her own left arm, revealing the identical X tattooed upon her wrist. Though no sound passed between them, their hearts bridged the sea. At the very edge of the deck, Furina observed the scene and sighed softly. She bore no such mark. After all, she was the interloping director, arriving mid-scene. Yet gazing upon those earnest, reckless backs, she instinctively raised her baton toward the heavens. As if bestowing upon this parting the most perfect luminous curtain call. A legendary scene demands legendary effects, does it not? Furina murmured, chin lifted, her signature confident smile blooming upon her lips. Cut. This scene, flawlessly concluded. The Going Merry receded, dissolving into the horizon. Only the girl remained on shore, bathed beneath the lingering rainbow, crying, laughing whole. After departing the Arabasta Sea, a somber hush settled over the Going Merry, brief yet palpable, before erupting once more into its familiar clamor. After all, this crew's resilience, both physical and psychological, was nothing short of monstrous. Meat, meat, meat. Luffy pounded his plate rhythmically on the deck, performing an arcane rain-summoning ritual, solely to hasten Sanji's arrival with lunch. Shut up. It's not ready yet. Sanji's roar echoed from the galley. Meanwhile, Zoro stood in a corner of the deck hoisting a 100-ton barbell set, acquired who knew where, sweat cascading down his brow. Usopp and Chopper were engrossed in examining a peculiar seashell they brought back from Arabasta. Furina reclined upon her personal sun lounger, a piece Sanji had carried aboard especially for her, holding a chilled glass of fruit juice, a fashion magazine, draped across her face as she savored this rare moment of tranquil leisure. A slice of life arc, no script, no villains, no lines, makes for a pleasant interlude now and then. She lazily rolled onto her side, mentally mapping out their next destination. According to the original narrative, their next port would be Jaya Island, followed by Skypiea. Skypiea? Furina gazed upward through her sunglasses, her gaze drifting across the boundless azure sky. That altitude offers a fitting stage for my water god persona. But before that, her eyes flickered faintly toward the cabin door. That unpredictable time bomb. It must be nearing detonation. Just then, creak. The cabin door swung open. An elegant statuesque figure emerged from shadow. She wore a form-fitting violet bodysuit beneath a denim jacket, a wide-brimmed hat perched atop her head. A book rested lightly in one hand. Her expression was so serene, so utterly at ease, it might have been her own garden she strolled through. What splendid sunlight today. Her voice, soft yet rich with quiet intellect, hung in the air. Silence. A silence so absolute it seemed to swallow sound itself. Luffy's spoon froze mid-air above his plate. Zoro dropped the barbell with a deafening clang onto his own foot, but pain registered not at all. His hand shot instantly to the 3 swords at his waist. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, eyes bulging wide enough to burst, jaws dropping straight onto the deck. Why? You're that Baroque Works agent. Nico, Robin. Robin smiled gently, pulling up a chair with effortless grace before settling into it, crossing one leg over the other. Or if you prefer, Miss All Sunday. Call me what you like. Shink. Yukimitsu flashed from its scabbard, its blade gleaming with lethal coldness. Zoro's gaze sharpened into twin blades, every muscle coiled tight. Why are you aboard? When did you board? Since you left port, Robin replied, unruffled by his killing intent, and turned a page of her book. My clothes weren't dry yet, so I borrowed your shower. Hope you don't mind. The shower. Sanji, just emerging from the galley with a tray, froze solid, then erupted into a pink whirlwind, twisting into a noodle-like frenzy as he careened toward her. Beautiful elder sister. The shower is yours. Towels are yours. Even I am yours. Thwump. Nami's fist drove him straight into the deck. She raised her climatact, wary and sharp. Stop playing dumb. What do you want? This ship doesn't welcome you. Facing their collective hostility, Robin simply closed her book, lifted her gaze, and met Luffy's curious tilted head stare with those deep dark eyes. Monkey D. Luffy. Her voice remained calm, yet edged with quiet resignation. It was you who let me live. Luffy blinked, baffled. Huh. I had already chosen death, yet you dragged me back against my will. She gestured lightly to herself. Having stripped me of the right to die, you bear responsibility for the rest of my life. What kind of logic is that? Usopp sputtered. That's extortion. Pure unadulterated extortion. Robin spread her hands, offering a wry, knowing smile. I have nowhere else to go. No home left. So let me join you. All eyes turned to Luffy. As captain, the final word belonged to him. Luffy studied Robin for 3 silent seconds. His clear, guileless eyes seemed to peer straight into the soul's deepest hue. Then, his lips parted in a sudden radiant grin, revealing a flash of brilliant white teeth. Sure, Nanny. The entire crew, except Furina, recoiled in disbelief. Luffy, she's the enemy. She was Crocodile's second in command. Nami shook him violently. But, Luffy pointed at Robin. She's not a bad person. How do you know that? Instinct. They collapsed utterly speechless. Amidst the chaos, Furina, who hadn't spoken a word, set down her juice glass with quiet finality. Tap. The delicate chime of glass meeting wood was barely audible, yet somehow silenced them all. Furina removed her sunglasses, rose, smoothed her skirt, and walked steadily toward Robin. Her pace was unhurried, but each step resonated with quiet, unmistakable authority. Robin's relaxed expression stiffened almost imperceptibly. Gazing upon this girl who had once manifested godlike power on the battlefield, her body tensed instinctively. Nico, Robin. Furina halted before her, looking down. Her heterochromatic eyes, azure and wine red, glowed with enigmatic light. Last survivor of O'Hara. The Devil Child wanted dead or alive for 79 million berries. Robin's pupils contracted sharply, though unsurprising, her bounty posters plastered every wall in the world. Yet Furina's next words made her heart skip a beat. Seeking the poneglyphs. Unraveling the truth behind the void century. That is your script, isn't it? Furina leaned forward, her face drawing within 10 centimeters of Robin's. Robin's fingers clenched hard around the book's spine, her palms damp with sweat. That secret, known only to Crocodile, had never been uttered aloud to another living soul. How much did this seemingly arrogant girl truly know? Don't tense up. Furina smiled, bright, playful, like a child who'd just discovered a dazzling new toy. She reached out, gently lifting a strand of Robin's hair between 2 fingertips. I told you in my script there are only 2 categories, has potential and has none. Your past is steeped in tragedy. That suits me perfectly. Tragedy always carries greater dramatic weight than comedy. Furina straightened, arms spreading wide, as if declaring to the heavens themselves, since the captain has given his consent, I, as artistic director and chief director of this troupe, hereby approve your application for membership. However, her tone shifted, sharp, incisive. Now that you've boarded this vessel, you must abide by my rules. Should you ever betray this ensemble, or attempt to rewrite the script, Furina snapped her fingers. Whoosh. From the sea behind Robin, Lord Obvious, the octopus, rose, massive tentacles unfurling. Though whimsical in appearance, the energy rippling from his siphons sent shivers down spines. The penalty for breach is exceedingly steep, Archaeologist San. Robin regarded the girl before her, radiating sovereign command, and fell silent for a long, thoughtful moment. Then slowly she released her grip on the book. The practiced, polite smile faded, replaced by something genuine, layered, complex. Heh, it seems this ship carries not only an astonishing captain, but also a terrifying director. Robin rose, extending her hand with flawless elegance. Pleasure to collaborate, Director San. Furina gave a haughty little hum, refusing the handshake, then tapped Robin's palm lightly with her fan. Remember your lines. Don't flub them. With that, she turned and strode back toward her lounge chair, leaving behind only a poised, indelible silhouette. All right, now that we've got a new crewmate. Luffy thrust both fists skyward. Sanji, throw a feast. Oh, doubts lingered, but under Luffy's infectious fervor, the Straw Hat crew's spirit instantly ignited into pure, unrestrained celebration. Watching Robin field Usopp and Chopper's barrage of questions, Furina slipped her sunglasses back on and allowed the faintest knowing curve to lift her lips. The Enies lobby arc, cast complete. On the 5th day after departing Arabasta, the Going Merry sailed serenely across the Grand Line's tranquil waters. The deck bustled with its usual lively clamor. Sanji, meet. Luffy lay sprawled on his back atop the figurehead, the ship's prized front row seat, pounding his hollow belly and unleashing a cry that echoed from the very depths of his soul. Beside him, Usopp and Chopper huddled over an assortment of strange seashells acquired in Arabasta, earnestly debating whether they might yield a new weapon or a universal panacea. Chopper tapped a conch shell delicately with his tiny hooves, tilting his furry ears attentively, as his expression sharpened with concentration. At the rail, Zoro stood, bare-chested, sweat glistening along the defined contours of his powerful musculature. A blade clenched between his teeth, he held aloft 2 massive dumbbells, one in each hand, engaged in a grueling, superhuman regimen of weighted training. The grotesque scar left by Dracul Mihawk stood out starkly beneath the sun, rising and falling faintly with each measured breath. Nami had unrolled a nautical chart at the cabin entrance, calibrating course and provisions with ruler and ink, glancing skyward now and then while murmuring calculations under her breath. Amid this harmonious, if slightly boisterous, scene, the sole anomaly reclined upon the stern's private sun lounger, Furina. She wore sunglasses studded with minute diamonds, a perfectly tailored Fontaine summer dress in fiery maple hues, and crossed slender porcelain white legs. In her hand rested a glass of effervescent pure water, crafted by Mademoiselle Nouvelette, garnished with ice cubes and mint leaves. With an elegant sip, her eyes, veiled behind dark lenses, swept across the deck's vibrant ensemble of spirited actors, drawing forth a quiet inward sigh. A piece is indeed a splendid interlude, but prolonged too far it dulls the audience's anticipation. She murmured to herself, fingertips tapping lightly against the glass rim. The narrative demands fresh detonations, the stage craves new conflict. And her gaze settled at last upon the quiet figure reading in the shadowed recess of the cabin. Nico Robin. The newly joined archaeologist leaned against the cabin wall, absorbed in a weighty tome of ancient history, her demeanor serene, detached, as though the world's clamor flowed around her like still water. Clad in a simple black dress, her profound gaze remained veiled behind the pages, a presence radiating mature enigma profoundly at odds with the Straw Hat Crew's exuberant energy. Our newly cast second female lead possesses a character design far too rigid. Furina straightened, removed her sunglasses, and revealed eyes sharp with the discerning gaze of a seasoned director. A tragic past, an air of mystery, monochromatic dominance, too archetypal, too uninspired. As the pivotal cast member personally selected by this director, image stewardship must begin immediately. Once conceived, the notion took root, irrepressible, inevitable. Furina rose and clapped, once crisp and clear, drawing every eye aboard the deck. Everyone. In celebration of our troupe's newest, most vital edition, and in service of the visual harmony of our grand Straw Hat Theater Company, I hereby declare a magnificent welcome ceremony and image transformation premiere for our esteemed archaeologist, Miss Nico Robin. Image transformation. Usopp paused, mid-tinkering brow furrowed in bewilderment. A banquet? Are we having a banquet? Luffy's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Robin lifted her gaze from the book, meeting Furina's with a subtle, inquisitive smile, as if awaiting the next act in this ever-unfolding theatrical spectacle. Ignoring the chorus of reactions, Furina strode directly to Robin and extended her hand in a graceful, unmistakable gesture of invitation. Miss Robin, as the linchpin who will propel the story forward, your silhouette demands greater, dramatic resonance. Come, let me unveil a wholly new you. Before Robin could reply, Furina snapped her fingers. Water particles coalesced in the air beside her, birthing a shimmering sapphire wardrobe, its doors swinging open to reveal an array of opulent fun-style gowns. Lace, silk, intricate pleats, lavish ornaments. Each garment gleamed with the unmistakable luster of extravagance. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into glittering berry symbols as she lunged forward. These garments. Furina, where on earth did you acquire them? A competent director carries a mobile costume atelier. Is that not self-evident? Furina replied, utterly matter-of-fact. She selected a regal gown adorned with cascading blue roses and delicate lace edging, holding it up before Robin with practiced flair. No, that is too ostentatious. Robin smiled, gently shaking her head. She favored understated, dark-hued attire, a choice born of necessity, allowing her to melt seamlessly into shadow. No, you misunderstand, Furina countered, voice firm and unwavering. You embody intellect and enigma, but enigma need not equate to austerity. You require luminous tones to counterbalance your somber foundation, forging a striking, captivating contrast. Trust me, I am the expert. Sanji-kun, Furina called over her shoulder. Prepare a bespoke afternoon tea and confections for our leading lady. I demand nothing less than a flawless debut. Yes, Miss Furina. Sanji spun a full 360-degree pirouette, heart-shaped sparks dancing in his eyes as he dashed toward the galley. On deck, the crew exchanged bewildered glances. Zoro scoffed, raising his dumbbells with a muttered, how tedious. Luffy, having missed the word banquet, slumped back into listless silence. Minutes later, amid mounting curiosity, the cabin door swung open once more, and Robin emerged. She wore a soft violet off-shoulder gown, its hem embroidered with silver constellations, her raven-black hair swept elegantly into a low chignon, with delicate strands framing her cheeks. The opulence of the attire did not obscure her essence. It fused with her poise and mystique, sparking an alchemy, both unexpected and sublime. She was no longer merely the devil child, ever poised to vanish into darkness. She resembled a noble scholar attending court, steeped in grace, yet heavy with unspoken sorrow. Silence fell across the deck. Sanji froze mid-stride, tray balanced in one hand, nose bleeding freely, face radiant with blissful awe. Nami and Usopp gaped speechless. Even Zoro paused his training, his gaze lingering twice. Humph. Furina folded her arms, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Now that is more like it. The interplay of light and shadow, beauty entwined with peril, that is the true bearing of a worthy second lead. Smile please, for the camera's close-up. Robin regarded their stunned expressions, then met Furina's theatrically earnest directorial bearing. And at last a genuine soft laugh escaped her lips. That smile, no longer a mask of composure but warm, wry, and deeply human, bore traces of fond exasperation and quiet delight. You truly are an extraordinary person, Director San. Just as ease settled over the scene, calamity struck without warning. Nami, look, what's happening to the log pose? Usopp cried out in alarm. All turned to see the log pose salvaged from Whiskey Peak, now affixed to Nami's wrist, pointing unervingly upward, rigid and absolute. It's pointing skyward. Nami's face paled. After years at sea, she had never witnessed such an impossibility. The log pose was the Grand Line's lifeline, designed solely to align with the magnetic field of the next island. It could never point toward empty sky. Could the next island be in the skies? Chopper gasped, voicing the most implausible hypothesis imaginable. Preposterous. Don't speak nonsense. Usopp retorted instantly. As the crew erupted into frantic speculation, an oppressive weight descended from above, silence suffocating, inexorable. The heavens dimmed as if dusk had fallen prematurely. Then, deep within the cloudless azure, a thunderous roar began, distant, yet gathering force. Louder it grew, swelling to a deafening crescendo, a colossal object tearing through the atmosphere at terrifying velocity. The sea trembled, the Going Merry shuddered violently beneath them. What is that sound? An enemy assault. Instantly, every crew member snapped into defensive stance, eyes locked on the sky. There, against the vast, unblemished cerulean, appeared a single expanding black speck, and within moments it resolved into the unmistakable silhouette of a ship. A colossal derelict sailing vessel, hull splintered, sails tattered, plummeted from 10,000 meters, trailing a searing plume of smoke hurtling straight down upon the Going Merry with apocalyptic fury. Evade now! Usopp's voice shattered into raw, desperate terror. A colossal sailing vessel descended from the heavens, rapidly expanding within the onlooker's pupils. Its shadow, vast enough to eclipse the sky, instantly engulfed the Going Merry. The suffocating weight of imminent death thickened the very air. Usopp and Chopper had already clung to each other in terror, shrieking with voices stripped of all humanity. Gomu Gomu no balloon. Luffy reacted instantly. Inhaling deeply, his body swelled into a massive elastic sphere, attempting to rebound the falling ship with sheer resilience. Yet against that leviathan dwarfing even islands, his balloon form seemed pitifully insignificant. Hard to starboard now. Nami screamed toward the helm, her voice raw, but it was already too late. At that razor's edge moment, Fanina's cry pierced even above Luffy's and Usopp's. My dress. For the first time, alarm flickered across her face. Not born of fear for her life, but of profound anguish at the imminent desecration of her newly donned, exquisitely ornate gown by filthy seawater and splintered timber. Mademoiselle Crabaletta, stop that grotesque wreck. With a single command, a sapphire blur erupted from behind Fanina. The armored crab Mademoiselle Crabaletta swelled midair with breathtaking speed, transforming in an instant into a towering azure wall sheathed in a shimmering hydroshield suspended directly above the Going Merry. Her two colossal pincers crossed before her in absolute defiance, bracing to meet the plummeting vessel. Boom! A muffled, earth-shattering impact. The hull of the great ship slammed squarely onto Mademoiselle Crabaletta's carapace. An unimaginable force depressed the entire sea into a colossal concave arc, then violently recoiled, unleashing a tsunami that roared skyward. Blinding cerulean light flared from Mademoiselle Crabaletta's shell, her hydroshield rippled violently, fracturing with countless spiderweb cracks, yet held firm, bearing the cataclysm upon its back. The vessel's descent was arrested. Its immense hull, now tilted precariously, slid past the Going Merry's mast, supported solely by the crab's unwavering stance. Splash! Though the main hull was deflected, shattered planks, severed rigging, and debris rained down in dense torrents. Worse still, the tsunami, surging with wreckage and brine, crashed over them all like a wrathful deluge. Cough, cough. So salty. The Straw Hat crew stood drenched and bedraggled. Though Fanina had swiftly unfurled her crystal parasol, spattered grime still stained the pristine white hem of her gown. Silence fell heavy upon the deck. Seconds later, Fanina gazed down at the unsightly smudges marring her skirt, and her frame began to tremble faintly. A palpable low-pressure aura radiated from her. Unforgivable. She murmured, her voice so low it barely stirred the air. Absolutely unforgivable. In the next breath, she snapped her head up, her delicate features twisted by fury. She pointed imperiously at the great ship, now listing as it sank beneath the waves. Who dares permit such filth to sully my stage? Marquis Obvious. Mademoiselle Nouvellette. Scour this floating refuse from the sea. Every splinter, every shard must vanish. Instantly, the octopus knight and bubble seahorse shot forth like twin beams of light, executing swift, flawless salvage operations. The Straw Hats stared dumbfounded. They had just brushed against oblivion. Yet this young lady's sole preoccupation was the stain upon her skirt. We're saved? Usopp collapsed onto the deck, gasping. "S so strong, that crab." Chopper gazed in awe at Mademoiselle Crabaletta, now restored to her compact form, delicately polishing her carapace with tiny pincers. Zoro sheathed his blades. His gaze upon Fanina sharpened. What he'd witnessed in that flash was power far beyond the ordinary. Hey, look, something's aboard that wreck. Luffy, ever the least restrained, already clung to the rail, pointing excitedly at the sinking hulk. Under Marquis Obvious, efficient salvage objects yet unclaimed by the abyss were drawn upward onto the Going Merry's deck. Most were rotting barrels and crumbling furniture, but one enormous skull entwined in seaweed seized their attention. Whoa, a giant skull. Luffy dashed over, then punched through the hardened calcified layer, encasing the cranium. Clang. With a crisp metallic chime, a tightly rolled parchment, sealed in oiled cloth, tumbled free. Luffy snatched it up and unfurled it with eager curiosity. It was an ancient chart, yellowed with age, its edges tattered, depicting islands adrift high above the clouds rendered in cryptic glyphs and arcane symbols. At its heart stood a magnificent golden city lavishly illustrated and labeled Chandora. Is this the map, eh? Nami leaned in, her instincts as navigator instantly alert. But it shows only clouds and islands. How could such a thing exist? Sky Island. It's real. The Sky Island is real. Luffy, as if discovering a new world, brandished the map aloft, shouting with unrestrained exhilaration. Robin approached silently. Having been instinctively shielded during the chaos by a gentle water bubble summoned by Furina, she remained dry and composed. She glanced at the map in Luffy's hands, then lifted her eyes toward the sky, the direction where the colossal vessel had fallen, and spoke thoughtful and measured. Cumulonimbus cloud. Cumulonimbus cloud. Nami echoed, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Robin extended a finger toward the distant horizon, where a cloud formation impossibly vast loomed like a snow-capped mountain range piercing the heavens. In the west, blue legend tells of the cumulonimbus cloud, a sign that the gateway to the sacred realm is about to open. That ship likely fell from within it. She paused, her gaze settling once more on the map in Luffy's hands. And this chart may be the sole compass guiding us to that realm. Her words stilled the very air upon the deck. All eyes drifted, first from the enigmatic map, then irresistibly toward that majestic, mysterious white mountain hovering on the edge of the world. A place known only in fairy tales and myth. A floating island suspended 10,000 meters above the sea, now revealed itself not through whispers or dreams, but with seismic, undeniable force. Let's go see it. Luffy grinned, radiant with anticipation, his eyes blazing with the fierce, unquenchable fire of adventure. To the island in the sky. The captain's decree became the Straw Hat Pirates' course. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in mystery, even the means of ascent unknown, within every heart burned a single incandescent flame: adventure. Only Furina remained fixated on the blemish staining her skirt. As she directed her summoned creatures in a meticulous, clean sweep, she muttered under her breath, "Sky Island. Sounds like a splendid stage setting. But before ascending, I must bathe and change. This ensemble is utterly ruined." The objective was set, but challenges surged forth without pause. Even with a map, how on earth are we supposed to ascend? Usopp leaned over the railing, his brow furrowed in dismay as he gazed at the distant, unreachable cumulonimbus cloud. Indeed, ships don't fly. Chopper sighed dejectedly. Though the Going Merry had been ingeniously reinforced by Usopp's craftsmanship and grown ever sturdier, it remained at heart an ordinary vessel bound to the sea's surface. Soaring 10,000 meters into the sky defied all known laws of reason. Just as despair began to settle upon the crew, Zoro's ears twitched, and his gaze sharpened, locking onto the distant sea. A ship's approaching. On the horizon, a vessel of bizarre design sped swiftly toward them. Its figurehead was a grinning monkey, its sails bore bold banana motifs, and its deck teemed with crewmen clad in outlandish attire, each bearing uncanny resemblance to primates. "Hey, ship ahead. That wreck belongs to the Simian pirates. Hand over everything you've salvaged now." At the bow stood a towering man, thick with chest hair and a face eerily reminiscent of an anthropoid ape, bellowing through a colossal megaphone toward the Going Merry. He was Masla, captain of the Simian pirates, the self-proclaimed salvage king. "Huh, just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so." Luffy planted his hands on his hips, unflinching. "We found it fair and square. Enough talk. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Masla, impatient to the core, drew a deep breath, his chest swelling, visibly thickening beyond the girth of a wine barrel. "Oh, a fight." Luffy cracked his knuckles, eyes alight with exhilaration. "Wait, Luffy." Nami seized his arm urgently. "What we need now is intelligence, not brawling." As Nami attempted diplomacy, Masla was already poised. With a powerful lunge, he plunged beneath the waves, leaving only a vast rippling silhouette upon the sea's surface. Seconds later, a thunderous cascade of bubbling roars erupted, and a colossal vortex spiraled open upon the water. "Behold, this is my pride, the lung-capacity salvage technique." Masla's voice boomed up from the depths, muffled yet resonant. Then, astonishingly, the wreck, half submerged and long entombed in oceanic gloom, was wrenched upward by the vortex's immense suction, tearing free from the seabed. "Whoa! Incredible!" Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared spellbound. Masla surfaced, shaking seawater from his mane and smirking. "Humph! Now do you grasp my mastery? All wrecks in these waters are treasures of Captain Masla himself." As he basked in the Straw Hat's awestruck gazes, a cool, faintly disdainful voice drifted down from the Going Merry. "Your efficiency is abysmal. Your performance overly theatrical and utterly devoid of grace." Furina had quietly changed into a pristine white dress, her parasol held aloft as she surveyed Masla from above, her expression that of a connoisseur appraising a clumsy apprentice. "What did you say, little girl?" Masla's pride flared, his glare locked onto Furina. I said your salvage method resembles nothing more than a third-rate circus clown's act. Loud, flashy, yet fundamentally wasteful. As you command, my lady Furina. The octopus knight Lord Usher executed a flawless knightly bow, then slipped soundlessly beneath the waves. Unlike Masla's violent vortex, Lord Usher's 8 tentacles moved with liquid grace, each coiling like a sentient serpent of the deep. One tentacle gently lifted a massive section of hull, placing it steadily beside the Going Merry, while another swept across the seabed, like a vacuum gathering scattered gold coins and jewels into a gleaming heap. Still others probed deep within the wreck's cabins, retrieving intact furniture and navigational instruments with surgical care. Every motion flowed seamlessly, no superfluous gesture, no turbulent ripple disturbing the calm. Within minutes, every valuable remnant of the sunken vessel lay meticulously sorted and arrayed upon the sea's surface, like a floating warehouse sculpted from order itself. Its speed and precision dwarfed Masla's brute force technique 100-fold. Masla and his entire crew stood petrified, frozen mid-breath. Mouths agape, they stared at this near-miraculous spectacle, their minds utterly blank. What is this monster? 8 arms, no, 8 tentacles working in perfect unison. How is such a thing possible? Furina observed her handiwork with quiet satisfaction, then cast Masla a glance that silently asked, have you learned? See for yourself, this is professionalism. Your method shatters the integrity of the props, complicating every subsequent stage of stagecraft. Well, suddenly Masla unleashed a cry so thunderous it shook the air, a sob born not of rage or resentment, but of total devastation. His pride, as the salvage king, shattered by an incomprehensible transcendent disparity in skill. I've lost my vaunted lung capacity, my years of relentless training. Before this octopus, they mean nothing. He cradled his head, weeping uncontrollably in the sea like a child. Captain. His crew collapsed into shared wailing despair. The Straw Hat crew watched dumbfounded. He's actually crying. Luffy scratched his head, awkwardly apologetic. Don't cry, okay? Your vortex was pretty impressive. You made it huge. Yeah, it had real presence. Usopp chimed in, trying to comfort. Yet their reassurances only deepened Masla's sobs. Finally, Robin stepped forward, offering a gentle smile as she questioned the tear-drenched Masla about Sky Island. Perhaps humbled by Furina's overwhelming prowess, or simply exhausted by sorrow, he sniffled and ceased his weeping. He glanced first at the Straw Hat crew, then toward the towering cumulonimbus cloud, wiping his nose. You wish to reach Sky Island. You fools, chasing dreams just like me. He saw his own reflection in their resolve, and his tone softened. I hold no direct knowledge of Sky Island, but there is a place where clues may be found. Masla pointed toward a sector of the Grand Line. Go to Jaya Island. There lies a port town called Mock Town, a haven for pirates, a lawless den of outlaws and chaos. If any soul in this world knows the path to Sky Island, it will be among those madmen. But heed my warning, he added, glancing warily at Furina and Lord Usher behind her, his expression complex. Those men are not as accommodating as I am. With this vital intelligence secured, Nami immediately ordered the Going Merry to alter course, full speed ahead toward Jaya Island. Before departing, Luffy shouted back, hey big ape, next time let's race. Who can haul up more treasure? Masla watched the receding ship, paused, then broke into a broad grin, punching the sky with defiant joy. Damn brat. Next time I will win. Thus ended the brief tempest. The Going Merry sailed onward, carrying a crew of dreamers whose hearts soared toward the heavens, bound for the legendary town of Mock Town, a place steeped in sin, yet pulsing with boundless opportunity. 2 days later, atop the crow's nest of the Going Merry, Usopp let out an excited shout. There it is. Jaya Island, the town of Mock Town. The crew gathered at the bow, gazing toward the horizon, where a strangely shaped island emerged from the sea. Half was cloaked in dense primeval forest, the other half sprawled as a chaotic, haphazard town, its architecture a jarring collage of clashing styles. The closer they drew, the thicker the air grew with disorder and foreboding. A pungent melange of alcohol, sweat, and low-grade gunpowder hung heavy in every breath. At the harbor, pirate ships bearing Skull and Bones flags lay moored, each scarred, battered, and radiating raw, unrefined ferocity. In the town streets, drunken pirates brawled openly, women in revealing attire beckoned passers-by, explosions and raucous curses erupted without pause. Here there was no order, no law, only the primal law of the strong devouring the weak. Whoa, what an extraordinary place. Sanji exhaled a slow smoke ring, his expression grave. It feels terrifying. Chopper had already ducked behind Zoro's legs, peering out with only half his head visible. Nami and Usopp turned pale, gripping the railing so tightly their knuckles whitened, as if at any moment marauders would swarm aboard and plunder them utterly. Luffy alone remained blissfully unfazed, eyes sparkling as he stared at the town. So many pirates. And look, there must be delicious restaurants. Then from behind the crew, Furina stepped forward with quiet grace. She held aloft an exquisitely delicate lace parasol, its pristine white canopy starkly contrasting the squalor and chaos surrounding her. She cast but a single dismissive glance downward at Mock Town, and her brows knit sharply together. Vulgar, chaotic, filthy. She murmured almost to herself, voice barely audible. The stage set is haphazard, the extras' costumes devoid of taste. Even the very air reeks of aesthetic bankruptcy, nauseating in its ugliness. This is no theater, it is a grotesque farce. Her disdain had reached its zenith. Very well, let us descend and seek our clues. Luffy, already poised to leap ashore, cried out eagerly. Wait, Luffy. Nami seized his arm. It's too dangerous here. We must proceed with caution, perhaps even disguise ourselves. Unnecessary. Furina cut her off, her tone calm, yet laced with unassailable authority. As members of the Straw Hat Grand Theater Troupe, we uphold dignity on every stage, no matter how crude its foundations. To skulk and conceal oneself. That is the hallmark of third-rate villains. With that, she descended the gangplank first, her figure beneath the crystal parasol like a princess who had wandered by tragic accident into a slum. Her immaculate opulent gown stood in jarring dissonance against the grime and disorder around her, immediately drawing every eye in the street. Those gazes burned with greed, lust, and ill intent. A burly pirate, his face thick with muscle and a gold tooth glinting in his grin, swaggered over with a lewd smirk. Well now, little dove, you're quite the looker. All alone. Care to keep me company? His words died mid-sentence. He froze rigid as stone. Before him hovered a translucent crystalline seahorse, wrought entirely of water, its blank and motionless eyes fixed upon him. An icy chill slithered up his spine, jolting him halfway sober. The seahorse merely released a single perfect bubble, floating with eerie precision to envelop the pirate's head. Panic seized him. He could neither cry out nor draw breath. As suffocation clawed at his mind, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. The bubble burst silently. He crumpled to the ground, limp and still. The entire act unfolded without sound, elegant, effortless, chilling. Furina did not deign to glance back. She continued forward, unhurried, serene. Soon after, several more reckless pirates attempted to ambush her from behind, drawn by the apparent value of her ornate jewelry. But before they could close the distance, a massive liquid octopus tentacle surged from the shadow behind Furina, sweeping them aside with casual, devastating force, hurling them headlong into nearby heaps of refuse. The rest of the Straw Hat crew followed in Furina's wake, their earlier tension melting away. With such a formidable stagehand clearing the path, Mocktown no longer seemed so fearsome. Furina, she's incredible. Usopp whispered in awe. Mere parlor tricks, Furina replied without turning, her voice still lofty and detached, merely removing unsightly debris from the stage. They traversed the riotous streets until Luffy, drawn by aroma, halted before the busiest tavern. This one, he declared. I smell roasted meat. And with that, he shoved open the tavern's rickety wooden door. Creak. A shrill grating screech echoed as the hinges groaned, and the tavern's cacophony fell instantly silent. Every gaze snapped to the doorway. Smoke coiled lazily through the dim air. The patrons were a motley assembly of pirates, each bearing bounties exceeding 10 million belly. They regarded the newcomers, so conspicuously out of place, with cold, hostile scrutiny. Luffy paid them no mind, striding straight to the bar. Hey bartender, bring me the largest roast you've got. Just then a mocking laugh boomed from the center of the tavern. Ha ha ha. Sky Island. Did you hear that? In this age, someone actually believes that fairy tale? It's absolutely hilarious. All eyes turned toward a large central table where a flamboyantly dressed man sat, sharp-jawed, golden hair draped between two women roaring with laughter. Coins and bottles littered his table. He was Bellamy, the hyena with a bounty of 55 million belly, among the most vicious of the new generation. Bellamy noticed the straw hats. Rising unsteadily, he strode over, his gaze sweeping across them, then lingering possessively on Nami and Robin. Hey, you lot. Are you fools also chasing that Sky Island nonsense? He sneered, voice dripping with contempt. In that instant, the air itself hardened thick with impending storm. Bellamy's shout instantly detonated the undercurrents simmering in the tavern. One by one, pirates who had buried their heads in their mugs lifted their gazes, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement like hyenas sizing up prey. Luffy opened his mouth to speak, but Nami darted forward before he could utter a word, her face plastered with a practiced hollow smile. Misunderstanding. We're just passing through, asking around. Since it's nothing, we'll be on our way. She was a seasoned veteran. This man radiated the feral, unhinged aura of a rabid dog, and malice hung so thick in the tavern it seemed ready to drip from the rafters, until she knew his true measure. Discretion was wisdom. Yet Bellamy had no intention of accepting that script. He lunged forward, seizing Nami's chin with brutal force, and wrenching her face upward, his grin slick and repulsive, passing through. You lot are too soft-skinned and delicate to be pirates. You look more like children playing at adventure. Especially you, girl. A navigator, aren't you? Rather than chasing that phantom Sky Island, why not stay and warm my bed, eh? Remove your filthy hand. Sanji's voice froze solid. Though his eyes were hidden beneath his fringe, murderous intent locked onto Bellamy's skull, and his right foot lifted slightly off the floor. Shink. Zoro's thumb slid open the tsuba of his sword Wado Ikamanji, revealing half an inch of glinting steel. With but a glance from Luffy, this tavern would become a slaughterhouse. Yet a straw hat-clad hand rose calmly between them. Zoro. Sanji. Luffy didn't even glance at Bellamy. His tone was placid, as if remarking on the fine weather, there's no need for this fight. Huh. Sanji's cigarette-laced lips parted slightly, Zoro's brow furrowed. Bellamy blinked, then erupted into shrill, mocking laughter. He released Nami and swung his arm in a full arc, driving a thunderous punch straight into Luffy's face. Thud. The impact sent Luffy flying backward, crashing headlong into the bar, bottles shattering in a cascade of glass and liquor. But Luffy pushed himself upright, wiped blood from his lip with the back of his hand, and his gaze remained clear, unclouded by rage or retaliation. Ha ha ha. See that? A spineless coward. Bellamy leapt onto the bar, pointing at Luffy like a demagogue addressing the masses. A wretch too terrified to strike back dares speak of dreams. Wake up. The age of pirates has already changed. He spread his arms wide, basking in the crowd's roaring approval. This is the era of realism. Only the belly in your fist, the woman seized in your arms, is real. Dreams. That childish nonsense belongs rotting in the sewer. Brilliant. Boss Bellamy. Sky Island. A fairy tale for fools. Go home and suckle brats. As if signaled, the pirates hurled dregs of wine, cold food, and greasy scraps, rain-like, upon Luffy and Zoro. Icy liquor dripped from Zoro's emerald hair, a Luffy's straw hat soaked through. They stood like statues, silent, unmoving, unflinching, enduring the onslaught without protest. Nami watched, trembling with fury, her nails biting deep into her palms. Why won't you fight back? Luffy. Zoro. You hate nothing more than mockery of dreams. This fight must not happen. Luffy rose from the shards of glass, wiped liquor from his face, and flashed Nami a grin. It was the serenity of a sovereign, but to Bellamy it looked like surrender. Just as Bellamy prepared to deliver yet more humiliating taunts, clap, clap, clap. A crisp, languid, almost perfunctory applause sliced through the tavern's clamor. Every motion froze. Dozens of eyes snapped toward the corner, where the elegantly incongruous young woman had sat since entering. She hadn't removed her sunglasses, merely tilted her head slightly as though she'd just endured an excruciatingly dull farce. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. Furina's voice, though soft, carried innate resonance. Crystalline and piercing, reaching every ear. Is this Gaia Island's signature performance? A textbook example of third-rate villainy. A clumsy solo act. The air turned leaden. Bellamy's smirk locked in place, his brows twitched twice. What did you say? Can't comprehend. I said your acting is abysmal, 0 points. Furina crossed her legs, even pausing to smooth her skirt. Her critique delivered with the detached precision of a seasoned director. First, your dialogue is painfully cliched. The age of dreams is over. Please, such antiquated platitudes haven't graced even third-rate scripts for decades. Yet you recite them with fervent conviction. That blind confidence, I must applaud. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. Second, your physicality is grotesquely overwrought. To project dominance, you tilt your chin too high and lean forward excessively. In theatrical terms, that's overacting, and it only betrays your inner insecurity. True strength requires no strutting rooster display. One of Bellamy's henchmen instinctively glanced at his boss, whose posture indeed mirrored a ruffled, furious cock. Finally, and most revolting of all, Furina raised a single gloved finger, shaking it gently, her tone laced with profound disappointment. Your core motivation is utterly false. You mock dreams, not because you disbelieve, but because you fear. You fear those who dare pursue them, for their light exposes how pitiful your so-called reality truly is, built solely upon violence and plunder. She extended her black-gloved hand, gesturing first toward Luffy, then toward Bellamy. You aren't mocking him. You're barking impotently at your own reflection. Each word struck like a scalpel, precisely dissecting Bellamy's swagger, laying bare his fragile ego in gory, humiliating detail. Muffled snorts began to bubble up. Eyes once filled with awe now gleamed with contemptuous amusement, the gaze reserved for clowns. Bellamy's face flushed a deep, bruised purple. He could endure Luffy's indifference. He could swallow Nami's rejection. But this intellectual and existential humiliation, this condescension from the very marrow of his being, shattered him utterly. You wretched woman, shut your mouth. Boom. Bellamy roared, and in an instant his legs coiled like pressurized springs. He launched himself like a cannonball, fist cleaving the air with a sonic crack, aimed straight at Furina's flawless face. Die. Yet, just as the wind of his blow grazed Furina's hair, everything stopped. Abruptly. Utterly. Without warning, a colossal, deep blue armored crab claw materialized out of thin air, snapping shut, like a trap, effortlessly pinching Bellamy's wrist, as though swatting a fly. The momentum capable of pulverizing stone vanished into the claw's grip, as if swallowed by the sea. Bellamy hung suspended midair, kicking wildly, straining, futilely, unable to advance a single centimeter. Furina didn't even lift her eyelids. Still holding her juice glass, her voice was cool, detached, as if instructing a servant to discard, refuse. Violence is the final veil worn by those who lack the language to speak. She took a delicate sip, then waved her hand dismissively, This performance has collapsed. Mademoiselle Craboletta, please dispose of the debris. Crack. The crab claw clenched, bone snapping with a sickening teeth-rattling crispness. Eh. Bellamy shrieked like a slaughtered hog. Then the massive pincer whipped sideways, hurling him like a ragdoll against the wall with bone-jarring force. Boom. Cracks spiderwebbed across the plaster. Bellamy slid down unconscious, eyes rolled back, utterly spent. Silence reigned absolute. The pirates who'd been jeering moments before now resembled ducks with their throats squeezed, mouths agape, soundless. Furina rose gracefully, brushing non-existent dust from her skirt, then addressed the stunned Straw Hat crew. Let us depart. A troupe incapable of delivering even its own lines fluently insults my aesthetic sensibility with every additional second spent here. She strode out without looking back, the rhythmic tap of her heels on the wooden floor, the sole sound remaining. Nami swallowed hard watching that proud retreating figure, and realized the water god's tongue was far more devastating than any cannon. Luffy glanced back at Bellamy, slumped like a lifeless sack against the wall. He lowered his straw hat, and the boyish grin had vanished, replaced by something deeper, quieter, the quiet gravity of awakening. Stepping out of the tavern, the blinding sunlight made Nami's eyelids twitch. Luffy, why did you stop Zoro and Sanji just now? Letting others defile us like dogs. Could you really bear it? Why didn't you strike back? Luffy didn't flinch as she shook him violently by the collar. His head swayed helplessly, yet his face lit up once more with that carefree wide grin. Nami, what's the point in quarreling with people who've lost even the will to dream? He adjusted his straw hat with one hand, his tone as calm as if discussing lunch. This fight wasn't worth having. Nami froze. She stared at Luffy, then turned to Zoro, standing silently beside them. Both were drenched in wine stains and blood, battered and disheveled, as though they'd crawled from a refuse heap. Yet their eyes remained clear, unwavering, utterly resolute. It was the serene indifference of a lion refusing to answer a dog's bark. Just then a thunderous wild laugh erupted from the roadside, rough, unrestrained, and fierce. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Well said, lad. You've won this brawl. Everyone whirled around. There, perched boldly on the curb, sat a man of staggering build. His face was thick with coarse flesh, his skin deeply tanned, and 3 antique firearms hung heavy at his waist as he crammed half-eaten cherry pie into his mouth. Marshal D. Teach, the future, Yonko Blackbeard, sat there like an iron monolith. Who are you? Luffy tilted his head curiously. Just a passing pirate, Blackbeard waved dismissively, then took another massive bite, mumbling through crumbs, though I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed the little drama inside that tavern. In 3 quick bites, he devoured the rest of the pie and surged upright. His colossal shadow instantly engulfed them. He slapped his round belly and swept his hawk-like gaze over the wounds marring Luffy's and Zoro's bodies. Skypiea exists. The bustling street fell deathly silent, as if muted mid-breath. Luffy and Nami both gasped, eyes widening in unison. New era or old, it makes no difference. Those who babble empty rhetoric are simply tedious beyond measure. Blackbeard picked idly at his teeth with a thumbnail, and for a fleeting moment his rugged face softened into an expression chillingly profound. Listen well, brats. He stepped forward, his voice rolling like distant thunder across the ground, shaking hearts to their core. A person's dream never ends. What does mockery matter? There is never just one path to the summit. Go forth. So long as you refuse to surrender, one day you'll behold vistas no narrow-minded frog could ever imagine. Those words struck like lightning, shattering every trace of humiliation and doubt that had festered within Luffy and Nami since the tavern. Who would have guessed this grizzled, grease-slicked stranger burned with the very same fire as Luffy? Mister. Luffy gazed at him, eyes shining like twin stars. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Blackbeard roared with laughter and pounded Luffy's shoulder, so hard he nearly drove him into the earth. Today's cherry pie, absolutely divine. That wretched tavern's liquor, though, awful beyond words. Until we meet again, dream chasers. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he strode off with swaggering, defiant strides, laughter echoing behind him. They watched his singular silhouette vanish around the corner, speechless for a long while. What a strange man, Usopp murmured, scratching his head. But what he said, Nami whispered, her heart still pounding fiercely. Only Furina remained silent throughout. She stood motionless beneath the delicate lace parasol, deep in shadow, her mirrored sunglasses fixed intently on the direction Blackbeard had disappeared, her expression gravely, unprecedentedly stern. To Luffy and his crew, he was merely a boisterous eccentric. But to Furina's elemental perception, he was a walking black hole. Within him coiled an unfathomable, nauseating darkness, an energy of pure consumption, annihilation, and boundless ambition. This sense of peril dwarfed even crocodiles by several magnitudes. And just then, when Blackbeard turned, his gaze flickered seemingly casual toward Furina. That glance carried weight. A chill ran down Furina's spine, as if some primordial beast had locked onto her. In that instant he had sensed something. Their invisible gazes met fleetingly in midair, sparking silent electric tension. Blackbeard's lips stretched into an even wider, greedier grin. It held 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts amusement, and 4 parts the feverish thrill two predators feel upon catching each other's scent. He even raised an imaginary glass toward Furina in a silent toast before vanishing into laughter. Damn, what kind of monstrous actor is this? Furina withdrew her gaze, palms faintly damp. His script must be grander than anyone dares imagine. And his eyes, something's wrong with them. Instinctively she glanced back. Only empty air met her eyes. Yet her intuition as a performer whispered truth in that fleeting glance. Blackbeard hadn't seen Furina, not the woman known to the Straw Hats, but rather the spectral silhouette of Furina, the water god, unseen, even by Luffy's crew. This man was profoundly dangerous. She must keep far, far away. Humph. Furina drew a slow breath, swiftly recomposing herself into the haughty director she always was. Enough lingering here, cast members. Her voice rang crisp and commanding, instantly snapping everyone back to attention. Now that we've received encouragement from an unexpected mentor, let's not waste my time. Let's go. Find a man who knows how to reach the sky. I'd. Rekindled by Blackbeard's words, the Straw Hat crew surged back to life, spirits blazing anew. Ignoring the town's suspicious stares, they marched resolutely toward the forest on the far side of Gyre Island, the place where Nami had learned their next lead awaited. There lived a man known only as the Great Liar, and he alone held the key to ascending into the heavens. Passing through Mocktown, the Straw Hat crew ventured into the primeval forest on the other side of Gyre Island. Unlike the chaos of Mocktown, this place was teeming with vitality, yet equally fraught with hidden dangers. According to the intelligence Nami had obtained, the man they sought was named Mont-Blanc Cricket, who resided in a peculiar house by the seaside. As the crew emerged from the forest and reached the coastline, they were instantly stunned by the sight before them. A colossal wooden house had been split cleanly in two, with only one half standing lonesome on the shore, while the other half had vanished without a trace. What on earth happened here? Usopp gaped in astonishment. Could there have been a battle here too? Sanji scanned their surroundings warily. Just as confusion gripped the crew, a lean, dark-skinned man, wearing a diving helmet, emerged from the sea nearby. He froze for a moment upon seeing the Straw Hats, then removed his helmet, revealing a weathered, sun-beaten face. Who are you people? What business do you have here? He asked, his voice somewhat hoarse. Excuse me, are you Mr. Mont-Blanc Cricket? Robin stepped forward and inquired politely. The man nodded. That's me. What do you want? We'd like to ask you about Skypiea, Luffy stated bluntly. At the mention of Skypiea, a profound shift flickered across Cricket's eyes. He fell silent for a moment, then turned and walked toward the half-standing house. Come inside first. The crew followed him into the dwelling. The interior was sparsely furnished, the walls adorned with various diving equipment and salvaged antiques, while a massive sea chart was spread across the table. Before anyone could take a seat, a piercing shriek suddenly tore through the air outside. Woo-wee. The sound seemed capable of piercing eardrums and stabbing straight into the brain, sending Usopp and Chopper instantly clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Nami and Sanji also felt waves of dizziness wash over them. It's that gorilla. Cricket's expression shifted as he rushed to the window. Out on the sea, another monkey-themed pirate ship was drawing near. Standing at its bow was a man even larger and more ape-like than Masira. His mouth was wide open, unleashing a terrifying sonic assault upon the Going Merry. He was the other captain of the ape pirate crew, the undersea explorer Doniger. Bastards. Not you again. How dare you trespass on our territory? Doniger had clearly misunderstood the situation, mistaking the Straw Hats for invaders. More of this crude noise. Furina wrinkled her brow in annoyance. She detested such discordant sounds that shattered the atmosphere of the stage. She strolled to the window, too indolent to even lift a finger, merely snapping them. Madame Hevema. The bubble seahorse, Madame Hevema, materialized behind her, and with graceful elegance expelled a stream of iridescent multicolored bubbles toward Doniger's direction. Those bubbles appeared exquisitely beautiful and utterly harmless. Yet the moment Doniger's sonic waves made contact with them, they were completely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. The entire world fell into instant silence. What? Doniger stared in shock as his signature technique was neutralized, utterly incredulous. Madame Hevema then expelled an enormous bubble. It drifted before Doniger and suddenly burst, releasing a melodious sacred strain of ethereal music. Under the influence of this divine melody, Doniger and all his subordinates involuntarily lowered their weapons, pressed their palms together in prayer, and wore expressions of serene repentance upon their faces, as if their very souls had been purified. What is this? Usopp scrambled up from the ground, staring dumbfounded at the scene. A silencing bubble coupled with sacred hymn frequencies that evoke positive emotions. Furina explained coolly. More than sufficient to handle such savages who only know how to produce noise. At that moment, Masira arrived in his own ship. Witnessing the scene, he hastily explained the situation to Doniger. With the misunderstanding resolved, Doniger finally returned to normal. His gaze upon Furina was now tinged with profound reverence. Cricket took note of everything, gaining a new appreciation for the Straw Hat's capabilities. He let out a sigh and resumed his seat, beginning to recount a tale that had been sealed for 400 years. My ancestor was named Mont-Blanc Noland, an explorer from a kingdom in the North Blue 400 years ago. Cricket's voice transported the crew back to that magnificent, tumultuous era of grand voyages. Noland was a great explorer who sailed to the Grand Line where he encountered a powerful tribe on Jaya Island afflicted by a devastating tree fever, the Shandians. He cured them using his botanical knowledge and forged a deep friendship with their chieftain, the great warrior Calgera. In gratitude, the Shandians invited him to behold the treasure they safeguarded, a city built entirely of gold, the Golden City, Shandora. Upon returning to his homeland, Noland reported the existence of the Golden City to his king. Consumed by greed, the monarch organized a massive fleet, and with 2,000 soldiers followed Noland back to Jaya Island. However, when they arrived, the Golden City and half of Jaya Island had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The king flew into a rage, believing Noland had deceived him. In the end, the great explorer Montblanc Noland was publicly executed for the crime of treason against the crown and branded with the infamous epithet, Liar Noland, his name cursed for generations. Ever since then, the men of the Montblanc family have dived into these waters generation after generation to wash away our ancestors' tarnished name and prove that the Golden City truly exists. Cricket pointed to the diving gear hanging on the wall, a resolute gleam burning in his eyes. And I am no exception. The story concluded, and the room fell into profound silence. It was a heavy and sorrowful tale, a tragedy of dreams, friendship, and wrongful persecution. Then, where did the Golden City actually go? Chopper whispered. I don't know. Cricket shook his head. But my ancestor left one final line in his diary. I truly heard the bell of the Golden City. That half of the island. Robin suddenly spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shining in her eyes. Could it be that it ascended into the skies? Cricket's head snapped up, staring at Robin with eyes full of astonishment. Exactly. He rose excitedly to his feet. That's precisely what I've been thinking. That vanished half-island, that Golden City, it must have been lifted by some colossal force 10,000 meters into the sky, becoming Skypiea. He walked to the window and pointed toward a massive, slowly forming whirlpool on the ocean's surface. And the only force capable of doing this is the most terrifying natural phenomenon of the Grand Line, the knock-up stream. Cricket explained that the knock-up stream occurs when a colossal underwater cavern is filled with seawater under immense pressure, then instantly vaporized by geothermal heat, generating inconceivable energy that blasts everything on the surface high into the sky. Tomorrow at noon, the knock-up stream will erupt right here. It's the only opportunity to reach Skypiea. He fixed his burning gaze upon the straw hats. But that force is enough to tear steel apart. Your ship won't withstand it. Then what do we do? Nami asked urgently. Reinforce it. Cricket declared. I'll join forces with Masira and Doniger, using all our expertise to modify your ship so it can withstand the impact. However, there's one most critical issue. He produced a map and pointed to the center of the whirlpool. To enter the heart of the current with precision, we need a special bird for navigation. It's called a south bird, found only in this forest, and it's active exclusively at night. Time is running short. Cricket glanced at the sky. We must catch a south bird before dawn. Night descended upon Jaya Island, and its forest grew eerie and uncanny. Woo call. Calls of unknown creatures rose and fell in the darkness. Tree shadows stretched long beneath the moonlight, twisting into grotesque clawed silhouettes. So terrifying. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, trembling uncontrollably. Behind them, Luffy and Sanji brandished nets, scanning the gloom for traces of the compass bird. Meanwhile, Fuyumi strolled leisurely at the rear of the group. She found the pitch-black, damp, and muddy environment faintly distasteful. Yet at the thought of the impending performance, a mischievous smile curled unbidden at the corner of her lips. A midnight forest, the quintessential horror film setting, she murmured softly, snapping her fingers. Lighting, sound design, atmosphere, all still lacking something essential. As director, it is my duty to elevate this scene into something truly extraordinary. She subtly summoned the power of water. Up ahead, Usopp suddenly felt a chilling draft brush the nape of his neck. He froze and slowly turned. There, suspended from a towering oak behind him, hung a spectral figure, faceless, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Ghost! Usopp shrieked, his eyes bulging wide with terror. Where is it? Curious, Luffy leaned in, only to discover it was nothing more than several dew-drenched, oversized leaves, their surfaces catching and refracting moonlight. Was it just a hallucination? Usopp patted his chest, still shaken. Yet this was only the beginning. Then, faint and wavering, a woman's mournful weeping drifted from the forest's heart, unervingly clear in the hushed night. And now there's another sound. Chopper's fur bristled upright as he dove headfirst into Sanji's arms. Don't worry, Chopper. It's just the wind. Sanji offered reassurance, but even he clenched his fists tight. Only Fuyumi knew the phantom was a mirage born of water droplets refracting moonlight, the weeping. A sonic illusion crafted by precisely timed water drops striking leaves of varying textures. Watching Usopp and Chopper quake in abject terror, she savored the delicious thrill of a prank perfectly executed. Actorly immersion is excellent, fear expressions are utterly authentic. She mentally awarded the scene 9 points, like a true director reviewing a take. Just as she reveled in her theatrical mastery, Luffy suddenly bellowed, "Found it!" It's Nan Bird. All turned toward the voice, to see perched on a nearby branch a peculiar avian creature. A crimson compass-shaped mark adorned its head, who, no matter how it twisted or turned its beak, remained unwaveringly pointed south. Catch it now. They sprang into action. But the compass bird proved astonishingly alert. Each time they drew near, it darted away just in time. After a chaotic, breathless chase, they collapsed exhausted and empty-handed. No good. It's far too agile. Sanji wiped sweat from his brow. Leave it to me. Fuyumi, who had watched the spectacle with detached amusement, finally stepped forward. She deemed the pursuit dragging on too long, its pacing sluggish, its tension sagging. With effortless grace, she raised her hand. Countless glistening droplets coalesced from the air, swirling into a flawless, translucent sphere within her palm. Within the orb's crystalline surface, the compass bird shimmered in perfect reflection. Stage freeze, she whispered. In the next breath, wonder unfolded. Mid-flight, the bird's wings beat against thickened air, as if swimming through viscous liquid. Each flap grew laborious, its speed plummeted. Fuyumi had intensified humidity and resistance within a narrow radius, using hydrokinetic precision. Luffy seized the moment. His arm shot forth like a whip. Rubber, net. A vast net descended from above, enveloping the slowed bird with surgical accuracy. Got it. Luffy cried out, jubilant. Brilliant. A chorus of cheers erupted. Fuyumi lowered her hand, her expression calm and unruffled, utterly indifferent to applause. She turned to retrace her steps, then halted abruptly, brows delicately furrowed, gaze fixed beyond the forest toward Korek's residence. Moi. Nami noticed her stillness. What is it, Fuyumi? Do you smell anything unusual? Fuyumi asked. They inhaled deeply. Beyond the earthy fragrance of soil and foliage, a faint, acrid scent lingered, smoke unmistakably charred. At that very instant, a malevolent crimson glow erupted high in the distant night sky, soaring upward, staining half the heavens blood red. It emanated from Korek's home. Fire. Zoro's gaze sharpened instantly. No, Korek-san and the others. Luffy's face drained of color. Back. We must go back, now. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the shore, clutching the captured bird. The forest, moments ago a realm of dread, now seemed merely a desperate corridor of urgency. The meticulously staged midnight thriller ended abruptly, its final act drowned in the rising inferno. And now a far graver drama began, one forged in wrath, lit by vengeance, and poised to unfold. When the Straw Hat crew burst frantically out of the forest and raced back to the shore, the sight before them made their eyes blaze with fury. Half of Korea's cottage now roared with fierce flames, thick black smoke coiling upward into the night sky. Mizura and the ape, supposedly working through the night to refit the Mary, lay unconscious on the ground, drenched in blood. And Koreha himself, the stubborn guardian of ancestral honor, was pinned beneath the boots of several pirates. His treasured diving helmet lay shattered at his feet, his face was slashed and bruised, but still he clutched fiercely to his chest an ancient weathered journal. Uncle Koreha, Luffy roared, charging forward. The pirates glanced up in momentary surprise at the Straw Hat's return, then smirked with renewed arrogance. Their leader was none other than Saxius, the most trusted lieutenant of Bellamy, nicknamed Great Dagger. Oh, so you haven't left yet? Saxius sneered at Luffy. Perfect, saves us the trouble of hunting you down. It's you. Sanji's eyes blazed with wrath. What did you do to Uncle Koreha? What did we do? Ha ha ha. Saxius laughed wildly, stomping hard on Korea's back. Why, we've come to reclaim our captain's rightful spoils. And incidentally, to teach this arrogant old fool a lesson for clinging to his phantom golden city. He gestured toward a nearby object, a massive golden pillar gleaming with radiant light, being dragged away by ropes held by several pirates. That pillar, a relic of Shandora, the fabled golden city, had taken Koreha countless hours and relentless effort to salvage from the ocean depths. Give the gold back to Uncle. Luffy's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, his voice dropping low and ominous. Give it back. Why should we? Saxius scoffed. Captain Bellamy says in this age only what you seize is real. Men like him, who live for illusions of glory, along with their so-called treasures, deserve nothing but to be trampled beneath our feet. Those words ignited the fuse within Luffy's soul. This was no mere personal insult. It was desecration of unwavering devotion, a violation of everything he held sacred. You bastards. In an instant, Luffy vanished from sight and reappeared before Saxius, delivering a thunderous punch. But Saxius had anticipated it. With a grotesque cackle, he twisted aside and drew his enormous dagger, slashing toward Luffy. Zoro arrived just in time, blocking the strike with Wado Ikamanji, the clash of steel erupting in blinding sparks. Battle erupted instantly. The Straw Hat crew clashed fiercely with Bellamy's crew. Yet the pirates outnumbered them, and each was a hardened outlaw bred in the lawless streets of Mock Town. Though formidable, the Straw Hats were forced to divide their attention, shielding the gravely injured Koreha and his two companions, leaving them locked in desperate combat. Furina did not join the fray. She stood silently beyond the battlefield, umbrella raised, observing with icy detachment. Her gaze swept over Koreha, beaten into the dirt, over the stolen golden pillar, over the fury burning uncontrollably across Luffy's face. She offered no barbed taunts, as she had done in the tavern, nor lifted a finger to aid her allies. She stood as both the coldest spectator and the most exacting director, calmly appraising the chaos unfolding before her. The groundwork is complete, she murmured softly. A revered elder humiliated. A symbol of dreams seized. The protagonist's friends grievously wounded. Every element required to ignite his wrath has been assembled. She stepped quietly to Luffy's side. At that moment he was entangled with several foes. Though he could overwhelm them easily, his rage and urgency clouded his movements. Furina did not glance at his attackers. Her eyes remained fixed solely on Luffy. From the four-dimensional pocket of her skirt, she withdrew a pristine, slightly damp white towel. Amidst clashing blades and deafening battle cries, the gesture seemed profoundly incongruous. She extended the towel gently toward Luffy. Luffy paused, startled, and turned to look at her. Wipe your hands, Furina said, her tone flat and emotionless. They'll get dirty soon. Luffy stared at the immaculate cloth, then at his own trembling, vein-pulsing fists, and wordlessly accepted it, roughly wiping his face and hands. The cool, soothing touch cleared the fog from his mind in an instant. Director-san, he murmured quietly. This reckoning belongs to the protagonist. Furina lowered her hand, her voice crystalline and unyielding. All untimely noise, any element disrupting the stage's aesthetic, must be silenced before dawn breaks. She paused and lifted her gaze toward Mock Town, where lights still blazed and revelry echoed far into the night. Go, finish this performance. Luffy raised his head. Meeting Furina's seemingly indifferent eyes, he understood her meaning without words. Without another sound, he dropped the towel to the ground, turned, and walked alone toward Mock Town. His pace was unhurried, but each step bore crushing weight. An unprecedented, suffocating aura surged forth from his unassuming frame. Luffy, Nami cried out in alarm. Zoro and Sanji exchanged a single glance and held their ground. They knew this was their captain's battle alone. Saxius and his men watched Luffy stride away and move to intercept, only to find themselves rooted in place by an invisible force. To their horror, shimmering water shackles had silently coiled around their ankles, binding them immovably to the earth. Furina slowly turned to face Bellamy's crew, and for the first time a smile touched her lips, one chillingly, unmistakably cruel. The protagonist has taken center stage. You extras, remain obediently backstage and witness the final curtain fall. The night deepened. A one-sided crusade, for dignity, for dreams, had officially begun. Inside the tavern of Magu Town, lanterns burned brightly and clamor filled the air like thunder. Bellamy stood atop a table, triumphantly hoisting the golden pillar he had seized from Kurek, flaunting his spoils before the gathered pirates. Ha 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 ha. Behold, this is the dream that old man pursued with his entire life. And now, it belongs to me. He roared with brazen laughter. In this age there is no such thing as dreams. Only power and plunder are truth. Boss Bellamy is invincible. Indeed, dreams are worthless. The pirates surrounding him erupted in fervent agreement, their enthusiasm reaching fever pitch. At that very moment the tavern's weathered wooden door was kicked open with a thunderous kick. Bang! The deafening crash silenced the entire tavern instantly. Every gaze instinctively turned toward the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, a familiar figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. It was Monkey D. Luffy. He stood alone, motionless, his straw hat casting deep shadow over his face, obscuring all expression. Yet the chilling, suffocating aura radiating from him sent icy dread through every soul present. You coward! Bellamy stared startled, then burst into even more derisive laughter. What? Didn't get enough beating? Come back begging for another thrashing? Or have you finally seen reason, and wish to join us in mocking those foolish dreamers? Luffy remained silent, slowly raising his head. His eyes, no longer the clear, innocent gaze of days past, held a still seething fury beneath their placid surface. Give back the gold. He spoke each word with deliberate weight, soft in volume, yet unshakable in authority. Huh? What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Bellamy cupped a hand theatrically to his ear, feigning deafness. His crew roared with mocking laughter in unison. Bellamy leapt down from the table. His spring fruit ability activated. His legs coiled like steel springs, propelling him in rapid, erratic bounces across the tavern floor until his form blurred beyond recognition. Want the gold? Fine. Catch me first. His voice echoed from every direction, dripping with mockery. Luffy remained rooted where he stood, utterly still. He simply closed his eyes, as if listening intently to something unseen. What's he doing? Has he frozen in fear? Before the murmurs could settle, Bellamy materialized suddenly to Luffy's right. His right arm transformed into a spring, launching a devastating punch aimed squarely at Luffy's temple. Die? Spring! His battle cry cut off mid-word. Because Luffy moved. Without warning. Without flourish. In the exact instant Bellamy struck, Luffy sank slightly, drawing his right fist backward to its limit, then unleashed it forward in one explosive motion. It was the simplest of punches, a straight, unadorned strike. Yet this plain blow arrived first, striking with impossible precision, intercepting Bellamy mid-motion. Time itself seemed to thicken. In stunned silence, all watched as Luffy's fist landed, squarely, irrevocably, upon Bellamy's face. No earth-shattering boom, only a sickening muffled thud. Bellamy's visage caved inward at a grotesque angle, his sunglasses shattered into glittering shards. An incomprehensible force surged through his body, driving him along with the wooden floorboards beneath his feet violently downward. Crash! The entire tavern shuddered. Dust swirled thickly. When it settled, gasps echoed like wind through hollow reeds. There lay Bellamy, crumpled deep into the floor in a grotesquely contorted posture, leaving behind only a stark, perfect, human-shaped crater. At the crater's center, where his face had been, was a brutal, unmistakable imprint, the Straw Hat Pirate's insignia carved in flesh and bone. One blow. Just one blow. Bellamy, the jackal with a bounty of 55 million berry, had not even registered the attack before being utterly annihilated. A tomb-like hush descended upon the tavern. All stared at the young man in the straw hat, not as a boy but as a force of nature, now calmly withdrawing his fist. Luffy didn't glance once at the broken figure on the floor. He strode to the golden pillar, hoisted it onto his shoulder, turned, and walked out of the tavern, never uttering another word. Only when his silhouette dissolved into the velvet night did the tavern's occupants awaken from their shared nightmare, bursting into panic, trembling whispers. Meanwhile, on the far side of Jaya Island, before Korek's home, Furina stood beneath a parasol, gazing into a vast mirror composed entirely of water. Within its shimmering surface, the tavern's confrontation unfolded with crystalline clarity. As she witnessed Luffy's cataclysmic punch, a satisfied smile graced her lips. With a crisp snap, she closed her folding fan. Perfect, she murmured softly. The catharsis of rage, the revelation of power, the eloquence of silence. The protagonist's defining moment, flawless. This scene shall serve as the chapter's resounding conclusion. The water mirror dissolved. She lifted her gaze toward the distant horizon. Dawn was imminent. Then, without warning, the earth beneath her feet trembled faintly. Far out to sea, the waves grew restless and wild. Moi. Korek struggled upright from the ground, feeling the tremors ripple through his limbs, and glancing skyward, his face lit with exhilaration. It's coming. From the distant ocean, an immense vortex spiraled into being, expanding visibly before their eyes. Seawater roared inward with deafening fury. Even the heavens convulsed, the clouds torn and twisted into a colossal inverted funnel by the vortex's titanic pull. The knock-up stream. It's arriving. Korek shouted. Quick, everyone aboard ship. The gateway to the sky is about to open. The vortex churned violently upon the sea's surface, hungry, boundless, as though determined to swallow the ocean whole. The Going Merry, refitted overnight by Masaira and Shuju, now bore wing-like stabilizers along both flanks and armored plating along its hull. Now it rested, fragile as a fallen leaf, at the abyss's very edge, poised to vanish into the maelstrom. The final battle had begun. The night was as black as ink, the sea wind thick with salt and brine slammed violently against the jagged rocks along the shore. Korek sat on the rubble-strewn ground, clutching tightly to his journal, its corner charred and curled by fire. Beside him, the two burly men, Gorilla and Mizura, wiped tears from their eyes while reinforcing the Going Merry for its final voyage. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the forest's edge, measured, unhurried, yet striking each taut nerve like a plucked string. Nami whirled around sharply, her Climatact gripped so tightly her knuckles blanched white. Only when the figure wearing a straw hat fully emerged from the shadows did her rigid shoulders slump, and her eyes instantly welled with heat. Luffy walked at no great pace, the massive golden pillar slung casually across his shoulder as though it were nothing more than a common log. He stopped before Korek. No preamble, no flourish, just a swift, decisive flick of his wrist. Thud. The golden pillar struck the sand with crushing force, sending up a cloud of dust. Its radiant molten gleam, refracted in the torchlight, stabbed painfully into every eye. Uncle, here's your gold, Luffy murmured, adjusting his hat brim with quiet nonchalance, as if delivering a takeout order. Korek froze speechless. He stared at the golden pillar, reclaimed from oblivion, then at Luffy's face, utterly unadorned by pride or triumph. No boast, no fanfare. Not even a single word like, I avenged you. You? Korek opened his mouth, but his throat seized tight, choking off all words. 1,000 emotions collapsed into one trembling whisper, thank you. That was yours. It never belonged to scum like them. Luffy turned toward the churning sea, voice steady and calm. We're leaving now, Uncle. That current, the one they call the knock-up stream, is coming, isn't it? As if summoned by his words, the ground, already trembling, suddenly convulsed with violent shuddering force. Roar. Far offshore, the ocean surface began collapsing inward. A colossal vortex, several kilometers wide, swirled into being, a ravenous maw devouring everything within reach. The deafening roar of seawater surging upward sounded like 10,000 thunderclaps detonating at once. Quick, board the ship. Nami screamed, barking orders. The wind's shifting. Air pressure is plummeting. So this is the prelude to the knock-up stream. Robin steadied her hat, her gaze, rarely betraying awe, flickering with quiet wonder. Furina stood atop a towering cliffside rock, the sea wind whipping her deep blue tailcoat into dramatic flares behind her. One hand rested confidently on her hip, the other elegantly adjusted her dark glasses as she gazed upon the cataclysm unfolding below. This is the spectacle I as director envisioned. A composed smile curved her lips, while inside her thoughts shrieked, Aya. This is absurdly over the top. Is this even a natural phenomenon? If we fall and we'll die, absolutely irrevocably die. Though panic clawed at her ribs, the dignity of the Hydro Archon could not falter. She drew a slow, steadying breath and snapped her fingers. Actors, the stage is set. Now, take your positions. The Straw Hat crew boarded swiftly. The refitted Going Merry now bore wing-like extensions along both sides, like a bird's outstretched wings, and heavy shock-absorbing armor beneath its hull, transforming it into a gleaming steel avian poised for flight. Just as the Going Merry cast off its mooring lines, sliding toward the vortex's edge to catch its ascending pull, an abrupt disturbance erupted. Yo-ho-ho-ho. At last, I've caught up to you. 100 million belly for your head. Across the blackened sea surged a colossal raft, its timbers groaning against the waves. That grating guttural laugh pierced the storm's fury, ringing clear in every ear. The Blackbeard pirates had arrived. Marshal D. Teach stood at the raft's prow, gripping a wanted poster, his eyes gleaming with raw, rapacious hunger. Luffy, your bounty isn't just 30 million, it's 100 million. Hand you over to the world government, and I'll claim my seat among the 7 warlords. 100 million. Nami and Usopp nearly popped their eyeballs out of their sockets. TCH, persistent stray dog, Zoro muttered, hands settling firmly on his sword hilt, eyes sharpening like drawn blades. Blackbeard ignored them all. His gaze slid past Luffy, and locked unblinking onto Furina, standing tall at the ship's stern. And you, that strange woman. He licked his cracked lips, revealing broken teeth. I don't know who, or what you are, but the power coiled inside me craves you. It feels like facing a mortal enemy, or savoring the most exquisite prey. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Furina shivered, a cold visceral chill crawling up her spine. To be watched by him was like feeling a slick, venomous serpent coil around her throat. Truly uncivilized audience, Furina scoffed, tapping her slender cane lightly against the deck. Since you insist on improvising, very well. I shall grant you a script villain exit stage left. Singers of the tides, answer my call. At her command, the waters surrounding the Going Merry erupted into boiling frenzy. 3 distinct waterborne entities materialized, born of pure aqua and will. Usher the octopus, a plump top-hatted cephalopod. Mademoiselle Craboletta, the armored crab wielding monstrous pincers. And Mademoiselle Nouvelette, the graceful seahorse drifting serenely as she exhaled shimmering bubbles. What in blazes are those? Devil fruit users, eh? Van Augur, the sniper aboard Blackbeard's raft, narrowed his eyes and raised his rifle. Bang! A bullet sliced through the night, aimed dead center at Furina's brow. But before it neared, a precise jet of water intercepted and shattered it midair. Mademoiselle Nouvelette puffed her cheeks and released a cascade of iridescent rainbow-hued bubbles. These seemingly fragile orbs struck Blackbeard's raft, and instead of bursting, adhered like viscous, unbreakable glue, locking oars and rudder in place. What the hell? We're stuck. Buggy roared, straining against the bonds, only to find the bubbles impossibly resilient. Mademoiselle Craboletta, deliver a lesson in gravity, Furina commanded, waving her hand with theatrical grace. The armored crab emitted a low, resonant hum and plunged into the depths. An instant later, a thunderous impact shook the raft's hull. Boom! It lurched violently, nearly splintering apart. Beneath the waves, Mademoiselle Craboletta had clamped her titanic pincers onto the raft's hull and crushed a corner clean off. Damn it! Blackbeard's expression darkened, black smoke billowed from his palms. Dark hole, shadowy energy spread outward, hungry, devouring light and hope alike. Yet at that very moment, the sky dimmed. Not from his darkness, but because the vortex's heart had ignited. Ruru. A sound so immense it threatened to rupture eardrums blasted forth from the abyssal deep. Then, a colossal column of white water wider than any mountain erupted from the sea like an enraged leviathan, roaring skyward with earth-shattering fury. The knock-up stream had awakened. Its shockwave obliterated all nearby vessels. Blackbeard's raft, farther out, was hurled backward in violent retreat, spared only by distance. But the Going Merry, perched precariously at the vortex's rim, faced annihilation. Hold on tight, Luffy bellowed, gripping the ram's head bow with both hands. The ship was wrenched skyward, tilted nearly vertical, spiraling upward along the torrential water column in dizzying ascent. Crushing G-force slammed into Furina. Her organs felt compressed, her breath stolen. She clung desperately to the mainmast, her poised elegance shattered in an instant. Help! This isn't sailing, it's rocketry. I'm going to vomit. Definitely, absolutely going to vomit. Though her mind screamed in terror, her body reacted instinctively. Usher the octopus stabilized the hull. Usher instantly expelled high-pressure jets from his tentacles, creating thrust behind the ship, while subtly manipulating water currents to align the vessel perfectly with the column's axis, preventing it from spinning free. Below, Blackbeard watched the tiny ship ascend the colossal spire, and his stunned disbelief melted into feverish, burning ecstasy. Yo-ho-ho-ho. They truly made it. Sky Island exists. He made no move to pursue. Before nature's overwhelming majesty, even his might dwindled to insignificance. Gazing after the water column vanishing into the clouds, he threw back his head and laughed. Luffy, and that Hydro Archon woman. We'll meet again, in the Grand Line. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ascension continued, relentless, unstoppable. The Going Merry, like a leaf caught in a hurricane, pressed itself against the vertical wall of water, racing toward an unknown zenith. Deafening torrents filled the air, blinding white mist obscured all vision. Nami stared fixedly at her log pose, shouting course corrections, though her voice vanished unheard beneath the elemental roar. Zoro and Sanji strained at opposite sides of the sail ropes, wrestling gusts to steady their trajectory. Luffy sat astride the bow, whooping with unrestrained joy. Incredible. We're flying. We're really flying. Furina had abandoned all pretense of composure, clinging to the mast like a koala, her glasses askew and dangling from her chin. This script is utterly deranged, she whispered, her face pale. Next time, I'll demand the screenwriter excise all high-risk stunt sequences. How long passed? Minutes? Centuries? No one could tell. Suddenly, the roaring ceased. The violent surge softened into gentle flow. Sunlight pure and golden pierced the clouds, bathing the deck in warm radiance. The Going Merry burst above the cloud layer. Every eye flew open. Before them stretched an endless pristine sea of white clouds. And floating serenely upon that ethereal expanse were islands sculpted entirely from cloud. Here sunlight held crystalline clarity, the air grew thin, crisp, and cool. This is... Usopp rose shakily, disbelief etching his face. Sky Island, Robin murmured softly, her eyes alight with scholarly fascination. Furina slowly released her grip on the mast, smoothing her disheveled attire and repositioning her glasses. Though her knees still trembled faintly, her expression reassembled itself. Chin lifted, gaze imperious once more. Humph, not a bad opening act. She strode to the rail, gazing out over the surreal cloud sea, and extended a finger, delicately brushing a cloud puff as soft as spun sugar. The execution was rather crude, but this scenery barely meets the standard befitting the Hydro Archon. While the crew absorbed the wonder of their arrival, Mademoiselle Neuvillette drifted beside Furina, emitting a rapid, urgent series of bubbles. Moi. Furina frowned. You sense something approaching. Before she finished speaking, a shadow shot up from beneath the clouds. A masked figure, backed by an odd shell-shaped shield, glided effortlessly across the cloud sea, propelled by wind-powered skates strapped to his feet. Unauthorized entry, neutralized. His voice rang hollow and metallic as he raised his weapon toward the Going Merry. Already a welcome ceremony. Sanji lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing dangerously. No. Furina watched the stranger, and beyond him vast looming silhouettes emerging from the distant cloud banks. A sly, knowing smile touched her lips. This is merely the overture before the first act's climax. She turned to Luffy. Hey protagonist. The new stage is set, ready to cause magnificent chaos. Luffy grinned, pressing his straw hat down with one hand, revealing bright, gleaming teeth. Absolutely. Because adventure has only just begun. The clouds of the white sea are not ordinary water vapor, but solidified volcanic ejecta, known as keratin particles, possessing tangible load-bearing capacity. The Going Merry was not afloat on water. It had run aground upon a soft, yielding cloud beach. The figure who had suddenly emerged was a guerrilla soldier from Skypiea. He skimmed across the cloud surface with astonishing speed, his weapon discharged invisible wind blades that severed one of the Going Merry's mooring ropes in an instant. What kind of movement is this? Does it completely defy friction? Usopp cried out, raising his slingshot. Ultimate technique, gunpowder star. Boom. The gunpowder pellet detonated at the stranger's feet, but he merely leapt lightly, using the recoil from the wind bell beneath his boots to trace an eerie arc through the air, evading effortlessly. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a counterstrike, so swift that Zoro was forced to draw his blade to parry. His body is unervingly light, his speed blinding. Zoro sensed little force behind the impact on his blade, yet the man's elusive, unpredictable footwork proved maddeningly difficult to counter. So this is how Scythians fight. Luffy grinned eagerly. Goma Goma no pistol. His arm stretched forward like a whip, aimed straight at the stranger's face. The stranger twisted his body midair in impossible contortion, dodging the fist while planting a foot atop Luffy's extended arm, using it as a springboard to launch himself toward Nami on the deck. Eliminate the weak, the stranger declared coldly. Eek! Nami recoiled in terror. Mademoiselle Neuvillette. Fuyumi's voice rang out precisely then. The seahorse-shaped water summon, hovering silently in the air, instantly expelled a massive sphere of water, hitting its mark with uncanny precision directly along the stranger's path. Water. The stranger seemed unimpressed by the liquid assault and charged headlong into the sphere, only for his body to plummet abruptly the moment he made contact. The density of this water. A flash of shock crossed his eyes behind the mask. This was no ordinary water. It was high-pressure aqueous essence condensed by Fuyumi herself. Though limited in volume, its sudden weight was catastrophic for one accustomed to Skypiea's rarefied air and buoyant combat style. Got you. Sanji materialized above the stranger, his polished leather shoe slammed hard into the man's shoulder. Rude scoundrel, you'll descend for disrespecting a lady. Thud. The stranger rocketed downward into the cloud sea, sending up a spray of white mist. Mission accomplished. Sanji landed gracefully, turning instantly toward Nami with practiced charm. Nami-san, were you injured? Before Nami could reply, the stranger erupted back from the clouds, wounded yet undeterred. He raised a colossal conch shell high. Impact shell. A terrifying shockwave coalesced within the shell's aperture. At that very moment, a stern, ancient voice boomed down from the distant sky. Halt! All looked up to see a pink-spotted grotesque bird descending majestically from the heavens. Upon its back sat an elderly man clad in gleaming knightly armor gripping a long lance. I am Gonfall, the Sky Knight. Travelers from the Blue Sea, this is no place for your battles. The old knight guided his mount Pierre to stand squarely between the gorilla and the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing Gonfall, the gorilla hesitated, then sheathed his weapon, cast one icy glare at the Straw Hats, and vanished swiftly atop his cloudboard. Few were saved. Chopper collapsed onto the deck in exhaustion. Gonfall surveyed the crew aboard the Going Merry. His gaze lingered briefly on Luffy and Zoro before settling thoughtfully upon Fuyumi. In that instant, the aged knight's cloudy eyes flickered with disbelief. He sensed something extraordinary emanating from the young woman, a presence unlike any he had ever felt. It was neither the overwhelming aura of a supreme warrior nor the volatile resonance of a devil fruit, but something far older, far purer, a rank of divine stature. That presence resonated with the very essence of the Cloud Sea itself. Mademoiselle, Gonfall ventured cautiously, from whence do you hail? Fuyumi meanwhile was directing Usopp to mop the deck's pooling water. Hearing the question, she turned. Arms crossed, chin lifted at a precise 45-degree angle. Me? Humph, since you've asked so earnestly. She tossed her hair lightly, her tone laced with 3 parts nonchalance and 7 parts sovereign disdain. I am Fuyumi de Fontaine, director from Fontaine, sovereign of all waters. And this sky, merely one stop on my world tour. Sovereign of all waters. Gonfall murmured the title, his expression growing grave. On Skypiea, water was a sacred rarity, and yet this girl had commanded those strange aquatic beings with mastery beyond legend. Gramps, who are you? Is that weird bird your pet? Luffy broke the tension, poking Pierre's belly curiously. Pierre pecked him sharply in protest. Through conversation, they learned Gonfall was a freelance mercenary, providing protection for coin. Of course, for the Straw Hats, immediate concerns were navigation across the Cloud Sea, and naturally where their next meal awaited. Ahead lies the entrance to the White Sea, the celestial gate leading upward. Gonfall pointed into the distance. But I must warn you. Skypiea is now ruled by a man who calls himself God. His name is Enel. God. Fuyumi arched a brow, nearly laughing aloud. In this world, only 2 kinds of beings dared claim divinity: the celestial dragons, fraudulent gods themselves, or provincial tyrants too arrogant to know their place. Having embodied the water god for 5 centuries, Fuyumi held complex feelings toward that title, reverence interwoven with the critical eye of a peer reviewing another performer's craft. Oh, their local god. Adjusting her sunglasses, Fuyumi's lips curled into a sly, knowing smile. Then I shall judge whether his divine script meets theatrical standards. If he proves a third-rate actor, rest assured, I shall issue a scathing review. Gonfall watched, her mouth half open, yearning to warn this audacious girl of Enel's terrifying power. Power that commanded lightning, knew all things, and pervaded everywhere, the true might of a god. Yet gazing into Fuyumi's heterochromatic eyes, devoid of fear, filled only with the detached scrutiny one reserves for stage props, he fell silent. Perhaps a preposterous notion stirred in Gonfall's heart. These Blue Sea travelers truly may change everything. Parting ways with Gonfall, the Going Merry drifted along the cloud currents toward the celestial gate, while high above, beyond the veil of clouds atop the sacred island of Upper Yard, a bare-chested man reclined lazily upon a couch piled high with fruit. His earlobes stretched down to his chest, 4 thunderdrums strapped across his back. He held an apple, biting into it idly, then froze mid-chew. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Enel sat upright, blue-white arcs crackling in his eyes. His mantra, the observation haki, enveloped all of Skypiea. Just now he had sensed an anomaly, a ripple unlike any human or beast. It was the jubilant song of water itself. How intriguing. Enel flicked the apple core aside. Lightning incinerated it instantly. Among the Blue Sea rats, one peculiar creature has slipped through. He rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the endless sea of clouds. Water. What can water possibly do against thunder? Since you've come, let us play a game then. The survival game begins now. At that very moment aboard the Going Merry, Fuyumi sneezed. Achoo. She rubbed her nose. Strange, why does it feel so chilly here? Did someone just speak my name? Must be catching a cold. After all, we're at such high altitude. Chopper fretted, drawing near. Shall I prepare medicine? Unnecessary. This director is perfectly healthy, Fuyumi retorted defiantly, though she quietly pulled her collar a little higher. The Going Merry burst through the turbulent cloud river and came to a smooth halt upon an endless expanse of white sand. A landscape sculpted entirely from soft, pristine clouds. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, the trio of irrepressible mischief-makers, leapt off the ship at once, bounding and tumbling wildly across the cloud sand, their carefree laughter ringing out unreservedly. Whoa, so soft. So much fun. Luffy sank headfirst into the clouds, only to be flung upward by an uncanny springiness, somersaulting midair with effortless glee. Is this Angel Island? Usopp and Chopper stepped onto the surface with cautious wonder etched across their faces. Nami exhaled deeply at last, relieved to be freed from the tension of piloting. Sanji courteously served freshly prepared juice to Nami and Robin. Only Furina regarded the so-called marvel before her with undisguised disdain. Clad in an opulent, intricately embroidered sapphire blue gown, she descended the gangplank with deliberate grace, holding a delicate parasol. Beneath her heels, water elements coalesced into an invisible solid plane, ensuring not a single heel sank into the yielding cloud. Texture coarse granules uneven and excessively damp. She pinched a handful of cloud sand between her fingers, rubbed it thoughtfully, then flicked it away with visible revulsion. Such material wouldn't even suffice as stage carpet for my performances. She swept her gaze across the surroundings, her brow deepening into a frown. Monotonous palette, chaotic composition, utterly devoid of aesthetic sensibility. This so-called Angel Island is nothing more than an unfinished set, hopelessly inferior to Fontaine. Her inner monologue continued, sharp and incisive, and these performers, devoid of the slightest professional discipline. The lead actor's makeup has already smudged. How on earth are we meant to film this? Zoro, who had been dozing against the railing, snapped his eyes open instantly, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of Wado Ikamanji at his waist. Robin lowered her book, her gaze calm, yet penetrating as it settled upon the source of the sound. From the shadows of the grove emerged soldiers clad in crisp white berets and matching uniforms, advancing in eerie unison, crawling low, silent, and encircling the group from all directions. Their movements were perfectly choreographed, using the clouds as cover, like a troupe of mime artists executing a grotesque, absurd pantomime. Huh, what are those? Usopp spotted them first, his voice leaping an octave in alarm. Luffy paused mid-roll, tilting his head curiously at the undulating silhouettes gliding through the clouds. Are they playing a game? Looks fun. Furina nearly burst into laughter. She tapped her temple lightly with the parasol's handle, wearing an expression of exasperated disappointment. Heavens above, that's the most ludicrous ensemble blocking I've ever witnessed. A sheer catastrophe. Which second-rate assistant director orchestrated this disastrous staging? Stealthy encirclement demands swift shadow-hugging maneuvering, not sluggish exposed crawling across an open, blinding white expanse. Do you want the protagonist to notice you? Clearing her throat, Furina addressed the earnestly sneaking soldiers with the commanding tone of a theater director reprimanding amateurs. Hey, you in white. Your movements are stiff, your expressions lifeless. An encirclement must radiate menace, not mimic synchronized worming. Her voice, crystalline and commanding, shattered the eerie silence. Every white beret soldier froze mid-crawl, lifting their heads in unison, bewildered stares fixed upon the woman who had just spoken. McKinley, captain of the Divine Guard Corps, flushed crimson, then paled, his composure crumbling. He had intended this ghostly approach as a demonstration of divine authority, a warning to these Blue Sea intruders, but instead found himself publicly exposed and mocked. Fuming, he rose from the clouds, brushed off stray wisps, strode forward, and unfurled a scroll of parchment, attempting to salvage dignity with bureaucratic gravity. In the name of the divine, you illegal entrants from the Blue Sea stand arrested. Arrested, eh? Luffy pointed at his own nose, utterly baffled. Why, oi? Oomph. McKinley snorted coldly and began reciting charges. First, failure to pay full entry toll at the gates of heaven, an offense punishable as deceit against the divine. Nami and Usopp instinctively shrank back at the first accusation. They had, after all, slipped past the gate, having tossed only a gemstone Furina had discarded. Furina paid no heed to his pronouncement. Interrupting him, she leveled her parasol's tip toward him, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. You. Let us call you lead extra for now. Your delivery lacks gravitas. And those so-called charges. Logically unsound. Nonsensical, in fact. She raised one finger. First, the entry fee. We offered a work of art. Your people accepted it. That constitutes a binding transaction. She lifted a second finger. Second, illegal entry. Is this sky your private domain? To fly through the heavens is as natural as fish swimming in the sea or birds soaring through forests. A fundamental right. Your unilateral imposition of tolls violates the Sky Navigation Freedom Act. We haven't yet filed suit against you for unlawful extortion. Her words left McKinley speechless, jaw slack, tongue-tied. His soldiers exchanged stunned glances, clearly unprepared for such audacious theatrical legalism. Usopp burst into helpless giggles. So amazing. Chopper's eyes shimmered with pure adoration. Truly worthy of Mademoiselle Furina. Sanji trembled with exhilaration. McKinley shook with fury, finally roaring. Nonsense. Your blasphemy against divine law compounds your guilt. Seize them, all of them. Furina sighed, shaking her head in disappointment. Resorting to brute force in frustration. How utterly unrefined. Not a trace of an actor's discipline remains. As the white beret soldiers charged forward with shouts, Furina didn't even lift a finger. Mademoiselle Neuvillette, she murmured softly, please deliver these unprofessional performers a vivid lesson in stage movement. At her command, a colossal translucent seahorse, crystalline and radiant, materialized from the air beside her. It opened its tiny mouth and released a cascade of human-sized bubbles shimmering with ethereal dreamlike luminescence. Light as dandelion fluff and seemingly harmless, the bubbles drifted lazily toward the charging soldiers. What in the world is that? Never mind, just charge through. Ignoring the bubbles, the soldiers surged ahead. Yet the instant the first soldier collided with a bubble, no pop, no rupture. Instead it rebounded like an impossibly elastic sphere, hurling him backward with violent force. Act! The recoiling soldier tumbled like a bowling ball, crashing into several comrades behind him in rapid succession. One by one more soldiers struck the bubbles. Chaos erupted across the sand's bodies, toppled limbs, tangled cries, and crashes echoing in frantic disarray. Dozens of soldiers bounced helplessly, dazed and disoriented, their formation shattered. Wow, looks like so much fun. Luffy's eyes sparkled with delight. He nearly dashed in to join the spectacle. Furina watched her creation unfold with quiet satisfaction, lifting the cup of tea Sanji had just prepared, ready to savor it. A flawless comedic effect, she murmured. Then abruptly the sky darkened. A terrifying, oppressive aura descended from above, engulfing Angel Island in chilling, absolute dread. My. Furina's hand paused mid-air, teacup suspended. She tilted her head, squinting upward. High above, dense black clouds had gathered without warning. At their swirling heart, lightning crackled violently, while a destructive energy, raw and primordial, coalesced with terrifying speed. Oh, so it begins at last. The world's god certainly knows how to make an entrance. In the next heartbeat, a colossal thunderbolt, hundreds of times thicker than the ship's mainmast, slammed down from the vortex's core. Its target was not the struggling figures, but the cloud sand mere meters before them. There was no deafening roar, only blinding light, and a suffocating wave of raw power. When the glare faded, all stood frozen in disbelief. Where once lay smooth white cloud sand now yawned a crater over 50 meters wide, its depth unfathomable. Its rim glowed black and glassy, scorched into crystalline obsidian, faint tendrils of steam curling upward. The chaos vanished, replaced by utter hollow silence. Every eye remained locked on the chasm, minds blank, breaths held. Plink! The soft, unmistakable sound of Furina's sunglasses slipping from her nose onto the deck. She remained motionless, teacup still raised, her azure and wine eyes for the first time reflecting pure, unvarnished shock. This isn't special effects. Her thoughts roiled like a tempest. The budget for this is absurdly, unimaginably high. That celestial, divine judgment descending from the heavens utterly stunned everyone present. The soldiers wearing white berets collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen and lifeless, muttering incessantly about the wrath of the gods and divine retribution, their eyes fixed on the sky, fervent with terrified awe. Luffy and his crew ceased their playful banter, their expressions turning grave as they stared into the fathomless chasm before them. Was that lightning just now? Nami's voice trembled. As the ship's navigator, she possessed an acute sensitivity to atmospheric shifts, but that bolt defied all natural understanding. Such terrifying power. Robin's expression hardened with solemnity. Meanwhile, Furina swiftly recovered from her shock. Without a flicker of hesitation, she retrieved her fallen sunglasses and slipped them back on, concealing the turmoil in her eyes. Stay calm, Furina, stay calm. She drew a deep breath and whispered inwardly, you are the dazzling star of Fontaine, the water god Hercules. What spectacle haven't you witnessed? It's merely a lightning strike with exaggerated visual effects, nothing extraordinary. This only proves the production budget is generous, a most auspicious sign. She forcibly reframed her inner shock as admiration for production quality, preserving the unruffled composure of her self-styled director persona. At that very moment, a piercing whistle sliced through the sky. Immediately afterward, the sea of clouds beneath their feet churned violently. Boom! A colossal crimson shrimp, its size rivaling a small island, erupted from the clouds. Its immense pincers, longer than the hull of the Going Merry, gleamed with cold metallic luster. It's the express shrimp. Usopp cried out in alarm. What does it intend to do? As if receiving a silent command, the express shrimp locked its enormous compound eyes onto the Going Merry anchored on the beach, and with devastating precision clamped both titanic claws around the ship's hull. No! It's attacking the ship. Sanji shouted, dashing toward the vessel, but it was already too late. Letting out a shrill, grating shriek, the shrimp flexed its thick, muscular tail, and, with brute force, wrenched the Going Merry from the sand and hurled it high into the air. Merry! Luffy and Usopp screamed in unison, their voices raw with anguish. On board, Nami, Chopper, Robin, and Furina were thrown together in a chaotic tumble across the deck by the violent inertia. I'm going to fall off. Nami clung desperately to the mainmast, her heart hammering against her throat. Help! Luffy! Chopper wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Robin, meanwhile, deployed her flower fruit ability, sprouting multiple arms around herself to anchor her firmly in place. Furina, however, had already settled elegantly back onto her throne, an exquisitely modified seat crafted by Usopp equipped with a windshell levitation system. Oh ho, we're airborne. Far from panic, she spread her arms wide, exhilarated by the weightless rush of rapid ascent. Dragging the Going Merry behind it, the express shrimp streaked across the cloud sea toward the distant island of Skypiea, its colossal form woven entirely from ancient spiraling vines. Damn it, stop right there. Luffy leapt furiously on the beach. We've got to catch up. Zoro unsheathed his blade, his gaze sharpening like tempered steel. But how do we even get there? Usopp gestured despairingly at the vast, endless expanse of Cloud Sea. Just as hope began to fade, a voice rang out from the nearby jungle. Hey, East Blue travelers. If you seek this sacred island, follow this path. The group turned to see a towering man emerge from the trees. His broad back bore a massive rocket launcher, his face, painted in camouflage, radiating untamed ferocious energy. Who are you? Sanji demanded warily. I am Wiper, warrior of the Shangya. The man spoke tersely. Our enemy is shared, the god Enel. That island is our ancestral homeland, lifted into the skies 4 centuries ago. We will reclaim it. He pointed to a hidden channel threading through the clouds. This is the sole route to infiltrate Skypiea unseen by the divine guards. But beware, along the way lies one of Enel's most formidable agents, Shadley, the commander of the sky. Shadley? Luffy asked, intrigued. He possesses the mantra ability to read minds and intentions and manipulate countless surprise balls to set lethal traps. Wiper's expression darkened. Once within his ball trial domain, escape is nearly impossible. Reading minds. Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement. That sounds fascinating. With Wiper's guidance, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp embarked upon their covert ascent to the sacred island. Soon they entered the zone Shadley called the ball trial. Before them, suspended in midair, floated a dense constellation of enormous, vibrantly colored spheres. Yo ho ho ho. Welcome to my trial grounds, sinners from the East Blue. A mocking voice echoed from every direction. At that instant, dozens of kaleidoscopic surprise balls hurtled toward their tiny vessel. Here they come, Zoro growled, and drew his blade in one fluid motion. Yet the moment he moved, Shadley's voice rang again. Too slow. I knew you'd strike from the right. One smiling sphere veered unervingly, evading Zoro's blade and slamming directly into the rudder. Demon wind kick. Flames erupted along Sanji's leg as he launched a fiery kick at another ball. A kicking technique. I anticipated that too. Shadley's voice dripped with derision. Mid-air, the sphere exploded, unfurling a vast net that engulfed Sanji. Even Luffy's rubber pistol was effortlessly dodged. Damn it, how does he know everything? Usopp clutched his head, shrieking in terror. Every move they made was foreseen by the mantra, rendering all offense futile, leaving them helpless targets. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, dragged aloft by the express shrimp, Nami and Chopper continued screaming, while Robin observed the swirling cloud sea below with quiet fascination. Furina, however, appeared bored. Seated on her levitating lounge chair, she crossed one leg over the other, chin resting lightly on her palm. The protagonist seemed to be running into trouble. She murmured to herself, then extended her hand. Ripples shimmered across the air before her, coalescing into a vast, luminous water mirror. Within its surface, the mirror revealed Luffy's crew floundering helplessly amid the ball trial. Remote surveillance system activated. She snapped her fingers, a director's professional smile playing upon her lips. Let me observe how these amateur actors are being humiliated by a third-rate antagonist. Watching Luffy's repeated failures, Furina shook her head. Unbearably inelegant. Truly unbearable. The choreography lacks distinction. The pacing drags. Audiences would drift off to sleep. She sighed. It seems the director must intervene personally. Then, facing the water mirror, she raised her slender finger, as though conducting an invisible orchestra. Very well, the warm-up concludes. Now let my exclusive guest performers elevate this tedious farce with genuine dramatic tension. Mademoiselle Nouvellette Marquis, obvious Mademoiselle Crabaletta, it is your cue. At her summons, the air beside Luffy's group in Skypiea's jungle twisted without warning. 3 colossal vortices of pure water materialized. Shadley, still gloating over his trapped prey, suddenly sensed 3 overwhelming, utterly alien presences. More intruders. He probed with his mantra, only to find his expression freezing in disbelief. They were not human. No thoughts. No emotions. No heartbeat. Only absolute, frigid, ocean-deep silence. His mantra rendered utterly useless against such void-like entities. In the next instant, a massive crab armored in deep blue chitin, a violet octopus whose tentacles coiled like serpents, and an elegant crystalline seahorse emerged slowly from the 3 vortices. Wow, what monstrous beings are these? Shadley's voice cracked with genuine fear. Advance. From afar aboard the Going Merry, Furina uttered a single quiet command into the water mirror. Within the jungle, the 3 titans obeyed, moving as one. Mademoiselle Crabaletta swung her colossal pincer, larger than a man, with speed incongruous to her bulk, charging headlong into the floating surprise balls. Crack, crack, crack. Whether explosive slashing or bouncing balls, all shattered like fragile glass against her impenetrable aquatic armor. Mademoiselle Nouvellette opened her mouth and unleashed precise, high-pressure water jets, piercing the concealed mechanism balls hidden within the cloud layers. Marquis Obvious extended dozens of colossal, sinuous tentacles, forming an inescapable net that ensnared Shadley himself along with his hovering platform, binding him tight. Release me. What are you? Shadley thrashed wildly, but the octopus's grip tightened relentlessly, squeezing the breath from his lungs. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stood frozen, eyes wide, jaws slack, in utter disbelief. One moment, the omnipotent divine officer had toyed with them mercilessly, the next he was instantly subdued by 3 celestial monsters descending from nowhere. Marquis Obvious hoisted the trust up shabbily high into the air, then as casually as discarding refuse hurled him deep into the jungle's heart. Whoosh! Accompanied by a blood-curdling shriek, shabbily arced through the sky, a long, desperate parabola, before vanishing beyond the horizon. Thus the battle ended with absurd swiftness. Having fulfilled their purpose, the three titans dissolved into shimmering azure motes, vanishing into thin air. Wow, what was that just now? Usopp stammered. No idea. Luffy scratched his head. But wow, that was amazing. Just then from the depths of the jungle where Shadley had vanished a figure emerged. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his dark skin glistening, bare-chested, and clad in traditional Shandia garb, carrying a massive smoke-wreathed cannon slung across his back. Ignoring Luffy's crew, and ignoring the cataclysmic clash moments prior, he surveyed the ravaged forest with icy, unblinking eyes. Divine officers, pirates. His low, gravelly voice brimmed with undisguised malice. All who trespass upon this sacred soil. He raised his smoking cannon, aiming squarely at Luffy and his companions. Get off this land, now. Night descended upon Skypiea, shrouding the floating island in profound silence. The Thousand Sunny finally came to rest atop a colossal ancient stone altar. This was the living sacrifice altar, as Weber had called it. After confronting Weber, a sudden appearance of a Scythian warrior, primarily fought by Luffy then inexplicably befriended, the four, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, arrived safely at the altar, reuniting with Nami and the others without incident. Miss Nami. Miss Robin, are you unharmed? Sanji, spotting the two women, instantly transformed into a lovesick devotee and lunged forward. Luffy. Usopp. Chopper burst into tears as he flung himself into Usopp's arms. With the entire crew now reunited, the Straw Hat Pirates' time-honored tradition, the bonfire gathering, began naturally at the altar's center. Sanji gathered firewood from the surrounding ruins and kindled a roaring bonfire. Its warm golden light dispelled the night's chill and illuminated each face alight with exhilaration. He retrieved treasured provisions from the ship and prepared an extravagant feast. Luffy and Usopp tumbled over a massive roasted cut of meat, leaping and shouting, their laughter echoing across the ancient altar. Furina sat serenely upon her levitating throne, choosing not to partake in what she deemed an excessively primitive and boisterous celebration. Instead, she sipped freshly pressed cloud juice, observing the energetic ensemble before her with detached amusement. Truly carefree souls, she sighed inwardly. Having just endured abduction and battle, they somehow still find cause for revelry. Yet, perhaps this blissfully foolish optimism is precisely the hallmark of a shonen protagonist. As the crew feasted, a pair of emerald eyes glinted silently from the jungle's shadowed depths. They were sky wolves, native predators of Skypiea. Larger than their blue sea counterparts, clad in pristine white, fur, fiercely territorial, and among the apex hunters of Apadu. The alpha wolf caught the scent of roasting meat, lifted its head toward the twin moons above, and unleashed a long, mournful howl. A woo. Immediately answering howls rose from every direction, rippling through the dense canopy like waves across water. What was that sound? Luffy paused mid-bite. Wolves? Usopp's ears twitched, his face paled instantly. And judging by the chorus, their legion. Hardly had the words left his lips when dozens of robust sky wolves emerged from the darkness, encircling the bonfire with seamless predatory precision. Bearing razor-sharp fangs, they rumbled low in their throats, their gleaming green eyes lit by the fire's glow shimmered with cold, ravenous hunger. Eek! Nami and Chopper clutched each other in terror. Prepare to fight. Zoro's hand tightened around his sword hilt, his gaze sharpened into lethal focus. Sanji assumed a defensive stance, shielding Nami and Robin behind him. A fierce confrontation seemed inevitable, until Luffy's next move stunned both allies and adversaries alike. Rather than fear, he radiated excitement, still chewing roast meat as he waved enthusiastically at the pack. Hey, did you come for the party too? Then, to everyone's disbelief, he launched into a wildly improvised, nonsensical dance, flailing limbs and emitting guttural wug-wug-wug cries mimicking a wolf's howl in earnest invitation. The alpha tilted its head, utterly baffled by this bipedal creature's neural pathways. A few younger wolves, momentarily forgetting their predatory instincts, crouched, curiously cocking their heads as they watched him. In an instant, the tension dissolved, replaced by surreal absurdity. Furina nearly spat out her juice watching the spectacle. She pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling her blood pressure surge. Good heavens, this idiot captain. Does he have any notion of the peril he courts? Dancing before starving beasts. What preposterous narrative twist is this? Has the screenwriter's mind been crushed beneath the door? She drew a slow, steadying breath. No, wait. Viewed differently, this may be a singular manifestation of protagonist aura. This uncanny affinity, though ludicrous in execution, yields astonishing results. One might term it a rare charisma attribute. Setting down her glass, Furina rose from her throne and strode elegantly toward the bewildered alpha wolf. Hey, Furina, it's dangerous. Usopp cried out in alarm. Sensing imminent threat, the alpha tensed, its back-arched throat rumbling warningly, fangs bared. Furina paid no heed to its hostility. She approached until she stood directly before it, gazing down with the cool, appraising scrutiny of nobility surveying commoners. Posture is unacceptable, she declared. As leader of these temporary performers, your bearing sets precedent for all. Hunching your spine and baring teeth is profoundly inelegant. Straighten your back. Steady your gaze. Embody regal dignity. Do you comprehend? The Alpha blinked. It understood none of her words, but the unassailable authority radiating from her compelled instinctive wariness. Ignoring its confusion, Furina turned toward the music playing Den Den Mushi, Usopp's invention, and instructed Usopp change the track. A waltz from Fontaine's royal court. Huh, a waltz. Usopp gaped, but complied. Soon a graceful, stately waltz swelled across the altar. Furina turned back, extended a perfectly poised hand toward the towering Alpha, and executed a flawless ballroom invitation, lifting her skirt ever so slightly. Come, Mr. Wolf. Since you interrupted our dinner, you shall compensate me with a dance. Allow me to instruct you in true elegance. Every soul present, including the entire wolf pack, froze in utter disbelief, inviting a predator poised to devour you to a waltz. This woman's cognition had transcended all known carbon-based parameters. The Alpha snarled, a flash of fury, and lunged violently at Furina. Miss Furina, Sanji shouted, ready to rush forward. Yet Furina merely raised one hand, calm and unhurried. A gentle stream of water materialized midair, coiling with surgical precision around the Alpha's throat, arresting its momentum mid-leap and suspending it motionless in the air. Soft as silk, yet unyielding in force, the current held the beast immovable despite its frantic struggles. I said elegance. With a subtle flick of her finger, the water guided the Alpha upright onto its hind legs, while another tendril lifted its forepaws, placing them gently upon Furina's shoulders. Thus the quintessential waltz opening pose was completed. Excellent. Furina nodded approvingly. Then, guiding the dazed, mortified Alpha, she began to glide across the stone in time with the music. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes, precisely. Lighten your steps. Relax your frame. Feel the rhythm. She taught, earnest and meticulous even as she danced. And so upon the ancient altar of Apado unfolded a scene unparalleled in pirate history, or indeed world chronicles. A young woman in opulent formal attire leading a colossal wild wolf in a graceful waltz beside the bonfire. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared jaws slack. Zoro spilled his sake across the stones. Sanji's jaw dropped to the ground. The sky wolves sat en masse, heads cocked, witnessing their Alpha coerced into ballet by a bipedal being, an experience shattering their very conception of existence. When the final note faded, Furina offered a flawless curtsy. Releasing the aqueous restraint, the Alpha collapsed with a thud, gasping raggedly, its gaze fixed on Furina, now filled solely with awestruck dread. Still somewhat rigid, but acceptable progress. Furina clapped lightly. Today's lesson concludes. You may depart. Remember, henceforth interrupting another celebration is grievously impolite behavior. The Alpha fled, tail tucked, humbled, leading its disoriented pack deep into the jungle, never once daring to glance back. Thus a potentially bloody assault dissolved peacefully, through Luffy's absurd dance and Furina's waltz pedagogy. Yet beneath this mirthful surface, not all shared in the festivity. After dispersing the wolves, Furina walked alone to the altar's edge. She ignored the ancient carvings Robin studied, instead placing her palm flat upon the altar's solid earth. To others it appeared ordinary rock and soil. To her senses, however, this land emitted a faint, sorrowful lament. A resonance steeped in centuries of regret and yearning, enduring far too long. Strange. Furina frowned. This land weeps. As former Hydro Archon, her perception of life and emotion flowed with supernatural acuity. She sensed a vast, sorrowful consciousness, like a spectral echo, drifting across every inch of the island, unbroken for 400 years. Unspoken longing. Eternal separation from beloved friends. This drama, Furina withdrew her hand, murmuring softly, proves deeper than I anticipated. She lifted her gaze toward the island's heart, veiled by colossal vines, her cerulean eyes glinting with quiet, probing intensity. For centuries of lament, for what purpose? At dawn the next day, the first golden rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the ancient altar in soft light. After a night of revelry, the Straw Hat crew lay scattered across the ground, slumbering in disarray. Robin was the first to awaken. She carefully made rubbings of the stone inscriptions blackened by campfire smoke, then stored them with meticulous care. Last night, she had deciphered from those archaic glyphs a startling historical truth. Nami, wake up. I've made a crucial discovery, she murmured, gently nudging Nami, who still dreamed of counting coins. As Nami groggily absorbed Robin's deductions about the Golden Land and the Golden Bell, her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Gold. You mean this island is drenched in gold? Two gleaming coin-shaped symbols instantly sparkled in Nami's eyes. Her startled cry roused everyone. Swiftly, under Robin's exposition and Nami's fervent persuasion, the grand expedition to the Golden Land was officially launched. All right, let's go find the Golden Bell, Luffy declared, raising his fist, met with enthusiastic cheers, especially from Nami. After brief deliberation, the crew split into two teams. The exploration team, comprising Luffy, Zoro, Robin, Usopp, and Chopper, would venture deep into the island in search of the Golden Land. The second team, the guard team, consisted of Sanji and Nami, tasked with safeguarding the Going Merry. Why must I stay behind too? I want to join the treasure hunt. Nami protested vehemently. Absolutely not, Miss Nami. Sanji objected at once. The island's interior is far too perilous. You must remain where it's safe under my protection. But, that's final, Zoro decreed, his voice firm. You're our navigator. You're responsible for charting our return course. Though disgruntled, Nami reluctantly acquiesced, pouting. Meanwhile, Furina remained silent throughout, not offering a single word of opinion. She sat poised upon a colossal boulder polished to a mirror sheen by Mademoiselle Craboletta, elegantly savoring breakfast specially prepared by Sanji. Furina, won't you come? Luffy turned back, grinning. It's a treasure hunt, gold. Furina delicately sliced a small piece of pancake with her silver knife, savored it thoughtfully, then replied with unhurried grace. I hold no fascination for glittering metals. Moreover, her gaze drifted toward the distant expanse of true earth, the soil and stone beneath her feet, and her expression softened into one of genuine bewilderment. I confess I'm intrigued. Why do you place such profound reverence upon earth? Is it not merely soil and rock? Crude, unyielding. What warrant is there for such awe? In Scythian tongues, Verth referred exclusively to the fabled land beneath the sea, the realm of the Blue Sea people, a myth whispered only in legends. Yet for Furina, who had dwelled in Fontaine for 5 centuries, earth was simply earth, the most mundane of substances. She could neither comprehend the Scythian's yearning nor grasp Luffy's exhilaration at stepping foot upon this sacred island. Truly provincial folk, these adventurers, she mused inwardly. Once they behold Fontaine, its intricate clockwork mechanisms, and majestic white stone architecture, they'll understand what constitutes true aesthetic mastery. Luffy, oblivious to her layered irony, simply grinned. Because adventure is fun. With that, he led the exploration team, charging joyfully into the jungle, launching their quest for treasure. Only Nami, Sanji, and Furina remained upon the altar. Nami sighed, deeply leaning against the ship's rail as she fantasized about the fortune she'd claim once Luffy unearthed the mountain of gold. Sanji bustled about in the galley, preparing an even more lavish luncheon for the two ladies. Having finished breakfast, Furina felt a quiet lull of boredom. She gazed at the jungle beyond, dismissed by her as rudimentary set design, and sensed deep within the land itself a faint sorrowful resonance. A flicker of curiosity stirred within her. 4 centuries of unwavering devotion. What tale could sustain such enduring emotion? Rising gracefully, she addressed Nami. Nami, I shall step out for a casual survey of the external set. Stay and mind the vessel with Chef Sanji. Hey, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Nami cried out in alarm. Rest assured. Unlike Luffy's headlong rush, she moved with the unhurried poise of someone strolling through her own garden, neither hurried nor hesitant, observing her surroundings with keen, discerning eyes. Massive serpentine vines coiled skyward, canopies so dense they blotted out the sun, of fragments of ancient ruins strewn among the trees. Primitive yet undeniably evocative, ideal for a documentary on lost ruins exploration, she murmured her directorial critique as she walked. Deeper she wandered and darker the light grew. The air thickened with the damp scent of loam and decaying vegetation. Then, sudden upheaval. The sky, previously cleared, darkened abruptly. Swirling masses of storm cloud converged from all horizons, coalescing above Skypiea into a colossal churning vortex of black. At its center, lightning crackled violently, a crushing, terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, blanketing the entire island in dread. Furina halted, lifting her gaze toward the roiling thunderheads, her heterochromatic eyes narrowing as she perceived the energy's raw, annihilating essence. Ah, so it begins. The world's god certainly makes an entrance. It seems the climax of this production will commence ahead of schedule. Without warning, a titanic bolt of lightning, hundreds of times thicker than any before, blazed forth from the vortex's core, crashing down with cataclysmic force. Its target was neither the altar nor Furina, but a distant point deep within the jungle, seemingly aimed at the path taken by Luffy's expedition. A deafening detonation shook the island to its foundations. Far away, a colossal mushroom cloud billowed skyward. Furina watched the towering plume of dust and smoke, her brow furrowing slightly. This attack possesses excessive destructive yield. If the protagonists are eliminated outright, how shall the narrative proceed? Then, a voice languid yet imperious resonated from every corner of the sky, penetrating each ear on the island with divine authority. Trespassers, and you treacherous warriors of Shandya, this tiresome game ends now. Henceforth I decree new rules. The survival game commences this instant. All of this island shall become my hunting ground. 3 hours hence, only those still standing shall be deemed victors. Of course none shall triumph save myself. I prophesy precisely 5 souls shall survive. Heh, 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 flee, wail, despair. Your anguish shall be my sweetest symphony. The voice brimmed with absolute confidence and chilling cruelty, as if he were sovereign over heaven and earth. Aboard the going merry, Nami trembled violently under the voice's oppressive aura, collapsing onto the deck. Survival game. Deep within the jungle, Furina listened to the theatrically overwrought monologue, not with fear, but with mounting excitement. She pushed up the stylish sunglasses that had materialized on her nose as if by instinct. Oh, a survival game. A hunting ground. And prophecy too. She rose arms wide, her face alight with the feverish ecstasy of a director discovering a perfect script. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Pack a brutal struggle for survival into the framework of a grand, talent elimination spectacle. A clever concept. Well-trodden, yes, yet timelessly compelling. Highly marketable. She raised her voice to the heavens, declaring her challenge to the unseen god. Then let us see what surprises you. A third-rate scriptwriter wielding lightning have in store for me. The epic-scale fantasy action film Gods and Gods is now officially in production. Enel's divine decree, his so-called survival game, plunged the entire Skypiea into panic and chaos. The warriors of the Shandia, Enel's priests, and holy soldiers, and the Straw Hat crew. These three factions instantly abandoned their separate struggles, merging into a sprawling, all-encompassing melee. Within the jungle, cries of battle, thunderous explosions, and shrieks of agony rose and fell in relentless waves. Yet at the very edge of this maelstrom stood a figure utterly out of place. Furina strolled leisurely along the battlefield's periphery, as though directing a film set. She held an elegant parasol, her steps refined and unhurried, her expression one of quiet, discerning appreciation. Quite impressive. Intense choreography, expressive extras, their portrayals of terror and despair are remarkably authentic. She murmured approvingly as she walked. Suddenly, a Shandia warrior spotted this conspicuously unruffled woman. Seeing Furina's opulent attire, he mistook her for nobility aligned with Enel, and fury ignited within him. He raised his spear and charged. Dog of the gods, die, he roared, thrusting the spear straight for her back. Furina did not even turn. At the instant the spear neared her spine, a translucent tendril of hydroessence erupted from the shadow behind her, serpentine precise, coiling tightly around the warrior's ankle. Ah! The warrior cried out as his foot was seized, then yanked upward with immense force, leaving him suspended upside down. Too loud, Furina said without glancing back. Disturbing a director's concentration is a grave offense. With a sudden contemptuous flick, the hydro tendril hurled him like refuse, far across the jungle, vanishing beyond the canopy. Having dispensed with this minor nuisance, Furina resumed her inspection. Not far ahead, another clash unfolded. Ohm, the priest who governed the Trial of Iron, was locked in fierce combat with Zoro. His ability was extraordinary. He conjured iron clouds, light as vapor, yet unyielding as forged steel. From these clouds, he shaped weapons, blades, walls, cages, and wielded them alongside his own blade, which lengthened and reshaped at will. His tactics were unpredictable, even giving Zoro pause. Iron whip. Ohm lashed out with a whip forged from iron cloud. Zoro parried. The clash rang, sharp sparks scattering like molten stars. Furina watched from beneath a nearby tree, eyes alight with scholarly curiosity. This character's power design holds intrigue. Merging two diametrically opposed elements, cloud and iron, is genuinely inventive. She stroked her chin like a seasoned film critic. Then her gaze narrowed upon the iron clouds themselves, her brow furrowing in disapproval. The material texture is abysmal. Dull, lifeless, utterly devoid of metallic luster. Cheap to the core. What on earth did the prop department do? Where did the budget vanish? A polished finish, or even mirror-like reflectivity, would elevate the entire visual composition. She delivered a scathing critique of the iron cloud's aesthetic poverty. As she spoke, a holy soldier spotted her and crept stealthily from behind, spear raised for ambush. Another one. Furina caught him in her peripheral vision. Extras shouldn't improvise their own scenes. Another hydrotendril unfurled silently from her shadow, coiling around the soldier's throat before dragging him deep into the undergrowth. A brief, muffled struggle rustled through the foliage, then silence. Meanwhile, Zoro and Ohm's duel reached its fever pitch. Iron cage. Ohm bellowed. Four towering walls of iron cloud surged upward, sealing Zoro inside in an instant. Futile. Zoro growled, low muscles swelling beneath his skin. One sword style, lion song. A flash of razor-sharp light cleaved the air, and the iron cage shattered, rent open by a single devastating stroke. Just as Zoro prepared to burst forth and counterattack, Furina's voice drifted over. Calm, effortless, commanding. I say, green-haired swordsman. Zoro paused, glancing back. Furina pointed toward Ohm, her tone brooking no dissent. This character's lighting is inadequate. It disrupts the entire composition. 3 minutes. Defeat him, then escort him to that open clearing. Pose him there, emphasizing facial contour. I'll adjust his lighting. Zoro. Ohm. What lighting? What composition? What adjustment? What gibberish was this woman spouting? Who are you, to dare belittle me, priest Ohm? Enraged Ohm bristled at her incomprehensible words. Zoro merely twitched at the corner of his mouth. He'd grown accustomed to Furina's cryptic cadence. Though he grasped little, one phrase resonated clearly: defeat him in 3 minutes. So I've been underestimated, priest. Zoro tightened his grip on his blades, his gaze sharpening to lethal focus. He clamped the Wado Ikemanji between his teeth and drew both Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. 3-sword style. A wave of chilling spectral aura radiated from him. Ohm's face paled. He sensed for the first time an overwhelming primordial threat surging from his opponent. Furina nodded approvingly. Yes, that's precisely the aura befitting a protagonist's climactic surge. Camera crew, prepare a close-up. As chaos raged across the island, Skypiea trembled anew, more violently than ever before. Rumble. This quake dwarfed all prior tremors. At the altar, Nami and Sanji staggered wildly, clutching the railing. What now? Nami gasped, gripping the ship's rail in terror. At the island's heart, beneath the colossal beanstalk vines, the earth cracked open. A titanic vessel, crafted from gleaming gold and luminous white timber, rose slowly from the chasm. Its bow bore a colossal angelic statue, golden wings stretched wide along its flanks. The ship exuded sacred majesty, an incongruous monument amid the wild, untamed jungle. What is that? Nami whispered, breathless. A ship, a flying ship, eh? Sanji stared stunned. The Ark, Vernon, Enel's 6-year labor of divine vanity, his celestial chariot. Its power source was twofold, Enel's own lightning channeled through massive golden conductors embedded throughout the hull. The Ark ascended steadily, halting mid-air above Skypiea, a floating temple surveying its domain. Upon its highest deck rested a throne wrought entirely of pure gold. A man reclined upon it, languid, one hand propping up his head, gazing down upon the turmoil below with detached, insectal indifference. Tall and broad-shouldered, bare-chested, with elongated earlobes and 4 drum-ringed hoops strapped across his back. He was the sovereign of this sky, the god Enel. His gaze swept across Zoro mid-battle, across fleeing Shandia, across panicked holy soldiers. Yet his face remained impassive, as though none of it held meaning. Finally his eyes pierced the dense foliage, bypassing every soul present, locking unerringly upon the blue-clad figure strolling serenely beneath her parasol. Enel sat upright slightly, his first flicker of genuine interest. Through his mantra he heard every heartbeat, every thought echoing across the island. Fear, rage, despair, greed. These emotions had echoed for centuries, long since grown stale. But this blue woman's heart sound was unlike any other. No fear, no fury, not even reverence. Only strange, inexplicable phrases, utterly alien to his understanding. Composition, lighting, an actor's craft, prop material. Enel frowned. What is this woman? More unsettling still was the faint, intangible presence emanating from her, an aura wholly foreign to this sky. It was the resonance of a being equal in rank, another god. Ha ha ha. A low chuckle escaped Enel as he rose from his throne. At last, a discordant note worth noticing. His eyes fixed upon Furina, gleaming with cruel amusement. An outsider bearing the title Water God. Let us see whether your divine power proves as fascinating as your thoughts. Enel leapt from the deck of the Ark, Judgment, his body defying gravity, not falling but transforming into a blinding bolt of lightning that carved a jagged Z across the sky, spanning thousands of meters in an instant. Zzzt. A sharp crackling surge of electricity echoed through the air as Enel materialized before Furina, mere meters away. He hovered midair, bare feet suspended above the ground, encircled by snapping arcs of cobalt lightning, the sheer intensity of his aura heating the very air around him. Furina halted, closed her parasol, and regarded the radiant man who had appeared without warning. She adjusted the rim of her sunglasses with a delicate fingertip. Oh, so the final boss has finally graced us with a personal appearance, she mused inwardly. This entrance does possess a certain novelty. Instant teleportation paired with full-body lightning effects, visually flawless. Though his fashion sense leaves much to be desired, bare-chested, yet clad in those peculiar lantern trousers. What an odd sartorial contradiction. You are Furina. Enel spoke, his voice languid and imperious, dripping with unshakable self-evident superiority. Indeed I am, Furina replied with a slight practiced nod, her smile polished to perfection, the kind reserved for audiences, not adversaries. Might I inquire your identity, and your purpose in seeking me? If you require an autograph, please join the queue behind me. Enel stiffened momentarily, then let out a derisive chuckle. An autograph? Ha ha ha, how delightfully absurd you are. I am a god, Enel, the sole sovereign of this sky. A god, eh? Furina studied him up and down, then shook her head, her expression softening into polite disappointment. I regret to say your bearing diverges rather sharply from my conception of divinity. Your demeanor is too frivolous, your speech and conduct lack the solemn majesty and compassionate gravitas befitting a deity. At best you resemble little more than a provincial gang lord with modest territorial sway. Enel's face darkened instantly. Dare you provoke me, mortal? Behind him the great war drum began its deep resonant thudding, while the lightning wreathing his form flared wilder, fiercer. An oppressive force descended like a physical weight, crushing toward Furina. Her breath caught, her heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible fist. So overwhelmingly terrifying. Her mind reeled in shock, yet her smile remained immaculate. Stay calm, Furina. You are the water god. You cannot allow yourself to be cowed by some rustic thunder wielder. Never yield, even an inch, in presence or poise. She bore the crushing pressure without yielding, straightened her spine, took one deliberate step forward, and met Enel's gaze unflinchingly. Provocation. No, I merely state fact. A true god would never incessantly proclaim, I am a god. That repetition betrays insecurity, weakness of conviction. Like a pauper who constantly insists, I am wealthy. You seek death. Enel roared, raising a single finger, its tip erupting with searing white lightning. Divine judgment. A beam of lightning, powerful enough to vaporize a warship in an instant, lanced forth at impossible speed, aimed straight at Funiana. It came. Funiana's pupils contracted sharply. In that split second, before the bolt even left his finger, she sensed an existential threat unlike any she had ever known. She knew, absolutely, that she could not evade it. All is lost. This time I truly overreached. Despair screamed within her soul. Yet 5 centuries of performance had forged composure into instinct. At the razor's edge of annihilation, her body moved before her mind could command it. She did not dodge. She did not raise a shield. Instead, she performed an action wholly unexpected, even to Enel. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Lord Usher. At her terse command, a colossal octopus, entirely composed of shimmering translucent water, materialized instantly before her, its vast supple body coalescing into a dense rippling wall of pure aqua. Boom! The lightning struck Lord Usher squarely, yet no explosion followed, no spray of gore or splintered flesh. Instead, the violent current merely caused Usher's aqueous form to roil violently, bubbling furiously, releasing thick plumes of white steam, before vanishing entirely, absorbed and neutralized. The lightning's fury had been utterly nullified, dissolved as if swallowed whole by pristine water. Usher swayed slightly, but stood unscathed, undiminished. What a... For the first time, Enel's eternally serene visage twisted into raw astonishment. His pride, the very essence of his power, had just been rendered impotent. How could this be possible? Even Funiana, sheltered behind Usher, froze in disbelief. She had summoned Usher instinctively, the strongest of her defenses, fully expecting him to be obliterated and herself grievously wounded in the aftermath. Yet here they stood, unharmed. Wait! A long-forgotten spark ignited in her mind, a fragment of physics from another world buried deep beneath centuries of theater and ritual. Pure water does not conduct electricity. In this world, devil fruit powers were boundless and natural element attacks were absolute. But the beings Funiana summoned, the Salon's aquatic attendants, were not mere constructs. They were manifestations of elemental water drawn from another realm, utterly pure, devoid of any impurity or ion. And Enel's Goro Goro no Mi was at its core electricity. Pure water does not conduct electricity. That simple, almost whimsical law, refined, reimagined, had become the perfect counter, the ultimate attribute suppression. Ha! Ha ha ha! Realization struck, and Funiana erupted into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth ringing clear and bright. She stepped out from behind Usher, doubled over with glee, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. So that's it. That's it. I thought you formidable. Turns out you're merely a battery-powered upstart. She pointed at Enel, breathless between peals of laughter. Your power is null against me. Do you understand? Null. In that moment, she ceased being the trembling performer and became irrevocably the divine sovereign. She embodied, radiant with unassailable confidence and sovereign disdain. For before her stood not a god, but a farce. Silence. Enel's pride shattered under the weight of unprecedented humiliation. He roared, a sound answered by frenzied drumbeats, and unleashed his might anew. 100 million volts. Discharge. A tenfold surge of current erupted from his entire being, weaving a colossal net of lightning that blanketed the sky, descending like a storm of judgment. It is futile, Funiana said, her smile fading into serene certainty. Before my water, your lightning holds no dominion. She spread her arms wide, and more water coalesced around her. Mademoiselle Nouvelette, Madame Hiwima, appear. A massive armored crab and an elegant seahorse manifested beside her, joining Lord Usher to form 3 towering barriers of living water. The first collision between lightning and liquid was about to ignite, not with destruction but with breathtaking luminous brilliance. Just as Enel prepared to unleash a cataclysmic assault, to reduce both Funiana and her summoned allies to ash, an unforeseen variable intervened. Gomu Gomu. A boisterous voice rang out from the distant jungle. Jet Gatling. A black silhouette plummeted from the heavens, faster than lightning itself. Enel barely registered the blur before countless fists, each trailing afterimages, hammered into his face, chest, and abdomen. Thud, 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 thud. A rapid barrage of heavy impacts resounded. His prized logia intangibility failed utterly. He was struck as though flesh and blood, not element. Ugh! Blood sprayed from his mouth as he flew backward like a severed puppet, crashing violently into a distant mountainside. Silence fell, absolute stunned. Even Funiana stood motionless, staring at the straw-hatted boy who had just punched a god into oblivion, her mind once again suspended in awe. Luffy landed lightly before Funiana brushed dust from his hands and turned with a wide sunlit grin. Funiana, are you okay? This guy's mine. A faint warm scent of heated rubber clung to him. Enel staggered upright from the rubble, wiped blood from his lip, and wore an expression never before seen on his face. Shock, fury, and profound, humiliating disgrace intertwined. He fixed his gaze on Luffy and demanded, each word heavy with disbelief. Who are you? Why does my lightning fail against you? Luffy tapped his chest, answering with unshakable earnestness. Because I'm a rubber man. Rubber, an insulator. Another blunt, elegant law of physics, following hard upon pure water does not conduct electricity, delivered a devastating blow to divinity. Because I'm a rubber man, NAS Luffy declared this with unshakable conviction. The entire battlefield sank into an eerie, profound silence. Enel, the self-proclaimed omniscient deity who had ruled Skypiea for 6 years, underwent a facial transformation so epic it would later be etched into legend. First came bewilderment. And rubber. Man. The term clearly eluded his comprehension. And then confusion settled in. And what precisely was rubber? Why did it render his lightning utterly ineffective? And next surged disbelief. And he, a Logia user of the Goro Goro no Mi, had just been wounded by some inexplicable absurd fool who claimed to be made of rubber. Finally, as these emotions churned and coalesced across his face, normally draped in lazy arrogance, they erupted into a single unprecedented expression, a grotesque, jaw-dropping, spine-chilling visage of utter collapse. His eyes bulged like bronze bells, pupils straining against their sockets. His mouth gaped impossibly wide, jaw slack and sagging downward with such exaggeration that a clenched fist could fit inside. Every feature on his face compressed inward, forging the quintessential, endlessly mimicked meme expression destined to echo through history. Na shriek tore across the heavens, raw, disbelieving, electrified with shock, bursting from the lips of this so-called god. Furina froze for 3 full seconds upon witnessing it. Then, puffed. Ha ha! And she collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen, convulsing with thunderous, unstoppable laughter. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly abandoning all pretense of dignity. Ha ha ha. I can't. I'm going to die laughing. What is that expression? It's absolutely iconic. A stroke of divine genius. Still laughing, she fished from her pocket a delicate water elemental device, the Echo Lens, a tool she'd used in Fontaine to capture stage performances, and aimed it squarely at Enel's frozen, shattered countenance. Click, and perfect. Utterly perfect. Furina beamed at the captured image, laughing even harder. I hereby decree this photograph the sole, undisputed winner of the Fontaine Annual Comedy Expression Award. No one shall ever surpass it. And Luffy tilted his head, baffled, not by Furina's laughter, nor by the long-eared man's sudden contortion, but simply by the sheer absurdity of it all. All he knew was that this fellow seemed rather fragile. And hey, long ears, are we still fighting, or what? He flexed his fists, growing impatient. Furina's unrestrained mirth and Luffy's relentless life-or-death query finally jolted Enel out of his petrified stupor. An incandescent wave of humiliation erupted within him, volcanic, all-consuming. He, the invincible god, had just been humiliated back-to-back by 2 nameless mortals, one invoking incomprehensible physical laws, the other spouting nonsensical dogma. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. And you damned East Blue monkeys. His face flushed crimson with rage as he forced the words through gritted teeth. Lightning exploded from his body with unprecedented ferocity. I will kill you. I will erase you, and this accursed island, from existence itself. He abandoned combat entirely, dissolving into a bolt of lightning and vanishing skyward, reappearing instantly atop the Arc Maxim. Trying to run, Luffy lunged forward. And Luffy, wait. Furina seized his arm. Though still smiling, her gaze hardened with grave intensity. Something is terribly wrong. She sensed it, a power gathering aboard the Arc Maxim 100-fold more terrifying than his earlier divine judgment. Enel stood upon the Ark's deck, arms flung wide like a madman embracing the apocalypse. He pushed his Goro Goro no Mi ability to its absolute limit. The entire Arc Maxim groaned under the strain, vibrating with unbearable resonance. The colossal golden conductors embedded in the hull amplified his lightning without restraint. And above, storm clouds spiraled inward toward the Ark, coalescing into a vast obsidian black sphere of thundercloud that blanketed the entire Skypiea. Within that sphere, lightning crackled and serpentine bolts writhed, like a womb incubating the end of the world. And, do you see it, mortals? Enel's voice, carried on arcs of lightning, boomed across every corner of Skypiea. This is the power of a god. This is the fate of those who defy me. And beneath the Rego, all shall be reduced to nothingness. Vanish, along with your pitiful dreams, and this wretched land. And he laughed maniacally as he slowly, deliberately began lowering the immense black thunderball, capable of obliterating the entire island, toward the sacred land of Upper Yard. The Rego, Enel's ultimate technique. By channeling his power through the Arc Maxim, he conjures a colossal spherical thundercloud that descends from the heavens, possessing destructive force sufficient to annihilate an entire island. As the massive sun-like thunderball descended slowly from the sky, despair unlike any before gripped every soul on Skypiea. Even mid-battle, the Shandya warriors and divine soldiers lowered their weapons, staring upward in mute terror. At the altar, Nami and Sanji beheld the apocalyptic sight. What monstrous thing is that? Nami crumpled to the ground, her face drained of all color. We're finished. We're all going to die here. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, shivering violently. Even Robin, who rarely betrayed emotion, wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. This was no longer a disaster humanity could withstand. It was true divine retribution. Yet amid this sea of despair, two figures reacted differently. Luffy gazed upward at the colossal thunderball, not with fear, but with blazing, indomitable battle fervor. And Big Balloon. Just gotta knock it away right. His mind remained beautifully, uncompromisingly simple. Nan Furina. She finally let go of every trace of laughter. She looked up at the descending Rago, then at the idiot captain beside her, still pondering how best to knock the lightning away, and drew a deep, steadying breath. Honestly, she sighed inwardly, I only meant to observe this drama as a passive director. Yet this third-rate playwright insists on steering the narrative toward an irredeemable tragedy. No choice left now. And she carefully stowed away the echo lens containing Enel's shattered expression, then produced, seemingly from nowhere, a magnificent scepter, its shaft adorned with a massive sapphire. Step by deliberate step, she ascended the figurehead of the Going Merry. Gale force winds whipped her cerulean hair and ornate gown, transforming her into a goddess poised for war. She raised the scepter high, pointing it straight at the heavens. And, listen well, third-rate playwright. Her voice, though quiet, pierced the battlefield with crystalline clarity, drowning even the thunder's roar. The ending of a drama is not yours alone to dictate. As the chief director of this grand spectacle, I hereby declare. In her gaze turned fiercely resolute, razor sharp. I am stepping onto the stage myself, to rewrite this ending, which I find utterly unacceptable. The colossal thundercloud sphere, Lei Ying, descended slowly upon Skypiea like a black sun heralding the apocalypse. Its terrifying pressure shook the earth, and the air brimmed with the scent of utter annihilation. Every inhabitant of the floating island, whether Sandersonian warriors or Enel's divine soldiers, was engulfed in boundless despair. They abandoned all resistance, sinking to their knees to await divine retribution. It is over. Everything is over. Yet within this suffocating silence of despair, a clear, unwavering voice pierced the heavens. As the chief director of this grand drama, I hereby declare, I shall descend onto the stage myself to rewrite this ending. One I find utterly unacceptable. All eyes turned toward the sound, including Enel's high above aboard the Ark Maxim. There atop the sacrificial altar at the bow of a battered pirate ship stood a petite sapphire figure poised with unyielding defiance. Furina raised her ornate scepter high, gales whipped her long hair and flowing skirts, rendering her an isolated, yet resolute goddess. What does that woman think she's doing? Enel sneered contemptuously at the reckless figure below, a grasshopper blocking a chariot, foolishly arrogant. He did not even deign to glance again. In his eyes beneath laying all were equal, and all would be reduced to ash. Furina paid no heed to his mockery. She closed her eyes, immersing her entire consciousness in the perception of aqueous essence. Not enough, still not enough. She sensed that though the water elemental energy on this island was denser than that of the blue sea, it remained far insufficient to counter Lei Ying's world-shattering might. Then so be it. Her awareness pierced beyond the island's confines, stretching into vaster realms, upward into the infinite azure vault, downward into the boundless white ocean, the white sea, composed entirely of clouds. It was precisely this dense cloud-born sea that enabled Skypiea's very existence, and the essence of those clouds remained fundamentally water. By my name Furina, water god of Fontaine. Furina opened her eyes, the cerulean radiance within them blazed with incandescent intensity. Hear my summons. She brought her scepter down sharply upon the ram-shaped prow of the Going Merry. A resonant hum rippled outward from her, invisible, yet palpable, spreading in all directions. Countless vaporous currents, as if summoned by a sovereign decree, surged forth from every horizon, converging like silver-white torrents upon Furina's scepter. Thousands upon thousands of these aqueous rivers spiraled and intertwined midair, coalescing into a colossal, swirling vortex of purest white. What is that? The sea, the white sea, is moving. On the ground, people stared dumbfounded, their minds utterly incapable of comprehending this primordial spectacle. Even Enel's smile froze upon his face. He felt it. A force no less immense and overwhelming than Lei Ying, coalescing beneath him. What monstrous being is this woman? Furina's face had paled dramatically from exertion, yet her gaze remained unshaken, unwavering. She compressed and condensed every gathered cloud current, the purest manifestation of water essence, into ever greater density. At last, above her head, a titanic azure shield of water materialized, its diameter exceeding several kilometers, shimmering with the iridescent luster of liquid crystal. So vast was the shield that it nearly covered half of Skypiea. It hung motionless in the sky, emanating a soft yet indomitable radiance, like an inverted ocean suspended in the heavens. Go forth. With her final ounce of strength, Furina thrust her scepter forward. The colossal aqueous shield ascended slowly, meeting the descending, all-annihilating Lei Ying. At that moment, Luffy's voice rang out behind her. Furina, you're amazing. Did you make that giant shield? Furina turned and saw Luffy pointing excitedly toward the colossal vine erupting from the island's center. I'm gonna knock that long-eared guy flying. But that vine's way too tall. I can't jump that high. Furina looked at him, then up at the sky where Lei Ying and the water shield were moments from collision, and instantly grasped Luffy's intent. Gritting her teeth, she diverted a massive current from the shield itself. That current surged like a living leviathan wrapping tightly around Luffy's body, then acting as a colossal slingshot launched him with explosive force toward the towering vine. Luffy, Gomu Gomu rocket. Propelled by the torrent's immense thrust, Luffy attained unprecedented velocity, becoming a streak of black lightning landing precisely at the vine's midpoint before scrambling upward with astonishing speed. He would climb to its summit, to the place closest to the heavens, to strike Enel down. Having done so, Furina swayed, nearly collapsing. The cost of such power was immense. Her consciousness blurred at the edges. Yet she knew, she could not fall. She must buy Luffy the final crucial moments. Above, Lei Ying and the water shield finally made contact. Boom, crackle. No cataclysmic explosion followed, only a sustained grating hiss. Black lightning and azure water raged against each other, devouring and nullifying in furious, ceaseless erosion. The colossal Lei Ying was halted, brutally defiantly, by the water shield. Its descent ceased. No, impossible. Enel roared in disbelief. A mere mortal. How dare you defy the power of a god? Frantically, he poured even more lightning into Lei Ying, straining to shatter the azure barrier. Cracks began spiderwebbing across the shield's surface. A trickle of blood escaped Furina's lips. Her body felt as fractured as the shield itself, on the verge of disintegration. Hurry, Luffy, faster. With her last vestige of will, she held the crumbling shield aloft. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, each stretched like an eternity. The fissures multiplied, widening, deepening, until with a crystalline shatter the immense water shield succumbed to Lei Ying's overwhelming energy and exploded. Countless droplets vaporized outward, drenching the entire floating island in a torrential downpour. Ugh! Unable to endure further, Furina spat a torrent of crimson blood and collapsed backward from the Going Merry's prow. In the fading instant before unconsciousness, she glimpsed, through skies torn asunder by lightning and rain, a tiny black silhouette reaching the vine's apex. His right fist was wrapped in a massive golden orb blazing brilliantly under the storm's electric glare. He leapt skyward, toward the thundercloud that had pierced the shield, and continued its descent toward the earth, toward the Arc Maxim hovering behind it, toward the self-proclaimed god, enthroned above, all in one desperate, all-consuming punch. Golden. Spiral blast. A streak of gold carved a luminous arc of hope across the heavens, then shattered with thunderous finality the cloud of despair. The moment Furina fell from exhaustion, Luffy's fist finally reached the zenith of the sky. His right fist, wrapped in a colossal golden sphere, tore through the torrential rain, pierced the thunderclaps, and with an unstoppable momentum, smashed violently into Enel's Arc Junyan, and into the core of the Lei Ying that had already shattered the water shield, and continued its descent toward the earth. A thunderous roar unprecedented in its magnitude resounded across the entire sky. This time it was not the rumble of thunder, but a pure physical collision. The enormous golden sphere clashed with Enel's lightning power in a direct and savage confrontation. Rubber does not conduct electricity, but gold could channel and disperse the lightning's energy. Luffy's fist, unharmed, penetrated the core of the Lei Ying and landed squarely on Enel's face, which was twisted in shock. Then the immense impact force acted upon the hull of the Arc Junyan. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. The hull of the Arc Junyan, after enduring this colossal shock, began to collapse and disintegrate. The massive golden sphere, after piercing through the arc, continued its upward trajectory unchecked and slammed heavily into the giant golden bell hidden atop the enormous vine for centuries, which Enel had kept as a trophy. A clear, melodious, and penetrating chime, after a silence of 400 years, finally resounded once more across the entire sky island. The bell tone seemed to possess a magical power. It pierced through the raging thunderclouds and dispelled the vast rainstorm. The Lei Ying, representing destruction in the sky, having lost Enel's support and been pierced through its core by Luffy's fist, finally collapsed, completely dissolving into countless tiny electric sparks that dissipated into the air. The dark clouds dispersed and sunlight once again bathed the land. The sky cleared. Yet the melodious bell tone did not cease. It pierced through the cloud layers 10,000 meters high, crossing the boundary between life and death, and as if fulfilling a promise delayed by 400 years, it clearly reached the surface of the blue sea below. Jaya Island, Mock Town. On the ship of the Tsurima Alliance, when Bulan Ku, like the descendant of the great liar Norland who had been ridiculed his entire life, leaned against the gunwale staring at the eternally cloud-covered sky, drinking silently. Suddenly his ears twitched. He seemed to hear something. "Hey, did you hear that?" he asked, lowering his bottle uncertainly to the gorilla and orangutan beside him. Uji. The gorilla and orangutan tilted their heads, looking bewildered. Ku stood up, listening intently. The sound grew clearer. Dong. It was a bell tone. A tone of unparalleled clarity and resonance, as if originating from the deepest reaches of the sky. Ku-like's body trembled violently. He recalled the entry in his ancestor Norland's logbook. On that island there is a massive golden bell. We made a pact: when I return they will ring the bell as a guide. For 400 years countless people had laughed at this as a lie. The golden city had sunk beneath the sea, the bell tone a mere fantasy. But now, Kulek heard it. He truly heard it. He jerked his head up looking at the sky that had never cleared. His eyes instantly glistened. Can you hear it? Norland. He shouted at the sky, his voice choked with emotion. I hear it. The Golden City. It's not at the bottom of the sea. It's in the sky. He trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. 400 years of grievances, 400 years of obsession, 400 years of dreams were all proven in this moment. The Straw Hat brats whom he had regarded as fools had truly done it. They had truly rung the golden bell in the sky. Apiato Sky Island. Enel was sent flying from the ark by Lu Fei's punch like a kite, with a broken string disappearing into an unknown direction. And Lu Fei, after ringing the golden bell, also fell from exhaustion, plummeting from 10,000 meters. The bell tone still echoed melodiously. Everyone on the island raised their heads, silently listening to this bell tone that had been silent for 4 centuries. The Shandian warriors shed tears of excitement. This was the bell of their ancestors, the sound of their homeland. Our home. Wiper knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The war was over. While everyone was immersed in this atmosphere of victory and emotion, a slight commotion occurred on the altar. Furina, wake up. Chopper was lying on Furina's chest, nearly crying with anxiety. Furina had fallen into a deep coma due to overexertion. Her face was pale as paper, her breathing weak, and her life force seemed on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. How is she, Chopper? Nami and Sanji anxiously gathered around. No. Her body is too depleted. I don't know what to do. Chopper's medical skills were helpless against this pure exhaustion of vitality. Just as everyone was at a loss, an aged voice sounded behind them. Perhaps this thing can help her. Everyone turned around. Gonfal, the former god, had arrived at the altar on his strange bird Pierre without anyone noticing. In his hands he held a fruit radiating a soft golden light. The fruit was entirely golden with a peculiar shape and strange spiral patterns on its surface. This is... Robin's eyes narrowed as she looked at the fruit. This is the sacred fruit passed down through generations in Shandora, said to possess the miraculous power of resurrection. Gonfal explained. Though it's only a legend, it might be worth a try now. Chopper looked at the fruit. As a doctor, he could sense the vast and gentle life energy contained within. He didn't hesitate. Carefully taking the fruit, he broke off a small piece and placed it into Furina's mouth. The flesh melted instantly, turning into a warm torrent that surged through Furina's limbs and bones. Her pale complexion visibly began to regain a rosy hue. Her weak breathing gradually became steady and strong. It's working, Chopper shouted in surprise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Furina's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze were the concerned faces of her companions and the azure cloudless sky that had been cleansed by the bell. Then her gaze was drawn to something on the ground. It was a piece of debris that had fallen from Enel's ark, Zhanyan, after it was shattered. She looked around, seeing the dissipated dark clouds, the distant massive golden bell, and hearing the still reverberating melodious chime. She looked down at herself and found she was unharmed. Looks like it succeeded, she murmured. She stood up, stretched, and loosened her limbs. A piece of gold the size of a human head and of the highest purity. Furina walked over, bent down, and picked up the heavy gold. She brought it up to her eyes, examining it closely. Under the sunlight, the gold radiated a captivating luster. Under the gaze of everyone, whether moved, concerned, or delighted, the director Miss, who had just saved the entire sky island, flashed a satisfied, triumphant smile at the gold. Props, set, lighting, sound effects. All perfect. The lead actor's performance was extraordinary. The ending elevated the theme, full of epic grandeur and romanticism. She weighed the gold in her hand, then announced to everyone in a loud voice, "This grand show is wrapped up perfectly.